Being sealed away with so many others, that was the end. But for Diablo Weber, the dark archmage, who nearly defeated a god, that was just the beginning of a new chapter. He was granted a chance to be reborn. In this life, his name is Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton noble family, powerful and prestigious, and the rightful heir to the Seodam kingdom. From the moment he opened his eyes as a child, the first thing Jamie felt wasn't hatred, but boundless love from his parents. For 9 years he lived like a true noble teenager, full of comfort, wealth, and leisure, even praised by his servants as a kind-hearted soul. But behind that sweet smile, Diablo was still Diablo, burning with the fire of revenge. It will make the 12 heavenly gods wish they were dead. Jai's family life is truly suffocatingly happy. The scene in the cozy dining room feels warm and happy, just like always. Jai must play the innocent, blending seamlessly with the cheerful atmosphere, as laughter and chatter echo throughout the room. My sister looks so happy, enjoying her favorite dish. This energetic girl is Jai's mother, the only daughter of the Great Bell family, and your father is one of the 5 legendary swordsmen of the Areno Welton kingdom. Despite always holding an impressive title, Jamie Areno was forever obsessed with his wife and children. And then there's Sarah Welton, the second daughter of the Welton family. It seems like your life right now is pretty happy and easygoing. But for Jamie, it's a total pain in the ass. Just one meal with his family was enough to drain his will to live, because Jai would never get used to their overly affectionate way of treating him. But compared to the beginning, things are much better now. And one thing I have to admit, Jai is currently incredibly weak, but I'm okay with that. With a new opportunity, the 12 Jai gods, bitter and broken, still survive, still exploiting their followers. Though this is all the power he has, dark magic no longer exists in this age, but that's okay. Jai is certain that in the end, she will have the final say. The flames of revenge are burning hotter and hotter, but first she has to play the obedient, well-behaved teen, for now. Every time I have to act like that, Jai wishes she'd be sealed away again instead. CS and his sister are already waiting downstairs, ready to listen to the young scholar's reading. Jai, pretending to be cute, asked who would read the book today. Both her mom and sister immediately hugged him tightly, full of love. And today's storybook is about wise men starting to read a tale. Before long, it's over, and she asks her children if they enjoyed it. A sparkle immediately appears in Jai's eyes. You really played the part perfectly. When Jai said he wanted to become a great mage like Hesus, I reminded him that he's already defeated 3 of his magic teachers, so he's definitely capable. At the same time, she revealed that her father had promised to find the greatest wizard for him. On the surface, Jai smiled so happily. Thinking that's for the best, Sai watched Jai prepare to leave and immediately guessed he was heading to the library. Before leaving, she was full of energy, wanting to hug him one last time. Jamie was truly exhausted by this scene, but he still had to go along with his mother's wishes. Sai kept praising how adorable he was, making Jamie desperately want to scream. Later, he finished reading the book in his private library. This is the last book on mana, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. As mealtime approaches, Jai quickly stands up, heading to his room. As he stepped out the door, he ran into a stranger. This old man looked like a grand mage his father had summoned. Jai ignored the old man's words, focusing instead on the mana pouring off him, wild, untamed, like a raging storm. Jemmy was certain this person was at least a 7th-tier mage. Many doubts flooded his mind. He wondered how he managed to arrive here without anyone guiding him. Jai decided to ask outright. But at this moment, he and the others were watching closely, certain that he was a genius. Jamie immediately realized he was gauging his own limits. His hand started to show signs of movement. Jai secretly decided to strike the moment he let his guard down. As for the old man, he couldn't help but be amazed by the mana and actions of this 9-year-old boy. Wanting to test Jai's true strength himself, he activates his mana. A fierce showdown is about to unfold right now. Then Jai gently released a wave of magic. It slowly floated toward Lin Meo. The streak of blue energy shimmered like a flash of lightning. Staring at the chaos before him, Jai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It didn't go how I expected. But what surprised you even more? But damn it, my magic has no effect at all. Yet on the other side, Lin Meo also had a moment of enlightenment. Damn, this is some real magic. A 9-year-old kid pulling this off. So the old man still has his strength. Not bad. Now it's my turn. So Jai silently cursed in his heart. He's really fine after all. Damn it. The power of Lin Meo is flowing and Jai has noticed. But his magic, you're confident it can't harm me. There's no reason for me to even fight back. Suddenly Jemmy's eyes widened in shock. That caught Lin off guard. This kid didn't even blink. As the tension reaches its peak, Hino charges forward, cutting through the sand. He shouts in fury, "You're going too far now." Then he turned to Han Jae and asked, "Are you okay?" Jai looked confused and responded, "Yes, just when I started to understand the problem, you started whining just a little, but enough to worry Heno." The boy was truly stunned, his fiery spirit igniting a fierce challenge. "We should have a little chat." Marquis Lin Mayo, it seems your tricks have been seen right through. The kid's pretending to be shy in front of his dad. The old man chuckled softly. Wow, this is truly surprising, and so fascinating. Lin Mayo couldn't stop laughing. Count, I'm so jealous. Meanwhile, Arena was plunged into confusion. He attacked someone else's son for no reason. After a while, Lin Mo sat upright on the sofa. Hino held the teacup in his hand, unable to contain the tremor in his voice. That boy is my son and the heir to the Welton family. Yet all he gets in return is Lin Mello's dismissive words. I know. Ano's mood has turned dark. He just said he knew that. Lin Mayo saw it, and had to remind him. Stay calm. With that much killing intent, what more is there to say? He's truly a master swordsman after all. Then the old man asked, how much do you really know about your precious son? Ano kept up his stubborn attitude and snapped back. About what? So Lin Mo had to clearly reveal the young master's talent, giving Ino a reason to question him again. That's why I handed the boy over to you, but I attacked him for no reason at all. Deep down, he secretly wondered he was definitely harboring resentment toward his own son. Lin Mayo whispered, It seems you truly don't understand, do you? I'll pretend I never received your request. I don't understand what this old man's words mean. What is he trying to say? No matter what, Ano's impression of this person is terrible. Count Lin Mayo is known among the current mages as the strongest 8th-tier archmage. The 8th-level Grand Mage and Duke refused to acknowledge his son's abilities. That suspicion began to take root. Could it be that Jai isn't as talented as I thought? Just by looking at his face, Lin Mayo can already read his mood. Everything you're thinking, it's all wrong. Hino started to lose patience. Lord, please just be more specific. Who would have thought Lin Mayo would reveal such shocking truth? I refuse to accept your son, he's not skilled enough for you to teach. Hino suddenly fell into panic. If an 8th-tier mage can't do it, then who can? Then he revealed that your son can read all my magic. Hino couldn't believe his ears. What, he's starting to piece it together. No way. Even if that kid was truly that talented. Lin Mayo even confirmed that the kid was certain my magic couldn't touch him. The old man recalls Jai's face from the battle just now. I was stunned that the boy wasn't even fazed by my magic. Then Lin Mayo added, that's not all, your son has been training himself to become a level 3 mage. No, if it weren't for his frail body, that boy would have definitely been a level 4 mage. And the old man can confidently say genius isn't a monster. A monster was born into this world, and the child needed no one to teach him. From that moment, Lin Mayo devised a plan to stop it. Just support him, and he'll find a way to become whole on his own. Maybe. This is the birth of a 9th-level mage in legend. Hino fell silent for a long moment, his hand clenched tightly on the armrest. Hino still can't believe the news he's just heard. My son could become a legendary 9th-tier mage. Now Lin Mayo also nodded sincerely. I apologize for attacking your son. Because the old man knew this would throw this entire land, no, the whole world, into chaos. Lin Mayo said it would be incredibly exciting. Meanwhile, Hino sat in deep thought, lifting his head to stare at the ceiling filled with questions he couldn't answer. In the grand castle, a sigh echoes through the halls. Jemmy slumps against the wall, feeling defeated. This is truly, you don't complain, or show exhaustion. My mother heard about what that old man did. Memories of that time come rushing back. Jai, are you okay? Oh no, you must have been so scared. Mom will scold him, she promises to give him a proper beating. Jai wonders how long he's been stuck there. He places an item on the table, but thinking it over eased Jai's nerves a bit. This time I truly saw real magic because he believed that if it existed in that era, it must have been powerful. There's one thing Jai cares about deeply, but above all, my father, Count Welton. This man is a legend among knights. I knew he was powerful, but I never imagined he'd be this strong. He truly was the perfect fit to be my father. Lin Mayo suddenly appeared and asked, what's so funny? Just seeing the old man Jamie's life seemed to fall into complete darkness. And then Lin Mo asked, what do you think about not realizing someone was here? Jai's cry echoed throughout the entire castle. You've fallen apart so completely that you're just slumped on the ground. What are you doing here? Lin Mayo burst into loud laughter. You're still just a kid acting surprised like that. Jai just keeps wondering, how did you get into my room? Now he's revealing that I teleported in, you're feeling incredibly disappointed. It seems my father didn't do anything to him, and my heart is filled with pain. I knew he wasn't an ordinary old man, but just imagine how easily he could teleport away. Lin Mayo started questioning him. You act like a child in front of your dad, but why do you have that attitude when you're with me? Hearing that Jai's attitude turned cold and harsh. Does he see family and strangers as the same? Even Lin Mayo could manage to laugh. You're truly something else. The old man kept spouting strange words, but honestly, I was just unlucky, if only I were a bit stronger. Yet Ji couldn't hide his contempt. He truly was a bizarre old man. That's why he kept staring at me the moment we met. Suddenly, Lin Miao pulled out a book. Jay was a bit surprised. A magic book, huh? That's what made him wonder why the old man handed me the book, then started criticizing. Your magic is outdated. Your magic is outdated. I silently curse under my breath. You avoid the old man's gaze. My magic is outdated and embarrassing, but Lin Mayo thinks you're moved by the gift. The old man lowered his head and revealed that the book contains magic spells I created. You'll be the first to see it. Jay quietly recites the magic. So Tomi lifts up the book and reads, it's a spell from a high-level wizard. He also said my magic was outdated. Then Lin Mayo exclaimed, I have faith in you this time. This time the old man is serious and he's got high hopes for you. In truth, Lin Mayo was also hoping. I wonder what he'll be like when they meet again. After flipping through the book, Jai's excitement was clear. This might be even better than he imagined. Let's see just how incredible this book truly is. Summarize what you've learned. Absorbing mana is a breathing technique, breathing through the mouth and channeling mana directly into the heart. It's the most effective method known, but the truth that there's a limit to it is a major obstacle. Jemmy read intently. He said my technique was outdated, so I had a little hope for his skills. You stared intently at the book, never blinking. It's actually pretty interesting. After a while, Jai folded it, but it was hard to pull off. We must feel every grain of mana. You've planned for yourself and touched them so you can absorb it through your pores. We have to do this perfectly. Think of something that would make Jai truly proud. How many can pull it off? The old techniques can't be replaced, and I've already met both conditions. You smiled so brightly, but I am Diablo Villa. Then I suddenly sat up from the bed. Jimmy happily grabbed the book. You've given me quite a few good things, old man. Now I'll make sure I handle every single one of them. So Jai snapped his fingers to summon you. I need your help. Your spirit beast instantly appeared. It jumped onto Jai's shoulder and kept crying out non-stop. Then you ordered me to break the mana core. I closed my giant eye and then it opened wide, impossibly wide. Jamie compared every detail. The first step is breaking down the mana crystal into smaller particles for easier absorption through the skin. You think this is a disadvantage, that we have to adjust the size and position just right. Looking at the pet in front of us, Jai feels a bit of relief. Thank goodness I have Black. Then you shouted, all right, let's get started. Black made a soul pact with me. It will break the mana barrier and fulfill the first condition. The first condition has been met. The second isn't about my body. That means if it limits the amount of mana the heart can absorb, I just need to store mana elsewhere on my body, so I have no restrictions at all. The next morning, outside the DH Manor, the nurse and Ano stood in front of the door. She hesitated, standing awkwardly behind while he looked on in surprise. Sir. Inside the room, Jai sat on the ground, channeling his energy. He looked at his child while the wet nurse beside him showed a hint of worry. Young master, he gazes at the flow of energy, moving through his body mana, swirling around him. His face is filled with awe he can't hide. I know the Marquis gave that kid a little guidance, but this is just too surreal. Then I couldn't help but picture him like a gentle squirrel nestled beside an oak. When did my child develop this innate talent? Then he turned to the nursemaid, telling her to let him go. But let a few servants stay here. She responded in kind. Yes, sir. Aino turned and walked away. The wet nurse clasped her hands together, worry etched on her face. I pray the young master is all right. His steps were slow and deliberate, his mind still lost in thought. So, he's a mage. It's not a swordsman. Maybe it inherited that from its maternal family. His body stiffened, still unable to believe the truth. Even so, it was just too overwhelming, too supreme. Finally, he smiled softly and whispered with unwavering confidence, a level 9 mage, I will definitely succeed. That day, at the Azure Cloud Estate, he closed his eyes, energy sparks swirling around him, then suddenly opened them. Jemmy suddenly stood up, fists clenched, cheering with all her might. We did it. The step where you have to separate the mana elements, it's incredibly difficult because it's so complex. But if you can't do it once, you have to do it 10 times until you get it right. No matter what, I stand there feeling the energy flowing through my body, marveling. I think I've reached level 4 mage. Thinking about this, Jai let out a deep sigh. Mom's fed up to her limit, soon it'll be level 5. Suddenly Break appears above his head, shouting non-stop, bye, bye, bye. He also looked up and responded. No, I have no intention of changing this body. This body is too weak, damn it. It slipped down his shoulder to get a closer look. He gently nudged it, and it happily nodded in confirmation. All right, I won't rush anymore. It's okay. And I succeeded once before. Seeing that it was a bit of a shock to him, adding more will make the second time easier. Then he pointed and read the invisibility command aloud. B's body grew faint, and it looked at him with confusion. Jai looked up and told him, I'm about to meet my father, so hide your mana well. I don't want him to find out about me. He turned around, leaning on his hand, smiling as he looked at him, praising him. Oh, I almost didn't notice him. He smiled confidently and declared, I've calculated it, there's no way he could have detected you. Then he quickly turned and walked away. Let's go. Jai's silhouette disappears, carrying the dense, dark black magic. Gray is still dancing on his head. In Ino's room, he's watching the Genis sect members looking busy as ever. What wind brought him here? He clasped his hands together and smiled. Young master, I've come here just to visit you, Count. His face was full of deceit, his eyes narrowing. I know that until now there's never been a precedent for religion. I want to thank you for allowing the Genis sect to exist. He smiled back in response. I thought it would be a huge encouragement for the people here, so I allowed it. Genis sect's face twisted with confusion. What do you mean by that, Your Excellency? Ano asked calmly without hesitation, explaining slowly. Since I always want the best, I'll turn Genis into the biggest sect of all. Starting from my territory, he understands that too. Oh, he's telling me who's really in charge here. The look on the Genis sect's face darkened, eyebrows furrowing as he silently assessed. He's warning me. I've heard rumors about him too, but damn, this is serious. Then he calmly clasped his hands together and said, well, you're probably busy, so let's call it a day. The members of the Genis sect followed suit. Yes, sir, Hino said, standing up with a bright smile, giving his farewell. Go home safe. He also stood up, bowing politely, wishing you good luck. He walks away, still smiling, but suddenly his face darkens. The darkness swallows him whole. Outside the corridor, Jai hides in the shadows, watching the members of the Genis sect slip away. He clenched his teeth and slowly raised his head, tense and alert, just as I expected. Then he sank into thought, staring at the logo on his hood. The sign of a waning moon with a golden cross at its center. That's what he's been talking about all along. The questions keep repeating over and over. What the hell, why? His face is filled with hatred and anger. How dare me stay right here, Genis? Thinking of this, Jai couldn't help but worry as he bit his thumb. Why would his father allow the Wind faction into this territory? Why does it have to be Genis? His nails were bitten off in a fit of rage. I can't let it go like this. I have to act, but right now I only have one choice left. He stood silently in the hall of the Imperial Palace. Since this cult operated within the Count's territory, the only way was to ask the Count to drive them out. He silently decided he had to meet his father first, then start the investigation. Right after Jai stood in front of Ano's door to deliver a message. I am Jai's father. He walks in, sitting on the chair beside him with tea and snacks. This is the Welton family's tea house. He eagerly gazes at Jai. All right, you did it, huh? He replied with a smile. Yes, sir. Seeing his expression, Hino clasped his hands together and nodded in understanding. You really love magic, huh? Your voice sounds a bit playful. Yes, I like it very much. Suddenly he fell silent. He also smiled faintly and looked over. What's going on? Well, he hesitated for a moment. I only wish you could grow up like an ordinary boy. He faces confusion. What his eyes are filled with curiosity, recalling that little kid was incredibly talented. Then Ano closed his eyes, but the life of a genius is the cruelest suffering in this world. When a child prodigy grows up, everyone will envy him. Then when it comes of age, those people will attack him with relentless fury. He thinks about the scrutinizing gazes directed at Jai, hesitating, and wonders, I wonder if this is really good for Jai. His hand clenched on the chair, eyes filled with hesitation as he hesitated to probe. Jai, if the path of magic feels too difficult, you can give up. But I will always support you with everything I have. He also smiled warmly in response. Don't worry, father. Seeing you still so cheerful, he closed his eyes, satisfied. Now that's my son. Hino's eyes fixated on the flow across his body, and he couldn't help but marvel. But damn, is this the mana of a 9-year-old kid? Seeing that he was a bit taken aback, I could feel a surge of mana from the boy's body, yet he kept absorbing even more. Wait, his eyes widened in utter shock. Isn't mana supposed to only reside in the heart with a limited capacity? Yet I watched him question that. So that magic book Lord Linmeo gave you yesterday, you've already mastered it, he smiled calmly. Yes, sir. I secretly thought you're not just doing this, you're making it even more epic. Hearing that, he was even more stunned. Count, what did you just create? The room fell silent in Hino's stunned silence. How could a child do something like this in just one day? Is that kid? To him, Jai's body glows with untapped potential. Could someone truly reach the 9th level of magehood in legend? At this point, he closed his eyes and chuckled at his own thoughts. Ha ha ha. Compared to my own child, my talent is even less than a fraction of his. He could become a 9th-tier mage. You look at him with confusion. What's going on? Father Hino grins eagerly, looking at him. I'm truly proud of you. Today I feel more proud than ever. He still sat on the chair, smiling kindly as the old man stood up and approached. He gently placed his hand on Jai's head and stroked it, and he responded with a smile. Haha, honestly, this face and mind show endless disgust for this head pat. Stop patting my head. Suddenly he pointed at Brake, who was dissolving above Jamie. But was that his summoned spirit? It saw that and spun into chaos, overwhelmed and confused. Just go. He hesitated, turning away quickly. Did Dad see that? His eyes were filled with panic and doubt. I was sure I had made black invisible. But father can still see Black Sea. He smiles happily, his hand gesturing as he describes it. A dove. No, it's a bit rounder than a dove. It's adorable. It's about this size, right? He's so strong. I just don't understand. How powerful is his father? Then he closed his eyes, filled with sorrow, and thought to himself, don't tell me he's figured out I used dark magic to summon it, and then explained to him I made it look like a lost child. I didn't tell Dad because I was afraid he'd be too shocked. Hearing that, Hino suddenly stepped forward and held him tight, causing him to spit blood. The old man shouted excitedly, no way you made it. Of course I was surprised, but I was amazed by your talent. Look at this, my son is a genius. I'm so proud of you, my boy. I am proud to be your father. Then Dear Da left the room, his face drained of life, filled with blame. Mom, why is this place so damn troublesome? That night in a dark crowded building, Jai whispered softly, cloaking his head in his hood. Break. A pair of wings is forming above its head, grabbing him and soaring away in an instant. His eyes are filled with cautious certainty. I will definitely find out why they've come here. Let's go. His body grew wings thanks to Break, soaring through the sky as he surveyed the city below. In an alleyway, two men are talking. The big guy, what did he say? The man with purple hair replied, he said to follow the plan. If you still want to live. Hearing that, he cursed under his breath. Mom, I have no idea what the future holds. Philip closed his eyes, clasped his hands and prayed. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. He's part of the Live and Crime organization, Chinese Philip. Over there, Jans also looked on anxiously and shouted. Don't you see he's sacrificing half the organization just to benefit himself? He's part of the Livan Jan's crime organization. Then he stands up, furious, demanding answers. HIS is a place that allows organizations like ours to operate as long as we don't go too far. But human trafficking is a different story. It'll turn this place upside down. Over there, Philip remains calm, bowing his head. If we're lucky, we might still escape. Jans fiercely protests beside us. You think that's how it is? You really believe we can escape? At that moment, he nervously inquired, do you know that Count Welton loves children, especially his own? What if he found out we're trafficking children right within his territory? They thought of the axe's blade, and Eno's cold stare, both ready to strike. Back then, we ate rice bowls instead of meals. Philip still refused to give up. He's absolutely sure we won't be discovered. Jans's voice trembled with hesitation. He's sure we'll escape from a swordmaster, huh? He explains. Han's people said they'll do it. He crossed his arms. He will do whatever it takes to become involved. Over here, Philip still sits there, suspicious. So, what now? Do you want to run or keep fighting? Jans hardens his face and makes a decision. I'm running away. When the rules of the underworld state that once responsibility for a case is assigned to a party, they are forbidden from interfering with them. Philip calmly lifts his head and nods in acknowledgement. All right, now I need to find a way to escape. He sat down on the ground, crossing his arms and legs. Do you have a plan yet? Even though this place is huge, I'm sure they'll be hunting us down. He sat on a wooden crate, so why not give it a shot? At least we tried better than just standing here frozen in fear. Jans hesitated, realizing there was no other choice left. He responded, you gotta try to know. He yelled in anger, completely unaware of someone watching from around the corner. Who the hell would suddenly try to traffic people here, Philip thought. Someone must have contacted the boss. He's quite famous though, I have no idea why. His gaze was cold and piercing as he looked at them. Those two only realized it when they looked back. Jans stammered and shouted while he also stepped toward them. Who are you? He stepped forward, a cold smile on his face, his cloak hiding half his face, as he spoke each word with menace. Just joking, but who do you think I am? Jans's hand instinctively clenched tighter. If you don't want to say it, he clenched his fist and charged at him with a snarl, damn your soul. Philip charged forward with a knife, but suddenly the wire disappeared, causing them to freeze in confusion. The two of them looked around tense and alert, shouting in fear. Huh, where did he go? How is this like wise magic trick? Suddenly a dark voice echoes behind them, sending Jans and Philip into a panic. What are you two talking about? That sounds so interesting. He lowered himself from above, standing before them as dark magic swirled around him. Your hand reaches out, lightning crackling as you smile. I want to hear about it. Then both of them were beaten so badly they had to kneel before the wire. He sat on a wooden crate, and they trembled with fear. That's what happened. Their eyes were filled with confusion. After hearing that, he looked at them with a troubled gaze, silently thinking, human trafficking. That's the one thing my father despises the most. His gaze contemptuous fixates on the ground. Not for thinking, just for showing off. Life without NaCl. Are they really giving us this? He clenched his teeth, cursing in his mind. This is such a pain. Those angels already gave me a headache, and now these guys. They're even dumber than I thought. His eyebrows furrowed as he sank into thought. What the hell is that guy from their team eating? Why did he suddenly accept that offer? Don't they realize what kind of man their father truly is? He muttered to himself. I have a bad feeling about this. Jamie suddenly stood up, his hand on Jans's head, activating his magic. The two men stared in shock, hypnotized. He ordered them to go to the police station, the Duke's house, and reveal everything, and they obeyed in unison. Yes, immediately afterward he stood up at the same time, his cold gaze fixed intently ahead. Maybe tomorrow morning will be a good day. They leave you behind, and after everything's done, you turn and walk away. Break, let's go home. Break will forge wings on your back using dark magic. Suddenly, someone was thrown right at him. Jai, stunned, turned around to see Philip, teeth clenched in pain from the blow. His body is pinned tightly against the wall behind him, blood splattering everywhere. Jans is knocked to the ground below. They lay collapsed while he watched in confusion. A sudden laugh made him startle. Aha, you fools. The crowd rushes forward shouting. He turns to face them. Hey, you're talking too loud. The guards are coming, they're chaining up each one of you now. His eyes are cold and ruthless. Where did that lunatic come from? He also unleashed the black demon technique in fury. Does he really dare to do this? Then Jai raised his hand and a massive circle of dark magic appeared behind him. He raised his hand toward the two, energy pouring down on them with a fierce push. I've given you more time to live now, go finish your mission. Their bodies slowly healed thanks to magic. Then the leader of the group approached, smiling smugly. Oh, look who's here. Bring those guys over and I'll handle that one. He's a 3-Kway Hon Ni, part of a criminal organization. He looked at you, who was healing those two, and questioned, how do you want to die? Hearing that, Jay glanced over there. Yeah, he ordered his men to bring those two over. Drag them here, I'll deal with them. Philip, trembling and tears streaming down his face, desperately tried to save them, but he just stood there in silence watching them get dragged away. His eyes burn with fury, cold and sharp as he snarls, you Flatlander. He swiftly strikes, hitting Jai in the head, leaving him stunned. Hani shouted, haha, what are you trying to say, Dai? He kept shouting as he relentlessly attacked him. Damn it, Didi, yes D. Then he burst into a triumphant laugh, shouting, Uchiha, I love this, I love this. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, his tongue lolling out in a disgusting display. Let me hear the sound of your desperate cries for mercy. His body burned to a crisp, lies buried beneath the collapsing ground. His name flickered with worry. Sir, are you sure about this? Hearing that, Han Ni snapped back in anger. What are you even talking about? I'm sure I've killed him. As I stand behind him, I smile and whisper, sending chills down his spine. Is that all you've got? The guy turned back, grinding his teeth as Jai disappeared once again. Are you happy standing in front of him? He's panicking. What his cold eyes smirk as he looks at him, then raises his hand. I want to ask, does it feel good to kill your own subordinates? His eyes widened in shock. What kind of cage is that? Why hasn't he died yet? Han Ni's eyes looked at the dark magic swirling around his body, filled with confusion. And what is that dark aura? He stepped closer to him, the energy radiating stronger and stronger, his voice filled with a deep, ominous hum. I don't understand why you're acting like a girl on her period when you're just a third-rate mage. He turned around in shock, then gritted his teeth and cursed, You damn dog, I'll kill you. Immediately after, he summoned a pillar of fire, shooting straight at Jay. He shouted the name of his level 3 fire magic skill, Fireburst. Thinking to himself, though it couldn't match Idol Megam's skills, he stared fiercely, knowing this was more than enough to burn him to ashes. He cursed under his breath, Damn you, you little runt. A flash of light suddenly appeared and he froze in place as dark magic spread toward him. He sighed, youth really hasn't taught you anything yet. Han looked on in stunned disbelief. He sneered, You think you've beaten your father, keep moving, kid, hurry up. His hand reaches out, invisible threads clinging to him. Jay smiles with wicked delight. And that's why your dad loves showing off his skills to scumbags like you. Over here he drops to his knees, then his head follows, collapsing along with his body. Seeing the dark magic surrounding that guy fall, the little minions panicked. He took down your lord with ease. They scrambled like frightened monsters and ran. Your hand reaches out calmly. But you should blame yourself for stumbling upon Riot's balance system. The black demon technique struck one of them in the face. He stared in terror, clutching his fists and shouting as he backed away. Immediately the other man sprayed blood and screamed in agony. Jai watched him smile. Then he stepped forward toward Han, who was lying on the ground. All right. He grabbed his head, then smiled and leaned in. My slave, remember to answer every question I ask. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, tears streaming down his face. Yes, my lord. He grabbed Han's head and lifted it up, and he trembled as he replied, Boss, just a bunch of kids. He coldly glared at him, dismissing the story as just a waste of time, just like the one before. Deep down, he thought to himself that he could also bring up the issue of human trafficking with his father. Then Jai let go of his head, and the guy collapsed to the ground. So what should this guy do now? He quietly thought even if Navi beats Gambit because he shot better, this Gambos fanboy wouldn't accept the outcome and would end up dead. He lay there unconscious, lost in thought, because since he's a third-tier mage, I'd usually turn him into a corpse. But even so, with a guilty soul, he'll be consumed soon enough. And then there's the matter of that corpse's appearance. He thought of Han trapped in that grotesque corpse-like form, cursing under his breath, eyes filled with hatred. As he looked at him, he couldn't help but smirk. Deciding then and there, he thought, fine, I guess I've got no choice but to give him an ultimatum. Then he smirked with a wicked grin, muttering to himself. Since he was a third-tier mage, he definitely had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He reached out toward Han's face, summoning a circle of magic energy. His eyes widened, his palm glowing as he began to chant. Well, bon appetit then. In that dark alley, his body billowing smoke, he stands there looking down and praising him. Not bad, just like Rams from Gokdon said. Jai wiped the corner of his mouth, sighing. Even though it was full of impurities, it was still food. Screw it, just eat. Then he turned to see Philip and Jans watching him from behind. So what will you do now? He steps forward, his eyes hollow and unfeeling as they stare at him. Even though I managed to revive them for a while, it won't last long, buddy. A dark, sinister energy suddenly appeared behind him, swirling into a sphere, and then Brake showed up with one innocent eye, shouting out. Jai's eyes were cold as he swung his hand, a bolt of lightning flashing his palm glowing bright. And since you all still have work to do, how could any of you be allowed to die? He thinks of the shadowy bound puppet body, explaining that summoning spirits is a type of magic used to revive the dead. Though it's called resurrection, that's not really what it is. Because after being resurrected through the soul summoning spell, those bodies are just empty shells. Since it's a resurrection of the dead, it defies the natural order, the cycle of reincarnation and destiny itself. The energy radiates before Philip and John's, their eyes hollow with fear. Jemmy commands, even though you've died at this very moment, you're not truly gone. From now on, you will be my loyal slaves. The energy radiating from him grows stronger and stronger. He looked at them and warned, you will be given one more chance to live. Then he summoned Brake, which radiated dark, ominous magic. Brake, help me out a bit. Up above, energy keeps pouring down on him while he's channeling his power toward those two. Jai's eyes glow with a violet hue, energy surging within him. It's time to defy death and rise. Philip's body veins bulge from the energy, and next to him he clenches his teeth, cursing silently. Mom, he's still trapped in the realm of souls. His eyes burn brighter with a violet hue as dark magic engulfs them, urging them onward. Awaken, for you shall be resurrected. Jans's eyes kept weeping, pain etched deep into his face, while Philip no better stared, wide-eyed, tears streaming down his face. He furrowed his brow, veins bulging on his face as he urged, rise up, everyone. Suddenly Philip raised his head and roared, while Jans beside him stared blankly, drooling eyes rolled back. Above, Brake continues to pour energy down without stopping. The ritual is nearing its end. He looks down at them, two figures kneeling like knights before him, full of reverence, their bodies radiating dark, demonic magic. Thung Ngai is something wrong, his face darkened with a foreboding feeling. Damn it, something's definitely off here. He looked around at them, and those two were staring right back at him. Why the hell is there still dark energy here? Did I miss a step somewhere? Bree also landed on your head and explained it. When Uwe saw him complain, I also hesitated a bit and explained, did I say something wrong? I didn't say anything to you. Then he gently lowered her into his palm with reverence. You've done everything perfectly, so don't worry. He nodded in response. His face darkened with disappointment as he clenched his trembling cheeks, blaming himself. I guess I was the idiot all along. I know I might have to die, but damn, it's so frustrating. And it's driving her crazy, pulling her into a whirlwind of chaos. He's still muttering to himself. Even though I usually don't rely on my skills or achievements, it's a damn shame everything's just gone. It's mind-blowing. Then he walks over to the two people still kneeling on the ground. Fine, I can't keep using them like this. Maybe I should donate them to artist Hawaii Lin. Jemmy closed her eyes, hesitating for a moment. If they keep releasing that dark energy like this, they won't stand a chance at all. Above, Brake shook his head violently in protest. Then it lunged forward and bit his cheek. He flinched in anger, shoving her away with a force that sent her flying. Damn it, girl, what are you even human? Why did you bite my neck out of nowhere? Brake cried out in helplessness. Then it leapt onto Jans's head, glaring down and shouting at him. In an instant, it absorbed the remaining dark magic flowing from his body. I was a little surprised myself. Oh, so you're capable of doing that. Black takes a mouthful of energy and lifts his head proudly, then unleashes his full power to drain it all. He then turns to Philip and Jans, still kneeling respectfully, and says, guess I don't need to donate this to Hawaii Lin anymore. He turned his head and saw Brake collapsed on the dark, ominous ground. He knelt down, gently touching the massive body exhausted from its own power. Brake, amazing, good job. Then he turned around excitedly, facing the two others. Now's the time I should give you a name. Hurry up, wake up, your name is Jans. Hearing the voice, Jans opened his eyes and looked up, calling out to someone named Philip Ra. Jamie's calls echoed one after another, and he smiled, dark magic swirling around his body. Come to your senses, Rice. Wake up, you little runt. The other two are staring at him in shock. Jemmy reached out toward them, dark magic beginning to seep out. They sat there silently watching him. Jans and Philip both looked on confused. Then he glared at them and announced, Congratulations, you answered the 150 million question on who wants to be a millionaire. Philip here trembling with fear, sweat pouring down his face. Who is this? He looks only about 9 or 10 years old. And the mana he radiated was terrifying. In front of them, his face looked like a demon with dark magic swirling around him in a deadly, ominous aura. He's exactly like the creature I read about in fairy tales, a demon slayer who shouldn't exist. His eyes are wide with shock, and just his presence alone turns Trunduk into a frightened cat shrinking from man to mouse. Yeah, that's right. Jai glared coldly, then smirked. What's going on? He snapped, his voice sharp and intense, eyes blazing with a threatening glare. Do I look like that teacher grading papers? Philip froze in fear, then clenched his fists tightly. He shouted loudly, I don't know if you're a god or a demon, but I don't feel like you're even human. I was a bit surprised myself, silently marveling. Wow, this is interesting. His attitude wasn't that of a slave, gazing at his master. He simply pointed somewhere, judging that maybe his magic wasn't precise enough earlier, then lowered his hand again. Forget about the test. Philip's head followed his finger and slammed into the ground. He stared in shock, his body trembling as he coughed uncontrollably. Jai's cold stare warns, I'll let you go this time, but if you show attitude again. Then he smiles and announces, your only job is to investigate the Janus Church and gather information from there. They bowed deeply in unison, respectfully saying, yes, sir. We have more to add, and there's one more thing. Jemmy watched as they questioned him, then said, bring me someone who knows about human trafficking. I need that person for a few jobs. Both of them bowed their heads in unison. Yes, Thungji. Then Philip looked up, but he was gone. He heaved a sigh of relief. He's gone now. Jan's was no exception either. Phew. They looked at each other in silence. Jans hesitantly asked, should we go? Brother Philip also nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's quickly follow his lead. Over there, Brake stared at him, intently complaining non-stop. Yeah, I was walking and explaining while it still followed the advice. They'll be fine. We've tied them up so tightly they won't be able to disobey my orders. He glanced at Bray beside him and added, and that means Dad will handle the human trafficking problem himself. But it bit his cheek and cried out. Bart J narrowed his eyes in annoyance, muttering, I can't let this go on. I'll destroy it someday soon. A hurried step rushes forward from behind. He mutters to himself, unaware that the shadow is charging straight at him. Move forward today and tomorrow. Someone charged straight at him, catching Jamie off guard with a clenched jaw. He collapsed backward, crying out in pain. He also turned around bewildered. What the hell, something just hit me. His furious face stared at that person and he shouted, are you blind? But when he saw it was just a scared little kid lying on the ground, covered in dirt, his voice softened. Just a kid. He angrily stood up, pointing in his face, shouting, you're just a kid too. In that moment, he remembered murmuring in the boy's anger, yeah, I'm only 9 years old. He stood up and declared, I'll let you go this time. From now on, watch where you're going. Then he turned and walked away, ignoring the kid sitting on the ground. The boy with a darkened face muttered in frustration, glaring at him intently. What did he just say, acting so mature, even though he doesn't have a single strand of gray hair? Suddenly, Brake yanks his head, catching him off guard. He froze in place. Even he looked on with confusion. He turned around, what's going on? Then Pep looked at him with pure fury. What, his eyes widened in utter confusion. Huck, don't tell me you did that because it's already dead. Your pride's gone, huh? His eyes widened with shock inside. That name, how dare it interfere with your master's consciousness? Where did it learn to do that? Brake's voice echoed. You'd better watch my mouth, kid. That's right, if you don't want to die, you better feel the surge of mana radiating all around you. Over there, the peep also panicked, closing his eyes and running blindly away. I'm sorry. I was angry too when I saw that. Are you satisfied now? It's full of joy as it screams out. Why? You're urging me through the darkness of the city, go home quickly now. When we arrive at the estate, Bach's face is full of awkwardness, too ashamed to look straight. Jai sat cross-legged on the bed, fury burning in her eyes as she demanded, do you even know what you did wrong? He sat dejected on the ground. Seeing that Bian grew even more furious. I won't let you off the hook if you keep acting like that. It nervously flapped its wings, trying to explain. You're so confusing. Seriously, where did he even learn all that? Finally, he collapsed on the bed, face pressed into the blanket. I'm completely exhausted. I pushed myself harder than I thought I could. Then I rolled him over. I'll be busier than ever. From now on, I'll live a carefree, worry-free life. That is my life, and it's part of my journey. The god will appear, and when he does, he will be the last. The crescent moon symbol and the cross in his hand clenched instinctively. Then Jai rested his hand on his forehead, filled with despair. I brought it back just as you wanted, no matter how many followers I have. His eyes glowed with a cold violet light. I will hunt them all down. In an alley lit by flickering lamps, a voice called out, where's the eldest? Ricky saw Jans scream in shock. Jans, you're alive. He questioned, where's your eldest brother? His face was filled with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Han said he already killed you all, so how are you still alive? Ricky thought to himself. Don't tell me he was defeated by those who can't even use energy. Suddenly a fist lunged forward, forcing him to close his eyes in fear. Philip's punch barely grazed his head, but his voice was filled with menace. Bep, I'm not asking a second time. He trembled in shock. What the hell is this power? What's happening to him? It doesn't matter. Then he looked toward the crowd, realizing he didn't see the other members. They'd cause chaos if they saw a chance to escape. Ricky's face is filled with fear as he tries to raise his hands in surrender. I guess everyone's been taken down. What should I do now? First, I don't know where your brother is imprisoned. Someone approached from behind, making him even more panicked. Really? Ricky asked, bewildered. Huh, Philip. Over here. Philip, cold and relentless, demanded. Are you really the one I'm asking about? He stammered, smiling in shock. Of course you can ask anyone, and they'll answer just like I did. Hearing that, he grimaced, clearly annoyed. Sorry to bother you, but I need the leader's name here to carry out the master's orders. The leader has received reports of everything happening in the city, and probably knows a few things about the Janus Church. Suddenly, Ricky's voice turned more threatening, his eyes glowing red as he snarled each word. Hey, where do you think the boss is? He also sensed the dark killing intent. His face twisting in fear, he knew he had to respond wisely, or his head would be severed. Ricky's body stiffened, hesitant, because his master loved women and wine more than anything. He probably went to a bar or somewhere with those two things. Hearing that, Jans nodded in agreement and looked at Philip. He's right, brother. You're just going to the bar, huh? Over here, Ricky lets out a relieved sigh. Phew, I've been saved. Suddenly, Jans throws a punch straight to his face. He collapsed to the ground, suggesting the one the master wants to bring back. Why not choose this one? Then he looked around, puzzled. But where should we put him? Or maybe just tie him up in the forest? Philip stepped forward and kicked him a few times. Not bad, but why don't we lock him up in our storage? Then he turned around and urged, let's go, we're wasting too much time. Behind him, Vag Ricky followed on his shoulder. Yes, sir. Somewhere else a door opens. That person saw the crowd inside, lying collapsed on the ground in panic, then Pep stepped inside. What's going on? You look around at the corpses scattered in a pool of blood. What just happened? He bit his lip in fear. Is everyone dead yet? Then you furrowed your brow, lost in thought. I thought I was defeated because I didn't meet the quota yesterday, but no one here can truly beat me. Then Pep suddenly turned and ran out the door. I'll escape before anyone gets the wrong idea. The next morning, Jai woke up on a massive bed, letting out a sigh. Phew, I guess I was exhausted, so I decided to wake up. He raised his head, then guessed right and lowered it with a sigh. I knew today was inevitable. He walks down the hall with Break slung over his shoulder. Then I stopped to explain to him. Hakta will cancel the summoning because my father can sense your presence. It also joyfully soared around. He opened the door. At the dining table are Aino and Sarah. Are their parents sleeping well? He stands there, smiling brightly, leaning on his hand. Good morning. Jai was also excited. Sarah slept so peacefully last night. Seeing only the two of them, he wondered, not noticing the strand of hair moving on the chair opposite. But where's Mom? She quickly lunged forward, shouting, My mom is right here. Jai was also startled. Mom. He immediately looked up, smiling playfully. Where did Mom hide? I never saw it coming. Are you serious? She actually sounded impressed. His eyes flicked away, forcing a smile, but deep down he already understood he knew where his mother was hiding. Then she looked at him with a gentle smile, her hand softly ruffling his head. Jai, my little one, are you scared? He responded enthusiastically. Yes, but she was so happy that you caught her. Seeing your response, she also eagerly clasped her hands together. My dear, you're truly kind. Jai, feeling embarrassed, changes the subject. Our mother should eat now. She quickly moved closer and pressed her face against his. You're so adorable. Come here, let me hold you. He looks so disappointed. Sarah leans in, rubbing her cheek against his. I feel the same. My heart screams out. Someone stop them. Immediately, everyone sat down at the table to eat. Seeing Sarah so excited, C smiled. Come on, Sarah, let's eat. She rushed over to the adorable little Bai, her cheeks pressed against her mom. He watched them with a hint of regret. I want to squeeze her cheeks too. Her little face must be so soft. Thinking that way, he slammed his face onto the dining table, startling Sarah. He shouted inwardly, You little monkey. What am I even thinking right now? I've become too used to this peace. After finishing his meal, his father suddenly spoke up, reminding him that tomorrow was coming. He finally remembered. C nodded in agreement. It's already tomorrow. Jai and your sister look at each other with confusion. Is something happening tomorrow? He looked at you in surprise, eyes wide. Did I not tell you all? Sarah also turned away and shouted in frustration. You forgot because of the boy, and it made you so worried. Hearing that, he looked a bit uncomfortable too. He recalls his demonic circulation ability in his mind. Oh, she means that suffocation incident was actually an accident. Given her personality, she must have endured so much. He bows his head filled with despair. I'm sorry. She looked at you seriously. Mom knows her son is okay, so she's fine. But if you keep pushing yourself like you did that day, then she turned away, filled with sorrow, clutching the wall as she lamented. She might faint right there in the hallway from all the worry. The man behind also looked helpless, realizing she'd never do that again. He looked up puzzled. So what's happening tomorrow? Hearing that, Sai eagerly ran back to his seat. Haha, tomorrow we attend the grand ball hosted by Count Seong and Count Welton. He thought of his father, and that red-haired guy. Most of the nobles living in the north of the Saydam Empire had to attend. Right now, she's eagerly rushing toward the two of them. You've never attended a ball before, but you're old enough to be part of something like this. Mom's so excited. Sarah clings to his shirt, and he realizes his precious free time is about to disappear. That night in the grand estate, he stood alone in the room, clad in his break cloak. Suddenly, Break appeared behind him, forming a pair of wings. Jai stands at the window ready to take off. Time to visit those two bastards. It responded in kind. The two of them entered a narrow alley. He stepped onto the road, and suddenly a door swung open. Inside, Philip and Jans were sitting, but they instantly stood up, turning their eyes toward the door. Master, he's arrived. He stepped forward, smiling coldly as he looked at them. That's right, have you done what I asked? Philip looked a bit guilty. Kwang stared at him and said, Sorry, we haven't found any information about the Genet Guild. That guild was just formed not long ago. Hearing that, he understood it silently. Yeah, even Liven's team probably couldn't gather that info in just a day, then ask for more. So what's left? Philip responded, I'm here. Over there, Ricky was chained to the ground, terror etched on his face as he kept screaming for help. What is he noticing? That hair color? It can't be. His eyes grew even more frantic. The Welton family found out. The three of them stood before him. Philip introduced him. He's a member of Levon, and he knew Hani would kill us. He confirms that he's an insider. Jans denies it, but he knows nothing. I told them I'd interrogate him myself. His eyes burned with determination as he removed the cloth gag from his mouth. Over there, Ricky's mouth was also unbandaged. Immediately, his face darkened with fear as he shouted, Please spare me. I really don't know anything, but if you let me live, I'll gather any information you need. His voice was as dark as hell itself. Little Ricky's eyes widened in stunned terror. What is this chilling sensation? He steps forward, dark magic swirling around him, and he says, I don't mean to kill you. I just need you to do a job. He also sensed the coldness surrounding him, feeling an endless evil energy. Then he broke down, crying in fear, shouting, I'll do it. I'll do everything you ask. If you want me to find the boss, I will do it. So, please spare my life. He warned sharply, You're too noisy. When you stand before him, there's only one thing you need to do. Ricky lowered his head, confused. Why did my voice suddenly cut out? His hand reached out to his head, eyes glowing with cold purple light. The palm touched his head, flashing with dark magic as shadows spread around him. He commanded Go immediately to the Count and report everything you've done to organize this. Suddenly, Ricky stood up like a puppet, staggering toward the door. Jans and Philip also looked over. He glanced that way with Break on his shoulder, warning, Don't pity him. The organization won't chase after him. Anyway, the Count will deal with him first. Then he turned to them and said, You two should escape the city. They looked at him and nodded in confirmation. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, Break touched his cheek and said something. He widened his eyes in surprise. Aren't you going to ask me why today? Philip and Jans also bowed their heads in agreement. The master's orders are absolute. We only follow. Suddenly, Philip raised his head cautiously. And I believe I know why you issued that order. He praised, understanding the situation all too well. He looked at them seriously and said, Yes, you're right. Deep down, he knew his father would definitely eliminate Lai Van. Meanwhile, the existence of these two abandoned fools will no longer matter. Then he turned to them and added, I'll be gone for a few days. Stay out of sight until I return. They both responded in unison, Yes, master. His figure moves through the darkness of the city, until suddenly Philip runs after and calls out to his master. He turns his head confused. What's going on? His face is filled with panic as he grips his chest and looks at him. What have we become? Even he realizes we're just corpses now. Since I couldn't go back anymore, I accepted it. I didn't want to return to how things used to be. I'm satisfied with this power. The hand gripping Philip's shirt clenched even tighter. But I need to understand what kind of creature I am first. Seeing him still approaching, I also turned around and looked over. Exactly what is he curious about? He's suspicious. Our power skyrocketed compared to when we were alive. Then he asked cautiously, could it be that we've become high-level immortals? His eyes widened in shock, then he burst out laughing. Seeing him smile at me, the kid also looked confused and stammered. Sorry, am I asking something stupid? He smiled politely, pointing as he explained. No, I just find it amusing. Ordinary people would ask if they've truly become immortal. I've never seen anyone adapt this quickly. You're truly fascinating. Philip held his body close, his eyes flickering with awkwardness. Ah, thank you, sir. He still smiles innocently, lost in thought. He's never seen anything like this in his life. Jemmy thought of the zombies stitched up and crawling on the ground through pools of blood. Usually they refuse to accept their fate, because they lost their humanity and turned into monsters. But these guys are the complete opposite. He looked toward Philip and Jans talking. Maybe I found a gem here. He watched as they explained, you're just corpses, but your appearance remains as it was before you died. After turning into zombies, your power surpasses that of ordinary people. On the other side, Philip lowered his head, expecting it all, but still trembling with a hint of panic. I see now just an ordinary zombie. He smiled and turned away. Even Brake was excited. But who knows, depending on what you do, you might end up becoming a high-level undead. The two of them hearing that, their eyes lit up with excitement. He turned away. I'm leaving now. Stay hidden and be careful. Behind them they all shouted in unison. Yes, master, please return safely. Suddenly, Brake whispers to Jamie. Go on, he responds in kind. Don't call them pathetic, I find them quite fascinating. They remind me of that guy from my past life. Then I return to the mansion. I've spent too much time here already. Let's head back quickly. That night, a major upheaval erupted inside the Welton household. A member of Liven, a major crime organization rooted in Hiss, has exposed his group. The Count had to delay his departure to handle the chaos. So only the three of us made it to Reigen, the biggest trading city in the east. I sat in the carriage, lost in thought, knowing I could get there instantly with a teleportation spell. Over there, Sias is holding Sarah as she sleeps. Things are definitely better than before. He smiles, filled with quiet satisfaction. They've advanced so much, it's impossible to compare to the legendary era. The problem is, I have no idea how long I've been dead. The events of the era after my death are rewritten in the chronicles. The Demon King and his demons unleash a furious, relentless war. The Demon Clan invades, and the Demon King also kneels. Right now, Jemmy sits cross-legged on the carriage, eyes closed, lost in thought. Of course, peace has lasted for hundreds of years without anything like this happening. Maybe I'm the creature that ended that peace. Then he unleashed his dark magic, realizing that after all this time, those 12 foolish gods still haven't formed an alliance. This time, defeating them will be so much easier than before. Countless lives were lost back then, but it's not my concern. Over there, Sarah was shaken awake by his energy. He was startled at first, then quickly reined in his dark magic and steadied his mana. The girl was peacefully asleep again. He thought reaching the Imperial City would be safe after getting through this festival. Then the carriage quickly sped toward the city gates. Inside the closely packed houses, the bustling marketplace, and the majestic castles, Jemmy peeked out from the carriage window, cheeks flushing with awe. Reigen truly is an incredible place. Inside, Sai remains calm and smiling. After all, it's the biggest trading hub in the kingdom. No place surpasses Reigen when it comes to the massive flow of wealth across the continent. Isn't it amazing? Hearing that, I couldn't help but gasp in awe. It's terrifying. Then he stood silently by the carriage door, lost in thought. I've heard Reigen is the biggest reason the kingdom's prosperity has grown so strong. I believe this is irrefutable proof. Next, they stand in front of a building in the city. Now I've arrived. I just smiled eagerly, thinking about meeting the Count of Shimong. The search is buzzing with excitement. She looked at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. He immediately rushed to hold Ji tightly. Such a cute boy, you must be so worried, huh? That caught him off guard too. Why are you awake? She screamed with excitement while he cried out in despair. His son's heart was pounding wildly. You're too reckless. All right, Mom and I will hold your hand. Then Xia calmly explained, Count Simong is someone your son respects. Is that why you craved to become a mage? His face twisted with disgust as tears streamed down his cheeks. Yes, she pushed you into the middle, embraced your shoulder, and praised the Marquis Lin Mao. Countess X Mong is truly talented. He's an incredible mage who reached level 7 before he even turned your age. He's one of the 2 noble leaders of the Eastern faction alongside your father and also the Lord of Reigen. Next to her sister, the darkness also crept in. Then Sia thought of the blood-stained lotus flowers in the pond, and described his magic as a crimson lotus, blooming in the darkness. Just like his nickname, the Crimson Sage, it said he's taken thousands of lives. Hearing that, Jai curiously looked up and asked, what kind of person is Count Sama? She seems to recall. Your face looks a bit terrifying. He has blood-red hair. Are you scared? Deep down, Jai was lost in thought. The 7th level Red Lotus Mage didn't care much for such things, but that power had taken thousands of lives with a single strike. He was curious about the kind of magic that could do such a thing. Their carriage rolled through the estate gates, and deep down he was determined to have a talk with him. The conversation with Marquis Lin Mun had been too brief, too fleeting. I wonder what it would be like to chat with the Count of Ass. She steps down from the carriage, gently lifting her skirt. Come, children, follow your mother calmly. I'll be right behind you. Yes. The butler was already waiting in front, bowing deeply with utmost respect. This must be the Countess of Welton. She looked at him and replied, yes, it's me. Surrounding us, people are coming and going. The butler suggests I lead them into the mansion. They're brought into an empty room illuminated by bright hanging lanterns. The butler informed them, "You can wait here until the ball. If anything comes up, call the butler." Then Xia looked around and praised, "The count is truly thoughtful." He also smiled and responded to her. "Yes." The butler opened another door, glancing in his direction. "Young master, please use this room." Judging by his actions, he seems to have a good impression. He's so kind having his own private space like parents at this age. I haven't even thought about that yet. C turned back and said, "Come back right after you finish packing." He nodded in agreement. "Yes." After a few minutes, the servants finished dressing and makeup for Sai, constantly praising them. "Your hair is so silky and smooth. Oh my god, you're truly beautiful." Over here I saw her and I couldn't help but marvel, making her a bit embarrassed. Wow. His eyes sparkled as he stared at her admiration in every glance. "Mom, you're truly beautiful." Next, she playfully teased again. "Hee, my son thinks I look stunning too, right?" Jai was excited. "Yes, I got your praise." He clasped his hands together and cheered. "This is so much fun." She ran over immediately, her face filled with longing as she looked at him. "Today, you're so handsome again, I just want to hold you." "Want to hold him?" The maid behind her warned Madam. "Please control yourself, you'll ruin your makeup." Hearing that she was stunned, tears welling up as she begged. "Just once, I just want to hold it once." But the determined maid, "No, you'll ruin that dress." He sighed in relief, thank God. Next, Sarah stepped out in her pink dress. The servant announced that the young lady was ready. Seeing the girl, Sai cheered loudly, "She's so adorable." The guy next to him blushed and praised her. "Oh Sarah, you're as cute as a doll." The girl reached up, cupped her face, and asked again, "Really, big brother?" He stepped closer, propping himself up on his hands, leaning down to look at her, and reassuring her, "She's incredibly adorable, but she's uncomfortable, isn't she? Hang in there a little longer." Sarah cried out, "Yes." The maid reminded him, "Young master, you should get ready too. We're leaving right away." Soon after, the three of them hurriedly prepared and headed toward the banquet hall. Inside the chaos of the wild party, Jai surveys the scene with a sharp eye. Is the noble dance hall always this luxurious? Sai and Sarah looked around. They're inside Simong's mansion at the banquet. I wonder why Mrs. Simong always makes such a scene. They sit down at a table. She confirms IPEP, and you'll be surprised when you see him. Over there, the young ladies and madams approach with friendly smiles. "Lady Welton, it's been a while, hasn't it? Oh my god, you're still as beautiful as ever. Just look at that dress, it's like it's waiting for the lady of the Welton family. This is a cotton cloak from our land. I made it for you so you can wear it during the winter." His mother responded with grace. "Thank you for your concern." Jai sat to the side, arms crossed, staring with boredom. They're just trying to win over the Welton family. I've seen this scene so many times before. Throughout the ages, things even history itself refuses to record. He thought of the fanatical cult members with their moon and cross symbols, fools trying to flatter the gods. Then Jemmy closed his eyes and turned away into the darkness. Disgusting. Luckily, my mom's good at dealing with people like that. Suddenly, the host on stage cleared his throat. Clearing his throat. "Did everyone hear me?" After that voice, everyone turned to look. The woman in the center of the stage announced to the distinguished guests attending the banquet hosted by the Shimong family. "It's my honor to welcome everyone. I'm Ron Benner, the one in charge of this land of Ragon." The whispers kept echoing all around. Ron smiled and announced that the ball would start early. "Everyone, please take your seats in the designated area and give a warm welcome to Count Dimong and his family. You will be entering right now." He reached out, pointing toward the other person. On this side, a figure with red hair and a cold-piercing gaze stepped forward. I saw him flinch and suddenly stand up. Count Lai Hithor muttered, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Jamie swallowed hard and stared intently, his face like a sleepy man greeting everyone at the ball. "I hope everyone feels comfortable here," Jai shouted inwardly, filled with excitement. A level 7 amidst the lively celebration, he stared intently at the stage, lost in thought. Nonsense. He must be somewhere on par with the Marquis Lin Mun, or maybe even a bit higher. Suddenly he stepped toward you, the Crimson Lotus Mage. Jemmy smiled excitedly, secretly thinking he exceeded all her expectations. This is getting interesting. Over here, Lady Tuk Lai, Hito, and her family bow respectfully to Sai, who's seated on the chair. It's been a long time since they last saw Lady Welton. You look even more beautiful than last year. She was startled and turned her head, then quickly stood up, lifted her skirt and bowed with a smile still on her face. Don't worry, I feel reassured, knowing both of them are safe. Then he looked around, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. So Count Welton isn't coming this time. She confirmed he's not, but he'll be here tonight. There are some urgent matters at our territory. With that, Duke Lahido glanced over at Jai. I understand now. And this is her son. He also looked up again. Yes, my son. Jamie Welton glanced over at his daughter and introduced her once more. and this is my daughter Sarah Welton. Say hello, everyone." They quickly stood up. Jamie bowed deeply in respect. "I am Jai Welton, the eldest of the Welton family." Next to Sarah, she lifts her skirt and laughs. "My descendant is Sarah, hello." Madame Simong blushed and praised him. "Oh, these children are truly adorable," she responded immediately. "Thank you. They are such clever children." She smiled softly. "Haha, it's obvious." Count Lai Hito glanced over at him. Count Lai Hito's gaze was filled with unhidden suspicion, yet he simply raised his head and smiled in return. He was scrutinizing every inch of his body, acting as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Jai's hand clenched into a fist, radiating energy. Seeing this, he smiled, then his excitement grew. "His name is Jay." He furrowed his brow, then smiled with unwavering resolve. "Yes," he squinted, looking at you with interest. "We'll meet again someday. And when we do, I won't hold back." "All right." Count Lihito turns and walks away. Jai's eyes are filled with cunning and excitement, sinking into thoughts as if expecting something from the Marquis of Shimong. "He's more than I ever imagined. I can't wait to have a conversation with him." In the banquet hall, Sai waves happily for everyone to enjoy themselves. Lady Sai Mong responds warmly, inviting everyone to relax, as An glances back and looks toward him. He muttered to himself while Jai watched his mother with curiosity, wondering when her father would arrive. She replied that he'd probably be late. Over here, the Lai Hito family sat down at the table, and then turned to his father and asked, "What do you think of Count Welton's son?" "Father," he wondered, "why do you care about that little brat who's only 10? Hearing that, his eyebrows furrowed, a calculating smile spreading across his face. "It may still be naive now, but someday he'll lead the Welton family. It's not wise to get close now, we're from the same generation." Count Lai Hithor's gaze is full of suspicion. "I remember hearing that lately he's been playing the leader with other noble children." He then looked up as if he was desperately seeking validation, but it was useless. Still, going along with it a little wouldn't hurt. He believed she was an innocent child. Hearing that, Anne's face lit up with excitement. What more could a father ask for? He told the staff to bring out the appetizers, and they responded with a respectful, "Yes, my lord." The entire table fell silent. Lady Simong placed her hand gently on her son's. She gave him instructions, but he just brushed it off, showing little concern. "Be friendly with them. Our two clans have been allies for a long time." But then suddenly they smiled so innocently. "Of course, mother. Don't worry." Seeing this, she smiled with satisfaction. Very good." Then he turned back to the workers, demanding an appetizer as well. His face darkened with rage, a scowl forming deep inside. "I'm sorry, mother." Amidst the crowd, Amp's gaze was fixed on Jai with no intention of forming any bond with that lowly creature. He imagined you kneeling on the ground, blood staining your body, trembling in pain. "I will make him kneel before me." Suddenly a hand grabs his shoulder, making him flinch in surprise. With that, Count Lai Hito bowed and whispered in his ear, "Not bad for my son." Anne's face flushed with determination as he looked back. "This time I'll make my father accept me." He smirked with pride while Lei Nong beside him cast a glance and smiled knowingly, as if he'd uncovered something truly intriguing. The party was still buzzing with chaos. Sai leaned on her hand, asking Han. Behind her, Sarah nervously hid behind her mother's skirt. "Have you made friends yet?" I've responded too. "Yes, mother." Then she turned and walked away. He waved goodbye from behind. After she left, his eyes grew sharp with cunning, lost in thought. "Sis, that goal of yours, I'll enjoy my private time with her, but I wonder if there's a quiet place nearby." Jai stood quietly in the grounds of the DH Manor, a serene garden of glass unfolding before him. He stepped forward, gazing into the tea table, inside a sigh, escaping his lips. "Oh." Then he approached the flower cage, marveling at the flowers surrounding the garden. It seems he has talents beyond magic, maybe even enough to nurture his abilities to this level. "I'm really looking forward to the conversation," but before I could even speak, someone interrupted from behind. "Who are you talking to?" His hand is on high alert, summoning the thunder god. Turning around, she raised her hand to throw it back, but the arrow shot out in an instant. Its sharp tip aimed directly at a young girl, her face pale with fear. Jemmy froze in shock, then stopped her attack, glaring fiercely in that direction. Seeing she was harmless, he lowered his hand and pulled back the arrow. Asal trembled, her face, drenched in sweat, as she let out a relieved breath, then suddenly burst into tears, shouting in anger. "How could you lose so badly? You look dissatisfied too. So why did you suddenly speak up behind my back like that?" The girl's face darkened as she gritted her teeth and glared at him, warning him treating a young woman that way is downright rude. He replied, "You should consider yourself lucky I didn't strike that girl down." Then she coldly demanded, "Who are you? Why are you behind me?" Seeing that Asalar also eagerly looked at him with confidence. "So you're curious about me. Should I tell you? Or keep it a secret? I really don't want to say a word because you just hurt this fragile soul of mine." Hearing that, Jai also frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "It's really frustrating. The fact that she completely concealed her presence behind me makes my skin crawl. And that tone of hers. I snapped. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Suddenly an arrow streaked through the air. It pierced the ground right beside Dai's foot. She looked on in panic, standing still as she watched the smoke billow from the gunshot wound. He explained, "That's air magic, a second-tier spell." Jai's face twitched with impatience as he pointed. "If your defensive magic isn't strong enough, it could pierce right through you. I'm sure a girl like you would be dead in an instant." Hearing that, Asalar also let out a heavy scream inside. "What's wrong with him? Are you serious?" Jai's hand snapped up again, clearly annoyed. "So you still won't answer?" The girl, terrified, ran off, screaming nonstop. No, I'll answer. Just wait a moment. Hurry up and threaten him, or I'll shoot." The more you delay, the more Asal gets flustered. "I am Asvalar." "Asvalar?" I ask again. Valor is from the Valor noble family. She closed her eyes, tightly trembling as she responded. "Yes, I am the eldest daughter of Count Vala, and I am a spirit mage." Jai kept asking rapidly. A spirit master explained her role. A spirit master is a term for a mage who can communicate with mystical spirits born from nature. There aren't many spirit masters on the continent, and simply existing is considered an extraordinary talent, and they can even earn the title of Baron. I was suspicious. But this girl, she's a spirit mage. Thinking this, Jai looked at her with suspicion, but she stared back at him with her wind spirit. We could approach from behind without making a sound. Even a spirit master can hide themselves while they're at their strongest. Seeing him stare at her intently, Valor felt a flicker of confusion. He thought to himself, surprised. Really, she looked only about his age, yet she was truly a spirit mage. Usually you'd start training to harmonize with nature around age 10. But this girl, she's a prodigy born with an innate gift for it. If she starts training seriously, she might even be able to communicate with the Spirit King. Seeing him stay silent, she impatiently pushes him, frustrated. Hey, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Who do you think you are, wielding such dangerous magic?" He hesitated, then smiled awkwardly. Deep down, I was pondering, thinking about how she might ask me questions after revealing her identity. It seemed she had a strong personality and didn't want to back down. Asal also furrowed his brow at his question. "That's right, besides you, who else could I be talking to here?" Jamie confidently smiles and introduces himself. "My name is James Welton, heir to the Welton family. Pleased to meet you, A.S. Valor." And another thing about the Valor family, upon hearing this, she also widened her eyes in surprise. They are loyal subordinates of the Earl Welton. Meanwhile, the leader of the child traffickers knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Opposite him, Hino looked down from above. "I left your band alone thinking it was too troublesome. I didn't care. But it turns out your band is actually working quite actively." He was in agony, tears streaming down his face, blood pouring from his mouth. Aino's voice was filled with deadly rage, "Yet you dared to run a human trafficking ring on my land." His foot lifted his chin, making him cough even more violently. Hino looked down, eyes filled with disgust, hands gripping his sword tightly. "Those are things you shouldn't do unless you're crazy or desperate to die." He stared coldly at the leader, his face darkening. "So you want to die, I'll make sure that happens." He trembled in fear, lifting his head and pleading, "Please don't kill me." Then he turned around and ordered his execution for tomorrow. The guards behind him watched his back, it was clear. With a determined look, he announced, "Get the carriage ready. We're leaving right now." The person behind confirms it clearly. "Yes, sir." The carriage sped away from the estate, dragging along the chained prisoners in its wake. High above on the branch, a cloaked figure gazes down. He clutches a shattered gem, muttering, "Plan failed. Time for Plan B." At the same moment, inside Jai's garden, he walks forward, Valor trailing behind his face, full of impatience, biting his lip. The girl behind him keeps following innocently. Finally, he loses patience and spins around, shouting, "Hey, what the hell are you doing, just tagging along like that?" He glared fiercely at her, but even if her father was my servant, it didn't matter to us. Hearing that, Asalar's eyes welled with tears as he bowed his head in shame, but I was furious enough with this fake, polite talk. Jai, losing patience, shouted, "I'm leaving, so don't even think about following me." Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist. He tried to pull his hand away in frustration, but the girl still clenched his wrist, pulling him back. He sighed in disbelief, his eyes cold and furious as he shouted, "Why do you keep bothering me?" Right after, Asvalar clenched his fists, mustering all his courage to shout, "This is the first time I've met someone my age, so I want to be friends with you." Hearing that, Jai froze in place, fear and rage boiling inside him. Oh damn. The two stand silently staring at each other, as the world falls into silence. He was just as confused, never expecting the reason to be this. Jai's face went pale, staring in stunned silence. "And this girl wants you to be her servant. It's understandable she'd ask for that." Then he closed his eyes, letting out a long, sorrowful sigh. Wow, making friends must be more important to a little girl. Over there, Asalar's eyes are welling up with tears as he looks at him. Jai screamed inwardly, but it wasn't his concern. Then he turned around looking annoyed and shouted, "Go find someone else, I don't need any friends." She stubbornly kept running behind, exhausted and trembling. Clenching her fists, she shouted in frustration. That's enough, don't push your luck. He ignored her, walking away on his own, cursing under his breath and flipping the table in his mind. She doesn't understand that friends and close bonds can make a person lose their reason. Suddenly, Jai stops gazing at the nearby building, wishing he had killed that feeling back in the water school. His face tightens with anger, lips pressed into a thin line. In his past life, he hadn't experienced such things. His expression darkens once more, cloaked in gloom. That damn kid. He reminds me of all the terrible things. Suddenly, a voice calling from behind startles him. Jamie Welton and his gang of thugs advanced toward him, their eyes burning with ruthless intent. He turned around and looked at them, noticing the blood-red hair. That must be the Count's son, the spoiled brat. He furrowed his brow and questioned him. What did he call you? Are you clueless? The brown mushroom on the side furrows its brow in utter contempt. Do you dare speak so disrespectfully in front of my fellow demons? The guy with the slicked-back hair pointed at him and shouted. Do you even know who he is? It's Anf. They all said in unison while his arrogant face lifted proudly, a smug smile spreading across his lips. The eldest son, heir to the Count family. And a total pain in the ass. Then he narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to cover their mouths, and gave a commanding smile. Be quiet. Immediately, the two men quickly shut their mouths in panic. Amph watched them struggle to speak, but no words came out, just confusion and panic. His face twisted in fear as he pointed at him and shouted, You just told them to shut up, didn't you? Meanwhile, over here, Jai kept snapping his fingers with an innocent smile, praising them. Did you know? Seems smarter than these monkeys, huh? Hearing that, he stepped back in anger. The other two were already collapsed on the ground. You arrogant bastard, don't you realize I'm older than you? Jai still calmly mocks with a sneer. Don't get caught up in the details. Get straight to the point before I do the same to you. Then he snapped his fingers, and Amph also looked over, startled and wary. The boy cleared his throat nervously, then awkwardly smiled and explained, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just wanted to have a little chat, but you're quite impressive, even able to silence your own voice. His face was cold, reminding him with a sharp edge. I don't want to hear your stupid flattery anymore. And who the hell do you think you're calling little brother? Get lost. Faced with his contempt, An was even more stunned. What do you mean? You don't know who I am. He explained more. Of course I knew. The Count's son, huh? He's forcing a smile, sweating nervously. I knew it. Almost made me lose my mind. Well, since you're the son of the Welton Count, how about we have a little chat? Over there those two lackeys are still screaming their heads off. And I explained to him, we only acted that way because you were being a bit rude. So don't get the wrong idea. I told myself quietly, chuckling, if I don't play it smart, they'll be riding on my head before I know it. Then he regained his composure, looking at him with a smug smile. Because you and I will be the pillars of the Eastern aristocracy in the future. Don't you think it's better to get to know each other from a young age? He listened calmly and finally understood. In the end, it all comes down to wanting me to be the junior, I'm ashamed of the person I used to be having to listen to such pathetic words. Right after he bluntly refused and explained, I don't want any part of this. I'm not interested in what you're doing and I don't even want to know what the hell you're up to. You're probably just trying to say that to cover your ass, huh? Now's your chance, go for it. Hearing that, Anne's embarrassment turned to anger, her face flushing as she shouted. You dare to refuse me, you little brat, you've really pissed me off. That half-hearted magic of yours, I'll crush it without mercy. Next, he raised his hand, summoning his staff with a smug grin on his face as he held the weapon sneering at him. And you'll have no choice but to obey me. He seemed surprisingly calm, then suddenly smirked with mockery. His cold, piercing gaze fixed sharply on him, voice dripping with menace. So you were planning to use force from the start, but on the other side, Amph wasn't afraid of guns, he just raised his staff and sneered arrogantly. Spot on, just like Mom always said. I tweaked my plan a bit because you used magic, but for now, let's keep doing what we do best. Hearing that, his face darkened with disdain. At such a young age, already two-faced like that, it's enough to make me sick. He's asking about both families again, probing. Do you really think the adults will let him get away with this? He watched as he warned him, whatever happens, it's all on you. He still swung his staff toward him, then grimaced. Don't worry about me, as long as I have this, no one will see us. In his hand, he held a large white gem, then he tossed it to the ground. Energy exploded outward, enveloping them in a blazing aura. He gazed at the formed barrier dome and marveled. Magic that creates a protective seal. Over there, he also sighed in awe, only a magic user could recognize this. His face full of arrogance, he shouted out, daring to challenge. You'll be begging for mercy soon enough. Then Anfli's gaze shifted to the other two. Hey, don't just stand there silent suddenly, they're actually talking. The people trapped inside the barrier, two of them gagged and furious, stand in front shouting. That guy's silence keeps us from speaking. Thought you were dead, huh? Want to see a naked chicken? You really aren't afraid of any of those bastards just because you come from the Welton family, are you? They emphasize their threat, while Jai just sees this as childish play and looks around. Hey, do you hear that? We're not going to let you go. He marvels. The barrier's pretty impressive. Then he turns to look at them, praising and admiring. This is interesting. Alf's face dark and furious. Interesting. You probably don't understand the situation, but today, your Welton family. Jemmy suddenly interrupted their chant, pain etched on her face as everyone froze in shock, absorbing the energy, pouring down from above, blood streaming from their noses in terror. He warned, don't break the barrier, or everyone will watch you suffer in agony. Jemmy's hand rose to his mouth, a calm, sinister smile spreading as dark magic radiated around him. Inside the barrier, those he struck lay collapsed on the ground, screaming in agony. They cried and trembled helpless. Save me, big brother, my head feels like it's going to explode. Over here, Anne is kneeling on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Oh, he's struggling desperately, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Whoa, whoa. His body trembled with rage, disbelief flooding his mind that he was so easily defeated by him. I swear I'll kill you, I won't forgive you. But what can I do? I'm too weak. That kid is a level 4 mage. His tears fall in panic, only now realizing it. And I was just starting middle school. But how? How could this possibly happen? He couldn't help but feel both suspicion and shock when thinking about Aino's swordsmanship talent. Wasn't he born into a noble knight family? How could he master magic like that? Coming from the Welton clan known only for swordsmanship, a helpless question flashes through his mind. Why does he lack such talent? Tears stream down his face as shame and fury consume him. He pressed his hands into the grass, then stood up and whispered, I won't let you get away. His eyes burned with fury, his body trembling as he screamed inwardly, That's right, I can't tolerate that talent. I'll tear it apart, make sure he never touches magic again. After being confronted, Anne's people, unwilling to accept it quietly, began searching for something. As they walked, one of them hesitated and asked nervously, Boss, are you really sure about this? Fighting the ancient spellcaster, isn't it a bit too much? This idea was immediately shot down by Anne. What's wrong with that? The hunger returns, and they follow the wrong path. Just as they're about to resume their journey, a voice echoes out, making everyone freeze in fear and turn around. As he turned his head, the three of them saw a familiar face. Seeing who had arrived, Anne couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why are you here, Renong? When asked that, Lenong chuckled, softly teasing. What do you mean? That sounds so heartbreaking. No more beating around the bush. He pulls out a shiny red badge. How could his brother sit still, seeing his own injury, seeing what was in his sibling's hand, and couldn't hide his horror? Where did you find something so dangerous? Lenong chuckled softly, refusing to answer and changed the subject. Is that really so important? Just teach that brat from Wellen a lesson. Here, take this. After a moment of silence and reflection, and quickly accepted the badge. It doesn't matter where you got that from. The only thing that matters is completely destroying that brat. That evening it all unfolded at Count Leader's estate. As he stepped out of his car, the Count immediately reached out his hand in greeting. It's been a long time, Count Welton. Since they've been so friendly, Aino responded with a bright, genuine smile. Oh my god, I never expected the Count to come see me in person. Is the sun rising in the west tomorrow? Aino then shook hands with Lai Hito, showing friendliness. Are you doing well? Not bad. Let's head inside. Sitting in the office, the two began to ask a few questions. The party was a success as always. After the introduction, Count Lai Hito got straight to the point. I've already met his son. Seeing how straightforward he was, Aino couldn't hide his curiosity, and asked, Really? What do you think about it? Seeing that look of excitement, the person across just chuckled and didn't say a word. Seeing how quickly he responded, everyone could tell he was with his children. Smiling brightly, he replied, They're my reason for living. This cheerful display left Count Lai Hito at a loss for words. I'm so jealous that you can feel that way. Hearing those words, he sensed something was off. Are you still the same lately? When asked that, he glanced away, avoiding the question, too afraid to answer. After a moment of silence, Count Lai Hito changed the subject. Meanwhile, his son truly is remarkable. No, it was more than that. I was completely stunned. Seeing the person across from me avoiding the issue, Aino felt a flicker of worry. After a moment of observation, he had to admit he was just stalling. Despite his displeasure, Aino kept a bright smile and asked, Does my son look talented in your eyes? Count Lai Hithor, noticing he wouldn't press further, smirked and replied, Talent, huh? That's a pretty mild way to put it. Hold on a second, he's not afraid to voice his mind. That kid is the best from everything I've seen. No, perhaps never before has there been a person as talented as that boy. Hearing these words of praise, Aino smiled with pride. Count Remo said the same. The moment that name was spoken, the Count's eyes sharpened. The Earl met Gia, realizing he was probing him. Eno nervously clasped his hands and honestly replied, I knew Jemmy's talent even when he was young, but I never imagined it was this great, so I sought out the Earl. Whenever this topic comes up, he can't hide his frustration, because someone with such incredible magical talent became a mage, but deep down he knows it could benefit not just himself, but the entire world. Contrary to Count Aino, Lighter was utterly exhilarated. It must be incredible for that kid to have a teacher like him. Seeing that Arino dropped a shocking piece of news, but the Marquis refused. Lai Hito, the Count, was quite pleased with the response, yet he pretended to regret it with a sympathetic look. After all, it's understandable. That child is a genius, unlike any other, destined to awaken on their own and push themselves to become a legend, like a 9th-tier mage, for example. Dong lingered for a moment before Count Lai Hithor boldly revealed his ambitions. I was so jealous that the boy had a higher talent than me, but at the same time I wanted to see just how far the power of a supreme mage could reach. This look almost made me jump out of my seat. The Count saw how overwhelmed he was, and he calmly explained, humans are too fragile. We've built great civilizations, but that's only from our perspective. Compared to the High Elf, Dragon Clan, human magic is incredibly weak. After a long moment, Count Lai Hithor pointed straight at Ano and said bluntly, thanks to warriors like you, humans can still live freely. He paused, then posed a question that made everyone think deeply. What if a 9th-tier mage was born? Seeing that serious expression, Arino swallowed hard. Count Lai Hito boldly declared, even dragons, the masters of magic, wouldn't underestimate that young count. Stop pretending to be crazy, he said honestly. I too yearn for humanity, to become the rulers of the world. Hearing those words, Arino simply called it arrogance. But Count Lai Hito paid no mind to his remark. Arrogance doesn't matter, I know that too. The history that's been forgotten and erased. This phrase is presented. Ano falls silent, lost in thought. A history long forgotten. A secret only a handful across the continent know. About 1,000,000 years ago, history vanished due to a certain catastrophe. Thinking about it, he can't stop worrying. Because these supreme beings refused to share their secrets with humans, Count Simong devised a plan to gain power that would keep him from being controlled by them, to prevent the disappearance of human civilization and the repetition of history for reasons unknown. After a moment of silence, Count Lai Hithor subtly reminded him, go get some rest. It's getting pretty late. Ano didn't want to stay any longer. The Count needed rest too. See you again tomorrow. Leaving his office, he headed to his son's room, wondering was his son truly talented enough to be worth the wait. Seeing the boy peacefully asleep in bed, Hino thought to himself, he's got incredible talent, his parents must be proud. But as Jai watched, he simply saw a sweet, beloved little boy, nothing more. Hino clenched his fists, determination burning in his heart. Jai and his family will do everything they can, so all I need to do is just be normal. A new day has dawned. Jai sat in the banquet hall, leaning back, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. I wonder what happened last night to make Dad so troubled. I can't control my mind just because I'm curious. Well, I guess I couldn't do much about it now. Just as I was lost in thought, AS suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shouting Jai. Seeing who appeared, Jai couldn't hide his annoyance. I thought we finished this conversation yesterday. I have nothing to do with you. Despite your hatred, I remain cheerful, but I do care. With that, the girl turned around and shouted, Sis, listen to this. Jai, frowning, immediately tried to find a way to escape. What? He even brought more people along. With that in mind, he quickly got up and made a run for it. I'm leaving now. I have no intention of getting involved with any of you. Seeing Jai try to slip away, I shouted loudly to stop him. Where do you think you're going? At least you should introduce yourself, our families are quite close. Just then, a gentle voice softly spoke. Oh, that's pretty rude. From afar, the eldest daughter of the Valka family approaches, worry etched on her face as she looks at her sibling. I should use respectful language. How could I say such a thing to the Count's son? Seeing who just arrived, Jai's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Az was acting cute with his sister, but Jai told him to just speak freely. When his gaze met Rebecca's, he stood there like a statue, completely ignoring Az's teasing behind him. Why are you laughing? What's going on? Did you fall for my sister? Well, I gotta say, she's incredibly beautiful. The more he looked at Jamie, the harder it was to believe his eyes. Why are you here? Remember this name, and suddenly all the memories come flooding back. The woman I loved my whole life sacrificed to the gods for her sake. That's why Diablo Vant became a cold, emotionless monster. Returning to the present, Jai suddenly feels a deep sense of existential doubt. But unexpectedly, you appeared before me, looking even younger. Just as everything was about to fall apart, another person showed up and shattered the scene. That sinister look on your face, clutching some strange object in your hand. I've got you now. Jam Welton clenched that sphere tightly. He silently declared, you're dead for sure. Seeing the face of the newcomer, Jai's eyes froze in shock, rooted to the spot. The strange name that slipped out made Rebecca standing there momentarily lose her composure. Yes, sir. As the tension between them grew strange, Thawne stood in the middle, completely clueless. What the hell, did that damn love of hers really knock you flat on your face? As they gazed at each other with pure, burning intensity, and suddenly appeared a wicked smile spreading across his face. There you are. Thinking of the bright future ahead, his eyes flickered with pure hatred. from this moment on with every ounce of his strength and summoned a colossal flame, and then he declared, "You will have to call me master." Everything happened so fast that Jamie and Rebecca froze, unable to keep up. By the time they regained their composure, the terrifying scene before them drove Rebecca to run forward in fear. Just a few steps away, a familiar voice rang out with a commanding order, "Don't get involved." And then the flames that had been raging moments before were snuffed out, leaving An in stunned silence. No way. The more he recalls about the items he's used, the harder he struggles to accept the truth. The Phoenix Feather is a 6th-tier fire magic, created by my father, something no reckless kid can block. While Ant was still stunned, Rebecca rushed over and held her sister tightly, relief washing over her. Remembering those details, and began to question the very meaning of life. How could this be? At the same time, Jemmy stared at his opponent with a cold, emotionless gaze, unable to accept what he had just done. He reached out, unleashing all his power, "Kill him." Before he could even react, a hand reached out and blocked Jai's view. Jamie, enough. Feeling that familiar presence, he froze in shock. "Dad." Seeing Jai calm down just a little, he softly reassures him, "It's me, you're safe now." Hearing these words of comfort, he says nothing more, his eyes gradually growing dim. Hino saw that, and looked at the two sisters still holding each other in front, reaffirming once more everyone's safe. It wasn't until this moment that Jai finally closed her eyes, completely at peace. Aino then embraced his child, facing Count Lai Hyder directly. He then stared in horror at his son lying peacefully in his arms. Jai truly had. At first I thought I was mistaken. As I thought this, Aino recalled the scene he saw when he first entered the banquet hall. As he stepped into the banquet hall, what immediately caught his eye was Anf, half of his body engulfed in a surge of power. But there was no mistaking it, this was real. If I hadn't stopped that kid in time, he would have definitely gotten hurt. Not only was I shocked, but Lee Hyder had the same reaction. It's horrifying. He's starting to remember what happened and piece it all together. Maybe it's because her power is weak, not even half of mine. But if that weapon gets activated, everyone here will be reduced to ash in an instant. But upon closer inspection, Lee Hito couldn't hide the sinister smile on his face, yet it only took a second to notice. Level 9, truly terrifying. That child really has the power to finally fulfill the long-held dream he's cherished for so long. Lost in thought, a panicked voice suddenly echoes, "I love you." Lady Simong suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding Anne in her arms, glaring straight at the Welton family, yelling, "That brat tried to kill my son. How can you just stand there like an idiot?" Turdung was scolded like that and Xia couldn't take it anymore. She exposed the truth. "You should be honest. The one trying to attack someone else is right there." Afraid he'd argue back, she pointed to the broken badge in the distance, recounting everything that happened. "You were the one who provoked first and used that weapon to attack Ji." Xia then stepped forward and asked Lady Shimong a question that made her freeze in shock. "Isn't that right?" Lady Xmong couldn't argue back. Lady Xmong pulled out a familiar essay about still being young. Faced with this reasoning, Xia's face darkened and his voice grew even more serious. "You're still young, keep going." I didn't hear her muttering anything. She just snapped in frustration. "Didn't I tell you to keep going with what you were saying?" Lady Simong saw things were getting out of control, so Heno rushed up to calm his wife. "That's enough me," but Sai refused to give up and boldly declared, "Let me make it clear what your precious son has done." These words made Lady Simong face the judgmental stares of everyone in the room. Someone help, she couldn't accept this. She sought aid from the Duke she loved. As she finished, a glimmer of joy couldn't be hidden from Lady Simong's face. That's right, he might be a bit cold, but he'll still stand by his son. However, the Count's words afterward hit like a cold splash of water. It seems our son's rudeness on such a fine day was a bit much. Hearing these words, the Lady Simong was so terrified she couldn't believe her ears. But it didn't stop there. Count Lai Hithor even took responsibility for himself. "I sincerely apologize, Lady Welton." The moment I said that, the entire hall fell silent. After weighing it all out, Sai decided not to pursue blame anymore. Surprisingly, I couldn't stay angry when he apologized like that. "Thank you for that sincere apology. Now I'll take my leave." Seeing that she's no longer angry, he turns to suggest to Hino, "All right, you should go inside and rest." Welton Hino didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "All right then." After leading his wife and children away, Count Leader loudly apologized for ruining the celebration. "I hope you all go home and rest well." And with that, the celebration ends here. Everyone quickly turned and left at the sound of that. Once they were gone, Lady Simong trembled as she looked at her husband. "My love, how could you do this? The more I think about it, the more I can't accept it." I scream out loud, "He's our son." Lady Simong no longer cared about anything, and used all her strength to scream. Our son had to endure in the grip of that little brat, leaving her no time to utter another word. Count Lai Hithor snapped, "Shut your mouth." Successfully silencing his wife, he demanded, "There are plenty of eyes watching right now. First, go back where you came from." This command leaves Lady Simong stunned. After everyone left, he stormed into Lai Hito's office and yelled, "How could you treat him like that? He's our son. Even if the boy was wrong first, I have to stand by him. I don't care what my wife says." He asked Amph, who's kneeling on the floor, "If you're trying to catch my attention, huh?" The Count Lai Hito snapped impatiently when the boy didn't say a word. "Hold on a moment," he kept scolding me some more. Little did I know my actions had humiliated me in front of the nobles' officials and the entire kingdom. Under that pressure, and trembled in fear. "I'm scared, I'm so scared." He trembled for a moment, then looked up at his father. I just wanted his attention. And trembled for a long time before finally speaking. "That Peng guy is so rude I didn't understand a thing." Seeing him finally speak, Count Lai Hito asked, "Who in this world gave you the phoenix feather?" Stammering under the pressure and couldn't find the words to answer. Seeing you're still hesitating, he gritted his teeth and asked again. "I don't want to say it a third time. I'm asking you one last time, who gave it to you?" Faced with too many questions, and forced herself to suppress her fear and utter a name. "Renong. Is Renong giving it to you?" After a moment, a familiar figure appears at the door. "Who called for my child?" "Father." Then he went inside, annoyed, and muttered as he saw Anne kneeling in fear on one side. "Pathetic. I've offered him food right to his mouth and he still can't eat. Truly hopeless. I can't believe he's my brother." After watching for a moment, a wicked plan forms in his mind. "Now I just have to play innocent." "Well, are you the one summoning me? No beating around the bush." The Count directly asked if you gave the phoenix wing to his brother, and surprisingly he admitted it without hesitation. "Yes, that's correct." Seeing him honestly admit it, the old man asked, "Why did you give him something so dangerous?" Faced with that question, Len Nong expressed his concern, replying, "There's a kid bullying him as his little brother. I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I didn't want him to suffer alone." However, Count Lai Hito immediately exposed the hidden meaning behind his words, leaving him stunned in place. His only goal was to manipulate his brother, and now his true intentions were laid bare. Fear overtook him. "Why did you hit him again?" Seeing his trembling, terrified face, Anne was stunned. He finally understood. Count Lai Hito, tired of waiting, finally spoke plainly. Both of them understood what he meant, but honestly, he wasn't interested in either of them. "Hold on a second," he speaks up, asking a question. "Do you know why?" Before Anne and Lenong could even respond, Count Lai Hito spoke plainly. "Even though you're both my blood, you're not as talented as I expected. But that doesn't mean I don't know what you're thinking." It seemed like everything was over, but he plunged a few more knives into the hearts of the children. "If you want my attention, instead of wasting time on childish games, prove you're worthy of my bloodline." Everything that needed to be said has already been conveyed. Count Lai Hithor finished his last instructions, and then took his leave. "I won't interfere with what you two do anymore, but you're responsible for cleaning up the mess you've made." Stop for a moment. He ordered his children to apologize to Jamie Welton at sunrise, and until he forgave them. After speaking, Count Lai Hithor simply walked away, leaving his two bewildered children behind. And when he finally managed to calm himself, he couldn't hide his irritation. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. "I kept thinking you begged Lenong for help." "Lenong, are you planning to go apologize to him?" Faced with that question, Lenong just froze silent. This strange state. What's going on? Did he get scolded so badly he can't even speak? Why isn't she speaking? Ignoring her brother's words, he only remembered what Count Lai Hito had said, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "Show me you're worthy of my bloodline. I will prove it to you. I will show Dad your true worth." At that moment, Si stood anxiously by the bed, watching her son sleep peacefully. Seeing Jai so soundly asleep, her heart ached even more. Jai recalls what she has seen, and Sai can't help but be confused, hoping that Jamie's desire to end Amph is real. What could have driven a 9-year-old kid to think like that? "I thought it was just an ordinary fight." Anston Nan held up the orb, and suddenly a blazing fire erupted in her mind. Has the creation technique been activated properly? Recalling that moment, Xia clenched his fists in anger. "I can't forgive him. Even though Count Simong apologized, I need a sincere apology, even if it means going back to my family." As she was lost in her thoughts, Jai's whimpering voice made Si look at the boy wrapped in blankets. Suddenly she felt confused, her mind racing back to that moment. What was I thinking? At that moment, Aino appeared softly, checking on his wife. "Are you okay? Did you recognize who came?" Sai was surprised, then immediately avoided answering that question. After a moment of thought, she snuggled into her husband's arms and asked him back, "How could I be okay?" Even though Sai said that he's perceptive enough to sense if you want him to do something, he'll grant every wish you have. Seeing her husband's eagerness, Sai forced a smile. He had stopped her before those words could come out. Arino explained the reason behind his actions. "I'm worried I'll ruin my mood." Aino has explained so much so, I guess I have to be honest about what I really think. The Marquis politely apologized, saying she didn't want to split the northern nobility into two factions over this. Thinking of something, she grew pleased. Moreover, that kid was beaten to a pulp. Hearing this, Aino could only force a smile and go along. Eating that kid made him so terrified. With a faint smile sigh, said, "You're safe now." After saying that, they looked at the pile of blankets on the bed and wondered, "Should we go outside? I won't relax if we're both here. Let's do it." As the last two leave, Jai stirs. After a moment, he peeks out from under the blanket, haunted by his parents' words. I understand the worries of parents. I couldn't control myself back then. But after a moment of hesitation, Jai quickly got up, thinking of something, closing his eyes and groaning. It seems she's been reborn too. This idea just appeared, forcing Jai into deep thought. It's no surprise I also reincarnated 100 years ago. Her rebirth was unavoidable, but she didn't realize it. She has no memory of her past life. Even if I'm not satisfied with this, I have to hypnotize myself. It's okay, I'm the exception after all. Even so, thinking that Dean was reborn in the same era as me, was this a cruel joke of fate or someone's plan? That thought sparked countless questions in Jai's mind. If this was the plan of the 12 gods, then while he was lost in thought, Black suddenly appeared and slammed into his face. Hearing what Black conveyed, Jamie accepted the truth. If they found out he was reborn, they wouldn't leave him alone. What am I even thinking, damn it? After a moment of panic, he finally calms down his mood, sinking along with it. Recalling the girl from yesterday, the image of the girl he loved lying in a pool of blood flashes vividly in Jamie's mind. As he remembers that scene, pain overtakes him. He can't hide the heartbreak. After a moment of deep thought, Jai finally calmed himself and made a decision. First, he needed to see her again. And so the wheel of fate begins to turn. In another corner, a mysterious cloaked man is fastening something onto his lover. The world of mages has changed again. The thing that man tied to his mistress's leg was a notice. Jamie Welton, the eldest son of the Welton family. He's 9 years old, probably a level 4 mage. An insanely gifted magic prodigy has appeared. Once everything was ready, he let his harem girls fly away. After a day of chaos the next morning, Jai took some time to wander through the forest. He walks to the edge of the stream, soaking in the cool breeze. Just then, Break sits on Jemmy's shoulder, chirping happily, showing his delight. Seeing this reaction, he calmly asked again, "Can you sense the fresh air?" When questioned like that, it snapped in annoyance. "At this point, I won't tease you anymore." "Fine, okay. No more teasing, Break." Jai is savoring every moment of this scene. It's so pure and peaceful. Probably because everyone's left yesterday was the last day. Black on his shoulder, he strongly agrees with that idea. After wandering around for a long time, he finally decides to turn and leave. "I have to see her before I leave." Just a few steps in, Jai sensed a strange surge of energy and had to stop in her tracks. Feeling something's off, he quickly turns around, searching for the source of that sound. What is that noise? Seeing nothing on one side, Jai turned to the other, glancing and guessing. He looked around, searching in every direction, but found nothing. Then he clasped his hands together, channeling his own power. I couldn't see myself releasing the demon, but I felt a stream of blue energy weaving everywhere, moving so fast. Jemmy quickly traced its source and chased after it. After running breathlessly for a while, he finally spotted a familiar figure playing with a water spirit. All of Jemmy's attention then shifted to the water spirit. After playing around for a bit, suddenly the water spirit noticed him and froze in shock. Rebecca found this strange state confusing. She quickly turned around and immediately saw the familiar figure of Jai. Seeing who had arrived, she quickly stood up and bowed politely. "Young Marquis Welton, are you all right?" Suddenly seeing her act so polite, Jai was a bit surprised. "I'm fine." After the awkward greetings, he couldn't hide his panic, but seeing his face like that, Rebecca just chuckled softly. She then introduced herself once more, saying, "I'm Rebecca," and to everyone's surprise, Rebecca was actually a water elemental mage. Hearing that name, Jai fell silent, carefully studying the person in front of him. After a long moment, he couldn't hide his pain, wondering, why are both of you water elemental masters? This question leaves Rebecca completely puzzled. Just then, a familiar voice echoes in Jamie's mind. "Diablo, don't forget me." While you were lost in confusion, I was the one who spoke up. The little Duke Welton suddenly found himself singled out, jolted awake. After a moment, Rebecca hesitantly asked, "Why do you look so sad?" Jemmy still didn't answer, haunted by those words from before. "Don't forget me, Diablo was a promise from a past life." Rebecca saw Jamie standing there frozen in place and couldn't help but feel confused. Why does he look like he's heading to a wedding? When questioned like that, he remained silent, speechless. Still no response. Rebecca pursed her lips and guessed, maybe he's still in shock from yesterday. Thinking of this, she gently moved closer to him. What seemed like a simple comfort from Rebecca wasn't. She pulled Jemmy into her arms and gently patted his back softly, saying, "Everything will be okay." Turdung was embraced once more, falling into a dazed silence. This feeling is just a remnant of the past. Lost in thought for a moment, Jay decides to savor this peaceful moment, and maybe just a little longer. After a moment of calm, the two finally sat down to talk. "Are you feeling better now?" "All right, thank you, ma'am." Hearing his response, Rebecca smiled, brightly filled with satisfaction. "My father used to say that hardships will pass quickly if you share your burdens with others." Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his curiosity. From the Bali noble family. Seeing your puzzled look, Rebecca smiled brightly and confidently. Exactly. Then she thought of something and her excitement couldn't be hidden. Not being able to talk with you yesterday made me so sad, so I'm glad we have some time alone today. Hearing that excitement, Jai chuckled softly in response. It just so happens I share that same thought. Rebecca's smile grew even brighter at those words. Really, before that question he responded with a sneer full of sarcasm. That's right. Watching the person speaking to him carefully, Jai accepts the truth. She's someone else, maybe that's for the best. I let myself go with the flow, then suddenly I ask a question I've been wondering about for so long. I heard that the Bali family has a tradition of forging contracts with the wind element. Isn't that right? Rebecca hesitated slightly at the question but had to admit, yeah, I wanted to make a contract with the wind element too, but it didn't work out. Hold on a moment. She begins recounting what happened. The elemental spirits came to visit me because I had a strong connection with them, but they refused to forge a contract and left after that encounter. Just when it seemed everything had ended, an event left Rebecca confused and overwhelmed. Then one day, a water goddess appeared, claiming it was your destiny that you had to forge a pact with them. Even after everything that happened, she still couldn't help but feel awkward recalling it. It was such an important decision, and she should have discussed it with her father first, but instead she accidentally made a pact right then and there. Hearing this story, Jai couldn't help but think of something. Oh, the Elemental King probably knows. Thinking about this, he recalled some information he knew about the Elemental King's contract. A pact made with the Elemental King is unlike any other. It's a soul-bound contract that stakes the lives of both parties. Remembering those details, Jemmy guessed that the moment Duen's soul was reborn as Rebecca the Elemental King must have noticed. Breaking free from his thoughts, he asked, I understand now. Did Lord Tutuk scold you about that? Faced with the question, she answered honestly. He's not angry, but he seems a bit disappointed. I feel the same way. Seeing Rebecca hesitate and waver before him, Jemmy spoke with conviction. But what he sensed was something truly extraordinary. This statement surprised her, but he didn't stop there, and continued. An element approaching someone and proposing a contract. I've never heard of anything like that happening before. Dong paused for a moment, then Jai smiled warmly to reassure him. It's a pity it wasn't the element she wanted, but she had been chosen by the true water element. Trust yourself. These words left Rebecca stunned, speechless. After a moment of silence, she calmed down, then smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude. Thanks. Right after those words, Jamie quickly stood up and waved at Rebecca. Thank you, miss. I have to leave today. Before she could even recover from his words, he was already running off saying goodbye. As Jai's figure slowly disappeared into the distance, Rebecca felt a strange sense of regret. She wanted to say so much more. This thought just crossed my mind, and I couldn't help but feel embarrassed, lowering my head in shame. Why do I feel this way? At that very moment, Jai suddenly remembered something. Break didn't quite understand what was being said. Maybe I've been too formal. Kids usually don't talk like that, right? But since Rebecca seems more mature, it's hard to talk to her like she's a child. Seeing her keep crying nonstop, he snapped in frustration, shouting loudly, leaving Break completely confused. Why do you keep arguing? Jamie left the garden hands in his pockets, wandering around the estate. Suddenly a loud voice echoes out calling his name. Jai Welton is unexpectedly summoned. Jai quickly turned around, only to see two familiar red heads standing right behind him. Seeing those two heads, Jai's face twisted in annoyance. What's going on? Seeing this attitude, and felt a bit embarrassed. After a long pause, he finally mustered the courage to shout, I'm sorry. This remorseful attitude left Jai feeling utterly bewildered. Why now? But after thinking it through for a moment, he quickly understood everything. Countess, you're making them apologize, huh? Exposed and embarrassed, Amph can't say a word. Enough teasing, Amph. Jai then shifted his attention to Lei Nong standing beside him. I understand. But what's this name doing here? Faced with that question, he forced a shy smile and said, he's my older brother. I don't care about all that extra stuff. Then he asked directly, why are you bringing him along? Don't say you're going alone to apologize, that's just too lonely. Facing his teasing, Lenong quickly spoke up, dropping a shocking piece of news. I was the one who delivered the treasure to your brother. That revelation ignited a blazing fury in Jai's heart. Once he could process all that information, he snapped with anger and demanded, so you two brothers teamed up to hurt me. What's your name? Seeing his attitude, Bok panicked and desperately tried to calm himself. Ignoring the aggressive, almost predatory look in his eyes, Lenong smiled brightly and introduced himself. Lenong is the best. The moment that name was spoken, Jai's eyes lit up. In an instant, he could see the streams of power swirling around Lenong. He's quite talented, way above Anne in skill. He also seems pretty cunning. Thinking of this, Jai stepped closer, scrutinizing him more carefully. The Count scoffed, not even a child like this could satisfy him. Seeing him suddenly approach his brother, he couldn't help but feel confused. Yet he still acted like he didn't notice that intense gaze, forcing a fake, awkward smile. Well, luckily nothing bad happened. You've apologized now, right? Can we go? This statement pushed Jai over the edge once again. Does this little brat think he's got a brain of stone? At that moment he suddenly remembered what happened that evening. He wasn't even there in the chaos that night. Before losing consciousness, Jai saw Lord Len standing far away, looking down on him with contempt. That guy must think anyone other than his own father is utterly worthless in his eyes. Seeing that smile, I was filled with rage. If I let this go, he'll only cause more trouble, way worse than before. Thinking quickly, Jai immediately dismisses the mockery, causing the other to blow up in anger. Looks like your path to the throne is going to be a tough one. Is that right? What the hell are you even talking about? Long with that reaction, Jai turned to mock Lei Nong, making him flinch in surprise. Isn't that right, Lei Nong? This reaction only makes me more curious, so I step closer to Lenong, but it's none of my business. Jemmy presses his face right against his shoulder, threatening him. If you truly are the one behind that crime, you deserve the punishment. Seeing no reaction from him, he softly asks, never forgetting to show a hint of his power. Could May have thought that? This question finally sparked a slight reaction. What did you say? Just then Jai disappeared and he was thrown into a pitch-black void. It's too dark. Where am I? My body temperature is dropping. I feel like I'm about to die. Just a few moments of that feeling and Lenong finally collapsed. And right at that moment, a massive eye appeared, accompanied by Ji's threatening voice. This is your last chance. Right after those words, Lenong returned to his familiar mansion, still trembling with shock. Cowering on the ground, his eyes filled with pure terror. I'm free. Am I? No, maybe it's all just an illusion. I can't be sure. But thinking about all this, Lenong couldn't take it anymore. He clutched his head and screamed, causing a nearby to wonder what was wrong. Lenong didn't care about his brother. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. After a moment of regaining his composure, Le cautiously lifts his head to look at Jai. The only thing he knows is that this is his last chance. He has to kneel now. Without hesitation, he stammers out, sorry. After that apology, Jai finally made it back to his beloved home. Watching the workers move his belongings, he let out a relieved breath. Finally home. Just thinking about certain things, and suddenly he's overwhelmed with discomfort. I'm so exhausted, damn it. I just want to be lost in my mom's kisses and stay home. This thought just appeared, and Jai quickly shook his head, banishing it from his mind. No, wait, what the hell am I even thinking? Seeing Count Lai Hitho's confused expression as he slowly approached from behind it, looks like your mood isn't too bad. Jai quickly turned to face him head-on. After a brief pause, Jai quickly forced a bright smile and spoke cheerfully to the person in front of her. Of course, she was so happy, finally heading home to rest. Hearing those words, the Count Lai, he chuckled softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. It's a shame I never had the chance to speak with you. Despite his disdain for those words, he forced a bright, friendly smile and responded warmly. I was a bit disappointed too, honestly. I was really looking forward to that conversation. Finally, he quickly offered that you could stay longer if you wanted. Without hesitation, Jai crossed two fingers and flatly refused. No, I just feel an even stronger urge to go home and rest. I'm completely exhausted, so I won't let this conversation go on any longer. He smiled brightly and asked, as for the reason, well, I believe you already know, Your Excellency. Surprised by the question, Count Lai Hithor froze for a moment, then forced a nervous smile. That's right, let's not talk about this anymore. Count Lai Hito looked up at the mansion ahead and said, a reckless kid like you, the magical world has already started watching you. Jai looked up at the building and responded loudly, yeah, I guess that's how it is. His indifferent attitude made the Count a bit uncomfortable, but he remained calm as he inquired. It seems like she already knows who she is, huh? Before he could ask, Jai confidently smiled and answered with certainty. Of course. They then started walking around chatting as they went. It seems his friend's name is Renong. She's already given him the punishment he deserved. Hearing this, Count Lai Hitho was thoroughly satisfied. I've been waiting for this. It looks like it's changed since yesterday. Jamie felt a flicker of confusion at this satisfied look. Aren't you angry that I punished your sons? His panicked attitude left Count Bao's mind full of questions, but he simply looked on as if it were obvious these fools only got what they deserved for their actions. Why should I be angry? This indifference has shaken the worldview of Demi, making it impossible to trust the person right in front of me. Damn, now I finally understand why those two spoiled boys are such a mess. However, those comments only lingered in his mind, as he turned to genuinely observe the Count. And it seemed Renong had quite a talent for magic. It's better to help him improve. Hearing those comments, he looked a bit confused. After a moment of reflection, he harshly declared, no, I know its talent better than anyone. It has no talent at all. These comments made Jai furious, her voice trembling as she analyzed every detail with precision. What's the worst that could happen if she just tried a little? So why not give it a shot and let him try? He could match your strength if he trains hard enough. He couldn't showcase his talent because those around him suppressed him. He just couldn't take it anymore. He pointed directly at the Count Lai Ho and scolded him. "It's all your fault." The Count suddenly got scolded and he was a bit taken aback. Damn. Seeing my older brother's confused and clueless look only made me angrier, and I didn't hold back my words. "I'm saying those two spoiled sons of yours have become so raggedy because you've ignored them thinking they lack talent." Count Lai Hito was scolded nonstop, spraying glue, unable to say a word. Before he could even respond, Jai gave a brutally honest assessment. Amph was pretty average, but Renong had incredible hidden talent. After being scolded nonstop, Count Lai Hit's trust finally began to waver. Did I misjudge him? After all I see in the end, he finally had an awakening. Jai nodded, happily satisfied. But hearing those words, he was left confused and uncertain. He said his son has talent, but as an 8th level mage, I couldn't see it yet. This child recognized it. Thinking of that, Count Lai Hita was more amazed than ever before. It's almost like a great wizard is standing right in front of him. It seemed like everything would end there. Then Jai chuckled, softly hinting, "And who knows what if, just what if, your excellency could break through all thanks to your son's help." These words made his eyes widen in shock. "What about you?" "There's no time to say anything else, Jai. It's time to leave. Your parents called you quickly, telling you to turn back before leaving and to forget everything I say, all right. It's just childish talk. I'm leaving now." With that, Jai quickly ran off. Watching the Count Lai Hito's figure disappear, she was initially a bit surprised, but eventually calmed down. I didn't want to look anymore, and he turned his head just as I expected. What a shame. That night, Jamie and Brake wore cloaks that looked suspiciously ominous. Suddenly, out of the silence, Brake let out a few strange sounds. At that moment, the grass near him rustled slightly. Seeing this, Jai couldn't hold back and shouted, "Hurry up, you guys, check it out." "Why are you so slow?" Hearing this, two figures suddenly leap up from the bushes. They then approached Jamie and took responsibility willingly. "It's our fault for being late." A was wandering around aimlessly. He was exposed, stumbling over his words. "Sorry." Seeing this, Jai helplessly let out a breath. "Forget it. Now tell me what you've uncovered." Now that they're no longer being pursued, they're full of excitement. "Got it." Sir Philip is the one speaking now, revealing what he's managed to uncover. The Celestial Peak Church has been doing good all over Hit, without accepting a single penny. He paused for a moment, then added a few more words. By providing food for the starving and shelter for the homeless, they've naturally gained a lot of goodwill. Recently, they've even started running an orphanage. Hearing those words, Jai furrowed his brow, his face turning dark as night. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, probing cautiously. "When did they start acting?" Philip was suddenly asked, and he thought for a moment before answering. "Probably right after River's fall. But to understand this, we have to go back 2 months. Lord Welton completely wiped out the River Crime Syndicate, and the Celestial Peak Church began its mission of spreading the faith. Soon after they visited, the poor helped them and shared God's message. At first, the villagers paid little attention. However, through relentless acts of kindness and mercy, the people of the territory gradually became dependent on the church, and little by little, they turned into devoted followers of the faith. As a result, the position of the Celestial Church in Hit has risen to an unbelievable level. Returning to the present, Philip reveals the most crucial information. Currently, the Celestial Church is worshipped as the most benevolent and revered church in his. Hearing this, Jai couldn't hide his shock. "What did you just say?" Confused for a moment, trying to keep up with that information, he clenched his teeth in frustration. "Tian Ding, that damn piece of trash will never do anything to benefit others. Unacceptable." Jai turned to his trusted subordinates and asked, "Do you really believe peace and war can coexist?" Faced with the question, they exchanged hesitant glances and stammered their response. "Oh no." Suddenly Philip remembered something and revealed a crucial piece of information. "However, I believe they're hiding something shady. By now your face has turned completely dark. And that's true, Heaven's Peak, a peace built on bloodshed and corpses." With that thought, the image of the peaceful village burning to ash flashes through Jai's mind. War is when the revered commit their sins. Imagine that scene. Jai sums it up perfectly. So what the priest of Tiandin is doing now is to stand against that very person. He paused for a moment, then ordered, knowing full well they were using good deeds as a shield for their true intentions. "You must find out what that really is." They agreed immediately. "Yes, we understand." Having achieved his goal, Jai is determined he will uncover every detail of what you all plan to do. Tian Ding. The next day at Tiandin's orphanage, a young boy was happily chatting with a mysterious cloaked figure. "Well done, Ricky," the priest said. "This is nothing." The more he talked about Ricky, the more he couldn't hide his excitement. Compared to begging and getting beaten every day, this is pure paradise. These words moved the man in the cloak. Ricky was touched for a moment, then the other person smiled brightly and kept talking. "You've been through so much already. From now on, there's nothing to worry about," Ricky said with a smile. "Yes, sir." After finishing his task, the young boy returned to his room as Ricky, lost in thought, watched him go. It's been a month and a half since I arrived at this orphanage. This place has become my sanctuary of happiness. If I'd never set foot in this orphanage, my sister and I would still be wandering the streets, starving, unaware of how close we were to disaster. When we hear the door creak open, the girl speaks up cautiously, asking who's there. You're back already, Ricky cheerfully approached as his brother was greeted by his sister. I'm back. This is Ricky Anna's sister. She's blind. The girl sensed her brother approaching and turned around. You're over there. Before they found their way here, their past was brutal. My parents abandoned us and ran away. To protect my sister, I've done everything terrible you can imagine. But living on the streets is brutal, and everyone passing by is so cold and distant. That was truly a life of despair with no one to help. And in the darkest moment, someone finally reached out with open arms to the two brothers for the very first time. Seeing this scene, Ricky couldn't hold back his tears. In that moment, Ricky truly believed it was the hand of God. That day, my brothers and I were given a new life. By God's grace, I want to share this joy I've found and become a priest to spread this miracle. Breaking free from his thoughts, he took his sister for a walk and suddenly saw some friends rushing away in panic. Ricky, Anna, did you guys hear that? What did you say? Seeing that look, a friend excitedly said, You know Sino right. It's clear he's been favored by God. That's why to become a priest next week, he'll be heading to the main church. This shocking news left Ricky in awe. Gino, how? You're about to become a priest, huh? That same evening, Jemmy with Brake's help was hovering above the village, watching silently. After a moment of observation, he spoke to Brake behind him, and it quickly responded with a few sounds. We're almost there, let's get down. Before he could even land, something caught Jai's attention. It turns out there's a blonde man lying unconscious below, and unable to contain his curiosity, he quickly descends. As he approaches the other guy, Jai can't hide his shock. What kind of energy is that? As he studied the blonde-haired guy more closely, he snorted in annoyance. It's that disgusting holy power. Is he a preacher? That thought just crossed Jai's mind when his eyes caught the sword hanging at his side. It's not a high-ranking priest, that's for sure. Recognizing who that person was, he couldn't help but feel confused. But why is a holy knight lying sprawled on the ground here? He looked at him for a moment, then glanced around nervously as if trouble was brewing. After a long pause, he stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, pondering whether he should end him once and for all. As he just touched the leg, Jay was suddenly grabbed by the man with blonde hair clutching his ankle. Panic flickered in his eyes as he's unexpectedly pulled back. What the hell is that? The other person somehow had woken up, their face, pale voice, weak and trembling. Those words left Jai completely clueless. That person still refuses to answer properly, just repeating those meaningless words. I can't take it anymore. He snapped angrily. What the hell is this? It wasn't until this moment that the blonde-haired man used every ounce of his strength to complain. I'm starving. These words made Jai grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's run out of words. Should I let him become a starving ghost? He's terrified me to the core. With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring his whimpering from hunger. Xiaohei, let's go. The intense night has ended, and the next morning at the Welton estate, Jai fights to hold back his anger as he takes in the scene before him. Why does he ignore your hostility while that blonde guy just eats and smiles cheerfully? Are you Jay? Nice to meet you. But with that friendliness, Jai just can't accept why that damn bastard is sitting at the same table with me. However, the other person acted as if he didn't notice that expression, continuing to laugh and say, If it weren't for the Count's help, I'd probably be a starving ghost on the road by now. Hearing this, Hino forced a smile and replied, I didn't really do much to help. You should thank the soldier who brought you here. Faced with this, the blonde-haired man stuck to his old stance. Aren't they all just your soldiers after all? So I still thank you. Your Excellency, thank you so much. Since you're so polite, Hino could only smile awkwardly, teasing with a grin. Anyway, the holy knight starving to death isn't exactly unusual. Not grasping the deeper meaning behind his words, the blonde-haired guy still smiled sincerely and responded, not very common. But we're still human. When we reach higher levels, we can hold our ground longer than ordinary people. This cozy, friendly scene makes Jai uncomfortable as he's feeding strawberries to his sister. It's just so awkward, so uncomfortable. Why are his parents treating him so well? After a brief chat, Ino started asking some questions. You said you're part of the PO church, right? When asked that, the blonde man smiled brightly and confirmed. That's right. I serve the goddess of mercy through every act of punishment. Pai received confirmation, and he smiled gently at the woman beside him. My love, you're probably pretty surprised to hear about this, aren't you? Before he asked, C smiled brightly, showing her delight. Yes, I was quite surprised. His response only left Joss more confused. Surprised, you say? Is something wrong? Do you realize you don't understand anything? She smiled gently and asked a brief question. By any chance, do you know Saphira Bishop? Hearing that name, Ross realized something. Maybe this lady here has already understood part of the truth. I come from the Bello family. Hearing that name, he couldn't hide his surprise. Immediately after, in the bewildered eyes of the Welton family, Roos stood up. It seemed like everything would end there, but he quickly knelt down, crossing his hands over his chest. His voice was full of respect, sending a formal greeting and deep reverence to the person. This scene shocked everyone, but Jai was the one who reacted the most noticeably. What's going on? I know the Po Church exists in Appin, and it's also the territory where the Bayo family lives, but that's not why he's bowing before his mother, bowing and kneeling before someone else. The real reason a holy knight would act like this has to be at least a bishop. What's going on during moments like this? Unable to hide his curiosity, he called out to his father. Dad, Dad. Suddenly called Ino quickly responded. Jai, what's going on, my child? Seeing his response, Jai put on a naive expression, questioning in her heart. Why does he greet Mom like that, Dad? With that kind of attitude, even he can't stand himself. The fake smile is so obvious, thinking about having to act like a curious 9-year-old. I just want to disappear and be done with it. Faced with that question, Hino just chuckled and didn't give a straight answer. Well, it's quite a long story. I'll tell you about this later if I get the chance. Not getting what you want, and losing face. Jai, you really went all out with that glue, huh? Failing to achieve his goal, the atmosphere around him grew heavy. Damn it, even after all this, I can't believe it's not working. Such humiliation, even my sister Hao Thien is by my side, patting my shoulder in comfort. My father is truly adorable. Forget that issue for now, there's something else that made Jamie ponder. If the Bell family has close ties to the P Church, it's going to be a nightmare. Because she's the last person I want to see, I'll have to end her. After breakfast, Aino and Ross head to Aino's office to discuss their next move. So how does he plan to end this? As I understand it, the PO Church shouldn't have any business activities in the eastern area. Before I could even stammer a word, he had already made his own assumptions. You came here to expand the influence of the Po Church. When asked about it, Joss quickly denied it. No way, I was just chasing someone, and somehow I ended up here. Hearing this, Hino couldn't help but wonder. Chasing after someone, who could it be? When asked, that Joss shook his head and revealed what he knew: that person was conducting brutal experiments beyond words. And those are things humans should never do. The creator of Chimera. As that name escaped, his lips' shock overtook him, and with it a surge of power exploded forth. What? Are you telling me the creator of Chimera is at Hiss? Who is it? Before this question, Ross clenched his teeth, hesitating, unsure whether to answer. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally refused, saying, I'm sorry, but this piece of information is top secret. Even within the PO Church itself, I can't tell anyone. However, I will reveal more if you heed my request and strike a deal with me. Just hearing that much, Ino understood the hidden meaning behind it. He's asking for my help. Seeing that he understood my purpose, Ross started to flatter him. Yes, if a master swordsman like you were to help me, I'd be certain you're the greatest ally I could ask for. Facing this love, Agent Hino can't help but reflect a little more. The creator of the Chimera. Chimera. Out in the world, chimeras are born from different creatures, but those who create them are even worse than any criminal. Because at the heart of every chimera is a human. The creator of the chimera might not use humans, but no one who's ever made a chimera has managed to do that. Consider everything Aino has laid out. I can't promise I'll always be able to help you, but ever since I learned about our relationship with the PO Church, I can't just turn a blind eye to this anymore. Hearing this, Ross couldn't hide his joy. It meant he wouldn't have to wait for Aino to confirm again. We'll help him. With that direct confirmation, Ross couldn't contain his excitement and stood up abruptly. Thank you so much, sir. Seeing this, he chuckled softly and casually asked a few questions. Thank you, that's enough. So why does the PO Church defy the creator of Chimera like that? And why didn't you seek help from the kingdom? Asking again only puts Ross in a tough spot. He can only scratch his head in helplessness. I knew the kingdom would definitely help if they knew the truth, but after a moment of hesitation, he explained more carefully. The reputation of the PO Church would suffer a heavy blow. The creator of the Chimera, the Church, is hunting him down. After a moment of reflection, Ross finally decided to speak plainly. Everything we've sacrificed, more than 10 holy nights, was for this. Hearing this, Aino hesitated, caught off guard. It means he knows you've understood. Ross drops a bomb. He's created a chimera capable of wielding holy power. While they're talking, Jai is just strolling through the garden. He was walking and calculating, already looking forward to the afternoon tea. Just then, Sarah excitedly called out, Jai, you're here, come sit down quickly. Jai quickly sat down to have tea with her mom and sister, but seeing C's gloomy face, she didn't know what to say. Oh my God, no beating around the bush, she asks, straight out. My beloved son, what are you truly curious about? Seeing that mom already brought it up, he doesn't hold back and asks directly. Why did that guy kneel before mom just now? What could have made him show such respect to someone he's just met for the first time? Sha chuckled softly. I knew you'd ask about that. You're curious about how our family is connected to the Po Church, right? She didn't hide the truth from her child. She told him straight. Basically, your great-grandfather was also my grandfather, the man you've never met before. He's the savior of the Po Church. This information shocks Jamie to his core. What do you mean? Your grandfather is the savior of Po Church. On the coffee table, Shai explains that Jai's great-grandfather is the one who saved Po Church. Hearing this news, what did Jai suddenly think the Veo family is the savior of the Po Church? Hearing this, I was stunned and frozen for a few seconds. Sai then recounted a long time ago when a priceless artifact was stolen from Po Church, and that was when my mother and grandfather stepped in to help. The Pimao Garden incident, an event where the followers of the Demon King tried to embody him using relics from the Po Church, and failed. Jamie hesitated, asking, "Does this have anything to do with your family?" My grandfather on my mother's side lost his life trying to stop that disaster. Then the Po Church appointed the Marquis as an honorary archbishop, promising to elevate the Veo family to the level of bishops for the next 100 years. Jemmy quietly thought Mom looked a bit sad. She seemed quite close to her grandfather. The Po Church acknowledged them as if they were bishops. His eyes flashed with a sudden light. Such an outrageous demand for compensation, but I bet it's because that thing is their only sacred relic, right? Not bad, Po. I'll destroy you all someday. But while I wait, I'll make the most of you. Jai thought to himself, a wicked, cunning smile spreading across his face. He, just lost in thought when Sai suddenly calls out, snapping Jai back to reality in an instant. Jai's face twisted in disbelief, then she quickly turned and forced a smile, speaking with a fake, sweet tone. Yes, mother. Seeing her son smile as brightly as a flower, she happily asked, "Do you want another sip of tea?" Jemmy obediently replied. Yes. The atmosphere during the afternoon tea was incredibly warm and joyful. Tonight, at a church glowing with lights, someone speaks. Our little brother Sino, who has been anointed a saint at the highest level, will be leaving today. A masked figure in cult symbols adds, "Let's all pray for his journey ahead and raise our glasses to this momentous day." Everyone shouted together, cheers as cheers and applause echoed all around. Sino's face lit up with joy, cheeks flushing red. Below, Ricky gazed at Shino with admiration, thinking Sino has finally made it to the main church. After the party, Sino was on the carriage, ready to leave. Anna and Ricky stood below, reluctant to say goodbye. Sino called out, "Ricky, Anna, I thought I'd never see you again. My departure date was decided so suddenly, but luckily you guys came here to see me off, huh?" Ricky said happily. "I heard it from the priests, don't cry and don't miss me too much. Because soon, I'll be there too." Sino clenched his fists, awkwardly smiling. "Who even cares about crying? I'll wait for you, so hurry up and get here." The last carriage is finally rolling out. Ricky watched the carriage grow smaller in the distance. Bye. Ricky clenched his fist with unwavering resolve. "One day I'll become a true spiritual master." The carriage came to a stop after a while. The priest sitting beside him gently reminded, "We've arrived." Sino startled and replied, "Yes, we're here." He looked outside with a hint of suspicion on his face. Standing here in front of the dark, ominous house, Shino thought, "This is the main church. I never imagined I'd traveled so far." Shino was quite worried, so he turned back to ask the priest who brought him here. Dad, is this the main church?" The priest's name isn't explained at all. He just smirks and coldly gives the order. "Follow me." And with that he spoke. He hurried forward. Sino, trembling with fear, asked, "Dad, do you think we've come to the wrong place?" The priest didn't look back, just kept walking, no mistake there. "Follow me." The priest reached out and pulled a book, and a door swung open. Sino stood there stunned, thinking it was a hidden cellar. The priest patted his shoulder and said, "Now go down there." A look of confusion flashed across his face as his instincts warned him something was about to happen. But under the urging of the priest Sino, he reluctantly stepped into the basement, calling out, "Father, I didn't think this place would be like this." As he passed through a door, he looked inside and said, Father, this place is a bit." Suddenly, a pustule-covered hand shot out, making Sino jump in terror, his face draining of all color. Wow, he's trembling as he chases after the priest. This place is strange, there's something terrifying in that room. Ignoring Sino's terrified screams, the priest kept walking as if he saw nothing. He led them into a room, and as soon as they entered, he removed his ceremonial hat. "I've brought the boy, Your Excellency, the bishop." Sino, hearing the reverence in the bishop's name from the man smiling before him, shouted, "Bishop." He knelt and wept. "Sir, wasn't I chosen by God? This place is so strange. I think there's a monster here." Lincoln replied calmly. "Oh, Sino, you're the chosen one." Sino, panicked, asked, "Then why are you here in this cursed place, instead of at the main church?" Lincoln's face now twisted into a cruel, ruthless expression. "Well, that's because this place holds the impossible, the things we've achieved here. I really want to see what kind of person a pure child like you will become." And with that he gave the order, "Come in." A figure pushes the door open, surrounded by swirling magic that forms thick black mists. The one who just stepped in looked more like a monster, his face covered in bloody boils, blood streaks running wild across his face, and a wicked, savage grin. Oh my, what a fascinating experiment. You're really going to become a stunning chimera. He reached out as if to touch Sino, causing the boy to burst into tears, his face filled with pure terror. The next morning on Count Welton's territory, Belb Road was bathed in brilliant sunlight, the peaceful scene stretching far and wide. Jemmy introduced, "This is BB Road. You could say it's the biggest road in H." Russ walked ahead, glancing around excitedly as he went. "I remember this place. I came here in the middle of the night, starving out of my mind." "Haha. You hate to admit it." "Ah, Jai, I remember why I had to take this guy on a tour earlier today. It's simple. During our morning tea ritual, while I was enjoying a refined moment, Count Reno made a proposal to Ross. You wish you could explore around H, huh? In that case, I'll let Jai go with you. My son is incredibly smart. See for yourself." Ross happily agrees. "That's a good move." Hearing that Jai felt so furious, he glared, and Rash's tea in his hand even cracked and shattered. That's how it all went down. Jai silently muttered to herself as she walked. Why is this happening to me? What bad luck?" Russ followed behind, curious as he watched Jamie. Thinking that this 9-year-old boy has such a sharp memory and incredible endurance, he's even better than a tour guide. It seems the Count's reason for having me and this kid go out isn't without cause. Ross immediately calls Jai to turn around, confusion etched on his face. Roz then offers a small, knowing smile. "Thanks a lot, Kung. It's because of you that I can freely move around H without any trouble." Jai smiled politely. "I'm also glad it's been a while since I last went out." Ross suddenly reached out and said, "That's enough sightseeing. Now let's take it slow and head home." Jamie was stunned by Ross's unexpected move. He said casually, "Put your hand down, buddy. I'm just curious about a few things, and I was wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions." "Huh." Roz hesitated, shyly scratching his head. Yeah, sure." Jamie asks seriously, "What did you say to my father last night?" Ross arrived unexpectedly, leaving everyone stunned. Damn, I never saw that coming. I thought this kid would ask something like, "What would a knight do?" Ross forced an awkward laugh and just made up some excuse. "Let's talk about how handsome you'll be when you grow up because your looks are really charming." Jamie snapped angrily, "Don't even try to lie." Roz knew Jamie wasn't easy to fool, so he broke out in a sweat. Are kids his age already, this street smart?" Ross hurriedly explains his awkward lie. No, it's not true. We've been talking about you non-stop, you know. Your father's love for you is truly immense." Jai turned away, filled with anger. So you're just not willing to tell me, huh? Stop saying things like that. Even kids don't believe it." Roz nervously apologized. "Haha, sorry I had to lie to you. But this is an adult matter, so I can't tell you the details." Jamie suspects there's something hidden inside him. That's also why he's being sent out to explore and scout around. What's going on with these spirits? Roz saw Jai standing silently, not saying a word, and panic took over. He hurried over, desperate to soothe him. Jamie's upset, huh? Jai doesn't care about Ross at all, lost in his own thoughts. "What is that? Could it really be?" Ross's face twisted in confusion. He's upset now. "What should I do now?" Suddenly Jai remembered. "We're still not at our destination," Roz asked, puzzled. Where Jai just smiles silently. The genus church at his. Both of them immediately jumped into the carriage and headed to the church. After arriving, Ross kept rambling. "Jai, you're not mad at me anymore, right? I don't care about him. This is Genus Church in Hit, and I've already told you I'm not throwing a tantrum." Ricky was diligently sweeping the churchyard nearby. He looked up surprised. "Yeah. You saw Jamie with that grimace up front while Ross was happily strolling behind. Oh, so this is Genus Church." Ricky saw Jai and immediately shouted out. "Ah, you used to be the guy with black hair," Roz asked, puzzled. "Is that your friend? I think he's watching you." Jai turned around in confusion, panic flooding her mind. "Please don't tell me it's that kid. It was that kid who ran straight into you." Jai spun around and pretended not to know him. No one knows anything. He silently thought maybe changing his hair color was all for nothing after all. This is such a hassle. Roz looked at Jai, confusion clear on his face. Ricky yelled in anger. "Are you pretending not to know about me?" Out on the street, a carriage speeds toward him. Ricky tries to dash across, aiming to reach Jai first. "You dyed your hair, huh? I almost didn't recognize you." Suddenly, Ricky rushes across the street, and the old coachman shouts out, "Hey, what's wrong with you guys?" Ricky jerked in surprise, glancing to the side as the coach driver's face went pale, and he shouted loudly, "Get out of the way now!" Jemmy and Russ froze in shock, caught completely off guard. Ricky is faced with a carriage, screeching to a halt, pulled by two massive horses charging straight at him. Realizing the danger, Ross rushes in to save Ricky. He silently thought he couldn't lose. Ricky, tears and snot streaming down his face, trembling and speechless. Am I about to die? Even Jimmy on one side is starting to use magic. His eyes blaze with intensity as a lightning bolt strikes down. Jamie conjures a magic circle filled with intricate symbols, unleashing his chain domain technique. From the circle, countless chains of energy shoot out, binding everything in their path. These chains formed a barrier shielding Ross and Ricky. It was this very moment that gave Russ the chance to save Ricky, and he seized it. But he was also stunned as he clearly saw the move Jemmy was using. The carriage on the other side had already been caught by chains and lifted high into the air. After everything had ended, Ricky was still in shock. He stood there, his face pale, trembling as he finally managed to gasp out, "I'm not dead yet." "Yeah." Ricky lunged forward, wrapping himself tightly around Jai, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Ricky kept apologizing, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. But Jai, suffocating in that embrace, wasn't exactly happy about it. Jimmy was squeezed so tightly he could barely breathe, angrily, shouting at Ricky, "I get it. Why are you so strong when you let go?" Ross stood nearby, watching them with a sigh of wonder. The magic Jai used to save that boy is more advanced than the spells the other mages and I work with. I can't believe a 9-year-old kid is this powerful. That child is a genius. After just a few decades, no, in a few short years, Russ couldn't stop praising Jai's skills. Ricky held Jai tightly, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you so much. You are the one who saved my life." Jai, furious, pushed him away. "Stop clinging to me. You're too heavy." Ross sensed that this boy would become something even he couldn't look at with equality. Lost in thought, Jai suddenly asked, "What are you staring at so intently?" "Let's go quickly." Ross snapped back to reality, finally regaining his senses and shouting out, "Huh, where are you going?" Jamie sighed and replied, "Where is the star supposed to go?" "That church over there, Janice." Russ mumbled shyly, stumbling over his words. "Oh right. Maybe I saw it wrong," he thought silently. "It feels like we're being looked down on." The three of us head to Janice Church together. Ricky happily ran ahead, leading the way. "Luckily you two also plan to stop by, so I'll show you the way," Ricky explained as he walked. "This is an orphanage for kids with nowhere else to go." Suddenly someone called out to Ricky. Seeing the old woman before him, Ricky cheered with joy and called out. "Gia," she asked softly, "where have you been?" Seeing Ricky with 2 others in tow, she asked, "Who are these people?" Ricky quickly explained. "They saved you when you were about to be hit by a carriage. They are the ones who saved your life." Sister immediately grew worried. "Oh my God, are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Then she turned to clasp her hands together, thanking the 2 of them sincerely. It seems Ricky almost faced a terrible disaster. Ross chuckled softly. "It's nothing. He's just a priest worshipping foe, that's what he's supposed to do." She immediately changed her expression when she heard Ross mention Foro, her attitude shifting like flipping a pancake. But Ross paid her no mind, still smiling as he pointed at Jai. Honestly, most of this was thanks to the effort of this kid. Jai was speechless, silently thinking, such pointless talk. Then she asked, "I see, so this child is Jai," she said seriously. "I am the son of the Lord here. I am Jemmy." She was utterly flustered when she heard that. "Ah, I see. No wonder I should have realized right away when I saw that turquoise hair. Hearing about the accident caught me off guard, I apologize." Jai immediately sensed that her reaction was unusual, and he wondered what was going on with her. "If you're born here, you should know right away when you see your hair color." Besides her not recognizing me, she looked genuinely shocked. "Is she hiding something?" She turned to ask Ross. "Are you here to bring Ricky back?" Ross quickly waved his hand. No, I came after hearing that the Janice Church laid its foundation here this year." Hearing that, she immediately said, "So you're here to explore? Then follow me." "Ricky, how about I take the young master for a walk?" Ricky asked again. That girl Jai quickly realized her true intention. She wants to cut herself off from Ross. She's not planning to eliminate him, is she? It's better to be cautious from the start. Thinking that, Jai immediately smiled and followed Ricky. "So we'll have dinner with your parents, and you'll meet Uncle later." R was a bit surprised by Jamie's attitude. He stood there stunned, but he sensed something deeper. A smile broke across his face as he waved cheerfully at Jamie. "All right, see you later." Ricky's struggling to keep it together as he introduces the church. "This is where I stay for now, at least. And no, that's the dining hall." Jai couldn't hold back and showed a look of annoyance. "Just talk normally, don't act so weird." Ricky still doesn't quite get it. "Jai, once again, I don't care about that stuff. Say whatever you want." Ricky, hearing that, excitedly ran over, grabbing Jai's hand. "No way, really." Jai yelled in anger. "Truly." Ricky immediately dashed ahead, eager to lead the way. "Come on, I'll show you everything here, every secret, every corner." Jai stood there dead still, thinking to himself, why is he so excited? I can't understand this. Ricky has led Jai to a room he's excitedly showing off. We've seen the other places. And this is my room and my sister's. "You're curious, aren't you?" Jai just exclaims. "No, not at all." Ricky burst open the door and shouted. "Anna, you brought a friend here." Jai thought, her face drained of all hope. "Who said I'm your friend?" Little Anna, sitting in the corner, let out a soft cry. She steadies herself on the table and softly asks, "Really, is that true?" The moment Jemmy saw Anna, he was utterly stunned. Ricky stepped in to support her and gently reminded him, Hello, Anna. He's truly incredible. Anna clung to him and smiled warmly. Hello, my name is Anna. Ricky saw Jamie's eyes widen in shock, staring intensely at Anna, and immediately called out to Jai. What's wrong? Jai thought to himself. This kid was born with the qualities of a saintess, especially those eyes. They're filled with divine power. Jai saw a radiant halo above Anna's head, and he was stunned. Anna is the messenger of God sent straight from heaven. You can wield the power of your chosen God more easily than anyone else. These people are granted divine strength in a specific part of their body. I secretly think her name is Anna. Right now, she's probably blind from the overwhelming holy power, but once she matures and awakens her strength, she'll be able to see the flow of the world through these divine eyes. Thinking about this, Jemmy frowned. She's probably going to be a troublesome enemy down the line. Should I just kill her now? But Jai quickly realized if I could figure it out, there's no way the priest wouldn't know about her. Killing her now would be incredibly dangerous. Just as I was deep in thought, Ricky suddenly stepped forward, eyes wide in shock, and asked Jai, "Don't tell me you're frowning." "What?" Ricky immediately teased, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "You've fallen for my sister, huh?" Hearing that, Jai immediately snapped in anger. "What the hell are you talking about?" Ricky kept rambling on. My little sister hadn't even finished speaking when Anna slammed a book into her head, cutting her off. "Oh right. There's something I've been dying to ask." Her entire being radiates deadly intent, yet she still wears that smile on her face. "There's something I've been wondering about in this book. Can you help me?" Ricky was beaten to the ground, clutching his head, trembling. "Yeah, I get it." Anna gently touches the book's cover. Ricky picks up the book and sits beside her. Ricky asked, "You're talking about him giving up his journey again, right?" Jamie stood in the corner, thinking silently. Who do you think gave her that divine power? Anyway, I still have to be careful with these two brothers. They're happily discussing the story about the direction of the towering spire so far away that no one could ever find it. Anna smiled. "Just as I thought, it's a tower, not a cave." Jai opened the door and stepped outside, realizing it was time for him to leave. Ricky was a bit surprised to see Jai leave. So he asked, "Are you heading to the bathroom?" Jamie replied bluntly, "No, I'm leaving now." Ricky quickly set his book aside. "Then let me take you out." He turned to Anna and said, "I'll be back." Anna smiled and nodded. As she headed out, Ricky asked, "Are you coming back?" Jamie thought to himself, "Wow, he really talks a lot." Then suddenly Jamie asked, "Ricky, what kind of work do you want to do?" Ricky replied, "Huh." That was a sudden question. But then he smiled brightly. "Is this the kind of question you ask your friends? I don't know why, but it's making my heart flutter like crazy." Jamie glared coldly at him. "Whatever you think, go ahead." Ricky excitedly shared, "At first I thought just being with Anna was enough, but after coming here I changed my mind. I want Janice to choose me and make me a priest." Suddenly he looked a little sad. "Yesterday I was filled with envy when a friend from the orphanage was chosen to go to the main church." Hearing that, Jamie suddenly froze in shock. He suddenly realized what was chosen and headed straight to the main church. Oh right, the human trafficking church. River was the one selected. "Don't tell me." Jai suddenly pieced together the clues and realized. He shouted at Ricky, "Where were you before you came here?" Ricky was a bit surprised by Jemmy's question, but he still answered. "Huh. On the road." Jemmy screams out. "No earlier than that." Ricky broke into a sweat, stammering, "I'm a pawn of River." "Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?" Jimmy finally realized the truth about River. Turns out it all started when Janice Rastinger met her outside the church. The courteous guest spoke first, genuinely honored to have the chance to converse with her. The woman politely responded, "So am I." A quick glance told her Ross's intentions, so she proactively suggested, "You're planning to head back, right? I'll take you to where that young master is." Ross said cheerfully with no hesitation and nodded. "Yes, thank you." The woman just turned away, but his eyes instantly hardened in an instant, and suddenly a wave of suspicion rose in his heart. She's really tight-lipped. Is it because she doesn't trust the pastors from other churches? Those people are probably connected to the Chimera incident. Russ walks down a long corridor, and at the end he encounters Ricky with Jai. She asks sharply, "Have you shown the young master around yet, Ricky?" You mischievously replied, "So, of course." At that moment, a voice of lamentation cut through the half-joking, half-serious atmosphere. Drawing Ricky's attention, he immediately turned to look at the source of the sound. Lin Khan and his men suddenly appeared here, walking and chatting as if they belonged. "It seems a distinguished guest paid a visit while I was away." Ricky eagerly called out their name with a bright smile. Bishop Lincoln brushed past his greeting, a friendly smile on his face as he spoke to Jai. "It's an honor to meet you, young master." Jamie showed no obvious signs, speaking in a calm, steady voice. "Hello, sir. My name is Jamie. You never reveal what you're truly thinking inside. Coincidentally, this is the house targeted by the Heavenly Peak, which has been after the kids." The bishop glanced at Ross and asked, "And this is not even close to the beginning you quickly introduced me." "I am Rus Emetic, currently serving the man," he said with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Fiero, huh?" Really, Jamie didn't join their conversation, but he had his own thoughts. "But I have no idea what they're after." What are they even trying to do? I think something must have happened for him to be here. Ross and Lincoln are still lost in their conversation. It's so embarrassing that I'm here and he's not. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I already had a friendly chat with So. Jai then looked once more at the bishop standing before him. This time I can't shake the feeling that something's off. I can sense a strange, unfamiliar energy. The mysterious figure behind that bishop is the biggest clue. With such incredible divine power, he must be a knight. But Jai glanced directly at Ross right in front of him, and a faint sweat broke out on his brow. That small detail sparked suspicion in his mind. Ross's reaction was anything but normal, but he didn't dwell on Ross. Instead, he focused on the mysterious knight behind Lincoln. There was something about that knight. And right then the bishop also realized that Jemmy had been silently watching him all along. His eyes had already started narrowing with suspicion. After a brief meeting, Ross and Jemmy happened to walk the same way home. Both of them had their own thoughts deep inside, so the entire journey away from the church was silent, not a single word spoken. I never expected Jai to be the one to break the silence first. Just now I heard Ricky say that his friend was chosen by God and went to the main church. He felt so jealous and also wants to become a preacher. What seemed like casual chatter suddenly jolted Ross awake. He froze, lifting his head to look at you, his eyes flickering with nervous uncertainty for just a brief moment. Suddenly Ross transformed into a silly little puppy, using his tiny grape-sized brain to make a joke out of it. I see now Ricky is Uncle Ho's good boy. I'm certain that someday that boy will become a pastor too. Jimmy showed no sign of happiness at Ross's overly innocent and naive prediction. You sigh, trying to steady your nerves, but it seems like that suggestion still isn't enough. Jimmy keeps pushing forward. All right, so, did you hear what Dad said? Ross immediately turned back and asked, What are you talking about, kid? Jai cut straight to the point. 2 months ago, his father wiped out the entire River gang clearly because they kidnapped and trafficked children. Ross froze in place the moment he heard the name River. Seeing Ross's reaction start to shift, Jemmy pushed the tension even higher. Now I'm thinking about Ricky saying he was at River before ending up in the orphanage. Ross finally spoke up slowly. Ricky used to be part of that gang. Jemmy saw it and smiled with satisfaction. He finally pieced together the clues. Give him a few more leads. Jemmy casually adds a few more helpful details. And wait, Janus Church, is it really just a charity organization? Ross immediately noticed this detail, his mind screaming inside. Oh, divine heavens, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten about it. He finally realized the truth. They built that orphanage to use children as mere tools. Roos quickly spread the news to the lord of the Welton estate. Ano sat on the grand throne listening to Roos's report and couldn't help but feel suspicious. River and Genesis Church, Ross clearly states that Ricky's kid from the orphanage also used to work for that gang. Ano also shared his reasoning. I observed that the Genesis Church is positively impacting the territory. Actually, I met the bishop and the knight on the way to visit the church, but Ross feels guilty. Honestly, I still can't find him. Ano hesitated and asked again, what did he find? I also observed and saw the energy radiating from the mysterious figure beside Lincoln. I sensed a powerful holy force, but I couldn't tell if that person was a knight of Genesis or Cone. And on top of that, he also noticed a strange difference in his body. I could feel that divine power was somehow merging with something else. Ano was a bit confused by Ross's words. Don't tell me a chimera can wield holy power. He trusted Ross's words and immediately took action. If that's true, we can't just sit back and do nothing. I'll lead the knights right now. But before he could finish speaking, Ross cut him off. Still, we need to be certain. You go ahead and step forward. I'll find the evidence. But I can't let my key general charge into the jaws of death alone. I push that thought aside. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Yet Ross shows no fear on his face, determined to prove to him I'm ready to face the danger. Hino immediately took a serious tone and asked, so what's your chance of winning? This time I'm truly serious about this crucial mission. I've already calculated the odds in advance. I feel like I can gain the upper hand in this situation. Hearing that, Hino also felt a bit more at ease about him. He's also prepared to ensure everything goes smoothly. So we'll send 3 more people to go with you. Suddenly 3 knights appeared behind Ross. After a few seconds, Ross instinctively turned around, only to be startled by the sudden presence of those masked knights. I couldn't even sense their presence. Ino added, they are Shadow Knights, the protectors of the Welton family. They're at an elite level, so they'll probably be useful to you. Ross turned to glance at them, silently analyzing in his mind. They might be wielding a greatsword, but their presence and appearance are like that of a assassin. Ross asked back in surprise. Are they really swordmasters? Ano replied gently. Ah, so it's like that now. After assessing the situation and the forces, Russ once again makes a serious vow. Thank you, Your Excellency. I promise I will uncover their true intentions. Ricky nodded with satisfaction, all thanks to you. Jamie, through break, uncovered the entire story unfolding inside the Welton family's fortress. He sneered a chimera wielding holy power using children as fuel for its twisted experiments unthinkable. That's so cruel. Break has returned to the bedroom above right in Jemmy's reach. You never saw it coming they played this dirty trick, filling his heart with an unspoken fury. Using innocent children as fuel, it was a perfect savage plan. But isn't that what the Lord is supposed to do, just as I thought Genesis is still a damn dog? Feeling exhausted, he sank onto the soft bed, observing how incomplete they seemed, clearly rushing for some reason. After pondering for a while, he called Break back to Xiaohei, handed it a sealed secret letter, and gave it strict instructions. At RER, without waiting for its master, it soared out, instantly rushing through the open window into the wind. Jemmy steadied himself, sat up straight, and let out a long, exhausted sigh. I guess I'd better brace myself. I need to reach a higher level of power for the battles to come. At this moment, the system's energy surged with a notification and a sharp chime ringing out. Memories, an ability that lets you wield magic seamlessly by imprinting spells and actions deep into someone's mind beforehand. At the same time, on the outskirts inside the large wooden house across from the religious temple, Philip and Azat are both here. Azat seems to have lost patience and finally speaks up with a question. How long do we have to stay here? Philip, lost in his thoughts at the window, responded with a distant shrug. Until they finally moved. AT casually grabbed a chair and sat down, words spilling from his mouth uncontrollably. The struggling creatures still hid in the shadows, more suspicious than a knight himself. Philip didn't bother with long explanations, just a brief reminder. All we have to do is follow the orders we're given. After hearing that, Ajat let out a heavy sigh, his face clouded with gloom. Ugh, this is so boring, nothing's happening at all. Just then footsteps rush in from outside, quick and light like someone sprinting across a wooden floor. Loud and clear, it's finally the moment they've been waiting for. Philip immediately recognized the distinct sound coming from afar, his eyes narrowing in an instant as tension gripped him tighter than ever. To his surprise, the one who appeared was the Holy Knight Chima, who drew his sword aggressively and declared, "I will take your life, deadly one." Didn't expect anyone to arrive so quickly. He barely had time to react, just a quick glance, sneaking a peek, feeling his heart pounding so hard it might burst out of his chest. A piercing scream echoed through the wooden house. The Chimera Paladin swung his sword with a single strike, and the surrounding air was filled with a cloud of white cursed smoke. The blade aimed straight at AT's chest as if he were bait for the brave knight before him. He could clearly dodge, but he stayed still, like he was luring him closer, deeper into the trap. But the moment the Holy Knight's sword struck down both Philip and he froze. In shock, divine power, he's truly ruthless. And it didn't stop there. The Holy Knight kept advancing, sword in hand, coldly declaring, "I will take your life." His eyes behind that intimidating armor mask suddenly turned bloodshot, filled with deadly hatred. And then he snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs in the middle of that huge house. "I will take your life like a soulless killing machine." Philip saw things were going south and quickly turned to give the order to AZ. "Hurry up, go tell the master." Azat didn't dare waste a second, afraid that if Trun hesitated even a moment, they'd both become mere tools for the Holy Knight. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. "I'll be back soon." The Dark Knight, having discovered Azat's departure, seemed intent on not letting him go. He charged forward like a raging wind, his voice rumbling from behind his iron armor, "I will end your life." The sword in his hand swung out in a flash. Ajiat couldn't escape in time, just a step away from the door. Hesitating for a moment, he turned back to look, his eyes filled with pure terror. Divine power surged, attacking Az from the ground. Philip, quick on his feet, shouted for him to lie down. Before the divine force could strike, Azat, Philip swiftly lunged forward, shoving Az out through the door. He was carried out by the momentum, and the door's indifference, giving him a chance to escape. Shouted loudly and unexpectedly, Philip heroically saved his life. He shouted loudly into the sky, "Brother." But Philip wasn't so lucky. Just as he was about to escape, he was struck by a swift divine sword slash from the Holy Knight. Before his words could even finish, his stomach was cut clean in half. Fresh blood erupted like a storm from the wound in his mouth. Darkness engulfed the entire wooden house, forming a barrier that sealed it off completely. A familiar figure begins to appear, drifting gracefully through the window. A deep voice echoes softly in the cold silence. "You just called out, my loyal servants." I never expected the one to appear would be Jay, cloaked in that mysterious black robe. Jemmy fully steps into the room. Right now, only the Holy Knight Chimera and Jemmy are capable of fighting. Philip is badly wounded from the Chimera. Holy Knight's attack now slumped in a corner of the house. Jemmy this time is confident in his abilities, even to the point of joking around. "Now, no one will be able to see what happens in here anymore. That spell is pretty powerful, remember?" But deep down, I let out a quiet sigh. I managed to figure out how to use the memory feature with the help of dark magic. Higher level magic is truly a challenge for me. The Chimera Holy Knight stood before Jai, completely unresponsive, his blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. But in the next moment, it was as if something ignited inside him, madness taking over, and he charged at Jai, intent on killing him. "I will take your life." Jai isn't afraid of anyone, he immediately charges into battle. Before he can even touch him, you unleash a level 5 attraction magic. The dark energy immediately wrapped around the Chimera Holy Knight's legs. Jai kept going with his spontaneous speech. It amplifies the gravitational pull in the area, trapping its target so they can't move. The Chimera Holy Knight immediately lunged forward, momentum taking over, sword slipping from his grasp. All that remained was a faint, trembling whimper in his throat. Jai wouldn't let him exploit any weakness in you, so she continued casting her next spell, summoning the dead to control her target. The Chimera Paladin hasn't given up. Even though his body was pressed to the wooden floor, Mage still managed to gasp out a few broken words through the pain. "I will end your life." He stubbornly tried to strike again, but unfortunately with G's magic he had no chance to make a move. And it didn't end there. G kept unleashing his next spell. A sacrificial ritual, a dark magic to summon spirits and unleash a massive explosion. In an instant, everything was consumed by the blast, no time to warn or escape. And then a magical explosion erupted, engulfing everything in its path, light spiraling into a single point. As the center of the blast disintegrated, Jai remained standing there amidst the thick, swirling white smoke, untouched, calmly gazing at his victory. After the Chimera Holy Knight's explosion, he was severely wounded. His body, clad in solid iron armor, was soaked in fresh blood everywhere. He trembled all over, yet he still spoke bravely, a living creature unafraid of death. Jemmy looked at him with half-lidded eyes, her voice dripping with contempt as it slowly echoed. "So you're already at the supreme level, huh?" No sooner had he finished speaking, the Chimera Holy Knight swiftly recovered and with unwavering resolve raised his sword for battle. He charged forward, blood pouring over his body, yet it seemed to barely affect him. His voice didn't betray the pain of his wounds. He's still determined to take all of you down. But Jai's never one to back down. He stood his ground, ready to fight, and casually praised him with a sharp remark. "You've got some guts, Sukakana, but you've picked the wrong fight, kid." Jai immediately cast a puppet spell, and in an instant, countless glowing threads of magic suddenly shot down, wrapping tightly around the Chimera Holy Knight like vines, because this magic links the threads to the target's soul, controlling it completely. He was instantly pulled down by the weight of the rope, forced to kneel on the ground in a pose that looked like he's praying for luck. Surprised by the attack, he could only manage a few muffled groans. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, slipping further and further beyond his control. He couldn't grasp his sword, couldn't assess the danger. Thread by thread, the chains of fate wrap around him, refusing to let go. Jai keeps mocking him from outside, as if he's quite curious about his current state. You didn't hold back, directly telling him that the fragments of corpses entered your body along with the explosion. At first I thought Jai just wanted to control the Chimera Holy Knight's body to keep him from acting out, but Jai's intentions were far more sinister. What was once yours is now mine. There's nothing you can do anymore. And he's still writhing desperately, trying to break free. His whole body trembled as his mind raced to find a way out, losing control, unable to wield dark magic. Fighting any longer is pointless. The best way to defeat an unbeatable enemy is to run. He activated the core of his heart, trying to break free from Jai's tight grip. Jai hadn't expected this move, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. You never expected him to take this path, self-destruction. Yeah, but you always have a way to deal with him. Before he completely vanished, Jai charged forward like a lightning bolt, shouting at the top of his lungs. No, it wasn't that easy. The shadowy hand struck out dark magic, pouring in to stop him from disappearing. His swift hand plunged through the Chimera Holy Knight's body. He couldn't stop it, only accept his death. But when Jai's hand entered his body, something unexpected happened, something beyond Jai's wildest imagination. I couldn't stop it. A blinding light erupted from within the Chimera Holy Knight's body, overpowering even the faint glow of dark magic cast from the bright moon outside. Jemmy's panic grew with each passing second, her features rapidly deteriorating, her face drained of all blood. In that instant, she couldn't think of what to do next. She could only curse. Damn it, I can't dodge this. Less than 3 seconds later, his chest swelled dramatically, like a balloon being pumped full of air. He had no idea what was happening, completely powerless to control the situation. And then his body exploded like a corpse that had accumulated decay over years, unintentionally flinging Jamie away. The blast was so fierce that his flesh was no longer intact, mixing blood and gore into the air, creating a truly horrifying sight. It even shook Jai's barrier from the outside, creating thunderous waves, but not enough to break through. Thanks to dark magic, Jai was completely unaffected by the explosion, and his body remained unharmed. Jai still hasn't come to her senses. Without dark magic, Min would be in serious trouble by now. Thinking about how he might shatter the darkness by unleashing his full sacred energy, but you can't escape with just that. It took a moment to regain his composure, then he continued casting his magic dark spells, absorbing the light. The Holy Knight Chimera was still alive, harboring a plan to escape. Silently, he followed the path of light, trying to slip away from Jai's relentless pursuit. But Jai managed to snap out of it and strike before he could escape. It can't be that simple. The magic hit dead center, striking the Chimera Holy Knight right in the chest. He quickly collapsed, unable to do anything, but what he didn't expect was that the attack couldn't actually harm his inner body. In his desperation to escape, he revealed his true form. Beneath that majestic armor was a hideous monster with razor-sharp teeth and a massive swarm of tentacles. Jemmy immediately noticed the Chimera. Its initial form is already revealed. He decisively refused to let his main body escape, swinging his hand to unleash the chains, aiming to trap it. He coldly ordered, "Get out now." His main body is still struggling and crying out. Jemmy unleashes her ultimate move, the explosive death. Blood magic erupts like a rain of crimson, and the explosion of death is a burst of darkness itself. Even the toughest armor shatters, and he's no exception. Even he knew that at this moment he could no longer resist. His body had reached its limit, unable to move. So he made his final choice. The core of his true body burst out from his sharp fangs, leaping into the air. Jemmy saw that tiny, bizarre creature and froze in confusion. That was its original form. Its core was far more agile than its outer shell, even faster than Jemmy Near himself. By the time you could react, it had already leapt out of the windowsill, using the floors as stepping stones to jump down from the third floor. Only after it was out of sight did Jai finally snap back to reality, bowing his head in regret as it ran away. Philip had just managed to recover a bit, panic-stricken, rushing in to check on the situation. "Master," he noticed the bloodied corpse in the middle of the Trun True Good Shop room. But Jai calmly replied, "Let him go." Philip was stunned, his face turning pale, and he asked like a fool, "What, aren't we supposed to follow him?" "Is it okay?" Jemmy spoke softly, feeling helpless. "It's truly unlucky that he got away." "But it's okay," Philip wondered. With guilt and suspicion, how could the enemy just escape like that? "I thought I was watching him to catch him, but maybe I was wrong." He boldly stepped forward and asked, "I'm sorry, but I can't understand your meaning. I want to know why it's okay." Jai lazily shrugged, dismissing it with a nonchalant answer. "Well, it's nothing special. The reason you're so confident is because you understand the true nature of your attack. Those dark magic traces are not so easily erased." Everything was basically set up by Jai the moment that shadowy hand pierced through his body. His entire form was flooded with dark magic, meaning I could find him anytime I wanted. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Khan was still diligently writing with his elegant demeanor, completely unaware that his beloved pet had been beaten into its original form. The window in the corner of the room suddenly swung open, drawing his attention. As he turned, he saw the rare blood-red silhouette of the Chimera. As expected, he was still terrified by the true appearance of his precious one, to the point of cursing in fear. That feeling of dread was real, but it was only temporary, and soon it was replaced by an overwhelming sense of confusion impossible to believe. He held the Chimera in his hands like a hard-won victory, his voice trembling as if he was about to cry. No way he was defeated. The core of our research. It's the destruction of a Chimera Holy Knight's sacred energy. Inside the wooden house, the temporary base of the G Guild, you and Philip still haven't left. Philip was a bit surprised by G's approach. In that case, he's still just a coward at heart. Once he realized he'd be worrying non-stop, even the escape of the true Chimera Holy Knight was no exception. He faced it trembling, afraid. His enemies knew he was cursed with dark magic. If that's the case, then the state of the Master, they could track and hunt down your location too. Jai whispered softly. "I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, they won't find out." Philip still looked a bit confused, responding indifferently. "Yes, but Jemmy is very confident in his abilities, because his current power is completely different from dark magic. But you'll still have doubts. Still, I can't understand why dark magic is so weak compared to holy energy." You admitted to Philip that from the moment my power emerged with the purpose of slaying gods, Philip unconsciously noticed the hand summoning an invisible stream of energy. The Demon Slayer is a form of darkness created to snuff out innocent lives and erase existence without a trace. This is the dark magic Jai is wielding. You fully understand the traits of this dark magic, so they can't lay a finger on it. That's why no matter how many fools use holy energy, they'll never uncover your secrets. Over here, Lin Khan was still furious, fists clenched tight, even stabbing his pen into the table in his rage, his voice trembling as he spat out each word, "That bastard." But no matter how hard he or his men tried, they would never be able to find a trace of the one he was searching for. Jemmy finally revealed the full truth about her power. From the very beginning, her strength has existed to slay gods, so don't worry too much. Philip, after hearing everything, nodded in understanding. "I get it now. You've been watching all along, but Azat's nowhere in sight. So I ask, where did Azat go?" Philip suddenly remembers him, his voice trembling with hesitation and urgency as he searches for answers. Before Philip could finish speaking about him, the wooden door beside him swung open. He had just stepped in and shouted loudly, "Are you guys okay, brother?" He was only checking on his good brother, but when he turned around, he finally noticed Jamie was also here, and immediately a bright, cheerful smile appeared on his face. "Master, you're here, thank goodness." She laughed so hard, her eyes squinted, non-stop praising. I thought Broy had already turned into a pile of white bones by now. Even though that knight is powerful for his age, it seems the master has everything under control. Ignoring his empty flattery, Jay cut straight to the point. That's right, I handled the aftermath. Now you better run while you can. He innocently scratched his head, explaining like a clueless kid. Well, I fell out of the window earlier and fainted for a bit, so as soon as I woke up, I rushed here right away. Jai, hearing this, froze and asked what you were unconscious. Philip looked remorseful and admitted, it was me who pushed him. Jamie, completely helpless with his brainless, useless arms, was at a loss for words in that moment. The scene turns into a deafening silence as 6 eyes lock in a tense stare. Finally, Jai chooses the most humiliating move. He turns around, exposing his backside. You forced him to bend into an inverted V, then sat directly on his exposed backside, as if you carried the weight of an adult calmly assigning tasks. I withdrew my surveillance order on them. They figured us out too quickly. If we keep staring at them, we'll blow our cover. So you need to act alone. The trembling voice responded below, yes, my lord. Philip nodded in agreement, understanding. Jai suddenly remembered something, and quickly swung his hand forward. You remembered Philip because he was injured in the fight against that Chimera Holy Knight and his magic could heal wounds, so, without hesitation, you helped him heal. He was just as surprised, saying, Master, this is Jemmy, I'm reporting immediately. I have a plan, but you still need to take better care of your body. After a moment of punishment, Jai finally stood up and entrusted him with a new mission. Azat was determined to stay by Ariar's side and keep him safe. As soon as Oz was freed, he burst out shouting with fierce determination. The master quickly moved to the window, ready to leave. But before that, he made sure to give them both a final warning. I'm leaving now. Be careful. Jai sneaked out, slipping down through the window. Meanwhile, at Lincoln's place, he's frantically racking his brain, desperate to find the anonymous killer who took his beloved child. No way. How could this be? He's so consumed by madness that his hands tremble with rage, and even his words no longer resemble those of a bishop. Who the hell, thinking that a seasoned Chimera Knight with 4 lives fused together would end up like this? He gazed at the Chimera's core inside the clear glass vial, now nothing but bloody, gruesome flesh. His anger grew hotter with every passing second. Lincoln pondered for a moment, and a few prominent names came to mind. Surely the first person he thought of someone capable of facing the Chimera Holy Knight he painstakingly created was Count Welton. But after a moment of hesitation he faltered, then let out a heavy sigh. But he's never truly valued the Count Welton. Even if the Count had fought Chimera, he wouldn't have been pushed this far. He still believes if it were him, his body could have survived and made it back. He also thought of another key point. Not only that, the connection between himself and the knight was instantly severed, cut off from magic, impossible to break through without a barrier. Then he considered another possibility. If such a powerful mage was in this territory, then it had to be the young master. He suspected you, but he quickly pushed you out of his mind. No, not him. Even if he's a genius, he's only at level 4. You need to be at least level 5 to face the Chimera Knight head-on. So who could it be? Lincoln begins to anticipate the next move in the plan. Just as I thought, we need to speed up the experiment before it's too late. His thoughts were suddenly cut off as a sharp knife appeared out of nowhere, pressed against his neck. His deep, cold voice whispered, your second plan has failed. As soon as he moves, that knife will end him for good. Lincoln remained silent, already knowing who was pressing the blade to his neck. The mysterious figure kept threatening him. It seemed like he didn't even need to hear the answer. As she finished speaking, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice wavered with fear. The woman continued to tease him. Could it really be? What is that? Only now does he remember the chimera he left on the table, trembling with fear, as he cautiously responds. It's still not perfect. She's not satisfied. So everything's fine, despite it ending up like this. It's just because it's not finished yet. The sharp blade presses an inch closer to his neck. He accidentally drew a few drops of fresh blood, and he quickly sensed that strange feeling. He hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. There's a troublesome obstacle in the way. It will be complete just 1 or 2 more experiments. Of course, she was far from satisfied with his excuse, and continued to threaten him to the very end. You think you can talk smoothly with smooth and not realize what that trouble really is? Do you want to become part of your own experiment? The mysterious woman finished speaking, and Lincoln was left speechless, unable to say a word. She had already issued her warning, and then she disappeared into a cloud of black smoke. I will follow you, counting every step you take. Once the woman left, Lincoln finally took a deep breath, gasping for air to make up for what he lost while she was still here. He didn't dare breathe too loudly. Only after calming down did he realize why everything had been exposed. Once again, anger reaches its boiling point. The fallen knights, they're watching me. The 7 swords of Genis Cathedral, 7 knights sworn to protect the archbishop within the heart of Genis Church. They are all seasoned experts. Lincoln wishes he could wipe them out in one strike, but all he can do is slam his fist on the table and scream, how dare they mock him like this. Beneath the guise of a respected bishop, Lincoln is still a twisted, terrifying man. To those above him, he shows no respect, only insults. That disgusting bastard, once I finish this experiment, I'll climb right to the top. As night falls covering the entire land, the Welton estate is no exception. Yet Jemmy has brought back the corpse of the Chimera Holy Knight all the way to the manor. You know, maybe I've been reckless after all. But his body might hold the key to so many clues. I couldn't help but marvel at that, even if just for a moment. But it's a Chimera Saint, they really do create some fascinating things. Jai begins dissecting his body, trying to see what kind of life force they've infused inside. After a long struggle, your face was smeared with his blood. You've finally made your first discoveries. They're connected pretty tightly. A long-legged creature, blood-stained and grimy inside his body. You guessed that the insect's leg from the hollow chest cavity, where the core of the limb remains, can also reveal internal organs capable of resisting fire. You also discovered a strange substance inside the insect's eye mixture. What's even more chilling is that you discovered they're all based on a human body. Seems like 4 lives infused with anti-magic and incredible speed combined into one. Jemmy found a shimmering, translucent capsule inside his body. You carefully hold it up in front of your eyes to examine it. And inside the core is a divine energy-absorbing nucleus. They're chimera in the form of knights using that core. But why are they creating things like this? After searching around, the floor was soaked with fresh blood from the bodies of the holy chimera knights. Jemmy guessed this wasn't going to be easy. Zenas, are you really planning to start a war? You've always seen humans as bugs and tools, just like before. Every word from the past echoes back in his mind. Diablo is alive, Lord Vi. Our revenge will wait for you in hell. Diablo VB. Thinking about this, Jai's blood boils with rage, wishing he could wipe them all out. Humans once lost everything because of your brutal actions. The hatred within him burns hotter than ever before. The reason I had to return to Earth after thousands of years was to stop all of you. Jai cursed in anger, furious beyond words. Damn it, you 12 outsiders, you're not getting a second chance. Over here, Lincoln was busy on the phone tending to his limbs in the lab, but as soon as he connected, he was knocked out cold. Just one day, and so much has already gone wrong. He bowed his head, looking mournful. It was unexpected, but at least the main body survived, though it's no use now. The other side lost patience and snapped in fury. Do you really think your excuses will save you after all the effort I've poured into this, only for it to be shattered? Joe Lincoln's face darkened, but there was no trace of remorse or guilt. Sorry, I couldn't do anything. It's all because of that mysterious third party showing up out of nowhere. But that guy didn't buy his explanation. He didn't bother arguing, just started cursing like crazy. Damn it, what the hell are you planning to do now? Lincoln's eyes instantly revealed their usual lecherous gleam, as if he was about to hunt his next prey. I'm thinking of taking one more. The other side quickly guessed his true intentions. Don't tell me you're talking about that child with the saintess qualities. If you give me that kind of fuel, I can finally check the condition of my heart. I never expected Lincoln to get so angry after hearing that he slammed the table in warning. Don't even dream about it. The qualities of a saintess won't be limited to just chimera. As soon as he finished speaking, he returned to his original composed demeanor of a bishop. Anyway, the next move has already been decided. He seems to have carefully planned this escape route. He was a loyal servant of Zenit. From the very beginning, Lincoln saw Ricky as his escape route, so he knew everything about him, including his true identity like the back of his hand. Ricky is the only blood relative of the city's daughter. Right now, he's outside the orphanage keeping watch. You've always fulfilled your duty without realizing you're working for an organization more brutal than ever before. Ricky, the innocent boy, is fiercely loyal to the ruthless wolves disguised as sheep, soon to fall into Lincoln's trap. The next morning, sure enough, Lincoln had already taken action, summoning everyone to announce something important. Master had also sought out Ricky. Here he is, Ricky. The cheerful boy responds happily. How can I help you, sister? She softly announces. Everyone was asked to gather in the hall of worship. Ricky nodded obediently at the news. That altar hall. Yes, I'll be there right away. Early in the morning, under Lincoln's call, the crowd swelled with energy, the atmosphere buzzing with life. Ben sat with Ricky's sister Anna from afar, and when he saw Ricky's figure, he waved to get his attention. Hey Ricky, we're over here. Seeing the shocking scene, Ricky couldn't hold back and shouted, Why are you with my sister Ben? Ben naively replied, I brought her because they said everyone had to come. Ricky, mischievous and unfazed by the suspicious glances around him, boldly stepped in between, splitting them apart, a silent warning hidden in his actions. That doesn't mean you have to cling to my sister like glue, right? I was late because I was looking for Anna. Ricky finally notices the scene inside the church and wonders, why is everyone gathered here today? Maybe another one has been chosen. Anna heard that and smiled happily, marveling at it. Great. Once everything was in place, Lincoln was already standing on the altar beginning his plan. Just moments before, he had asked kindly, Are you all well? Everyone present responded with respectful nods. Yes, sir. And then his wolf in sheep's clothing act began. It starts with a hidden message. Today we have some good news just for you. Another miracle has been bestowed upon us by our Lord. As his words faded, everyone present at the scene was in an uproar. A miracle? Just like what happened to Sino. Is someone about to be chosen? Of course, all those opinions were caught in Lincoln's gaze. He smiled, satisfied. What you're thinking is exactly right. Beneath that guise of kindness and goodness, he's declared that this time Zenith also wants one of you. Everyone was stunned, even Ricky. The solemn atmosphere was once again replaced by whispers and the cruel, sneering laughter of Lin Cone. The fools only want to be chosen, not knowing a thing. Then he quickly dismisses them. No, a child without parents can only become a knight, and that's Phuoc Lan. The orphans gathered around their chatter, never stopping, as if a blessing from the heavens had suddenly fallen upon them. The smile behind Lin Cone's clasped hands grew more and more grotesque, utterly inhuman. He was completely satisfied with the path he had chosen. That's right, it's a blessing. You should feel more and more joy with each passing day. Once the thrill faded, and he regained his composure, he got straight to the point. All right, stay calm. Your demon god Janit's desire this time is for hesitation in your words, making everyone more anxious than ever before. And unsurprisingly, he finally pointed at Ricky, claiming he was still there. But deep down, he harbored darker, more sinister thoughts. Are you the next chimera? As noon approached at the Welton family estate, the sun had already risen higher than the mountains, but a light drizzle kept the sky half gloomy, half dawn. Jemmy is with Xia, now chatting happily. It looks like the rain is about to stop. Yes, the weather should clear up soon. Sai smiled kindly, enjoying the rain with a cup of tea. There's nothing better. Jemmy felt shy, like a young boy who's still learning how to speak properly. The smell of rain was so refreshing, and being with his mom made it even better. It's rare to see a boy speak like that, so happy he's floating on cloud 9. Oh my son, your words are truly beautiful. Jai wasn't used to this kind of closeness, and she didn't respond to the hug at all. A look of reluctant, almost pitiful resignation appeared, as she silently said mom while holding her child tight. Suddenly, a cold rhythmic, knocking echoes outside the door, grabbing both their attention. The butler stands there, respectful and earnest. I'm sorry to disturb your time, madam, but a guest has arrived to see the young master. Jemmy, upon hearing this, was stunned and asked back. Even Sai was so shocked he froze in place. The butler responded, Yes, sir. A commoner kid says he's your friend, and came looking for you. Should I send him away? Jai still seems a bit unclear. Aren't commoners supposed to be nobility? Then we're not Valo siblings. Do we have a connection? After a moment of thought, he suddenly remembered something. Don't tell me he's vaguely guessed who that person is. He rises from the sofa and quickly gives the order. I think I know who it is now. Let him in. The butler immediately obeyed. Yes, I understand. Ricky is still waiting outside the hall, standing among the crossroads of the estate's many villas, anxiously awaiting Jamie's response. After being led inside by the butler, Ricky summoned all his courage and bowed to the noble woman before him. It's an honor to meet you. I apologize for the intrusion. Not only did she not cause trouble, but she also smiled kindly, welcoming the boy like a treasured guest. It's wonderful to see my son's friend visit. Jai sat beside him, her expression calm and unbothered. Sure enough, this kid is the one. Who gave him the right to decide that we're friends? Not only friendly, but also genuinely enthusiastic. Knowing the other person is a rare friend for the boy, he didn't hesitate to ask questions. What's your name, kid? Ricky. Are you doing well lately? I'm at Jenna's church right now. Jamie stays by her side, her face dark as coal because she was suddenly cornered and attacked. Sai keeps asking non-stop, relentless. I see. So why did you come to see our Jamie? Ricky finally remembered why the boy came looking for Jai. About that. Jemmy just now realized the core issue, his eyes suddenly widened. Ricky had only just opened his mouth, barely able to get half a sentence out. Earlier that night on the street, Jemmy quickly covered his mouth. Jai just smiled and said, We'll play together, Mom's going to rest now. But in the eyes of C's loving mother, this shy, embarrassed act was just the adorable innocence of a growing child. She found it utterly endearing. Oh my God, is the boy embarrassed in front of his mom because of a friend here? Our son has grown up and Jai here is imagining a terrifying punishment and feeling chills down her spine. I can't let myself get caught. I have no idea what they'll do if they find out. He held her fiercely, kissed her, and slept with her every night. Sai saw this as the perfect chance and immediately made a deal with the boy. If that's the case, I guess I have to say goodbye to my mom for now. Jai's words hit like a lightning bolt. Everything froze in place as they faced an even greater challenge. He silently cursed himself. There was only one option left. Jai hesitated, then pressed a gentle kiss to C's cheek, and the woman's face lit up with happiness, her eyes crinkling with joy. Ricky's eyes widened at the once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, feeling like a useless outsider in that moment. Then with a carefree grin, she grabbed her flowing dress and walked away. Then I hope you two have a good time. Ricky, still cautious, bows politely. Goodbye. Deep down, the orphan boy admired Jai's current situation more than anything. Your mother must love you so much. Jai quickly dismisses it and gets straight to the point. Forget about that. Why are you here? Ricky immediately remembered and responded. Oh, right. Ricky still thought everything was perfect, so he happily announced it. I was chosen, so I'll be leaving here soon. Jamie felt like a lightning strike to the chest. Ricky added, I'm here to say goodbye, Jai. You knew Lincoln would strike Ricky soon, but it happened faster than you expected. What? Time slips away, and before long the sunset has fallen over the Welton estate. In a corner of the side hall, a deep, heavy sigh echoes loudly. With the Baron's permission, Welton kept searching for the Holy Knight's shadow days ago, but he never caught a glimpse, leaving him restless and gloomy. For days now, that strange knight's figure has vanished without a trace. He had no idea that Jai had torn him apart, reducing him to a three-headed shell, and for days he kept searching for any trace of him. After that, I couldn't find anything while watching over the church. Was that thing buried underground or what? At that moment, Ricky's voice echoed in his ear, jolting him awake. Goodbye. Ross quickly recognized that familiar sound. That child was Ricky, just stepped out of D.H. Thur's main area, and he eagerly approached Ross with a big smile. Hello there. Ross warmly pulled the boy closer, draping his arm over him like they'd been brothers for 800 years. Come on, kid, you gotta call me Big Brother, right? Ricky immediately agrees. All right. He's never seen Ricky show up here before, so he's curious. You came to see Jemmy Kid. Ricky didn't hesitate to answer right away. Just as you arrived, I wanted to tell you I've been blessed with that miracle by the gods. The boy's words hit him like a cold splash of water, shattering his fleeting happiness, disbelief washing over him. He asked again, what Ricky grinned ear to ear, pure joy shining in his eyes. You're chosen. You'll head to the main church tomorrow morning. Roz immediately darkened, silent as thoughts of Two-Tongue flooded his mind. So this is how they operate. Deceiving children like that. Serving as a servant to a god. Don't they feel any shame? You think little kids and lives are so trivial? Lost in thought for a long moment, Russ suddenly felt empathy and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Although Janice is truly cruel, Ross dares not shatter the innocence and wonder in the hearts of children dreaming of a miracle within that double-edged illusion. He also won't expose their false masks directly. Great kid. You're going to become a great priest. Ricky laughs innocently. Yes, I will become someone who helps those in need just like you. After a warm farewell, Ricky finally waves goodbye to Ross and walks away. I'll definitely visit after this. Ricky just left and Ross turned his back and got to work. You understand now, right, Ross? Give the order. Tomorrow morning we'll follow Ricky's carriage. I'll show you what true punishment really looks like. The next morning, Ricky set out, carefully escorted by Lincoln's henchmen. Before leaving, he made one last promise. Thanks everyone for seeing me off. I promise I'll return after I become a priest. Everyone was happy for Ricky, except for Anna, the boy's little sister. They would be apart for a very long time. The girl couldn't hide her sadness. Ben stood beside Anna, sending a message to Ricky. Don't worry about Anna. I'll make sure to take care of her. Ricky stands from afar, holding a bouquet of flowers, a satisfied smile on his face. Thanks, Ben. I trust you. Anna tried to smile, but her eyes shimmered with tears as she told her brother, Don't worry about me. Come back soon when you're a priest. Ricky chuckled unconsciously at his little sister's cuteness. He really couldn't bring himself to leave her side. Before the carriage set off, Ricky hurriedly ran over, pulling the girl into a tight embrace, one last hug. He whispered for her to listen to the nuns and her father to eat well even when he's not around. I don't know when, but Ricky's eyes welled up with tears, his voice trembling. I'll write letters often and try to come back early. I promise I'll become a priest. Anna couldn't hold back her tears anymore and burst into tears. All right, I promise I'll wait. You've got to take care of yourself, big bro. With tears in their farewell, the final carriage still thundered down the street, carrying Ricky into a world of suffering like those before him. Russ appeared along Ricky's path, witnessing the boy sitting inside the carriage filled with sadness. His gaze grew colder and colder, watching as the boy inched closer to a deadly, unhealed fate. Let's go over here. Jai is still inside the family estate, activating magic to track Ricky's every move. Thanks to magic's aid, he learned what was happening outside. They've already left. Jemmy raises his hand, a faint, hesitant smile on his lips. At last, the ancient magic circle he's prepared for so long is finally activated, ready to face the enemy. Let's see how that bug hiding over there is doing, shall we? Jemmy just realized something important. Sure enough, the dark mana signature was in Gina's church. He also deduced what was needed to create the target. To create a divine chimera, 3 things are needed. First, a sacrificial offering as the raw material. A man who created the chimera for experiments, and a high-ranking priest to infuse it with holy power. But one more thing puzzles Jamie. There's only one high priest nearby, and he immediately thought of someone, Bishop of Genis. Jamie swiftly moved from branch to branch. If it were Roz and the knights, he'd look down at the carriage below, a daring thought stirring in his mind. Maybe they'll be able to wipe out the laboratory. When he returns, Jamie draws a valuable conclusion. We only need to deal with the bishop. You're confident in your plan, and that's how you sealed your fate. At the bishop's castle that night, he cloaked himself and prepared to leave. It's clear this moment has been a long time coming. The bishop has waited for this opportunity to seize control for ages. He seemed eager, an orphan, destined to become a church knight. But God's blessing often comes with hardship. He stepped into the cell where Ricky was before the grand mirror. Now Ricky is about to reach out and touch Ricky's shoulder to test his magic. Can you withstand this experiment? His dark hand was about to reach its target. You're coming with me. But before he could finish, a force blocked him. The bishop was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. He lost his footing and crashed hard onto the ground. The bishop's face twisted with fury as he shouted, "How dare you? What the hell is your name?" Jemmy stood tall in front of him, mocking his rude and uncultured way of speaking. The church's man spoke so bluntly, a hint of surprise in his voice. "A dark mage, but when he saw your face clearly, he recognized who you were. I see now. So that's how it is. You're the one who killed my church's knight." The bishop's fury ignited, and he prepared to teach Jai a harsh lesson. "How dare you interfere with my plan?" He summoned his power and demanded to attack him immediately. "I will deliver the judgment of the Holy Spirit upon you." A magic circle instantly appears. Both of them plunged into a fierce battle. The Holy Land, where the priest's power will surge dramatically. Within the sacred ground, under the god's protection, Jemmy also sensed the danger of his opponent's power. If it's a bishop-level sanctuary, he'd surely have the strength to crush stone with his bare hands. The arrogant bishop declares, "I'll end this quickly." He charges forward like a storm, furious and determined to take Jai's life. "I will tear you apart." A burst of power slams straight at him, leaving him momentarily stunned. The bishop smirked provocatively. "What do you think?" Next, a relentless barrage of attacks crashes into Jai's body. "That's right, I'll turn you into nothing but raw material." In an instant, he transformed into someone else. He sneered and said to him, "Is this what you call strength?" The bishop was stunned, eyes wide, teeth clenched. "What?" He used his fist to try and break through your pressure, but he couldn't do a damn thing. He was immediately thrown into confusion. "What the hell?" the bishop exclaimed in shock. "How could you use dark magic inside the Holy Land?" You just gave a faint smile and responded, still focused on practicing your magic. "The Holy Land, huh?" Jemmy immediately stepped forward, using her own magic to tighten around his wrist, staring him down. Suddenly, the surrounding space froze in place. The bishop's face froze in shock. Is the Holy Land being consumed by darkness? He desperately tried to deceive himself, believing what was happening before his eyes was impossible. He screamed in hopeless despair. "No, I can't." Jai just gave a faint smile in response. There he is. The bishop desperately struggles to break free from the trap, but Jai's power pushes him back, sending him sprawling to the ground. He immediately charged forward and struck him with a punch that made him spit blood. The bishop had no strength left to be reckless. He could only slump down in a corner. Jai stepped in front of him, voice firm and commanding. "I have many questions I'm curious about, and I hope you'll give me some answers." The bishop remained stubborn, smirking as he shot back. "You think I'll just tell you everything? The wire around your face is filled with deadly intent." He emphasized, "Don't misunderstand. You raise your hand filled with spiritual energy and make it clear to him, I don't need your permission." Jemmy placed his hand on the bishop's head, trying to extract the information from his mind to open your brain. The bishop, controlled by spiritual energy, was in such pain that his pupils turned red. In the dark laboratory, the leader seemed to be waiting for something. He snapped, smashing a glass beaker at his damned subordinate Lin Khan. He looked visibly tense, restless, like he's on the edge of losing control. "Where the hell are you? The experiment's been delayed," and the henchman hurriedly and nervously rushes off. "I'll check right away." But the hot-headed leader quickly dealt with him, cold-blooded. He looked down on these people. "You're all so slow, so sluggish." Suddenly, he sensed something strange above him. "I can sense someone above." Instantly, he realized the danger lurking nearby. "Damn it, it looks like Lincoln's got a tail." The Dark Knights have found their way to the library. They examined each book on the shelf, searching for clues. The Shadow Knight told Ross, "I can feel the wind blowing from here." He quickly deduced the meaning, there's something hidden behind the bookshelf. Ross scanned the shelves, his eyes settling on a book that stood out from the rest. This book was strangely pristine, so he hesitantly reached out and touched it. Instantly, a secret door appeared right before everyone's eyes. "It's opening now." Ross carefully warns them whenever he senses something's wrong, an ominous feeling in the air. Everyone prepares to unleash a surge of dark energy from beyond the door. Ross raises his sword to block the oncoming wave. He smiled through the struggle to control it. What kind of power is this? After fighting it for so long, he was finally thrown back by that dark force. Ross was pushed back a few steps. A worried Dark Knight called out to him. Ross remained calm, confidently telling everyone, "I'm fine. It seems we've arrived at the right place." Behind the secret door, a massive, ferocious monster appears. Everyone screams in unison, "It's a chimera." After channeling his powerful spiritual energy to read the mind of that cursed spirit, Jimmy uncovered everything, building a mighty army. No matter what it took to fulfill the prophecy, he hesitated for a moment before answering. That's right, he used his power to threaten him into revealing everything you just said. Lin Kong hesitated, trembling with fear. Got it. Suddenly Jai remembered something, and with his powerful hand he restored his mind. In the end, he chose to spare him. Now go. Jemmy stands before the mirror, shrouded in mystery. You're a little confident that the mind-wash power has grown stronger. He won't be able to reveal anything about you. You touch the mirror, a flash of light erupts, and suddenly Mi has a bold new idea. In an instant, you transform your face into that of a fierce spirit beast. Shall we go? Over there at that ruthless, tyrannical bastard's side, he slammed his hand on the table, nerves twisting inside him. Damn it, I was almost dead. He clenched his teeth in fury, trembling with rage. Lincoln, when will you finally arrive? If it weren't for the experiment, I would have shattered him to pieces by now. He glanced outside, checking for any signs of movement. He reached out and touched the massive spiritual energy vessel before him, a shameful plan already forming in his mind. But he had no choice but to release this into the world. He shattered the bottle, the liquid spilling across the floor. He cursed non-stop. This will take care of the rest. What the hell is Lincoln doing? The attack was useless. The wicked man stood over Ricky's body, a cruel thought brewing in his mind. If only this most vital part had divine power and a body. Seeing Ricky unconscious only fuels his obsession, craving a body, a vessel to call his own. Hurry up, bring me a body. After a moment, Lin Khan also shuffled in. Sorry I'm late. He snapped, turning around to bark. Lin Khan, you're already here. Seeing Lin Khan's battered face, he was surprised and asked, what happened to you? Lin Khan, clutching his painful wound, explained what had transpired. I was ambushed by a suspicious figure. I arrived late because I had to kill him first. That cunning bastard was stunned when he heard this. The suspicious Lin Khan also gave him more details about that person. I thought he was the one who killed the Holy Knight. He's too powerful to be taken alive. Hearing that, he grew even more anxious, more restless. He guessed it. Damn it, are they the same group that ambushed us? If we delay any longer, the experiment will be compromised. He hurriedly asked the body. Where's your body? Lin Khan's disciple asked, anxiously, concern etched in his voice. You said there was an intruder. Are you really going to keep going like this? He shouted confidently, claiming that it would all end soon anyway. It's fine, I've already sent the sample. Now hand over the body. Lincoln's heart is uneasy, secretly wondering what exactly did he send. After receiving the mysterious potion, he becomes visibly ecstatic. Finally, I've received the results. He directly poured that dark, sinister liquid onto Ricky's body. I wonder just how incredible a chimera can become. How powerful could it possibly get? That wicked bastard turned around and asked with a disgustingly cruel smile. What do you think? Lin Khan hesitated a bit, but he had to answer just to get it over with. He asked what I was doing. This is so complicated. Well, it's definitely going to be stronger than that previous failure. He was caught off guard by such a simple answer. Why are you saying things everyone already knows? That demon grabs a syringe filled with mysterious liquid and prepares to inject it into his body. So now, what's left is to take that final step. He lunged at the tumors like eyes staring from above. He clenched it tightly with his hand, feeling a flicker of restlessness. Hurry up and just merge already. Yes, that's him. He crazed, demanding Lincoln's name one more time. Lincoln, you're probably just as happy, right? Lincoln simply responded with a vague nod. Yeah, he's definitely lost his mind. That damn demon's guilt made him furious, and he asked in a strange, unsettling way. Who are you? Lincoln was stunned by his question, but he forced a smile and confirmed it. What are you talking about all of a sudden? It's me, Lincoln. What's going on? Are those crazy guys connected somehow? He suddenly snapped and insisted. Who are you trying to deceive? Lincoln's name froze in place, stunned by his over-the-top actions. You're not Lincoln. Even the monsters were beheaded by the Dark Knights for daring to block their path. Once they defeated it, they felt a flicker of relief. They were close to their goal, with no obstacles in sight. So this trash is the last of them. Ross, lead the way. Everyone follow the path down. Let's go down. Suddenly, a mysterious force swiftly passes through them, faster than the blink of an eye. A monster right behind Ross has caught a knight and is holding him tight. Another knight urgently shouts for everyone to run. Run now. They poured everything they had into escaping the deadly trap created by that very monster. This monster is much bigger and more powerful than the ones before. This thing is truly on a whole different level from the rest. Ross ran into a bit of trouble casting his magic. This place is too cramped. I can't unleash my attack. Before the monster launched its direct attack, he managed to escape. I need more space. Ross glances back one last time. He's managed to regain his composure and prepares to strike. There's no sword of judgment. Roz bravely charged at the monster and fought it head-on. The beast, battered, repeatedly froze and billowed smoke, but right after it regained its strength. His eyes also flickered with a purple hue. Faced with this, Ross couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. The monster faced him head-on, its eyes blazing with fury to the breaking point. Only now does he realize how serious this truly is. Damn it, I was careless. It's too late to dodge now, I'm about to die. In that life-or-death moment, a knight charged forward and struck the monster's hand to save him. The beast roared in agony, screaming like a madman. They stood in front of Ross, shielding him from the chaos. Are you okay? We have to retreat now. After escaping danger, Ross suggested they take the injured knight with them. Understood. But they responded with cold indifference. They would leave him behind. What did you just say? A cold knight reminds him, making sure he remembers. The order we received was to support Rasik in completing the mission. Their words moved Ross so deeply that he shed tears. We paid no mind to anything else. A knight charged forward to fight the beast. He leaps high, charging forward with fury. I'll clear the way. While the monster was distracted, another knight seized the moment and led him forward. As it was preoccupied, we'll move up. Ross just couldn't bring himself to leave. He'd die if he fought that monster alone. That knight explained it to him with a clear, rational mind. We knew. However, we are the Shadow Warriors. We act to achieve the best possible outcome. Ross suddenly remembered the words from before about these Shadow Knights absolutely obeying their master. This is the only reason Shadow Knights exist. Their lives are nothing but tools controlled entirely by the commands of others. He's troubled by how they so casually dismiss their own lives, sacrificing everything to complete their mission. That's just ridiculous. I'll never forgive what happened. The knight was pinned to the ground by that monster, fighting to hold his ground. He hurriedly urged them, go quickly. Tranna was shaken by the strength of the beast. Moments later, the stones shifted and sank into the ground. The sight before Ross froze him in place, silent and stunned. The ceiling collapsed into a pile of rubble right in front of him. The monster was still alive, reaching out with a hand full of sharp claws. Both are stunned by its fierce vitality. The monster grabs the last knight, forcing him to hurriedly flee. Lord Ross, we need to get out of here immediately. But Ross's expression was unwavering. I couldn't let him stay behind. The monster tormented that poor soldier even more. Ross shouted loudly, demanding it. Get out of here now. He decisively drew his sword, his eyes blazing with fury and unwavering resolve to avenge those who had fallen. But the Dark Knight stands firm. Lord Ross, I'll be fine. Ross ignored those words and kept reciting his spell. I serve the goddess of mercy and judgment. The spiritual energy surrounding him radiates a blinding light. Holy demon seal. Ross's eyes turned cold as ice. He thrust his sword forward, unleashing a surge of powerful spiritual energy. The monster that was hit roared in pain and torment. Ross stormed forward, shouting loudly at the creature. Erase them all, even the monsters being attacked, struggle and thrash in pain. Ross has thought this through carefully. He's made his decision. In the end, he has no choice but to unleash his sacred sword of judgment. The legendary blade he's kept hidden for so long, finally drawn for this battle. The holy blade of the Fioro Church. They are the 7 knights blessed with divine power from the goddess of mercy and retribution. That power is fleeting with severe side effects, but it grants them incredible strength. The other Shadow Knights rushed out to support their fallen comrade. He's still alive. He couldn't believe he's still breathing. You're still alive. This power brings punishment to the wicked and boundless mercy to the good. Roz turned to them and honestly revealed, this is the power bestowed upon me. The goddess of mercy and justice. The knight who was wounded earlier has now recovered and is joyfully dancing with glee. Even so, once the power of the Holy Sword Palace disappears, all the pain they endured will be transferred to him. But Ross, with his noble heart, chose to keep this secret from them. But there's no need to tell them. It's a relief to see you still look okay. He keeps leading the way, guiding everyone forward. Now let's go. Jai's side is also busy fighting against the two of them. He revealed his true form and dared to face the evil dark devil head-on. His power surged so fiercely that he had to skillfully block it with his hands. He screams like a madman, cursing at you. How dare you interfere with my experiment? That damn black mage, but Jemmy calmly responded to him. You kept provoking him a little more. How reckless. I never thought I'd hear that from someone who's already destroyed their own body. But the dark devil, he argued back with his foolish logic. Looks like your eyes are just for show, huh? This is an art. He transforms into a pair of wings and flashes a sly smile. Now I'm going to make sure you see it firsthand. He spent so much effort creating those wings only for Jai to dismiss them with a single snarky remark. The ugly chimera wings were torn apart in front of him, fueling his fury as he growled in frustration. What? How dare you speak like that? You didn't forget to remind him what he's forgotten, did you? When he saw his precious thing resting beside Jai-Mi, the black demon's face froze in panic. My main ingredient, before he could rush in to grab it, Jai-Mi crushed it with her bare hands. It's really fascinating, playing with it is enough. He clenched that filthy thing tightly and deliberately taunted him. Oh no, I slipped up. The dark demon saw the carefully crafted ingredients get destroyed, and he was so furious his guts turned black and he cursed in rage. That filthy mage bastard. Jai just fixed a spot on your magic circle, then sneered. I just broke one of your toys. Why are you so damn angry? Let's change locations. A blazing magic circle spreads out beneath both of them. He recognized this magic, and a wicked thought crossed his mind. This is teleportation magic. It will vanish into thin air as long as I can destroy it. How dare that kid provoke me this much? He clenched his fist tightly, pouring all his strength into destroying him. This damn bastard is finally going down. No matter what he tried, he couldn't break through the protective barrier of this power. Damn it, it's unbreakable. The dark devil was stunned as the spiritual energy surged forth, swirling around him with overwhelming power. That bastard Jai had even equipped himself with a set of wings to duel the dark devil. He was left stunned, completely dumbfounded. Why? Why hasn't that been destroyed? Jai criticizes him, but it's obviously because he's just too weak. Then he challenged that guy again, sparking a new battle, and now they're sharing a rare moment of peace in this forest. But in Jai's eyes there's hunger, a cold, deadly desire. Once our fun is over, I'll tear him apart and turn him into my servant. The black demon, insulted immediately, lunged to attack you first. That arrogant bastard. With his graceful and fluid movements, Jamie easily dodged the deadly strike. Jamie landed safely. He's about to execute his next plan, so close to chaos he's taking care of everything now. Down below, the dark devil is utterly confident. He looks down on you with contempt. I'm quite curious myself. We can't know for sure, we've already sent out our 2 top elites. Hearing this, Jai was a bit stunned. A genius. He was furious, charging forward like a moth to a flame. That's not your fight, you damn dog. He fought with every ounce of his life, pushing himself to the limit. Jemmy swiftly dodged a few of his deadly strikes. The Demon Lord had a ruthless plan from the start. It seems they finished with one of them, but they won't survive, not with me sending 2 of my own. But Jai saw through his true intentions. He couldn't help but sneer. No one dares to be the second fool in line, but he stubbornly pushes forward anyway. No, this is the secret. Seeing his strange behavior only made Jai more suspicious. I think there are 9 different entities living inside that body. It's no longer human. Looking at the body, along with the bizarre, monstrous growths on him, Jai is stunned. The alliance of those individuals is actually quite effective. I'm sure he's made up his mind, determined to claim him for himself, turning him into his servant. Roz and the Dark Knights had moved into a different room. One of them, confused, asked, this is where Roz made a crucial decision. He's determined to prioritize the safety of the children. Find the kids first, I still have 20 minutes. A wave of worry surged in his heart. We have to find it before the power of the Holy Sword Palace disappears. The group split up, each heading a different way to search. Roz carefully scans the surroundings. Suddenly he sensed danger closing in. A blazing beam of light shot down at lightning speed. Roz hurriedly turns around in panic. He quickly orders the Dark Knights to escape. Step back. Roz looked ahead, his face frozen in shock, stunned in place. In front of them stands a monster, a long-haired demoness, a chimera wielding a sword that's nearly impossible to handle, leaving him speechless in shock. No way. A knight shouted his name, Lord Ross. They also showed Ross another obstacle. Over there beside them, a massive monster, with a terrifying form appeared. Another one appears, a chimera, a demon horse, and an elf. Roz begins to feel uneasy, knowing he's about to face these savage, towering beasts. They are monsters, even the elite struggle to face. His memories flood back when he was just an obedient boy, alongside Ricky, helpless himself. But he couldn't ignore the danger the boy was in. With resolve, he drew his sword ready to face whatever came. Ross's eyes burn with unwavering resolve and courage. He declares he's ready to fight. At Ricky's group, the boy was also moving, his breathing steadier than before. Ricky suddenly sat up, his clever face flickering with a hint of sadness, but his eyes shone with an unusual intensity. Ricky stared blankly at the unfamiliar scene, wondering, where am I? He got up from the fallen table and looked around, searching for Lin Cone. Why am I here, priest? Where are you? After searching for a while, he stood there stunned by the silence. No one was here. Ricky wandered around and discovered a container holding his best friend's body. Frozen in shock, the boy stammered at the horrifying sight. No, why are you here? Ricky's memories slowly surfaced in his mind, and it seemed like a flash of light blending with the blood pouring out, chosen by the Lord. The boy looked at his trembling hands, tears pouring down like rain. Wasn't this supposed to be a blessing? How can this cruel story be called a blessing? Ricky forced back his tears, trying to reassure himself, calming down. The boy turns his back and walks away from the danger. First, I need to get out of here. Ricky hesitated, reaching out to grasp the door handle. He still had doubts, leaving his best friend behind. Sino. Ricky's tears streamed down his face, but he swore to himself he would come back and save his friend. I'm sorry, I swear I'll come back and find you. Ricky ran away from that cruel place. Gina's church, I will never forgive you. The boy runs faster and faster. Hearing a loud noise nearby, the boy's heart raced with hope, thinking, "They're fighting. Maybe they're here to save me." Ricky paused and turned back, listening as the sound grew even louder. They're nearby. The bloodstained ground made the boy hesitate, unsure whether to move forward. "I don't know why, but it's terrifying. Should I go back?" I hear hurried footsteps and frantic voices. They're rushing in from the right. He dodges. Ricky sees them, and his heart leaps with joy, tears streaming down his face. When the boy saw Ross fighting fiercely, he called out to him. He was busy battling monsters, but Ross still made sure to correct his way of addressing him as bro. The monster suddenly turned its head, unleashing a barrage of iron chains. Ross was caught off guard by its strength, and quickly shouted for the knights to fight back. "Damn it, stop him." A knight steps forward to block him. He halts. Another monster slithered close to their faces, ready to strike again. Ross sensed the danger and shouted a warning to the boy. "No, run, Ricky. The knights are blocked by that huge monster right in front, preventing any further advance." "Damn it, I've been cornered." But at that moment, Ricky's face went pale, and with confused eyes he replied, "My body won't move." The monster braced itself, so I had to prepare to deal with the boy 2 steps below it. Ross shouted in panic, "Ricky." He swung his sword wildly at the monster. With its massive body, Rasva's strikes only created fierce sparks of friction, but the monster still didn't flinch. The other Dark Knights rushed in, bringing him more power. "Lord Ross." Tears streamed down his face as he helplessly called out the boy's name. Ricky Ross stood silently amidst the thick, swirling smoke. His emotions flooded with guilt. Was it finally true? He still couldn't save the boy. Suddenly, Ricky's hand flailed wildly in the white smoke. The boy clenched his teeth, fighting through the pain as sweat poured down his face. Ricky feels reborn. The boy is still safe and whole. Brother, even through the lingering dust, the chaos still rages. Ross quickly and quietly realizes the situation he's in. He shouted loudly to Ricky, "Kid, change your position, it's still dangerous. Run over to me quickly." Ricky obeyed and sprinted straight into Ross's embrace. "Hey," he leaned close to the boy's ear and gently asked, "How's everything going?" Ross carefully surveys his surroundings, calculating his next move. "Can I buy myself 10 more minutes? Maybe less than that." He clenched his sword tightly, a storm of doubt raging in his heart. "I couldn't fight while protecting Ricky." Ross gently looked at Ricky and gave the boy a warning. "Ricky, kid, you better head up front." The boy was stunned, but Ricky is obedient and understanding. The boy knows his situation and his responsibilities. "No, I'm just here to block their path." "Yes, I understand." Taking advantage of his limited vision, Ricky dashed forward. Before leaving, the boy didn't forget to say one last thing. "You have to come back safe." He clenched his fist and nodded, signaling he understood. His unwavering gaze and determined aura prepare him to face the monsters. Ross, furious, starts shouting at it. "If it's just you." The beast charged straight at him. Ross furrowed his brow. "I've made up my mind to deal with them, and I will destroy you." Ricky sprinted up the stairs, escaping just in time. That narrow brush with death made the boy reflect. He couldn't shake the feeling that fate was playing a dangerous game. What just happened? Ricky ran, but inside, an indescribable thought was rising. After the light defeated that monster, I could feel my stomach churning. But more than that, it was the strange sensation I got from that creature, like Levon's malice, a chilling, spine-tingling dread that sent shivers down my spine. After running for a while, Ricky finally spotted a new hope, a door. Without hesitation, he pushed forward and stepped inside. Ricky, exhausted from running at full speed, finally stopped, gasping for breath to catch his strength. He looked up at the starry sky, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Is it all just a lie, salvation and faith? Thinking about loved ones, Ricky couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Anna must be all alone at the orphanage. If anyone dares to hurt your sister, the familiar image of her smiling and happy will appear again. Ricky was left stunned, speechless, unable to say a word. The boy is deeply wounded by the negativity thrown his way. What is this? What is this terrifying feeling? Deep down, Ricky always felt a pull, an inexplicable urge that he had to go. The boy stood silently frozen in place, but he had to run for his own safety. Ricky kept moving forward, lost in his own world, unaware that the dark demon was already closing in on him. "You're pretty good at running." He howled in pain as Jai used a trigger to defeat him. "I will end you with this." His tentacle-like appendages reach out and curse you. "Die, Chimera researcher. Keep attacking, I'll end this." A massive explosion erupts right in the middle of the forest, and despite the tension, Jai still manages a smile. That's some serious power. Just a brush with it could be deadly. He gathers his strength into his palm, but his magic is barely enough to stand against it. "With this, I will win." The Chimera researcher is utterly insane. He cursed loudly, that sneaky rat. He lost patience and charged forward. This isn't a game anymore. It's over before it even began. Jai widened his eyes in shock as the Chimera researcher extended a blood-veined hand toward him. "It's time to die." New tentacles burst forth from his hand, wrapping around Jamie. In the end, it completely enveloped him, forming a terrifying red sphere. Suddenly, the Chimera researcher realized something was wrong. He screamed, "Where are you? Where are you hiding?" Jai's figure appeared behind him not far away. He let out a breath of relief as he chanted a spell, commanding the darkness to unfold. The Chimera researcher cautiously scans the surroundings of a barrier, trying to trap himself inside. The Chimera researcher sneers, thinking a simple barrier is enough, then frantically commands his tentacles to seize Jay. "Can you really hold me back?" Jamie gasped, panic flooding his voice as danger drew near. In truth, the Chimera researcher continued to unleash a storm of tentacles. A torrent of tentacles burst from the magic circle, but none could pierce Jay's barrier. He anxiously assessed the situation. This is fascinating. He's combining Chimera's power with magic. Jai's eyes sharpened, but that was all she could muster. The Chimera researcher muttered, "You're holding out longer than I expected." Then Jai's voice suddenly cut in. "What is this now?" The Chimera researcher quickly turned around to where Jai had just appeared. "Why?" He hurriedly stepped back. The pupil of the Chimera researcher suddenly constricted. "What?" He hurriedly ran away when he saw Ji appear right behind him. "What's going on?" "I'm sure you're down there." Jai smirked mischievously. "You didn't know, that's actually me." Dark Magic Level 4, the Twin Clone spell creates a perfect copy of oneself, capable of wielding the same power. When they stare each other down, one of them will vanish. A look of amusement flickered across Jai's face as he reached out with his hand. "The reason you failed is because you couldn't properly gauge your enemy." He hinted at the decayed corpse in the middle. Then the Chimera researcher looked down at his hand covered in rotting mottled flesh. What Jemmy's teasing made the Chimera researcher tremble with rage. "What is what? It's magic. Your body is slowly rotting from the inside out." He can't believe it. This game means nothing. Before I could finish killing the Chimera, researcher Jai jumped in and added more. "That's why I prepared one more thing." A black sphere floats above Jai's hand. The black sphere. The Chimera researcher stared tensely at the black sphere. "What do you want to do?" Hukko touched his wings, then it began to corrode the face of the researcher Chimera. He screamed in agony as his body rotted away. Jemmy slowly explained. "The black sphere spell amplifies the target's pain threefold wherever it touches." He approaches casually, pretending to be curious as his body begins to feel itself rotting from within. Because of the unbearable pain, the Chimera researcher could only curse intermittently. You bastard." Jemmy smiled as she kept chanting clearly, still not satisfied. He unleashed gravity, causing the Chimera researcher's body to suddenly lose its momentum and fall. A massive explosion erupted the moment his body hit the ground. The Chimera researcher's body convulsed, losing all consciousness. Jemmy turned around to praise him. "Dreki, you did well. You can rest now." At the same moment, the wings vanished. The Chimera researcher's wings are down to just two tiny tufts of feathers, the oily substance dripping from his head. My Jai's body moves with cold detachment. Usually just the pain alone can cause someone to go into shock, so I wonder how much did you damage your own body to still stand? He placed his hand on his head. A circle of magic appeared, and in a whisper he said, "My slave. J-Math, it looks like I can't turn you into a subordinate, you're too damaged. At least I'll get the information from your mind." Suddenly a scream of terror erupts. G was terrified, glancing nervously behind her, and he quickly stepped back when he saw the Chimera researcher suddenly stand up. Damn it, in front of him were actually two full black chimeras. He never expected there to be more. The Chimera researcher spoke up. "UJ frozen in place. I was wrong, no more hesitation." He immediately began to cast a spell. "I used too much mana earlier. I'll never let that bastard rest." An arrow of darkness pierced through the researcher's chest. He coughed up blood, panic flashing in his eyes as he looked down at his bleeding heart. Jemmy smiled innocently. "Dying instantly would hurt less, but it looks like you're still alive." Yet inside he felt a flicker of disappointment. He couldn't believe he survived that blow. Now what's the plan to kill this bastard? Ricky's whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and the closer he got, the more he felt like he was going to be sick. But for some reason he knew he had to keep going. Suddenly a massive explosion erupted right behind him. Ricky forced a nervous laugh and turned around. "Maybe I should head back now." As soon as he finished, another explosion erupted, making Ricky jump in shock. Jai's body scraped against the ground. He clenched his teeth, fighting back a cry of pain. He didn't have enough mana to summon a shield. He wouldn't be able to block the next strike. Ricky finally recognizes the person in front of him. "Jam, why is he here?" The Chimera researcher declared, "Now die." The magic orb slowly condensed above the Chimera's mouth. Ricky was terrified, trying to run and stop him. No rem. Even Jemmy didn't see this coming. He muttered in disbelief. "Ricky." The Chimera unleashes a surge of deadly magic. Ricky pushes himself to the limit to save his friend. Jai, terrified, shouted a warning. "Don't look back." Vicky's face went pale, but she still stood firm, blocking Jai's path. "Sorry about this. My body moves on its own." The impact creates a devastating explosion. Jai's body convulsed in relentless pain as he moved, blood soaking every inch of him. He struggles to crawl over to Ricky, calling out his friend's name. Ricky Jai desperately pleads for help. Please. Ricky's face looked incredibly peaceful. Jai muttered, tears threatening to spill over. No, he stared intently at his palm once more. Once again, because that voice kept calling out his past life's name, Diablo Diablo, he had to keep living. Jamie's mind flashes back to when he was Diablo, when everyone else had already died just to save himself. Jai's eyes turn hollow with the terror he's witnessing. You're just standing there, unmoving. The Chimera researcher, satisfied after witnessing Jai's pain, truly delivered a deeply emotional scene from that recent trial. His voice weighs heavily on my mind. Now I'll send you off to join your friend. The voices from the past echoed Diablo. Diablo, listen to me. Lord Diablo told me to tell you, please don't forget about us. Please don't abandon us. Even in death, I'll stay by your side. The first power, a rebellion against the divine. And then a surge of energy engulfed Jemmy's body like a raging storm. This power makes even Chimera hesitate. The researchers are tense. Chimera's entire aura has completely shifted. His body trembled under the weight of the pressure. This is bad, I've got to finish this fast. Jai leaned in close to Ricky, his eyes blazing with deadly intent. Just wait a moment, I'll be back. Dark magic swirled around G. How could I forget the first power I ever forged? From beneath the earth, a skeletal hand emerged, then one by one, dry bones slowly rose. The Chimera researcher was terrified, but he kept his bravado. You bastard, who are you? The army I built was like a rebellion against the divine, forged to face the might of the 12 gods. Summoning spirits. The Chimera researcher grinned maniacally, trying to hide his panic. You think you can beat me with these low-level zombies? Jemmy cut in sharply. Can't you see? He smiled. They all died at his hands. He ordered them to advance. Immediately after, the dry corpses rushed past him. Jemmy declared, go outside and satisfy the revenge buried deep in your hearts. A swarm of dry lich encircled the two chimeras and the Chimera researcher. The Chimera, its mouth full of sharp teeth, lunged at the dry lizard, but it was bitten back. Enraged, the Chimera punched and sent the dry lizard's head flying. My dried-up head hit the ground as Jai's voice echoed again. My kin have survived through death. The dried beast's head shattered in an instant as it surged forward. The Chimera researcher desperately retreated, only to be halted by the thick trunk blocking his path. Stop. He was halfway through speaking when a bony hand grabbed his face. Stay away from me. Jemmy, keep chanting your spell. This is my territory, where death breeds death. I told myself that, and it's also hell for me. The exhausted researcher, filled with rage, slammed the Chimera's body to the ground. The Chimera researcher howled in agony. He reached out, desperate to escape the hell he's trapped in. Finally, the dry husks came to a halt, leaving only the blood-soaked body of the Chimera researcher lying motionless. Jemmy relaxed. Finally, he's dead. He was surprised to discover something, only to see a green gem fall from the Chimera researcher's mouth. Jemmy was captivated by the glow of the gem. This gem in his hand is the seed of life, a rare artifact infused with pure vitality. Even after examining his body regeneration, his vitality is simply unbelievable. Turns out he's hiding something like this. Jai chuckled with pride. It was beyond what I expected. If I had this, I could break through the limits of my mortal youthful body. I was stunned to see the black smoke engulfing the ancient bones. Jemmy suddenly remembered something when she saw Ko Lao's cheerful face. That's right, he shyly gave an order. Now you can leave. I'll call you again someday. Immediately, a wave of black energy radiated from him, making the dry corpses vanish. Jemmy suddenly spat blood and he cursed silently. Damn it, I pushed myself too far. Rebelling against the gods is still beyond my grasp. He bit his lip, trying to endure, but he couldn't afford to pass out here. Jamie remembered Ricky was still unconscious. There's no way he could let this kid die after everything. His eyes glowed with a mysterious purple light. Instead of dying like this, it's better to serve me right, Ricky. The magic circle appears as Jai chants the spell. Come to me, Oin. Darkness swirls around Ricky's body. When his hand touched Ricky, his body suddenly lit up. The light was overwhelming to Jamie. This divine golden light lifts Ricky's body into the air while simultaneously piercing Jai's eyes with pain. A gentle voice echoes softly. I can't understand what's happening. The goddess with emerald hair cradles Ricky's body, her voice echoing even without a word spoken. Kid, who are you to try and take what's mine? Po was startled when she realized the person in front of her was Lu. At that moment, the goddess Po's eyes also opened, gazing at him. Do you know me? A whisper echoes through the darkness of the town. Lin Cone's face froze in shock. Alert the Count. I have to do this myself. He muttered his last words before being struck with a sword right across the neck. I have to tell the Count. That person sneered, useless. The white-haired woman calmly replied, We've freed H. The judgment of the heretics has begun. On the other side, Ross finally finished. He sank to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. I just made it in time to defeat him. His eyes are bloodshot and tired, but he forces a smile. I'm in so much pain I might die. But luckily no one else lost their life. And just then his thoughts were interrupted by a distant call. Lord Ross, the young red-haired man, looked worried. Are you okay? A flash of light appeared startling. Ross then quickly transformed into a fierce whirlwind beneath his feet. Ross couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his own hand. This is when he realizes the source of this power. The goddess Po. The scene shifts to her questioning Ji. Do you know me? Jai is in a state of absolute tension. How the hell did she manage to descend to the mortal realm, overstepping the laws of karma and causality based on just an illusion? This is no small matter. So the impatient voice of the goddess Po almost sounded like she was about to crush Jai's skull. You can't hear my voice, she snapped. Answer me right now. He hurriedly tried to defend himself. I only know that Ricky's holiness belongs to you, goddess Po wondered. But you still said you'd try to turn it into a zombie, even knowing the truth. Jai, be honest. I don't want him to die. The aura of the goddess Po grows more terrifying. You're saying that the zombie not truly dead is an insult to the dead. He clenched his teeth in fury after hearing her words. How dare you fail to understand the value of life? Jai erupted with frustration. Damn you all, you're the ones who truly look down on life. After sacrificing humanity, how dare you? The goddess Po's eyes widened in horror as she heard his accusation. What? She nearly lost control. No, it wasn't me. Seeing this scene left Jai confused. What's with that reaction? The goddess Po decided to overlook it, for, after all, this child will become my disciple. If you turn him into a zombie, I won't forgive you. Jemmy repeats in surprise. Apostle, you're closer to the gods than anyone else. Their very existence secures the Pope's status, granting them enough power to claim the title of the strongest holy knight, a perfect cleric. Jemmy fell into deep thought. I know that kid's got a bit of saintliness, almost like an apostle. Yeah, I guess that's why Po was able to descend to the mortal realm. He smirked slyly, realizing this was even more interesting than he had imagined. Jai, I swear I'm truly sorry. What can I do to make up for this? Your actions have left the goddess Po utterly confused. Sorry. My innocent face reveals countless sins. Darkness has swallowed him whole. Half of Ricky is already a walking corpse. The goddess Po's face darkened with fury, and she shouted in rage. Do you even realize what you've done? Jai cursed herself for that reckless move. Damn it, what a stupid mistake. The goddess Po's brow furrowed even deeper. Do you want to die? Jai, keep fighting. Things could get a lot worse if that's how it's gonna go. Because if I die, Ricky will die too. His mocking words only made the goddess Po more furious. You think your threats will work on me? Jamie's confident look dares him. There can only be one apostle. If she loses them, she'll have to spend a long time searching for someone else. More importantly, a god descending to the mortal realm without any restrictions. They need a disciple. Don't take Jai at face value. I don't want to kill him. Ricky is my friend. The goddess Po responded. You truly are a wicked one. You've definitely come up with countless tricks to stay alive. Jamie's curious. But why did she turn him into her disciple? His eyes looked distant, almost lost in thought. In this world, apostles aren't necessary. This world unfolds exactly as the 12 gods planned, a peaceful realm, a system forged through their collective will. Is that so? The goddess Po bit her lip, feeling guilty. How much do you really know? He sneered with the most mocking tone among the 12 gods, he who loves everything. People filled with so much love that they yearn to reshape evil itself. He started to enjoy it. Maybe she's been exiled. The goddess Po was panicked while Jimmy smirked, confident his prediction was right. The conflict was truly resolute. She couldn't utter any lies that went against her dignity. So she was forced to stay silent. You suddenly mentioned your own name from your past life, Diablo Vofia. The goddess Po froze, stunned. How could you possibly know that name? Jemmy didn't blink when she lied. I am the heir of that person. The goddess Po was confused. No way, Vofia must have done it for sure. Her body gradually faded away. Damn it, why now? Seeing the opportunity was finally here, Jai seized the moment. How about teaming up with me? Before disappearing, the goddess Po left a message. Come to my level, and we'll settle everything properly. Ricky gently touches down on the ground. Jai eyes him with a calculating stare. If everything goes smoothly, I'll finally have a tool that's incredibly useful. Ricky finally opened his eyes. He faintly saw Jai's bloodied face. Jamie. Ricky quickly sat up. Are you okay? Are you hurt? You're bleeding. But what happened to your eyes? Why are they turning purple? I also feel like my body's acting strange. Jai, stay calm and respond. You truly care for others more than yourself. Even in this state, you're still the apostle of the goddess and a damn zombie. Jai, listen, you were honest and straightforward, so I used dark magic to turn you into this. Jai had already prepared himself. He's definitely going to hold a grudge against me. But Ricky just smiled and said, I get it. His words only knocked Jamie's spirits down even more. Ricky remained calm because just being a dark mage doesn't mean he's evil. That's right, he's actually a kind-hearted guy. Jemmy's aura shifts suddenly. I get it now, but I still led you into a dangerous place. I even tried to kill your own brother. Ricky consoles him. But in the end, you saved me and didn't kill Anna, so you're a good person. Jemmy was speechless at this stubbornness. Hey, you little bastard. The wounds on his body quickly healed, as Ricky took his hand bathed in divine light. Countless wounds on his body had been healed. Ricky sighed in relief. I just had a feeling it would work, so I gave it a try, and it actually did. Ricky suddenly remembered. Ross is on his way here now. Jai, stay alert. I understand. I guess I have to go now. You still seem a bit hesitant, and everything I told you, Ricky held back. To you, I must seem like such an idiot, right? Ricky, let's go. Jai, see you later. Jai is at the Genis Church Branch H, where a figure in a black hooded cloak bows his head. We are judges under the Genis Church. I apologize, but due to special circumstances, we cannot reveal our names. Hino Welton looked serious. Why is the judge here? The judge responded. We're here under orders to hunt down the heretics. The judge held up a jar filled with eyes. During the investigation, we found this confirming Lincoln's father was a heretic, and after his confession, he was executed. Roz was stunned. Those bastards, they used him as a sacrificial goat. The judge was about to continue. This is a sensitive internal matter, and it must be kept absolutely secret within the church. So we quickly investigated, and Russ shouted out, Are you kidding me? Ano Welton said sternly. Enough. He forced a fake smile. But I have to commend your courage. Ano Welton's face quickly darkened into a threatening glare. You've dared to commit murder on my territory. Do you want to die? The judge quickly knelt down, trembling with fear. We were simply punishing a criminal in the church. Hino Welton warned, I am the judge of this land. No one has the right to harm others without my permission. The judge trembled as he begged Duke, please listen to me. Ano Welton cut him off his face, tense with veins bulging. He could no longer contain the fury that had exploded inside him. The judge sensed danger closing in. If this continues, I'll be dead. But I can't change it. In the end, he decided to face it head on. Are you that full of yourself? Duke, it's truly unwise to turn your back on the Genis Church. The moment he finished speaking, his arm was severed from his body. The judge screamed in agony. Ano Welton threatened him. Next, it'll be your right hand. Then your head. If you want to keep that head of yours, you'd better get out of here now. The judge clenched her trembling hand, which had been cut off. This was completely different from what that girl had said. Russ was stunned by Duke Welton's actions. He didn't reveal anything about the chimeras at all. He's focused entirely on becoming the ruler of this land. If things keep going this way, he's clearly confident that we'll be on top of everything. Contrary to Ross's calm, the judge was drowning in despair. No, he quickly dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. I sincerely apologize, our church will pay compensation, so just let this slide. I must never forget that Judge Utterly is the stepping stone for expansion to the east. He shouted loudly, asking for reconsideration. But Welton had no intention of showing mercy. I won't take back my words, you've lost my trust. He declared coldly, I will cut all ties with the Genesis Church. Ross was confused. So what's going on with the Duke? The judge made his decision. I'll withdraw. Ross sighed tiredly, feeling worse and worse about all of this. Then the Genis Church paid a huge compensation and withdrew. Inside, a stunned voice echoed, Why so sudden? And a guest has arrived for Vicky and Anna. Ricky clenched his teeth, enduring silently, while Anna looked on with curiosity. Who's that brother? Ross kneels respectfully. I send you my regards once again. I am the Holy Governor of Pu Ras Amatic Church. You continue. You will become a symbol for Pu Church, an apostle of the goddess. And one day, Anna will awaken as a saintly figure. When that moment comes, she'll see the world through eyes of pure innocence. Russ kept trying to persuade him, promising to do everything he could to welcome him. So you have no reason to. Before he could finish speaking, Ricky's joyful shout cut him off. Is it true? You're happy. Anna, my little sister Russ, insists, yes, Anna will see it soon enough. Ricky hurriedly embraced Anna, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Anna, truly. Anna hesitated. Babe, the sudden appearance of both an apostle and a saintess is a sign that big trouble is coming. Roz sighs in awe. O goddess, even as chaos draws near, he desperately prays, please let me protect these two. And this is how these two rely completely on Poe's church. And I, Jamie Welton Diablo Villa, will face my own challenge. At this moment, Jai steps forward in formal attire. He recalls the 12 gods now divided into factions. That's also why Genis pushed himself to become a holy knight. But I guess Po has been isolated to some extent. Jai remembered what the goddess Po said before she vanished. If I want to be sure, I have to go to Apon. His stance was almost reverent as he stood before the gate leading into the garden. So Jemmy took a deep breath, gathering his resolve. It's now or never he has to succeed. Diablo is clueless. His face shifts into that of a spoiled, pleading child. Mom Bell turned to Jamie. Jamie, he clung to her begging. Mom Bell is so confusing. What's going on with you? You're making that up. I prefer drinking tea with Mom and Sarah. Sarah smiled contentedly. Her mother and Sarah felt the same. Seabelle frowned even though she usually found him boring. Jamie felt a pang of guilt. He immediately denied it. He's not here. Does Mom know already? Jamie couldn't believe it. Seabelle smiled. Are you trying to say something to Mom? Jai looks tense. I'll have to think a bit more about my calculations. You're determined to lie. Today I feel great. Seabelle still can't believe it. Yes, Sarah wondered. You're truly strange. Esbelle spoke up. Tell me what you want to say. I'll listen. Jai has been waiting for this moment. His face lights up with hope. Really, your mom is absolutely certain about her decision. Of course, Jai, have fun. Then I want to go to Mom's house in Appin. Cybelle was curious. Why do you suddenly want to go to Appin? G acts so innocent. I heard there's a mountain with giant bubbles like these. Inside I secretly feel ashamed of my own disgraceful actions. I want to die so badly. Cybelle softly said, Is that so? Now Mom wants you to act really cute. That's a punchline straight out of Lightning. Seeing his hesitation, Cybelle feigned regret. No, if not, you'll have to do it next time. Jai hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment, I've never backed down from any challenge before. I am Diablo Vofia, the great dark lord of shadow magic. Jai looked away, embarrassed. Brother. He blushes and makes a heart shape with his hands. I love you so much, Mom. Cybelle exclaimed happily. Of course, Mom will follow her adorable son's wishes. Jai was then questioning her conscience as the great dark mage of shadows. His mother suddenly spoke up. Let's see. Jai, she's worried. She revealed that her mother had plans to leave the house since last week. She forgot. Jai muttered to herself, pretending to be amused even as the heavy, ominous atmosphere surrounded him. I guess I got a little too excited. Now I feel completely drained. I never expected her to make me do such things. I swear I'll kill you again this time with your own blood. Ross was excited to see him. Where did you just go? Jai, honestly, I'm going to see Mom and Sarah. I still have questions. But what exactly is that expression? There was just a little misunderstanding, I swear. I silently cursed and brushed it off. Look, it's more Piz. Ross gives a thumbs up. I don't fully understand, but I believe everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Jai is hesitating should he kill him or not. He asked in a dark, ominous tone. Whatever, but why are you here? Ross replied. I have something to discuss with the Duke. Are you interested in my father? Ross replied. Yes, I told him I'd stop by. He smiled brightly and said I have to tell you this face to face. Jai was eagerly awaiting it. What is it? It might be a hint from P. Ross, placing a hand on his shoulder. Ricky and Anna will follow me. Jai was confused. So it's only natural then, they're apostles and saints. You understand that this goodbye isn't forever, right, Jai? His words made Jai furious. Rosametic still didn't notice the change in him and kept trying to comfort him. Ricky and Anna will never forget you. I don't know when you'll meet again, but wouldn't it be amazing to see each other once more? After everything. Jai gritted his teeth. What are you really trying to say? He suddenly pulled you into a tight embrace. Jai froze, too scared to move. Ross, take it easy. Your friendship will never change, so don't be sad or disappointed, this isn't the end. He turned and walked away, but you'll see me often enough. Jemmy clenched his teeth tightly whenever he mentioned the goddess Poe. Tame that unruly brat of yours, Agnia Welton complains. I can't understand what my father-in-law is thinking anymore. He's recalling the request to bring Jai here. Cybelle forced a faint smile. He immediately realized even his late mother couldn't understand what he was thinking. Hino Welton still looked worried. Does he just want to see Jay? He glanced at his wife. I'll leave first thing tomorrow. Is that okay? Belle cheerfully asked. Why wouldn't it be? You're flattering yourself. The greatest knight of Welton will be escorting us. Anna Welton looked embarrassed. Of course he trusted them completely, but deep down he wished he could. Cybelle praised him. Who would dare attack us? My husband is the Duke of Welton. He tried to suppress his pride at his wife's compliment. She mentioned Ross Emetic, and most importantly, Sir Ross will be coming with us. I was stunned to hear that Russ is the Holy Governor. Cybelle smiled. They rarely left Welton in worry. You can see how serious the P.O. Church incident really is. He blurted out. He worries about Jamie. He recalls that Jai possesses a power far beyond his years. If it's anything like last time, he couldn't hold back his emotions and it all exploded. I don't even know if the leader can stop it now. Cybelle remains calm. I don't think we need to worry about that. Do you know what happened today? Tell me about the moment when Jamie tried to act cute. She almost melted away. I wish I could see her forever. Arena Welton also smiled. And so what happened next? She pressed her forehead into her husband's hand. Everyone makes mistakes, but I believe in our son. Eno Welton said as the two of them held hands with deep affection. I'm truly happy to meet you. Cybelle responded, me too. A figure rushes swiftly toward the sky. Jai exclaims with joy, it's here. Because I had to break it into dust and absorb it, it took longer than expected, but its effects are even better than I imagined. This is the result of hard work, he told Break. Good luck. Reaching level 6 is just a matter of time now. You're hoping to regain the strength you had as Diablo. Jemmy hovers above an abandoned building, knowing there's still a long road ahead to reclaim his peak. But now I can easily kill someone at a professor's level. Jans and Philip bow in respect. Master, you're here. Jemmy has informed me that you're coming. It's quite far, so we'll be going for a while. Philip Ra's face turned pale. A pawn is at the northern border right. If I go alone, it'll take a month. Jans, heartbroken, holds the piece of wood in his hand. Should we keep chopping? They're both disguised as woodcutters. Jai is annoyed. Are you guys here to complain? Philip avoided their gaze. No, not exactly. Jan's is the same. According to your wishes. He declared, don't worry, this time all of you will come too. Jemmy condensed dark magic. I remembered something I had long forgotten. Philip Ra and Jans were trembling. What could be so terrifying? Philip Ra was curious. What kind of master is he? Jai placed her hand on the door. Why is this place a graveyard? Basically, this is your new home. He pointed toward the two of them. Basically, this is your new home. Philip Ra and Jans looked confused. My family really doesn't like living in the warehouse. Jamie looked at the two people with confusion. No one had gone inside yet, but no one had come out either. He quickly kicked both of them away, telling them to stop wasting time and get moving. Jan was so scared she almost cried. Let's go now. Their bodies are slowly swallowed by the shadows. Jemmy feels something new. They're an intriguing pair. When their ego and emotions clash, they become incredibly useful if you teach them well. Jans told Philip Ra as he stepped out. He calls this a warehouse, so I didn't expect much, but honestly it's pretty impressive, much bigger than I thought. Philip Ra shared how it felt inside, like we were being filled with power from within. Jemmy agreed. Yes, this is my first move, a rebellion against the gods. That space was forged entirely by my power. The zombies in the rebellion against the gods absorbed this energy and were strengthened by it. Philip wondered, doesn't that place a heavy burden on you back then? The master of the wire calmly replied. Are you worried about me? He quickly bowed his head. I was wrong about you. Master, please forgive me. He silently cursed Jans. Do you want to die? Gee, I don't care. It's okay. If it's a burden to me, I won't see it the same way as I did before, Jans said excitedly. So you can make us stronger in just one step. Philip Rice quickly covered his mouth, but he still tried to say it would be better if he stayed inside a little longer. Honestly, it's full of bones. Are you dying of boredom, Jemmy? The carriage has stopped in front of the bridge. Jemmy was feeling hopeless. Oh, father. He silently told himself as Areno Welton lifted him high. I'm not a puppet. Hino Welton said, you promised to protect your mom, your sister, and your friends, right? Jai looked downcast. Of course. He held his son close. All right, come back safely. She shyly replied, yes. The flags of the two clans flutter in the wind as Jack O'Brien introduces himself. I am the Great Knight, Jack O'Brien. Since we're leaving soon, I'll explain our plan. Anna looked disappointed. I wish Brother Ross could come with us. Ricky replied, he's already volunteered to escort us. Jemmy closed his eyes, contemplating. So, their point is, despite it taking a little longer, they'll ensure maximum safety. Belle softly said Sarah sleep immediately. Every time we ride the carriage, it always departs only after the command. Then let's go. Ross told Jack O'Brien, I'll cover the rear. He replied, yes, Lord Ross. Jemmy glanced at him, wondering what she was about to say. He gazed intently, acting as if nothing had happened even after I mentioned Diablo Vopia's name, meaning that woman hadn't told the other gods about it. He smirked maliciously, or maybe she just couldn't. Jai thought to herself, whatever happens, it's fine. A cheerful voice gradually echoed in Sarah Welton's ears as she slowly regained consciousness. Hello there. Ricky leaned in close. You're Sarah, right? I'm Ricky. I froze when I saw the tears about to fall from her eyes. Sarah Welton screamed in terror. Jamie shouted, what are you doing to Sarah? Ricky hurriedly justifies himself, staying calm. Jamie, this isn't fair. 2 days later, the Welton family's carriage moved through the rain. The entire Welton family was sound asleep. Ricky gazed blankly at the scene outside as Ross rushed forward from behind. Ricky happily calls out to him. Ross smiles in return. Everyone looks so exhausted. Jai finally opened his eyes groggily, asking how long he'd been asleep. Ricky smiled and replied, about 2 hours. You slept so well. Ross rode his horse, glancing at you as he asked how you were. It must be pretty boring sitting in this carriage, huh? Should I tell you a funny story? Ross looked at the mountain ahead and began to tell a story. There's a legend about Mount May here. Jai, there's no reason to speak. It doesn't seem like it's having any fun. Ricky excitedly raised his voice, drowning out Jai's. Yes, go ahead. Rosamedic said with satisfaction. I knew it. Of course you two would be interested. Ricky thought of Anna. He said she liked stories like this, but she was still asleep. Ross gives some advice. Listen carefully and tell him what I said. Ross imagined a dragon speaking long ago, when dragons soared the skies and elves roamed the forests. Mount Miatri was just an ordinary mountain. But one beautiful day, 2 dragons appeared here. Jemmy was surprised to hear this, thinking of a dragon. Ross continued describing the evil black dragon and the gentle blue dragon Miatri. There was a woman, a human sorceress Miatri loved. But humans and dragons weren't meant to be together. The dragons couldn't stand by and watch, so they sent the black dragon to kill that mage. In the brutal battle that followed, the mountain was split in 2, and a raging river carved its way through the valley. After the battle ended, the black dragon was driven away, but Miatri's woman was gone. And after losing her, Miatri hid himself deep within the mountains. They say it's still around to this day. Anna didn't know when she had woken up, suddenly speaking out. They say the storms started coming more often after that, right? Truly a sad story. Ricky was startled and asked, "When did you wake up?" Ross replied, "Yeah, I guess I knew too. That's why the men call the rain here dragon tears." Jamie pondered deeply. Legends might be based on truth, but dragons were considered mere myths back then. He spoke up. That story might still be unfinished. Suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning struck down, causing the carriage to shake violently. Everyone in the car was startled. Sigh, and Sarah woke up in terror. Anna clutched her head and screamed in fear. Sarah, trembling with fear, holds her tight, trying to comfort her. "It's okay, it's okay." "Is that right?" Jamie Jai smiled. "Of course, it's just rain. On the surface, that's what they say, but deep down I feel something's wrong." He silently thought this uneasy feeling. The carriage kept rushing down the road until suddenly a lightning bolt struck a nearby tree. The tree trunk crashes down right onto the carriage. The coachman freezes in shock at the sight. The carriage was instantly thrown aside by the collision. Sai, trembling with fear, clung tightly to Sarah and shouted. Ricky, trembling with fear, warns her, "Anna, be careful." The carriage door swung open from the impact, causing Sai and Sarah, clutching each other tightly, to fall out. Jemmy shouted in panic. Sarah's mother, trembling and crying in fear. Jai, Sarah's savior. Jai grabbed a support on the carriage, extending a hand to the 2 as he cast his spell. He shouted, "You can save both of them." Jami cast the sea lightning signal. A massive magic circle appeared, a gentle wave of blue energy enveloping Sarah and Sis as they plummeted into the abyss. He clenched his teeth, believing he had done it. Then he gently lifted both of them up, Jai holding her magic to keep them afloat, while watching the situation unfold. He irritably asked, "What just happened?" Suddenly his hand slipped off the edge of the car. Jai stared in horror at her own hand, her face darkening with fear. She screamed out, calling her son's name. Jai was panicking, but still tried to reassure her. "I'm okay, I can fly using magic." He reached out to cast his magic, then suddenly froze in fear. Jai was stunned, thinking he couldn't do it. Mana burst out of Ji's body, and he plummeted downward, thinking to himself, "This is burning mana." The mana of a high-level mage is being consumed, causing the entire area to ignite with flames, rendering a mage powerless. A sudden voice echoed in his mind. "Who are you?" Ji's eyes widened in shock as the voice echoed once more. "Are you a dragon?" Jai frowned, pondering. A dragon star. His body plunged straight into the water. X wanted to rush in and save him, but she was held back. The old woman shouted loudly, "Dami!" She's crying desperately. "Let go of me, my son's down there, he's down there." The guard behind desperately held onto her and said, "Madam, please stay calm." The golden light surrounding sea startled her, making her turn her head to look back. Ricky hesitated and said, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to help you, that's all." The old woman looked back at Ricky and said, "Ricky." Sarah cried in fear, trembling in Anna's arms. Exhausted, she closed her eyes and whispered, "Brother." Ross stepped forward and knelt before C, speaking softly. "Madam, this might be my arrogance talking, but Jai will be fine." C replied calmly, "Lord Ross." His next words calmed her down. "It's just an optimistic perspective, but I know Jai's skills well." He looked straight at C's and said, "That rushing water can be dangerous, but once Jai's magic returns, he can definitely survive." Ross stands tall, clenches his fist and says with a serious tone, "However, I will go down there myself. If it's me, I can come back safely." Ricky and Jack are worried. Ricky says, "Jack, speak up, but even so, it's still too dangerous, even for you." Ross promises, 3 hours, my lady. I will return exactly in 3 hours." She hesitated and said, "It could be dangerous, even with the power of the divine governor." She bowed her head slightly and added, "Even so, I need your help with something." CS reached out a hand, desperately pleading, "Please, my son, please come back with Jamie." Ross kissed her hand and said, "Yes, madam. I will return." The scene shifts to an underwater cave, and Jai slowly regains consciousness. He's startled to find himself bound by thick, glowing blue chains. "I think I'm just at the beginning. I see my hands bound and struggling to move, and I wonder what the hell is going on here." "Who was that just now?" A voice that caught his attention. "You're awake now." A woman with blue hair and a horn on her head. She's dressed in Greek attire, stepping forward to question him. "Are you a dragon?" Jemmy replied, annoyed. "Can't you tell just by looking at me?" You with the green hair didn't hesitate and agreed. Yes, she's not questioning it. Seeing you as me, I knew right away you're not a dragon, but that just doesn't make sense. Jemmy froze in shock, suddenly alert. He thought he'd just sensed a faint deadly aura. The woman with green hair voiced her thoughts. How could someone who's not a dragon possess such potential? And your mana? It's exactly like how a dragon gathers its energy. Jemmy recalls a time when he thought his original energy technique was like that of a dragon. Humans are so poor at absorbing mana, lacking wisdom and talent we can't even imitate the dragons. You're annoyed thinking trying to imitate talent. She dares say that to someone they've been wary of for so long. The green-haired woman stared at him intently, beginning to suspect. But you're different. You're half a star right. Even high-level elves can't compare to a dragon. Jai, it's so frustrating. Why do you keep saying that's impossible when you've seen it with your own eyes? The green-haired woman was taken aback by his defiance. She glared at him and said, "Look at this brat. After just getting caught, it seems you're a little too proud of yourself," Jimmy challenged. So what exactly are you so proud of? You're the one constantly mistaking others for dragons and rushing to attack them. The woman with blue hair stepped closer and asked, cornered. He secretly hoped that just now the sudden gust of wind and the lightning striking so close to the carriage, and that blazing mana someone must have caused it all. She turned around calmly and said, "Well, I figured you might think that. I just wanted to see it with my own eyes." Jai snapped, "What do you mean?" He shouted angrily, "Because of you, Mom and Sarah." Suddenly he froze. Why am I so furious all of a sudden? He hesitated and said, "Forget it. If you're feeling guilty, just glance away and say, it's only natural to be curious about who I am. Remove these shackles and we can talk." The green-haired woman immediately refused. "No way." "I wondered why." She calmly said, "Seeing you like this is more fun. You're so annoying." "What do you mean?" The green-haired woman chuckled. "Your expressions are so amusing, I don't even want to let you go." He thought, tormenting others like this, it's truly despicable. You remember something you said, just like the personality of the blue dragon Miatri, right? The blue dragon is the gentlest of all dragons. They are especially friendly to humans, and their feelings toward us are just like ours, are toward dogs and cats. If I were to encounter a famous violent red or black dragon, or a cunning scheming green dragon, Jamie felt a slight relief, wondering if he should admit he was lucky. Carefully, he asked, "Why do you think I'm a dragon, and yet you kidnapped me?" She erupted with murderous intent. "Well, of course, that was meant to kill you. Think again, Jai. What do you mean by that murderous intent?" He forced a hollow smile. "So now you're letting me leave, are you?" She coldly replied, "Not yet." Jai helplessly asked why. Me mischievously replied, "Let me come up with some excuse or reason." Jai was speechless, wondering what the hell she was even talking about. Suddenly she had a wicked idea. Miatri smiled and said, "If I use you as material, I'm pretty sure I could create a high-level dragon soldier." A dragon soldier is an artificial creature born from the power of dragons. Jai's face grew serious. He realized a master was probably even more formidable. If I have the same resources as myself, even myself. I shake my head thinking, wait, no, I can't. I'm on the brink of death. What am I even thinking right now? Jai smiled warmly and asked, "Hey sis, why do you want to kill the dragon?" Me scowled and snapped, "None of your business, you little punk." Jai smiled plainly and said, "Is it because of that lover of yours?" Suddenly the chain on his hand loosened, catching Jamie off guard as he fell. Miri glared at him with a threat in her eyes. "If you mention him like that again, I'll make sure you wish you were never born alive or dead." "I knew it." Jai continued to ask, "I heard your tribe would never accept him." He kept talking and she betrayed them so he could live. Frustrated, she demanded, "How?" He screams out, his power exploding wildly around him. "How dare you act like you know something like that?" Jai tried to say, "When the water was about to drown you, you never wanted to kill me, or turn me into a dragon soldier, did you? From the very beginning you could have brainwashed me, but you chose not to." He closed his eyes and shouted, "She's so kind-hearted, it's almost unbelievable, she's a dragon." A familiar voice echoed in Miatri's mind. The gentle swordsman said, "You're so kind-hearted, it's hard to believe you're actually a dragon." She clenched her teeth, enduring the flood of old memories. She decided to forgive him. She stopped her magic and said, "This is your last chance, no second chances." Jamie spat out a mouthful of water, silently realizing she's serious. "I better watch what I say." Miri crossed her arms, lost in thought, and said, "You're truly a strange person. Almost as strange as him." Jemmy reached up, wiping water from her face, and asked him curiously. She explained, "The main character you talk about, it's all just stories you've heard passed down through whispers. The rain outside is pouring relentlessly." Russ sighs, saying this storm really serves no purpose at all. He nervously wondered, where is Jay inside the cave? Miatri's voice echoed from 700 years ago. His name was Canon, and he was a dark mage. Jimmy hesitated, then asked again, "A dark mage?" Miatri sighed sadly and said, "You must be pretty surprised. Who would have thought a creature that loves using white magic would prefer a human wielding black magic?" He froze in surprise, stammering, "Well, I guess there's a little. But inside I was overwhelmed with excitement, utterly stunned. Miri continued saying that he only chose to wield dark magic rather than seek the truth of this world. He's a true mage who's reached level 9. Jai felt like he was hearing something shocking. What are you so scared of level 9? I blurted out, wait, no one's ever reached level 9 in 1,000 years. You interrupted me. I'll tell you the reason right now. Before we ever met, Canon had already been searching for the truth of this world. Together we explored countless ruins, and it was then that we fell in love. We were so happy. But on the day the dragon god issued that decree, she remembered the condescending look in the dragon god's eyes. Konong, you've committed a sin you were never meant to commit. Every dragon has tried to kill Konong. We ran, but eventually we reached our limit. Miatri's tears threatened to spill as she said, Go in, you farmer. Even a dragon won't be able to find him there. Don't worry about me. Even if they punish me, they won't kill me. It's a ruin with incredibly powerful restrictions, only allowing one person to enter. Konong hid inside. She clutched her face, crying as she slowly stepped inside. The Dragon Lord coldly declared Miatri will be exiled for 1,000 years. But for a dragon, 1,000 years isn't much time at all. However, Nong tried to save me after nearly 30 years, once he uncovered the truth about this world. Nong looked at her in anger as she lay motionless in his arms. The black threads around her are tightening, choking her. He shouted, Why are you just sitting there, doing nothing? Aren't my kind the most skilled in magic? The Dragon Lord and the red dragon beside him chuckled mockingly. It seems he's lost his mind. That kind of truth is something humans find almost impossible to accept. He saved me, and after shaking off our pursuers, we hid deep within the vast mountains. Jai looked at me with understanding, saying Canon is dead. Miatri remained calm. Honestly, this outcome might be for the best. I kept telling myself he's finally at peace now. She bit her lip in anger, but her mind flashed to her naive image, her fury nearly spilling over in her words. My tribe has begun erasing every trace of Canon, his books, everyone he's met, everything. Jemmy had a suspicion in his mind, the truth that the dragons want to wipe out. Don't tell me Miatri is serious. So this place where Canon still exists is the last sanctuary I must protect. Inside the cave, there's a tomb surrounded by grass and trees. She said, That's why I'm here. Jai realized the dragon. So that's how it is. No wonder she's never heard a thing about me. I remember the first thing I did after being reborn was to track down my own traces. Back then, Diablo Von Bear thought that when he searched through the books there were no records left, nothing at all. Not even a folk tale or a song remained. He's completely lost in thought, as if someone deliberately erased every trace of him. Jamwai is sure they've wiped out his existence, just like they did with Canon. Those 12 gods. Long God Bram and his dragon race. Canon is a 9th-tier mage, who pushed himself to the limit, even studying dark magic to uncover the truth about this world. In the end, how much did Canon discover that they had to wipe him out completely? Jemmy almost confirmed whether this place is Canon's tomb. Miatri asked back, Why you look so sad? As a fellow mage, I want to honor his life. Miatri paused in silence, then said, Come with me. The two of them approached a tomb hidden beneath the shadow of a tree. Here it is. This is where Kana finally found peace after 1,000 years of hatred. He was startled when he saw something. His gaze falls on the shimmering bracelet hanging from his own tomb. The Kirk Hong, one of the 3 legendary artifacts forged by Diablo Von Bear to face the 12 gods. The artifact is completely immune to any disease or curse. Jai was stunned. Who would have thought I'd find him here? He's tense. So that's why Canon went searching for the truth about this world. He uncovered the reality of Diablo Von Bear's existence after finding that bracelet. Jemmy felt a pang of worry as he looked at Miatri. If I asked her for it, she'd probably kill me on the spot. Miri was bowing her hands in greeting. I'm here now. Kanong Jemmy speaks up cautiously. What's the deal with that bracelet? She said it's Kanong's weapon, an object of unimaginable power. It saved his life countless times. He can't believe it. There isn't even a speck of dust on it. It's been purified, guarded, and protected. He smiled at Miatri. Is that all that's left of Kanong? She immediately tensed up. What do you want to ask? Jemmy stammered hurriedly to explain. I meant no harm, I was just curious. He's the one who's been seeking the truth about this world, so I'm just wondering if he left any records behind. She calmed herself. There's still a journal. Are you offering your journal? Can I take a look? Miatri refused immediately, not wanting you to see. Jai thought of another way. So tell me, what is it? His words left Miatri stunned. She knew it, didn't she? What is the truth of this world? Immediately Miatri's face ignited with blazing fury. You've crossed the line. That's not something a pathetic coward like you deserves to know. You're wrong. That's not it. He convinced himself he sacrificed his own life to uncover that truth. Maybe he ultimately failed, but she's the one protecting that legacy. He insisted that instead of using it to hold on to memories of him, he wanted humanity to inherit it, to carry it forward. Miri wavered for a moment. Yeah, he's just a clever, annoying little brat. But there's one thing you got wrong. I don't need anything to remember him by, because I've already etched everything about him deep into my heart. The image of her blessed by Canon reappears. Her lover's voice echoes in Jay's mind at the same time. Please don't forget me. Dia approached, saying, I just don't get it. Me sneered after all, no matter how strong he is, he's still just a weakling. Jai called out, wait, a diary surrounded by chains. Miatri explained, I'm not showing you this because you convinced me it's pointless anyway, there's nothing written here. Jemmy reached out and said, it's sealed. Me nodded and replied, yeah, humans can't break the seal on this. She continued, now don't follow me anymore. I'll send you back to where you belong. G said. Wait. His pupil turned purple as dark magic swirled around him. From now on, don't be surprised no matter what you see. Miri gasped. What? Only now does she realize he's a dark mage, surrounded by thick, malevolent black magic, sealing him in. Miatri's eyes widen in shock. What kind of evil power is this? It's so different, even human dark magic isn't this sinister. The final diary is finally opened, and then a golden light bursts from the pages soaring into the sky. On the 22nd year, 3rd month, 16th day of the imperial calendar, I met a blue dragon. She told me I was filthy because I'm a dark mage. The imperial calendar 22 years, 3 months and 20 days. Somehow she ended up going with me again. Thanks to Miatra's fearless spirit. This journey has been so much more exhilarating. Is she really a dragon? It's the 22nd year, the 4th month, the 26th day of the lunar calendar. I rode Miatri all the way to the marked spot I had set earlier. A place humans can never reach. I call it the Land of the Dead. On the 23rd year, 12th month, 24th day of the lunar calendar, the Dragon Lord ordered the Dragon Clan to eliminate me. I'm fine, I only worry about the one who betrayed us, the one who shares my voice. It's her. I wanted to let her go, but I couldn't. I've loved Miatri Huang for 41 years and 3 months. What battle could she have fought in? The day inscribed on the tombstone. 65966 years ago from today, in the 41st year of the imperial calendar, we settled down on some mountain somewhere. We've come this far to stay out of the dragon's sight. Next, we'll head southwest to Gamon. That's the name of the place carved into that tombstone. A place that no longer exists anymore. She focused on the words spilling from the journal. But there was something about it. Miatri wept bitterly upon reading those journal entries, tears streaming down her face. Kanong Canon, my beloved little brother. Jemmy fell into deep thought. I think I now understand what the tombstone mentioning Canon is all about. He remembered before heading into battle to show his resolve. Diablo Vamp carved words filled with despair over the past and hope for the future here. Jamie closed the diary, which was 65966 years old when Canon discovered it, and he appeared 700 years later. It was then that he realized he had been reborn exactly 66666 years after his own death. Then he handed the diary to Miatri, who was still clutching her face and crying on the ground. But where the hell is Gaman? Jamie furrowed his brow, lost in thought. I wrote down the words I was sure would lead to my victory, but I don't remember mentioning Gaiman at all. It means someone has found their own grave, along with Ken Kaung's title. He smiled, finding something intriguing. How admirable it is, Jemmy gazed at the tombstone. Who would have thought he could uncover the truth that the 12 gods had been hiding with such perfect illusions? The truth is, humanity was brought low around 60000 years ago, reduced to nothing more than slaves of the 12 gods. But don't lose hope. Because this person has been reborn on Earth once again, and soon the 12 gods will be wiped out. Humans will once again find their freedom. Miri was moved to tears. He said he loves me. He never once told me those words. He just called me a nuisance and clingy. You comfort the blue dragon girl. Weren't you the one who said you still hold on to your memories? I believe he's still alive in your heart as long as you never forget him. Maybe that's true. Canon has always been by her side. Miatri was deeply moved, yet she kept her mouth shut. So you're quite the smooth talker after all, huh? He's just a little kid after all, Jai muttered in helplessness. I'm not some weakling, you know. Miri regretfully clutches her diary. If only I could turn back time. He gently ruffled her hair, offering comfort. Everyone thought that way. I told myself I've gone too far to turn back now. But Miatri clenched Jay's hand tightly. But you know what? She was curious. What kind of twisted dark magic is that? Are you really a dark mage? Jai decided to lie. It's just an ordinary dark demon power. I've lost my patience. Enough with the nonsense. You think I've never tried using dark magic to break the seal, right? You jumped in shock, completely caught off guard. What, you studied dark magic? Miri was speechless. Are you out of your mind? She was almost bragging. I brought someone who can wield dark magic. Jai fixed it. She cornered them. Miri cheerfully said, we're just sharing our opinions. I told him if he didn't want to die, he should come with me, and he agreed immediately. In this society, that's called kidnapping, threats, and intimidation. Miri recounted, but no matter what we did, we couldn't decipher a thing from the journal. That is until you and your strange energy appeared. Jemmy in her eyes closely resembles Canon's shadow. I hate to admit it, but the power he seeks beyond this world is exactly like that. Jemmy thought to himself, it seems I can't avoid this anymore. So he boldly declared, all right, I'll tell you the truth. I am a mage fulfilling Kanong's wish. Miri in disbelief asks Kanong to leave everything here. Why would someone who's never met him fulfill his wish? I immediately explain, I've never received it directly from him, but we're walking the same path. He kept explaining to her, so it's no exaggeration to say I was fulfilling his wish. A single question flickered in Miatri's mind. So you're planning to oppose the 12 gods too? He was stunned as she realized it. Did he really say that? Miatri immediately shook her head. But the diary revealed it all to me. He's furious with the 12 gods and hates the mighty dragon for teaming up with them. If you're planning to do something like that, don't leave her guessing anymore. Jai insists you're right, Miatri. I'm about to fight against the 12 gods. Miatri immediately dismissed that thought. It couldn't be. I also hate the 12 gods and the dragons. And you might soon wield power equal to that of a dragon. She gently caressed her diary, then finally faced the truth. It's impossible. Not just one, but 12 dragon-powered beings. No way. Just live like an ordinary person. For your sake, give it up. He recounts his past life. Once there was a man brave enough to face 12 gods head-on. That man had many allies, but they all either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to 12 gods and was sealed away in eternal darkness. Jemmy recalls the fury she felt before being sealed away. No matter the cost, I will return. Even if it takes a long time, he'll never give up. Right now, his eyes are filled with determination, so neither can I. Miatri was stunned. Jemmy thought to himself, Kanong and an elder before him, then me, and even after I'm gone, the cycle will just keep going forever. Their vow will be carried on until the 12 gods are slain, Miri warned. Follow me. She lifts the bracelet in her hand. If it were you, Kanong would allow it. Jemmy asks carefully. How am I supposed to accept this? Miri snapped in frustration. Hurry up before I change my mind. I feel happy seeing the bracelet on your wrist. I'll make sure to keep it safe. I'll cherish it forever. Are you greeting me while that ring is shining with a dazzling light? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Miri promised me. If that moment comes, I'll be ready to help you. He thanks her softly, a quiet thrill stirring in his heart. The dragon's promise. This is a good sign. Miri kicked him straight in the gate. Now get out. You're confused. Why so sudden? Yeah, take care of yourself. When Jai left, a faint bouquet of flowers appeared in Miatri's hand. A blue light envelops her. Is it canon? His dream is still ongoing. Roz gazed at the clearer sky above. It seems the rain has finally stopped. Jai's voice echoed. Halu, what are you doing here? Ross panicked, blurted out his name upon seeing Jai floating above him. He gently took his hand, signaling it's time to go. The sky has cleared once again. Someone rushes forward, clutching him tightly and shouting, Jai. Ricky and Anna burst into tears of joy. I knew you'd come back. That's a relief, Jamie. A Wellenguard bows his head. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, sir. Ras denies it. No. I really didn't do anything. His voice trembled with confusion. I really didn't do anything. Ra sighed silently inside. I didn't even use my holy power. In the kingdom of Seem at the Poor Nesman region, everyone was chatting happily. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. Venna suddenly fell backward as the mouse ran past her neck. Everyone around her panicked and shouted, What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and catch it, take it, stop it, don't let it stay here. Benna, you idiot. Benna stammered. I'm sorry, but the people around couldn't care less. Look at that zombie eating the pill, there's no way it can bite now. Venna shouted loudly, my nose, I'm sorry. Finally she sighed as she looked at the chaos at her feet. When will I ever finish cleaning up all of this? A voice full of contempt echoes in Venna's ears, leaving her stunned. I wonder when that slow-witted brain of hers will finally disappear. The two behind the scenes are talking badly about her, saying, I'm so angry every time I see that guy. Why is the principal protecting him? Maybe because the slow decay makes it stand out more. Ah, I see, that's exactly it. Venna furrowed her brow in anger. She's so mean. I heard it, you know. And then a voice cut through her thoughts. Trash. The blonde girl throws the paper at Venna, saying she's done cleaning, and to bring everything on this list here, because we have to run the experiment again, all because of you. The blonde girl saw Venna trembling about to say something, but she immediately frowned. Isn't it because of you? She clenched her fists and accepted her fate. Yes, I've surrendered. They laughed behind Venna's back. Did you see what he looked like? This is so boring. She can't even say a word. She's like a mouse trapped in a laboratory. Venna, overwhelmed with rage, bows her head in despair, tears streaming down her face. Why am I like this? At the Count's estate, the Count cheerfully greeted Welton's parents and the two siblings, Ricky and Anna. Thank you all for coming. He smiled warmly. The chef has prepared a special feast for everyone. Please enjoy and relax to your heart's content. Ricky's eyes widened in shock. Anna blurted out, wow, your nose is like heaven itself. Roz would be so jealous. This is the best meal I've ever had. CS responds in kind. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Grace. Count Poor replied, it's nothing at all. I'm worried it won't meet the standards of the family's daughter. CS smiled brightly. Oh, enough is enough, Lord Por said with satisfaction, grateful for the words. Then the two of them happily started chatting. The darkness has cloaked the streets and buildings. Jai looked around, but there was nothing left to explore. Should I go back? If he's nearby, Ricky probably won't bother me. I remember before I left, Ricky kept pestering me. Where are you going? Where are you going? He raised his hand to calm, break down, noticing he's getting excited. All right, you want to take a walk, huh? His shimmering bracelet caught the attention of a stranger who whispered softly. See that, the scar-faced greedily said. That bracelet, the sharp-nosed one added, it's gotta be a creation. He sneered his gaze, revealing he knew it was precious. There's no way it belonged to an ordinary kid. The scar-faced man scoffed with contempt. Is it a noble? His parents probably handed it to him without knowing anything. The sharp-eyed kid grinned excitedly. Do you think the principal will like it? The scarred face responds. Maybe he'll reward both of us. They both share the same goal. Yeah, let's do it. He desperately warned them. Jamie was paying attention too. Why did he finally realize Brake's true intentions? Ah, I see now, there are two bastards lurking right behind him. Jamie coldly replied to Brake. What do you mean I have no idea what they're planning? He smirked wickedly as he glanced behind him, but secretly he was bored with it all. The scar-faced guy and the sharp-nosed one were still panicked, completely unaware that Jai was watching from above. Damn it, I'm pretty sure he went this way. We lost track of him. Jai snapped her fingers. Alright, this is going to be fun. The pointed tip is aimed toward the source of the sound. It's over here, wait a moment. He clapped his hands and said, come on, let's see what you've got. Suddenly a portal appeared behind him, leaving Jamie stunned. He looked in terror at the hand beside his head, a gentle voice whispering in his ear. I'm sorry. Scarface stared in shock at the alleyway. Both of them froze in place, realizing the alley was dark, abandoned and gone. Venna immediately got caught off guard. Jemmy furious yells, how dare you? I don't know who you are, but today, you're definitely going to die. Venna trembled in fear. Wait, listen to me. Jai cast a spell around you. I don't want to hear it. Venna screams in agony. He's stunned, dark magic. Venna was slammed against the wall, leaving a deep dent behind. She whimpered in pain. Jemmy asked, are you using dark magic? It would be better if you told me your true purpose for bringing me here. Venna's tears flow so cruel, so ruthless. Jai wonders why. You're so lonely, so cruel. I only wanted to help. It would be terrible if their dark magic hurt you. I just wanted to help. And at that moment, Jai finally understood. Wait, those two are also dark mage sorcerers, Vina shouted in despair. But you scolded me after I saved you and blamed me. Why is everyone treating me like this? I haven't done anything wrong. I just want everyone to stop hating me. She screamed. Why? Why does everyone hate me? Why? Why? Jai felt helpless. Got it. Just stay silent. Venna keeps talking nonsense, but a cruel world won't accept me. Maybe it's better if I just leave this world behind. You get angry and dismiss that thought, using that as an excuse. He speaks up. So you're saying you're in the same class as those guys, and I was chased, so you just cornered yourself and didn't save me. Using the gate at school, Venna knelt trembling and replied, that's right, you won't just die with those two guys. You're feeling down even though he's just a kid. It would be so cruel for him to go through that. But now I wonder, are you really just a child? Jemmy sneered. Or is it a sin? It's laughable you're a dark mage too, just a guess. But his words sent Venna into a panic. Weren't you heavily involved in those brutal experiments or anything at all? You keep provoking me just to save yourself, huh? Are you asking me to see you as someone fighting for justice? Venna was in a panic. No, I became the dark mage because I wanted to. He maliciously poked her forehead. Don't make excuses about being trash, you're no different from them. Venna's pupils constricted. No, I'm different. I don't want to live haunted by regret. She poured out all her pain. Do you even know how much I suffer? Every time my hands are stained with blood, my chest feels like it's about to break. Jai turned around. Got it. I don't want to pry too much. Your words made Venna relax a little. She's taking the chance to leave, isn't she? Well, I'll go ahead then. Suddenly she hit an invisible barrier. She collapsed in pain. What is it now? Jai is curious. What do you mean? Explain it to me. This is a wall. Vina recognized it too. The invisible wall. He smiled with wicked intent. I still have so many questions. So where are you planning to go? Venna forced a nervous laugh, clutching her hands tightly. Please don't kill me. The white-haired man smiled and asked Tombis, have you seen Venna? The person in front of me was polite, but I didn't see it. The principal Gon forced a fake smile. I wonder where it is. There's not much time left before it's complete. A scream of terror echoed through the air. No way. Jemmy was feeling hopeless. You're loyal to them. You're just like the others. Venna is crying. You don't understand. No matter how rude they are, I've been with them for 10 years. Dark magic is swirling around Jamie. There's nothing I can do now. I will do what must be done. Venna's vision is flooded with images of Manadin. She was surprised. How could there be no sign of dark magic or any toxic aura disrupting her life? She hesitated as Jai's hand reached out, wondering why did the black mound feel so pure, so untouched. Jai warned, if you change your mind, let me know. If things go south, you should be aware of the consequences. Venna finally spoke up. That dark mana. How did you do it? Jai suddenly asked, grabbing his hand tightly. I want to know. Jemmy flinched and pulled back her hand. What are you doing? You think I'll let you go just because you act like that? If you don't want to die, Venna almost begged with all her heart. Please take me as your disciple. He was stunned. What? Say that again, please accept it. Jay answers bluntly. No. Venna grabbed his cloak and quickly pulled him into a tight embrace. You're freaking out. What are you doing? Venna begged desperately. Please. I lost my parents 10 years ago in a tragic accident, and I had no choice but to become a dark mage. The experiments sacrificing the living were brutal beyond belief, and my so-called friends condemned me for my shameful acts for trampling on everything I once believed in. But still, I couldn't run away. She muttered, I know I'm a coward and a hypocrite. I want to stop. I really want to end all of this. Jemmy, let's get back to the main point. So what does that have to do with becoming my disciple? Venna's eyes sparkled. Your black mana isn't something born from sacrificing lives. I need its power. Jemmy smiled with satisfaction. It wasn't something born from sacrificing lives. Sometimes only pure darkness can give birth to someone's existence. In a flash, his hand moved right up to her face. You're wrong, and more importantly. Jai remains cold and distant. I don't want to. Venna was almost hopeless. Please accept me. I beg you. He stands above, looking down. Disciple Jai recalls the new spell she managed to perform before. Please fight us. Master, I beg you, D for us. Venna quietly calculates. According to her memory, there are over 20 members at her school, and Principal Grab is the curse. His body slowly shifted. Did something happen while I was gone? Let's go see for ourselves. A head drops into some liquid muttering. Please save me. Please save me. Please, is anyone here? The two students look at her grinning mischievously. Isn't it thrilling? Usually they'd be begging to die. The name beside him spoke up. Did the Curse Island also change her language? There are countless vials of potion on the shelf, and they still say, what? There aren't many parts left, are there? We've been running a lot of experiments lately. They kept arguing. I even heard that soon we'll be tested with tons of experimental materials. A loud laugh echoes. It seems the experiments are spiraling out of control. Jai watched in awe, whispering, You've got guts. Sneaking into the academy to conduct these dark experiments. Even after leaving the lab, those fools kept rambling. Conducting experiments on humans is the ultimate. Nothing else matters compared to the speed and quality of the result. That guy replied, It's just a joke. You did that just for fun, of course not. He's been silently watching them from the very beginning. He thought to himself, now I understand how the dark magic vanished so long ago. I sacrificed countless lives to stand before the 12 gods, so I have no right to judge them. But what was the true reason behind the creation of dark magic? I don't care how it was done, it's to kill the gods. You have to abandon your humanity and carry all the guilt. He told himself, if you're willing to sacrifice your life, you'd better be prepared to face them head on. Then he teleported, now I've got another battle to fight. Something interesting is about to happen to G. If the seeds I've planted have grown into monsters, then it's clear it's time to harvest them. She returned to Venna's side, her hands clenched with worry. Where did he just go? I have to find him and get him out of here fast. Suddenly someone yanks her braid hard. Hala ignored Venna's screams of pain. Where the hell have you been hiding all this time? I still hold tight to her braid, my voice cold as I ask. You run faster than trash, so you think you can just run away. Ven trembled and said, I'm sorry, I forgot. Ah, I still won't let go, he said, pulling even harder. So you forgot. R pressed her face close to Venna, threatening her. Are you feeling uneasy lately, Venna? At last I've finally let Venna go. Hala turned around, still sneering. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Venna sat on the ground, confused. She had no idea how she ended up in this mess. Why did you do this? I laughed mockingly and said I had to crush lowly pests like you at least once, so you'd know what respect really is. That statement made Venna tremble even more, drowning in despair. Stop, I'm sorry, Ha. I don't care what you say. I've ignited a magic flame. A worthless trash like you dares to offend me, should I just let it slide? Struggling in pain, Venna drops to her knees and pleads, please forgive me this time. I swear I'll never forget what you said again. Venna closed her eyes, begging for mercy. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, leaving her stunned. What's wrong with you? She couldn't help but wonder. How did you get in here? Jai called out her name softly. Venna turned away, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Are you really that afraid of people like this? Venna looked a bit anxious, but soon Jai's eyes turned icy purple, filled with cold detachment. Suddenly he shouted and stood up, causing Venna to freeze in fear. He coldly asked, how long do you plan to stay like this? Venna slammed her hand down, creating a crack in the ground. I won't. That Hala girl over there still doesn't understand what life's about, still acting all high and mighty. I don't know who you are, but I'm sure you've got no brains. This will do. You think I can't kill you just because I drag outsiders into this? Venna. Over there, Jai spoke coldly. Venna decided to go, but she was already crying. I couldn't. As she hesitated, the woman shouted loudly, die! Suddenly, a massive wave of dark magic surged toward her. Ven erupted with hidden power, blocking the attack, shouting loudly, no I don't want to be like this, I'll change. I refuse to live this way anymore. Jamie was just as stunned. And that damn Hala, when she got pushed back, she was furious. What did you just do? Even Venna is stunned by her own power right now. A Hala still acts confident, ready to strike with her next move. I don't know what you just did, but I'm sure you've prepared yourself daring to stand against me. Suddenly, Jai faced her and told Venna to take a step forward. He raised 2 fingers, chanting quickly, and Hala's face drained as she realized she couldn't cast her magic. What? Now I finally look toward Vina and explain. The first step is the hardest, the second won't be as tough. That woman is still the same troublemaker, shouting loudly. Wait, who are you? What's going on with your strange mana? Suddenly he muttered 2 words under his breath, erase, and that woman finally vanished before Venna's horrified eyes. On the other side, Principal Goss suddenly stood up, exclaiming, at last he's finally pleased. Venna has awakened Valkyrie. He used to worry that the traits in her personality would hinder her from awakening. In the end, he finally let out a breath of relief. He didn't need to stay in this exhausting place anymore. Valkyrie's power is mine now. I returned to Jai's side, stepping closer to call out to Venna. So all this time you've been clasping your hands together. I'm sorry. Jai was left speechless, questioning how such a timid person could be Vaniri. It's said that Vaniri is actually a high-ranking angel known as the Warrior Angel. Their immense power was enough to threaten the 12 gods. Though they were ultimately defeated, they narrowly escaped extinction and hid away in places beyond the gaze of the gods. Jemmy fell silent. It's probably that guy in the outfit. He did it to control her more easily. He had been controlling her personality for a long time. Seeing him like that, Venna's fear only grew stronger. What's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong? He secretly guessed that Vaniri's race despises bowing to others, probably to make it easier to control her after she awakens. Suddenly he darkened and said, I don't like this. Venna, still innocent and clueless, simply replied, I don't know what I did wrong, but please forgive me. Suddenly an alarm blared, and Venna immediately recognized it. Red alert, they've probably realized you're the intruder. Suddenly he said, I have a name, G. Anyway, they won't catch me. Suddenly a sound rang out, shocking her. Everyone hand Venna over to me. A little damage is allowed. Venna couldn't believe her ears when she heard the announcement. Dean, why him? Finally, Jamie realized he knew it all. A swarm of students burst in like a hive gone wild. With a loud shout, I've heard everything on this road. Venna was lost in memories, unable to grasp her current situation. Jai softly asked, so what are you going to do now? Still trembling, tears lingering in her eyes, she mustered her strength and replied, I'm not the same anymore. Seeing the correct answer, Jai feels satisfied. Suddenly, white energy streams emerge from nowhere, swirling around Jamie and Venna. So it was you all along, you controlling them with a flick of your hand. I knew it didn't. In an instant, the door imprisoning them burst open. Step 2 would no longer be a challenge. Hala screamed amidst the chaos. Venna, if you dare oppose me, come right now. Suddenly, a black sphere engulfs her head. Jai explained she's been brainwashed. Venna finds it hard to believe. Brainwashed. Instantly, that hag collapsed to the ground. He judged that she had lost all awareness. She's been a slave to Din for a long time. Venna couldn't believe the truth. So without hesitation or doubt, Jai confirmed it. That's right, everything everyone does to her is at Jin's command. A curse of suffering, a curse of pain, a curse of sneezing. Return the curse and suddenly all the students are writhing in agony. Jemmy reveals the truth right in front of her. See for yourself. Venna collapses to the ground muttering, but I really am. She suddenly seemed like a different person, her eyes blazing red with fury. I've endured everything for so long, not knowing a thing. Jai begins to see her true nature slowly revealing itself. Then he speaks up, is that so? Then he told her to fight and kick her forward with all his strength. She immediately panicked and shouted, wait a second. She cried out, looking at Halcyon and saying, I don't know how to fight. Suddenly a man in front of her raised a staff, confident of victory, smirking with pride while Venna's eyes burned with despair. Venna's attack was unleashed with a fiery itch, but she quickly threw herself back to dodge. Even she couldn't believe it, she actually dodged it. A blue-haired guy ambushed her from behind, casting a painful curse. Venna, startled, instinctively turned her head and suddenly she grabbed his hand. She shouted loudly and spun around, then that guy kicked straight into the wall, collapsing unconscious. Vena was even more stunned by her own strength. Over here, Jai reassures Vena, her strength lies in believing in herself and fighting back. A student who looks down on others. Having power is everything, huh? But May is still just Vena. He cursed Vena with a blind, reckless spell. Suddenly, Vena realized her body was moving exactly as she willed. The students fell into chaos as the victim started fighting back. What? When did they manage to block him? Vena crushed those two guys, but she still can't believe it. It's like it's not even my body, Jai said softly. They're done over there. What do you guys want to do now? You radiate deadly intent. Looks like you've noticed the difference in our skills. There aren't just rookies like these here, right? Those guys have already learned fear and are retreating. He lost patience and gave the order. Whatever it takes, he's determined to take everything. Break, instantly appears soaring above those guys. Jimmy happily enjoys the show. Has May finished marking all the new recruits? Suddenly, black chip flicked and created a glowing circle. Immediately, every student below had one in their hand. Jai smirked. Then it's time to harvest. The violet violence begins. Suddenly, waves of overwhelming power crash down, leaving those people stunned and helpless. In the end, only lifeless bodies lie scattered across the ground. Vena looked at him in disbelief. Suddenly, a man appeared and shouted, "What the hell is going on? My children are gone." The old ruler with the staff appears smiling warmly. "Nice to meet you. Are you the owner of this place?" the old man asked him with a friendly look. "Seeing your skills, what's wrong with you on the outside? Or are you suffering from a chronic illness?" He responded tersely. And if it's true, the old man chuckled warmly, "I see. So that's just another kind of setup." I couldn't understand what the old man was saying. Setup. Suddenly the old man clapped him on the shoulder. "You have incredible skills. What do you think about working with me, Jai? You didn't refuse right away. What can you do for me?" The old man suddenly realized you had a plan. "If you succeed, swallowing an entire nation won't be a problem." He shifted his gaze and signaled toward Vena. "So you saw through the old man's tricks, huh? He's already got a plan in his mind." "You hit the nail on the head," Ga quickly explained. "You've been to Lamb too, I haven't even said anything yet." Jemmy felt discouraged as he spoke with the old man. "All of this exists only in one single nation. I will succeed." That sarcastic smirk is so embarrassing. Vena has been silent all this time, crying out loudly and demanding answers. "Din, why did you ask everyone to bring me to you?" The old master saw her power and marveled. "Wow, you're truly incredible. She has an incredible amount of vitality." Then the old man answered the question from earlier. She asks why, honestly, Vena, I want to harness your power when you awaken. Vena froze in silence as she listened. The old man began recounting her childhood days. "Do you have any idea how many hardships I faced to bring you here?" The old man and his wicked schemes carefully plotted how to reveal your true nature and make you awaken in the form I desire. And Ga, pointing to her wicked friends, said, "I built this school just for you." Vena couldn't believe the man she'd known for over 5 years was capable of this. Every time they bullied me, he was always there to watch. Now you finally see it, but when you think about it, he never once tried to stop them. Old Ga was thrilled about to seize her power. "After you lost yourself in fear here, I was truly overjoyed." On the other side, after learning the full truth, Vena begins to lose control, everything unfolding exactly as God desired. "Now if all you did was awaken with the malice I've planted in you over countless decades," suddenly a stream of black mana shot out. The abyss descended, shocking the old rooster. Vena's light faded from her eyes as she finally lost consciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Silence had reigned until now when Jai finally appeared. He stood in front of her and spoke. "Is that really the truth?" You mocked the old man. "But now, what's left?" I just erased her malice toward him. Lauga still can't believe it. "That's impossible. It's something you can't just erase." He immediately denied it. "No, with Jai's calm demeanor, it's way too easy. It's incredibly easy, really so simple. I had no problem mocking that old man's skills. I guess it's impossible for you. No matter how hard you try, he's just trash, a worthless person who can't reach level 7 right." The old man immediately lost control, furious, shouting out loud after his pain was hit. "Damn you, Jai," he retorted. "Level 7 is a forbidden word for the Dark Mage Ga. If anyone dares to say it, they'll be slaughtered in the most brutal, savage ways." He's staring ahead with a face so sinister it mirrors his nickname, the Curse Master. When it comes to curses, he's probably reached the highest level. The old man kneels, gazing at the light beyond the door, but he can't break through the wall to level 6. Hearing himself spoken about that way, he shouted loudly, his face filled with rage, eyes sparking with fury. "You bastard." He slammed his staff into the ground and threatened, "I will make you struggle and suffer forever in the darkness of despair." He said nothing then. He raised his staff forward. The staff began to glow with a terrifying red-orange light. The Hydra serpent burns fiercely and suddenly a radiant light surrounds G. In another scene, Ga gazes down with a look of deep contemplation. As the old man sat, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. Director, the voice came from something sinister. I need you to provide me with more bodies for this new drug experiment. When the old man heard that, he frowned. How hilarious. Returning to the battle with Jai, the old man desperately strikes his staff down onto the ground. Jai smirks and observes. You're pretty tough, huh? I bet your head feels like it's been split in 7 pieces right now. Stay calm and answer. I wasn't called the Curse Master for no reason. Jemmy didn't back down. He immediately raised his hand, casting a spell to warn him. But you still shouldn't be so reckless. Suddenly the space turned as dark as ink. He arrogantly said, This is truly interesting. And I ask, interesting how? Who would have thought I'd fall for some mind magic? Do you have anything else up your sleeve? He immediately launched his attack, refusing to believe there was no way to add more. Instead of fear, he just smirked, mocking with a carefree attitude. The cage started muttering a spell onto the staff. Jai saw this and sneered, thinking to himself, does he really think he can just mess with my mind without consequences? No matter how skilled you are, it's already too late. He raised his hand, pointing his finger straight ahead, and instantly dark energy surged directly toward the old man. He still showed no fear as suddenly Ga spoke. This matter has gone far enough. Out of nowhere, a surge of dark energy rushed toward him, piercing straight into his body, and he staggered backward. He recognized the counter-curse. This is a pretty powerful dark magic. He was caught off guard, his hand falling limply to his side. He lifts your chin with a smirk, watching you struggle in the end. The abyss you created won't be so easy to escape. Then he speaks softly, but first I need to destroy your mind. He raised his staff high, a crimson glow erupting from it. Jemmy was already wounded, blood pouring out relentlessly. The cage looks terrifying as it says, from now on you'll be forever trapped in a single moment. When 1 second stretches into 10, 100, 1,000 seconds, what do you think humans will go through? He smugly believed he was floating in endless emptiness, rejecting everything from his consciousness, a state that would never end. Even if it's just for a second, I bet you can make it happen thousands of times. Ga smugly pointed his blazing red staff at G. Time itself is my ultimate curse. At this rate, the wall between levels won't wait for the old man to finish his sentence. Jay cuts him off. So what happens then? He's restored his body as if nothing ever happened. He reaches out and moves toward the train. The old man was stunned. Jai had recovered. How did you do it? He charged forward and knocked Ga down. Things like that are useless. He ordered the explosion. Suddenly the air was filled with thick smoke and dust, obscuring everything from sight. He screamed in agony, then reached out his hand to cast a spell. I hope you're strong enough. He was screaming in agony, yet he couldn't stop wondering how did he do it. Jemmy continued speaking. You're ready now, aren't you? Then he unleashed a barrage of deadly moves, demon fists, crushing kicks, surprise attacks, chained strikes, and fiery bombs. He gathered them all and slammed them into the old man with relentless fury. The station was beaten so badly, the ground cracked open beneath it. Even as blood poured endlessly from its wounds, it still asked, how did you? He raised his hand and replied, it's because of my ultimate resistance item. His arm adorned with a ring glowed with a purple gem as he charged forward. He looked on in utter shock and disbelief. How could something like that even exist? Jemmy smiled softly and replied, this world itself is already a chaos after all. The horse was dissatisfied. Damn it, I am already the king of this world. Before he could finish his sentence, an old man's foot slammed down on him. Don't mess with me. Jai's face now is terrifyingly menacing. Do you think I'll let you die peacefully like that? A door appeared behind him, the heavenly trial door. Your greed has committed a terrible sin. As the one who planted those seeds, I will cast you into it. You will forever be a sinner, a mere existence, neither truly alive nor truly dead. You will face an endless death, an eternal, unending torment. But your immortality means you can never truly die, and you'll become a servant forced to obey every command I give. Ga was suddenly bound by a chain that appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around his limbs and neck. The chain drags his soul away, and he's powerless to stop it, watching his own soul being pulled away. The old man can't believe it, his own soul. His voice echoes out, you will forever be my subordinate. Ga's soul spoke out, please don't kill me. My eternal sleep has been broken. Jai remains resolute. From now on, your name will be the soul of the old man slowly passing through the door. Nevro, you are destined to exist. The old man fought back, but it was meaningless. His soul gradually faded behind the door, and the room fell silent. After a moment, Vena awoke, her eyes still a little dazed. Suddenly, she sat up with a scream, shouting, Principal Jai, turn to that thing and bow before your master like a slave should. Boy Yang immediately obeyed. Greetings to the great master. I am Nevro, the first slave you ever created. Jemmy turned to Vena and asked, how are you holding up? These are the words that have forced you to live a full decade of suffering. Vena looked down, her face filled with somber reflection. I honestly don't know either. Just checking in. What do you plan to do now? I can't think of anything else but this. Suddenly she shouted, please take me as your disciple. Before she could finish, Jai anticipated her words and responded. No, she panicked, asking, why? Why is this happening? He immediately replied, because you're a Van. Vanus are a race of fairies that existed in the distant past long before now. They are incredibly brave, never backing down, always fighting to prove they're right, even if in the end, they're completely defeated and doomed to become a truly unfortunate species. He continued, I don't know how their descendants survived to this day, but perhaps you are the last Valkyrie. Hearing this, Vina couldn't bear it and snapped back. So what does that have to do with me not being able to become your disciple? I was explaining, what I mean is I don't know a single bit of Venere's magic. Hearing that, she froze like the entire world had just crumbled around her. Jai turned away helpless with no reason to accept her as my disciple. She remained stubborn. Are you serious? You're not joking, right? As dawn breaks over the forest, a carriage is escorted by a throng of guards. A voice echoes through the trees. Sarah is so adorable and charming. Look, it's Pink Sis. Anna smiled and said, really, should we pet it? Both of them gazed at the adorable little squirrel in front of them. The little squirrel trembled and whispered, Master Jai hears you but stays silent, yet he still responds. Just be grateful, I can still use magic to transform, if not I'd have left you there long ago. The two girls happily dragged Venna, who looked like a little squirrel, so adorable. She struggled and screamed inwardly, Master save me, but Jaibo, too captivated, didn't even notice him staring outside. What a beautiful day it is. The carriage keeps moving forward, warm sunlight streaming through the window. Shah ran forward and tightly embraced the man in front of her voice, trembling as she called out, Dad, it's been 5 years since the man with open arms, right? Her voice broke as tears welled up. I'm truly sorry, Dad. This rebellious daughter has finally come to see you. He gently comforted his daughter. No, it's okay. At least now you're here. Seeing the scene of acceptance before him, Jai simply stood silently, a faint smile on his face. Sarah was startled, looking genuinely surprised. He forced a nervous smile, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, still no idea. He remembers those warm head pats from childhood, the moments when loved ones were by his side, and the emotional hugs. Even after being reborn, they still feel so unbearable. The image of the young protector before him sighed, trembling with tears in his eyes. I'm truly sorry. He gently took the girl's hand and whispered, Don't cry anymore, everything's going to be okay. Jai's thoughts are a chaotic mess swirling inside him. I feel so uncomfortable with myself. In that endless abyss, I longed for nothing but revenge. I always felt that emotions were unnecessary, they only drive you to madness. Sarah cried out in panic, Mom, don't cry. He was startled as he looked at the little girl. The girl tearfully shouted, You're mean, you made Mom cry. Sia quietly, helplessly explained, It's not like that, Sarah. You shouldn't talk to Grandpa like that. The girl screamed and he heard her voice like a lightning strike. I hate you, Grandpa. He forced a nervous smile as he watched Sarah's relentless actions unfold. That's right, I truly never understood what that feeling was. His voice, filled with sadness, looked at Jamie. It seems I've been hated now. He comforted him. Sarah will forget about this soon enough. She's quite simple-minded. Looking at you, he said with a smile. So you're the one I've been eager to meet you. He smiled warmly, full of affection. I really want to see him again. He was overjoyed that you didn't shun him like the girl did. So happy to see you like him. He raised his hand and shook his head. There's no reason to hate him. He's your mother's father. He held him tightly, a face full of happiness. Suddenly he was overwhelmed, gasping for air in that embrace. That's right, my grandson. Meeting you. It's the greatest joy of my life. He responded with difficulty. Yes, I feel the same. He cursed silently in his heart. What a damn family. That cursed egg touching flesh and dying like this. Outside, night has fallen. The moon hangs high, and he sets his teacup down on the table. Jai, honestly, that's pretty incredible. Even though I'm just a level 4 mage, I can still glimpse a fraction of that child's power. His crossed legs in front of the mirror turned serious. Soon the entire kingdom will have to keep an eye on him. Do you understand what I mean? The kid lowered his gaze. Yes, both he and I understand what that means. When you have a tall tree, you face the strongest winds. He envisions the future. Right now, you and Count Welton can hold them off. But someday just the two of you won't be enough anymore. She asked, Is that why you gave me a sibling? He nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's not a perfect shield, but it'll do the job. She smiled gently, understanding his worried words for her son, seeing that this mother still could protect Min's son, like that she was so happy. She worried for her husband, but she was a bit concerned about that Count. I heard he's now an enemy of the Janus Church. This won't stay quiet for long. Those people are twisted, monstrous beings. Is she really that seriously injured? He thought for a moment and said, Because of those damn bastards, our Fear Church is in serious trouble. Then he lowered his voice and added, I believe the Janus Church intends to wipe out our Furo Church completely. The scene cuts through the chaos of the room, splitting the tense conversation between father and son. Inside, he's furious, eyes burning with rage, staring at the peaceful figure sleeping soundly on the bedhand, gently massaging. Venna, peacefully sleeping in bed, calls out his name. He unleashes a powerful beam of magic that surrounds her. Vina cried out in despair. The dark figure asked grimly, "Didn't I tell you not to turn back?" Vena's voice, full of anguish, echoed as she painfully clutched her head, but that form was unbearable. Jamie, furious, pointed at her and snapped, "What do you think you'll do if they catch you?" Vena, trembling with fear, tried to scream out. She was bound, her limbs restrained, and she shouted, "You evil dark mage of your house! Who would have thought you'd run away by turning into a mouse? I don't know anything at all." Her voice sobs and calls out. Master Jai turns away with a dark face and says, "I don't know anything." In her mind, she saw herself turn into a sticky rice cake, then 100 ways to die unfolded, first being thrown off a cliff without mercy, then tied up on the altar, ready to be burned alive. Vena whispered softly, "Master." The more she thinks about it, the more terrified she becomes, her body trembling with cold. Jai grit his teeth and urged, "What are you doing? Change back now." Her entire body trembling, she nodded in response. "Yes." She transformed into a tiny pink squirrel and looked at the necklace, asking, "What is that?" He gazed at the necklace, lost in thought, but received no answer. "She keeps bothering him." I asked him what it was. He was furious as the squirrel kept asking questions on the vine. Sudden strikes landed on Vena's head without warning. She, clutching her head in despair, pleaded, "Stop hitting my head. You're killing my brain cells, you know." He shot her a contemptuous cold stare and asked, "Do you even have any brain cells left to kill?" He silently thought, "I'm more curious about this than she is." Jemmy opened his mouth to answer her previous question. I knew this was some kind of artifact, but I had no idea what it was capable of. He was terrified as he sensed a surge of power, a force so fierce, so overwhelming. He burst open the door and rushed outside. The murderous aura was emanating from where his mother was. He sped down the long corridor, secretly wondering if the assassin was nearby. Unsatisfied with his speed, he tapped into his magic power. "No, I have to go even faster." "Your pace is getting faster and faster." She jumps down. "I can sense the deadly aura. I know exactly who that bastard is." The image of a man appears in his mind, powerful, unstoppable. "If that's the case, I have to run away with my mother." He swiftly formed a claw with his hand, aiming it at the man. The man smirked. "Your grandfather was stunned as you charged at the man. Lightning crackled all around you, growing more intense with each passing second." He raised his hand to cast a spell, an illusion. A surge of electricity turned to ash. He felt the moment had finally arrived. "All right, I'll take this chance to be with my mom." A large hand grabs G's collar gently, and a calm voice says, "What a cute little game." He gently lifted him up while Damie silently cursed, "Damn it." Gritting her teeth, she urged him to speak out and let go. He grabs the arm that's chained around his neck, makes his decision. There's no escaping now. Even if it means using dark magic, he'll save him. A familiar voice calls his name, Jay. He stands there, confused, lost in disbelief. His mother called out Mom. Even his grandparents looked just as confused as he was. After explaining everything, he burst into hearty laughter. "God bless me, my grandson truly is a genuine talent." He proudly rejoiced, confident that our family's future is truly promising. His mother, face pale with shame, pushed Jai's head down, urging him fiercely, "Say hello already." He awkwardly replied, "Thank you." She scolded, "My son, how could you do that to someone you don't even know? Did your mother teach you to be like this? Aren't you going to respond?" But Sai slapped the boy hard on the back, cutting him off before he could speak. "But I guess my kind mother has gone too far with me, right? Is that it?" Jai obediently spoke up. "I'm sorry." Grandpa stepped in, trying to calm things down. "You really went too far this time." The man spoke up, trying to stop it. "Enough, Sai. It's all my fault that everything turned out this way." She couldn't understand what the man was saying. "What are you saying, Lord Bali?" "I'm feeling upset inside after what just happened, but it's so unfair." He spoke as if he were me. "I've heard the heir of the Welton family is incredibly talented." The man openly admitted it, so I just checked a little. The man speaking is Baliux, the Storm Sword Master, one of the 5 sword saints of Gendium. The Count was stunned, listening to the voice. "I hear the heir of the Welton family." Meanwhile, Jai was on the ground, tears streaking his pale face. His talent shone brightly, and BY, with a sharp gaze, continued speaking, feeling a desire to test him a little. Hearing this, C's expression became unreadable. "What are you saying? Let's make this interesting." He slowly repeated himself, revealing just a hint of my presence to this child with a touch of hostility. And now her face couldn't hide her irritation anymore as she shouted, "Lord Bai." Seeing that, Count Bayo quickly stepped in, trying to calm the situation. "Calm down, Your Excellency. Surely he doesn't mean any harm." But she still bitterly warned, causing Jai to look on in shock. "If you do that to my child again, I won't let it slide." Knowing I had been reckless, BY softly admits his mistake. "I'm truly sorry." At that moment, Sai turned to place a hand on your shoulder and gently comforted you. "Sorry, Jamie, it seems I misunderstood. But your attitude was a bit hesitant." He stammered and replied, "It's okay, I can understand why no one else noticed. He only revealed himself to me." In Jai's mind, calculations are racing. He realizes he's revealed his presence perfectly, an existence untouched by the cleansing voltage, unscathed and terrifying. Be careful, and ask Han Bailey, are you a swordsman? He nodded briefly in response. And at that moment the Earl Bayo once again interrupted the conversation. It seems our Jai has quite the keen eye. His name is Bailey Onic. The identity of this man was revealed by Lord Bio. He's a swordsman known as the Stormblade. It's said that the kingdom of Geldium has 5 swordsmen, but since they've never fought each other, ranking them is nearly impossible. But the King's Sword and the Shield Tarks are known as the strongest swordsmen, with Count Welton below him and Bailey Onic nearby. At this moment Jai finally stands up, bowing politely as he introduces himself. It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency. I am Jamie Welton. His eyes bore into him, silent and unyielding. This attitude only fueled C's fury, and he slammed the table, standing up and shouting, Lord Bay, what more do you want now? But to everyone's surprise, Bay simply calmly suggested, learn swordsmanship. Hearing this, Jai's eyes widened in shock, his whole body freezing in an instant. The sword, the mother of your child, was the first to react. What are you even talking about? Jai is learning magic. He looked up and slowly explained, I know, but I also believe that if he learns swordsmanship, he'll achieve greatness beyond measure. He continued, plus he's inherited the bloodline of the Welton Count. At this point, Earl Bayo chimed in his expression, revealing clear concern. I'm sure that if a grand swordsman like you says so, it must be true, but Jai's magical talent is something I've never even heard of before. BY half closed his eyes and slowly explained, I know he's someone who could become a 9th level mage. I've heard about that too. Deep inside, he's recalling someone's bold declaration that just by breathing Jamie Welton could keep growing stronger, and the source of that false rumor, none other than the Marquis of the Cat. He spoke again, but his swordsmanship was different, something that's incredibly hard to master if you miss the right moment. Hearing this, Jay was already lost in deep contemplation of his swordsmanship. He quietly calculated if he could master it, that would be great. But in the end, his magic still came first. And then he gently scratched his head and declined Bei. Right now I want to focus on my chess magic. He slowly lifted his teacup, then nodded softly, as if he truly understood. Is that so? All right then, as the moonlight bathes the entire garden, Jemmy strolls quietly. In his mind, he quietly realizes this must be why the Veo family's garden is so vast and so well cared for. Just a moment ago, Jai's ear was tortured with a barrage of questions. I just met a swordsman, was he here to capture me? Master, what do I do now? Frustrated, he covered his ears and muttered, just go to sleep already. Thanks to that, Jai can finally sigh and say it's so peaceful. He continues to reflect, and whenever he thinks of Bei, it feels like a towering wall stands right in front of him. I was lucky enough to regain my cultivation technique, my life's core is finally whole, but looking at my hand you softly purse your lips and say, it's still not enough. There will come a time when I'll fall behind again. Speaking of level 7, that's the point where you're called a Grand Mage. It's not something you achieve just by honing your skills alone. The Tower's Mage. When a mage's core is forged by a master and the Holy Grail reaches its limit, the gateway to becoming a Grand Mage will open. That's what they call divine magic scattering. As Jai walks forward, he ponders if he just repeats his past, it's easy. But he stops by a stream, and his reflection reveals his former self. He realizes he'll never defeat his enemy by clinging to the failed methods of the past. Jai slowly sat down on the ground, her expression still deeply contemplative. Thanks to that person, she realized she still had a long way to go. Thinking of Bei, she couldn't help but feel curious. But what exactly is his relationship with his mother, that sorrowful expression? Just when I thought he'd finally relax, turbulence suddenly erupted beneath the water's surface. A giant sea monster suddenly burst out from the depths, causing Jai to jump in shock and fall backward. He immediately cast a defensive spell to block its attack. As Jai clenched his hand into a fist, lightning erupted from it. His expression darkened with fury. How dare you disturb me? Jemmy remains safely inside the barrier as he prepares his next spell. Z quickly realizes something, and suddenly someone passes by him in an instant. Without hesitation, he rushes straight into battle with the sea monster. Jai's eyes widened in shock. That's when this foot stomped down hard on the stone floor. Sibo smiled and spoke. Are you okay? He kept explaining. I heard the Welton nobles are on their way, but I only just found out I've been so busy with other things. Jai's expression wasn't as relaxed as the person across from him. He furrowed his brow deep in thought. He defeated that giant monster in just a second. Not as skilled as Lord BY, but definitely very experienced. Right now, my new lover is stabbing his sword into the sheath as he keeps going. Sorry I took so long to introduce myself. I'm the steward of the Viscount's household. The new information only makes Jai more stunned. Even a butler can be this powerful. He smiled reassuringly and said, there's no need to be on guard. I'm just someone who swore an oath to the Marquis. Young master of the noodle shop. He calmly asked, so you know my name? But she nonchalantly replied, because I'm the butler. Then Jemmy turned to look at the pile of monster flesh Cable had just carved up. So how do you explain this? How can a mere disciple appear here? He hesitated before explaining that it was the Earl's personal preference. Hearing this, Jai's eyes widened in shock, her expression growing even more inscrutable. What back to Marquis Bayo's side any progress? The Bow vehicle smiled as it reported, I found a group suspected to be demons. But unfortunately they managed to escape. Hearing this, he sighed and said, who would have thought the Devil King's subordinate would show up again? He added a little more context beside him. The rumors about the demons are starting to spread across nearby territories. And to make matters worse, the warnings are becoming more and more dangerous. However, Sibo calmly confirmed that only Eon was responsible for the mass murders. Hearing this, Lord Bio frowned, misjudging the situation. This is real. It looks like they've come back for revenge. That's a story from the past. Over 50 years ago, my father defeated the Demon King. He tried to make the demons pay a heavy price, causing them to be shattered completely. He still wears that smile, saying nothing more. Count Bayo's face hardened as he declared he was a different man from yesterday. Zibo smiled in agreement. Yes, Lord Marquis. He became agitated, slamming his hand on the table as he continued. The demons will be wiped out from this world once and for all. Under the Bello family's command, so eagerly replied, your servant will await your orders. But Count Bayo suggested, let's stop here for today. Hearing that, he didn't argue anymore. So I took my leave. Before leaving, Bio suddenly added, Lord Marquis, there's something I haven't told you yet. I just met young Master Jai on the way here. He looked a bit surprised and asked, you met Jai? Since it's so late, where did you find him? Bo Tingbo recounted, even adding a hint of a smile in her voice. He was being attacked by a monster right at the edge of the pond. The door to the room creaked open and he rushed in, desperately shouting loudly for Demi. She quickly moved toward him, her voice still filled with worry. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Jai's eyes widened in shock. Mom, the one entering with her is Count Bayo and X. Meanwhile, Jai is recounting thanks to butler Cable Bo, she's still okay. The teacher replied, Mom's been worried sick. If you stay out late again, you'll be grounded for sure. He sighed heavily, weariness in his voice. Yes, sir. This attitude immediately earned C's warning, don't respond just out of obligation like that. Count Bayo chuckled softly and said, I'm sure I told you to block that area right. Looks like they made some kind of mistake. I'm truly sorry. But her irritated attitude from Sai made me jump in surprise. Dad, you're still messing around with those ocean monster hunts. Haven't Mom and I warned you enough? It's dangerous. Seeing himself in danger, he quickly called on Ally X to step forward. X smiled, bowed politely, and gently introduced himself, saying he's honored to meet everyone. I am Ko, and I immediately changed my attitude, turning my attention to him and replying, I am C. Bell. I heard you missed me, but Jai is fine. Thank you so much. Zibo politely presents himself as a god, but surely even without divine power he could still defeat that monster. Still, I must say, it's an honor for me to witness his true strength firsthand. Watching them talk, Jai couldn't help but marvel. Truly, he's a meticulous and courteous person, strong and quick-witted too. And then comparing her to yesterday's girl, he's completely different from who he was before. But just then, Sai's voice rang out once again. Jai grabbed your shirt, warning you Mom's not done talking yet. Jai stammered, is that so? At this moment, the Count Bear finally stepped in. Looks like my grandson's about to be overwhelmed even though he hasn't eaten a single thing yet. Come on, Jiaza. Jai softly calls, looking so pitiful. Upon hearing this, the Marquis Bear immediately forgot everything, his whole body blooming with joy, completely in agreement. It's okay, it's okay. Jai, you want to come with me, don't you? Jamie, sir. Shah was startled and immediately asked what was going on. Where is everyone headed? On the street, Jay wearing a hood keeps turning around, lost in thought, finally managing to slip away. Why is the street so eerily empty? He approaches someone and asks, how do I get to Po Church? Caught off guard, are you? Then she gently points in one direction and guides. Just go straight that way. Then she suddenly spun around, ending the conversation with a simple goodbye. But Jai called her back. Please wait a moment. Suddenly a loud noise erupts. Someone's been killed, it's that demon. Those words immediately make Jay turn around, curiosity burning in his eyes. The demon killer. A crowd quickly gathers in one spot. You push your way through the crowd. Excuse me, please make way. In front of you lies a man cold and lifeless on the ground. Quickly the guards arrived. They desperately shouted at the crowd, move aside, get out of the way. They examined the body lying on the ground, quickly discussing among themselves. Another corpse heart missing once again. So how many bodies are there now? I'll report this to the Marquis right away. All right. Even the gossiping villagers outside are trembling with fear. It seems the demons are truly behind this. It's horrifying. I'm feeling so uneasy. I can't even dare to go outside now. Jai has her own plans. The heart is often used in demon summoning rituals. You quickly figured out why the adults were so restless. Even if they thought you hadn't noticed a thing. Zebo's face, with that sly, knowing smile, turns toward you. Jai frowns and glances over quickly, realizing their true target, its revenge for the Pie Smile incident, or more precisely, vengeance against the Bayo family. Thinking this, Jai snapped his fingers and kept pondering. So it means the PO Church is also in a state of emergency. No wonder I haven't heard anything from them. You're recalling old memories. I'll get in touch with you later. Jai, Sarah, take care of yourself, okay? Then she muttered, looking exhausted. Looks like I'll have to get involved after all. The invisible Jai keeps unleashing more of his flying magic. You quickly climbed high to get a view of one side. That's the place, isn't it? Jai's eyes widened in shock as he saw a crowd below led by the Archbishop Dai. He silently marveled at him. His divine power was truly astonishing. Jai continued to ponder, could that be a Grand Archbishop? I've heard there are only 3 of them, with incredible divine power. Damn, I'm trembling all over. At this moment, Ross is talking with Archbishop J. Jemmy quickly turns away in avoidance. It's Ross, what could they be discussing? Unexpectedly, Jay below noticed something. His eyes shifted upward, and Ross beside him immediately reacted. What's going on? He turned around chuckling as he explained. It's nothing, probably just a squirrel or something. At that moment, Ross reminded him, the Count is waiting for you, sir. And Archbishop Dai smiled and nodded in response. All right, let's pay a quick visit. It's been a long time. I guess I should go see the young lady now, huh? At that moment, Jamie up in the tree turned pale with shock, thinking to himself, how is his intuition so sharp? Take a look down there. He's actually heading to the Marquis's house. Honestly, that might work out better for us. Now that the powerful ones are gone, I realize I can slip in unnoticed. Inside the house is eerily silent, peaceful in a way that feels almost unnatural. Ricky suddenly jerked upright, causing Anna behind him to speak up. Hey, what's going on? Unexpectedly, he burst into laughter that made Anna lift her head and keep asking, what's going on? Any good news? Ricky slowly stood up casually, dropping his words like a bomb. He thought so. Still smiling, he cheerfully gave his sister some advice. Anna, just rest for a bit. I'll be back soon. The church door slowly creaked open, and with it came the ominous declaration, this is the front yard, there's nowhere left to hide. He surprisingly recognized Jai's presence and called out his name. Jai, standing to the side, looked a bit stunned. On the other side, Jai right now is secretly calculating. I sense there's something over there. Could it be a sacred ground? Is this a place of worship? You clasp your hands together, ready to cast your spell. Suddenly, a hand reached out unexpectedly. Jai was startled, instinctively raising his hand to defend himself, his voice low and questioning. Who's there? Ricky, realizing he's overstepped, quickly pulls back his hand. Seeing him, Jai was momentarily stunned. You. Ricky scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I was actually just trying to scare you, but honestly it's not easy to scare you, huh? Jamie frowned, his expression hard to read as he continued. Ricky, but he's already gone this far. Even covered Jai's mouth himself. He smiled brightly and added, you can't let others catch you like this, right? Ricky excitedly suggested, follow me, I know a place. Jamie couldn't help but grumble as he followed Ricky. The place you said you knew is actually the Archbishop's office, he smiled and explained. He's a really good guy, he probably won't even care about this mess. Jai hesitated and asked, what's going on with you? How did you sneak out and appear behind me without revealing a single trace of your aura? But all I get is Ricky's sulking face. Aren't you here because you missed me? Meeting me, you're not happy, you've lost your patience. Your voice also became a few pitches higher. How did you do that? Ricky no longer hid it. He honestly explained that it was because the place was under the control of that goddess. Though I haven't yet reached the ultimate power of an apostle, I'm gradually approaching my limit here. He muttered to himself. Or should I say, I'm merging with this place. Something like that. Jemmy listened quietly on the side, lost in her own thoughts. Could it be that when he's in the church, he becomes all-powerful, all-knowing or something? You furrowed your brow looking around, but I couldn't sense any undead energy from him. I never expected his apostolic power to be this strong. And then he continued, I thought you knew some clever tricks or something. At that moment, Ricky revealed, you're just in time, the goddess is looking for you. He knelt on one knee and said, I'll send this information to the goddess now. Before Jai could react, a fierce light burst forth. Wait a second. In an instant, a surge of power hovered in the air, Ricky's eyes glowing with a violet hue. Jemmy was so stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is completely different from before. Now a shadow of someone is manifesting on Ricky. Part of her presence is lingering here. A slow, ominous voice echoes in terrifying dark energy awakening deep within. Hearing this, his expression instantly sharpens with suspicion. That voice echoed on in a shadowed forest where everything began. Before it could spread, it had to be stopped. This person even painted an even worse future. If it's not stopped, my territory here will be destroyed. Hearing this, Jai wanted to stop it, but it was useless. The warnings kept spilling out unstoppable. You must go to that dark forest. I hope you won't suffer any loss. And after speaking his final words, the light once again left Ricky's body. I'm counting on you. He sat down looking pale and exhausted, sighing in relief, finally feeling a bit better. But across from him, Jai started to press him with questions. What's going on? How could she just say whatever she wants and then walk away? Ricky nervously scratches his cheek and explains, on behalf of the goddess, I apologize. She's not feeling very strong right now. He explains after being pressured about his mortal form the last time they met, it seems this situation has put even more pressure on the goddess than he expected. And Jai quickly responded, anyway, why would she ask me for help with a bunch of followers here? Inside, he was thinking he'd never imagined a god would seek help from a mortal. Ricky then explains that he's the only one capable of doing this. The goddess says, the heir of that person will understand this. You were curious about Ricky. Did she say anything else? He kept explaining, right now he's not in contact with me. I think he's just resting. Unable to get any more info, Jai turned away in frustration. You're so selfish, he called after him. You're leaving now. Jemmy looked out the window and explained I have to leave before the owner of this room comes back. Before leaving, you didn't forget to say goodbye. See you again someday. And as he finished speaking, Jemmy's figure vanished into the shadows, leaving Ricky behind with a smile on his face. Oh, divine beings, my friend will be fine, right? It's still morning now, everything's peaceful under the clear blue sky. Jemmy's footsteps land softly on the ground. He removes his hood, muttering proudly, all right, I didn't think I'd be back late. Suddenly behind you, a voice echoes. It seems like you've just been somewhere, huh? Jemmy froze in shock, turning around to see Abo with that teasing smirk on his face. The weather today is just perfect, isn't it? Right now, you stammered, trying to explain. Wait, I was just out for a walk, but all it did was make the tension between them even more awkward. Jai's face was dark as a thundercloud, desperately trying to slip away before things got worse. I'm feeling a bit off, something's wrong. But all I get in return is a report from Sable. Today, an important guest is arriving. There, that's him, the Archbishop of Po Church, Lord Shira. Jamie chuckled, softly marveling. He truly is an extraordinary person. Only then did he reveal the truth. Lord X is searching for you. The young lady says you should show some respect to him. And Jai sprays the glue deep in thought about everything. Just as I suspected, I have to go back right at this exact moment. At this moment, you hesitated and asked about Zabel. It's nothing. But Lord C, where did Lord Onyx go? I haven't seen him anywhere. He casually replied, I honestly don't know either. He would quietly disappear every now and then suddenly call you just when Jai was about to leave. Young Master Jemmy. Jemmy froze in place and responded. Huh, he said that in a low, serious tone. I advise you not to get too interested in that person. You ask back, curious. Why, but Sibo just smiled, answering with a knowing look. I'm telling you this for your own good. Then I left a few parting words. Then I wish you a restful break. When Lord Sphera arrives, I'll come find you. He turned around, but he still kept talking. Oh right. If you're planning to go for a walk, don't go to Marine Forest. That's your second warning. That place is extremely dangerous. In the forest right now, strange noises echo across the ground. A strange figure appears in the void, accompanied by the voices of eerie shadows. Just wait a little longer, kid. Soon you'll escape that suffocating place. This lunatic is shouting at the top of his lungs about the day you awaken. Then he places his hand on that thing. The day of your awakening will be the day we finally complete our mission. Inside that thing, a life is slowly taking shape. Meanwhile, on the other side, a voice calls out, Mom. The person beside her gently replied, What's wrong, my son? Jay continued, Can I ask you something? She smiled, giving permission. Of course, ask away. The girl beside her echoed, asking too. But your question made C pause. What's the relationship between your mom and the Onyx Master, huh? Seeing this, he commented, Mom, can't you tell me? Only then did she smile and clarify, No, that's not it. Where did I say that from? A story is remembered about how my mother met him. About a young boy, just 5 years old. Laughter echoes from inside the room. I almost didn't recognize you, my dear. Baby shyly avoided eye contact. Yes, Bay's father watched him with a teasing smile. He's so timid, all he knows is how to swing a sword. He sighed with a weary breath, lamenting. Lately I've been worried I won't find a master capable enough to guide him. Count Bayo frowned anxiously. Your Excellency, do you want me to help find someone? Hearing those words, Bay's father felt a flicker of joy. If you can do it, I'll be grateful. Suddenly, a tiny hand grabbed Bay's sleeve. He turned to look at Sai, puzzled beyond words. She smiled, her eyes sparkling like the night sky. Little brother, look over there, so many butterflies fluttering around. He stammered, confused. Huh, no way. Count B burst into laughter. It looks like our little tomboy has taken a liking to Bay. Biley's father nodded in agreement. Just follow behind and then go home. Sis, if the adults say that, I guess I have no choice but to accept it. Yes. And then they went on a journey of a lifetime, when Sai boldly climbed the tree to pick apples. Look, little brother. Bly's face turns pale with panic. Sai freezes, confused as he hears his name called. But suddenly the wet branch caused her to slip. Just as she was about to fall, he saw her and shouted loudly, "If there's nothing else I can do, B will take the hit to protect her." Instead of fear, I felt even more excited. This is so much fun. Are you stunned? The moment you stood up, you ran straight to the corner of the tree and made a proposal. Try again, little one. He firmly objects, refusing to back down. That summer day, the song of the twin birds echoed endlessly through the forest. Why stop now? I told you. I said no. He returned to the estate, splitting the fruit he had plucked earlier with his own hands. Here, I'm giving you half. Her eyes widened in amazement. That looks so good. I quickly ran over to the table piled with red apples and asked him to make it again. Bly, when did you become the type to just stand there and grab that pile? Looking at the apple on the table, all he could do was sigh, while Xia, like a little eager puppy, excitedly barked out. I don't know how many nights have passed until one day Sai finally voiced her wish. All right, I've made my decision. She firmly grasped the wooden sword, declaring, I will learn swordsmanship. CS excitedly boasted to Bailey. From today on, little brother, you're my teacher. After watching her for a while, you can see her fate clearly. I knew it all along. From that day on, Sai kept chasing after him to learn swordsmanship. She naively swung her clumsy makeshift blades. What do you think? At this point, he lazily muttered a single word. Just stop trying, you have no talent at all. Then came their teasing words. Damn it. Time flew by, 3 years in the blink of an eye. In a furious tone, someone might even slam the table. Who would have thought you'd actually do it? The Earl Bayo yelled and cursed Bay's father. He's the one who got himself caught up in that gold mine accident. I've told you countless times that it's incredibly dangerous. Yet he remained steadfast in his decision. I can't do anything else. I refuse to sit idly by while my family's honor is dragged through the mud. The fat count couldn't ignore it and snapped back fiercely. Weren't you the one who said that doing so would shame your family? If that's the case, what honor is there to speak of? Bly could only stand silently, bowing his head as he watched this scene unfold. The worried voice called out, Little brother, it'll be okay. Just when you thought everything had become too exhausting, the servant hurriedly shouted, Young master, the master has... He rushed to his father's bedside in a flash. Father, he's no longer conscious. A desperate plea echoed through the room. Father, please wake up. Father. Since that day, B has always visited his father's grave. And one thing is clear, after the clan leader took his own life, the Anik family crumbled completely. Count Bayo quietly approached from behind. Bia, from now on just stay at our house. CS's eyes are already welling up with tears. What do I do now, little brother? He remained silent, saying nothing. His cold voice echoed through the graveyard. It's okay. Bailey's eyes had completely changed, and about a year later he threw himself into relentless sword training. CS still sat in the corner of the tree waiting for him. 2 more years have passed, summer blazes like fire, but the girl's figure remains there. Yet one truth cannot be denied. Bay has completely fallen into training his swordsmanship to seek revenge. One day he looked up and realized Sai was no longer beneath the old tree. That's when he finally stopped and felt the ache of her absence. Bailey stood silently for a moment before softly calling out, Sai. And 4 years have passed. Under the bright full moon in the middle of the month at Sai's estate, a grand banquet is underway. A few young masters are teasing me. I hear the young lady is alone, right? Would you like to step outside for a little walk? She tries to smile and refuse. No, I don't need it. These actions caught Bay's eye. Damn, what a shame. Good luck next time. Because you're so bitter, I lost my temper. How dare he? Because of that, Bay decided to give him a brutal beating, and the man on the ground begged him to stop. His eyes burned with deadly fury as he roared. If I cut out your tongue, you'd stop spouting nonsense at Sai, right? The other guy, trembling, looked up at him. At that moment, C shouted from behind Oroboni, startled how Thien froze, turning around to call her name. C's expression froze in that instant. Orai. She thought to herself, this isn't the Oroboni I know. As they traveled, people and carriages moved slowly past. A young man with blue hair appeared, introducing himself. I am Eno Welton, here to seek your advice, Lord Marquis, as a representative of my family. She smiled warmly and replied, I am civil. It's a pleasure to meet the head of the Welton family. I hope you'll have a comfortable stay here. C's gentle expression was almost surreal, making Eno's heart race uncontrollably. And then the voice of the Earl of Bayo finally echoed through the silence. Count Welton is famous as a genius swordsman. Some even say he'll become the next swordmaster. But he quickly corrected them. It's not that. It's just that he's already mastered our family's sword techniques. Hearing this, Count Bayo simply smiled and replied, No need to be modest. No one can deny you'll soon become a master swordsman. Eno blushed, raising his voice to protest. No, that's a bit too much. Co responded with a bright, genuine smile. Completely overwhelmed by her, she's too kind. A desperate cry echoed out loud. X followed her, pleading with all his might. Can we talk? Xia, speak up. But she coldly replied, I have nothing to say to you. He snapped, furious. Are you going to see that little brat again? You're defending him again. He's the head of the Welton family. Don't be so disrespectful. It was then that B froze, stammering as he questioned, Aren't you into me too? I've only ever kept you in my sights all this time. X pouted and explained, Someone I once treated like a real brother would never do this to me. You never listen to me, only try to control me. And then you just boldly tell B, please just stop already. Hearing this, he was filled with emotion, grabbing her shoulder to confront her. I pushed B's hand away as he desperately tried to hold C's hand, and he snapped with fury. What do you think you're doing? B arrogantly ordered, stepping aside, but he was firm. He made it clear it's impossible. Then she clenched his rough hand even tighter. Bly, furious, cursed this damn bastard. The armor was unwavering in its demand for him. Sorry, young lady C. Biley gritted his teeth in fury, seething with rage. He appeared utterly arrogant and provocative, taunting him. I want a one-on-one duel with you. Lady Welton Sigh froze in place, witnessing the tense standoff between the two men. They face each other looking fierce and manly. Hino remains unshaken, calmly replying, I accept. A stunned voice echoed through the Lady Sigh's castle. So that's what really happened. With a serious look, she pleads for her father's help. Dad, please stop them before it's too late. Her father was completely indifferent to what her daughter mentioned. He even brought up her engagement promise. Honestly, I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but I was thinking of promising my daughter to Barrow. Just hearing his name makes my skin crawl. She defied her father's words, saying, I won't agree. That Barrow-Rooney guy you've been talking about lately. She openly expressed her thoughts about that guy, calling him either a demon who only knows how to swing his sword or a fool. Sai was visibly furious at his arrogant and domineering attitude, or maybe someone only knows how to control her to see if she's meeting up with that man. Her father, on the other hand, defends and justifies him all because he loves her. X slammed her hand down on the table in anger. She argued with her father that wasn't love. Her hand trembled, tears streaming down onto the table. Heartbroken, she sobbed, her voice trembling as she relived the past. Boero Oroboni, gentle and caring from the past, she's gone now. Her father slowly asked his daughter, Sai, do you know the Count Welton? He was quite surprised when his father asked that. Yes, he understood her mindset perfectly. He gently told his son, No, I understand what you mean. Just step back now. CS nodded and closed the door as he left. All right, as she stepped outside, her father slowly, painfully rose from his desk. He gazed out the window, his heart heavy with regret and anguish. I'm sorry, Anik. Somewhere else a heavy rain is pouring down. BY lies still beneath the ground, his face bleeding and his eyes vacant. Hino wielded his sword, shining with a blinding light, and coldly declared, I've won. Tears welled in C's eyes as she hurriedly rushed over. Are you okay? Belle thought she was worried sick because of him about to cry. He pretended to be fine, forcing a calm facade. I'm okay. And with a single slap to his face, Sai snapped Lord Welton. He ran over and embraced Jay tightly, holding her close and soothing her. I'm stronger than you think, miss, so don't worry. Belle, in despair, could only helplessly cry over his tragic fate. At the Sias family estate, the servant reported to the Count, recounting what he had overheard. Lord Barrow left around midnight. He coldly replied, I understand. This is for the best for everyone. Time moved swiftly onward. 3 years later, Sai, heavily pregnant, sat back on the chair, gazing at her wedding photo. He returned and pushed the door open. Sio stood before C and told her a story about Bailey. I thought she should know it's about Lord Barrow. He's become a master swordsman now. A hint of sadness flickers across his face as he continues. He also recalls the terrifying moment he left, suspecting that he had already taken revenge on the 3 clans that pushed the Onyx family to the brink. Sai simply responded with cold indifference. Yes, she placed her hand on her belly, hesitating as she spoke to Hino. There's something I need to tell you. He wondered, but his tone was gentle as he asked, What's wrong? Whatever happens, you can always tell me. I've been thinking about something lately. The CS excitedly suggests naming the baby in her belly, Jai Jamie Welton. It's a great name. But what if it's a girl? If it's a girl, her name should be Sarah. Sarah Welton. Sounds amazing. Back to reality, Sai recounts that story to his son Jai. And finally this time we meet again. She chuckled and waved her hand, asking you, Jai, are you curious about your mom's past? Hearing the story of his parents' past, Jai was left stunned. So many things happened. Is that even possible? Yes, hearing about his father's glorious past, Jamie couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Who would have thought my dad could actually fight someone this strong? Looks like this body was truly inherited from him after all. Your subordinate hurriedly warned you. Master, your expression right now is really strange. At that moment, the servant hurried in to deliver a message. Miss, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the Archduke has arrived. Seeing Saphira made him overjoyed beyond words. The Archbishop, he also smiled warmly at her. Look at who it is. Saphira reunites with C after all these years, and he can't help but tease her about how much she's changed. Isn't that little tomboy Cece, recalling her younger days, nervously tries to explain her personality. What are you saying, Your Majesty? We've waited so long to meet and you choose now to bring up that. Severa laughed loudly, even joking about her nickname. So should I just call you a little kid then? Jai's grandfather, who's nearby, chimes in letting the bishop know. Are you the archbishop? The little kid said. You're already a mother of two? The Jai brothers also came to greet him. I am Jamie Welton. It's an honor to meet you, Archbishop. I am Sarah Welton. She held little Hannah tightly and asked Han. How are the kids, Sister Anna? She's asking. Of course. Please come visit sometime. We miss them so much. Sapira also sends her love from a distant friend to Jai. That apostle mentioned Jai quite a lot, huh? I heard those two are really close friends. Your friend Jai seems pretty friendly. He also asked me to pass along a message. Jai, Ricky, no, that apostle asked me to tell you that he's really eager to see you again soon. Jemmy's face suddenly turned cunning. Of course, we've already met before. The guide intends to lead Jemmy's grandfather inside. Let me take him in now. But he politely declined. Too bad, let's put this off for now. I had to speak with the archbishop. Bishop Sapphira clasped her hands and prayed earnestly for them. I pray that the goddess's blessing will always be with you and your children. Sai sincerely thanks him. Thank you, sir. Until we meet again. He gently holds his daughter Hannah in his arms and whispers, so what should we do now? She suddenly remembered her son's words and asked him directly. That's right, G. Didn't you say you wanted to go there? That huge fountain over there. Jai was curious about a place he'd been warned about in advance. You immediately asked your mom, Mom, what's the marine forest like? The butler said, I'm not allowed to go there. But when Jai mentioned this place, Xia's face darkened instantly. She looked at her son in shock and asked, How do you know about marine? Have you gone outside or something? Jemmy hurriedly waved his hands, denying it. Of course not at all. There's still some doubt. So why did your lover say that to you? He skillfully struck the village drum, just a gentle reminder for you to be careful. She was incredibly serious, giving you very detailed instructions. Mom, I've heard you say that so many times. But I can't go out alone. Do you understand? Even if you're a true mage, you're still so young. Jai could only obediently nod. Yes, I'll remember. She points ahead, showing you the way. Alright, stop, Marine, do you see it? They both look toward Sai's hand over there. Jai doesn't see anything particularly special. You look surprised, but it just seems like an ordinary forest. Is there any danger? Sai immediately explained to you the formation and geography of that forest. It's one of the 6 greatest forbidden zones in the world. Another place among them is the Ariaz Wilderness right behind that forest. Honestly, Marine Forest is also part of that vast wilderness. Jemmy also realized a few new things, and he deduced that it's probably the thing Poe called the Dark Forest. Sai sternly warned Jay, that's also why I can't go there. Do you understand? You act obedient to your mom on the outside, but deep down you're incredibly curious about that place. Of course. I will definitely go there, Mother. As night falls, Jai retraces his steps back to the path he came from, guided only by his mother's instructions, heading straight into the dangerous forest. He and his friend confirm this is definitely the place. Jai's face showed pure excitement. They truly entered the dark forest together, facing enormous threats ahead, a place that feels utterly terrifying. But deep in the dangerous forest, Jai summoned immense power. Thunderclaps echoed around him. Yet he felt a flicker of disappointment, because his strength wouldn't activate just yet. So close yet so far. A massive beast's shadow loomed behind G, lurking just over his shoulder. G hesitantly moved forward. I can't use dark energy in this forest. Venna senses the danger and quickly warns, Master, watch out. In just a moment, the beast strikes from behind. Venna clings to Jemmy's shoulder and pushes him away. In that critical moment, Venna managed to save Jai from the monster's claws behind him. After pulling him to safety, Jai lost his balance and fell forward, and Venna quickly warned, Master, you better not stay around here. Jemmy's fury ignited after being shoved to the ground. You. But Venna was busy hunting monsters, and she hesitantly asked, What did you just say, Master? Still, she was doing her best, leaving Jemmy no choice but to swallow his anger. Just forget about it. He asked her, surprised. Venna, you can't use dark energy either, but instead Venna felt completely at ease and relaxed. But right now I feel better than I ever have. How can I possibly explain that to you, kid? My body feels weightless. I can feel the power surging through me. It truly felt like my body was soaring through the air. Jai couldn't help but think this might just be a stroke of luck. You secretly thought it was a good thing in a situation like this. She's also a member of the forest tribe. Just like the demons, she's been affected by the energy deep within the forest. Venna, playful and curious, kept following Jai and kept asking, Why are we here? He's a bit annoyed, but answered, I told you already. After hearing the story of the god, she eagerly asked Jai, That god's request, huh? So what do we do now? You stammered, trying to answer as you walked. Well, neither of you paid attention and you both stepped right over the edge into a big pit. Before you could react, it pulled you both down. Venna screamed in panic, trembling with fear. Jai quickly reached out with his hand, but he was falling freely through the air, unable to use his power to save himself. I can't fly. Jai hovered in the air at lightning speed, silently wondering, damn it, what's wrong with this forest? I'll die if I hit the ground at this rate. In the end, he lands softly on a bed of grass, catching his body. Venna stirs, still unable to believe they're safe. Are they still alive? She asked, tears welling up as emotion overwhelmed her. Master, where are we? You're just calmly walking ahead, let me see. Jai stopped in front of a place emitting an enchanting glow, a beam of light, yet it was just a pile of wreckage. A strange inscription caught his attention, and he softly whispered the translation leave. You stand tall and recite the spell inward, or step inside. But suddenly, as he finishes the incantation, the door swings open on its own. Venna was overwhelmed with gratitude, whispering, the door is open. Jai also felt a flicker of curiosity. I don't know who's responsible for all this, but it's pretty intriguing. Jamie slowly begins to piece together the past and whispers to himself, it seems here I will witness my past life. In a sturdy, impregnable castle under a starry night with the moon shining bright, a captain of the guards patrols and senses something's wrong. This is the smell of blood. A young guard rushes in frantic to deliver the news. Boss, we found someone unconscious over there. Seeing the horrifying state of the young man's body, he guessed his heart had stopped. He suspected this was no ordinary victim but a demon. The patrol captain immediately ordered his men to call Bo X here. The soldier obeyed without hesitation. Yes, he based his conclusion on the state of the corpse. This power, which relies on the condition of the dead, means at least 4 hours have passed since he died. But as he pondered this, he felt something strange, a hint of darkness lurking beneath. This was the patrol route the path soldiers took during their shifts day after day. Feeling uncertain and uneasy, he looked confused. But why was there no one reporting on this? As the team leader, he casually checks the duty roster. Damn it, I don't want to get involved in this kind of mess, but I'd better go see the patrol schedule. But while he wasn't paying attention, he was ambushed from behind, still mid-sentence in this very area. Aja Dan Ma used the most ruthless technique to kill him. He's so arrogant and full of himself. Stupid fool, keep searching. Let's see, when will you finally have what it takes to catch me? But just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone watching from behind. Asta drew his legendary sword brimming with power. At last, our paths cross. He chuckled softly, the shadow of Aja reflected in the gleaming blade. I was getting really annoyed by being thrown into these crazy situations. It's all because of him. He could only force a helpless smile at this awkward situation. It's not the chief advisor. While Aja was still stunned, he was struck with a devastating blow from Asta that left him speechless. He collapsed to the ground, seething with rage, cursing at him. You damn dog. Asta calmly responded to him. Ah, of course. He grew cold and detached, drawing his sword with a cryptic smile. He warned that a body tainted with demonic energy shouldn't be so easily discarded. Aja screamed in panic, but wait, blood erupted and soaked the ground in an instant. In another place, Venna looked suspicious and kept asking, Master, is that really true? Jemmy was focused on practicing healing, spiritual energy, eyes closed. He knew healing was his only way. I thought I was already dead. She barely escaped with her life, and I couldn't help but feel moved. Her eyes welled up with tears. I thought we were truly dead. Jai nodded in understanding. The two of them moved from room to room, step by step. Every place has its own unique landscape. The giant armored soldiers are equipped with magic resistance. The second room was even more dangerous, and sophisticated a trap with an automatic crossbow, and the next ones were even more cruel. Then came the scorpion trap. This trap will never end, it's truly unbearable. At last, Jai found the gateway to the end of his journey, revealing what he's been searching for. This is the last stop, right? Venna looked on in confusion. What did you say? Jemmy responded softly and calmly to her question. The place where it peacefully rests. The hidden door holding secrets slowly begins to open. Venna was eager to see it right away, her anticipation clear in her voice. Is this the peaceful place it once was? A hand with deadly razor-sharp claws slowly emerges. What do you mean sleep? A giant bear with a wrinkled face suddenly appears before the two of them. Both of them froze in place, caught off guard by this unexpected turn. A bear. Venna was charmed by the bear's adorable appearance. She squealed so cutely. She was so delighted that she turned to tell Jai, completely forgetting the bear was about to crush her with its foot. Look, Master, it's a super cute giant bear. He quickly shouted a warning. Be careful. In just a moment, the bear swung its massive paw and struck where Venna was standing. Jemmy was lucky to arrive just in time to save Venna from danger. The two of them collapsed onto the ground. Even the bear reveals its true nature, furious as it scolds the two of them. You're truly insane for daring to come here. Jemmy was stunned, a bear that could speak human and knew about you. Do you know who I am? Does it understand human speech? The bear raised a stone, warning, don't pretend anymore. He threw the stone with fury, aiming straight at the two of them. Luckily, May didn't realize. Jemmy hurriedly shouted a defensive spell. A large shield was formed blocking the bear's stone attacks. After a long struggle, the shield finally shattered, and a stone pierced through, hitting Jai right in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. Venna cried out in panic, "Master, he's lying helpless on the cold ground, unable to move." Jimmy felt his body throbbing with pain, paralyzed, and unable to move a muscle. You secretly think, "Damn it, all my bones are broken." Venna rushes over, concern etched on her face, and asks, "Master, are you okay?" Jai didn't cry out in pain, only worry flickered in his eyes. "I'm not dead yet. This is really bad if I can't revive myself." The bear stepped forward, furious, warning them. "Once I unleash my power, nothing can stop it from happening." Jai also realized it, questioning, "So I'm the one who sealed away my dark power, why do you have to do this?" The bear swung a thunderous punch, roaring defiantly, "You don't need to know why." Vina clenched her tiny hand, her resolve firming. "I will. I can." She used her small body to block the beast's attack, protecting her master. A flash of light suddenly streaks across as they face each other. Frustration and anger boil over as he demands, "What are you?" "You did it again." Asta immediately told him why you crossed the line. "Not only that you made everything a mess, I told you to leave those soldiers alone." But he's cunning, making excuses. And that swordmaster just walked away with nothing to show for it. Asta offered a faint smile and said with a hint of meaning, "Looks like you still want to be punished." More tiny bloodstains appeared on Aja's face like a warning of his impending doom. He collapsed face first before him. Asta coldly said, "It's not because I'm afraid of that sword saint." As he sheathed his sword, he ordered Aja, "The real issue is you, you filthy demon. You'd better follow my orders." He turned back, glancing at him, and suggested that everything should follow his father's wishes. The battle between Venna and the giant bear was reaching a tense climax. She was too weak compared to the bear's power, pushed aside like trash. Venna sobbed, desperately asking about Jamie's condition. "Is she okay, master? You're actually praising her again." "Good." While she was fighting the bear, Ven took the chance to train his spiritual energy, summoning his power amidst a shower of vibrant colors. Even the bear froze in shock at this fierce transformation. It stood still like a statue before these two tiny humans. They were both confused, unsure of what was happening. What the hell is going on? The bear once again posed a confusing question to them. This is the result of their failure. "Why don't you give up?" Jai snapped in anger. "You're getting so snappy. Do you want me to sit here and wait for death?" Ven also added, "You're the one attacking us for no reason at all." The bear straightforwardly revealed why it targeted those two. "They left something utterly disgusting in my forest. Because both of you committed a crime, you must face the punishment." Framed and falsely accused, Jai was furious and insisted on her innocence. "What is this? It's the first time we've ever come to this forest." "That's right." But he refused to believe you. He decided to blame them. "Lying the dark power is protecting that filthy demon egg. That power definitely belongs to you guys." Hearing those words, Jai was stunned. "What?" "There's a demon egg deep in this forest." The bear clenched its fists, furious, determined to wipe them out. "Stop pretending I will kill them all." The bear swung its fist, ready to send them to the afterlife, and now, it's time for you to die. In that split second of life or death, Jai revealed the truth. "I came here to destroy it. That was the will of the gods." The bear's claws nearly tore into him. It suspiciously asked you, "Really, Jemmy even dares to vouch for her reputation?" "I've bet everything on my words." He turns away, daring to prove the truth to it. "If you don't believe me, follow me. I'll show you." "That's good then. This forest is part of the goddess's territory." The bear led Jai along, warning him if he dared to betray it. "If you lie and slander her name, the heavens will cast you straight into hell." Even the bear couldn't help but doubt, how could someone so reckless come forward to claim such a thing? "However, I sense no divine presence from you, and the power I've blocked definitely doesn't come from a god." Jemmy also agrees, "You've made that perfectly clear." "That's right, I don't serve her. We're just making a deal. Recite the words the goddess entrusted to you. She told me to go to the Shadow Forest and stop the awakening of that damn dark magic." Jemmy explains all the misunderstandings the bear is imposing on them. "She tells me that in time I'll understand why she sent me instead of one of her subordinates. This is only my first time here." Even the bear, after hearing it, shows a hint of hesitation. "It's hard to believe, but I can't deny it either." Venna is still curious about the most crucial part of the story. She asked for it. "Wait, tell us about that demon egg. What kind of power is protecting it?" Even the bear recounts what happened in the past. "That egg appeared in the forest about a month ago. I immediately went to investigate it. It sensed the strange aura surrounding the core, but the darkness had already consumed it. It was utterly horrified by what it had seen before. Absolutely terrifying, a mysterious, overwhelming power." The bear clenched its fist tightly around the punch. It once planned to destroy that egg, but surprisingly, it couldn't even crack that tiny shell, so it changed its mind. "I tried everything, but I just couldn't break through that protective barrier." So I sealed away the power, guarding and protecting the core. Jai still can't believe this is happening. You immediately question him. I don't feel any divine power emanating from you at all. How can you seal away that power? The bear explains. We also have to acknowledge the effort behind this relic, this piece of wreckage. He skeptically asked, are all these broken pieces just artifacts? Veena, hearing about the value of this place, also seemed intrigued. Jai quickly covered her mouth. You kept asking the bear so many questions afterward. Is this place always like this? It must be incredibly expensive. Who built this place? Why do you know human language, and what are these things really for? The bear turned around, its voice calm but thoughtful as it responded. I'm not even sure anymore. All I know is this place was built roughly 6 years ago. Jemmy still had some doubts. He asked the next question. Let me ask one more thing. Why did they use their power to block that dark magic? He seemed a bit surprised when he heard you ask that. What do you mean? Jemmy is recalling what it said before. You claimed you sealed away that power to protect the egg. And then they said they'd smash the egg right after right. That's what's still leaving him with doubts. Then why keep that dark power hidden, never using it? The bear honestly admits that egg is still intact. I'm just curious, are there any other obstacles? The bear's words sounded a bit unrealistic though. To suppress dark powers, the relic user must stay buried in a pile of debris. Hearing the bear speak like that left Jemmy and Veena speechless. And I still haven't found anyone who can help me break through that barrier. Honestly, I haven't done anything worth mentioning yet. Welton looked up. Hey bear, that bear got angry when he heard that. My name is Tiberian, a mighty but lowly man. Jai nodded and said, that's right. That Tiberian bear talks big, but he's all talk, says grand things but can't back them up. Suddenly Jai's voice echoed. Can you feel the power of this girl? Veena wondered. Huh. Even that huge bear is curious. How's her vitality flow? Jai replied, it's not something else. A power similar to mine, her strength was also blocked. How could that power even compare to what's protecting that damn demon egg? The Tiberian bear chimes in. It's different. The power I blocked is exactly like theirs. Really, Jai thought to herself, convinced she's the only one with this kind of dark magic. He reached out and said, surrender your power and let us go. I need to see it with my own eyes first. Tarian's bare face darkened with suspicion, but Veena smiled brightly and replied, trust us. Once Master regains his strength, he'll crush that demon egg in an instant. Tiberian's anger grew even fiercer after hearing that. Veena's panic only worsened. Didn't he also say that our goddess sect was coming, and Tarian is holding on to the claws? All right. His eyes light up with a glimmer of joy. It seems my power has returned. Veena stomped her foot, filled with worry. Master Tiberian was furious. You bastard. He reveals his madness. No one has the right to control me. Tiberian stands tall. What do you think you're doing? The more he loses his mind, the better. Now I can finally have total control over him. Suddenly Jay spat out a mouthful of blood and the bear roared in anger. You bastard, you're smirking while wiping blood from your mouth. Enough is enough. Tiberian reached out. I'll destroy this ruin myself if you don't stop right now. Veena, trembling, says, Master, my blood is fine. In Jamie's mind, it's like a firewall, pretty strong, but nothing can fully stop her. That bear furrowed its brow in confusion, as if my connection to these ruins has been severed. Did you do this? How could you do this in such a short time? Turns out that wasn't Jemmy, it was Diablo via G's past life. You're right, I've truly become its master. You're so unlucky your owner isn't the only one skilled in creation. Just because he thinks he's crafted it in 3 hours doesn't mean he can pull this off. I never thought there was some artifact that could block my power. There's no way I'd just let it go and walk away. But now that I look closer, it seems it didn't completely suppress my strength after all. Even the bear ponders the truth. It's truly absurd that it can block my power yet only captures gods. 1,000 questions keep flooding in. How could something like that even exist? There's definitely something fishy going on here. It's lowering the chances of the demon force breaking the space coordinates and meddling with the space manipulation. When activating the teleportation space, the influence of that psychic space is unavoidable due to its dispersal. And after a series of final questions, he said, anyway, that's how it is, so don't follow me. Then Jai added one more thing. Hey, even if you want to leave, you probably can't escape this ruin, huh? After saying that, he smiled and vanished. The bear roared out, you bastard. A loud voice boomed from a house nearby. How could 9 bodies be found in just one night? It turns out that scream came from the Count's study. The Count, furious, demanded, what the hell is going on here? The Count was annoyed. And what about the culprit? No response came. He suddenly froze, thinking of X. Where's Ko, who went to investigate? One of the subordinates spoke up. Honestly, no one has seen him since yesterday noon. The Count, trembling, said, don't tell me there's someone watching from the top of that tower right now. Let's see. They must be arriving any moment now. Inside that building, the old Count questioned his servant. The subordinate replied, yes, sir. They said they've sent the Divine Spirit envoy, and they'll likely arrive tomorrow. It seems one of them is a master. The Count sighed, worry etched on his face. This can't have been an easy decision for the Pope. The white-haired boy atop the tower seems to have overheard their conversation. Who would think this Epon needs that many resources? Of course I have to do my best. No matter how much they call it the Second Holy Land, when will they actually get there? He thought to himself, licking his lips. It should have been over by now. The scene shifts to another place and a voice echoes. That's real then. So it's the familiar voice of Jai Ven. Seeing the master sigh, he says, Master, I'm sure this energy is Jai's response. Yes, this is my true power. I wonder why Huck's power is here again. Venna curious, what is this machine? He reached out and touched that strange thing and he responded. Death itself is approaching, raising its scythe. The seas, the moonlight, you're suspended in the night sky, darkness spilling out, rippling across the starry ocean. Suddenly a thought flashes through Jai's mind. Night waves, stars falling, death reaching out into the sea, a moon rising in the darkened sky. The old man reached out, embracing the darkness, and that was the last thing he consumed, swallowed by shadows. A monster craving everything, promising that in the distant future, far beyond the horizon, it will rise again. Jemmy said, a book that's both a guide and part of me, how could I ever forget it? And with those words, Jai was swept back into a storm of relentless thoughts. Now I'm certain my memories are complete. I might even suddenly recall how I challenged the Saint Spirit. It's strange, even though there are gaps in my memory, nothing about it feels off. Seeing Mensheng lost in thought, she asked, have you learned anything yet? Mensheng replied, yes I have. Then he casually added, oh by the way, take this. He handed her a strange black ring and she looked at him in confusion. A ring, Jemmy explains. It's a relic I obtained when we left that ruin. Use your strength and your will to wield it, Venna said, doing as instructed and asking simultaneously. Is this how it's supposed to be? She sighed in awe. Wow, what is this? I really like it. Jai, looking annoyed, said, fine, take that thing and scout this area. Looks like this is going to take a while. Touching that strange barrier, Kan Nak shouted, come back to me, your master. Damn it, what the hell are you doing, you bastard? Kan suddenly appears, launching a direct attack from above on Venna and Jamie. Caught off guard, Jamie anxiously looks at Venna and calls her name. Venna, so adorable and sweet, is trembling in fear and panic before the divine attack. Her pale face calls out to her master. Jai and Venna dodged Kan's attack, but they were separated. Kanna kept striking Venna, hitting her flawlessly every time. After Kanna's thunderous assault, Venna cried out in agony, badly wounded. She felt excruciating pain, blood spilling from her mouth, her face turning pale. Jemmy watched in horror as Venna, badly wounded, struggled to stay conscious, fear and confusion swirling inside him. What kind of divine power is this? As Jemmy's mind raced, Venna's blue hair flickered to life, and he spoke softly. Your instincts are sharper than I thought, kid. Venna's sword slung over her shoulder, stands there watching Jai smirk with mockery. Say that compliment again. You seem to be feeling pretty good. Jai turned to look at Kanna, his face tense with suspicion. He smirked and asked, what does the Genus Church have to do with a place like this? He continued, you're here to wipe out the demon forest. He paused for a moment, then asked Kanna, are you trying to protect it? Hearing Jai ask, Kanna looked confused. What is she saying? Kanna hasn't answered Jai's question, but she glances at Venna with a fierce, annoyed look. She stared intently at Venna and said, it's you. That girl with the pink hair holding the hammer. Right now, Venna, the pink-haired girl, is badly wounded and looks dazed. She furrowed her brow, questioning Venna's strange and confusing behavior. While Venna was still clueless, completely lost in what the hell was happening, Kenna's attitude grew sharper, her face twisting into something far more vicious. You know, I've always hated pink hair and hammers. After saying those confusing words, Kanna flew straight at Venna for a fierce attack. She aimed her sword at Venna and said, I guess I'll have to crush you first. Her voice was dark and menacing. Venna was caught off guard by Kanna's lightning-fast attack. She quickly raised her hammer to block Kan's massive sword. Lucky you managed to withstand Kanna's fierce attack, but it worsened your internal injuries. Seeing Venna block her strike, Kanna wasn't surprised. She continued to sneer and said, not bad. Then she struck Venna with her hand. Venna is desperately blocking Kanna's sword strikes with both hands, while Jai watches from the sidelines, worry etched all over his face. He yelled out in panic. Venna quickly dodged away. But it was too late. Venna couldn't dodge Kan's fist in time. His powerful fist slammed into cute Venna's head. Venna's pupils shrank as she cried out in pain, but Venna quickly countered, swinging her hammer to strike Kanna. But Kanna swiftly leapt back to dodge her attack. Smirking, Kanna sneered at Venna, is that all you've got? Venna, furious, shouted at Kanna to shut up immediately. Then, in a sudden attack, Venna grabbed a hammer and struck down with all her might. Kanna stood below, watching Venna attack from above, her sword raised to block the strike. With a smug, cruel expression, she faced Venna's fierce assault without a hint of fear. She laughed mockingly at Venna. You're probably done for, huh? Venna stayed calm even as her attack was effortlessly deflected. She quickly strikes again, calmly and arrogantly telling Kana, "Of course not," but before she can follow up with her next move, Kana swiftly counters with an attack. She praised Venna as very talented, then added, "Let's see how you handle this." As soon as she finished speaking, Kana swiftly teleported behind Venna. Venna was caught off guard as Kana suddenly vanished. Before she could react, Kana raised her sword and struck a deadly blow to her back. Venna's small back was struck by Kana's sword, blood pouring out and soaking her shirt in an instant. A heartbreaking scene. Over there, Jai has been forgotten all this time. Seeing little Venna get cut, he panicked, pupils shrinking as he shouted Venna's name. Though outwardly he appeared deeply worried for Venna, inside he was calculating, thinking he might get hit a little himself. But if he stopped now to protect the girl, his train of thought was interrupted. Venna snapped him out of it. She understood that her master was torn between the crucial task still unfinished and saving her. She said, "Master, no, I can still fight." She struggles to speak, trembling, as she clutches the hammer, blood pouring from her mouth, pain tearing through her chest like 1,000 shards, the wound behind her throbbing. Can, so annoying, stands there with his sword watching Venna's battered form. She smirked and said, "Oh wow, that must hurt a lot, huh? If I just cut you in half with one strike, it probably wouldn't hurt at all, right?" With a voice dripping with contempt, "You're planning to keep fighting like this? Are you serious?" Venna, with a dark, brooding expression, turned to look at Kana. She sneered with anger and asked her back, "What else can I do? I have to follow my master's orders." Kana sighed in amazement, stunned. What a loyal servant. She continued, "Even someone with a scar like you should occasionally rebel a little." Venna looked at her with an adorable expression and smiled. "I know, but I can only rebel against those older than me." When Venna mocked him, Kana's face froze in shock as she shouted, "What?" Kana's rage and fury reached a boiling point after being mocked. Touching a woman's age, that's just poking the hornet's nest. Loinween reverses her senses, twisting perception itself. Kan, furious about the age insult, stands in shock, unable to comprehend what's happening. So Venna was casting a dark magic spell on Kana. Only then did Kana realize it, and she quickly prepared to fight back. But before she could even move, Venna grabbed her hammer with both hands and struck Kana's body. She screamed in pain as the hammer hit her left arm. After stabbing Kana's left hand, Venna's fear made her heart race. She knew she only had this one shot. After enduring Venna's strike, Kana's fury boiled over with humiliation. Her face twisted in anger, she spat out each word with venom, "You little punk." Na tightly grips her sword, raising it to face Venna. But Venna refuses to back down, her face calm and fearless, using her hammer to block Kana's relentless attack. The clash of the two techniques and weapons triggered a massive explosion, igniting a blazing fire in the forest. After the blast and flames, the surrounding trees, scorched and withered, stood blackened and lifeless. Venna lay on the ground, waking up after the crash. She opened her eyes, confused about what just happened. The hammer still lay beside her. Her mind was foggy. What just occurred? Her body felt utterly drained. Despite the exhaustion and pain coursing through her, she couldn't move a single finger, yet she still wanted to sit up and fight to protect her master. As Venna lay on the ground, lost in a daze, Kana, half her face wounded, stood before her with a bitter scowl. "You filthy dark mage," she spat. "How dare you weaken my body like that?" Ken Na, still furious, continued, "That brat you're protecting, I'll tear him apart right in front of your eyes into 1,000 pieces." "So what about me?" Jai appeared, smirking confidently as he asked Kan. He stands in midair, his face hidden beneath that mysterious cloak. He tells Kana, "I haven't even begun to fight yet." Without waiting for Kana's reply, Jai cast his spell. He clasped his hands together, recited the incantation, and devoured her whole. Leviathan. A beam of light burst from behind Kan, and a hand reached out toward her. Kana looked confused and terrified, not understanding a thing that was happening. Turns out Jemmy was performing a spell called Devouring. It's a dark, devouring magic that consumes everything, turning it into nourishment. Jemmy cast his spell while thinking, though he didn't dislike that divine power, he still intended to swallow it all whole. Jai's expression looks a bit greedy right now. Kana's shoulder is bleeding from some dark, sinister bite. She frowned in fear, cursing it as a worthless parasite. Venna, now more alert, weakly called out to Master Jai. Jai slowly descended to the ground and told her, "Thanks for giving me more time. Venna, after absorbing that, I owe it all to you. You don't need to worry anymore." Jemmy thanks her and offers comfort. Venna's face lights up with a satisfied smile, softly speaking words of relief and joy. The creature devouring Kana was ruthlessly thrown to the ground when she caught it. Her hands covered in blood, she looked back at Jai and said, "It's because you're so adorable that I was going to go easy on you." But Jai's face grew serious, realizing he was right, he's not an ordinary monk. As Jemmy pondered this, Kana launched a Holy Land attack. Her sword glowed brightly, and her appearance changed her hand. Her face, the wounds on her face vanished, replaced by a silver-white headband and a shimmering white robe. Staring at the scene before him, Jai's eyes filled with doubt and helplessness, as he thought to himself that the atmosphere had completely shifted. That divine power even greater than a grand priest's combat strength, she's going to be a troublesome opponent. Kana looked at Ji with a serious expression and said, that dark magic you just used, though it only lasted a moment, devoured everything I had. She asked Ji in confusion, are you even a black mage? Are you asking me back, Jemmy? What if I had to? Kana clenched her fists around her sword as she heard the reply. She said, if I have to, I'll see you as a threat. As she finished speaking, her sword rose, unleashing a divine attack straight at Jay. He watched her move, his eyes shining, and muttered, is that so? Then Jai will counter with a spell called Taquan. A giant door suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of Jai. He told Kana, let me introduce you to someone. Jemmy smirked mysteriously and said, leave now, Nebro. From behind that enormous mysterious door, a giant shadow in black appeared, its eyes glowing purple, smiling ominously behind the door. Even without knowing the shape of the shadow, it's clear it's something massive and terrifying. A divine force descends from the heavens, overwhelming Kana and beyond their limits. The blonde-haired man outside watched in fear and whispered, how is this possible? Before him lay a colossal egg shrouded in swirling black shadows that made his heart race. Can it really get that big again? With a face like a rotten cucumber, he continued, I'm sure I should have sacrificed more hearts for this. The blonde-haired kid finished his sentence, and Jay suddenly appeared right beside him, teasing. Ha, just as I thought, you're already admiring this dark energy. Huh, Jai's move made him jump back in shock. Who are you? She didn't answer him. Jai stood before Vena badly wounded, as Adam held her close. The mysterious figure asked, you're one of that filthy demon's minions, right? A demon. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Who are you? What happened to the guard? Hearing that, Jimmy snapped her fingers arrogantly and said, you don't need to know, just end this now. Hearing that, Gia quickly charged forward, delivering a stunning sword strike to the blonde-haired man. I obey your command. Caught off guard, the blonde guy sprays blood. He's about to be laid out on the altar, stripped and exposed, but the blonde still refuses to give up. No, my child. The blonde-haired fool stumbles toward the giant red egg, trembling with fear. Just a little more, and the golden-haired guy would be in the crosshairs. Suddenly, from the massive red egg in front, something began to seep out. This caused everyone to panic. Jai saw the danger and shouted a warning. Step back. Hearing Jai call out, Rai quickly leapt up, jumping back in retreat. Just after safely landing, Roai quickly realized why. Turns out that massive red egg was sprouting terrifying tendrils wrapping around the corpse of the blonde-haired man, pulling him closer. Jai calmly says what must happen will happen. Jemmy's surprise is evident in her composed demeanor. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Jia confused, Jamie explains, it must have absorbed enough vitality by now. Namchin frowned, warning that it was only a matter of time before a demon would rise. As Jai finished speaking, a large crack appeared in the red egg, and inside a demon slowly emerged. Kana shouted for death and launched an attack that unleashed endless sparks of blue falling like rain. The skeleton in a black cloak raised a shield to block the strike. The skeleton in a cloak sneered, how pathetic, telling the immortal to go die. Kana gritted his teeth in anger. That damn skeleton used all his strength, but Kan's attack still didn't work. Kana stepped back. What happened to that egg? If anything goes wrong with the plan, the master won't let it slide. As Kana finished, her thought streaks of red light erupted in the sky, engulfing the heavens. In the center, a blinding golden ray pierced through. This made Kana and the skeleton in the cloak freeze in shock, forgetting their fight. It was as if they could feel a wave of energy, an energy that struck fear into their hearts. He trembled and said, this energy. Kan sensed that his ally had arrived and eagerly thought, good, that filthy bastard must be here too. The appearance of this energy made the skeleton in the cloak feel an overwhelming sense of unease. Master, don't. That's a monster capable of trampling even death itself. Before the skeleton in the cloak could regain its composure, Kanana shouted out, even if I have to die here, even if I don't land a single blow, I'll never give up. As she finished speaking, Kana swung her hammer, aiming straight for the skeleton in the cloak. Her strike shattered the bones, but at that moment the cloaked skeleton didn't care about itself. It was worried about Jamie. Master, please stay safe and escape that day. The scene shifts to the blonde-haired boy as if he senses something, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the strange behavior of the blonde boy, Anna asked, what's wrong? The blonde boy replied grimly, everyone's going to die. The blonde boy is now overwhelmed with panic. If we just stand by and do nothing, we're all doomed. Anna, hearing this, almost blames the blonde boy for speaking such bad luck. Before Anna could finish her sentence, a young man burst into Lati. The Holy Maiden's apostle, you two must leave now. Hearing that, I grabbed Anna's hand and said, let's go, Anna. We have to get out of here. And finally, with a look of unwavering resolve, the blonde-haired boy kept thinking, if we stay here, we'll only become a burden. Cut to the Marquis's imperial residence in his study, where the Marquis suddenly slams his fist on the desk, shouting, is anyone out there? Outside, the red-haired soldier hurriedly pushed the door open, breathless with urgency. "My lord, from the Mirror Forest." The Marquis cut him off impatiently, already sensing what was coming. Then the Marquis shouted loudly, "Gather our army as quickly as possible." As soon as he finished, he saw with a frightened expression, crying out, "Father, this scene has caught the Marquis off guard. So what I thought women would be scared about alerting Lord Trun and Sias. You don't need to worry. Just gather the kids and go." Before I could finish, C raised his voice and cut me off. Jai has disappeared. When CS reported it, V couldn't believe it. What CSE is so scared she can't stop crying. I think they've reached Marine Forest. Over by Jamie, the red egg emitted a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Dark energy swirled around the egg, cloaking it in shadows. Seeing this, Jai knew things just got a whole lot more complicated. This is exactly why I hate those demons. Jai thought to himself, they're the kind that prey on the weak and look down on everyone. Jai imagined a serpent coiling tightly around a sword, symbolizing something that just by existing could destroy all living beings. Unlike Jamie, Ra was overwhelmed with terror. "You must leave immediately, my lord." A is no better, his body keeps trembling uncontrollably. "Master, what is that arrogant thing?" Seeing the two immortal subordinates trembling in fear, Jai thought even immortals are shaking with terror. Jai raised his hand, summoning his power, contemplating his next move. If it fully escaped, if there was no way to contain it, even he would have to put in a lot of effort to handle it. Then Jemmy snapped his fingers, forcing Ra to turn back and rest before he could finish his sentence. "Master, if this keeps up, we might all die. It's throwing A off his game." Jai, frustrated, shouted, "Get that girl as far away as possible, somewhere the demon energy can't reach. Is there a safe place?" Gently clutching Vena's wounded body, she spun around and hurriedly fled the scene. Yes, but before they could get far, a chilling voice echoed from somewhere. "So you think being alone will keep you safe?" The strange voice made Jamie jump in shock. So the voice came from the monster inside the giant red egg. With blood-red eyes and razor-sharp claws, it commands both fear and respect. If people just give up so easily, what's the point of any fun left? As soon as he finished speaking, the monster tore through the eggshell and emerged. Just as I thought, using this method to make it rise now, the monster's true form is fully exposed. It continued speaking, utterly infuriating. The moment Jai saw its true form, his face paled. It was a noble demon. Seeing Jai's knowledge, the monstrous creature teased him with a cruel smile. "Oh, so you're just some human with a little knowledge about us. Not bad, I suppose. I'll delay my meal just a bit longer." Next, it introduces itself. "My name is Ruesta. I am the Baron of the Great Demon Abyss." Hearing that Jemmy knew things just got serious. A Baron means at least a master-level threat. Seeing Jemmy silent and unresponsive, Rueta spoke with a cruel edge. "Don't be so afraid, just accept it." Then he stepped away from the giant red egg. "If I've come this far, I won't go back there again." Seeing Dueta so smug, Jai summoned her ultimate resistance to prepare for slicing this demon queen apart. "You really are quite kind, huh? You keep explaining and explaining, but the purple light from the bracelet makes men feel more at ease. That's better." Seeing Jai's toy was so perfect, Rueta lost all shame and demanded it. "What do you have there? Looks pretty good. If someone gives me that, I'll let them die peacefully." Hearing Vuesta's unreasonable demand, Jai taunted, "You think I'm struck by lightning or what?" Seeing his request for the pseudo being denied, Hua Duesta snapped, unleashing even more deadly aura around him. Then there's no other choice. Then Vueta was engulfed in a blazing red aura, roaring like a beast about to break free from its cage. Let's see who can withstand this. Seeing Rada about to attack, I leapt into the air and summoned the Leviathan spell. Bright purple lights formed into intricate patterns like the gears of a clock. Over there, Ko stood on a tree branch watching everything unfold, a mocking smirk on his face. "How terrible, isn't it?" Your girl looks at his red-tinged strength with black spots, sneering. The weakest of the noble ranks a count with cold, emotionless eyes. "Keep going, Sebo. For humans, it probably feels like a catastrophe falling from the sky." At the Marquis' villa, the guards are hurriedly preparing for battle. "Hurry up, goddess, please have mercy and grant us more courage." By the old tree, Ko leapt to the ground, eagerly watching everything unfold. But still, the one leaving had to leave something behind to guard the home right. In the forest, a man runs desperately, clutching a girl in his arms, muttering in utter despair. Damn it, he silently called out in despair inside Master. Jans turned back, gazing at the chaos so immense it threatened to topple the city's pillars behind him, running with difficulty, his heart heavy with doubt. "Are you really sure about this?" He was still lost in his thoughts, but the fact that he still exists proves he's alive. Suddenly, the person in Jans's grip twitched, letting out a low grunt as if waking from a deep sleep. Vena slowly opened her eyes, groggy, and asked softly, "What's going on?" Seeing that Jans turned to look at her, still sprinting away, and asked, "You're awake now?" "The master told me to run away with you, because a demon has been awakened." He explained this to her, and when she heard it, her whole body froze in terror as she screamed, "Wait, hold on, let me down." Her hand trembled as she clung to the nearby dead tree. She turned her head toward the massive energy pillar behind her and asked, "So my master is over there?" Jan, standing behind, looked toward the battlefield and confirmed he's probably fighting that monster right now. Venna nodded in confirmation. Before she could finish her sentence, Jan, struggling and flustered, cut her off. If she leaves now, she'll only be dragging him down. He's aware of it, Venna knows it too, but she refuses to accept it and fights back. But her small dark face was grim, yet she still forced herself to show courage, speaking up to confirm even if it meant dying, she'd buy him just a little more time. Jans tried to stop her again, warning her she couldn't do this in her current state. But before he could speak, a strange light appeared below, making him look down in confusion. He let out a gasp, and in an instant a force dragged him down to the ground of Venna. Hearing the noise, she turned around in confusion, stunned by what she saw. She turned around and called out, "Hey, what's going on?" But behind her, a force surged forward, fire and a deafening roar tearing through the air. She recalled in her mind the summoning of the zombies, which had suddenly stopped. Just then, an explosion erupted. Then she spoke up, denying it all. "No, it can't be. It just can't." She remembers the gossip about her when that fool finally left, not knowing, still recalling her provocative, mocking stance. "Ha, a pest like you should be trampled underfoot, never to lift your head again," and the teasing look in Jai's eyes along with his question. "Are you that scared?" He urged him on, cheering her on with all his might. "Fight back, how much longer will you endure?" This Venna's body suddenly lost control as energy erupted uncontrollably. She glared in fear, her face darkening as she lost her composure, stammering, "No, master." Then a voice echoed with intriguing commentary, accompanied by a hammer pounding into the ground. Venna stared at him, her eyes wide with confusion as she focused intently. Then her voice echoed again, explaining the story of the hammer. As a young Vankiri, one with pure, powerful blood, the hammer before her suddenly shone with a bright light. Then it began to crack open, revealing fierce beasts of light bursting from within. That voice continues to drone on with its judgments. "You're not quite ready yet, but today I'll let you use me." The hammer's voice echoed in her mind. "Remember this feeling. Forever." The hammer flashes brightly as it soars through the air, announcing itself to Venna. "My name is Filion." It introduced itself further, revealing its origin. "A hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith made for your queen." And she just stood there, staring at it in awe. Then Phili quickly urged her to move. "Give it everything you've got." In the midst of a fierce battle under a dark, stormy night sky, Jai silently admits to himself he doesn't even have the strength left to take flight. He fell freely lost in helpless thoughts. "I've lost too much blood." Then he made a wish, hoping that the seed would give him just a little more energy. That would be perfect. Then Jamie raised his hand to the sky, contemplating silently, wondering if he could summon the darkness. He considered other possibilities, trying to buy himself a little more time by casting some powerful spell. His face was pale, helpless, drained of life with vacant eyes, and this grim realization shouldn't have ended like this. Suddenly, a clawed hand catches him, forcing him to blurt out his thoughts. Jai, caught off guard, lies flat on that hand, his face twisted with suspicion. A voice echoed, criticizing him. How pathetic. Seeing this, he quickly sat up on the wolf's hand, stammering as he spoke. "TT Baron, how did you get here?" He looked down at him and spoke, sharing his own judgment. "I know this place like the back of my hand after 6,000,000 years here." Then Taranon reached out his remaining hand, gently caressing his face as he offered his insight. Who would have thought he wouldn't run away, but instead face that demon alone, and he clung to its arm full of rage, grinding his teeth until his face turned dark with fury, speechless with frustration. Tiber added his own judgment. "Just as I thought, you're truly a noble soul, worthy of the goddess's favor." Jemmy was lifted up by it, yet darkness and doubt clouded his mind. "That's not how it happened." She lifted his cloak and slowly lowered Jay's body to the ground, in the darkness of his despair. Then a dark, ominous voice echoed. Now Teberin could feel that the monster's name was rushing straight at him, his face darkening with fear. He charged forward with sharp claws, ready to strike, sneering mockingly as he said, "I'll finish my meal first." He turned to face the monster, grimacing fiercely, dodging its attack, but Teberon's shoulder was still torn open, 4 deep gashes from those deadly claws. The monster chuckled menacingly, its sharp teeth gleaming as it declared it was about to crush your hand into a pawn. Then it turned its gaze to Teberon with a sinister smirk. "For a creature on this surface world, you're pretty strong." Teberin looked at the bleeding wound on his hand, frowning as he assessed it. "Yeah, but..." Then he interrupted and spoke. As soon as those words left his mouth, Teberon punched him hard in the stomach, forcing him to clutch his fist in pain and send a warning that echoed through the silence. "I'm still pretty fast." That monster was punched so hard it bled, screaming in agony. Tiber's gentle voice still echoes. And he interrupted, then added, "I'm not coming alone this time." Above, a blinding light streaks down from the sky. Baron's voice shouted Venna. She charged down fiercely, swinging her hammer to strike the monster. Immediately after, the monster was knocked to the ground by Venna and Teberin's sheer force. She hovered in the air, turned her head with her eyes closed, and with a smile said, "Master, I'm here." Jai looked at her from below, bewildered and stammering. "Are you human hair?" Ven saw him ask, so he raised 2 fingers and grinned from ear to ear, full of excitement, asking back with a cool, badass look, "Huh." Seeing that she was still full of energy, he hesitated before nervously responding, "That's not it." Teberan saw they still didn't realize the gravity of the situation and kept joking around, so he warned them, "Those gossipers can keep talking." He ran over just as the monster was defeated, leaving that huge crater behind. He glanced at the 2 of them and warned, "You're not done yet." Before he could finish, the monster in the pit saw Teberan approaching and launched a fierce attack. It leapt up with a snarl, smiling confidently as it made its claim. Not yet finished. Teberan was shot, agony ripping through him as he collapsed backward, crying out. And somewhere in the distance, strange, ominous energies cloaked the mountains, a report echoing through the air. "My lord, it's this cursed energy that's holding us back." That person spoke up, offering their grim assessment. "Why don't we wait until the folks from Po Church arrive, then go to receive their blessing?" He grimaced, unable to say more, his face pale with worry. Then he clenched his horse's reins, sensing the dark aura, and looked around to assess the situation. Now all that remains in the ranks is pure fear. He recalls the image of Sibel Welton crying in despair, and makes his judgment. But if I waste more time here, suddenly a gust of wind carries a letter to the crowd. He reaches out and catches it. "Over here." Kan is being hunted by a dark, sinister aura. It's utterly horrifying. Running with Kanna in her mind, she thought no matter what she had summoned that demon. The task was done. Hopefully now her master wouldn't punish her anymore. Suddenly a sword slash cut through the air, and that strike instantly sent her crashing onto the scoreboard. Venna has fallen before the demon, who laughs triumphantly from above. "Honestly, I'm truly surprised. Who would have thought I'd fight this fiercely?" Jemmy unleashed her destructive fury, causing the demon's lower body to disintegrate. What was this spell called again? I could feel within it a destructive force, a dark magic capable of unleashing all the energy Lavia then had absorbed all at once. He just fired a colossal black energy pillar to obliterate the monster, a creature with devastating power. Jemmy felt a twinge of regret that strike didn't bring down the demon. Damn it! That was Venna and Go's last chance to seize for themselves. The demon looked at his broken hand, raised it, and laughed with twisted joy. "I should have died long ago. Well, if you managed to hit my head." Then he raised his hand high, his body fully healed, forming a massive sphere as he stared right at him. "Say whatever final words you have left." Hearing that, he lowered his head, pride burning in his eyes. "Just kill me already. Say whatever you want." He opened his eyes in shock. Is this the wind? A gusting strike like a storm slices the energy sphere in half, along with the monster, as a man wielding a sword cuts through the chaos and appears before Jamie. His eyes are terrifying, and his entire body is engulfed in a fierce, swirling wind. On the other side, the Earl was reading a letter carried by the wind. In the snow-covered church on a dark night, a calm voice echoed, "I had a faint feeling about this." He looked at the person wielding a sword at the door and made his judgment, "But I never expected that a visitor would actually come." Ex-Bo smiled, calmly slung his sword over his shoulder, and muttered in awe, "Oh heavens." Then he questioned with a mocking tone. "That apostle has already left." Archbishop Dai clasped his hands, bowed his head, and softly whispered a reminder to his disciple. "If he still respects the goddess, he speaks to see the guest off, hoping you'll leave." Sensing his unwelcoming intent, he glances at Archbishop D and mockingly asks, "So you're saying if I don't worship that goddess, I won't have to leave?" His piercing gaze, the sword still slung over his shoulder, as he watched X's mocking actions and words. He raised his head, hands clasped in front of his chest, face resolute. The sacred temple's light shone behind him. The Archbishop's eyes, Dinho spoke once more to confirm. "If that's the case, then I'll have to step in." Hearing this, Cablebow's suspicious aura flared as he questioned him again. "Do you really think you can do it? Stand against Genis's deadly sword?" Hearing this, Archbishop Dai was momentarily startled and lost his composure. His eyes widened in surprise as he stared at him, hands still clasped in front of his chest. Then he raised his sword high into the air, its tip glowing ominously, and declared in a dark voice, "May the heavenly autumn dream come true." Zo shouted defiantly, "I will stay forever by my sword." He pointed to his chest, pride and arrogance etched on his face as he raised the holy sword high. In his mind, he envisioned the symbol of the sacred blade and made his judgment. Today that goddess will suffer a heavy blow and be wiped out entirely. Somewhere in the forest, a group of soldiers and priests are rushing frantically. Ricky stands outside, his eyes wide with alarm, hearing the sounds coming from the temple at the main hall. He furrowed his brow in fear. Then with wide, terrified eyes, he turned back toward the door and let out a scream that echoed through the silence. "Archbishop." In another part of the forest, the wind and rustling branches still echoed through the night. A man, his sword planted into the ground after a strike, revealed a deep, bleeding wound. He stood there hesitating, unable to see clearly in his mind. Then he remembered the moment a gust of wind swept across the sand, and the two monsters Jai had given a suspicious assessment. Using such a massive sword and swinging so fast, combined with that terrifying power, seeing all of this, Jai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he screamed silently inside. "Is that the power of the wind?" Then the man turned to look at him, suspicion in his eyes, and asked, "Why are you here?" He gently pats his head, forcing a nervous smile as he listens to his excuse. "I was just curious. Everyone keeps telling me not to come here." Next, he tried to justify himself again. "I never expected to face this." Before I could finish my sentence, he fell silent, eyes fixed on the other side's expression, which was now completely dark. Bly glanced at him calmly and confirmed, "I've seen everything." Hearing this, Jai's face turned pale as he desperately tried to defend himself, still clinging to the last shred of hope. Then he was so stunned and speechless that he bowed his head, unable to defend himself anymore. Seeing his reaction, Bei also turned away, no longer questioning him. "Just kidding, you know." Then he added, "Yeah, who doesn't have secrets? They don't want others to find out." Seeing that Bailey might have uncovered something, Jai clenched his lips in frustration, his face darkening as he bowed his head, lost in suspicion. Just how much had he figured out after all? Then I stepped closer and called out, "Lord Onyx, what are you doing here? I heard you've arrived." Before I could stop him, he leaned on his hip, approached, and looked toward Terran as he responded to Jamie. "Since he's the right person, I took on the mission." Hearing that, he also wondered, questioning himself with suspicion deep in his heart. A mission. Teberon, who had been slumped over, suddenly lifted his head and looked up, asking, "Who are you? Next, you made your assessment. You seem really strong." The two people standing in front of him saw Terran ask, and he didn't hide anything, answering honestly, "I am Barry Onyx." Teberon looked at him with serious intent. Bailey confirmed once again he's the one always chasing the secrets of this world. He then revealed his true purpose. "I came here to reclaim an item entrusted to this place as requested by Isis. That's some kind of magic circle left behind." Tiberon understood what it was, just by hearing about it. So why did he ask if that was the boundary? Hearing that he didn't dodge or hesitate, he calmly faced the main issue. "I hope you can open the gate to Grimia." Hearing them talk, Jemmy beside him couldn't understand a thing, filled with dark questions and confusion. What is Gia's secret, the truth behind this boundary world? Seeing Bailey say that, Teberon also glanced away and refused. "Sorry, I can't open that gate for you." He then added, "I'm no longer the owner of Gia." Then Terran turned back and asked, "Aren't you young kid?" Hearing his name, Jamie looked confused and surprised, then confirmed it himself. "Are you talking about that ruin?" They quickly reached the entrance, a beam of powerful energy lighting the way. They moved through the underground tunnel, and Bell glanced up at the unconscious Vakven on his shoulder, quietly scolding him for whispering to the demon. "I never expected you to still be tangled up with Gia." Jai followed along, laughing softly under his cloak, glancing away to dodge those accusing eyes. Then they arrived at Terran, who interlaced his fingers and confidently declared his stance. "All right, let's begin." It reached out its hand to him and commanded. The kid hands over ownership, and all eyes turn to Jamie while he, stunned, looks up at Tiberon in confusion before shouting out. What I didn't even have time to hear him finish before I noticed the threatening glare from Bay beside me, staring straight into my soul. He saw it coming and reluctantly compromised, shouting in his heart with frustration, "Damn it!" Immediately, he quickly grabbed Teberon's hand, a dark shadow of a sigh escaping his lips. "Huh." A flash of lightning streaked across the point of contact between their hands. Teberon's commanding voice echoed once more. Right now, strange air currents and sinister secret passages appeared all around them. B's face remained calm as he accepted it, while the master broke out in a cold sweat, tense and on edge. A flash of lightning streaked across his vision, and what appeared after that left Jai staring in stunned silence. He stood in an empty void with endless water beneath him, ripples spreading out from his feet centered on him. Jai wondered to herself, confused as suddenly an unending voice echoed through the void. "Welcome, master of the black demon magic." He sees the kind-looking middle-aged man appear inside the space like an illusion. Seeing him, Jai can't help but wonder and asks for confirmation. "You're the spirit that blocked me from taking that system." Then he glanced around and made his own judgment, saying, "I knew you weren't just a mere wall protecting this place." And then Jemmy spoke up, voicing her doubts. "You're probably the one who created Germia, aren't you?" As he made his deduction, his voice echoed back in response. "That's right, I am the one who loves your downfall." He stands in the void of space beneath him, a calm water surface ripples as he adds to his own ominous introduction. "I was once a genius artificer and a rare 9th-rank professor in this world." Hearing him boast with that smug look on his face, Jamie couldn't help but feel awkward and sneer with malicious amusement. "I can't believe you'd actually praise yourself like that." Then he added his own question. "If that's the case, then you're probably just some kind of boundary, huh?" Seeing how clever you are, he smiled gently and nodded in agreement. "Even though I was very close to Isis, then I denied it, but I am not that boundary." Right after the evil spirit beside him waved his hand quickly, summoning a massive sword. He explained to Jai, "I'm just guarding this thunder dragon sword on someone's orders." Then he turned to face him, a sly smile on his face as he added more. "But this wasn't made just to hold that thing. It was created for someone I've been waiting for all along." Hearing that, Jai looked at him with suspicion, staring intently as he asked again. "Who do you mean?" he interrupted. Next, the evil master, refusing to let him react, spoke up, claiming that the dark magic, though weak, could still kill gods. He added, "We're waiting for someone capable of summoning that dark magic." As if recalling something important, Jemmy suddenly jerked her hand, shouting in furious questioning. "How do you know about ancient languages and all those things that should have been forgotten?" His deep, skeptical eyes furrow with doubt. Even that old man can't comprehend the power to destroy gods. Jemmy, cloaked in darkness, ominously warns him, "If you can't give me a convincing answer, I will kill you." Hearing that, Apmyong still calmly smiled and responded to him. "Every entity that exists in this world leaves behind traces, clues that tell their story. Ancient texts are born from following those very signs." Based on the news I just received, Jai was stunned, his mouth falling open as he asked, "Are you saying there are still traces of Diablo Vonber?" Hearing that, the demon lord seemed to understand and lowered his head to confirm. "Is that the name of that person?" He hesitated, then spoke with regret. "I've searched my whole life and still couldn't find it, but it seems the one inheriting that dark magic is you." Then he reached out his hand toward you, and in his palm something began to appear, something that confirmed itself. "And yet it's probably fine to give that thing to you too." Jai nearby stared in shock, and suddenly a cloud of smoke surged forward, enveloping his body. Jai watched in amazement and fear, shouting out in alarm, and then he realized it himself, and shouted inwardly. The source of his immense power, the seed of strength, had been completely filled. In his hand, there's a sphere with a glowing crack running through it, and he calmly explains Ramia is an artifact that can take many different forms. It's an item with limitless potential. Its form and function can be shaped entirely by the will of its user. He pushed his hand toward him, his body slowly dissolving into nothingness, yet his voice continued to echo. "That's what it means to face the truth, to realize I am the one who's helpless. Use everything you've got to create it." His voice trembled with awe. That day when the sphere was placed in your hand and Jai received that immense energy with confusion, the voice of the Demon King still echoes. "Now I will transfer all ownership of it to you." Then he clenched his fists, absorbing that energy, and let out an exclamation. "I never thought I could possess such incredible creation powers." His energy is so vast it's spilling out of his very body. Jay looked at his hand and shouted inwardly, realizing it was on par with the 3 divine weapons he had forged, no, even more powerful. Meanwhile, at the temple, rain poured down relentlessly under the dark, ominous night as a cloaked figure hurriedly ran through the storm toward the shrine. As soon as they arrived, Ricky screamed at the top of his lungs. "The Grand Archbishop, your eyes are filled with fear, wide, shocked, panicked." In front of him lies Archbishop Jay, collapsed on the ground, battered and bloodied, leaning against the wall with his head bowed, blood still pouring out. Ricky steadied himself, bending down in panic, as his trembling hand touched the old man's body. Meanwhile, Archbishop Jay looked up, blood still dripping from his lips, gasping for breath, desperately calling out to him, trying to stay conscious. "Lord Ra," his voice trembling, "we must heal you immediately." Without hesitation, Ricky quickly begins casting his healing spell, but suddenly a sharp crack of lightning erupts, blocking his way with a surge of electric energy. Archbishop Dai, seeing this, immediately trembled and double-checked with him. It was all in vain. Ricky was so stunned he lost his composure and screamed inwardly. Some other divine power was blocking the healing. His face flickered with uncertainty as he struggled to confirm it to him. "I'm fine, so..." Archbishop Jay's breath hitched. He urged Ricky, "Go, protect the apostle and the saintess now." Hearing that, dark sounds echoed from beneath the holy temple's underground chamber. Ricky spoke up again, confirming it to him. "Is this the work of the Janus Church?" But Archbishop Dai only urged him on, subtly admitting it. "Hurry up, you have to leave now, go quickly." Ricky's tears fell in utter despair. He was crying and screaming. "How could I just leave him here?" Seeing how stubborn you are, Archbishop Dai quickly reached out with trembling hands and gently spoke to comfort you. "I understand how you feel." Ricky still couldn't let go, stubbornly insisting. But before he could finish, the Archbishop's hand gently stroked his hair, and Jay spoke up, urging him on. "Go." He clenched his teeth, tears and snot streaming down his face, showing his helplessness and unyielding despair. The hand on his head stopped moving. Ricky cried so hard he was choking, each sob tearing through him as he screamed, "I swear I'll avenge you." Seeing him like that, Archbishop Dai still forced a smile and tried to comfort him. "Don't bother seeking revenge. He urged you to try and protect him. On the other side, the other priests are being fiercely attacked, cut down in chaos." The urging voice of Archbishop Dai echoed loudly, but he cut him off. Then Ricky's hand fell limply from his head, his final words echoing, "Go on." You stared with wide eyes, tears still falling as you froze in place. The rain began to fall, and a gentle voice echoed softly. Are you really okay? Jai's face right now looks just like those people sold off to the capital. I see you're a bit thin, but it's not too bad. Have you found what you came here to seek yet? He grabbed his weapon and said, I'm done here. Hey buddy, what happened to Grimia? Then he rests his hand on his face, pretending to ponder, and says, I don't know if you realize this, but you're a step behind us. Suddenly his face turns cold again. And now the bond between us and Gria is completely broken. What the hell is really going on in there? You finally spoke up, saying I've encountered the consciousness of the abyss and claimed Griamia. You put a blue orb in front of everyone, and they were stunned. Just look at it yourself. What did you just say? A massive black-purple entity suddenly appears in the sky, forcing everyone to look up. It's Onyx raising its head with a smile, a creation even greater than Graham itself. The bear, curious, asked, Did that person give you this? He clenched his fists, grimacing those were his intentions. As soon as the Thunder Dragon sword was freed, he handed over all control to me. The bear turned around in disbelief. You're handing over all the power to me. Jemmy could only show her resolve. All right, let's see this, he said, placing his hand on the bear's nose as a faint blue glow flickered to life. Yeah. Bear quietly sensed it with surprise, asking faintly, It's a healing technique, you can only explain it clearly. It's not just that, it's a kind of magic similar to that. I think it's thanks to Grimia that it exists. The rain keeps pouring down. Onyx speaks up, reminding him time to go home, James Welton. He turned and walked away. C must be really worried about you. You panic and turn around. Damn it, I totally forgot about my talk with Mom. Suddenly Jai's whole body felt something and he was startled. Ricky Onyx turned around confused. What's wrong? You look pale, stammering. Are you leaving? The apostle of the goddess is in danger. He calmly asked again. You're talking about the apostle of the goddess, right? Jemmy shouted in anger. Now's not the time for this. We need to find him and fast. Your collar is pulled up high. Onyx solemnly places you on his shoulder. Which way your southeast isn't even settled, and suddenly you're lifted onto his shoulder, launched forward with unstoppable force, sending both of you hurtling into the unknown. Bear looked at the two with disappointment, not even bothering to say a proper farewell. He turned away and then noticed Venna lying unconscious behind him. Yeah, I really need to get home now. Humph. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a voice echoes with worry. What did you say? A dark-haired person riding a horse has arrived. It seems the source of the demon's power has vanished. The Duke on horseback breathed softly. Well done. Quickly, a squad of cavalry charged in panic from the distance. My Lord Marquis, he shouted, frantic. A group of demons suddenly appeared on my territory. They're attacking everyone in a frenzy. His face turned pale in shock. What did you say? The knight spoke, recalling images of himself from the past. Luckily, the knights who stayed behind managed to hold them off, but someone reported that some demons have disguised themselves as civilians and soldiers. He sighed heavily and bowed his head. It seems I underestimated the demons. Not only did they send a warning, but that guy was also incredibly cautious. The Archbishop has already been murdered. Hearing this, the Marquis and his companion couldn't hide their surprise. What did you say? He hesitated, then whispered it softly. And according to the witness testimony, Lord Zoe was present at the scene. Zoe at that moment, confidently holding his sword, smiled. You can't stop me now. Roz gasped, struggling to breathe. I never expected them to be this strong. The two trembled in the shadows nervously, asking, Hey, are you okay, Ross? It's nothing to worry about, I'm fine. Ross clenched his staff tightly, fury burning in his eyes. How long have you all been planning this? Zebo tilted his head and smiled. Honestly, my legs are moving slowly now. I never thought we'd get this chance. His face darkened from above. Then he smiled again, and lunged his sword forward, slaughtering the apostle of the goddess. This isn't how it was supposed to end. He opens his eyes wide, dodging the right strike, then his gaze shifts to his left shoulder, where a deep wound is bleeding profusely. The two behind cling tightly, trembling with fear. Brother, Ross shouted a warning. Stay back. His eyes flickered with worry, and once again I thought I had avoided it, but I was cut off once more. Sebo smirked faintly at him. You can't stop me. Ross, anxious and trembling, kept probing the blood on his arm. You're a swordsman. He smiled with amusement, realizing it just now. Quickly, he explained it to me more clearly. Gia's ability is a counterattack. If we strike you, you're definitely going to get hurt. He easily explained through the tiny sketch. Ross, clutching his wound, froze in shock. I can slow down the attack even while I'm hitting you and still get the result that you're the one being attacked. Yet you turn pale and stumble back. How is that possible? He could only grit his teeth and endure, unable to believe such an extraordinary ability existed. Seizing the moment, Zoe clenched his sword and smirked. There are many monsters in this world, even if luck isn't on your side. His gaze passing over him with satisfaction. Ross still hasn't realized it yet. He sneers with contempt. Because I consider myself one of the high-level monsters. He bowed his head in pain wounds, covering him from head to toe. The other person rushed forward, shouting in terror. Ross was unconscious, his tongue licking his lips in delight. A flash of lightning lit up the air, illuminating the face of the soaked boy in front of him. A massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The carriage, with a surprising jolt, suddenly stomps on the stone with delight. Wow, I never expected Genesis' sword to push me back like that. He raised his head surprised. What kind of divine power is this? Under the vast night sky, a tiny figure with a golden staff plunges downward. Lord Ross. He roared in anger. Go ask your god. Sparks erupted all around him, and beams of light shot up endlessly from the ground. At this moment, his body wavered and took a step back. My father hates being questioned by my father. X's face couldn't smile as he swung his sword forward. Instead of wasting time questioning him, I'd rather just swing myself. The two swords clashed with a deafening screech. He relentlessly overwhelmed Ross, pushing him further back. I told you, I had warned you, you couldn't stop me. His attack was unleashed once more. Ross's lips curled into a faint blood-stained smile. Yeah, I can't stop you. But right outside their battle, a corner of Seb's mouth quickly bled with pain. Ricky's eyes shifted, his entire body began to glow. In just a second, he collapsed to the ground, struggling to support himself as he tried to stand. Russ seemed pleased with Ricky, a flicker of light sparking between his hands. In front of the power of the Saint Spirit, you're nothing but a tiny human. Thungfan's weakness is that it can't deal enough damage to overwhelm someone. The more it's hurt, the more it bites back at its user. The bow trembled and the person on the ground chuckled coldly, catching him off guard. He, bloodied and satisfied, looks up with a grin. Recognizing this moment, you're truly making progress, huh? He struggled to stand up, teasing with a smirk. Truly, it's a power beyond anything he's ever seen. You didn't just save the nearly dead Roz here, but you also escaped my power. Ross, furious, drew his sword ready to strike him down and silence him forever. A flash of light streaked through the air, and the hand blocking the attack trembled under the force, yet he refused to yield. But as long as it's not the goddess herself in person, the sword's cracks only deepen, and so do your fates. The strength across his face, the furrowed brow, these are just the marks of a fragile soul. The sword in his hand shattered into two. Roz grimaced in frustration, facing this situation head-on. Ricky's vision blurred and trembled, then the shadow of C vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. You suddenly lift your head high, and from above he shouts down with a fierce warning, "You can't stop me." Your sister shouted in panic. No brother Diem reacted immediately and cast a spell. Instant Spain Hills Linning. Ricky watches as a powerful purple lightning bolt strikes down onto Sable. Jamie shouted loudly, warning Ricky. Move now. Ricky attacked him. Seeing him paralyzed with fear, he was too panicked to react, so he seized the moment and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach, crushing his last bit of fear. Here it is. His hands trembled uncontrollably in the air. Your face was pale, gasping for breath, exhausted. A pair of hurried shoes tore through the rain-soaked street. Ricky, Diem, and Roz charged like beasts, shouting at the top of their lungs. Ricky, are you okay? You see everyone facing the ruins, panic and fear in their eyes. Jai and Roz frantically demand answers, desperation in their voices. What's going on? I came here because I sensed you were in danger. Ross gritted his teeth in fury. Cable, that bastard, was the one who started everything. He's the one who pointed out that Genis church. Onyx over there is confused, not understanding. Sable is the Earl's butler. He glanced in horror, realizing that the guy recently was the same butler. Jai continued, even with magic, I still feel uncertain. Next to him, Onyx looked surprised. What's that path? My instincts told me don't say your left arm was cut off in a flash, blood splattering everywhere. The Bokar stepped out of the smoke, laughing. Goodness, I was aiming for that kid's neck. Did you see that? You're truly a sword master after all, Ricky thought in awe. How Ross spun around and shouted, You bastard. Boo smiled and pointed his sword at them, warning reversed karma isn't the only trick I've got. Then his eyes flicked to his withered arm. Of course, the power I just used comes at a heavy price. The black sword was planted into the ground and everyone instinctively stepped back. Onyx clenched his teeth, blood dripping from his grip on the sword. Let me fight him. Show just watches and judges what a boring guy. He lost an arm, yet he shows no emotion at all. His arm flickers faintly with a blue hue. Zebo smirked mockingly. You didn't think I'd play fair with you, did you? Onyx brushed him aside, sword in hand, his entire body shrouded in a gust of blue wind. It doesn't matter because I'll tear you apart with the wind anyway. A thunderclap rips through the sky. Jai watches from above, behind him, the Ross group. He looks down filled with worry. Bailey, if it weren't for him, I'd be dead already. Ross stepped forward and asked, he's going to be okay, right? I don't know either. We'll just have to wait and see. Just remember, we can't recklessly get in the middle of those two swordmasters. Both sides seemed evenly matched, their refined sword strikes echoing rapidly. Suddenly, a massive explosion of two colors shattered everything around them. Roz looked down, furrowing his brow in pain as fate twisted itself. This cursed skill, whatever it was, defied all logic. He and you kept watching, both of you sweating and grimacing. It seems Lord Bay has caught on to that move, but winning won't be easy. Seeing his confident stance, both of them couldn't help but feel anxious. If this move wasn't just for attack but also for defense, its potential would be limitless. Jai frowned and hesitated. Just as I thought, I can't just sit still. You can understand what he's thinking right now because we're both swordmasters. The cold, arrogant bow vehicle looks down on Anik. Do you really think you're worthy of being my opponent? He desperately fought back, wounds of all sizes appearing all over his body. Sadly, he charged forward and delivered a final decisive blow. Compared to you, I've lived many more years on this earth. His entire body was slowly submerged in a sea of blood, and my face looked much younger than my age, you see. Ross shouted in panic. Lord Bay, everyone behind is screaming too. Are you flying? Sebo looked up, smiling happily. Now it's the turn of the swift-footed one, who gathers his strength and leaps forward. Jai panics, falling back. He's coming. Ricky immediately cast his magic, trying to stop him. The chariot charged toward the barrier before their eyes striking with a powerful blow. It was so swift that he marveled at the goddess's shield, glancing at the people inside, and reminding himself, did you forget? You're not the only one blessed by the truck god. Then he immediately strikes with a bolt of blue lightning from above. Against the might of a great father, this petty shield is nothing. Jay immediately activates the spell in his hand, magic flickering to life. Holini's the sword twists and glows with an ominous light, a cloud of energy swirling around him. Zebo smiles with satisfaction, hoping everything will go as planned. His sword suddenly plunges downward, unleashing a massive explosion. The Great Father's wish, he watches below with delight. Ricky tenses up, casting a barrier spell, but the shield is slowly cracking under the pressure. Sebo poured all his strength into that deadly strike, but resisting was useless now, little disciple. Roz shouted loudly to warn him. Ricky suddenly found himself pierced by a deadly spear, blood splattering everywhere. No, the relentless rain kept pouring, and his exhausted hand reached up helplessly. Onyx lay silently on the ground. I'm truly sorry, Xiaxia. At least his eyes and voice sounded weak as he looked up at the sky. My son. Suddenly a voice echoes, reminding him, you're not thinking of someone else's mother, are you? He forced himself to sit up and listen. The faint voice continued to echo. Just think of this as a healing magic spell. The people above are still fighting to hold on. I'll keep your secret, Your Excellency, so fight with everything you've got to protect everyone. He looked at Jai, overwhelmed and panicked under the relentless assault. If this keeps up, we're all doomed. A sword strike lands right behind him. Onyx charges in, leaving him no time to react. How is this possible? He chuckled with satisfaction, watching that expression. I don't really know either. I just turned around and slid down to ask that little kid over there. Zebo's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? You face a pointed finger, a purple orb hurtling toward you. Jimia, with her gun blazing behind, activates a similar sphere to block it. With a powerful strike, you push forward, unleashing a devastating attack against your opponent. The purple light wipes out everything blocking the path ahead. Bozkar shields his mouth with his hand. These tricks won't work, my mind keeps racing, panicking. What is this power? Jemmy watched him struggle and scream in pain. Don't underestimate me, I've wielded this power to destroy you. He's struggling to hold on. Damn it, his divine power is rapidly dispersing, and before long the air is filled with thick dust. The shadow of the giant purple orb shrinks away the fog, disperses, and sunlight breaks through, casting golden streaks across the sky. Onyx lies unconscious on the ground, while Ricky stirs drowsily to his feet. What just happened? Ross asked, holding someone close. Where's Jemmy? Sebo isn't fully dead yet. He smiled softly. I'm truly glad. Standing on your chest, he continued, Min could kill you right here. Roz and Ricky shouted loudly. The noodles, you're biting down in helpless silence. Damn it, I can't move my body anymore. He sharply stares with cold eyes and plunges the knife farewell. Suddenly waking up, he opens his eyes in terror. Facing him is a blonde woman and a frightened little girl, calling out Ji's name. He stumbles to his feet, only to be embraced tightly by her. Mom, if I keep running around like this, you'll kill me, just so you know. My sister on the other side echoed. You're going to kill Sarah again. He looked away, his eyes filled with regret. I'm sorry something happened back then. I remember blocking the knife with a barrier from my ring, and in my mind a faint voice echoed, take this. When the time comes, this item will be crucial for you. Jemmy glanced back, remembering it was that old man who gave it to him. The woman and her sister helplessly watched as he curled up in bed, whispering, You really do look like Dad. Just like him. I really don't know what that thing can do, he shyly asked, sticking his head out. Mom, have you seen my necklace anywhere? The ring was quickly pulled out into view. This one, you notice the blue light has disappeared. She looks at what's in her hand and continues, This was actually a gift from your relatives, a string of noodles. You carefully inquired. I heard that before I was born she had already passed away, but she could see the future. In the southern region of Brion, in a desert over 1,000 miles from Apton, a shadow of a person cast a furious glare. Damn it, what the hell is that light? Did I get blasted all the way from the north to the south? A voice echoes as the blue shield blocks the way. That woman, please don't hurt my child anymore. At this moment, Bo was confused when a voice and a hand reached out, pushing him away. Please, sir, go somewhere a little farther. He roared with overwhelming force, furious. Who are you? How dare you? A hand reaches out, barely revealing a shadowy figure. No matter how powerful he is, he can't fight this. The price has already been paid. He's flying, panicked, desperate. This is his territory. We have to run now. A voice boomed out from Blazer. Nice to meet you. Sibo stood before the stunned crowd, pausing as he furrowed his brow. Blazer at this moment looked down from above with little joy. I wonder how someone as busy as you ended up here. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted into life. If you answer honestly and face a towering wall of fire, Grazer considers I'll let you die quickly and painlessly. He grits his teeth in anger, you damn monster dog. At this moment, the rustling of the branches and the soft whispers of voices made everything feel like a dream. At the funeral of the Grand Bishop, everyone bowed in deep sorrow. He's always been kind and generous to everyone, a shining star that's fallen. His words echo on as he lies still amidst the sea of flowers. No matter who caused this, they won't be forgiven. Jai Chung's eyes flicked downward. The high priest, an unthinkable thought crossed his mind. Could I turn him into a zombie? Then you pursed your lips, but for now, I'm who I am. After thinking it through, you stepped outside with everyone so different from back then. As you walked by, Ricky called out to Jaibu saying he wanted to see you. Before opening the door to go inside, Ricky made sure to remind you no matter what, you're not allowed to create even a flicker of light in there. That's the rule. Both of them stepped into the room. All right, let's go. Jai still keeps asking questions. But hey, what really happened to him? I thought that was all over and done with. As Ricky stepped down the stairs, he explained, you don't remember, do you? Along with the light from your necklace, he vanished. Was that some kind of artifact? Jemmy followed and responded. I don't really know either. All I know is this was created by my grandmother, who can see my future. All right, we're here. The sacred land of origins. At this moment, a beautiful stone statue emerges from an artificial stream. Jai, looking frustrated, asked, she's not going to show up for a second and then disappear again, right? Ricky helplessly raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet, then replied, he's telling you to stop being so rude. He's coming, tell him yourself. Jemmy also stepped into the water right in front of the goddess Po. She spoke up, allow me to start with a word of thanks. Jamie was taken aback, standing motionless in the water as he looked up. The goddess Po raised a hand and frowned, saying, thanks to you I was able to give Janice a blessing. Please, just hold back a little of your power. Jemmy hurriedly replied, you want me to go all out and die here, is that it? Hearing that the goddess seemed to realize something, then hesitated awkwardly, as if she wasn't sure what to say. Maybe I was a bit too careless. I completely forgot how fragile human existence truly is. Jai's face darkened, but she kept speaking. But you should be proud, after all, you're a human accepted by a noble. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in fury. It's truly a disgusting, nauseating thing. A furious shout echoed through the Genius Church headquarters. Are you mocking me? A furious man slammed his hand on the table and shouted, not only did the plan fail, but Lord C has gone missing too. I even handed him the sealed sword from the church's vault. The young man across from him looked so pale with fear that he stammered, we haven't found any news at all. We've searched every corner of Aston, but besides Can's body, there's no other trace left. The man, filled with anger and confusion, thought, this really can't go on. The battlefield had already made it clear, if we start a holy war without Lord Ken, we're doomed to lose big. On the battlefield of Loa Twin, a divine being capable of predicting the outcome of a war through simulations. Later he sighed and said, it seems the political pressure from signing a pact with the demons is only going to get worse. The person across from him quickly responded, yes, I know about that. His hand still clenched tightly around his calculations, yet we should have started the war immediately to turn the tide in our favor. But now we have no choice but to wait for him to return. His eyes turned cold and terrifying. Find Lord Sen and bring his soul back here. At all costs, the man seated majestically above issues his command. That aura of dominance forces the young man below to hurriedly kneel and submit. At this moment, a church appears, and above the sun still casts its shimmering rays down to the world. A group of people stands below looking incredibly sorrowful. It's hard to believe. By chance, she hears about Diablo Vofia in the mountains. Look up and answer, but I won't let you reveal anything. I only found out by chance myself. The goddess Po continued. You really think I'll believe that? Nonsense called coincidence. Jai responded without hesitation. Yes, even the goddess felt helpless. Forget it. That's not important right now. Jemmy spoke up. This time, let me ask you one thing. I know you understand my spirit. Diablo is your greatest enemy. All right, do the gods even know they've been reborn? He pondered silently, then asked, what happened to him? The goddess Po rested her hand on her cheek, struggling to respond. I had no idea. I must have been sealed away in the land of eternal primordial darkness. Even if I were a goddess, I wouldn't be able to do anything from there. Hearing that she hesitated, and asked, so I can't run away either. The goddess Po immediately declared, no way, there's no chance we can seal him where he's found, not even the tiniest hope of escape. Her words made him fall into deep thought, but inside he was thinking differently, so it's definitely settled. You cover your smile with your hand, thinking they don't know Min is dead but has been reborn. Suddenly the goddess Po notices something and speaks up. That bracelet? I haven't seen it in a long time. Who would have thought it could make a comeback in this world? It's caused us so much trouble, so much pain. Jemmy still stands facing the goddess and replies, I'm here to find the last 2 artifacts. The distance can't be broken, the all-powerful one who can kill gods and sacrifice deities. The goddess Po turned away and said, do whatever you want, I'll turn a blind eye to this. I curiously asked again, so is the person cast aside already? The goddess Po replied immediately, I will answer you, for you don't seem to be mocking me. Genius, Lily, and Brahman formed a team. Ran and Kulun formed another. Tantiras and Vadu formed a team. Jilan and Oblivion formed a team. And when the Fire King appeared before me, I was alone. According to her words, a chessboard materialized. Jemmy, after hearing this, felt like a thunderclap in her ears. Panic-stricken, she realized the sun god was all alone. The goddess Po raised an object in her hand and continued, from the very beginning, the Fire King has been a lone wolf, ruling from above like a towering darkness. It's more like one man against the world. Jimmy offers his guess. Based on what she said, I don't think she feels threatened, just because of one side or one faction. The goddess Po, furious and biting, said, it's all because that damn genus he sees himself as Ji's hunting dog, believing I was abandoned by Jia. He targeted me, thinking I was the one who caused all this. Seeing her like that, I was utterly terrified, certain she'd steal all my power to fight that filthy bastard. How dare he cross the line like that? The goddess Po spoke through clenched teeth, fury burning in her eyes. Her hair has turned black. Jai hesitated, then spoke up. That's why you need me, even though I'm a dark mage. The goddess Po has now changed her hair to black, leaning down to look at him and say, the dark mana you possess is endless, pure, completely different from that sinister, filthy power. Yet in the past, she looked down on this kind of strength. You hesitated, then asked something else. But I am the heir of Diablo, right there. The goddess Po, after hearing this, waved her hand, causing the object in her grasp to vanish, then closed her eyes and demanded an answer. So you're saying you can't cooperate with me? One of the 12 gods? How ridiculous. You're the one who mentioned his name and came after me. As she spoke, she pressed her enormous finger down on his forehead. Jemmy snapped back in anger. I was just saying that I don't think we can fully trust each other, she quickly replied. Then we just need to nurture the trust between us. Jai, rubbing her tired eyes, snapped irritably. How? Take a look at your palm. Hearing that, you immediately remove your glove and stare at your own palm. I've left my promise mark on you. In the palm of his hand there's a distinctive seal. The scene shifts to the priest of Puarak Church, raising his hand to his chest, speaking from the heart. I, the sword guardian of the goddess's justice, stand alongside the divine officials. Ricky cheerfully claps and cheers, while a young man nearby bows his head in gratitude. Greetings to the newly appointed saint. Jai saw them and was filled with confusion. I'm truly glad to meet you all. I look forward to working with you in the future. The sacred mark appears when someone is chosen by the gods, an emblem on their body that marks them as a bishop. Even if they hold no power in the world, nothing can touch them, for they are divine and inviolable. Even if that bastard tries to block my path, I'm truly sorry I'm late. Thanks to your help in our darkest hour, I've managed to protect this sacred territory. A woman suddenly appeared behind Jai, shrouded in darkness, her eyes glowing as she asked, Nan, you're trembling in fear just facing me. I'll come back later if you want. Leaving Jai trembling in fear, he quickly forced an awkward smile, clasping his hands together, finally free to move without being bound by any church. Turns out, that was Jai's mother. She raised her hand to rub her forehead and explained, Jai is a member of the Welton family and has joined the Po Church. My mother couldn't believe that her child was actually a saint. Sarah's little sister, hearing that, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As she asked Mom, what does saint mean? Behind her, a man sat down with a gentle, kind smile. Let me tell you, Sarah turned around and exclaimed. My Lord Marquis. Jemmy asked him, Sir Bar has woken up, right? He turned his head as well, and your mother quickly said, Yes, Dad, let me go check. He asked, Are you going to be okay? Jai's mom didn't hold back. She punched him right in the head and said, Yes, sir. You should thank him for saving your son, he said, raising his hand with difficulty. Haha, you go too. Head to the entrance of that building. When Leader Fran heard the door open, he immediately sat up and exclaimed, Sai, yesterday, I smiled at him, one sitting on the chair, the other on the bed, just staring at each other. Jemmy outside overheard their conversation, imagining in his mind how they teased each other, then helplessly thought he really has no sense of empathy at all. Jemmy walked in and plopped down on the Chief Fran's hospital bed, saying, "That's a relief. I was worried your hand wouldn't heal properly." He looked confused and asked again, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting in front of the patient?" Jemmy cheerfully replied, "Yeah, I'm just a kid after all, thanks." Leader Fran let out a thank you that made him blush with embarrassment. He quickly stood up and turned away, saying, "I didn't do anything special, but I heard you had something to talk to me about." Hearing my mother speak, Leader Fran immediately replied, "Yeah, do you know anything about the border?" Jemmy looked confused and responded, "I heard there's a very suspicious organization digging into the secrets of the world," Leader Fran said, glancing over his shoulder at the boy, catching him off guard. "Follow me, Jai. There's a 9th-tier mage within the borders who can teach you." Jemmy turned back and asked, "Are they even human?" Leader Fran quickly responded, "Yes, that's exactly why they'll help you become stronger." "What do you think?" he asked seriously. Jemmy at this moment feels confused and lost in thought. "I can't believe you're asking me if I want to learn from someone even weaker than I am. I just can't believe it. You have no idea who I am." And then you confidently replied, "I don't need it." He looked surprised and asked again, "Are you sure?" "They've got a 9th-tier mage. Even though this is a rare chance to learn death magic, you could change the entire world map," Jemmy said frankly, looking him straight in the eyes. "Becoming a level 9 mage is impressive, but I'm no slouch either," the Leader Fran exclaimed in surprise. "What's that?" "Jai, right now you're confidently smiling, acting all flippant, but don't you realize sooner or later I'll reach that level too? The more you talk, the more I appreciate you, sir. I'll swing by for a visit. I'm really curious about that commander named Isis from there." The Frania leader paused in silence for a moment, then offered a rare smile in return. "They truly are extraordinary people. Don't forget to visit sometime. I'll introduce Isis to you then." The scene shifts outside the building. Night has fallen and the moon hangs high in the sky. "Master, he's really such a bastard. I'm crying my heart out right now, screaming in despair. How could you leave me behind like that, Master? You're so cruel." Jai immediately asked again, "When did I ever leave you? I only left you with someone else." She snapped at Jai, shouting, "But didn't he forget about me completely afterward? I'm just a little girl with my hands on my hips, speaking honestly. Just tell the truth, you forgot, didn't you?" Jemmy quickly raised her hand to mediate. "Come on, of course not." Deep down she thought, with all this crying and shouting, maybe she's finally out of the woods. The scarf. I think it's a creation I gave her, isn't it? Then he leaned down, looked at Venna and continued, "Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to walk all this way? You can fly. I thought you had already awakened back then." She hurriedly looked at the cloth, and suddenly a beam of light burst forth from it. Out of nowhere, an ancient phone appeared and spoke. Maybe I should explain, I forced it to awaken just that once to save someone. That awakening was born from Ven's fierce desire and my help, so you'd better be grateful to me and Vina. Humans, if it weren't for us, you'd be dead by now." Jay, still trembling, stared at it in shock before grabbing the rope and asking confusedly, "What's going on with this? Is it haunted? How can this hammer make such a ruckus all on its own? You don't even know." That thing, making that noise, roared in anger, "You worthless piece of trash, how dare you compare me to mere tools? Even if you're Vina's master, I'll still knock you out." She said it with a shout while you just looked on with curious eyes. Vina exclaimed, "Hey Bellion, aren't I the only one who can hear you? That thing, after hearing you, it's like a bolt of lightning struck me." So just like that, the arrogant weapon snarled in my face. I couldn't hear a thing, but Venna's tears fell as she clutched the bracelet, a frantic voice coming from within. "Venna, don't cry." "Yes." Jai turned away pondering and said, "That awakening of yours was just a temporary thing. If you want to truly awaken, you'll have to do something, fulfill your duty." Now trembling, she whispered, "You're so mean." Jemmy immediately regained her composure, and I've uncovered Veneer's secret location. Hearing this, Venna's face lit up with hope. She immediately widened her eyes and asked, "You know where Veneer is?" Teberian looked down and replied, "Yes, it's deep within the Arazat forest." The bracelet started speaking again from the place called Xuan T8. Jemmy, after hearing everything, spoke up, "It seems like we can't go there now because that great forest is a place where even swordmasters struggle just to survive. It seems she's really going to have to fulfill those duties. After everything, time flies by so quickly, and everyone continues their peaceful lives as if nothing happened. To complete his holy mission and become a saint protector, Ricky and Anna had to go to the Grand Fioro Temple. Right now the sky was still clear above a grand estate. Sarah, tears streaming down her face, looked up and asked, "You've made my mother cry again." Meanwhile, the Welton family had another place they needed to go. Seeing Jamie approach, he happily smiled like a blooming flower. Jang stretched out his hands and called, "Come here, little one." The boy helplessly watched this scene unfold. "Ah, so there was a reason. Instead of Ross, you went with Ricky's brothers." Wait a minute, sir." The PO Iraq church enforcer watched this scene and clapped happily, saying, "What a wonderful family." Alok has now joined the Welton family, representing the alliance between the Welton clan and the Faux Church, and 15 days later a carriage is rolling down the road. Finally, we've returned to his. Mom and Shah head toward Aino's call. He loves his dad. He happily embraced the two women, calling out joyfully, "Cesar Sarah. Where's Jemmy?" You just stepped down from the carriage and cheerfully called out. Dad's home, isn't he? Hino was stunned when he saw his own son. Jem, my son. Then she stepped in front of him, happily saying, "You're taller now," and he cheerfully replied, "Yes, I am." Cut tonight, Hino is peacefully sleeping with his wife and daughter. What is a sword? A question was posed to leader Fran. Jamie, sitting on the bed, asks, "I'm really curious, what exactly is a sword to a swordsman?" The Frantia leader is warming up and he says, "Did you know there was a time I was called a wicked spirit? That sword of mine is a reflection of who I am. Thanks to constant repentance and self-reflection, I realized that what I was wielding wasn't just a sword, but also a deep-seated hatred. It was in that moment I truly became a master swordsman." He watched him start up and responded, "So do you remember when you spoke with the goddess Po? She asked if you wanted to uncover the buried history. You immediately replied, 'Of course, but will you tell me?'" At this moment, the goddess Po looked a bit conflicted. "Maybe it's a bit difficult now," Jai asked in surprise. She explained, "Later on you'll be able to. There's a certain word, the moment it's spoken, all the gods will know exactly what's happened. It's a word you can't avoid saying. As soon as someone gets close to that secret, we all will know. And every time it happens, the enforcer is sent to wipe that existence out completely." The goddess Po spoke seriously. Jemmy immediately offered her own guess. For example, even the divine dragon Bram didn't object. "That's right, his dragon descendants will step forward. That's what happened to Kanong." At this moment, Jai's hand clenched into a fist. The goddess Po continued, "Are you confident you can face even a single enemy right now?" As the memories faded, Jai opened his eyes. He realized he hadn't gained anything at all, just like in the past. "Now you're lying on your bed complaining you need to find another way." The next morning, Hino was at the training grounds, when suddenly he heard a voice calling from behind. "Wow," he turned back happily, "an Askian right. It's quite surprising to see you here at the training grounds," Jemmy said seriously. "There's something I need to tell you, Dad." The curious one said, "Go ahead." You hesitated just a little. Then suddenly a fierce determination erupts. He shouts loudly, eager to learn swordsmanship, cutting to a scene inside a room. He's standing before a large portrait of a woman named Tina. "Young Master Veo, huh? Do you know I truly despise this power of mine? Because of this useless strength, I've slaughtered my own family." He reached out and touched the photo, his voice trembling with pain. "Stay with me, Tina. I'll become your family, and I'll protect you so you'll never have to use that power again." That's what I told her. "Tina, my dear. I still don't know what that prophecy even meant." He was deeply heartbroken. If I truly needed help, why didn't he tell me that the tax collector who saved my life on the battlefield and became my steward was actually a traitor? "Do I really have to sacrifice all those innocent lives?" he painfully asked. That woman pulled out a necklace and chuckled. "You'll know exactly who to give this to." The other person quickly asked Tina, "Why do you have to prepare for such a distant future?" Tina sighed and replied, "Stop crying. This is the first time I've ever felt proud of my strength. If you hadn't kept me here back then, I would've." He reached out and took the necklace. "Tina, the woman's final warning echoes, be careful with that boy. That child, he's destined to carry our blood. Pray that this child won't become a disaster for the world." Right now in Welton territory, the Kingdom of Sam stands a grand estate home to the priests of Po Iraq. At this moment he clasped his hands together with a joyful smile and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Master Swordsman." Ao, sitting across from the guest with his wife, responded, "Thank you for coming all this way. I'm truly sorry to hear the Archbishop has passed away. He's serious. Get to the main point." Who would have thought the Janus Church would manipulate the nobility? "Let me introduce you all. This is the Swordmaster, Ano." Iraq chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your concern. Our church will never forget this debt of honor." Ano clenched his teeth in fury. "If I find a way, I'll strike the very heart of the Janus Temple immediately." The daughter of the Bell family matriarch, Lady Welton, and mother to Jimmy and Sarah, she anxiously called out, "Are they your men?" At this moment, Eno, still furious, shouted loudly, "Those bastards have disrupted our family. I have to make them pay." The church's enforcer at Po knelt respectfully and replied, "Our church will support you as well." Eno, regaining his composure, responded, "Thank you for helping me without hesitation." The disciple immediately replied, "Of course, the sacred duties are also the church's responsibilities. Your Grace, I'll take my leave now. Be careful on your way back." After saying that, the other person opens the door and leaves. Haino was deep in thought while C watched anxiously from beside him. Then she asked, "What are you thinking, my lord?" Startling him, he turned sharply to look at her. He explained, "I was thinking about that kid." G never expected him to become the saint of Po Church. Even though they said he could work independently, unrelated to the church, C now put on a pretentious look and said, "Sorry, I should have taken better care of him." Seeing my wife like that, he hurriedly explained, Sha, it's not your fault. Who could stop a 9-year-old already, a 6th-level mage? I'm just worried about right now. His face was filled with concern. She knows it too. P Church is about to go to war with Genis Church. In times like these, appointing a new saint is... She forced a faint smile and replied, My husband fears Jimmy will step up to lead the battle, doesn't he? Before he left Welton, my father told me so. Her hands are intertwined awkwardly. Maybe it was because of the battle that it was chosen. It's probably Jai doing this for Ricky. Hino quickly reached out and took his wife's hand, saying, Honestly, I can't believe it. I've been so worried about you. She was about to say something else. But C started trembling and panicking. I'm terrified something might happen to Jay. Seeing his wife like that, Hao Tian's heart broke as he comforted her. Don't cry. I promise to bring Jai back. Sai, trembling, clutches her face and whispers, but I was so scared. Mom told me to trust the boy and just stand still, watch him until it's over. But I'm still so afraid. My lord, my heart will never find peace. She spoke through her tears as Hino gently comforted her. Trust your husband. No one can hurt our child, even if he's a god himself. The scene shifts to Jai, who's now on the training ground. You grip the sword tightly in your hand and shout. I want to learn swordsmanship. Hino, stunned, asked again, What did you just say? He firmly replied, I want to learn the swordsmanship of our family. So what about magic? Jai replied. I'll learn both magic and swordsmanship at the same time. Hino forced a faint smile and asked, So you want to learn swordsmanship to defend yourself? No, I want to seriously master our family's swordsmanship. You're shouting again, trying to show your determination. Hino's brow furrowed for a moment, then he turned away in annoyance and said, You really underestimate swordsmanship. Jemmy still insisted I don't have it. Hino didn't turn back. Our swordsmanship isn't something you can train alongside magic. He ran after him, but he said with a sad smile, This isn't some trivial game for you to toy with. You've underestimated him. Way too much. I can't teach someone like this. Jai replied, You're taking this very seriously. Hearing that, he reached out and grabbed something. Show me the determination of your child. He raised a wooden sword and shouted, I won't use aura. The sword pointed directly at Jai's face, catching him off guard. Use everything you've got and take my sword strike. You immediately raise 2 fingers and ask again. You mean I can use magic, right? Black is now watching seriously as well. Now the sword rises and responds sternly. You can use magic, a sword, or anything else. If you can block one of my sword strikes, then I'll pass down my swordsmanship to you. The soldiers witnessing this scene whispered among themselves in shock. Ha ha, without Uncle Ja, wasn't it? Lady Sarah, who was supposed to be the true heir to that sword, I think he's obsessed with magic to an unhealthy degree. Even if he's part of the Welton family, isn't it already too late? Jai, furious, thought, I can hear you, just like a father should. He's capable of matching or even surpassing that strength. I can't sense any energy radiating from him, and that's more terrifying than anything else. Hino spoke up. Are you ready now? You answered back. Yes. Deep inside, you're determined. Break that wooden sword now. If the father hadn't covered it with aura, I could have handled this myself. All right, I'm heading up now. As he spoke, he swung his sword and charged at Jai, causing the boy to panic. Is his father really going to kill his own child? He raises 2 fingers and shouts dark magic. Suddenly, Break let out a sharp beep and shot an energy arrow forward. It caught him off guard, forcing him to dodge hastily to the sides, narrowly avoiding the attack, while also launching his own strike straight at Jemmy's face. He charged forward, shouting, A sword isn't just any weapon. Tungs become terrifying and it's going to hurt. Jai finally began to unleash his magic, serious as ever, saying, I told you I'm dead serious. A hand of destruction, and suddenly a massive magic circle appears. Jemmy swiftly charges toward her father, shattering the wooden sword in the process. Aino watched in panic as the wooden sword swung toward him. Jemmy was still fully focused, but at this rate I couldn't stop it. The only way I can show that determination is for you to grit your teeth and commit. Survive this attack, and suddenly a hand reaches out and grabs yours. Aino, surprised and delighted, asked, Where did you learn this magic? Jai honestly replied, I created it myself. This child doesn't need anyone's guidance. He suddenly recalled the words of Lord Mayo and realized that was his true intention. Then he lowered his gaze to his son and sincerely asked, Jai, your magical talent is already extraordinary, so why do you still want to learn swordsmanship? Jemmy suddenly became serious again and replied, That's right. I've never underestimated swordsmanship, and I don't plan to learn it just to look cool. I want to master it for my future. You spoke with so much passion. Hino was stunned and asked, What do you mean by the future? I think you've already guessed it. I realized a lot after that day. Magic alone isn't enough. I need a new power to face the chaos coming my way. You knew that too, didn't you, Dad? Father, you said that with a look full of doubt. I may still be young, but I'm not unwise. Father, I bow my head in silence. Your tone is getting even louder. You're so determined. He released his son's hand and turned away coldly, saying, "Starting tomorrow, come here at 6:00 a.m. When Jemmy received the approval, his eyes lit up with joy as he responded. Yes, at this moment, a carriage was speeding down the road, a hand reaching out the window to look outside. I was eager to meet young Master Wen as soon as possible. A beautiful blonde girl gazes out the window, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, inside a room, Jemmy has woken up and is getting ready while a pair of pink ears are softly calling out for SN. Jemmy, gloves on, glanced back at the source of the hissing sound, unable to believe she had to do this. Vina was sound asleep, drooling peacefully. Should I wake her up? You think of the image of your sister, Sarah, appearing her crying in agony, calling out, "Squirrel, where did you go? There's a letter in my hand that says don't look for me. It's done." He looked down, then thought to himself, no sleep whenever I want. After all, today I have to make up for what I did yesterday. Then he gently touched Sokna's nose, conjuring a flash of magic light. Later, little Sok appeared beside Sarah, who was sleeping soundly, drooling. It was 6 a.m. when Jai stepped outside, walking and pondering, wondering how he was going to train himself from here. From the very beginning, I never expected to learn the secret techniques of the clan. I might be the future head, but training is still incredibly tough. I don't even know the basics. As I was lost in thought, you suddenly appeared beside me, reaching out with a weapon in your hand. It doesn't matter anymore. I don't plan on doing anything else. I'll master swordsmanship soon. With that, he confidently strode toward the dummies to train. You confidently believe that the true power of this physical body is clear. It carries the blood of a renowned swordsmanship family and has been enhanced with a life seed. This time I will surprise everyone. Father, from today on, I will be responsible for training you. A man appeared before you and loudly declared, "This is the elite knight, Vice Captain Hamilton." Jai was a bit confused. Then you scratched your face and suddenly asked, "Isn't my father supposed to teach me?" Lieutenant Hamilton, now furious, glared and snapped. "A kid just starting swordsmanship and you want the strongest swordsman to teach you? Kid, you're a bit speechless, huh?" He doesn't look too happy. Captain Hamilton continued, "From now on, I'll be the one training you." Later, Jai asked curiously, "But it seems you don't have a wooden sword." He replied immediately, "Today's lesson doesn't require that." Then he pointed fiercely behind him and said, "From now on, you'll start running laps around the training grounds." Jai looked exhausted, calling out, Lord Leonardo, why do I have to run? I'm here to learn swordsmanship." "Stop," a shouted voice rings out. Lieutenant Hamilton suddenly pulled out a baseball cap, shouting, "Trainee Jai, from now on, don't call me sir, call me coach." Jai's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? Deep inside, he's questioning himself. Damn it, what is this? Why does it feel like I have to obey him? Every answer you give will be crystal clear. His voice continued to echo, then he glared and shouted, "Got it," the boy meekly replied. "Got it. Is your voice that weak? Use every ounce of strength you have and scream." "All right." Lieutenant Hamilton suddenly pulls out a pair of sunglasses from who knows where, puts them on, and with a satisfied smile says, "Perfect." "Very good. Where did that pervert come from all of a sudden? Right now the training ground is starting to get crowded." "All right." By 9:00 a.m., the sun was already high in the sky. Jai is still running tirelessly. "I know." Hino at this moment looked out the window and told her son, Hamilton's greatest skill is training soldiers. Sai, feeling annoyed, glared at her husband. "He's just too much." He explained, "You have to be strict with the boy if you don't want the name Welton to be tarnished. And honestly, this isn't even cruelty yet. This is just the beginning. Once I pick up the sword, I won't go easy on it." Even if he's a son of evil, CS steps in to advise his son. "Can you go easy on him a little?" Hino hesitated, raising his hand awkwardly and said, "My father's never been gentle with me, but I'm sure the boy will do fine after all. He's our son." Then he softly whispered to his wife, "All right, I forgot to tell you about this." Zas, curious, asked, "What is it?" "I think Visk's family will be visiting tomorrow." Hearing that, she jumped up in a panic, utterly terrified. "Why are you only telling me this now?" he explained. "There's still a day left and Viscount is my sworn brother. We should prepare a little feast to welcome our guests." The master seriously turned to the door and said, "That's exactly why we need to prepare more thoroughly. Let's go, I don't even know what to do first anymore." She clenched her fists in fury and stormed off while he reached out to stop her. Wait a moment." Then she just stood there, dazed, sighing to herself. A moment later, Hino raised his hand to scratch his face and said, "Just returned full of guilt. I'm so sorry, my child. Jamie, I was planning to go easy on you. If only your mother had begged me one more time." It's now 11:00 a.m. The sun is blazing down fiercely. Jai is still running with all her might. Lieutenant Hamilton watched from the side, stunned. Incredible, at just 9 years old, his stamina was unmatched. "I have to stay alert in case my stamina runs out, but I haven't even needed to tap into my mana or divine power yet. I keep running non-stop, fueled only by raw physical strength, with not a single moment to rest." Jai ran, trying to keep her spirits up as she moved. Heno let out a laugh. "Honestly, I was a bit disappointed, but since Jamie chose the path of magic cultivation, I'll do my best to support him." Deputy Captain Hamilton thought of that image, and now seeing him excel like this, he couldn't help but admire him silently. "Sir, it seems the young master isn't just talented with magic." Then he shouted, "Apprentice, you can stop now." Jai kept running, seemingly deaf to everything around her. "Junior Jai, you can stop now." A hand slapped Jai on the shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. He turned around, eyes burning with a demonic fury. This caused Vice Captain Hamilton to momentarily panic. After a moment, Jai regained his composure and asked, Coach, are you done with the training? At this point, sweat is pouring off you like a flood and Xiao Tui looks as if she's sick. Lieutenant Hamilton still stood there stunned. "Ah yeah. Today's training is over. Finally, I can rest." With that, Jai's entire body leaned forward and he collapsed unconscious in the middle of the training ground. Lieutenant Hamilton took off his glasses, stunned by Jai's piercing gaze just moments ago, unsure how to report it. Outside the window, the sky had already turned to a breathtaking sunset glowing with an intense fiery beauty. Jemmy, exhausted, opened his eyes while lying in bed. "Where am I? This is my room." I fainted. "So that means training is about to start." Sarah was sobbing as she called out to Jai, "If you hear me, jump up in panic." "Sarah, when did you get here?" "Why are you crying?" The girl, looking confused, replied, "I thought you were already dead." Jemmy immediately grabbed his sister's hand and offered her comfort. "Hey, see. I'm still fine." "See." Sarah finally relaxed and responded, "Yes, master." A voice called out, and the little squirrel was now tightly grasped in Sarah's hand. Desperately, she whispered, "I've suffered enough. I just want to rest now. Really, I've suffered more than anyone else." Jai smirked cunningly and told her sister Sarah, "Maybe you should stop crying and go play with your squirrel friend." The desperate call echoed once more. The master hurriedly opened the door and asked, "You're awake?" Both brothers called out in unison. "Dad, Dad." Now Little Socks has been bitten into his mouth by Sarah. Hino gently lifted his little girl and said, "Sarah, I'm so proud of you. You've learned to care for your big brother." It seems the nanny baked cookies for the kid. The girl still clutches her teddy and whispers about the cookies. Then she ran out the door, calling for her nanny. "Cookies, squirrel, let's go get something to eat." At this moment, he closed the door and told his son, "I thought you'd be lying there, completely exhausted from your sore muscles." Jai confidently raised his fist in response. "Luckily, you're still okay. Deep down, you know you can't deny it's thanks to the power of the life seed. The seed of life was found during a reunion, luckily picked up by you. It's a creation that holds the power of life itself. It can heal itself and boost your physical strength." Hino sat on the bed and spoke. "You must have been very surprised to see Hamilton appear on the training ground." Jai chuckled and replied, "I thought my teacher would be my father, not immediately knocking love out of your head with a punch. There's still a long road ahead before I can learn from a master swordsman." I helplessly shed tears and replied, "But I am the son of that man." He looked at you with pride. "Yes, my extraordinary son." A little while later, he struggled to remember and asked, "But what exactly happened? I remember I was running, but I can't recall what happened next." 5 hours and 17 minutes longer than I ever expected. Lieutenant Hamilton was utterly stunned as he reported back to Ano. With incredible strength and unwavering spirit, he raised a finger and told you, "Don't worry, you're done with training." Jai looked on in shock, asking again. "Really?" he replied seriously. "Yeah, so I've been thinking at that age my record was around 3 hours and 36 minutes. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin sword training." Heno cheerfully announced to his son with a bright smile. Jimmy eagerly asked, "So we don't have to keep running anymore, right?" His father simply replied, "No more." "Really?" Jai asked again. "Yeah, but you still have to run for an hour every day to build your stamina." His face suddenly fell, but seeing his son like that, he quickly tried to recover. "You don't want to? Fine, then you don't have to." Jai didn't want to disappoint her father, so she didn't refuse. No, I will run, I swear I will." After that, he warned that it would take some time for Hamilton to teach the basics to the boy. Don't take it lightly. Otherwise, he'd pay the price later. During the lesson, Hamilton can be a bit terrifying. Jai's mind flashes to Vice Captain Hamilton's image, and she's overwhelmed with fear. "Am I really about to see that hat and those sunglasses again?" Ano spoke up. "If you can endure it, I will personally teach you what I know about swordsmanship, and how to wield the Welton family's dagger." "You seemed excited to hear your father say that." He said, "A dagger, it's not easy to master at first. But if Jai is my child, she'll definitely learn it." Hino stepped closer, wrapping his arm around his son's shoulder with pride, making Jai blush shyly. "I'll be waiting for you." The scene shifts to the next day, and a voice echoes out. "Did that student feel discouraged because I was the instructor?" The remaining voice responded, "No, Vice Captain Hamilton is currently facing Jamie. Learning swordsmanship from a master would be better for you. Don't you feel sad that the one teaching you is just a skilled swordsman like me?" You kept replying, "No, it doesn't seem like it from your face." Jai, trembling, raised his hand in a military salute, gritting his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I have to get on the ship to Luke Bin Min." Thinking about last night. Could the sky over Welton Grimia have created an entire training facility like this? That's so convenient. Venna, tears welling in her eyes, looked at Jai and asked, You really have to go. You helplessly replied, What did I lie to you about? Then Jimmy turned back to look at her and asked Venna, Do you remember what I said earlier? The squirrel girl still whined and responded, Yes. Jemmy said quietly, The world is changing so fast and we are at its center. He clenched his fists, ready to face the 12 gods, determined to become stronger no matter what. Venna raised her hand with unwavering resolve. I'll give it my all. Jai was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned away and said, Then let's start the hellish training. Vina slumped back, looking defeated. Yes, sir. Stepping through a door, Jai surely said, Let's go, we need to tone it down. Jai recalled yesterday's training so exhausting they ended up flat on the ground, groaning in frustration. Lieutenant Hamilton was smiling happily, thinking yesterday's run had worn out the kids pretty well, but today he wouldn't go easy on the boy. He handed Jemmy a wooden sword and told him to take it. Then he turned away and said, The basic sword techniques are divided into slashing and stabbing. Try to shout louder. Deputy Hamilton demonstrated the moves while explaining to Jai, cutting straight sweeping strikes from the left and right diagonal slashes, breaking it all down. Everything was just a series of sword strikes. Jemmy watched his moves both in awe and thinking this is way more complicated than I imagined. Next, Vice Captain Hamilton forces a powerful blow and shouts loudly. After finishing, Mr. Thu retrieves his sword and asks student Jai, What do you think of the instructor's teaching style? Jai sincerely admires and responds, Amazing. He immediately told him to just say he's making you run laps. Before he could finish, you cut him off. Your leg, sir, Deputy Hamilton asked in shock. How's my leg? Jai immediately offered her analysis. Every step he took was seamlessly connected to his entire body's movement. Your mastery of utilizing every fiber of your body is truly impressive. Even with just a little effort, it seems your explosive power has increased, hasn't it? These words caught him off guard. Jemmy looked at his expression, wondering if he was truly that surprised by what she said. Every movement begins with the feet. I heard that from a swordmaster 6,000,000 years ago. Vice Captain Hamilton returned, offering his praise. Yeah, that was a job well done. You responded, It's over now. Lieutenant Hamilton raised his hand to his mouth and let out a quick cough, regaining his composure before speaking again. Whatever you say, today's training is simple. Just do exactly what I showed you 1,000 times. Jai was so stunned her jaw nearly hit the ground, and she let out a gasp. The man immediately declared that the only acceptable answer was yes, everything else was invalid. All right. You can only respond with that. Jai is still pushing himself so hard in training that sweat is pouring down like rain. Vice Captain Hamilton is still outside watching silently. He leaned against the pillar, thinking he had a solid plan to train the kid for a year, 6 months. No, even 3 months was too long. Then he called out, but Jamie, lost in his focus, didn't hear a thing from Jamie. Lieutenant Hamilton stepped closer and called out. Only then did he hurriedly reply, Yes, sir. You told me I have to go out for a bit. Remember, finish 1,000 repetitions before I come back. Understood. After Vice Captain Hamilton, Jai let out a relieved breath. Finally, I'm catching my breath again. Everything's still okay. It's just that look of his. It's a little terrifying. Anyway, your hand firmly gripping the sword is a sight to see, and a confident, determined smile spreads across your face. Jai whispers to himself, the more he swings the sword, the more ideas flood his mind on how to blend it with magic, in bolder, more reckless ways. Get a little closer, Jai. Close your eyes, feel the movements, add more strength, then swing your sword with even more force. Jemmy gazes at the blade in her hand, smiling softly, thinking that the future still feels so distant, but maybe she's headed toward a new realm. Then she looks up at Break and calls, Huck-ho, are you recording? It let out a screech like it was responding to you, then shifted to an image of Jai training. Good, now finish it all. You shouted out, and suddenly a footstep appeared. A human. When he senses something, Jai's face turns serious. Right there in front of the training grounds. The flow of life energy is so strange, someone's infiltrated us. At that moment, Jemmy used teleportation magic and instantly appeared behind the intruder. You swung your sword and charged at him, shouting, Who dares to invade the Welton family estate? That's bold of you. Little Asalar quickly raised her hand to block and shouted, Ah. Jai stared blankly at the person in front of her. Now, trembling with tears, she said, You scared me. Then they sat together. He finally let out a breath of relief, saying, I thought I was done for. Jai looked into the distance and asked, Are you a wind spirit? You look at the spiritual energy around you and realize to sustain a spirit in this world, they need at least a mid-tier energy cycle. The girl's eyes light up with joy, finally knowing someone recognizes her. Do you recognize me? Jai asked helplessly, looking at her. It seems you're not just fooling around here at home, are you? She innocently raises her hands, happily sharing. I'm training, and then a high-level spirit appeared before me. Jai looked terrified and asked her. A high-level spirit, she honestly answered. Yeah, his name is Repeat, the highest level wind spirit. Repeat, the guardian spirit of the wind spirit king, is famous for his strength. You immediately asked, what did Repeat say? As he turned back and replied, he said nothing, just looked at me and disappeared. After that day, I started to develop the ability to sustain my will. He paused, thinking again, convinced she was just a child, but the world wouldn't focus on her without reason. The girl here just crossed her arms and scoffed again, but we're talking about sisters who are way more formidable. She can even summon high-level spirits. Hearing this, Jamie was truly terrified and gasped in shock. Seeing his expression like that, his nose almost exploded, and he arrogantly continued speaking. I knew you'd be surprised. So was my father. He was so stunned he couldn't say a word. Jai at this moment sat in silent contemplation. Of course I was caught off guard. At that age, summoning a high-level spirit, that means she's a genius just like me. Because she was reborn. The Spirit King El Queens gently tended to the soul of the girl who had made a pact with him. Suddenly, clutching his head in pain, Jai jolted in panic, trembling as he asked in alarm. What's wrong all of a sudden? The girl's tears welled up as she nervously whispered, I forgot. Dad told me not to tell anyone about this. Jai sighed helplessly. In Welton's study, a voice echoed, still no news from the folks at Jenna's Star Church. Valor nodded in response. Yes, but they'll make their decision soon enough. Ano was furious, burning with rage. They had to choose, ignite a war, or dissolve their religion forever. Then she set the teacup down. Ano asked again, have you found the captain of the Seven Knights yet? Has Valor responded to his demotion? Yet, according to Tigri, a secret intelligence agency and a business partner of the Eastern aristocrats, he still hasn't returned to Genesis' main temple. I don't know what's happening anymore, Val nervously said. Ano replied quietly, anything related to those monsters, Barrow isn't even their match. War is coming. I wonder what I'd be like if I were in his shoes. When he returns in a grand room, a polite voice echoes, sorry for the late greeting, sir. Foucault, it's all right. I heard you're training in swordsmanship. Rebecca is now lowering her head, looking conflicted. Keep practicing hard, we have high hopes for you. Everyone is sitting together in a large room chatting. Jai cheerfully responds, thank you for your guidance, sir. Over there, someone was waving their hand to call him. Jam, Rebecca beside him, lowered her head shyly. It's over. She finally decided to believe in herself, lifted her head and called out. But before she could say a word, her face flushed with tension, and she quickly looked down. Jamie, seeing her like this, was confused what's wrong with her. Thinking back to how tense she looked earlier, JY realized, Rebecca, she's a bit strange. This is our first time meeting again after what happened before. I wonder what's going on with her. Why does it feel like she's deliberately avoiding me? Suddenly a voice calls out, breaking your train of thought. I told you to relax during your practice, but you're distracted by your wandering thoughts. Turns out Jemmy was just messing around, but she got distracted too. You hesitated and replied, not at all, sir. Deputy Hamilton raised his whistle to his mouth and blew, then wagged his finger and said, don't try to fool me, get up right now. Then he asked, did you finish 1,000 sword swings yesterday? Jai, panting heavily, replied, I already did. Hearing that, Vice Captain Hamilton tossed him a wooden sword and said, all right then, let's see what you've got. Then he diligently put everything he learned into practice, moving with lightning speed, precision, and perfection. The sword strikes were fierce and unstoppable. Vice Captain Hamilton watched your power with amazement, once again speechless. He's truly incredible. How could he learn it in just one day? Can he really pull this off? After finishing the lesson, Jamie paused and asked Coach, how do you think I did? I guess it wasn't very good. Lieutenant Hamilton didn't hold back and responded, good job. We're moving on to the next step now. You were exhausted, but hearing this, you suddenly snapped back to life. Then Vice Captain Hamilton quickly explained, yes, Your Excellency, the former clan leader, those are the movements your grandfather invented. Cho, Bill, the former leader of the Welton clan, was a master swordsman. He taught the Welton Knights the moves he created himself to help them elevate their strength. It's called the 100 Seas. Powerful waves surge the flow of 100 ocean currents. Lieutenant Hamilton now revealed the Bach Haiji, leaving everyone in shock at this move. Is this the Lieutenant Hamilton? He immediately asked. It seems this is your first time seeing Bach Hai, right? You honestly replied. Yes, that's right. I was just like you when I first started, but focus now, he said, then stomped his foot and began to act. Jai's eyes follow every gentle step, unblinking, as if in perfect harmony with the movement itself. Watching Captain Hamilton's stride, Mana seems to be moving in sync with his every step. Cut to 4 hours later, Jemmy is still on the training ground, practicing the 100 Seas technique, struggling to figure out where did I go wrong. He keeps moving his feet. This must be exactly what Lord Hamilton did. Soon he stopped in helpless frustration, thinking, damn, I'm out of mana. He imagined the cheerful look on Deputy Hamilton's face when he realized he couldn't do it. Any Welton Knight could wield the 100 Seas, but it seems you're the first who can't. And then you just collapse to the ground complaining, this really pisses me off. That arrogant face, this is the first time I've ever been stumped, even including my past life. The mana used in martial arts is different from the mana I know in magic, but suddenly some kind of liquid dripped onto his face. This is the drop that reveals a pair of footprints. Jemmy immediately sat up and turned to call out to Rebecca. She now hid behind a blushing red wall. Jai spoke up. Come on. Rebecca quickly peeked her head out from behind the beautiful wall. Heh, Jai, take a few sips of water, you're exhausted. Now the two are seated. He turns his face and speaks. Thanks to you. It truly feels like a new dawn. Rebecca shyly lowered her head and replied, Rebecca shyly turned her face away while Jai stared at her with confusion. But why is he acting like that? Then suddenly something brushed past. Jemmy moved closer to Rebecca and asked, Is there something you want to tell me? Is it really that hard for Dear and Dart? She blushed even more, thinking she'd gone too far, then quickly turned away, hesitating as she said, It's not just that. I've thought about you so much. Why would you think that? Seeing you makes me nervous, my heart races. Rebecca naively confesses, and Jai, with a clueless look, responds, I'm not really sure. In our last conversation was I really drawn to her just because of Zane's soul. Jai seriously pondered it, then changed the subject, trying to push those thoughts away. It's done. Then you turned away and asked, I heard from AS that you summoned a high-level spirit, right? Rebecca looked uncomfortable and hesitated before responding. Did I tell you already? Yeah, but only for a little while. Then she looked at Jemmy and asked, I heard you're training in swordsmanship. He nodded and replied, That's right. I feel like just knowing magic isn't enough. Swordsmanship isn't as easy as I thought. Are you limping during your moves? You look surprised, what do you mean? Rebecca explains. That's what Enerin said. I can talk to spirits without summoning them. An upper-level spirit is a servant of the water god king. The soul doesn't understand much about your movement technique, but it says you should let your flow move more naturally, like how you swing your sword with your left hand and step forward with your right foot. It says your movements are stiff. She's just recounting what she saw. Jemmy listened in silence, then nodded slowly. Is that so? Then Rebecca suggested let your body move on its own. With the rhythm of water and wind you can do it. Jemmy also listened seriously to her, letting his body move on its own. Got it, maybe I've been overthinking this. With his meridians opened, Jai immediately stood up, surprising Rebecca. He clenched his fists and walked forward, Rebecca reaching out to call after him. Once again he stepped onto the training ground, and at last he understood. It's different from magic. I can't control mana, but I can make my body move in sync with it. Then Jemmy mimicked Bahai's movements. It feels so light, like I'm dancing on water. Jai's steps are gradually becoming more precise. Streams of water suddenly appeared, growing stronger, encircling Jai from all sides. Then he wondered, could he cast magic and fight at the same time? Soon I'll focus on mana. Jai's enthusiasm keeps growing, never stopping, never slowing down. At this moment, the spirit realm appears and declares he's incredibly talented. Jai is being watched through a purple water mirror. But there are hundreds of geniuses like him in the world. Suddenly, the spirit realm was thrown into chaos as dark, ominous energy burst out from inside the giant sphere. Rebecca Jemmy is still training furiously, her every step fueling the massive, unstoppable flow of water that now erupts from her. The whirlpools converge into a single central point. Rebecca outside has also been affected. She raised her hands to block that enormous power. She fought back with all her might, and in an instant she found herself standing in the middle of a vast, raging sea. Rebecca panicked and called out to Jay. In front of her, a thick, swirling cloud of dust and smoke obscured everything. As the smoke dispersed, Jai appeared. You let out a deep sigh, standing in the middle of a yard scarred by your own doing. Helpless, you look around, wondering if you went too far. Hino, trembling with fear, rushed toward his son, shouting loudly. Jai grabbed his shoulder and anxiously asked, Are you okay? Jai hesitated for a moment before replying, Yes, I understand. Hino, furious, thought someone's invading. Who would dare? Valor rushed toward his daughter, calling out to Rebecca. Jai stammered, speechless in the face of this chaos. Dad from before Valor held his daughter tightly and said, Thank goodness you're okay, Rebecca exclaimed. Wow. Halcyon grits his teeth and asks, Ja-mi, where did the intruder run off to? Jai explains, Wait a minute. Dad, this is all your fault. You used Bahai, and it backfired. You nervously scratched your face as you spoke, and Ano once again panicked, looked at you with worry and asked, Did you cause this? I've already used Bahai to wait. But even so, he looked at the dent on my body with suspicion. This training ground is made of alloy that can withstand aura. There's no way Bahai has that much destructive power. Jemmy quickly explained, I tried combining Bahai with magic, and this is what happened. I'm sorry. Ano pondered silently. Even the complete martial arts of Bahai are beyond my ability to improve. He looked at his son with a stunned expression, then thought it was because the boy was a mage capable of combining Bahai with magic to boost his power, or maybe it was because he chose both magic and swordsmanship. Suddenly, Vice Captain Hamilton appeared before the father and son, solemnly saying, "Sir, today I can confidently say there's nothing more I can teach the young master. Please teach him the Tramholm sword technique." Tramholm sword technique. The Welton family's secret technique allows its user to tear through space itself once they've reached a certain level. Its overwhelming power is so immense that no one dares to attempt it without a solid foundation. Jemmy, after hearing this, was stunned and asked, "Is it progressing that fast?" "But I've only just started learning the basics." Lieutenant Hamilton replied casually. What do you mean, basic? That's a technique only 2 or 3 designated knights can learn." Hearing that, his face looked like he was about to collapse, and he exclaimed, "What?" Then with a dark gaze you looked at Vice Captain Hamilton and said, "You told me all the knights of the Welton family had mastered the 100 Cs. Anno stepped in now, trying to calm your rising anger. When they can't learn Bahai, they usually choose to leave the clan." Jai still see these, thinking that's not what he said. "No wonder things feel so much harder." "You still sound so gloomy," he said. Lieutenant Hamilton forced a smile and asked, "Our night order is truly remarkable, isn't it? In these turbulent times, I wonder, is it just a coincidence that such a talented child appears?" He looked serious, deep in thought. "No, there's no need to worry about unnecessary things for now." Then he smiled proudly at his son. "Jamie, you've done well. Starting tomorrow, I will be the one to teach you swordsmanship." Jamie cheered happily when praised. "Really?" Lieutenant Hamilton was shouting loudly from the bottom of the freshly created pit. Apprentice Jai responded clearly. At this moment he spoke seriously. "Though I don't know much about the Tramholm sword technique, I can tell it'll be incredibly difficult." Jemmy stepped forward and replied, "It won't be a problem." Lieutenant Hamilton didn't hold back his praise. "Very good attitude. This is my gift to you." Then he placed his red baseball cap on your head. "This is your reward. You have completed your training with astonishing results. I hope you become a great knight." "All right then." Hearing those words of recognition, Jai felt an overwhelming wave of happiness. His face turned red as he replied, "Thank you, I've learned a lot from you." Deputy Captain Hamilton smiled warmly and said, "I've learned a great deal as well, young Master Jai." Jai was leaning on the balcony, looking down at the crowd below, chatting away. He was eating and thinking. Even though his dad probably wanted him focused on training, he never expected to find out about a gathering this late. This looks amazing. On the surface, it's a celebration welcoming V-Scout, but deep down, Jai's eyes drift into a distant, contemplative stare. As everyone knows, things haven't been going well lately. Ano from above looks down and says to everyone, "The Janus Temple attacked my wife's homeland, putting my family in danger. The evil deeds of the Janus Church won't stop here. Honestly, a war is coming, a massive conflict that will shake the entire continent. Count Simong stands here, ready to fight alongside us, against the Janus Church, Rigon's Dark King, the master of the R. Simon magic sect." Ano keeps recounting the story to everyone. "We, the nobles of the East, will always fight. Today's banquet is the cornerstone of that future. For the glory of the kingdom of Am, for the blessing of Count Wellen, and for the great mission to destroy the demons." Jemmy was still watching, trying to figure out the real purpose of the gathering. It was all about planning for the battle against the Janus Church. Suddenly, a voice called out loudly, "Hey, hey." As just ran over, happily calling out. Jai helplessly asked, "Why didn't you go with Lady Rebecca?" The girl retorted, "Why do you call her Lady Rebecca, but not do the same with me?" You immediately explained what. "That's because we haven't decided whether to drop the honorifics when talking to each other." There is an answer. "Yes. Because she acts more like an adult than I do, and I just act like a kid, right?" And suddenly Jai asked me if I have feelings for her. I was so startled after hearing that, I jumped and asked again, "Who are you talking about?" It's like I'm the one speaking. "I like your sister." This hit her like a lightning bolt. Jai, powerless, turned around to explain, "I don't like her. In my heart, I know I'm a dark mage who's lived for 6,000,000 years. There's no way I'd fall for some kid." She hesitantly asks again, "Really, you truly don't like her?" Jemmy immediately confirmed, "Yeah, that's right." The girl let out a relieved breath. "Thank goodness, I knew something was strange about what you were thinking." Both of them finished, and then asked, "Where is Lady Rebecca?" At this moment, Jai was walking alone down the corridor. You thought about AS's words, then she suddenly fell ill. Your hand clenched into a fist, unable to believe that was the day you used divine power. A voice called out, "Please come in." Inside the room, Rebecca was trembling with fear as she saw the door open and blushed, calling out, "Lord J." Jai observed for a moment and judged in her heart she wasn't sick, she was infatuated. Then Jai pushed a chair next to her bed and asked how she was doing. "I heard from AS, are you feeling better?" Rebecca, still trembling with panic, nodded. Yes, I think I'm okay now." Suddenly he reached out and said, "Can you put your hand out here?" Inside, he thought, she's just like Zane, trying to make me feel at ease. Rebecca, embarrassed, raised her hand to cover her face, then extended her hand. My hand. Jai grabbed her hand and unleashed his magic. "It seems she's running a fever. That way you'll feel better, right?" Rebecca replied. "Yes, thank you." Then she blushed and confessed, I miss you. I keep thinking about you, I don't know why. Jemmy remained silent, feeling more worried for her than anyone else. But that's all there is. I can't reclaim those feelings from the past. I've lost all desire for things like love, so all I can do now is regret. Then you spoke up, saying, Miss Rebecca, soon we won't be able to see each other. I don't know when we'll meet again. Jai released her hand, then smiled brightly again. But I won't forget you, no matter how many years pass, I'll never forget you. I will always remember you, so don't let the present hold you back. The happy memories of your past together flash before your eyes. Rebecca, a little sad, asked, Can I write you a letter? You didn't hesitate to answer back. Of course not. Rebecca's eyes welled up with tears. The bride, with her pinky extended, forced a smile and said, You have to respond to me. I promise I will. Jai confirms it. At this moment, Chin Kan steps outside the carriage as the two families face each other, exchanging a final farewell. Before Valor spoke, he said, Now farewell. Hino also advised him to be careful on his journey. Before he got on the carriage, as winked and waved goodbye, Jai, see you again. All right, see you later. Rebecca, before leaving, flashed a beautiful smile and gently told Jamie, See you in the future. I'll definitely write you a letter. Jamie hesitated for a moment before replying, All right, see you again. Finally, the whole family set out, the Welton family, all happily saying goodbye. Sai at this moment chuckled and asked, Are you sure you're not famous? Hino cheerfully responded, I knew it. I still can't believe how that kid managed to seduce Viscout's two daughters. Jai's cheerful smile suddenly turns into a forced glue-like grin. I haven't done anything like that. Hino turned around happily and told you, even though it's been delayed a few days at least, now I can finally focus and teach you properly. Get ready. Cut to 4 months later, deep in a desolate forest at night, where a figure in a white cloak sits on a stone footsteps approaching from behind. The figure in the white cloak chews on something, sighing, This bread's so dry. If only there was some milk, don't you think? That bandit out there, the man behind the big fan, and you little brat, how dare you challenge my sworn brother? You'll pay the price. And with that, he swiftly swung his sword forward. The figure in the white cloak flicked a finger. Space magic unleashed, and instantly a magic room materialized above. The man rushing over was suddenly trapped inside that illusion, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then shortly after, he was struck by the overwhelming power within that magical circle. He screamed in agony. The figure in the white cloak speaks now. I've wasted enough time here, it's time to move fast. He grinned slyly and said, I'm already feeling excited. The other person clasped their hands together, summoned magic, and called out a name. I'm going to see you now, Noodle. This is Siegfried, the master of spatial magic, the 7th elder of the Sum Magic Kingdom. In the Welton clan's arena, snow falls heavily all around. Clenching his sword's hilt tightly, he then strikes with a powerful slash. Jemmy suddenly asked Father, This is Hino, who looked at his son in shock as he called Jay. Using the gum herb is a skill that's harder to master than just learning the basics. I took 2 whole years to get the fundamentals down, but Jai only needed 4 months. Then he chuckled and said, Haha, I can't help but admire how quickly you've learned. I have nothing left to teach you. Jemmy turned around confused. Yes, but I've only just begun. The Jiao Gum is a sword that cuts through the void. If you can tear it apart, it means you've already mastered the basics. From now on, it's the exploration battle. Once you master the basics, you can cut through the air, and the higher your skill, the deeper your cuts become. Instead of a traditional initiation ceremony, they inherited the Welton family's 10-blade dagger, an ancient mystical sword technique of the Welton clan. Hino explained. Jemmy focused on the dagger in his hand, contemplating. If he mastered this move, he could cut through intangible things. In his past life, he never learned a sword technique like this. Suddenly someone runs up and asks, Master, do you have a guest? AO questions, a guest. I never promised anyone anything. As for that, the elder of the demon realm paid us a visit. Hearing the story, I think, I just turned old enough to enter the demon realm, and they're here already. If it's the 7th elder, then he must be the greatest genius I've ever seen, right? You're so curious. At this moment, he smiled softly and asked obediently, Dad, can I? But seeing Hino's furious face, he immediately stopped, realizing it probably wasn't possible. A noble family truly is on a different level. How much do you think all this costs? Siegfried sat on his chair, legs crossed, surveying everything around him with a keen eye. Wow, every artifact is a masterpiece. He marveled as he looked around when suddenly an old man appeared and warned Siegfried, Count Welton is a madman. Be careful, or you might not make it out alive. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand to brush his hair and confidently said, That old man's just scaring me for nothing. Who would believe those words? The whole world knows Count Welton is a gentleman. Suddenly the door swings open, and Hino with a face like a vengeful demon steps in. In a dark, ominous voice, he introduces himself, I am Welton. In his mind, he wonders, could this be a sign of good news? Japheth forced a stiff smile, raising his hand to introduce himself. Pleasure to meet you. I am the representative of the demon realm, the Elder Siegfried. Siegfried, once a lowly slave, was a mage whose hidden talent was discovered by chance, leading him to be taken in as a disciple. By age 15, he reached level 6. By 20, he had ascended to level 7 and was appointed the youngest elder. At 30, he's nearly reached level 8, the most talented figure in the demon world. Even before considering Jai, he's still a force to be reckoned with. He's pondering what the demon world is scheming, then suddenly asks, "What brings you here without warning?" Siegfried is overwhelmed with confusion, his expression capable of killing someone. Then he chuckled and explained, "Ha ha, I've come to greet the greatest genius. Please forgive my rudeness. If I had warned you beforehand, I doubt you'd let me in. So you were aware of that all along." The teacup was slammed down hard. Hino sat back with an air of authority and continued, "Though my influence over the demon world is almost non-existent, I know exactly what that place is like. The demon realm is divided into 3 factions, the imperial side led by the king's master, the grand elder Open Jinger, the aristocratic side headed by the second elder, a noble titled Lin Mo, and the egalitarian faction led by Luke Pressawal, with the 5th elder Lao who comes from a common background. Because they held all the power, the demon world fell into chaos, torn apart by a ruthless power struggle. It was a brutal political war filled with dirty tricks and treachery. Jamie, you possess incredible talent and come from a noble lineage, yet you're thrown into that chaotic wilderness." At this he asks grimly, "You really think you'll take my son to a place like that?" He quickly waved his hand and replied, "I understand." Inside he thought there are no ordinary people in the demon world. Then he explained, but they couldn't control someone with extraordinary talent. Those trying to gain the upper hand by treading carefully on thin ice couldn't afford to take such a risk. Seeing Ano's expression, he turned pale, thinking, "Oh no, I probably can't persuade him with words anymore." Siegfried tried to speak up again. "Well, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want my son to go to the demon realm either. But within that realm lies an immeasurable wealth of knowledge, especially the Crown of Wisdom. The Crown of Wisdom, the key piece of the demon realm's power, encompasses all the knowledge a person can absorb just by placing that crown on their head. For a great mage, the chance to wear the Crown of Wisdom only comes once in a lifetime. He's a father, he won't hold back his son's true potential." He spoke softly to himself, then Hino gently replied, "I'll ask Jai." The scene shifts to Jai's side. As he hears this, his eyes light up instantly. He hurriedly responds, "I want to go." A knowledge report contains all the wisdom of the world, sometimes revealing tiny fragments of lost history. Now as dusk falls, the sky is painted in breathtaking hues. Someone appears behind Jai speaking. "You must have come here on purpose, huh?" "It's Siegfried." He hesitated, then awkwardly scratched his head and kept talking. "Oh man, I never expected to be greeted like this by a child. Jai just said that if we could talk comfortably it would be better for both of us. But after seeing that face, you judged him in your heart. What was it? He's so handsome, it's almost disgusting. He truly deserves to be called a genius, his heart and lungs. He already has 3 spiritual hearts, and yet he's still planning to create another one. He has a body built specifically for magic, a power passed down from his past life. JF saw you staring and raised both hands to her chest nervously, saying, 'You're gonna carve a hole in me.'" "Young master." Jai also felt a bit awkward, and quickly replied, "Ah, I'm sorry, you're better than I ever imagined." Siegfried, hearing that, winked and glanced at him, saying, "To hear those words from the greatest genius in history, what a true honor." Jai looked him straight in the eye and asked, "So do you believe those rumors?" He replied, "Wow, honestly, I thought they were just exaggerated stories, but Jai, you really are something else." The boy's body is filled with mana. He's somehow enhanced his absorption of Lord Lin Mo's techniques. It's an incredible talent, truly astonishing. And yet I can't help but feel sorry for Count Wellen. There's no way seasoned mages would let this 9th level mage get away with it. If they could take this child back then, when Jai becomes a 9th level mage, the other 2 wouldn't stand a chance against him and would fall. "Dad, that scene must be pretty epic." Thinking about it, Zfed said, "Aren't you afraid of the demon realm?" "Young master, those violent old men won't leave you in peace." Jai turned away at that moment and replied, "If they come looking for me, I'll make sure they get exactly what they deserve," he exclaimed in surprise. "What's the catch?" Jemmy turned away calmly and said, "If the terms are right, I'll agree. Don't tell me that famous characters from the demon world are going to deceive a child." Siegfried forced a smile, feeling awkward and uneasy. This won't be easy to handle. Mama Jie suddenly let out a scream. Small Venna was so shocked, her eyes nearly popped out. Jai was still packing while replying, "Yes, you'll be coming with me too. Tomorrow we set out. So make sure you've packed everything before then." Venna, pale and trembling, said, "If it's the demon realm, then that means the sacred land of the white demon magic. But I am a dark mage." Jemmy was still diligently packing her belongings. "What do you mean, an evil mage? They couldn't even cast a 2nd-tier dark spell." The little squirrel immediately asked in fear, "Hey, when are we heading back?" He glanced behind him a bit speechless and said, "No set date yet." "Dao, you remember being loved by Lady Sarah, don't you?" Venna shouted out loud. No, maybe she thought going to the demon world would be safer than staying with Sarah. Don't worry, Jay reassures her. I guarantee she won't even consider it. On the way there, the training intensity would skyrocket. Hearing this, poor Venna broke down, crying, tears streaming down her face. I don't want to go anywhere, master. Take this. Gee, the name of this sword is Scott. Jai was utterly stunned as he took hold of the sword. The demon sword smiled, giving his son a final warning. Come back safely. Jai's hurt, but it's okay, just make sure you come back stronger. Sarah then held up a teddy bear and said, My brother is giving Jenny to you. He quickly replied, Thanks, Sarah. He will always believe you're right beside him. Cess at that moment couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward, embraced her son tightly, and called out, Jamie. Sarah was terrified by her mother's actions. Chenicia softly urges Jai, Come back safe. Yes. When you arrive, make sure to write us a letter. Jai cheerfully replied, Yes, ma'am. She then continued, Thinking about us being apart for half a month, just hearing that makes you panic. Yes, I was thinking, won't it take at least 2 years? Jamie signaled helplessly to his father. What's going on? The father on the other side is sweating bullets, tears streaming down his face as he worries endlessly for his son. Hino awkwardly waved and said, My dear, don't worry too much. It's only half a month, just half a month. Then he signaled to, Dad will handle that. You finally understand now. No wonder Mom let me go so easily. I'm leaving now. Jamie turned and walked away, the 3 family members watching his silhouette fade into the distance. When Jemmy reached the gate, he asked if anyone was waiting outside. Are we heading straight to the demon realm? Siegfried replied. Actually, I need to stop somewhere first. I'm sure you'll like it too. Young Master Jai watched him with confusion, asking, Where are we headed? Siegfried turned away, casually answering, Stone City Sander Manor, a massive stone market will open soon. Sander Manor, the stone city of Mana, boasts the largest quarry in the Saydam kingdom. Jai was lost in thought when Siegfried suddenly broke into a grin and said, Good thing you like it. Let's go. By then they reached Sender Manor, a forest of nothing but fallen, snow-dusted dead trees. On the Kenton mountain range, massive towering peaks rise into the sky. The 2 of them walk and talk, their voices echoing through the silence. Jai said, I kept thinking about it. Siegfried replied, But isn't the sword supposed to bring you home? He immediately turned around and replied, No, I don't know how to use it properly. Surprised, he asked, Can you wield both a sword and magic? But that could easily throw one side out of balance, right? Jemmy quickly turned away, flicked his hand confidently, and said, I'm getting stronger every day, so I don't worry about it. Siegfried also smiled happily. If you say so, then it's fine. Suddenly, Jemmy looked around and said, Honestly, I've been looking forward to this place ever since I heard it's the power hub of the South, but it looks so deserted. Siegfried chuckled and replied, Haha, despite how it looks, this is actually the very source of life for the South. There are 6 types of mineral deposits here, called Gion and Sendermonte crystal mines, infused with magical power known for their incredible influence. So do you want me to tell you some interesting facts about the Kenton mountain range? Kids love things like this, right? Siegfried said, clapping eagerly. And Jai looked visibly annoyed. Oh, and she immediately started telling me that 1,000 years ago a massive volcano erupted right here. Its molten fury destroyed village after village, but there was nothing anyone could do. Then one day, a mysterious wizard appeared, standing alone against the raging volcano. The next day, a towering volcano emerged, its eruptions ceased, and the crater was filled in. The wizard vanished without a trace, leaving behind cryptic prophecies. When the beast awakens, disaster will strike once again. Jemmy listened to the story and scoffed, A monster inside a volcano, that's just ridiculous. Ziafed also replied with a smile, That's true, but the Witch Society still acknowledges the story to some extent. Some traces might have been found. Suddenly, above the 2 of them, a figure in a black cloak appeared, pulling multiple arrows onto a bow, and they shot straight toward them. Siegfried panicked and dodged, shouting a warning, Watch out, it's dangerous. Jai leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the deadly arrows. Do you think this is a trap? From the top of a mountain that man shouted loudly, Siegfried, you bastard, as a man with a shaved head appeared, sword pointed downward, and roared, I'm here to avenge my brother. I will catch and kill him. Behind him, some underlings are grinning with pride. Jai turns back, looks at him, and asks, Someone you know? ZF forced a smile, scratching his face as he replied, Not really sure. I don't remember that well. Then suddenly a thought struck him, how annoying. Maybe we should take this chance to test him, huh? Thinking that, he leapt to the side and feigned innocence, crying out, Oh no, please help me, little master. Jemmy helplessly watched him, and asked, Why me? Especially after Vorthat Lao. What the hell are you even doing? Don't be so picky. Siegfried was trying to persuade him to take the sword training opportunity. Then he rubbed his hands together, winked, and said, Please. Jai immediately wondered, Does he want to test my skills? Fake report, make it quick and clean. Then you reach out and grab the hilt of your sword, drawing it out. Use the Heavenly Slayer sword, these people are truly a waste. The bandits up top keep jumping down, all so cowardly. Does he really want to use that kid as a shield? The leader charged forward and shouted, "Don't blame me if you die, kid." Your feet steadied, then Jai swung a powerful sword, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. Zik saw this and took it seriously. He immediately takes control of his surroundings. His magic is savage before the leader could even get close. He's frozen in place, stunned into silence. This kid Jamie uses the White Sea transformation technique, raising his sword high and shouting a deadly slash. In an instant, the leader is slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater as dirt and rocks fly everywhere. He betrayed Sizzo, then trembling, he looked up, cursing that damn bastard. Then he and his henchmen stood up, still brazen, spouting reckless words. "I was going to go easy on you, but it looks like I have to now." Before he could finish his sentence, Jay swung his sword again, faster and deadlier. The first level of the dark sword technique, the violent energy surged through him, again forcing blood to spurt out. Thunder roared. The lightning strikes upon the bandits, making them scream in agony. Jemmy had already taken care of them calmly. He sheathed his sword and turned back, asking any more doubts. Ziff smiled with satisfaction, lost in thought. A demon sword is truly merciless always. 10 years from now, no one can match this boy's strength. Hearing that he clapped and cheered, "I never doubted you, you're incredible." Jai looked at him with a bitter expression and said, "Always talking about Dungmurt, but you're just the one trying to test me. Anyway, it's over now, let's go." Jai brushed past him and spoke. Suddenly Differ said, "Hold on." Then he happily sat down, picked up the stolen goods from the bandits, and cheerfully said, "We should take what we can, right? Those bandits call this luck." You watch his actions speechless. As they arrive in Sendermonte, the streets are bustling with activity. A strange place, but truly beautiful. Isn't it? "I hope what I'm searching for is here," Zifidngunga said happily. Jai immediately looked at him, puzzled. "Is that shop far away?" ZF responds. "We're here." They arrive at an old abandoned house, shrouded in a thick, ominous darkness. Zifid turned back, smiling brightly, and asked, "Is it a little worse for wear?" "Jai, I'm speechless. Just a little." ZF casually opens the door and says, "Come on in." "Why are you so surprised? You know, don't you? As a slave, I used to sleep right in the pigsty. Did you hear me, Jemmy? Poor thing keeps pacing and sighing, her lungs itching from all the dust, and she can't sense any presence at all. An abandoned house." Suddenly, a loud voice, "That damn annoying bastard, is it you? It made you jump and think, I swear I don't feel anyone here." Siegfried still cheerfully said, "I told you I'd come." "Is my order ready yet?" A hat poked up from under the table in response. "Still, not the head, seems like it's too rushed." Jai suddenly stepped closer, tiptoeing to look, "Probably a mage, I couldn't see clearly." "Then you used magic to fly up, but if you did that, Siegfried would still be happily chatting. So flying magic is forbidden here." The tiny woman behind the desk, controlling her weapon, glared up with annoyance, leaving him utterly stunned. A dwarf trembles as he's surrounded by a strange energy panic flashing in his eyes. A shield forms around him, but inside he's screaming, "What the hell is this?" Jemmy was struck on the head by Miss Curiel's weapon, nearly knocked out cold. Miss Curiel then spoke, "Kid, this is a relic that resists magic. I can dispel 5th-tier spells, so your shield isn't going to hold up." Jemmy, after hearing that, grew suspicious. Can it really be defended? I can't believe a national treasure falls into the hands of such a ruthless shopkeeper. Who is she? Siegfried spoke up now. "I don't think there's much I can do if you don't have that thing. I'll come back later." "Not yet, I haven't finished explaining. I have it now, but it won't be transferred for 2 more days." Hearing that, he happily asked again to be sure. "Really?" Miss Curiel responds, "But I can't just give you what you want so easily." Siegfried asked again, confused. "Huh, I'm pretty sure you said you'd give it to me if I found it," Jimmy said. "So is there any condition?" Miss Curiel said with a terrifying look. "You're quite clever, kid. I want you to bring me the dark sheep's heart, which will be secretly auctioned off the day after tomorrow. I'll give you the money." The dark sheep's heart. The shadow sheep. It hides in the darkness, only appearing during a full moon. That's a rare and precious resource for the illusionist, Kim. If you manage to get it, I'll sell it to you at a cheap price. She said. Japheth, annoyed, grabbed the paper and responded, "You'd better keep your word." At this moment, they've already left the shop. Jai looked up and asked, "What exactly is the creature you're searching for?" Siegfried simply replied, "That's a secret." "You kept asking, who is that old lady?" Japheth immediately replied, "Miss Curiel is known as the greatest illusionist in the realm. She's also a global businesswoman with branches all over the world, and every one of them is connected through a time-space tunnel she created." You're utterly stunned by this revelation. Did she create a teleportation tunnel that spans the entire world? Is that even possible? Siegfried turned away casually and explained, "She's an 8th-level mage, not bound to any country or power. She can go wherever she wants." Jemmy thought, "She's incredible, huh? But she's still just a dwarf. We'll rest here for now." When they arrived in front of a house, they said. Jai replied, "At least it looks decent. Hold on." Jai hesitated for a moment, then asked. We're using separate rooms, right? ZF replied casually. Being in the middle room isn't a big deal, at least it saves on travel costs. Right now, all you feel is helplessness late at night. In the back alleys of Sender Monte, cloaked figures whisper in shadows. A secret auction will take place in 2 days at the Lai Museum. Are you sure that item is here? The list of items is a secret, but it's possible. The other person asked again, are you sure you can wake it up with this? The one facing him replied, thinking that Kothu brought us here. This is also God's will. Someone in the group warned, don't get too cocky or careless. We have to get that thing no matter the cost, even if it means risking our lives. All for the noble goal of our church. At that moment, a figure in a black cloak leapt out from inside beside a towering, majestic building. The figure in the black cloak stands before a wall, then calls out, you can come out now, Ben. At that moment, the little squirrel leaps out cheerfully. Whoa, I'm free at last. So that was Jay. He was the one giving her instructions. Cast wind magic on him. We need to hide in Grimia until tomorrow. She gasped in panic. Again, Jai was dragging Venna along as she responded. That's right, if Siegfried catches us, Venna would be stunned to see the traders passing by right now. Whoa, look at those magic stones, master. He was furious, thinking he was speaking, but he was cut off. Then he simply slung her over his shoulder and explained. The reason they're openly transporting that stone is because it's just a low-grade one. Venna still turns her head curious, watching behind her. So how do they still transfer high-grade stones? Jai replied. Who would know? Of course, they're transporting it secretly. They might hide it in things others wouldn't recognize or move it to dark, distant places. As he passed by where people were working, Jai suddenly froze, as if realizing something strange. The stone in your hand radiates energy and it terrifies you. A powerful reaction, huh? What's reacting to something? There's something in this area. Jai glanced around, observing carefully, and suddenly his eyes caught a box carried by someone passing by. That box inside at least 3 sealing charms, maybe even 6. With that many seals on an item combined with this powerful reaction, don't tell me it's one of the 3 sacred treasures. Thinking that you followed the 2 people carrying that box, a man in a green vest said, this item must be rare if it's this heavy, right? The 2 others set down the box and the remaining one replied, they said it's going to be auctioned off, so they're keeping it so carefully. Jai watched from afar, thinking it was a secret auction. Since it didn't concern her, she just wanted to observe. But now she needs money to switch sides and support Lady Kiriel. At this moment, she's looking at a photo and says, today I miss you more than ever. Inside, there's a picture of a well-behaved little boy. Mom, please don't cry. She recalls the past image every time Mom played harmonica. I was right there with her. Whenever she wanted, I'd be by her side no matter what. No matter what I do, I can't save her. She clutched the water, flute tears streaming down her face. But now everything's fine. Suddenly a shadow appeared on her crystal ball. If only she could get the 9 shadows' heart. That child, Jai, stepped in with a bright smile and said hello. The woman immediately asked, what brings you here so late at night? Jai still smiled brightly and replied, it's not much, but I'd like to borrow some money from you. Miss Kiriel froze for 5 seconds, her face grim as she asked, how much? Jai, being playful, reached out her hand and formed a heart shape. The more the better, please as many as you can. The giant beast charged at him, swinging its weapon fiercely. Jemmy immediately ducked to dodge and said, oh, I just need to return it. In your heart you think there's no one but her you can borrow money from. Then you ask, seriously, isn't it true you're trying to step into the darkness? Miss Kiriel was stunned when she was recognized. How could that brat Jai be so smug? Very few people know this, but I believe the Dark Sheep's heart is the key ingredient to creating something that can open a portal to the shadow world. The dark world is a realm completely opposite to the material world, an uncharted, mysterious domain this world has never known. The ruler of that realm is a dark spirit king, and only those granted permission by him can enter the dark world. Jemmy immediately sat down in front of her and said, that's not a place you can reach, just by gathering enough materials. But I know a way. Miss Kiriel hesitated, then questioned, how can I trust you? Jemmy decisively gave his answer. I'll explain with the soul contract. A soul contract is a dangerous pact, using the very soul of the one who makes it as a balance, binding them even after death. As he finished, he thought to himself, this is madness, but I've got no other choice. Miss Kiriel pressed on, and what about the terms? Jemmy nodded seriously. A deposit to be paid once the agreement is fulfilled. Do it, she said. 2 days later, in the Lai Dum Museum's basement, everyone gathered laughing and chatting excitedly. JF warned them to be careful not to reveal their identities. Even with the mask hiding our mana, we still have to be careful. At this point, both of them are wearing masks. Jemmy responds, I didn't want to be discovered either. A stranger walks behind the 2 of them. Jemmy glances over and thinks, could the scent of this forest be a star? Zicker saw you frozen in place and asked, what's going on? Jai quickly replied, nothing. I must have been mistaken. He said confusingly, it sounds ridiculous, but just go inside. At this moment they were sitting below, while above were the guards watching over the hall. Ziegfeld told Miss Kilial to pick a good seat, and she responded in kind. Yes. Then Lai immediately looked ahead, realizing the person in front was someone she had just passed by. Are those people next to him his friends? The auction host asked today's crowd. Welcome honored guests. Thank you for being here today. The first item is revealed as he speaks, gesturing toward a spot where a covered vehicle is pushed out. The black cloth is pulled away, revealing inside a cage with 2 people trapped inside. The host continued, Elf Slave Tribe will start at 1,000,000 gold. And then the shouts of bidding began to echo. 4,000,000 million. Siegfrieder's face behind the mask now twists with anger. The host continued speaking. Come on, the money's skyrocketing, isn't it? Jai watches ZF from the side, thinking he must be feeling uncomfortable. He's been a slave before, too. The shout echoed once more. 3 million gold coins successfully bid. At this moment, you notice the 2 people in front of you. One pats the trembling person's shoulder, while the other tries to soothe them. Calm down. You're jumping to conclusions. They must be elves. The host's shout echoed once again. And to reveal the next item, this one is a thank you for your patience. For today's main event, emerging from a box is a small, colorful orb. The heart of the 9 shadows. Everyone gasped in awe. It's so beautiful. Ziegfeld finally found it. The overseer above pointed at the object and said, now bring all the assets of your family and seize it. The people below are shouting prices of 10 million, 25 million. Jamie turned to his teammate and said, we've got to get in on this. ZF calmed himself and said, stay calm. The shout from above echoed once more. 43.5 million, anyone else? Ziff immediately raised his own sign and shouted, 1 billion. Jemmy turned to look at him in panic. Just that much was enough to run the entire Hiss territory for a year. The owner loudly shouted, 1 billion, is there anyone else? The dark sheep's heart has been bid at 1 billion gold coins. It feels like I just survived a storm. Then he turns west, toward a large chest being carried out and displayed. The next item will be just as valuable. Everyone pay close attention up here. Let me introduce you to the ultimate all-powerful gem. Jemmy froze in shock when he heard this. Why is that item here? He continued saying, this stone has enough energy to power a territory the size of a sacred manor for 10 years. You cursed him silently, but more importantly, did you really just tell him that the spirit stone only has that one function? Do you even know what that thing really is? The mysterious stone appears again. You keep introducing it, so who will be the one to wield this power stone? 8 billion. A girl raised her sign and spoke. The host was utterly stunned, gasping in shock. 8 billion. It's already 8 billion as soon as the auction started. Now everyone's eyes are on that girl except Jai, who sits frozen with worry, completely still. Is there anyone else? 8 billion. The ultimate all-powerful stone was sold for 8 billion gold coins. Turns out that girl was Venna. The bride lifts 2 fingers and smiles at Jamie. Master, I did well, didn't I? Zefrey sighed as he supported one side. It seems that person is incredibly wealthy. Each pill costs a staggering 8 billion. Jai, trembling with guilt, lowered his head and sweat poured down as he responded. Yeah, I guess so. Deep down, I can't help but regret the life I never had. She just used their operating fund for 5 years. After completing their mission, they both left the auction area together. We've seen all the auction items. Now, let's go pick up what we bought and get out of here. Yes. This artifact is a sacred relic, discovered near the volcano in the Kenton mountain range. They pass by an object, a golden box being carried in. Jai pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The creature earlier had ancient runes carved into it. Stay here, so you won't have to wake up again. It's just a side note. Siegfried quickly stepped in front of him, warning him. Little master, stand beside me. Jemmy immediately asked, curiously. What was that just now? Behind Jai, someone is rushing over, urgently delivering a message to the host. Chairman, something's wrong. All the items have vanished. Someone has stolen all the items. Outside, a group of people are talking. A furious blue-haired man slams his hand against the wall, shouting, Damn it, why are our people being turned into auction slaves? Someone else quickly stepped in. Calm down. Alex is searching for them now. The blonde comforts the blue-haired one. I understand how you feel, but right now our priority is to go see Lord Han. We need to leave before the auction attendees arrive. Do you really dare to touch my belongings? Jai gritted his teeth in anger and then together with Ziegfeld leapt down from behind the crowd. They turned around in shock. Jai pointed at them and spoke with a cruel, menacing tone. Give back what you've stolen before I wipe all of you out. The blonde-haired man steps forward now, a sword in hand, ready to strike. Everyone get ready to fight. Siegfried's eyes sharpened with resolve. I understand now. So words no longer matter, only fighting remains right. Then he unleashed corrosive magic on the 2 swords in the blonde-haired man's hands. The person beside him nervously shouted, Hey, watch out! The blue-haired girl was grinding her teeth in fury, her rage boiling over. Those bastards at the auction house, just a bunch of damn dogs. Then she summoned massive green tendrils, controlling them to strike at Siegfried. But he stood his ground, clenched his fists, and unleashed a power even greater than before, fueled by his hunger for victory. The blue-haired man, seeing this, panics and shouts out. Then he turns to look at the red-haired person carrying a bag behind him. The blond man, full of arrogance, leapt up and sneered, "You dare try those cheap tricks on me." Suddenly, a shout of warning made him turn back in worry. Up above, Siegfried continues to unleash his magic. The blonde-haired man is trapped within a surge of power, clearly in pain as he screams out. Outside, a voice calls out. Another one of them snapped in anger, leaping up and shouting, "You bastard, stop right now." At that moment, Jai stepped forward to attack and spoke with disdain. "He's weaker than I thought. That person was knocked down hard by your strike, sliding across the ground in a long tumble, and he couldn't help but curse out loud. Damn it, how dare you?" An invisible force surged, crushing everyone present in that place. Everyone on the opposite side was crushed by the oppressive force, collapsing to the ground and screaming out, "Ah, ah, ah." Siegfried coldly judges this moment. Die now. A circle of magic appears with a string of round charms hanging from his body. The invisible blades are starting to shatter now. A figure emerges from the shadows and asks, "I'm wondering why you guys are taking so long. I guess something's happened." At that moment, they all burst out in joy, exclaiming, "We're saved." Hanjai looked at the other person with suspicion, thinking he could easily break that move. "Who is he?" Siegfried turned and quietly asked for your opinion, his gaze, revealing he's already at master level. "Do you think we're at a disadvantage?" Jai felt helpless and asked again, "Why are you asking me? You're the adult here." Then he turned away and said, "Do we really need to fight for real? We just need to get our stuff back right." Siegfried replied, "We caught them, but what's the point? Someone's already after them anyway." Then he turned to the newcomer and asked, "Forgive me, can we negotiate?" He replied, "I thought you guys came here to capture us. What do you want?" Zefed said, "We'll retreat if you give us the Shadow Sheep's heart. After all, I already bought it." Jemmy from behind reminds him, and also uses his all-powerful kick. Siegfried quickly adds, "No way, the all-powerful kick too." Then sensing something, he turned to ask you, "Hey, I didn't buy that." Jai, feeling guilty, quickly said, "I'll explain later." Han immediately turned to ask those nearby, "Is this okay?" The red-haired person whispered to the person with orange hair next to him, "Ramu, give them what they deserve." The red-haired man now tries to salvage a bit of his honor. "Let me tell you something, kid. We held back earlier." Jai asked suddenly, "Oh, really? Want to fight again?" The man who just appeared chuckled and said, "Oh, it's not that we don't trust you, but we'll check, just to be sure." Suddenly, Daifed shouted, "Young master, your hair quick." Jai, who was opening the chest, looked surprised at first, then panicked as he realized his disguise spell had been broken and there was no mana flow to be seen anywhere. "Why is your hair suddenly emerald green? Are you from the Welton family?" "Are you?" Jai Han's face lit up with joy, realizing something at last. Just as Bol said, "It's true." Haha. Over here, Siegfried looked at Jai with confusion. "Humph, do you know this guy? You don't even understand what's happening, and just answer, never met him before." Then they ask, "Hey big brother, is this Onic guy your brother?" Han's face instantly twisted into a fierce, cruel expression as he asked his brother. Jemmy stepped forward, trying to explain, "I only know he's your brother, that's all." Han trembled with anger, then calmed himself inside. "Whatever, I'm stronger, I'm older. I don't need to waste time on petty grudges." Then he lifted his head proudly and declared, "Yeah, we're all Vanguard soldiers." ZF was stunned by the words Vanguard soldiers, and he immediately stepped in front of the boy, warning him, "Young master, it's dangerous, please step back." G asked curiously, why did the rebel forces suddenly want to seize the kingdom of Harmonia in the western continent? Their leaders are all called Vanguard soldiers. At this moment he thought seriously, Harmonia, I heard the uprising was due to corruption. So are the leaders, all Vanguard soldiers. Han gently smiled and said, "Let's get out of here first. I'll explain everything later. The longer we stay, the more it hurts." Siegfried immediately warned him, urging him to be as clear and detailed as possible. The scene shifts to the auction host, standing face to face with a guard shouting, "Hey you say you couldn't catch the intruders. The once grand hall is now in chaos. Everything is shattered and in ruins." He kept shouting, "You boast about being a master of fighting, but how much did we pay you?" The guard turned and walked away. It was time to finish the deal. The scene shifts to a snowy forest at night, the moon high above, as two teleportation circles appear in a wide valley below. Han smiled brightly and said, "Wow, this is amazing. I can teleport like this without even needing a magic circle." Siegfried asked him seriously, "What could possibly make the rebel forces come to such a frenzy? Don't tell me you're planning to rebel right here." Han chuckled calmly, "We're not rebels. We're just free warriors. We only came to Sam to grab a few things." "Why Barrow? A law enforcer doing this to his own homeland?" Jai asked, losing patience. "What are you all really chasing after?" Han was furious, but he forced himself to stay calm inside. "Forget it, they're adults after all. The guy with the orange hair behind him thought he's so polite, always speaking kindly, then suddenly said, "I'm the one responsible for this. IS is watching you, so it's okay to tell you. This is what we've been tailing." He then reveals a golden cube engraved with symbols and explains, "A long time ago there was a monster sealed by the Vanguard at Kenton Volcano. This is the key to the Vios liberation." Jemmy's eyes widened in shock, a gasp caught in his chest. Vios Drake, the creator of J.C. Munn's skills, the one who commands the ocean, Viomos, the great beast, the monsters that Diablo himself forged to fight the 12 gods. Vios still alive. I thought he was lost in battle, dead long ago. He's just wandering lost in thought. It's only now that I realize something's very wrong. Traces are constantly being found in Seam. Coincidence? No, it's too deliberate. Suddenly, Han steps forward and speaks. "That's enough, right? We're leaving." He casually slings a rattle over his shoulder, a friendly smile on his face, and says, "See you around." Then out of nowhere, the giant bodyguard from before appears. "So this is where you all gather, huh, you damn thieves?" Siegfried also feels overwhelmed by this power. 1.47. Han, trembling with fear, asked, "Who are you with these numbers?" Instantly, the giant guard charged forward, fists clenched with skill-level power, and delivered a punch that sent Han flying across the room. Then he clenched his fist and arrogantly declared, "Let you all know, I am Darius. I am 2.01, the Supreme Ruler of Darkness, also known as the Alias." At that moment, something flashed by, and Braha stormed forward furious. That bastard Darius didn't look panicked at all. He just casually struck her with an elbow that made her spit blood, then started mocking her. 5 years ago, this wasn't a place for someone like that red-haired guy named Ramu, or the orange-haired girl Aha. Both of them panicked and rushed to call out for Braha, but they were easily grabbed by Darius, who slammed their heads together. "This applies to you as well." And then they were thrown away without a second thought. Han still stands there deep in thought. He smirked with a cunning smile. They've caught up. Now it's his turn. Then he raised his rattle, glowing with bursts of energy. Han smiled confidently, channeling his power to strike directly at him. "Take this." That oppressive wave shattered the ground beneath him. Han kept ringing the bell, causing Darius's position to explode apart, shifting the tide. Empathy, a counterattack skill that can turn all damage back onto the enemy. Finally, he collapsed face first onto the ground. Han summoned all his strength and raised his Luke-Lac once more, fighting with even greater force. "This ends everything right here." He struggled to raise his hands in front of him as a massive energy sphere formed, engulfing everything around him, rocks, dirt, all reduced to a molten wasteland. Jemmy watched this scene in horror, unable to hide her terror. "I can't believe there are still so many people in Fran with such incredible power." Once it's over, Han Mongcho will eagerly ask, "Did you take him down yet?" His power suddenly jumps by 1.71. Darius appears out of nowhere, completely unscathed. Is that a power that allows manipulation of reality? It seems useful, but compared to Khan, it's nothing extraordinary. Han's face went pale as he stammered, I don't care at all." But Darius's voice turned cold with a threat. "Hand over that item and die peacefully. If you refuse, sorry to interrupt your conversation." Suddenly Siegfried smiled gently and said, "But we're just customers, so I think we'll be leaving." He responded irritably. "What if I say no?" Siegfried replied grimly. "Then I guess we'll have to work together." While Jai was lost in thought, he saw this as his chance to pay back Fran. Siegfried turned to him and warned, "Young master, be careful, he's Darius of the Shadowless Iron Fist. He's been the champion of the underground arena for 10 years, and rumors say he's defeated 2 swordmasters. I don't understand why you're feeling excited right now. A battle master like you is really fired up." Han turned and warned him, "Hey kid, you'd better step back." Jai responded bluntly, "Don't leave it to me." Then he raised his hand, unleashing his immense magical power. "Remia Lining, this is my creation, my masterpiece, Remia. Right now you and JF are facing Darius in this isolated space. He's thinking he created this space, so he could freely control the objects around him. A spatial awareness. Even without seeing with his eyes, the user can sense everything within his influence and determine their layout. First, Darius, the arrogant, leaps toward him and shouts loudly. The wizard Siegfried is having a hard time channeling his magic to fight back right now. Darius's name now slammed his fist into the ground, sending dust and debris exploding into the air. The two of them had already moved to a different spot. Seeing this, he snapped, "You coward, an ultimate blow, 100 strikes in one." Han suddenly appeared behind him, unleashing a barrage of arrows aimed straight at Darius. Suddenly, he turns around, catching him off guard. Manipulating time and space, Siegfried now appears behind him, raising his hand to cast a spell and strike. Siegfried's magic sight can manipulate time and space without a vessel. He snapped, "Stay away from me." Darius's name was spun around by that magic, then he took a blow to the back. Gray transformed into a 5-layer wall. Jamie raised 2 fingers and cast a spell. Stones rained down from above, threatening to crush everything around him. Darius hadn't even realized he was injured yet. The space around him had shifted. A hand channeling magic reached out towards someone sitting in the middle of a deep crater, an Omega-level spell wielding destructive power, squeezing the very fabric of space around its target. Turns out the one trapped in that abyss was Darius himself. After such a brutal beating, only then did he finally explode with rage, a blazing aura engulfing his entire body. Siegfried at this moment worries and ponders he's using his own aura as a shield. Jemmy also made a calculation, and I guessed I couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. In your hand, you're holding a magic orb. Gurma transforms into a creature of the endless abyss. Instantly, the stones beneath Darius collapse and fall away. He worries and ponders, annoyed that the kid is manipulating space so effortlessly, then suddenly leaps up with a voice saying, "If I can, I don't want to kill children." Without hesitation, he charges forward at his fastest speed, fists clenched. But I knew if someone hated me, their strength was so immense it could cause a massive explosion. Siegfried called out in horror. Young Master Han never saw it coming, and he shouted in panic. Suddenly, Darius appeared looking utterly stunned. He was sweating bullets, and he exclaimed, "How? You never saw it coming, did you? If you truly were a master, you'd never let your guard down." Jai was lying beneath his fist, yet her face remained calm and confident as she responded. "On my, a relic capable of completely nullifying all physical damage, one of Diablo's 3 divine weapons. And if I swing this sword," a hand grabs the hilt and pulls it out. Welton's first sword technique, the slicing strike tearing through space itself, an infinite version. Darius's entire body is now engulfed by the overwhelming power I wield. It's only now that he realizes this might be a sword technique. Jemmy is also trying to calculate, but he hasn't quite reached it. He needs one more strike. Welton's White Sea sword technique instantly summoned a powerful surge of water flowing with his strike. It seemed a bit too much for Jamie, but he gave it his all. Suddenly Darius grabs his sword with his bare hands. This is where it all ends. The space around him blurred into nothingness. The bricks nearby started to vanish. Darius still grips Jemmy's sword, tightly, panic flickering in his eyes at what's unfolding before him. Jemmy felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, did he just deactivate Grimia with pure strength alone? You monster. At this moment, Ziafed and Han Lao hurriedly rushed to call the young master. Darius smiled smugly and said, "I never thought I'd meet someone like you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jemmy, I am your friend." Darius hesitated, and his awkward expression left both of them staring in stunned surprise. Even Jemmy couldn't understand what was happening, her face frozen in shock as she stammered, "What?" After everything settled down, he explained, "Long ago, Hugh, I first met Chobil at the tavern where the strongest gather." He reminisced about that busy inn filled with laughter and chatter until their eyes unexpectedly met. Immediately, instinct took over, and both Chobil and I recognized each other's true power. From that day on, we fought to the death every single day. However, there's one move he would never use. Darius sat gazing at the 2 indentations in the ground and asked his friend standing beside him, "Hey, my brother, you're definitely not going to let me see it, are you?" The other friend replied, "All right, if it's you, I trust you enough to hand it over." Darius asked again, confused, "Trust me with this." Your grandfather turned away happily and said, "My grandson is about to be born. This is a secret technique passed down only to him, watch carefully." Then he leapt onto the flat ground, gave some instructions, and began teaching him again. That move is called the Creation's Ultimate Technique. Drawing from his position, he unleashes a colossal wave of power that pierces straight into the sky, looking utterly unstoppable. Darius is completely focused now, executing the very techniques his grandfather left behind. The 3 young ones behind are also watching intently, as he wipes out an entire section of space while executing his move. Darius speaks softly. "This is an extremely difficult technique. Mine's just a cheap imitation." No one in the world knew about this secret technique, but Chill had mastered it to the level of a true master. These revelations left Jai utterly stunned. "Master, the highest realm a swordsman can reach is the sacred fire of the Sun God's path, or say damn space sword. Those are the closest to that level. But no one in humanity has ever reached this realm before." After completing it, he turned to the kid and asked, "You understand everything now?" Jai stepped forward and responded calmly. Then clenching his fist with determination, he said, "But if I continue down the path of a swordsman, it also means I'm stepping into his territory." Darius immediately replied, "Exactly. I want to see you improve and become the best in the future. Don't let me down." Han at this moment, clueless, asked, "That's all? I thought you came here to take us down." The guy next to him broke out in a cold sweat, warning, "Hey, are you crazy? Why do you always have to ask questions that ruin everything? It's fine." Darius raised his hand and spoke, "I'll pretend I didn't hear a thing. My only goal was to meet Bill's grandson." When we saw each other again, Japheth immediately glared at Han and said, "Thanks to you. Fran's appearance is getting worse. How stupid can you be?" Han glared back and asked, "What?" The 2 adults were bickering, while Jamie on the side thought to himself he was sure he heard them say they would break the Vios seal. But now there's nothing to worry about anymore. This is the perfect chance to heal him. Aja was lying on the ground writhing in pain when he sat up beside him. Follow my orders. Jai cast healing magic on him. Han turned around surprised and asked, Oh, you're really caring for him, huh? Thanks, but no need to thank me. If you're truly grateful, then let me meet Vios, he said seriously. What's running through Aja's mind right now? Of course nothing. But out loud he suddenly says, Of course if you want, just follow us. He was panicking inside. Why? Why did I accept his request? Jemmy glanced back and whispered, Perfect. He silently cheered, I'm about to find Vios. Braha, now leaning on a rock, asked did the master forget Alex's words. Aja suddenly remembered and snapped back to reality. Ah, I forgot I need to make a call. A voice echoes from inside the sphere. Why is the master calling me? It's urgent we found the ones who were sold. Aja was speaking when the person on the other side of the crystal ball hurriedly interrupted. Wait, I'll call you back later. Release them. The villain. Jai, hearing that familiar voice, slowly froze in panic. The voice earlier was Benna. Going back a few hours on a street, a tired voice was heard. Luckily, I managed to escape. Vina is now hiding in a dark corner, searching. But where's my master? He left me behind again. Suddenly, I heard someone calling for help. There was a scream. Venna was a little startled. The ring on her finger suddenly spoke. As an elf. Thinking about Valkyrie without sensing the presence of an elf, that's exactly what an elf would do. She thought of the two people in the iron cage earlier, those creatures who had been sold off. Surely they're being tortured right now. She clenched her lips in worry, then charged forward and shouted, Phil, help me, we're going to save them. The ring obeyed instantly, understood. Returning to the present, Venna stormed forward and shouted at the person in front, Let them go, you monster. The person on this side also shouted in confusion. I should be the one saying that. Where did you take them? Small drops of water are falling onto your forehead, and then as if realizing something you lift your head. The water's gone. Above a ghostly figure screams and drips water, making the girl feel like she's about to faint. Venna on this side is just as confused and gasps. How did this mud get here? Then she muttered darkly, just thinking about it, biting someone. Looks like this beast needs some serious training. Without hesitation, she grabbed her weapon and charged forward. The person on this side shouted a warning, it's extremely dangerous. Venna leapt up and swung her hammer down on the giant dog that had just barked and sat down. The dog in pain howled and collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling, a swelling bulging on its head. Confused, Venna asked, What's going on, Phil? It's not this girl, it's someone over there. The girl below, helpless, spoke up, Wait a second. Then she looked terrified as if she might faint, and thought, Did she just talk to that hammer? Then he asked one strike to take down a whole pig. Who is she? The scene shifts to a prison cell, where a figure stands guard at the gate. Venna peers inside, worry etched on her face, and says, the door's locked. Inside, there are two slaves sold at the auction. The white-haired girl finally speaks up. Move aside, that's a sealing spell. Vina was confused, thinking, wait, we're on Halthion's side. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, startling both girls. A man suddenly appears and orders the guards to capture the intruders. The other man, hearing the command, quickly draws his sword and rushes toward them. Venna hurriedly raises her hammer to defend herself, struggling to hold her ground as she thinks, I'm too strong, we can't win this. That little rat is just a sneaky liar with a truly despicable look on its face, let it die. Ven was now utterly panicked, trembling just as much as the hammer in his hand. Oh no, he's here. Suddenly a magic array from behind charges forward, attacking that bastard from above, making him scream in pain. Aha, Jemmy appears now smiling as she says, You're so weak, you can't even fight back, huh? You're now arguing with the old blonde man who cheerfully called out Benamaster, and she responded. He then ordered, Stay here, let me escort the elves to safety. Venna hesitated, then shook her head. Sorry, but I can't leave my master alone. Go on, at this point she can't refuse anymore, she has to answer. Yes, I understand. Then she turned and saw the wounded people leaving. The old blonde man had just released her grip, running away as he said, You, with the wizard's jade hair, impossible. Do you even know who I am? He asked sharply. Since you've recognized me, I'll grant you a favor. At this moment he was trembling with fear, collapsing to the ground in terror. Jemmy continued, Seeing Vin Han leave your body is now soaked in Leviathan's Than's blood, and in the end only dark crimson stains remain on the floor. Braha hurriedly rushed over, shouting loudly. The elves inside Venna happily hold the bandages, smiling and saying, Oh, an elf. It's okay, everything's fine now. Braha tears up with relief, sitting down and asking her, Thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? Venna was a bit surprised and replied, It's nothing. Suddenly realizing something, Braha asked, But why is a van here? Venna looked back in surprise. Oh, you know Valkyrie. That red hair? Don't tell me. Braha said it out loud. Ven looked confused, only now noticing the hair. Braha finally burst into joy, grabbing her hand and exclaiming, Oh my god, the princess is still alive. Venna, confused and desperate, asked again. Princess Braha, tears welling up, poured out her story without stopping. I thought you had disappeared 10 years ago. The princess is begging you come with me. If we go back to our hometown now, we stop immediately, Jai said with annoyed tone. That's my disciple. If you take her, I'll personally roast you alive. Braha didn't take kindly to being talked back, huh? What? What, this could threaten the very survival of an entire race. Humans, stay out of this. Both of you stop right now. A loud shout echoed through the air. The other person struck him down hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Han steps in and reminds him there's no more time to delay this mission. Braha and Alex led the elves quickly to the hidden place. Jamie hurriedly turned away, not forgetting to tell Venna. Venna, go back to the tent. She immediately responded. Yes. Suddenly Braha handed her a magic orb and said, take this. Venna still didn't understand what was happening, but she responded anyway. Before I go, Braha told me if I want to see my family, I just need to use this gem to contact you. Alex Venna gently holds the orb, lost in sorrowful thoughts. His family stands on a flat hilltop gathered together, and he's missed them for what feels like an eternity. Jamie watches intently as the key to freeing Vios is about to be lowered. Finally, I get to see you again, Biose. The moment the key to freeing Vios is placed on the object below. Is someone trying to wake me up? A voice echoed as a massive beam of light engulfed the mountain. The deal between me and her, it's over. Who's waking me up? Vios now, in a tiny form, hovers above, and all three of them stare down in stunned silence. Did I wake him up the right way? He's too small. Vios was overjoyed. Is this finally the day Kai arrives? Han looked down at the helpless little creature and asked, we're here to seek your help as promised by our ancestors' pact. What day is it? Vios looked up in confusion. What do you mean? You fools, did you really wake me up without knowing anything? The one who should have awakened me after 66.66 years on the day of revelation. Aren't you going to listen to Siora's words? It's been a while, hasn't it? Suddenly a voice echoed in its mind. It's Jai. He smiled brightly, gazing at it. I'm back now. He may look a little different, but this energy Vios is so happy he's crying out loud. Master looks up at you with a gaze filled with longing. She touched his hand and exclaimed, wow, so adorable. It calls out emotionally. Master. Han suddenly cut off that touching story. Let him go, I have something to tell you about this little calf. Even a child is just a child. Jemmy whispered secretly to Vios. Hide it away, I can't let them catch me, just play along. Then he responded to Han. Yes. Vios obediently replied. Yes, master. Siegfried and Jamie laughed and walked away together. Siegfried said, if you've finished, then let's go. He happily replied, yes. Then he whispered to Vios, I'll return tonight, so remember to wait for me. At that moment she replied with pure happiness, you must come back. Master, the scene shifts to a different place. The moonlight shines bright under a deep purple sky with twisted trees looming below, making the image even more terrifying. A voice echoes, you've awakened. Suddenly, a foot emerged as if it had just shed its skin and stepped out. The other person said, everything's happening just like you said. Someone else stood with arms crossed, leaning against a tree, and smiled as they said, that's right, isn't it? In a room filled with voices. Family. A family. Venna, clutching the crystal ball on her bed, bows her head in silent, self-questioning. No, I already have my guardian. You saved me from that hellish school. Suddenly, Jai pushed the door open and called Venna. She quickly hid the sphere behind her, and responded to Du, her master. Then she forced a smile and said, we'll leave Zan Manor tomorrow. He replied, that's right. From now on, don't follow me anymore. Venna was stunned speechless by those words. What? Why did I suddenly become so weak? I remember the moments when in fights I was looked down upon. If I leave, I'll only be a burden. You're really weak. She questioned herself, was that why she felt like a burden? Her eyes filled with despair. I've let Sufur down all on my own. Head east. A voice called out once again. Venna jumped in surprise and asked, really? Jai continued, I'll definitely leave a place for you to come back. Go now, and reclaim Veneer Venna's power. Hurry, she calls out after your silhouette. Master G has already turned away, leaving one question. You know how to contact Fran, right? Time to sleep now, then get out of the house. Vina fell silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. The sphere slipped from her hand. Master, she rushed out and stood before the closed door, bowing her head as she said, thank you for everything. Jai is still standing outside, then a satisfied smile spreads across his face. Venna inside is still crying her heart out, but she will definitely come back stronger. Now on the mountain, just moments ago, the snow has completely covered everything. Jemmy approaches with a friendly smile and asks Hemos, have you been waiting long? Vios, overwhelmed with emotion, called out Master. Then suddenly he struck it hard and asked, you've become arrogant and disrespectful, haven't you? Vios was now so exhausted, he looked like a crumpled piece of paper, sweating profusely as he gasped. He's truly the master. Inside, he thought his actions now were exactly like before. You immediately bent down and asked, what happened? At this point, Vios had sat up, exhaled deeply, and began to tell his story. As for that, Diablo Vofia left after the final battle. When he said I will definitely return, don't follow me. A few days later, the demons could no longer sense his presence. The wise serpent suddenly said, Bima, he will return. Let's stay out of the 12 gods' sight, and wait for him. Hidden beneath the volcano's depths, it waits for its master. But the longing for its owner is just too overwhelming. One day, a voice appeared and said I will help you fall asleep and free you from your pain. But promise me you'll help Fran in the future. After falling asleep from that day on, my body started shrinking, and my way of speaking changed too. The tiny Vios now stood on Jamie's hand. You immediately asked, do you know what happened to Chok Mun? It recalled, and replied, I don't know where he is, but I'm sure he's still alive. But Break immediately snapped his fingers, summoning. Break himself then casually asked, you two are pretty close, huh, Break? Vi, seeing his old friend, couldn't help but cheer with joy. He hugged Break, and asked if he was okay. Break could only respond, go be. Soon after, Jemmy spoke up. Beot, if there's something you need to do, follow Frainer and learn about a person named Ice. He immediately responded, I accept the mission. Alright, Yema go on. And there's one more thing, I have a request. This statement makes it hard to understand. A request, not an order. Dr. Du, standing nearby, shouted out as well. Jemmy sat down and said, a girl named Benna will go with you. She's a subordinate, and also my friend. Take care of her. Vios happily jumps around. Gahu, a new friend, don't worry. A new teammate. You should be stronger, so I can trust you to handle what's ahead. A battle will erupt someday. She got the item, didn't she? Siegfried is now appearing at Miss Curiel's shop. You wear a friendly smile, just confirm it. On the table now is a box along with the heart of the dark sheep. Miss Curiel replied, oh, you've got it. Then she tossed something to him and said, here's what you asked for regarding the payment. Siegfried with a smile confidently replied, I'll use the book you gave me last time since I got a free item then. She also solemnly took back the heart-shaped box and said, alright, as long as there are no issues with the item in the future, I don't really care. Jemmy, sitting nearby, stands up and looks at the item in the box. This is a piece of Ian. Siegfried asked, do you know what that shard is, Ian? It's a fragment of a meteorite from the asteroid Ian, which crashed into the continent 100 years ago. Eternal mana is condensed within it. A place where mana is drawn from nature and amplified 20 times over. What are you planning to do with it? Jai asked. Siegfried just chuckled softly and responded as if he hadn't answered. That's a secret. While the two guys were arguing loudly, Miss Curiel stepped in and said, I have something to say to this kid. You can leave now. Siegfried turned back, confused, and asked, what do you mean? Jai teased back with a smirk. It's a secret. Miss Curiel couldn't hold it in and shouted, get out now. Siegfried simply sighed and turned away. All right, after closing the door, she turned back and said, fine, take me there. In the world of darkness, the two stand face to face within a magic circle. She says, everything's ready now. Jemmy quickly replied, then I'll get started. Between the two of them, a magic orb spun, flipping and twisting, reaching to the other side of the world. Opposite to that world's light, the realm of darkness, the glow from the orb grows stronger with each passing moment. King, you rule over the shadows, grant me your blessing of prosperity. A portal to the other world opens, revealing a space filled with shimmering stars. Miss Curiel and Jamie stand before the mysterious gateway, gazing into the unknown. Mrs. Curiel was about to run in, her face full of joy, when suddenly Jai stepped forward and said, hold on, you're a bit too fired up. What are you planning to do, huh? You hurriedly explained, I also have that free item. I'll return the money I borrowed. Once someone returns the soul contract that's been nullified, I'm no longer in any danger. You can only enter once, I give my approval. Miss Curiel responded softly after hearing that. You should have spoken sooner. Jamie turned his head and looked back. At this moment, you've stepped through the portal into another world. Miss Curiel is also getting ready to follow. In front of you now stands the silhouette of a woman. This energy, this power, that shadow has two blazing, piercing eyes. That person exclaimed, ah, you're back. Are you Diablo of no mercy? Years ago, Venus, you traveled the world in disguise and met Diablo, the eternal vessel of the 12 gods, a rare human. And yet you turned out to be the very embodiment of a hero. How utterly ridiculous. However, he lost in the 4 great battles and lost all his allies. Venus Fleur, under the watch of the 12 gods, brought him to her world and granted him access to a fragment of the dark realm. Jemmy from her past life now gazed happily at what she held and smiled. I've perfected it, a new source of power, Hukmana Na, has been forged. But in the end I heard he was killed by the 12 gods. What happened? The woman who appeared inside said, with that adorable look I see. Jai silently responds, I didn't die, but I was sealed away. When I woke up, I was already in this form. She responded mockingly, almost laughably. So what's the story this time? You immediately replied, someone wants to come here. After some thought, she agreed. I will grant permission to that person. Jamie stepped out and told Mrs. Curiel, just go straight. She was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Ah, at last, after entering that space, I left a message. I've left a few things in the shop. Outside Avalon it will be of great help to you." She explained it's a staff made from demon crystal taken from Tearing Mountain, one of the 6 forbidden lands of the world. They detected an enormous amount of mana in its central water pipe. No one could get close, that place was a deadly pond, an endless whirlpool of chaos. Hearing that I had to ask that thing must be incredibly expensive. "Why did you give this to me? My son Vin is about your age." The image of her son appears. Jai, after hearing it, is left a bit stunned. "At last I can finally see you, my child," as young Curiel stepped in and said. You fall silent for a moment. What you see out there is only an illusion of the one who's gone. That hell. You watched her tiny figure fade away, then closed your eyes in sorrow. It will be your eternal sanctuary of peace. After a moment, footsteps echo outside the door. Jamie, with a look full of wealth and confidence, says to the translator, "Let's go." They start walking down the street. Ziff steps forward and speaks. "It's time to say goodbye to the holy pill." Jai immediately asked, "Are we heading to the demon realm now?" He didn't object. "Of course. Naturally. In the end, that's our true destination." Siegfried cheerfully rambled on with excitement. "Should we talk about your stories on the way there? The young master's all-around skills or tales of Princess Valkyrie sound pretty interesting." It made Jai feel a bit helpless, like she thought he wouldn't bring it up again. 2 weeks later, they arrived at a hidden city shrouded in swirling smoke. "This is the demon realm," Jamie exclaimed. "It's colder than I thought." Siegfried chuckled in response. "That city was built by the first king himself. The city is creating that magic circle. A circular matrix is forming right in the middle. If you can't see, just ask which magic circle." Zfed hummed softly and replied, "If I tell you, it won't be as interesting anymore." Ji Yushu said, "Oh right. I figured you wouldn't say anything." The best medicine of the Apopis era right now is a spaceship flying through the sky with a tall building at the pharmacy nearby below. Jemmy looked around as he walked and said, "The magic technology here in the demon world is truly incredible." ZF quickly explained, "That's what makes this place on par with the demon kingdom." Then I pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to Jemmy. "We're heading to the shop, just circle around and push forward." "Young master, you're focused and reading carefully." "Yes." Siegfried sighed playfully. "It would be terrible if you got lost, so I'll give you this a magic map to find the lost children." Jai was furious, but she had no idea what to do. Honestly. Now the scene shifts to a different street, where a girl with blue hair clutches her bag, tears streaming down her face as she runs in worry. "I told him I'd be there before the opening ceremony. I'd be late. I knew it." This is Anne Mermer, a student at the Phoenix Academy. Suddenly her eyes light up as an idea strikes her. "Since today is the opening ceremony, J.K. Fed and the owner will be coming right if I show them the magic I just learned. Imagine yourself being praised." Siegfried happily giving a thumbs up to you. "That's perfect. And I didn't realize your talent before. Will you become my disciple?" He was speaking and giving flowers to her at the same time, making Anne so happy she jumped for joy. "Yes, master." Suddenly, as she passed by Jemmy, she stopped curious, thinking a young boy was all alone. Is he a new student? And suddenly remembered her own past, standing alone, tears falling, clueless and lost. She asked softly, "Where is this?" She immediately forced a bitter smile, remembering how lost she used to be so many times before. Jai looked up from below, puzzled. "That's a plane. If I had one, it'd be so much easier." Suddenly, a hand clapped onto his shoulder, calling out. Jai immediately turned back with a terrifying look. Anne was startled when he saw that expression, momentarily speechless. "You turned around completely and asked, 'What do you want from me?'" She cautiously stepped back. He hurriedly wondered to himself, "What was that cold stare just now? Did I misread it? He's just a kid after all." When no response came, Jai turned coldly and said, "If you have nothing to say, then go." And immediately spoke up. Wait, you're the new student at Phoenix Academy, right?" Jimmy asked, puzzled. "What an academy?" She quickly grabbed his hand, holding it tight. "Now's not the time for this. The opening ceremony is about to begin." Jemmy was peacefully minding his own business when suddenly he was dragged away, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. Fine. Let her take her." We cut to another scene, dragged along because I had nothing to do. "But is this mysterious girl, a student here? You let in drag you along while you were just thinking. Around you there are so many students already gathered here. This is the prestigious Phoenix Demon Academy, the top school of the demon realm." A commanding image of a man appears surrounded by laughter and chatter. "This is the Amello Hall where the graduation ceremony takes place. The students have all gathered here, sitting in their seats." And then he turned back smiling and asked Jay, "What do you think? Pretty awesome, right? You just feel exhausted thinking you're already starting to tire." Then suddenly she smiles beautifully, clasping her hands together and says, "Welcome to the academy." You immediately explained, "Wait, I'm not a new student." And at that moment I thought to myself, "Oh right, my purpose. I forgot I had something to do." Then I hurriedly ran off, leaving only these words behind, "I have to go now." Jai was speechless, then sighed. It's almost time to meet Thut Lao. I should get going. You. Suddenly, a voice echoes out, and the trembling man points furiously at Jai. Why are you here? This is Lei Nong, the second son of the Marquis of Shimong. Before he could finish speaking, he pointed at me in confusion and asked, Who are you? Lei Nong froze in place, memories flooding back him, kneeling before Jai long ago, wondering if he remembered. I still have nightmares about it. A terrifying giant eye appeared, but then he remembered his father's words, I will teach you magic. After my father started teaching me, everything began to fall into place. A compliment was given, you're doing pretty well. Now you can go to the academy. Do I really have to fight this monster? Panic overtook him as his mind spiraled out of control. Jemmy turned back and asked, Who are you that makes you tremble instinctively? Speak up. Li, recalling this face from the past, calmly said, Shimong, that arrogant brat. I told Count Shimong to teach him a lesson. He couldn't help but wonder, why do I have to go to the academy? He's already at the 3rd level, not bad. He pointed his trembling finger at you and asked, Don't tell me. You're also attending the academy. Jai sighed and said, You reckless kid. You think you're funny now, huh? But I'm not amused. From behind, ZF approached and called out, Young master, what are you doing over there? I've searched everywhere for you. And seeing him appear nearby, shouted loudly, Huh, young master, ZF. This leaves him pale and helpless. Jai glanced back and asked, Do you have a disciple? Zigfed forced a nervous laugh and said, No, that's not it. Let's go. Everyone was waiting when a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Let me through, young master. Wait just a moment. He reached out and called, Wait, please. But it was too late. Both of them had already vanished in a flash of magic. He broke down in tears, whispering, He's gone. Damn that confusing bastard. He turned around upon hearing, and asked Lu, Are you talking about the kid who went with the young master? He replied irritably. What, you don't know who he is? Then with clenched teeth and fury in his voice, he snarled Jai, that damn monster called the greatest genius of the human world. Anne still calmly responded. Ah, Jay, it's like he suddenly understood everything, and he stared at Lenong with wide, stunned eyes, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Lao was frozen in place, standing there with his head bowed, completely motionless. Then her piercing scream echoed through the entire hall. JM stood at the central mage tower of the demon realm, where the emblem of the mage tower was proudly displayed inside. One of them finally speaks up, they've found him. Surrounded by a crowd sitting around a round table at the center, a luminous space forms into a towering spire. The 4th elder of the Daimon clan, a noble. He pointed to his chest and smiled softly, saying, I can't wait to meet the greatest genius of the continent. A man sat at the round table, leaning back in his chair, arms crossed. He was the 3rd elder of the Cent Empire. His face twisted into a mocking sneer at them. You guys are overreacting. Then he added a mocking remark, he's just a kid after all. Hearing this, Elder Lu Adel Heaven, of the neutral faction, spoke up. She pointed directly at Elder Tam's face, laughing loudly and marveling at him. Haha, oh my god, Elder Tam, she feinted and added more. It seems like you're really scared of a kid half your age taking your spot. Hearing the argument, Elder Wu, who was leading the neutral faction with Fren, glanced over at Elder Lu, smiling awkwardly and embarrassed, blushing as he asked her, Adel H. Why would you say such a thing? Seeing him ask Adel H., Revan still sat upright with his hands flat on the table, proud and defiant, raising his head to question. Hung, did I say something wrong? Seeing her so smug, SP clenched his teeth in anger, trembling with rage as he shouted. Just as a fight seemed inevitable, a calm, soothing voice suddenly echoed. Haha, calm down now. A man with a neatly braided beard speaks up, reminding everyone. We can't greet our guests with such shameful scenes. Seeing that Elder Malin Mayo, the leader of the noble faction beside him, crossed his arms, bowed his head, closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought, silently confirming that he had arrived. Suddenly, someone stepped through the door, their voice gentle and calm. It's an honor to meet you all. He stepped in immediately after. Standing at the door, confidently announcing himself, I'm Jemmy, son of the Welton family. Inside, the man's sudden tension left the 5 elders stunned in shock. Frezin was stunned, narrowing his eyes with suspicion. He froze in place. Next, Elder Luadel Heaven stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, and declared at least the next stage is terrifyingly uncertain. Elder Damon also glanced at him, his face still full of contempt. At the first call, Elder Malin Mayo couldn't help but lift his head thoughtfully, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. He observed that the boy had grown so much since the last time they met. He looked at them with suspicion, sizing them up silently, so these must be the elders. Then he added, it seems everyone is at a higher level than me. Immediately after, he looked back at the 3rd elder of the serpent, who was frowning and glaring at Jamie with rage, trembling with anger, hands clenched tightly. He calmly offered his assessment of him, everyone else that is. Then quietly Jai glanced at him and thought to himself, is he a 6-star mage? He was so furious, staring at him with veins bulging, muttering, a kid like him, but I don't care. He kept analyzing the situation, but it seemed like he was buried in shame, and that only held him back from making progress. Soon after, Ma Lin Mao's friendly voice echoed a warm smile on his face as he waved at him. "It's been a while, huh? Jai, you look stronger now." He didn't forget to praise you, and Jai, without hesitation, smiled humbly and skillfully, returned the compliment to him. "It's all thanks to the breathing technique you taught me." He saw that and responded to him. "It's been a long time." The Marquis then approached the round table with the second elder Marin Mayo quietly behind him, speaking in a soft, excited tone. "Are you still studying swordsmanship?" He added his own opinion, "and honestly, if I were you, I'd say you'll be fine." Seeing that, he also bowed his head in response. "Thank you, sir. I hope next time I'll have the chance to fight you." Hearing him say that, the SP elder sitting beside him chuckled, mockingly grimacing as he said, "Ha ha, a mage going to sword fight." He added that, truly those words came from the lips of the lowly, who only know how to throw punches. Hearing him mockingly laugh like that, he quickly straightened up and cut him off, warning him to watch his words. Next to him, Elder Ma Lin Mayo shot him a glance, annoyed at his rude interruption. Immediately, Jemmy shot a glance at him, eyes burning with fury, as he clenched his teeth and warned, "My father." As one of the practitioners of physical training, hearing his interrogation, the third elder of SP quickly grew nervous, stammering in panic. "No, that's not it." Seeing him still stubborn, he turned furious and demanded an answer with a sharp, angry voice. "So that's how it is." Then he sneered, adding insult to injury in his fury. "Maybe it's because your words are just too high level for me to understand." Jai sneered, covering her face as she trembled, whispering to herself to hold back the laughter at the mockery. Hearing him question like that, the dark SP elder's face darkened with shock, and he fell silent. He stammered for a long moment, only able to utter one word. The man over there with his neatly tied beard chuckled in confirmation. Elder Tam truly made a mistake. Then he didn't hesitate to laugh loudly, trying to appear friendly. Maybe he only had good intentions, offering advice and hoping not to offend him. "This is Offenjinger." I could tell from his calm voice that he's the Emperor's advisor, and he didn't hesitate to add he's also one of the 2 Grand Mages of the kingdom. Remember the title of Sky Mage, as he stands calmly under a stormy, lightning-filled sky, hands clasped behind his back. He further deduces that his name comes from his power to control the weather. The old man squinted, smiling faintly as he looked at Jamie with dominance and softly spoke. "Thank you for accepting our invitation. Welcome to the demon realm." His voice grew heavier, emphasizing the young mage's name. Seeing that Siegfried couldn't hold back anymore, he let go of his face, turned around and frowned as he warned Jinger. "He's a second-tier mage. Acting like that, isn't that a bit rude?" Hearing this, he chuckled happily, crossed his arms and apologized to them. "This old man has been rude." Then he turns around and asks for forgiveness. "Please forgive me, Jai, my dear." Right after Mr. Offenjinger reaches out and takes the steaming teacup on the table, a look of regret lingering in his eyes. If possible, he interrupted, and then continued, "I'd love to support your research facility," but he looked at you with hidden intent, calmly asserting, "Those who don't work don't deserve to eat." Then Offenjinger spoke up again, explaining that it's the iron law of the demon realm. He looked at the symbol on the cloth hanging inside the meeting room. Then he turned and asked Jai for his opinion. "Jai, what do you think?" Hearing that, I was stunned, filled with confusion as I looked at him. Seeing my bewilderment, he spoke more clearly to explain. "Do you really think you can become," he whispered softly, "a member of the demon realm?" Outside the demon town, the streets were bustling with activity, crowded and lively. Jai, in a corner, furrows her brow, lifts her head, and sighs beside him. Riff, seeing her so distressed, frowns and asks him softly, "Honestly, that's just too much, isn't it, young master?" Hearing that, he responded with a dejected look, "It's okay." They recall the conversation with Jinger in the conference room, where he leans on the table smiling as he looks at the two of them and asks, "The academy is in need of talented individuals, right?" Principal Ziegfeld wondered aloud, "And you also sensed something was off, frowning as you asked, why all of a sudden?" As soon as he received the reply, Thien confirmed that he had struck first at both of them. "I hope Jai can step in as a temporary professor for a month." He saw that and turned pale, shouting at him with confusion. "What?" Next to Ziegfeld, he heard it and was stunned, asking in disbelief. Then Offenjinger burst into loud laughter, making the decision himself before they could even recover. If no one said anything, that means everyone agrees, right? Then he eagerly spoke with trust, confident that with the headmaster's help he'd be fine. He kept smiling, even as reality hit him. Siegfried, frustrated and fed up, quickly turned away, his face hardening as he made his decision. "I've got to deal with those lunatics right now." Seeing that Jai also hesitated, then frowned, and grabbed his cloak, pulling him back. He forced a nervous smile and said, "Don't just make sure to be careful next time. It's all good." Seeing you still trying to endure, Rickfried turned to look at you and said, "If anything strange happens, tell me." Then he added with a warning, "Even if I look like this, I'm the principal." He spoke with the utmost seriousness. I laughed it off, but then he challenged me directly. Ha ha, a principal forgetting the school's enrollment day, Jai said, watching a group of excited kids rush by. I want to learn magic as quickly as possible, the girl beside her added. Me too, I just asked the question. Hearing him say that, Siegfried hesitated, stumbling over his explanation. No, there's a reason for that. Then he lowered his gaze again, lost in thought, convinced he would never take on any more disciples. Jai recalls the hands that once wielded magic, shining with radiant light. He sits at the center while the children gather around, all silent in awe. His hand kept radiating a bright light. Jai cupped it with both hands in the middle of a forest. Next, the children stand up and walk toward him, their hands glowing with brilliant magic. One child speaks out, calling his name. Master, look at this. Next to her is a girl who's actually performing magic with such enthusiasm, adding her own touch. Seeing that, he rubbed his hands together and gave an encouraging pat to a distant red-haired girl who couldn't perform the spell. That night, under a full moon in a house still glowing with light, the red-haired girl sat in the library, staring at her empty palm, quietly lamenting her loneliness. I knew I couldn't do it. I was just a shy girl, doubting myself. Then a hand glowing with light appeared behind her, gently touching her shoulder. Startled, her red hair flicked as she turned to look. He stood beside her, softly, reaching out, offering comfort and reassurance. There's no rush. The girl looked up at the spell inscriptions on the table, her mouth agape in awe as she absorbed every word. Then he added a simple instruction: just take one step forward at a time. The next day in class, she finally mastered the spell. Her hand glowed with joy as she called out, Master, I did it too. Behind her friends, everyone was happily smiling at her. Seeing that, he stepped forward, lifting her up joyfully, praising her. The children around them clapped and cheered in celebration. As the memories fade and reality sets in, Jai remains lost in thought. Finally, with a blank expression, he concludes that those children need to see him walk away. He walks past the kids, silently calling himself in his mind. My disciple, that little rascal, is still excitedly calling out to start the new semester. Wait for me. Jai will make the decision just 1 month. He quickly brushed past the children, walking swiftly, while they hurriedly followed, each lost in their own thoughts. No need to dwell on it, Jur told himself. In another part of the country, a deafening scream echoes through the air. What? Under the full moon's dark night, this is Phoenix Academy's female dorm. Inside a room somewhere, a girl with a ponytail and fiery red hair sits on the bed, stunned, and screams in a fleeting cry. How could you not recognize Lord Jai? She added with his emerald eyes. And Mai, sitting beside her on the bed, forced a faint smile and replied, Haha, I don't know why. I just can't recognize you anymore. She shyly raised her hand to scratch her face, stumbling over her words as she spoke softly. I grabbed her hand and pulled her along, seeing that her red-haired roommate couldn't help but cover her face and scream with excitement. Ah, Lord Jai, you're holding my hand again. Hearing her say that, Anne Mermer couldn't help but question again. But why do you call him Lord J me? She also thought he was still pretty young. Hearing this, her friend couldn't help but jump up in panic, interrupting her with a scream. It made her feel flustered, so she leaned back as he boldly stepped forward. Your roommate skeptically asked, Are you really that stupid or just pretending? She didn't question further, instead launching into a boastful, endless explanation. Lord Jai is truly our shining star. She imagines his grumpy, battle-ready face in the most charming way possible, adorned with flowers and glowing lights, whispering words of praise. The greatest genius of all time, the sacred son of the goddess Po, and then he even added that he's the only son of the Welton family. Anne Mermer, hearing his friend describe him so eloquently, looked up, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh before confirming it. I don't know. Then I ignored everything and kept speaking. All right, I'm off to study. My roommate, seeing that, helplessly complained to her. You little fool. Then the red-haired girl suddenly remembers something, grabbing his hand with a bright smile as she looks toward Anne Mermer to relay the message. Hey, have you heard this? Even from the beta class. Noticing she didn't understand, she explained herself. He had already taken the supplement, and his scores shot up like crazy. She looked confused and confirmed again. That person who was about to drop out because they just couldn't get in no matter how much they studied. Seeing her, remember, her roommate eagerly pulled out a jar of medicine and smiled as she announced, I've already bought some too, and I've got one for you as well. Then she took a deep gulp, opened one eye to secretly watch her, and spoke up. I don't need it. Maya shook her head, frowning in refusal. Seeing that, her roommate, sipping her drink, looked at her and said, That's why I hate perfect students. Then she set the empty medicine bottle down on the table, excitedly asking her, Are you eating or not? She also confirmed with her roommate. I told you I had to study, but I explained that the Phoenix Academy, symbolized by a book barley and 3 stars, is a wizarding school founded by the great mage Amelfest, who helped build the kingdom. The Academy's grand scene is surrounded by powerful protective barriers. It's also known as the most prestigious academy in the demon world, boasting a history that spans hundreds of years. No wonder the Academy has trained thousands of powerful mages. The next morning at the academy, a kind-hearted man with a warm smile greeted everyone with genuine friendliness. "Finally, I get to see you." He added, "I'm the vice principal of Javelin Academy, and outside the window the snow has already started falling right here. At this very moment he led you while casually remarking, 'Meeting someone as distinguished as you is my great fortune.'" Jimmy also smiled, politely, humbly responding to him, "Me too." He quickly walks forward with a smile, then stands before the school council, hands on his hips, and confidently confirms, "I'm your temporary teacher, Jay." When they saw him below, everyone started buzzing with chatter. "Who's that? No way." They looked at him in shock, then Jai grinned warmly and said softly, "Let's help each other." And that's how the youngest professor was born. Hearing his name below, the whispers and murmurs started to rise again. Then someone looked at him leaning against the wall, eyes closed, smiling peacefully, and I had to ask myself, did I hear that right? Another person added details about the genius of the Wellencounts family. Immediately, Vice Principal Javelin cheerfully smiled, opening a door and then turning to Jamie to announce, "First, I'll take you to the negotiation room." Hearing that, he glanced at him to confirm the information. "Yes, of course." The two sit inside the room across from each other at the coffee table. He took a notebook from the desk and explained the academy's situation to Jamie. "We divide the classes based on skill levels. This is the council chamber Javelin mentioned earlier." Then he looked at the book on the table, along with the hierarchy chart, explaining that it's not based on age but on skill levels, classified into elementary, middle, and advanced tiers. And each rank is divided into subdivisions called Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. He added that Professor Jemmy will take over the Alpha elementary class. He waved his hand, closing the books on the table, and reminded him, "Now choose the subject you'll teach." Surprised, he froze, eyes wide with shock. He added, "Since you're already here, it'd be great if you could pick a tough one. You're quite outstanding after all." Hearing this, he looked at the papers spread out on the table, serious and deep in thought. Then he reflected and reassessed quietly. "I'm most confident in dark magic then. I deny it, but I can't teach it." Next, Javelin reaches out with a suspicious hand, questioning himself. "Can I really go back there?" Before I mastered dark magic in my past life, the orbit circles appeared vividly in my mind, and Javelin made a remark about returning as the so-called infinite mage. Then, with excitement, Javelin grabbed a class sheet, smiled, and made his decision. "I'll choose this one." Seeing that Javelin couldn't stop laughing and kept praising him. "Haha, that's an interesting choice." Then he looked at his watch to confirm the job with you. "Then I will place my hope in it." Next, he quietly reminded himself. "The meeting is about to start. I'll go call Professor Siver." Soon after, Mr. An leaves while Jamie gazes at the window, contemplating a force deep in thought. Huang, even though that building's been around for 500 years, its equipment still looks brand new. And just then, outside a girl's voice called out, looking directly at him. He suddenly turned around, looking at her with confusion and disbelief. She's Sophia, a professor at the Phoenix Academy, clutching the door with curiosity in her eyes, asking him, "Are you really, Lord J?" Behind him, a group of professors stared at him, their faces a mix of curiosity and shyness, cheeks flushed red. Then, without hesitation, they shed their doubts and quickly closed in, surrounding him completely. A person with vibrant mint green hair clasped their hands together, pressed them to their chest, and looked at him with determined eyes. "I heard you didn't back down even when facing a demon." He responded with a cryptic apology, "Please forgive me." A man beside him, eyes filled with admiration and excitement, asked again, "You're definitely friends with the disciple of the goddess Po, right?" Seeing them so eager, Jai felt a bit awkward and hesitated. Please forgive me." Sophia didn't even give him a chance to speak before she exclaimed, "Wow, your emerald hair is as stunning as a legend." Next, everyone quickly pulled out paper and pens, shouting wildly, "Ho ho, please, I want your signature too, me." He was caught off guard, leaning back in confusion, his face dark with fear at this overwhelming enthusiasm, and he screamed inwardly, why had it come to this? A moment later, Vice Principal Javelin cheerfully strode in, reaching out his hand toward him, speaking to Professor Siver behind him. "Professor Jai is over there this way." He looked in the direction of the pointing finger, hesitated, then awkwardly confirmed it. Over there, sensing something was off, Javelin glanced over and saw a crowd of people frantically surrounding Jamie, clutching paper and pens, and he froze in shock. Immediately, he rushed forward, confronting the leader, Professor Sophia, and scolding her. "Professor, if you keep acting like this, you'll get into serious trouble." Hearing that, a group of Bolerdissel protested, leaving the man behind feeling awkward as he watched the scene unfold. Then Javelin spoke up, calling out Professor Siver. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "Yes, I understand." Then they quickly left, their cries of sorrow echoing behind them. "Lord J, please don't go." The two rush into the room and slam the door behind them. Professor Silver stands nearby, speaking up with his own assessment. "Haha, maybe the professors got a little too excited." And also added, "That's because you're pretty famous." Hearing that he questioned suspiciously, "Me, sorry, you mean me." Seeing that he still doubted his own fame, Professor C added with surprise and admiration, "Jamie is a genius mage like a saint of the goddess Po, and also the precious child of the Welton family." Hearing this, he finally spoke as if he understood. "Yes, then he urged me to attend the rally at the Alpha Elementary School District of Phoenix Academy." Inside the classroom, a boy rests his chin on his hand, watching the person next to him with a smirk. "Model student, huh? Staying up all night, studying again. This is one 6-year-old drama." The person next to him happily responded, "Yeah, this time I'm definitely moving up to middle school." Hearing this, he quickly opened a jar, closed his eyes, and confidently declared, "No matter what happens, I'll be there this year." And Mayo sat beside him watching as he drank, and she looked surprised, confirming once more. "Huh, you took that same drug too." She added more. Baki also drank that. Her spell, he brought water to his mouth and gulped eagerly, while Enmaya above looked up in shock. "Oh." He speaks up, and in front of her is a red-haired boy brushing his bangs to the side with a somber look as he passes by. Inside, he's like a madman, proud and aloof. "No one here can beat me." Outside, he's just pretending to be cool and detached, but inside, he's judging himself. "It seems there's nothing to worry about after all. They make their plans, and I'll quickly showcase my talent and skip a grade." Suddenly a voice calls out, shattering his thoughts. "Red-haired." Anmao smiled brightly and asked if they had met before. Seeing her so enthusiastic, he clenched his teeth and turned to look startled, then shouted in anger, "Tense the red-haired." Anma kept smiling, waved at him politely, and said, "Nice to meet you." He looked at her and sneered, "What's your name?" Seeing her like that, he chuckled coldly and responded politely, "Lei Nong." Hearing that she asked again, Xmong, and confirmed Xmong's place right. In reality, he sneered, arrogantly full of pride inside. "Exactly. Go ahead, envy me. Since I was born, I've been different from all of you." He declared that, then made up his mind, "I'm heading straight to high school." As if it were obvious, Anmai stood in stark contrast to his hopes. She sighed, "Wow." Then he rested his chin on his hands, smiling warmly and kindly, as if he just figured something out, saying, "So you're the Count's son after all. Just keep asking me what you don't know, okay?" Deep down, he saw her like that and couldn't help but get angry, shouting inside, "But who is she?" Suddenly, a familiar voice from Professor Silver echoes from the door. "It's been a while since I saw everyone." He spoke up and asked, "Are you all doing well?" The entire class fell silent, eyes fixed on him until Dong Than spoke up. "Yes, I do." Immediately after he spoke again, "I have someone I want to introduce to you all. Come in," he urged. Someone quickly entered from the door. It's Jemmy, with a serious look, scanning the area above. Lu stared at him with a piercing gaze, his face darkening as he shouted inwardly, filled with fear. Why are you here?" Inside, the whispers and chatter grow louder. "Jade green hair." Someone else immediately dismisses it. "No way. That's gotta be it." The entire hall is staring intently at Jai and Professor Siver on the stage. Without waiting long, Professor Siver pointed at him and announced, "This will be your new teacher." He paused briefly, then emphasized. Jamie, still with a serious face, looked at the kids. Then he spoke up to greet them. "It's an honor to meet you." The deafening screams of the crowd echo non-stop through the hall. "There they go, everyone excitedly shouts your name, standing tall and proud. "Master Noodle." Immediately, the children and the crowd rush down from their seats. The chaos on the scene is deafening, screams of excitement fill the air. There Lord J stands. Someone didn't believe it, and ran while shouting in disbelief. "Is that really Lord Jai?" Professor Sai, pretending to witness this scene, quickly stepped in front of him, blocking the students, and looking flustered and awkward. The students kept screaming wildly, "Please look this way." Seeing such chaos, he sighed and grimaced, then suddenly shouted, "Everyone calm down." He raised his hand to signal silence, releasing a powerful energy that steadied the restless students. Moments later, a surge of mana spread throughout the hall, silencing everyone around. He then turned to the embarrassed and flustered children, his voice filled with stern reproach. "Everyone stop right there. In the Magic Academy, you dare to cause chaos right in front of the revered professor." Then Jai questioned whether this was the standard for the Alpha class. Seeing his dominance above, Lenong sat trembling in place, hands slack, chin resting on his palm, panic rising inside as he made his judgment. "What's so honorable about him? He's just like one of them." He interrupted, then shouted inwardly with emphasis, "That crazy bastard." Jai kept questioning them, refusing to stay silent. "Those first 2 days I was deeply disappointed." Next to Professor Siver, he looked at his quiet students with a puzzled expression. Then he solemnly added his own thoughts. "But I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves." He interrupted, then asked, "Can you guess which subject I'm going to teach?" Immediately after, a student boldly guessed. "Chemistry, huh? I also told that person you're wrong, I'm afraid." Another student hesitantly raised their hand and asked, "You mean understanding and analyzing the history of magic?" Jemmy, hearing that, also spoke up, challenging him. "Is there really a useless subject like that out there?" There are still quite a few students eager to answer. Suddenly, a fist shoots up. And Mayor, the sharp-eyed girl, confidently looks at him, voice steady as she makes her deduction, her fist still raised high. Master, since you're a Grand Mage, you won't be teaching ordinary subjects. She also thought there were advanced courses like understanding the many facets of attributes and magic circles before dismissing them entirely. But we learned about energy in high school, she said, finally voicing her doubt. So you'll be in charge of teaching the magic circle class, right? Hearing this, Jai looked up at the girl, suddenly realizing in his mind, could she be the girl he met at the entrance ceremony? Then he silently judged, she doesn't seem to have much mana, but she's in the alpha class. Then Jai calmly shook off his thoughts and softly confirmed with certainty. He even took a moment to praise Anmermea, your analytical skills are impressive. Seeing that she excitedly raised one fist while the other held two fingers up in celebration, smiling brightly as she said, I knew I was right. Next to Phi, he looked at her and chuckled, letting out a surprised exclamation. Just as expected, the model student below her desk, Lenong, was so furious, she slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone nearby. He clenched his teeth and grimaced. Leong's face paled with sweat, glancing up at the table above him, shouting silently in disbelief. She was recognized by that guy Jai. Then he questioned her again. Who is she? Professor Seaver clapped, softly smiling as he reminded everyone. The introduction is over. He told him to study hard. The young student quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. After class in the teacher's lounge, Jai sat down, let his arms hang loose, and looked up with a sigh. Worn out and exhausted, he gazed at the notice pinned to his desk's bulletin board, lost in thought. The class starts tomorrow. Then he started questioning himself again. They said I'd be taking my first class with the former teacher. Then Jamie looked at the file folder with a photo of someone grimacing and skeptically made a judgment. Is this the professor in charge of the Magic Circle class? Read the information and tell me. Kenny is a 5th-level mage written across many pages. Then he cautiously recalls the grimace of monkey-like Elder Serpent, his heart tense with suspicion he's a disciple of Spen. Suddenly, Sophia steps beside him, warning him softly, better be careful. Hearing that her hand still holding the document, she looked up at her and asked Lai, what's going on? She saw he didn't understand, so she quickly covered her mouth and winked, whispering an explanation. He's a little insecure. Then he added a few more teachers who were completely captivated by her. Seeing her genuinely trying to remind him, he responded, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. She hesitated and spoke up. Then... Sophia cut her off, grabbing a pen and paper, looking at him. She asked, can I get your signature? He looked at her, then sighed, feeling helpless. Suddenly, an unfriendly voice interrupted their conversation. As expected, a famous person, Kenny, stood behind them, looking annoyed. He shot a glance at Sophia and sneered. There's a signing event in the teacher's lounge, by the way. Seeing this, Sophia's face paled. She shot a nervous look at him, her heart pounding with embarrassment. Professor Kink secretly judged him deep down. Kenny Ak, the professor in charge of the magic circle. Hearing him throw those jabs, Professor Sophia was flustered, frozen in place, unable to move or deny it. It's not like that at all. Before she could finish, Kenny waved her off and urged, go back to your seat, Professor. Meanwhile, he remained silent, clutching the information in his hand as Sophia, hearing these words, stammered in response. Yes. After she left, he also stood up kindly, raised his head, and extended a friendly hand to greet him. Nice to meet you, I'm Jai. But before I could speak, Kenny stepped right up to him, glaring with a scowl, face to face, demanding answers. I heard you've been learning swordsmanship since you were 10, right? Then he added, only someone who's endured great hardship could become such a talent. Then he warned Jai, but it's better if you prepare yourself thoroughly. He placed a hand on his shoulder, his face twisted in a grimace, a sinister, unfriendly smile as he delivered his warning. I won't go easy on you. Seeing that he also spoke softly. Then he interrupted again, his face filled with contempt, glaring at Kenny, as he shoved his hand off his shoulder, voice dripping with defiance. Those are the things I desire. The next morning, I walk through the hallways of Phoenix Academy. In the classroom, a blonde girl stands up, turns around, and shouts a warning to the others. He's coming, she warns, her voice trembling with urgency. Everyone sit down, the demon professor is coming. Following that call, the classroom door was forcefully swung open. Kenny grimaced, his voice dark and threatening. Hamo, if you call me that one more time, I'll make sure you never set foot in school again. Jai followed behind him, covering her mouth with her hand, a mischievous smile on her face as she silently chuckled to herself. When the demon professor heard that the teacher might get expelled, the girl froze in surprise, obediently letting out a small gasp. After settling the class, Kenny placed the stack of papers he'd prepared on the desk, looked at it, and called out with the sharpest sarcasm. Great Jam Welton, he announced, then informed the kids they'd be having a lesson on the magic circle. Then he turned back to the rowdy students, sneering as he mocked them once more. But a genius isn't necessarily a great teacher. His hand swiftly lifted the pile of papers off the desk, grimacing as he looked at the students while he, furious at Kenny Ak's words, shouted incomprehensibly in frustration at him. What? Ignoring Jimmy's discontent, he announced to the students, "All right, today we're having a test." As soon as he finished speaking, Kenny used magic to deliver the test papers to each student, softly saying, "Here." The students, their faces twisted with frustration and defiance, looked at the papers unwillingly, but their hands still reached out to accept them. He added, "We'll be learning how to cast six-star magic." And of course, Jimmy also received a sheet, glanced at the exam content, then subtly looked over at Kenny, silently praising him. "He's preparing a good lesson, huh? And that guy still looks annoyed, glaring fiercely at the students." Seeing that, he silently assessed himself, curious just how skilled he truly was. Then Kenny-ok raised his hand, glancing at the students with an impassive face, and continued to speak. "The common magic circle usually follows the same pattern." He interrupted, then added more. "Normally, to activate the six-star magic circle, you'd use the moon, the sun, and the stars between your index and middle fingers. He concentrates his magic stars, representing the universe, the sun symbolizing the day world." Kenny observes and notes that the moon is the realm of the night. He pushed his hand, and a moon-shaped circle appeared around the giant sun in front of him. "You can encircle them with a ring, and merge them into one." Then he offered more insights, and from that we had a complete magic circle. Kenny-ok's voice still echoed endlessly through the lecture hall. "Depending on the type of magic you desire, their symbols will change. And based on how those symbols are arranged, their power will vary." Then he stood on the podium, waving his hand as the magic circle he just cast slowly faded away into nothingness. He added, "So you must carefully consider your positions from the very start." Kenny explained further, "There's no specific method yet to organize the symbols most effectively, but research is ongoing." Before he could spread any more misinformation, I immediately cut in, questioning him with suspicion. "You still don't know?" Seeing his lecture interrupted Kenny. Ok glared angrily at Jai, scowling with a dark expression, and asked, "Could it be that this genius has already found a solution?" Seeing him ask that, Jai sighed reluctantly, a smug smile spreading as he spoke. All he had to do was draw the path for it. Seeing that, he immediately spoke up to oppose him. Everyone knew that, but Jai cut him off as he shouted, "Look here, my index finger keeps moving, drawing a line through the circle I just made, dividing it into a plus sign with a sundae. Now I'll draw the guiding lines, sun here, moon there." Seeing him skip the steps, he immediately burst out, laughing mockingly. "Haha, then the magic circle will fall apart instantly. You can't erase the connection using basic mana theory, it's not clear." He asked you with a mocking smirk. Seeing him look down on her, Jai snapped his fingers and confidently said, "I'll erase them the same way." Then he revealed his method, breaking apart the components of the magic circle. "Just follow that direction, and everything will become so simple." He projected a giant circle, placed symbols where he wanted, then added more. After setting everything up, he finally deletes all unnecessary paths to bring the moon closer to the sun, then makes his judgment and merges them. Next, he highlights the advantages of his approach. "If you do it this way, you won't need to draw the magic circle from the start, just adjust the position." Then Jai looked at the students and began to explain. "He's branching out, but below they keep staring at that strange massive circle in front of them, whispering in shock. He's gone mad." A child exclaims in awe, and another person, stunned, responds, "This is the first time I've seen a magic circle made like this." He steps forward amid the noise, explaining, "That's what I call this technique." Above the seats, and Maya stared at him in shock, mouth agape, speechless, screaming silently inside. "I can't believe it, he's erased the very foundation of the magic circle." Kenny stood frozen beneath the podium, staring in shock at Jamie's massive magic circle, his mind reeling as he let out a stunned cry. This discovery would shake everything to its core. Then, regaining his composure, he pointed at the circle and softly, bewilderedly declared. So he interrupted and added with a sneer, "It still wasn't going to work." On the stands, a gasp of awe erupted, an enchanted circle of magic. His hand gently touched it. The moon and sun slowly drift apart, floating in the middle, transforming into a three-dimensional shape. Below, the children silently scream in their hearts, their amazement still unshaken. He could see the magic circle at first glance, and then he made his own judgment, truly a genius. But Jamie's thoughts weren't finished yet, little ones. Immediately after the moon and sun both soared into the sky, he drew a few more magic circles effortlessly with just a snap of his fingers. Kenny stared at him in awe, completely stunned. Below, and Maurer watched in stunned silence, eyes wide, as he stared at his actions on the podium, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The students looked on in confusion, trying to decipher the magic circle, transforming into the symbol of another spell. The circles collide, unleashing an unstoppable surge of energy. Then they start intertwining, and in their minds they realize, as long as there's space, you can keep expanding it forever. Immediately after, the three magic circles fused into a complex three-dimensional magical ring. The surroundings fell silent as the massive circle he created illuminated the entire room. "I recall my previous form from a past life and draw my conclusion. That's why they call me the Infinite Mage." He added that it was a demon from the magic domain. Then Jamie shot a cold glance at Kenny, who was still stunned and standing beside him, and asked with a sharp stare, "What do you think, Professor Kenny?" He screamed out loud. I truly had never heard of it before. His body remained frozen as he stared at the circle he drew in front of him, trembling with uncertainty. Inside, he couldn't help but scream, questioning his very identity. Who is he really? After half a day, he couldn't even muster a single comment. Jai snapped his fingers, dispersing the illusionary circle he'd just created, then looked at the kids and said this was just a visual display. He then turned to remind the students below. You still need to learn how to branch out. Next class, make sure you understand the structure of the 2-star magic circle. He's also stunned, his face pale, and still in shock. Is he crazy? Then he offers his opinion. Such an incredible display, but it's just a performance. He looks around, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes, and shares his verdict. So this is everyone's level, huh? And they just complain to themselves. Well, then he looked over at Anmer Meyer, who was standing serious, arms crossed, staring blankly, and made his observation. There's still someone eager to try it. During the break, the kids kept gathering, whispering and gossiping among themselves. Do you see that magic circle? And then a gasp of awe. No wonder he's a genius. Professor Kenny Ok is incredible. At his desk, Lenong was desperately trying to practice, drawing a small magic circle in front of him, but his face was twisted in frustration as he cried out. The person beside him, sharing the same table, looked on in shock, exclaiming in awe. What was that just now, Leylon? Did you actually pull it off? The old man sighs dismissively, showing no concern as he secretly curses inside. Min had only just finished creating it, and soon the circle began to slowly vanish. At this moment, Lenong noticed that Anmer Meyer's table was also glowing, and she spoke with a puzzled look. What is she up to? Anmer Meyer's side is still trying to practice what she just saw. She's attempting to create a complex magic circle. Oh, so you're just skipping the order altogether. Seeing that, he immediately reached out and patted her on the shoulder, while Mei Mao, startled, completely lost her magic circle. Then she angrily shouted, leaping to her feet. Then she complained with frustration, why isn't it working? Lei Nong's head was snapped back, her teeth clenched in pain. She quickly ran forward and shouted, Wait, Professor Jai, I have a question. She suddenly turned to stone and realized it herself. Just now she ignored me and acted like she couldn't believe it. Me. In the hallway of the elementary school, Vice Principal Javeline's cheerful voice echoed as he watched Jamie and Kenny walking down the corridor. Professor Koenig, Professor Jamie. He bowed his head in respect as he handed over the documents, while Kenny, standing behind him, suddenly stepped up to take on Professor Jamie's first lecture. Before he could even respond, Kenny made a comment so sharp it caught everyone off guard, leaving Jamie behind in surprise as he watched him assess the situation silently. It turns out he's quite straightforward after all. Hearing that compliment, Javeline couldn't help but feel suspicious, but she responded with a cheerful nod of confirmation. Really, this is the first time I've seen Professor Kanch praise someone. Kenny, expression unreadable, was walking when he accidentally bumped into Master Hugh's shoulder. I have urgent matters to attend to, so... Seeing him leave so quickly, Vice Principal Kenny hurriedly turned around and chased after him, awkwardly reminding him, Wait for Professor Kenny, you've got a meeting today, remember, leaving me behind watching their figures fade away. Jai, standing behind, made a V sign in front of his shadowed eyes, silently judging. It seems he's not burdened by guilt. Then he spoke again, offering his own insight. His lesson wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, a scream echoed behind him. Professor Jai saw An Mayer running ahead, heading towards Lei Nong, who looked frustrated and full of discontent. He immediately felt annoyed and frowned, making a quick judgment. She didn't even give him a moment to think. He tried to stay calm and softly asked what was going on. Immediately after, she drew a magic circle and asked, Brother, I'm trying to create the magic ring you just made. Then she looked disappointed as she revealed her results, but every time she merged, she failed again. Then Jai looked at her circle, pointed to the moon in the center, which was the sun, and said, Fine, the moon is here. He interrupted, then pointed to another circle with a moon in the center, which was a famous star. Conflicting with the moon of this magic circle, Jai hesitated deep inside. After she spoke, did she even understand what she was saying? Seeing that she quickly practiced, then confirmed aloud. So you mean I should delete it and merge everything back together? If I do this, she interrupts. Then she hugs the completed fusion core, excitement shining in her eyes, softly whispering, I did it. I knew I could. Seeing that, he also looked at her in shock. Next to Lenong, everyone was stunned as they watched her summon the magic circle, but it didn't last long, it vanished into nothing. She grimaced at that and let out a cry. Behind Lei Nong, he pushed her shoulder with excitement and shouted, What did she just do? Anmer only just realized he existed and turned around to sing. He lost his composure, panic flashing across his face as he shouted, urging her on. How did she do it? And Mai saw him say that and gradually understood, turning around with a smile in reply. I was just copying the professor after all. Seeing that, Lenong's face darkened in shock. He asked for confirmation, stunned, mimicking. Then in disbelief, he shouted inwardly, Is there someone better than me? He watched them argue back and forth, crossing his arms as he silently judged it wasn't perfect, but he couldn't help but marvel. But how could she possibly replicate that complex, multi-layered curve? With just one glance, Jamie quietly looked at her, nervously raising her innocent hand. It would be absurd if no one recognized her talent. Then Jai made up his mind. Deep inside, he had to tell Dirch. In the principal's office, a voice suddenly echoed, "Go ahead." Seeing that, I quickly stepped in and asked with suspicion, "Elder Siegfried, right?" Seeing Jamie, he quickly looked up, smiled, and said, "Please, young master, come in." As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw a lamp holding something, and he asked curiously, "Hey, what are you planning to do with that piece of scrap metal?" Hearing his question, Elder Siegfried didn't hesitate to smile brightly and explain, "Haha, I'm still testing them out. They're pretty hard to use because they're quite complicated." Seeing that, he quickly left his desk and moved to the coffee table, leaning his arm on the chair and asking, "What wind brought you here?" He sat on the table watching him as he spoke with a sharp eye. "I want to show you this first. Then you'll create a small magic circle with your hand to confirm it. This is the magic circle used as a sample in today's class." But Elder Siegfried, staring in shock, shouted out in disbelief, "How could the young master do that?" Then Jamie interrupted humbly, saying, "I didn't mean to show off." Then he mentioned the name Anmer. It's a complex theory I didn't bother explaining in detail yet. That child somehow managed to understand it. Seeing that Elder Siegfried had already sat down and chuckled, then lowered his face, closing his eyes in confusion, and confirmed with him. Could she really do that right after seeing the sample? Seeing that, he also questioned the person sitting across from him. With such talent, why isn't he being nurtured? Then he rested his hand on the table, thoughtfully praising him. His observation was truly impressive, but she had no potential at all in the magic realm. You suggested earlier that she should become a scholar in that field to unlock her potential. Now, Elder Siegfried is conveying his students' wishes. But she's determined she wants to become a mage. She's still searching for someone who can train her to be a master sorcerer. Elder Siegfried spoke again, full of disappointment, delivering a grim verdict. Yet no one was willing to accept him. The future of the shattered girl, seen through Elder Siegfried's words, reveals that talent alone can't push her forward. Hearing this, Jai froze in silence, reevaluating everything. So you interrupted, and kept thinking. She's planning to follow Jigfeder and become his disciple. He intertwined his fingers, resting them on the table, as he offered a painfully honest assessment. It was ruthless, but in the world of magic, power is everything. Sam's true strength. I couldn't afford to gamble on these clueless students. Hearing this, Jemmy also made his judgment, standing up and sighing. I understand now. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Elder Siegfried looked up at him and responded, "It's nothing." Then Jemmy turned and walked away, leaving him behind, gazing at him with a pensive look, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Elder Siegfried called out to him. This young master's hesitation makes me freeze. I reach for the door, but I stop. He smiles, touches his face, and suggests, "If you're that worried, why don't you just take her in?" Seeing that he remained silent, a look of excitement blossomed on his face as he eagerly added his own opinion. The age gap between master and disciple wasn't that big after all. Then he offered his judgment. This might not be such a bad idea. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate for a second. He quickly stepped toward the door, confidently affirming his stance. "No need to thank me." Seeing that, Elder Siegfried also lost some of his enthusiasm. Oh, outside, he's leaning against a wall, arms crossed, breathing out heavily. Jai's face darkens as he realizes he's been caught as a teacher. Then he questions himself, what kind of disciple did I end up with? Next, Jamie drifts into the memories of his past life. He recalls his students and realizes, just as he's lost every disciple to the schemes of the 12 gods. A young apprentice clutching a magic drawing stands before him, eyes shining with excitement. Right now, I've made up my mind. I'll do this all on my own. The painful memories burn to dust, and I grip my sword, stabbing relentlessly until my hands bleed, whispering to myself, no trust, no one close. Back in the present, he gazed at the building beside him, still leaning against the wall, with his arms crossed, reminding himself not to repeat the mistakes of his past life. He thought to himself that An was a very clever kid. She'd know exactly which path to take. Jai's face grew cold and detached, dismissing everything in his mind, nothing to do with him at all. A week later in the training room, Professor C looked at his students standing before him and said, "All right, everyone, focus up." He announced today's mana test, then held a piece of paper in his hand, smiled at the kids, and said, "Haha, I hear students in Class B have improved a lot." He spoke his mind aloud. "Haha, I'm really curious to see what my class will be like." Hearing that, whispers started spreading below, and Finn was no exception. He leaned in close to Anmer, covering his mouth as he explained the teacher meant Class 2. Seeing that, she looked over in confusion, and he confirmed it. "The class that finished last year, right?" Baki said the same. Seeing that, Finn glanced at her, a proud smile on his face as he shared the info. "He's the top of the beta class." Hearing that, Anmer Mayer was stunned and asked back in disbelief. "Huh." Then Professor Silver's voice echoed out, "First Lon, you step forward." He creates a bow out of energy, his face cold and serious, full of that intimidating aura, raising it to aim straight at the target in front of him. The moment he releases his grip, a surge of immense energy blasts forward, rushing straight at the puppet before him, crackling with fierce bolts of lightning. The arrow, like a tornado pulling in the wind, spiraled into a fierce whirlpool determined to merge. The system's score displayed 2,199 points. Seeing that Professor Sivert was also stunned, his face darkening, as he pondered in shock. That's more than enough to destroy the target. The students below erupted in astonished whispers, scores over 2,000, and quickly commented, "No wonder his family is so extraordinary." Next to Enmer, he stared in disbelief, face pale, muttering in shock. "Damn, that was the first time I saw such a high score." He glanced at her, who was staring at him in shock, and silently complained to himself, "You're better than this, you idiot." Seeing what just happened, Professor Sai rushed over, trembling and pale, forcing a weak smile. "Haha, maybe I should set my sights on something new." Next, he excitedly spoke up, "It's my turn now, take a good look," then reflected on himself. "Lately I've been in the best shape of my life." She stood behind him, just as stunned, silently watching. Fian was at the starting line, recalling the medicine touching her nose, as she realized she'd already taken the Apofish X this morning. His eyes were filled with confidence and anticipation. Then he swiftly drew his bow and shot with unstoppable force, his face unreadable but fierce, staring straight ahead. His eyes were like a madman's, filled with insanity and fury, glaring fiercely at the target. Enmer stood silently beside him, watching in shock, his heart pounding as he shouted inwardly, "What's going on?" His eyes. A powerful arrow shot through everything, aiming straight at the 860-point mark on the display system. Seeing this, the teacher smiled happily and offered his praise. "My score this time is 700 points higher than last time." Then she encourages the film again, saying, "Keep trying a little more, and you might make it to the average class." Hearing those words of praise, you couldn't help but puff up your chest, standing proudly among your classmates, raising your hand in celebration. "See that? Pretty awesome, huh?" Phi, proud of himself, asks his classmates, and the friends beside him also praise him. "Well done, Phi." Phi, feeling proud, asked his classmates, and the friends beside him also praised him. "You're impressive, Phi." Then he grinned triumphantly and asked his friends around him, "Did you see that?" Only Phi Van stared at him, confused, wondering, was I just imagining it? Before she could escape her thoughts, the teacher grabbed the list and called out. Next was An. She stammered, trying to respond. "Yes, I understand." Immediately, Maya stood before the target, drawing her bow with a tense face full of anxiety. She frowned silently, worried, her mind racing. "What if I don't improve much? No way, I've trained way too hard for that." Then she pushed everything aside, letting her anger take over her thoughts. "I have to believe in myself." Immediately, he released his bow and shot an arrow forward with all his might. The teacher spoke up to her. 247p, seeing this result, left Anmer Maya stunned and frozen, her gaze fixed on the scoreboard as she struggled to process it. Just like last year, she stood there, tears streaming down her face like a river, her expression dark with despair. Behind Lenong, he glanced at her and was speechless. No words could describe it. He pressed his lips together, and then the classroom fell silent. A voice suddenly called out, "Professor G's class." Vice Principal Javeline called out to him, then asked, "Haha, so Professor, are you heading home now?" He also turned his head to look at him and nodded in greeting. "Ah, so you're Professor Javeline." He friendlily puts his arm around him, smiling as he praises, "I'm glad you're adapting so well." He spoke up, emphasizing even more. "I'm really glad you're adapting so well." Suddenly, the ring on his hand glowed on Jemmy's shoulder, catching his attention. Seeing this, Javelin quickly let him go, hurriedly walking away with an awkward look, and explained, Elder Tam is summoning me." "Sorry about that." Jemmy looked at him with confusion, suspicion flickering in his mind. If he's the third elder, then maybe he's talking about that super hot-tempered guy, right? He kept running while reporting his status. "Yes, sir, I understand." During today's meeting, he watched as that old man spoke, and then hurried away, all while pondering in his mind about the third elder. Is he the manager? Finally, Yenbinan reached out, covering her mouth as she laughed with pure joy. Wow. In this world, a child suddenly dashed past Jamie, muttering to himself like a lost soul. Every symbol holds its own power and purpose. If the symbols in the magic circle were perfectly symmetrical, then change would happen. Watching him walk and talk, suspicion grew in his mind, and he turned back, questioning himself inwardly. That kid, could he be from Beta Class 2? Isn't she pushing herself to study too much? His eyes are wide with obsession veins, bulging mouth, still muttering endless lessons, yet he calmly shares his own thoughts. If she has no potential, she's got to die. Letting go has nothing to do with me. Thinking that way, Jai quickly spun around and walked away, leaving the boy to whisper to himself once more, "This has nothing to do with me." In the management office, a knock at the door sounded, followed by a voice saying, "Manager, this is Javeline." Suddenly the door swings open, and Kenny steps out, clutching a stack of documents in his hand. Seeing this, Javelin approaches, confused and bewildered, asking what's going on. Professor Kenny. That smug-faced guy sneered at him, silent and clearly not feeling friendly. Javelin still tried to act polite, smiling as she asked, "What are you here for?" But Kenny chose to ignore her entirely and simply walked past. Seeing Professor Kenny act so cold and dismissive, passing by without a single unnecessary move, Javelin couldn't help but glance back, puzzled and confused inside. I can't read his mind, but since we're both professors, I'll try to get along with him better. Kenny's holding some documents, and inside there's a photo. But then carelessly, the photo slips out and hits the ground, and there, lying face up, is a picture of Anne Mermier smiling brightly, waving hello. During the break, everyone gathered around chatting and gossiping, while Anne Mayer pressed herself into a corner watching them silently. She reflected on her own performance, head bowed in self-doubt. Everyone is growing stronger little by little, but I remain the same, unchanged. Then inside she questioned herself, did I try my best? Is this really my limit? Next, and Maya softly muttered with regret, I should have drunk the energy drink Finn took. In the distance, Jemmy's face darkened as he saw her again, her expression already showing that annoying, troublesome look, and he silently questioned himself. What's happening to her? Then she turns away, determined to ignore it all. Forget it, just let it go. But her increasingly loud sobs echoed, and in the end, her body betrayed her honesty. He stepped forward and looked, and Mare in the eyes, asking, what's bothering you? But deep inside, he was cursing himself a dozen times over. Damn it, damn it. Seeing him standing in front of Anmea, she was caught off guard and called out her words full of confusion. Professor Go, then she also bowed her head in gloom, answering his questions. We had a mana test today, but my score was only the same as last year, just 247 points. Seeing that his face struggled to hold back a smile, and he clenched his jaw, trying not to laugh out loud as he looked at Anmea grimacing. She truly has no talent for magic. 247 points. Seeing that he made no move, she sighed even deeper, lowering her head in sorrow. In the silence, Anne Mayer's voice rang out with unwavering determination. But I won't give up my head. Then she clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed with shame tears, threatening to fall, as she added her unwavering resolve. I swear I'll become a grand mage and restore my family's honor. Seeing that look on her face, Jemmy understood it deep down inside. She's truly serious, her hand still clenched with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Jai, haunted by his own savage past, lowers his head, accepting that his future will repeat the mistakes of his past. Then he had a different thought, but should I give it one last shot? Without another word to Anmea, he quickly turned, brushed off his clothes, and walked away. She watched him walk away in silence, saying nothing more. Suddenly his voice rang out, and she, on the verge of tears, froze in place, eyes narrowing with unwavering resolve. If you're confident you can hold it, come to my office tomorrow. At the Mage Tower Lamb, the sun was shining on the tower's peak. Gef Jamie stands outside, gazing up at the tower. Then he casually opens the door and steps inside, already forming his judgment. They say Marquis Rinmel's lab is upstairs, right? Hearing that a person holding some documents in his hand turns to ask him, hey kid, what are you looking for? Hearing that the crowd glanced at him, and Jai softly responded, I'm here to see the master. Seeing that the girl chuckled softly, leaning in with a teasing smile as if she found his words just a joke. Master, how unfortunate. But you see, the master isn't someone this kid can meet so easily. Hearing that he also spoke up to warn her. She just needed to say James Welton is here. Still, she tilted her head, looked at him, smiled, and teased like it was a joke. Got it, little James. She interrupted, then suddenly screamed out of control. Well, too. Without hesitation, he was quickly led into a room with the door already open. The girl bowed her head and respectfully confirmed with Jamie. This is the master's room of the law, you may enter now. Yes, your majesty, James. Seeing the girl so flustered, he calmly responded, ah yes, thank you. The moment Jai stepped into the room, his eyes widened in awe. Whoa. Inside the room, he saw a chaotic pile of scattered books and papers, and he couldn't help but wonder. What are these things? Suddenly a voice echoes, and asks him pretty chaotic right. It startles Jai, leaving him stunned and confused as the voice pierces straight into his mind. Next, Jai stepped into the room without hesitation, silently judging it in his mind. He couldn't tell where the voice was coming from, yet he still drew his own conclusions. It seems he's controlling the entire room with mana. He scans the surroundings and responds to the voice that just spoke. Well, it does have its own kind of appeal. Hearing your response, Elder Ma Lin Mayo couldn't help but chuckle and tease you. Ha ha, where did you learn that? Suddenly, from atop a tall pillar, Elder Ma Lin Mayo peeked out, smiling warmly as he asked, so what are you doing here? He looked up at him, kneeling on the stone platform, gazing down with a dazed, startled expression, silently thinking to himself, so, he's there. Then Elder Ma Lin Mayo stepped down, crossing his arms beside him, while Jai looked at the messy pile of papers, trash, and scattered books and sighed in amazement. Ha ha, you seem busy with your research, don't you? He quickly responded with a friendly smile beside him. Still, I had time to meet our Jame. Hearing his tone, Jai quietly realized and pretended to be friendly. Then he took a step closer, peered inside, and asked about the contents of the book with curiosity. What are these magic books? The cluttered table was overflowing, and Elder Ma Lin Mayo hesitated as he looked at the book, stammering in response. So he interrupted, then turned around, leaning his backside on the table, and seriously recalled the war scene to explain to him. I'm studying war magic, a wide-range magic capable of wiping out the followers of the war god Genis. Then he softly shared his thoughts, but as expected, it's no easy feat. Jemmy turned and leaned against the table, glancing at him silently, a deep, contemplative look in his eyes. He silently acknowledged that once the magic was complete, the battle with the Genis church would begin. Then he turned back to Jamie, and asked again, So, why did you come here to see me? He stepped down from the gold table, moving closer to him, hesitating, as he said, It's because. Then he made a decision. I want to teach Anmer Maya the breathing meditation technique. Lao Ma Lin Mayo, the second elder, suddenly saw him like that and was caught off guard, asking him, How's your breathing technique? Then he spoke up, sharing his own judgment. I know why you're asking, but I can't teach you my magic secrets. For a child like you, the highest you can become is a level 5 mage. He remembers the figure of Anmer Mayer and shares his own judgment. Hearing that, Jemmy smiles confidently, raises his finger and looks at him, asking, What if I can turn her into a great mage? Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Jai with a stern expression. That's arrogance. Magic theory isn't for everyone. Then he commented on him. I acknowledge your talent, but you're only at level 6. Seeing that, he calmly announced to Elder Malin Malo, I've completed a new magic theory. His hand rested on the table, the other slipped into his pocket as he closed his eyes, speaking with arrogant confidence, making his decision. But he wasn't satisfied yet, so he decided to make a different move. He speaks up, explaining in his mind, the complex three-dimensional magic circle he created in his past life still isn't enough. He recalls his handsome badass image from his past life and offers a deeper insight. If he wants to defeat the 12 gods, he needs even greater power. Hearing this, Elder Ma Lin Mayo was stunned, frowning eyes wide as he confirmed once more with him. You're planning to create 2 different magic theories. Even with a dragon, this still feels impossible. Inside, a seed of doubt sprouted in his heart, but he looked at Jai, arms crossed, smirking with confidence, waiting to see what this pressure truly was. Behind this child stands a legendary, incredibly handsome man who's lived through a lifetime. He speaks, assessing him. This kid might just... He pauses, then confidently confirms. If you're so sure of yourself, I've got a proposal for you. Elder Ma Lin Mayo interrupted, then pulled out his staff, pointing it fiercely at him with reckless confidence. Let's settle this one-on-one. If you can satisfy me, I'll pass down my breathing and energy control technique. Seeing the opportunity he's given her, Jai doesn't hesitate, drawing his sword from his belt, a confident smile on his face. He charges forward to prove himself. All right. In the silent, dark combat chamber, Elder Ma Lin Mayo still pointed his staff at him and confirmed, I'll let you strike first. He still poised, eyes fixed on him with unwavering resolve. With an arrogant draw of his sword, he looks up and warns, Don't regret this. Then he focused all his strength on his feet, and his entire body began to glow with a powerful energy. He shouted out, and Welton Bark High's transformation skill created a swirling vortex around Jai, forming a protective whirlpool. Surrounding him is the scent of the ocean breeze. Once everything was ready, he charged forward, attacking the second elder. Ma Lin Mayo shouted and darted away. There's a trail of ice at his feet, accelerating his movement with incredible speed. Then he leaps into the air. Elder Marlin Mayo watches as he charges toward him from above, wielding a blazing blue sword, and comments calmly. He appears before me in an instant, but despite that, he remains composed, smiling softly as he creates a shield to block the incoming strike, and calmly states, You can't pierce my shield with that. His other hand suddenly summoned a different, even more powerful magic. Jemmy shouted the name of the spell, the destructive hand, and then he spun it into a deadly whirl, unleashing 2 colossal forces, colliding with unstoppable force, creating a massive shockwave. He screamed inwardly, smashing the cannon to pieces. Shards of his protective shield shattered his hand, inching closer to Jamie, who still stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, questioning everything inside. Does he really read my mind? Then he swung his staff, striking behind him, creating another shield, and praised him. Chow was quite skilled. He moved with such incredible speed that my face turned pale as I realized he was right behind me. I clenched my lips and forced my hand forward, still rushing ahead, driven by momentum as my hand radiated with overwhelming energy. Then he regained his composure, paused his attack, and turned around with a calm judgment in his mind. Damn it looks like he's fully recovered. Next, I called out in my mind, and Blackie aided me in the illusion realm. Then I created countless barriers before shouting out my attack. With a flash of energy, Jai swiftly moves through each magic circle, leaving behind a clone in its wake. Then he calls out each skill, Plasma Cross, Storm Lightning, and Thunderbolt Barrage. Each clone unleashes its own power, all targeting the protective circle of Elder Ma Lin Meo. Finally, he charges forward, shouting the name of his sword technique, Dao Dung Nam. After the collision, a massive explosion erupted, sweeping through everything and forming a huge electric circle. Finally, Elder Ma Lin Meo looked at a crack on his protective circle, his face twisting in shock and disbelief. Before he could notice, Ji's cold, determined eyes narrowed as he drew his sword and struck behind him. Then with a fierce, powerful slash, he forced his opponent back, a loud clash, echoing as he slammed into the ground. He lands on the ground, staring at the cloud of dust he just created in front of him. Jimmy whispers to himself, trying to stay calm, caught in the moment's chaos. A close-range spell that blocks the use of clones and teleportation. Next, Jai gasps for breath, exhausted, his face darkening, as he silently admits to himself because he used 4 clones he's run out of mana. Suddenly, Elder Ma Lin Meo's voice rang out in shock. Standing amidst the smoky haze, his clothes torn and dirt smudged, he chuckled with wicked delight as he watched him make his move, just a little taste of his own medicine. He chuckled and made a remark, but before Elder Ma Lin Meo could finish speaking, I forced a nervous laugh and interrupted with a warning. It seems you haven't recovered your face after that cloak yet. Ha. Seeing you say that, he also turned around looking confused and puzzled. Seeing that he looked up at you and shared his own judgment. It seems I was too hasty and made a mistake. Hearing him speak from the other side, he forced a strained smile and cursed inwardly, filled with frustration. Is it not enough that he's this strong? His body radiated a powerful aura, cleansing away the dirt as I made my judgment. I'm a little disappointed I was only beaten up. This time try stopping me. The old man leaning on his cane warned him from the ground. His gaze flicked somewhere, and his body began to radiate an ominous aura as he silently deduced he had to bring out that item. Soon after, Jai also pulled out a staff. This is Avalon, the outsider. You point your sword at him, a serious smile on your face, and softly say, I've been looking forward to this. Lin Meo looked on in shock. Oh, I never expected you to have that. That old man didn't even sell to me, Jai said with a mocking smile. So I guess you've got a pretty good support team too, so stingy. He charged forward and declared, I accept and will continue this fight. A blazing, swirling formation erupted, a fierce vortex spinning wildly around Jai. Jai smirked satisfied as she watched the wind. Besides, Avon had gone beyond what any human could dream of. Jai charged forward, feeling more alive than ever. Even Jai couldn't believe it, never thought this could hold the power of both the real world and the underworld at the same time. That's incredible. Jemmy has transformed into many different people, moving chaotically. This kind of magic isn't bad either. Jimmy was still greedy, saying so, but I could tell she still wanted to see something even more astonishing. Lin Meo chuckled softly. So, because it worked just now, you're thinking of trying again. He said it wouldn't work a second time. Lin Meo didn't hesitate to unleash her counterattack with the noodle whip. The two charged at each other, clashing in a fierce battle. Lin Meo hesitated, or asked, Are you trying to make me use my magic sense? Jemmy didn't deny it. You're just asking if I'll show you right. I'd be so happy if you did. Lin Meo raised her staff. If you truly want to see a divine manifestation, it won't be like lightning striking in every direction. Hailstorms pour down or explode in a fiery blast. They're unlike any natural phenomenon. Lin Meo's gaze is razor-sharp, warning him. But once caught, Chao's chances of survival are slim to none. Jemmy is desperately holding back Lin Meo's attack, but then he's caught completely off guard. It's nothing. Jemmy was still stunned. What the hell just happened? The world has turned upside down. Chaos erupts above Jai's head, perceptions clash, and the magical senses of the great mage, Lin Meo Jai, spiral into madness amidst the chaos. A bolt of lightning strikes the protective circle around Ji. Jemmy realized that what often looked like a natural disaster was actually mental magic invading the mind. She watched what was unfolding before her with a hint of worry. If you can't fully control the spirit realm, you'll be left writhing in agony, unable to tell what's real or fake. The problem is, with your current level, escaping this magic is impossible. If I can't break free from this mental manipulation, what then? Jai's steps stomp forward with all her strength. Mana of Lin Meo is the root of this magic. I'll brace myself to perform the 100 Cs, I will absorb it back. His stern gaze fixed on that spot. Finish it all. With her vast experience, Lin Meo sensed that although he appeared calm on the outside, he was actually fighting a fierce battle within. Lin Meo's words echoed softly in her ear. When your power is weaker than your opponent's, there's no way to escape the mental magic sense like this. Jai felt helpless. He couldn't wield black mana. Lian burst into laughter. Haha, Dung Cho's bullying stops here. Even I have to fear that kid's dad. The enormous power unleashed by Jai. A magic circle appeared right where he stood. The blue light from his staff blazes fiercely. Jai unleashes a new impossible technique. Even Lin Meo was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? The battle has ended, and Lin Meo has no choice but to admit this time the boy has won. I can't believe he managed to turn my magic theory upside down. Lin Meo couldn't hold back and asked Jai directly, but how did you do that? He just chuckled awkwardly and brushed it off the sword in his hand, still blazing with mana. Even he had to wonder, was it really the sword? Surprised himself, he said, I absorbed the mana, thinking it would help me escape the illusion, but after a while your power started getting absorbed by me too. Lin couldn't believe it. So you're saying it was just a random coincidence? Even Jai doesn't know how to answer this question. What a coincidence. If I say it's just a coincidence, it makes no sense at all. Because in truth, a Grand Mage's magic theory is fused with a sword. Jai smirked, a new idea forming in her mind. This could become her new magic theory. Jemmy casually asks again, so what do you think, Your Highness? The Marquis. Lin Meo couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that's enough. Lin gently patted Jamie's head, saying she'd let him teach the girl breathing meditation techniques. In a glass-walled room, Lin Meo's voice echoed. Now tell me, Lin Meo is asking the man in front of her. What do you think? The man said. I was truly surprised. Raymond Florison's calm, deliberate voice echoes softly. I never imagined that boy could wield both magic and swordsmanship so seamlessly. He's on a whole different level from any demon sword master I've ever encountered. Moreover, transforming that into a magic theory, even a grand mage of the same level would find it nearly impossible. Linnell also had to nod in agreement. Clearly that boy was an unthinkable genius. But Vimon Florison cut him off. No, that's not why I'm saying this. Magic power can even stand up to a grand mage. The Snowpeak sword technique chosen above all by Poe himself. Is there anyone alive who could possess all those incredible abilities? Raymond Florison questioned himself, pondering, Jamie, is he truly human? He's like a deliberately crafted superhuman. Raymond Lin Meo kindly warns you, be careful with your words, because someone's always listening. He believes their only option now is to keep watching. Let's see how that child will change the world. It's late at night, but Jai is still standing beneath the city walls. The fortress is completely dark, lights out. Jai, furious, pounded on the door with rage, shouting, Open up right now, Mr. Lee, and his grim face stepped out to open the door. Here I am. What's going on? Jai was surprised to see Lenong. I asked, why are you here so late at night? Lenong stammered, unable to find the words. Well, and Mayor is quite cheerful, claiming Professor Jai might actually take me as a disciple. Then he was stunned, asking, are you really going to accept Anne as your disciple? Jai angrily asked, why did you lie to your professor like that? Then he looked bewildered, unable to believe his ears, and asked again, is it true? Jemmy told Tra, I'm still not sure. Gather your courage and make one more request. Then please accept me as your disciple as well. Jai turned back into the door frustrated and asked, I was just wondering why you came looking for me in the middle of the night. Count Simong, do you even realize what you're doing? He demanded. What? Oh, he doesn't know yet. Still not enough. Jai glanced at Lenong coldly and said, what would everyone say if you learned magic from me when you already have your father? I won't accept someone who hasn't even considered that possibility. He walked straight into the house, leaving only a cold, ice-like remark behind. Go back. The noise outside the door kept echoing, driving Jamie crazy. He threw open the door and shouted, hey you, but you're so stunned by the sight before your eyes. Tears streamed down his face, looking utterly pitiful. Jay was utterly stunned by the sight before him, speechless. Are you? Crying. Standing there, Len was crying, tears streaming down his painfully helpless face. Len shouted even louder, I can't accept, and surpassing me so, choose me too. Jamie looked annoyed. Did you somehow manage to secure a spot as my disciple? Unbelievable. Jemmy pondered for a moment, but it's clear he's considered his age quite carefully, and he's also the perfect running man. He said, if the Count agrees, I will consider it. That seemed to give Lenong a glimmer of hope. He kept asking again, is it true? Jai said it had to be that way to show respect to the Count. He was once your master, now you're free to go. He bowed his head respectfully, offering thanks, then turned and walked away. You go ahead then, Jamie muttered to himself. I wonder if that guy will get kicked out for being ungrateful. This is the scene in Count Xmong's research room. There he's sitting at the table with Count Xmong. Count Simong asked in a deep voice, so you built yourself up just to come see me? He stammered and said, yes sir, I saw it. Get to the point. I want to become Master Ji's disciple. The Count and Mong looked surprisingly stunned. Lei's hand trembled as he held the teacup, trembling uncontrollably. She arrived and asked to become his disciple. Count Simong thought to himself, this is exactly what I expected, this is truly rude. Count X, Mong couldn't believe it. He never imagined this arrogant kid would humble himself for the sake of studying. It seems he's truly grown up. The Count X Mong didn't hesitate. He didn't hold back, he simply said, go ahead, I permit it. Make sure you don't disgrace the Simong family. Come to the scene at the Magic Guild in the alleyway. Asta's voice echoes in front of a person kneeling on the ground, and the professor also has high hopes for Apophis X. Asta scolds him. How embarrassing can it be? Professor Silver is desperately begging for me to give him more. Asta warned that your blood vessels have already burst to the point where your heart will fail. But when Master Siver still desperately begged just one more vial, please, I beg you. Asta teasingly holds out the potion. So do you still want to drink it? Professor Siver desperately tried to grab the potion for me, handing it over. Asta praised you for doing a great job distributing it to the students. Asta stomped on Professor Siver's head, crushing the potion bottle so he couldn't get to it. But now you're worthless. Trash. Professor Siver was trampled agony tearing from his screams. Asta laughed like a madman. Haha, I can't believe something this trash is actually a teacher. It seems the Magic Society has already started to rot from within. A shadow appears behind. Asta asked, do you really have to kill him like that? Asta chuckled and turned away, saying, you know my style. Don't you think it's kind of like you in a way? Mary's eyes lit up and he said that was enough. Asta nodded and said, I'm leaving now. Mary brushed past Asta. Call me if you need to deal with any other bastards. I'll handle the cleanup for you. Mary was still yelling at Asta behind his back. What a heartless bastard. He came back, cleaned up that bastard professor's body, and then just left. This is the teacher's lounge. Jai walks in greeting the other teachers with a bright good morning. A professor asked him, Professor J, do you happen to see Professor Siver? Jai asked, is everything okay? The teachers sighed and said, well, he hasn't shown up for work and we can't reach him either. Jemmy was caught off guard. Suddenly like that. Are you still wondering why he did that, sir? He didn't seem like the type to do something like that. Vice Principal Javeline smiled, warmly reassuring. Jai, don't worry. I'll find him. He turned to ask for help. Please take care of Class Alpha today. Professor Sophia. Professor Sophia immediately agreed. Leave it to me. Javelin told her not to worry too much. Sophia smiled softly, feeling relieved that he was going to find the master. Professor Javelin Jai sighed and turned away. Well, it's probably not a big deal anyway. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from outside. Professor Jai Anmer Ma, looking surprised, asked, is it true that you've accepted this person as your disciple? Master Heng stood tall, crossing his arms as he declared, I told you I have permission. He didn't even bother to look at them, dismissing their concerns. You're both misunderstanding something. They're both so confusing. What does this mean? Jai said neither of them are my disciples yet, and they both looked stunned. So, what does that mean? Jai said you two will have a test, so come to my room after class. Remember, if you don't pass, you get nothing. He waved them off. Now go. And Maya is asking for a test. I will be truly diligent. You just added a line again. Did she really think that working hard alone would be enough to pass? I'll do my best. Jai is really exhausted with these two huge kids. Alright, go ahead. Open your books. Today's lesson is suddenly Kenny appearing behind Jai, calling him Professor Jai. Jai jumps in surprise. He panicked and asked Kenny, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly appear behind me out of nowhere? Kenny didn't answer him. Instead, he asked, are you really considering taking Anmer Mayer as your disciple? Jai is on high alert. What does he want? By the way, he wasn't even here just now. I told him I was just thinking. What's wrong? Kenny stepped closer to Jai, his voice low and warning. Leave the girl alone. I don't want to see such immense potential snatched away so early. Kenny the Frog left while Jai was still in shock. What does that even mean? He just told you to pay attention to my warnings. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Professor Sophia finished today's lesson. She praised the students. You all did great today. Go home safe. Everyone saluted her and then left. And Mayer nervously asked the friend beside him, Fee, you don't look so good. He held a bottle of medicine, saying he's fine as long as I keep drinking this. And Mayer tried to stop him. I think you should stop drinking that tea. This is already your 4th cup. But before he could finish, he was already rushing to attack Anmer. Just then Renong arrived asking what was going on with him. Anmer stammered, but Renong didn't wait for an answer. He turned and walked away. I don't care. I'm leaving now. Anmer hurriedly chased after him. Hold on, Renong, I'm coming with you. Anmer can't keep up. Wait, I told you we're supposed to go together. Why are you going alone? Ren feels she's just too much to handle. The cold voice asked, what do you want me to wait for? Why should I do that for my opponent? He didn't hesitate. He soared straight into the sky, leaving Anmer behind. She stood by the door helplessly watching that brat, her eyes burning with fury. You think you'll lose to me? She pushed herself to the limit, focusing all her strength to accelerate. Now she's just flying behind Ren for a little while. The boy still tightly grips the potion in his hand. He was satisfied after downing an entire bottle. So refreshed. Just as I thought, drinking X makes everything feel so much better instantly. He got up and now I need to go see Ivan. No way am I letting such a rare opportunity slip through my fingers. He's walking with a group of people. Ivan smugly says, you should realize how lucky you are. I've made an exception and brought you along. Got it. Phi forced a smile and said, of course, thank you. Jan. Deep down, I was already calling him a cocky little brat. But I knew I had to hold it in soon. I'd enter the intermediary building as long as I had a Pofish 10. Now they've reached the city. Ivan hands Phi an invitation. This is the VIP invitation. You may enter. As they stepped inside, the film had already been eyeing everything around. This is where they created it. A man's voice echoes out. Welcome, young adventurers. I am the leader of the Trinity research team. He is Istar. At Jamie's estate, Anmer's mournful voice echoed through the halls. You're so unfair. Inside the room, and Maya hunched over, gasping for breath, speaking as if he's about to die. I've told you to wait for me so many times. So how could you go alone? Zenong Xmong turned coldly and said, I have no intention of wandering around with you. Like I said, we're enemies. Suddenly, two thick books slammed down onto their heads. Jemmy stepped forward and said, I don't care if you're friends or enemies, but I don't want to see you fighting in front of the teacher. Both of them slumped and responded. Yes. Jai said, breath control technique. Zensimong hesitated and said, this is the first I've heard of it. Jai replied, it's a type of breathing technique created by Marquisen Mao. Jai said, learning it before today should be simple, right? Anmer Mare, hearing this, turned pale and insisted that by today he couldn't believe it, learning the breathing techniques of the great mage in just one day. Are you joking? Jai said coldly. You must have this ability if you want to be my disciple. Leave if you're not confident. And Mao suddenly stood up and said, I'll find a way, I swear I will. Mr. Xmong sighed and replied, so will I. I'll try my best, just give me a chance. Jai nodded and said good. Suddenly, two treasures appeared in his hand, one looked like a box, the other like a staff. When those two treasures collided, a blinding flash of white and blue light erupted at the point of impact. Startled, they both froze, and suddenly the world around them shifted in an instant. Anmer Mare's hand appeared with a book, while Zenong Zong was struck right on the head. Both stood in a blinding white cubic space. They wondered where they were. Jai's voice echoed, answering their unspoken question. This is the space I created for theft. 12 hours here equal a whole day inside. Jemmy silently ponders the power of the mysterious box and the staff. Remia can shape anything she desires freely, while the alien Avalon can manipulate time and space within the hidden world. I can't believe I managed to combine them. Jemmy comments that it's pretty convenient. In Jemmy's mind, he judges Zenong, Simon, and Anmer, a young man with incredible magical talent but lacking understanding and depth. And a girl was born as a wise magic researcher, but she had no talent for magic. Jemmy muttered to herself, practicing breath control techniques. Meanwhile, at the Trinity laboratory, Ivan's group followed Ida. Ivan said, it's a shame Professor Sivir couldn't make it. Ida turned back and said, so we must ensure Lord Yan succeeds. One of the green-haired twins asked, does he come here often? Yan replied, Professor Silver holds a special place in my heart. Phi followed last, his face pale, clutching his stomach, silently shivering at the chilling realization once again. Ivan asked, what are you doing back there? Yan stepped closer, grabbing Phi's hand and said, come on, finally, we can laugh in the face of those bastards who look down on us. He tiredly responded, that's right. I slightly turned my face away, a fierce and terrifying smile spreading across my lips. I said, exactly. As long as we have Opus, you can become the strongest mages. The door swings open, revealing a long corridor lined with shelves filled with all kinds of water and medicine bottles. Everyone gasps in shock, and Aya says, today I'll show you something truly special, the latest creation just for you. He pulls out a purple glass vial, labeled X, and opens it, saying, this is a Papus X. His tone and expression exude menace, horror, and evil. Jan swallows hard, nervously whispering, excellent. His eyes fixated on the glass vial. Istar smiled, claiming that the concentration and mana absorption rate were twice as effective as X. Ivan said in disbelief. Twice as much as a Pofish 10, he chuckled. It's still in the testing phase, but there are side effects. Phi suddenly raised his hand and asked, sorry, does Random X also have any side effects? He leaned in close to Phi's face and asked, why do you feel unwell after drinking a Poofish X? His face seemed shrouded in a terrifying darkness, only revealing a blazing red eye filled with pure evil. Let's go back a bit, and I said, yeah, I felt a little dizzy, and my body was drained. Ida chuckled, haha, kind of like muscle soreness. Ida explained, the increased absorption of Demon Na causes your core to grow larger when you drink a Poise X. To adapt to a bigger core, it consumes a lot of energy. So I told you might feel temporarily exhausted, but once your body adjusts, you'll be fine again. He quietly thought to himself, I know Anmer Mare is worried over nothing. Since I've come this far, I should give him a little gift, right? That guy then pulled out a glass tube filled with a glowing green liquid and smashed it. Ida told Apopus X's that it's an improved nutritional supplement derived from a new drug designed to help you recharge your energy. A moment later, Ida stood at the lab entrance waving goodbye warmly. Be careful on your way home. Thank you. After closing the shop, Istar leaned back, pulled out a pipe to smoke, and started to scold. Those kids are just blowing smoke. I muttered in frustration. I can't believe I have to stoop so low for these fools. A streak of green light flashes, slicing through and breaking the pipe's head. They wear a hooded cloak face hidden in shadow, mystery cloaked in darkness. You're mysteriously telling me I can't smoke inside. I exhaled sharply and said, are you trying to provoke me? Do you think you have the right to complain just because you're throwing money away? Is suddenly grabbed the mysterious person's collar with a forceful pull. Istar gritted his teeth and said, you understand, Mary, I followed the scent of blood, not for money. Then Ida waved his hand and said, damn it, you can go anywhere you want. Is said, I hope something interesting will happen soon. Mary, feeling uneasy, thought he's incredibly talented, but he only does whatever he wants. I should report to the professor when that person returns through the space Jemmy created. 8 hours have already passed. On the page filled with dense writing, she divided mana into small sections, absorbing it through meditation. Then she expanded the core in multiple places simultaneously to increase her absorption rate. Anmer suddenly realizes, silently thinking to himself, I understand now. If I divide the mana into smaller parts, Anmer closes his eyes, feels it, and absorbs the mana, according to the book's instructions. The effect is surprisingly vivid. He thinks to himself, I feel like I'm naturally evolving inside my body. This must be a technique of internal cultivation. Unlike the ease in Anmer, Simon couldn't understand a thing in the book. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what the hell am I supposed to do with Manana? A scene from a play suddenly played out in Simon's mind. And Dami said, red-headed Zayu, eat up. That Zen Nong Xmong is the one who teased back. What are you eating, Candy? The current me is so uncomfortable I can't even think. What the hell does this even mean? Because he wrote it, it must be really hard to understand. Damn it, he slumped back into his chair, muttering to himself, I bet Anmer figured it out. Zen Mr. Simong thought to himself, I know she's better at this kind of thing, but then he remembered his own status, and his resolve was renewed. Zen Mr. Simong placed his hand on the book, thinking, but I am Xmong's pride. Simon sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the aura of mana around him. He thought to himself, pettiness and jealousy don't matter as long as it makes me stronger. I'll use it. I will surpass you in my own way. Seeing the two of them, Jai leaned his head on the chair and said, I thought Shenzong would be the one to rush in first, but it seems he's searching for his own way. He glanced at Anmer and added, but I secretly think that Anmer Mir was a step ahead. She's smart. Still, she can't handle the pressure of absorbing mana because her core is too weak. The key is whether she can handle the pain of trying to expand her core into multiple points. Glancing at Zengong Xiang Jemmy, silently thought it might actually be even harder for Zengong to grasp the concept of energy manipulation techniques. However, because he's incredibly talented, his mana will explode once he masters that technique. Jai thought he had adjusted the method to suit each person, but that's the best he could do, the rest is up to them. 12 hours later, and Mayer was trembling all over with pain, a sensation of cracking and discomfort radiating from her heart, her face pale and ghostly. And Mayer thought her heart might explode from absorbing too much mana. She couldn't believe she had to expand her core to this extent, and Mai thought her body could handle more. She wanted to give up. But the mocking, humiliating words kept echoing in Mai's mind. The Mir family. I can't believe the head of the magic clan is just a level 4 mage. Truly a mediocre family. Anmer Meyer thought this was the only way to revive his clan. Looking at Anmer Meyer, Jai reluctantly said, Anmer is exhausted. The only way for her to become a grand mage is to break through her current core limit. He glanced at Zhen Shong and commented that he seemed to have started dividing Na's mana into smaller parts. He needs to work harder. 17 hours and 30 minutes have passed, and a sharp pain erupts. Anmer Meyer screams in agony. 21 hours and 26 minutes have passed. Zhen Xmong flips through each page again and again, desperately trying to decipher its meaning. Frustrated and helpless, he mutters, damn it, time keeps slipping away. 22, 14, 23, 17, an entire day gone. Seeing the image of the two people on the screen, Jay snapped his fingers and said, time's up. Both of you immediately sit on the previous sofa. And Maya was startled and shouted, what the hell are you so panicked about? Jai, seriously, 24 hours have passed and the test is over. He said. Jai said. Anmer and Simon charged forward. Both of their faces show clear signs of tension and worry. Wait for his words to finish. Jimmy coldly and ruthlessly declares everything failed. Anmer Mayer with a sad heart apologizes, saying she tried her best but finally raised her hands in surrender. If you give me more time to ask, will anything really change? Sen Simong froze, his voice trembling with uncertainty, revealing just how unsure he truly was. That. Jai smiled faintly, secretly pleased, thinking maybe I should stop teasing them now. Jai said, but both of them had already passed the test. Anmer Ma and Zenong Simong gasped in shock. His face looks so clueless, like he's completely lost. After playing a cruel joke, Jai calmly said, this was just a test to observe, so both of you have now successfully become my disciples. And Umo was overjoyed beyond words. The girl turned and rushed to hug Senan Xmong, saying, Senan, we did it. Senan Xmong shyly stammered in response. Congratulations, Mr. Simong said. Get away from me now. The naive Maya asked again. YG looked at the two of them, realizing he was right. Now celebrate as much as you want. He gently places a red hat on his head, outwardly saintly, but inside Jimmy turns into a demon. He thinks soon you'll all taste the agony of crying in hell. The voice echoed, asking Mary, how are the experiments going this time? Mary held a paper with Ivan's picture on it, the words failure glaring in bright cursed red. Mary said they all showed extremely serious side effects from Apophis X, so it won't last long. The voice echoed, next time we should find better specimens. They said Mary. She responded. Yes, Professor, he replied as the professor asked. And what about ways to deal with the side effects? Kenny walked into the room, took off his hat and cloak, and said, about that. I'm still researching it with the doctor, but there's been little progress so far. The professor's voice echoed from the crystal ball. I see. A product will arrive soon, so make sure to hand it over to the doctor. The professor said it will be sent by them. I'll be waiting for good news from you. The professor's words made Mary and Kenny gasp in shock, their faces changing instantly. Mary stood up coldly, saying, looks like we need to bring Anmer Mayer here fast. Kenny nodded, explaining that the kid was pretty clever so it wouldn't be easy to get close to her. Mary in disbelief asked, don't tell me you're considering backing out just because of those few leftover feelings, Kenny told me. But Mary pushed him aside, cutting him off with a sharp remark. What am I even saying? I forgot you're not that kind of guy. Let's not waste any more time. Kenny Ock stands alone in a silent room. He walks over to his desk, placing his hand on a file folder with Anmer's picture clipped inside, softly calling out to Anmer. Anmer, still dreaming, wakes up groggily, calling out softly. Aner, exhausted, sits up wearily, vaguely asking where she is. Last night's memories flood back. It was late, so Jamie said, since it's already late, stay here and go to school tomorrow. After hearing that, Anmer silently thought, oh right, this is Professor Jamie's room. Anmer reached for the bedside clock, muttering to herself, what time could it be anyway? But when she looked at the clock, her whole body jerked in shock, terror, plain on her face. Anmer shouted, it's too late. She hurriedly dressed and rushed outside. The door swings open. Anmer appears and shouts, it's too late now. Mr. Simon has been up early for a long time, and it seems like she's finally awake. Mr. Xmong said something that hit Anmer Ma's heart straight, on a critical blow that doubles the damage. You snore like a demon. Anmer Mauer suddenly said, do I snore? That's right, last night she was talking nonsense, and a blue magic aura poured down from above, targeting his head. Jai asked, are you lying? Mayer snapped, furious and out of breath. Jai snapped his fingers, telling them to stop fighting, and handed each of them this. Suddenly, a bracelet appeared on everyone's wrist, connected by a round gemstone. Zen, he shouted in doubt. Hey Anmai, what's this? The smooth, glossy gemstone reflects shimmering light, revealing a mysterious, beautiful shade of purple. Encircling the gem is a band of pure silver. Jai said it's a jade pendant, symbolizing that you've become my disciple. She winked, pointing at the pendant exactly like the one on your collar, and warned, don't lose it. Anmer and Xenong Zong responded in unison, thank you. But then Jai's words left both of them speechless, frozen like statues turned to stone. Because they're designed the same, I guess, calling them matching items works too. Zenex Mong's eyes widened in shock, pointing at Anmaya. Who would go on a date with a girl like her? Maya gasped in surprise. That kid. Anmer said, honestly, I hate you too. Zen he left abruptly, only leaving the words, I'll go ahead. And Maya hurriedly chased after him, calling out. Hey, why are you going alone again? Jai said with a smile from behind. Looks like they're having a good time. The bell rings in the classroom. Anmer, exhausted, slumps over his desk and sighs. Made it. Finn, standing nearby, gently places a hand on Anmer's shoulder and says, you're a bit late today. Anmer sat up and explained, it's because this revealed the purple pendant hanging around my neck. A voice of shock echoed through the air. God damn it, Mayer. A blonde-haired young woman approaches and asks, what's that necklace? It's so beautiful. And Maya picked up the bracelet and asked, is this it proudly? And Maya said, Professor Jai gave this to me. He said it's a symbol of a disciple. The students in the class were immediately stunned, whispering excitedly, Professor J's reputation, impossible. Professor J, and Mao is his disciple, there's no way. The blonde girl immediately reached out, yanking the bracelet and demanding to see it. And Mayer was pulled forward, annoyed, and let out a frustrated cry. The other students immediately gathered around, eager to see as well. Aner trembled and said, guys, wait, I'm just sitting here scared, hiding my necklace, telling myself I just won't pull out my own stuff. The students eagerly whispered about that Professor Jai's token. Because Mayer is incredibly clever. Phi sat silently watching the scene unfold. A professor, annoyed by the noise, leaned in and scolded him. Why are you all so noisy? Sit down properly and behave. The whole class nodded. Yes. She said Professor Silver wouldn't be coming today, so use this time to study on your own, she said. Anmer Mayer thought to himself. Did Professor Silver fall ill or something? Anmer Mayer asked Phi. Anyway, PH, are you feeling better now? Phi responds. They say that when my dantian grows bigger from drinking Apophis X, things like this will happen. Anmer Mayer skeptically asked, does that make your dantian grow bigger? There's no drink in the world that's packed with this much nutrition, Anmer Mayer advises. Why don't you stop drinking, Anmer Mayer's words made Phi furious, his eyes blazing as he glared sharply at Anmer Mayer. Phi suddenly sat up, shouting, shut up. Frustrated, Phi yelled, I've been on the top floor for 6 years. Why do you keep stopping me while I'm finally getting better? What's the point? And Maya hurriedly stood up and said, wait, I'm not saying this because of that. Phi, uninterested, snapped, forget it, I don't want to hear this anymore. Everyone in the class whispered among themselves, what's going on? What's wrong with him? Anmer Mayer whispered nervously. Phi leaned against the window, opening her mouth to say, damn it. Her face twisted into a terrifying expression filled with hatred as she said, Anmer Mayer, that brat, I'm sure she's just jealous because I'm stronger, not because she became a disciple of Master G. A sudden pain struck from his chest. Phi clenched his fist over his heart, crying out in agony. You, a voice echoed. Phobia stepped forward, concern in her voice. What's wrong, sis? Phi turned around and said, Professor Sophia. Sophia's finger brushed against Phi's cheek as she opened her mouth and said, you look so pale today. Outwardly friendly, but inside Sophia felt nothing but disdain and irritation, silently thinking, has the power of EXS worn off already? Finn said, I just argued with my friend. Anmer said that the nutritional drink you're having is suspicious, and Sophia with a strange look said, Anmer. Vin replied, yes. Sophia asked, the nutritional drink you're talking about is Apophis X, right? Finn looked surprised and asked again, you know too, Professor? Sophia smiled grimly and said, of course you know quite well. Sophia continued, you're about to give a lecture on Apophis' prospects at the Trinity Lab. Why didn't you and your friends come to join tomorrow? Finn turned around and responded. Yes, Sophia said with satisfaction. Good. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out the familiar green vial Apophis EXS. Sophia told me to drink this and to study hard today. Deep down, I knew the test subject we're using this time will break down soon. If a student dies, the principal will investigate it. After that, Sophia immediately stepped away from the scene. Sophia said, see you tomorrow. Sophia silently thought, so we have to make the experiment succeed before that happens. For a world where talent isn't everything, and the unloved aren't despised. In a dark, eerie lab, 3 bloodied, lifeless mice lie on the table. The man in the white lab coat whispers, it'll be ready soon. The mouse's soulless pupil reflected a face with a wicked, terrifying smile. Looking closer, he had a pierced head, and he said, that drug will plunge the world into chaos. At the Phoenix Academy, a vast and majestic complex, and Maya sighed gloomily, thinking to herself she hadn't spoken a word to Phi yesterday. How should she apologize? Suddenly a voice echoed out, it's Phi. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, sorry for yelling at you yesterday. Maya quickly said, it's okay. His face lit up with a smile, secretly hoping he's finally no longer angry with me. I'm so happy. Since Professor Sophia happened to invite me to a special class, I was wondering if you'd like to come along. Mayer hesitated and asked, it's a special class, but today we have Professor Jai's lesson. And Mayer said, forget it, don't worry about it. It's probably fine to take a quick walk, right? I figured the master would be annoyed if I didn't show up. Maybe it'll be fine if I just stay for a few minutes to listen. Phi rubbed his head and said thanks. I'm sure you'll like it too. At the research lab trio, long slender legs and blue heels, stepped softly onto the floor, humming a gentle tune. Mary was humming softly as Kenny followed behind, calling out, Mary, did you really summon Anmer Maya? Mary turned back and confirmed, yes I did. Mary said that girl was the test subject I was supposed to bring there. Kenny asked, but Mary said there are still side effects. The Apophis medicine we have is nearly perfect. This time they've sent us a higher grade ingredient. Thanks to that, the healer can now compensate for the side effects, Mary said. To prove our success, this is our greatest honor. At that very moment, Femur Meyer arrived at the Trinity Laboratory. Kenny warned me, Professor Jimmy has taken Anmer as his disciple. I trust you understand how turning him into an enemy changes everything. Kenny advises caution. So forget about any plans with Anmer. I'll tell Mary to step in and say no. Mary firmly insists, it's too late to stop now. Mary said, the side effects only started showing after a week of taking the supplement. As long as we find a solution before then, there's no problem, right? Kenyak thought to himself, she's completely lost her mind. Kenyak thought that greedy people try to achieve success by relying on drugs, only to end up destroying themselves after becoming addicted to Apophis. But then the voice of Anmer Mir echoed through. Professor Kenny, there's a part of today's lesson I didn't quite understand. Could you help me check this? The image of the curious little girl, optimistic and full of life, comes to mind for this professor. They had been talking for quite a while. When it was over, Anmer Mir bowed deeply to Kenny and said, thank you so much, Master. Once again, as Kenny passed by the magic training grounds, the sound and tremors of the blue maw caught his attention. Professor Kenny wondered curiously. Is someone still at the training ground? Then he glances over and sees Anmer diligently practicing magic. Kennyok mutters with a sigh, this is so annoying. Right now Mary is sitting in her room watching Kenny through her enchanted crystal ball. She suspects something's off and thinks Kenny looks a little different. There's a coldness, a ruthlessness in his face. Mary said, Ista, always stay prepared, you might need to step in. Ista chuckled confidently and replied, see, I told you. I told you in the end you'll need me after all. A polite hand gently raps on the door. Jemmy opens the door and steps inside. He asks, is it okay if I come in? Ziegfeld turned around to greet him. Ah, the young master is here. Jai asked, why are you calling me Ziegfeld? Said straight to the point. Even with our relationship like this, you still sound so pouty, Jai interrupted. I need to teach my disciple a lesson, so just tell me what you want already. ZF asked curiously, are you really taking on a disciple? Jai responded firmly, and Zong ZF casually added, I know I was the one who encouraged you, but I can't believe you'd accept a disciple with that kind of attitude. You're arrogant, full of yourself, a worthless drunk. Jai asked coldly, is that what you want to say? Ziegfeld, feeling discouraged, said, you're missing that ring. Ziegfeld calmly replied, enough with the jokes. Actually, I called you because I need a favor. Jai hesitated, repeating, a favor. Siegfried said Javelin is the one responsible for running the school. I don't really know the full situation, but I believe I have to handle this myself. Without hesitation, I pulled out a folder filled with photos Ivan and the twin siblings with green hair. Siegfried said before Professor Siver disappeared he had been regularly meeting with the weakest students in beta class. But those kids, almost expelled, suddenly performed better after drinking this. She said, holding up a glass vial filled with a blue liquid. Siegfried spoke. And it seems all those students are absent today. Jamie was startled after hearing that, a bad feeling creeping into him. He thought, isn't that the same thing Anmer's friend drank too? Jamie felt uneasy, sensing something was off. Siegfried said, if I act, it'll attract too much attention. I want you to do it. Suddenly, the gem around Jai's neck radiated a blinding light. Jai froze in shock, her face turning pale. Jai quickly stood up and hurriedly said, I have to leave now. Siegfried, confused, watched as young Jai rushed out of the room, his mind racing. He worried desperately, thinking this necklace was a gift he gave to Anmer and Xenon Zong, a warning system that would alert him whenever they were in danger. Jai teleports directly, vanishing in a flash of light that dissolves into the void. Jai truly hopes nothing serious has happened. A few moments earlier, in the small lecture hall of Trinity's research room, Sophia stood at the podium delivering her speech. We've worked tirelessly for 3 years to change the Mage society. Sophia speaks for the benefit of giving chances to those with no talent and hope for the mentally ill. And Mare admires her, thinking Professor Sophia is truly remarkable. But Phi, standing nearby, looked unstable, pale as death, breath ragged and weak. Dizziness hit him hard, the world swirling into chaotic spirals, twisting and turning out of control. His mouth gaped, gasping for air, struggling to breathe in a desperate, labored gasp. Sophia continued speaking. As you all know, the limits of the Matrix are based on your birth date. Sophia clenched her fist and slammed it onto the podium. Her face is filled with fury at the injustice. She says those born talented will enjoy endless success, but those without talent get nothing, not even a small chance. Sophia passionately said, to think that someone would spend their entire life being looked down upon just because of talent, it's a disgusting truth, especially when you look at the Magic Guild's statistics over the past 30 years. At this moment, Phi suddenly clutched his chest and turned to the side, his face pale and grim, biting his lip tightly. And Maya was startled and called out in concern. Phi collapsed to the ground in a heap. And Mayer shouted in panic, Professor Sophia, he's under your spell. Sophia remained completely unfazed, calmly delivering her speech. That's why we are who we are. Sophia slowly stepped down, approaching Anmer Mayer, who was shaking Phi awake. Phi, Sophia said, creating a kind of medicine to change the world. Sophia knelt down and spoke. And there was Apophis with a terrifying, ruthless expression, her face twisted with cruelty, her eyes sharp as razors, sending chills down everyone's spine. And Maya softly called out to Professor Sophia, a sudden wave of unnamed fear flashing through her heart. Sophia said, this potion is the answer. Someone can even become a grand mage just by expanding their mana capacity, even if they were born talentless. Mayer protested fiercely. This is insane, it's way too dangerous. Even now, Finn was interrupted by Sophia. But what if you could eliminate that risk? He then pulled out something with a greenish glow. And Maya silently dismissed it. There's no way that could be real. If you want to achieve anything, there's always a price to pay. And Mayer thought, but this time it's gone way too far. But what should I do, think Anmer Mayer. What if someone else could pay that price? What if another life, one that's not human, could withstand that risk? So hearing this, An Mayer hesitated and asked in disbelief, don't tell me. This is something related to the Lord. Sophia's face instantly paled at the question. The disciple's face suddenly clenched, his brow furrowing sharply. And Mayer said, Which church dares to do this? Before she could finish, a hand shot out covering Anmer's mouth to silence her. Sophia said I was wrong, but if you can think that far ahead, then you're exactly what I expected. You're quite clever, Sophia said. You think others will look down on you and trample over you just because your teacher isn't a professor. This really bothers me. Raise the potion, Sophia said, but you don't have to live like this anymore. Here, try it. Sophia said Apophyte would save her. Right, Anmer. The mayor, trembling with fear, tried to speak, but was silenced, his words caught in his throat. A voice echoed out, then stopped as a blinding magical light erupted. Sophia stared in shock at Kenny, his hand glowing with a mist-like aura, centered in a deep blue dark energy swirling around like a gust of wind. Kenny commanded release Anmer. Marry Sophia, or rather just Mary, she said through clenched teeth. Kenny, Mary said angrily. In the end, he's just an obstacle again, raising his hand to unleash magic. A green spear shoots out. Kenny-ach shouts, and in a flash the magical spear shatters into pieces. As it approached Kenny-ach, it shattered into fragments that flew in every direction, leaving not even a scratch. The thick, gray smoke with a faint blue glow at its core still lingered, just as intense as before. Kenny-ach said, "You can't beat me, you should stop now." And at that moment, Anmer broke free from Mary's grip, shouting loudly, "Professor!" Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Kenny, emerging from nowhere with a knife in hand raised high behind him. Kenny-ach warned, "You can't defeat me, so stop now." And Anmer, desperately breaking free, shouted, "Professor! Behind you!" A figure suddenly appeared behind Kenny, weapon raised high, then swung back forward in a deadly arc. A razor-sharp slash cut through the air, and a bloody wound appeared on Kenny's back. Fresh blood dripped onto the blade as Kenny-ach knelt in agony, crying out. Kiak said, "I've waited long enough. I've waited too long." Mary wrapped her arms around Anmer's neck and pulled her back, whispering, "Come here, quickly." Anmer nervously cried out, "Professor Kenny." Kenny was kicked hard on his wound. "Thirsting for blood," I said. "Let me have a little fun with you. You've made me wait way too long." Phi slowly regains consciousness, vaguely wondering, why am I lying on the floor? As she sits up, she immediately calls out, "Sir, are you there?" Istar said, "Oh, so you're the annoying kid from back then." Ist's words cut deep, "You're truly pathetic." Suddenly, a silver-gray magic cord wrapped tightly around Ida's ankle, stopping him from taking a step. I froze, startled, and looked back. Kenny-ach grimaced and said, "I'm the one you should be fighting." Kenny-ach painfully added, "You better not look away." Ida sneered and said, "Oh really?" A powerful force struck Kenny's face. Then Ida kicked him away, her eyes filled with murderous rage. "Blood essence." He sneered and said, "If you want to die that badly, I'll make sure it happens." The Maya from afar screams in terror. "Please don't, Professor." She struggled non-stop, but she couldn't break free from Mary's grip. Mary sneered. "That little brat." Mary grabbed Anmer Maya's head and slammed it onto the floor, shouting, "Didn't I warn you already?" Holding the Apophis potion, Mary said, "Now be a good girl and cooperate. After just one sip of this, you'll gain incredible powers." Mary said, "You should be excited, no one can beat you now." He grabbed Anmer by the hair. Jemmy coldly said, "Let's see who dares to lay a hand on my disciple." Looking down at Mary below, his powerful demonic aura surges outward without end. Jai says, "I'm sure you already knew the consequences." Mary gasped, "Jai, how are you here?" Jai coldly replied, "You don't need to know." He said, "Get lost." His staff swung fiercely, a magic circle appeared, and blasted Mary away. Mary stepped onto the podium with force. Jemmy held the Avalon relic, pointing at Anmer, and said, "Anmer, take a little rest in Grimia." Anmer said, "Wait, Professor." Then he pointed his finger toward Phi as well. Ist appeared behind. G spun around and swung his sword down fiercely. He said, "Mary, I'm really disappointed. I thought you could handle this oat guy." With a cold, precise strike, Jai spun around, leaning back to dodge the attack. I swung my sword in a diagonal slash from above. Jemmy stomped back and Ist said, "Look at that, he's dodging like a pro." Jemmy snapped, "Who the hell do you think you're calling a bastard?" Feeling annoyed inside, Jemmy calls Ryer. A portal suddenly appears. The gate opens, revealing two glowing purple eyes floating inside, and a deep voice echoes out. "Did you summon me?" "Yes, master." Jemmy ordered, "Fight him." A shadow flickered past like a gust of wind. Ryer responded. He obeyed and swung his hand, smashing toward Istar's sword. Upon closer inspection, it was a short, curved dagger. Ist said, "You're still listening to a scoundrel like him. Your skills are only this good." Ryer angrily shouted, "How dare you insult my master?" Swinging his sword, he cut down the stoddy, meeting the same fate as Mary, his back smashing against the podium. Ryer drew his short sword and stepped forward calmly, saying, "Those red eyes, I've heard of them before. They belong to bloodthirsty beasts, a tribe on the continent to Arisa's right." "Is that so?" Ryer said. "But I don't know if they're bloodthirsty like the zombies." Ist said, "Too noisy, you bastard. Stop messing around." Ida stomped forward, shouting loudly, "Die!" On the other side, Mary sat up, coughing uncontrollably. She snarled fiercely, "Jamie, you damn bastard." Mary Cam Hearn said, "I will kill you," as she prepared to unleash her magic attack on Jamie. Jamie scoffed dismissively. Kill me. Is that all you've got? Mary stiffened, a wave of unease and fear flooding her chest. Mary struggled to move, trembling in place. She was horrified, thinking, what is this? I can't move. Jai, you're such a good girl. Jai said, stay right here. Mary immediately knelt down. Jai reached out his hand toward Mary's forehead, where dark purple mana swirled. He said, from now on you'll be my slave, and together we'll go inside. Jemmy Ho Riser, don't behead him. Ryer turned and asked, you want him to live? Jai replied, that's right. Jamie said, he seems very useful to me. Ryer asked, this one? Jai replied, exactly. Let's try to distract him. Ryer, burdened with sorrow, reached for his sword, sighed deeply, and said, I understand. Then he grabbed his collar in fear and shouted, spare Ta. He was pulled into the door without warning. He begged desperately, please don't, please spare Ta. The door slammed shut, and Jai muttered, looks like he's quite pleased when I bring a valuable slave, he said. Then suddenly a voice echoed out. Professor Jai Kenny Ach sat up abruptly, scanning that door as if it might open again. His heart pounding, he thought, this is it, I'm dead. I've lost Kenny here. Jai grabbed his staff and pointed it sharply at Kenny, teleporting him away to hide the evidence. I'm sorry, Professor Kenny. Take a break in Grimia for a bit. Kenny shouted, wait, hold on. At the same time, Jemmy was chanting a spell to erase memories. Jamie said. Next, Mary's face shows pure fear and shock. Jamie calls out, listen up, my noble slave. Mary, like a wooden puppet, obediently replied, you called for me. Master Jai asked, tell me who you are. Mary stood up and replied, my name is Mary, and I'm the manager of Trinity Laboratory. We pursue the ideals of equality and magic for everyone. We were ordered to infiltrate the Phoenix Academy. Jai thought to himself, I already knew that. Sophia was just her alias, Mary said. That order was to erase the gap in power between Apopus users. Jemmy thought to himself, to pull off a plan this grand, it had to be the work of a high-level mage in the magic community. He asked, have you figured out a way to handle the side effects of Apophis? Isn't that your goal after all? Mary said. A vein suddenly bulged on her neck. Mary cried out in pain, unable to form a complete sentence. She thought it was a curse. She pointed at Mary, and a surge of mana erupted. He said, who do they think I am? A perfect cell. A perfect cell, completely immune. One of Jai's 3 divine treasures. It can cure any ailment even when someone is cursed. Jai said, it can break every curse except mind control, and Mary screamed in agony. The primal curse was lifted, releasing a thick wave of dark energy that spread outward. Jai muttered, that cost me quite a bit of mana. Jamie asks, so now what? How do we deal with its side effects? Mary said softly, we've made a pact with the demons. Jamie asked, now tell me, how did you handle the side effects? Mary said, we made a deal with the demons. Jamie was stunned, thinking to himself, if it's to handle the side effects of the medicine, it would have to be a demon king, or at least someone with extraordinary power. Jamie pressed on, tell me which demon is it? Mary replied, the greed demon itself. Jamie thought to himself, I've never heard that name before. This only proves how much time has really passed. That demon lord might just be a false title. Jai thought back to that symbol, but does this also have something to do with the Genis Church? Jai orders, tell me everything about those involved. Mary responds, all the small-time traders, including Silver, have been slaughtered by Easta. Kenny is the one who made them. Jai thought in shock. Silver and Kenny, those two are completely crazy. Who is the leader? Mary asked. Leading the charge is the doctor, someone who's almost consumed by the obsession to develop Apophis. While most commands come from the professor, what about Jamie's questions about their identities? Mary raised the enchanted crystal ball and said, lower-ranked members are only allowed to communicate through this glowing gem, so I've never met them. Looking at the gem, Jamie thought this stone is a creation infused with magic, making it impossible for anyone to trace contacts or record anything. As I suspected, one of the high-ranking members of the Mage Council is involved in this. Jemmy said, you're free to go. Just pretend everything's normal and let me know when you get a message. Mary replied, yes. He stepped into Grimia, thinking to himself, looks like I'll need to hear the rest from that person. Anmer was caring for Phi when she immediately called the professor. The girl hurried over and asked, are you okay? Jai slammed the cup on Anmermea's head and said, do you even know who I am? Jai thought I said I was fine, but that kid's condition looks pretty serious. A golden light radiates and Jai says, you're not going to die anymore. Phi, trembling with fear, whispers, I didn't mean to do it. I just thought to myself he won't be able to become a mage anymore since his magic core is shattered. But glancing at Kenny, he told Anmer, take your friend to the resting room. Anmer nodded and replied, yes, let's go. Vin Kenny Ack finally spoke, is all of this just creations? Looks like you're packing some serious firepower. Jai said normally I'd be bragging about it, but Jay told me, unfortunately I don't have the time. The magic activates directly, and the chains of Ma tighten around Kenny. Jai says, Kenny, I heard from Mary that you played a part in creating Apphis X. Tell me everything you know about the ones behind this whole mess. Kenny said, I don't know who the professor is, but I know the doctor because we work together to develop the medicine. Jai asked, who is the doctor? Kenny said that, but he couldn't speak. A strange feeling rose up, and I thought to myself, this is odd. It doesn't feel like a curse. Jemmy stepped forward, placed his hand on Kenny's forehead, and said, if you won't tell me, I'll read your memories myself. Kenny said, you won't be able to read this. His hand paused, then Jai curled his finger and pressed down hard, tearing open a bloody gash on his forehead, revealing a complex circuit board inside. Jai said, you're a hormonus. Holding a tiny chip in his hand, Joe said, so that filthy elder is the mastermind. He's so despicable, he even implanted a chip into his own creation. He's truly useless. Jai thinks that foolish elder serpent, the one with split personality disorder, is just avoiding everything. If you think about his hatred for talented people, it's no surprise he's behind all of this. Kenny asked in disbelief, I was designed to hide any info about that person, so how did you manage to find out? Did you really read my memories? Jai thought, of course I did. And I erased that memory with dark magic, but you still claim you don't need to read it, you already knew. Jimmy confirmed you're homunculus, and since your personality always mirrors your creator, it's obvious who that person is. Kenny was stunned, speechless after hearing that. Kenny said, I may not be human, but I won't make excuses for the cruel actions I've committed. I will atone with my death. Jai didn't think so. He cut in, saying, what's the point of that, then snapped his fingers to break free from the chains that bound him. Jai said, you're free now. You no longer have to serve as a beast of burden for the third elder. Kenny asked in disbelief, why? Ji chuckled and said, fine, consider it repayment for saving my disciple's life. I'll decide your punishment after I deal with the third elder. Kenny hurriedly replied, Professor Ji, you can't do this alone. That person has someone pulling strings behind the scenes. He slammed his hand down hard, and the syringe filled with green liquid dropped to the ground. The serpent hissed a curse under his breath. Frustrated, he wondered why he hadn't heard anything from Ida or Mary, and someone had destroyed the chip he implanted in Kenyak. Saren's hatred believed that the entire Magic Council was within his grasp. But which bastard ruined that perfect plan? Looking at the syringe, Serpent said, Apophis has found a piece of wood in the ocean. Serpent stroked the syringe, calming himself. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. Everything's perfect. As long as I have this, I can handle an 8th-level little monster. He muttered frantically, I will finally become the king of the Magic Council at the Phoenix Academy's headmaster's office. Jai explained everything he uncovered, saying, so I need the help of the 7 Elder Lords. Is there anyone who can fight alongside me? Zfed asked. You're saying I don't know the identity of the professor, right? ZF calmly analyzes. If they can hide their identities so carefully, then you can't trust anyone's words too quickly. This story won't just end with the third elder. Jai believes that means he can trust Freed because he's like me, avoiding the Magic Council. Jai remained cautious, knowing she couldn't trust anyone in the royal bloodline, especially not the third elder. Equality, after all, was just like Apophis, all for the sake of a supposedly fair world. Jemmy thought about Elder Lino, but demons are masters of deception. I can't let my guard down yet. Jai sighed in frustration, realizing that meant we'd have to handle it ourselves. Siegfried said, I'll find a way to deal with the 3 elders, so you should go back and rest. Jai replied, got it. JY was walking down the hall when someone suddenly called Professor Jamie Javelin. He asked, where did you go earlier? Jai, answer me. I have something to discuss with the principal. Javelin said, if there are any issues with the lessons, just let me know. Jai cheerfully replied. Yes. Javelin asks, Professor Jai, have you seen Professor Sophia anywhere? Jai replies, I think she just left. Javelin said, be careful out there. Professor Jai Jemmy stayed silent. He considers the signs. He's always the one communicating with the instructors, able to interfere with the academy's affairs as vice principal, and he wouldn't seem suspicious, even if he frequently meets with the elder of the education department. Jamie called Professor Javelin. He turned back and asked, what's wrong? Jamie asked, do you believe anything about Professor Silver? Javelin replied. He contacted me today and said he's quitting because his health isn't good. Jamie was startled after hearing that, laughing in disbelief. I never thought he'd be this close to me. Javelin looked confused and asked, what? What do you mean? Jai asked. Maybe Sophia is in her room. Should I just call her Mary instead? Jai said, you can stop pretending now, Professor Javelin. No more acting. He let the carefully prepared lecture notes fall to the ground and said, oh, come on. I'm definitely not careless just because you're a kid. Javelin sneered. Looks like I've been caught red-handed, Jemmy said. You can stop pretending now, Professor. Javelin drops into freefall, practicing the lecture he painstakingly prepared last night, his tone filled with frustration. Oh, come on. I definitely wasn't careless just because you're a kid. Javelin said, looks like I've still been exposed, huh? The crimson and black aura flickered, forming a circle that expanded outward. Javelin asked, what do you think Javelin said about my space-bending magic? Jai drew his sword and the legendary Avalon and said, your eyes seems like you've made a pact with a demon. Javelin replied, I was so careful, yet I still got caught. Javelin said, I believe that the phrase if is always used by those with a broad vision. Jai looked at the glowing heart-shaped ring on his middle finger, silently thinking, so it's that ring after all. So Jai asked Javelin, why can't you move? Then suddenly Jai spun around, raised his staff and cast a spell that erupted in an explosion. A bright red matrix forms, and an explosion erupts. Jai with disdain says, I never thought you'd be able to process information that quickly. Lao Tam, as the dust settles, the battered figure of Serpent appears. He snarls in fury, you reckless stupid brat, I swear I will make you kneel. This time, Jai activated the White Sea magic, a mighty sacred wave of water surging behind him as he charged toward Javelin. Jemmy taunted, go ahead, see if you can. Jai raised her sword silently, deciding to take down Javelin first, whispering a spell under her breath. Suddenly, strands of mana shot out, wrapping tightly around Jai's arm. Sen exhaled, standing beside the magic circle as the crystal ball said, got you. Jai looked back, biting her lip as strands of mana shot out from the crystal ball, hurtling toward her. He scolded this pathetic fool. Jai tried to use magic to escape, but he was stunned to find his mana forcibly scattered, making it impossible to concentrate and cast the spell. I think my mana is running out. Serpent's teasing right now. You can't use mana, huh? We've prepared for every possible scenario. I love seeing you talk. Genius fools like you are always so careless. Everyone was ascending to the heavens. Suddenly the ceiling exploded, dust and debris raining down like a storm. Zif falls mana swirling vividly in his hand. He says, how dare you? Zigfed raised both hands, pointing directly at Serpent and Javelin. He's planning to cause chaos right outside our house. Javelin said, I knew you'd come. Serpent replied, you haven't changed a bit, huh? Both of them raised their hands to trigger the trap. A matrix appears beneath Japhed's feet, a blue glow rising up, forming a pillar of light that encircles Fried. The twisted symbols soared into the air, suppressing Siegfried's mana flow. Jai stared in shock and asked, what the hell is that, Kenny? How did everything turn out like this? Could it be that the demons planned it all from the very beginning? He sighed and muttered, it's probably too late now. Anmer, standing nearby, said Professor Kenny Ock, regrets it. Anmer Mayer, I'm sorry, I made a terrible mistake. Anmer Maya comforted him. It's okay, sir. At least you saved us and saw the blindness of your ways. You can live to atone for what you've done. Kenny thought to himself. Atoning for what? Atoning for everything. He silently made up his mind, muttering to himself. All right, I hope it's not too late. Actions speak louder than words. Kenny stood up and walked away. He said, I'll do what I can. Kenny glanced back and said, Anmera, you're a smart kid, a genius. She replied absent-mindedly, yes. The girl was stunned when the stern professor actually praised her so highly. Kenyak regretfully said, this is the greatest misfortune not being blessed by the Ma, and that's why I've always worried for you. Thinking about quitting his research on magic, Kenny Osh quietly reflected he truly wanted to become a great teacher. He pondered his own actions, questioning if he was on the right path. I've always been unpredictable, shaped by the personality of my creator. That's why I constantly strive to teach my students better. I wonder why I can't be more polite and gentle with them. Kenny Ock thought, could it be because I'm a creation born from a snake? No, it's just an excuse. I can change if I want because it's what I feel. Kenny Ock said, softly grateful for the moment. Because he never gave up until the very end. Anmer thought of Jai Kenny Osh, saying he was a known player. Professor Jai is a special mage, and surely someday he'll become the heart of the Magic Guild. He envisioned Anmer's future as a true disciple. Kenny Ock said, if I become your disciple like that, I'm sure I can make up for what I lack by learning from him. Kenny Ock smiled and offered his final lesson as a professor, always listen, always learn. The path will be tough, but never forget your dreams when faced with obstacles and never give up. Anmer sensed something was wrong, but she didn't stop. Anmer said, yes, Professor. I promise I'll never give up. Kenny sighed in satisfaction, a mix of joy and regret in his voice as he said, it would have been perfect to see him become a mage. And Mayer shouted loudly. Professor Kenny, with his legs weakened, knelt down in submission. Kenny silently wishes her well, hoping her path ahead is filled with glory. Outside, JF angrily shouts, you bastard, stop messing around, he's freeing Maza. Sir confidently said, useless, this is the result of arrogance. Siegfried was panicked. He couldn't use magic or break this formation. Siegfried wondered, what is this? It's not magic. Jane said, it seems you're quite shocked, Headmaster. This is a sealing spell we struggled to obtain from a mysterious country far to the east. Even the first and second elders can't easily break it. Zyfed replied, you think you can do anything after causing all this? You're dead wrong. Zigfed looked at Jay with suspicion and asked, why did you end up like this? That doesn't seem like a typical seal. Jai reluctantly replied, this is causing my demon to scatter. Jai said it might take a while longer. I don't know if I can hold on. Javelin cuts in, enough talk now. You need rest, Your Excellency. Director ZK Fed shifts his focus forward. Siegfried growled with menace. I swear I'll kill you the moment I get out of here. I swear on my soul his body was engulfed by a thick blue aura and in the end it vanished. All that's left are traces, swirling energy, and floating runes. Javelin softly said, I feel more at ease now that the greatest danger is gone. Jai replied, knowing only time was needed before the 7 elders could escape. What are you planning to do? Sarant said. You don't need to worry about us. That Welton kid. Jai came back and delivered a deadly blow. You're a damn coward, Apophis. Is that the best trick you've got when you can't break through the 7th layer's wall? Sir spat, teeth clenched in fury. It seems you don't want to hold your tongue. Javelin said. Stop, think of a way to fix this right now. Javelin exhaled sharply and said, the remaining seals need to be used once the elders are done. I don't think I can keep him restrained forever, and I'm afraid of the consequences if I kill him. The Welton and V families, if they decide to step in, my plans will be thrown into chaos. Javelin suggests maybe I should erase its memory. Sen hesitated but finally agreed with a tone of regret, saying this kid is really lucky to have such a powerful backing. Jimmy asked, what are you all secretly planning? Someone who makes a pact with a demon won't care about those with little faith or average power. It seems like the old third's goal is to push beyond his limits. Jemmy thinks there's only one thing the contract demons truly desire, a high-quality sacrifice. Jemmy pieced together the clues, gradually expanding her theory, because Apophis and someone with the greatest qualities would make the perfect sacrifice. Realizing the answer, Jai immediately asked, are you trying to summon the demon lord? Javelin replied, just as I expected. Clever indeed. I've been watching for a long time, and I've already infiltrated the Magic Society for a short while. Thanks to Genesis' shrine, my work has gone smoothly. Javelin touched Jay's forehead and said, now get some rest. So you know, Jay said, you've bent space right. Darkness from within him surges forth. Javelin gasped in shock. Your power is, G called out to Leviat. The summoning circle appears, and the monster trembles like an earthquake, eyeless, noseless, earless, only a wide, toothy mouth and smooth black skin. It lunges forward, sinking its teeth into Javelin. Jai's dark mana shatters the chains. Jai says, you're too close to me. S in shock said, you bastard, are you a dark mage? Jemmy turned back and asked, you never even considered it, did you? I'll kill you after you reveal everything. Serpent suddenly burst into laughter, saying, I see now, so that's how it is. Jai froze, gazing at Serpent with eyes that mocked someone mentally challenged. Serpent deluded himself, saying, so you're not some genius after all, but you've gained your power by selling your soul to the devil. Sir, said Kid, in the end, that's the best you could do. That's right, Siegfried. I'm sure that filthy slave is also a dark mage. He sold his soul to the devil. Jai sighed in disbelief, thinking how disgusting it was. I told you to shut your mouth. A fishing rod is the best choice for scum like this. Jai coldly recites her spell, unleashing the dark energy of the death spirit demon, making him truly terrifying. You fool yourself into thinking, so you're not a genius, you're just someone who gained power by selling their soul to the devil. That pathetic excuse, you've only managed this much. Serpent says, that's right, Siegfried. That filthy slave is definitely a dark mage. He's sold his soul to the devil. Jemmy sighed and muttered to himself, this is so disgusting. He thought, you'd better shut your mouth. Guys like this deserve a beating. Jai coldly recites her spell. The dark death spirit magic erupts, making him truly terrifying. Tu Lin, the black demon magic, can shatter souls and paralyze bodies. Jai said, I'll show you what a true sword technique is. You dare insult me, filthy dark mage, I will destroy you. But when my strike hits Jay, it can't cause a single bit of damage. You mock me relying on him, yet he can't even lift a single piece of my clothing. Are you sure he's a 6th rank mage? He snapped, furious. What did you do? What have you done? Go ahead and die. Your attacks are useless. Jamie thought to himself, radiation, decay, scattering nuclear fusion, these are all advanced molecular magic. He said so, the magic theories he's after are related to molecular magic. Even though I don't quite understand the difference between dust and molecules. Fuming with anger, he shouted, you pathetic fool, how dare you spout nonsense and cast that corrosive magic only for something to come rushing in and shatter your attack. The familiar waters follow, and it's the 100 Seas magic. Jemmy clenched her sword and said, that's all you've got. You think you can kill me with that? Jemmy swung her sword with fierce force, but Serpent quickly cast a shield spell. The cursed shield shattered instantly under Jai's strike. Even with a shield, the sword still left a cut on Serpent's body. He said, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Jibao, look, do you even know what a lightning burst attack is? The deadly lightning burst magic tore through the air, striking with a purple-pink hue, paralyzing Serpent completely. He cried out in agony. Jemmy said, it's over now then, summoned Leviat the beast, charging forward to bite at Serpent. Serpent, unwilling to accept it, thought, damn it, this can't end like this. He remembered the greenish-blue syringe tucked into his shirt pocket. Levia snapped her teeth down hard. Jai said, idiot, don't worry, I'll still swallow your rotten corpse. He turned and walked away, muttering, for now. But suddenly Levia's head exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. All I see is Serpent holding a syringe, plunging it straight into his neck artery, and he's frantically shouting, "It's him, it's the source of this power." Jai thought he was getting stronger. He said, "Ha, this is Apophis, an unfinished drug, perfect for a weakling like you." Sarah sneered, "You insolent brat, I'll smash you to pieces." Seeing Serpent's body unnaturally muscular, Jai thought he hadn't reached level 7 but definitely level 6. Jai said, "Look behind you and get up." The familiar gate appears slowly creaking open to reveal a spreading darkness. He says, "My soldiers inside, their countless eyes are glowing in the endless night." Just moments ago, in the Phoenix Academy corridor, Professor Haivang cheerfully greeted the new day by heading to class. Hyvan said time to get to work when suddenly the space warped, and Javelin's lower half burst out. Hivan gasped in doubt. That half of his body completely fell away, revealing a monstrous red core covered in tentacle-like appendages and jagged curved teeth. Terrified, Hivan shouted, "What the hell is this?" Lightning-fast tentacles strike piercing through Hivan's stomach, and he screams in agony. The tentacles embed deep, swelling the blood vessels as Javelin's voice echoes loud and clear. "Sorry, Professor Hyvn." The tentacles fell, and H floated up suspended in the air. Javelin said, "But just thinking of J as a dark mage, I want to catch him off guard." Suddenly Javelin's shoulder was pierced through blood spraying out as Kenny appeared right behind him. He coldly said, "So you're the one who made the pact and supplied demon blood. Did you really think I couldn't sense the demonic aura earlier?" Javelin said, "You're just a fool, rushing headfirst into death." Kenny replied, "No, you're the one who's gotta die." A commanding voice echoes as Team 1 disperses, Team 2 fills the empty spots, and Team 3 launches a long-range attack. The voice shouts and the entire squad charges forward, eyes fixed on the countless skeleton warriors rushing toward them. Serpent said, "These bones." Serpent raised his hand to attack, unleashing a magic blast forward. "His screams are useless." Thungfun excitedly said, "That's it, the new power. If it's good, charge forward. That rotten little brat, I will tear all of you apart." A steps forward and gives the order. Team 2 covers the position, Team 3 moves to the archery. A thought to himself, I didn't pay attention before, but I never expected he'd train them this well. Jai called Azat. Azat immediately kneeled and bowed, saying, "Yes, your majesty, you summoned me." "Master." Jai asks, "What are you doing? Be honest." Nevro said this is how they greet each other in the army, so Jai said, "That skeleton, I'm not sure if it has intelligence." "There really is one, Jai. Just think about it." That's strange. I'm sure I erased all his intelligence when I turned him into a skeleton, whether he's awakened or has some other element inside. I guess I'll need to check someday. Over there, the spirit priest kept destroying the skeletons. He said, "Damn these damn skeletons, they're swarming everywhere." Seeing that scene, Gemini, was it really dark magic that broke everything down into atoms and then destroyed them? Looking at the fragile, withered bones, he thought his army of skeletons had no rivals. If that's true, then sooner or later he'd lose all his soldiers. Jemmy immediately ordered. Ott returned to the army. Az gasped, "My ritual is that bad," and just like that they turned into black smoke and vanished. "You're provoking me. I thought you were pushing yourself to the limit. Have you run out of mana? Looks like you're not that special after all." Jemmy said, "It's because your magic division makes her uncomfortable." He reached out, drawing his weapon, dark shadowy magic swirling around the blade as Jemmy raised her sword. "You should feel honored to witness what true magic mastery really looks like." Sen Furious spread her hands wide and mana coalesced into a massive attack behind him. The magic skemi turns into a beam of light rushing toward Serpent at terrifying speed along a crackling trail. He appears behind Serpent wielding his sword. The seventh sword technique of the Welton family, Dark Thunder. Jamie shouted and lunged with his sword. Serpent spun around and yelled, "Don't think I'll fall for that again." A destructive beam of magic light erupts, a devastating attack unleashed. Sen, confident and sure of victory, says, "It's over." Did that brat from another room see inside? Is it empty? Master Simong wondered suspiciously. No class today. Master Simong said I haven't seen in Mao either. Do they want to push me aside? Suddenly, the gem on his necklace burst into a blinding glow. Zen Ong X. Mong bent down, lifting the gem to look at it, muttering, the professor's necklace feels a bit off. "Don't tell me, Zenong." Simong hurriedly rushes out of the room, worried and panicked, thinking the professor's in danger, returning to the battlefield. Magic attacks being deflected by Jai's sword, yet he keeps being pushed back. Jai thought this move would burn out his life force. But darkness ignited instead. Jai said, "I will crush your dying stance." Jemmy considered using Leviathan to stab him with her sword. This mouth absorbs and digests its target. The dark mana erupts even more powerfully. SP said, "You're useless. After I kill you, I'll sell my soul to the Demon King and survive." Malna's dark aura soared high, splitting the attack, then exploded into a blazing four-winged star. In an instant, Serpent's magic attack was drained away, the sword radiating an intense, strange pressure. His second ability released darkness. Massive pale white feet stomped down hard, shaking the ground with a small quake. The disgusting monster kept stomping relentlessly its chest, to waste a gaping black maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Seeing that creature, Jay thought, am I dreaming? For some reason that thing looks so familiar. His gaze drops to what he's holding in his hand. Jai was surprised and thought to himself, God of death, why am I holding this? At that moment he saw a furious figure shouting loudly, how dare you call yourself a saint while you're harming innocent people? Hearing this, he knew exactly who it was, Diablo Vibur, Jai's past. Jai thought, I get it now, this is me from the past. Diablo Vomber said, to eliminate those who refuse to obey you, I can't believe you created something so filthy. Diablo Vomber declared, I will never forgive you. He raised his hand, dark mana pouring out like a raging waterfall, an aura that covered the sky and crushed the earth. Seeing that Jay realized it was a part of his past he had long forgotten, that terrifying dark energy spiraled in a deadly vortex, forming a devastating whirlwind. Looking at it, Jai thought, yes, my shadowy power has destroyed everything. But that's not all. The force of attraction can pull everything in. This is the origin of Levia. Diablo Vibur roared, remember my power, tremble before the darkness I bring. Dark mana erupts from the sword with relentless power like a raging black flame burning fiercely and uncontrollably. Sent in disbelief said, you bastard, what did you do to my magic? He said, why does my magic radiate from your sword? And on the blade, a silver-gray mana shimmered, just like serpents. Jemmy replied, you think you can understand if I show you? All I can say is the sword gathering is coming together. Jemmy clenched his sword tightly and lowered it. He said he could push past his limits because of you. Jai swung her sword with all her might, unleashing a strike that sent a blast of ghostly white energy flying. Jai said, now get out of here. The serpent was struck by a deadly blow, slicing the demon from below, splitting him in two. The serpent seethed with hatred, unleashing a long, furious roar. No. Outside, a massive cube hovers silently in midair. Javelin observes, it seems you've created a space that amplifies your power, while the third elder is busy brewing strength-enhancing medicine, creating a clone exactly like the original. Javelin's form has completely transformed eyes, now pitch black. Javelin said, ah, you really do resemble a human now. Javelin said, who would have thought you're just a mere creation? Kenny's face went pale, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He yelled, you bastard, it's because of you. Every disciple is consumed by the crimson demonic aura radiating from Javelin. He said, my power can rival that of a night-level demon. I might be a little addicted, but this isn't the place to deal with a 5th-tier mage. So Javelin swung his arm, firing a blazing red magic pillar forward, shouting loudly, give up! Kenny quickly dodged away. Luckily, his vital areas weren't hit, but his shoulder and arm brushed against that deadly beam. He thought the gap in strength was too wide, those bastards would win for sure. Suddenly a voice called out, calling Kenny. Professor Kenny. The sound was faint and unclear, then suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. Javelin stepped forward and said, all right, Professor Kenny, it's time to make things right. Kenny, clutching his wound, knelt on the ground, thinking he could hear Javelin's voice from the shadows. Are they sealed away? Do I know anyone there? The most likely face is that confident-looking guy with blonde hair that flashes through Kenny's mind. Kenny guessed Siegfried. Kenny slammed his fist into the ground, summoning mana to form a matrix to break Japhed's seal. Kenny nodded with trust. I'll leave the rest to you. Mana flows down to the ground, spreading out like waves of sound. Javelin raises his hand, his arm transforming into a tentacle, rushing to stop Kenny's move. He shouted, useless. Watching the tentacles rushing toward him, Kenny remained calm and composed. He thought he was just a puppet created by Serpent. I could start as one of Serpent's own, but I learned a few things from others. The image of Simon and Anmer flashed in his mind, Kenny A, thinking, growing and self-reflecting. Kennyok opened his eyes wide and declared fiercely, you really think I'll let you decide the future of our children? Kennyok swung his arm, countless magic circles appearing, and Javelin shouted in doubt, what are you doing, you bastard? Kenny's tentacles pierced through his body, the magic circle shattering, but he smiled confidently and said, I never thought about dodging it. The cube exploded, revealing countless cracks across the space cube, unleashing blinding flashes of wild mana. Then a massive explosion erupted. The entire sky lit up with destructive force and a familiar deafening roar echoing through the air. Well done, Professor Kenny is Siegfried. He's been set free. Siegfried said, rest now, his mana is overflowing. Siegfried said, I owe you so much. Javelin, trembling with fear, thought, is this the true form of a battlefield mage? A butcher in disguise? Siegfried's cold, deadly voice echoes, I told you before, didn't I? I swear I'll kill you if I get out of here. Mana surged toward Javelin. Javelin was trembling with fear. He immediately spun around and ran like hell, thinking he couldn't win. He had to retreat now. But in the blink of an eye, Siegfried appeared right in front of Javelin. Siegfried asked, where do you think you're going? Siegfried swung his fist with all his might, landing a powerful punch on Javelin. Javelin was sent flying into the air. Javelin silently thought, I need to keep my distance first, then use the opportunity to open the gate to the demon world. He clasped his hands together, forming a seal, and softly said, before I finished speaking, I was struck down by a giant fist that hit the ground like a mosquito. ZF approaches Javelin and says, you won't die peacefully. ZF raises both hands, forming a frame like taking a picture, and a space cube appears, engulfing Javelin's body. Siegfried said, I will kill you in the slowest and most painful way. Siegfried's face was filled with a terrifying savage fury. He said, this is just the beginning. Lerpfeng transformed from a 3D image into a real entity, blood and flesh, splattering everywhere, as Javelin's remains flew through the air, heading straight for G. He picked up the sword and examined it, muttering, it's used to drain the enemy's energy and turn it into your own. Seeing the dark, ominous aura on the blade, Jamie thought this was her new theory. Chanma Kimji thought even more. After breaking through his senses, they've expanded beyond what they were in the past. It seems that bastard Javelin is still alive. Jemmy hated thinking about it. Every thought was a lie. Instead of killing him, I should make him suffer the worst pain imaginable. Suddenly, a familiar presence appears in Jemmy's senses. He instinctively moves toward it, believing it's Jemmy. Seeing who arrived, he immediately called for Duke Simong. Duke Simong responded, it's really hard to find you. Jemmy hesitated and asked, why are you here? At the same time, the Duke of Mong asked, don't tell me you've already surpassed a 7th level mage. Jemmy replied, oh, just now. And the Duke of Simong also explained his reasons. I'm here to find Zong. Jai hurriedly said, we don't have any time left, the demons are already here. The Duke of Simong asked again, a demon, a beam of black and red light shot up into the sky. They both froze and looked over, then said, that's demon power. A furry clawed hand lunged forward as a voice echoed. Damn it, Siegfried blocks the relentless, furious attacks of the monster. He said, why did you suddenly shift to that final form? The students won't be able to handle it. Jamie moved closer and asked Old Seven, is that Javelin's true form? Ziafed turned and replied, young master, I was about to shrink him, but he's grown even bigger. The Duke of Simong has arrived. What does that mean? ZF reluctantly said, you're here after all. Old Bot looked at the panicked students below, and Jai said, the students will get caught in the chaos if I fight here. Let me teleport us to a different place first. No need to hold back. Mana burst out in shock as 2 beams of light appeared, enveloping both sides. In the blink of an eye, everything was transported far away from the Phoenix Academy. The Duke Simong stared in disbelief and said he used 7th level magic without even chanting. ZF said, I still can't believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes. Jai snapped, this isn't the time to be surprised. His 2 fingers clenched, and a blazing orange flame ignited. The magic of his hand, the pinnacle of fire spirit magic, a claw from the heavens descended, crushing the monster born from the raging fiery inferno. The Duke smirked and said, you've surprised me again. But fire is my specialty. Fire King, the demon magic of Simong. He controls flames, that's why they call him the Crimson Lotus. Seeing that scene, Jai thought he used his fire magic and expanded it. So that was the old man's magic theory. The entire Duke of Simong is burning. He told them to burn him alive. Watching the Duke's magic, Simong Jae-mi thought to herself, he's using his fire magic and expanding it. Jae-mi realized that's the theory of the 8th Elder's magic. The fiery Duke Simong declared, burn him to ashes. Each dark pink demon shot straight at the restrained monster. The Red Lotus, a beautiful yet deadly magic. The phantom of the lotus slowly blooms, its pale pink petals dancing across the sky. The Duke of Simong said, Elder Thut, watch out for the aftershocks. Zif reluctantly replied, understood, I got it. A spatial barrier was formed to stop the destructive flames from spreading further. Inside the barrier, the fire erupted, fully exploding with even greater heat. Jai gazed intently at the flames, thinking to himself, that move is a stunning, fiery red lotus, fierce and beautiful. He exclaimed, wow, that's intense, as the flames dissipated, leaving behind nothing but scorched, barren, cracked earth. Siegfried sighed, just like always, such devastating power. The Duke of Mong turned back and said, I don't want to hear those words from you. No matter what happens, Siegfried always turns back and says, yes, no matter what. Siegfried asks, did you really become a 7th tier mage in such a short time? The young Master Jai hesitated before replying, haha, it was just recently. Zift blurted out a laugh, saying, if the elders find out, they'd be stunned. The Duke scolded sharply, don't laugh so carefree, look at yourself. Remember where you are. Zifed responded indifferently, who cares? From birth, I was already a slave. The Duke of Shimong turned away and left, saying, anyway, just go back now. Zif asked, I don't need to check the body again, right? Jemmy approaches the pit to inspect, pausing as he notices something. It's strange because Simong's flames should have reduced everything to nothingness. The Duke of Simong confidently responded to Siegfried. You dare doubt my magic? Only those at count level or higher could withstand that blow. In the center of the explosion, Jai saw something jet black javelin. Even though he's still alive, it won't last long. If things stay like this, Javelin will be reduced to nothing but dust in the wind. He can't accept that, he thought. A little more, just a little more, and I would have gained power from the Demon Lord. Is it really over? A malicious voice echoed. You're quite resilient, I must say. That worthless name. Javelin froze as that sinister voice whispered, if you're going to die, then hand over your body to me, and perish. A thick, crimson demon stream erupts, smashing through the Duke Xmong's flames. A demon appears, a sharp horn protruding from its forehead. He said, I will devour everything for you. Jay was stunned by this shocking revelation. 3 deadly beams shot forward, razor-sharp, like blades appearing in an instant right in front of Jai. Not long ago, in an empty courtyard behind the Academy's back gate, there were a few shadowy figures. Someone said the energy of the demonic aura has vanished. Marin Mayo asked, what do you think happened? Offenjinger replied, I don't know either. At that moment, Florison suddenly drew everyone's attention. Wait everyone, look, there's a burned corpse here. The others gather around. Raymond Florison sat down, reached out his hand, and began to chant a healing spell. A gentle glow of blue mana radiated outward. Under the influence of mana, the corpse's burnt black flesh begins to heal, revealing the head once more. It's Professor Kenny, someone shouted. This is Kenny, a professor at Phoenix Academy, and a disciple of the 3 elders. Adele Haven sneered, serpent. That old dying bastard, was he trying to make you a sacrifice for the demons? Frezel said, hey, no need to be so dramatic, when suddenly a massive beam of light shot up into the sky. That thing was born from demonic energy, and everyone froze in fear, trembling at the sight of that sinister otherworldly power. As Frezel panicked and shouted, this magic power, it's a count-level demon, Adelhaven yelled loudly to calm Frezel down. When Offenjinger turned around, he ordered Adelhaven and Luke Frezel. Linmel and I will face them in battle. You two prioritize protecting the Magic Society. When Frezel said, we will too. Offenjinger looked serious as she said, please, both of you, I might need to use the dimensional cannon. The dust settled, revealing 3 deep, jagged trenches in the ground. The demon chuckled, hey old man, you guys are quick to react. Suddenly, the 3 of them soared into the air, dodging the attack, their faces filled with vigilance and caution. The demon asked, why aren't you saying anything? That demon is called Boss, a demon count serving under the wrathful Lord of Demons, a half-demon, half-dragon hybrid. He thought he couldn't be attacked as long as you hid in there. Jamie seriously thought a count-level demon. It felt like she was seeing a real dragon. His presence seemed to overwhelm the elders. He's nothing like our whip. Boss said, if you stand in my way, I will strike first. And with that, his figure vanished at lightning speed. Jemmy sighed in annoyance. Cha, and blocked Boss's attack. He was thrown back a bit. Jai stared in shock, unable to believe it. He's this powerful, even with the invincibility of omnipotence. Boss, excited, said, you seem to be doing better than those 2 guys. He charged forward, relentless in his attack. He held a condensed demonic energy in his hand and said, not bad, you dodged that attack. Now, let's see what you've got. Boss challenged him to take this hit. He shouted and swung his arm fiercely, the demon energy transforming into a dark crimson blade, streaked with black, shooting forward at terrifying speed. Jemmy hurriedly used both her demon sword and the foreign Avon to block the attack. Jemmy was pushed back, and he thought even if his physical attacks didn't work, his magic was still a huge problem. It seems I have no choice left but to tap into my dark energy. Zigfed appeared behind him and said, young Master Jai wants you both to keep this secret. Zfed, confused, asked, you're about to rush in and say, how long are you guys going to keep fighting? Show me even more and more. The darkness erupts. The darkness around Jai feels like it's swallowed in shadows. He coldly warns, don't rush, we're destined to fight one way or another. Siegfried gasped in horror. It's the Duke X, the one whose name of that power left everyone stunned. Dark energy surged as Jemmy charged forward, transforming into a blazing pillar of light. The magic circle gathers all power. Darkness converges, and Jai lunges forward with his sword filled with cursed energy. Boss didn't retreat, his fighting spirit blazing as he charged forward, excitement in his eyes, slamming his claws against the sword. He said, try and block this. They collided, and a blinding explosion erupted. The demonic energy sphere didn't explode, instead it was slowly absorbed by the demon's sword. Boss stared in shock, trembling as he asked, how dare you steal my power? He said, go ahead, feast to your heart's content. The boss unleashed a surge of demonic mana, shouting, I'll send so much your way you won't be able to resist it. Jemmy said, I've been waiting for this. You've never been defeated by someone weaker than you, have you? He shouted, then swung his sword backward, to unleash a dark magic counterattack. Jemmy swung her sword fiercely forward. Dark mana, mixed with demonic evil, surged forth all at once. Bellows was pushed back this time, realizing it wasn't just simple absorption. He laughed, growing more and more excited and exhilarated. He said, this is getting interesting. Boss said, but I can only do this once. I will kill you with this move. Suddenly a spatial cube appears, sealing off the hand and the demonic sphere pressing inside. Siegfried says, we'll hear the explanation later. The Duke whispered, "You'd better come up with a really convincing excuse." Jai, the golden free magic, an explosion erupted right inside its spatial cube. Jamie seized the moment, holding back the demon's sword, as he charged forward telling me he'd explain everything once this was over. The divine sword technique, the dark dragon gathering energy, and the black demon aura flashing like a blazing star. Jemmy swung her blade, slicing through the darkness with deadly precision and power carving into Boss's flesh. He let out a long, agonized scream, unable to believe that mere mortals could be this fierce. Jemmy told the free healer to appear behind him. "Can you isolate this area?" Elder Thut, to ensure nothing escapes, Siegfried hesitated and said, "Don't tell me you're planning to keep fighting him like this. Young master, we need to act quickly and call on the other elders for help." The Duke of Simong also disagreed with that decision. He advised Jai, "I understand that your dark energy is different from other kinds of dark magic. But even as the three of us fought together against that demon," Jemmy turned and said, "No, we can't win, not even with all the archmages of the Magic Guild here." Jai's face was serious and heavy with concern. The Duke of Simong said, "He claimed that unless all the swordmasters attack him at once, he will destroy the entire Magic Guild." He said, "So you've already got a plan. If that's the case, there's no other choice, we'll follow your lead." Then he turned to look at Siegfried. Siegfried reluctantly said, "Yes, yes." He understood. Siegfried raised both hands, forming seals, summoning the demon energy, muttering a sacred incantation. A barrier forged from dark space magic appears enveloping this place. It's solid, massive, and nearly indestructible, completely sealing this world off from the outside, as if two worlds are forever apart. The boss muttered bitterly, "Damn, when I get back, the demon lord's gonna chew me out for sure." He clenched his fists, looked at all three of them, and warned, "I don't know what you're planning, but this will be the real end." His mouth emitted a strange red smoke. Magic. The breath of the evil dragon he rises, opening his mouth to unleash a thick black stream, with a blazing red core at its center. The spatial barrier is complete. Jemmy says, "Thanks to you two." He raises his hand, framing a shot, and the illusion of his destiny card flickers into view. Darkness gathers around Mana, swirling along a complex path to forge a powerful ancient magic. Seeing the dragon's breath attack approaching, the Duke summoned his own flames and shouted, "Elder Thut, the chant of magic sounds like a hymn to fate in this endless void. I am a bird singing where no one can hear me." A lonely traveler, the Darkland Tarot card, the devil appears, touching the water of this realm and causing chaos. A chant echoes out, someone desperately trying to purge the darkness. Zif clenched his teeth and said, "You usually don't even ask me for help." The space folded in on itself, countless layers of reality appeared like walls of protection forming a barrier. The card appears singing its haunting song. A demon of destruction emerges, the breath of the dragon clashing against fractured space. Siegfried shouted, "You bastard, you're breaking the space." The chanting still echoes, "Don't cry, even if you lose the world itself." The Duke clenched his fist, flames of mana swirling on his arm, and said, "Listen to me." The Honglian Trio card appears, its message, echoing, "Stand firm, for darkness will always be with you." Flames clash with the breath of the dragon. Zift said, "Damn it, it's not over yet, young master. You're ready to play your final card. The R song reveals your true scheme." Jay finished the incantation of the destruction spell, unleashing the chaotic dark mana of the ocean's abyss, pouring out endlessly, infinitely. The breath of the dragon collided with the dark mana of the abyss, swirling up and then devouring that attack. He was stunned, sensing my breath. "Boss, please don't say this darkness belongs to him. The demon lord of wrath." "Boss, can't believe it. How could this be?" Suddenly an arm burst out from Bellis's mouth. A deafening sound echoed. "Run." The stubborn boss said, "No, demon lord, if the two gods discover your awakening, the demon chaos will erupt, staining the land deep crimson." A armored foot stomps down. He is the Lord of Wrath, wielding his sword high above his head as a demonic explosion erupts, shooting upward. The Lord of Wrath declares, "Everything will end." "Outside Mo," Lin Miao said, "it's just a fluctuation of energy, but it's already a pretty terrifying force." 3 demon counts, huh? "Maybe it's something even stronger," Rayond Florison asked. "What happened to the second elder?" Offenjinger asked. "They must have bent space itself." Offenjinger reached out and touched the outer edge of the barrier, triggering a ripple like something falling into a cloud of smoke. Jinger said, "Is that the action of the seventh elder? It seems like he's giving it his all. It looks more like an seal than a bend." Raymond Florison guessed, could he be trying to end it all right here? Offenjinger and Malin Mayo both froze in shock. Offenjinger said, "If that's the case, we must be ready to sacrifice, even if it means using it." Offenjinger warned, "I told Luke and Elle to prepare for every possible scenario." A flash of light shone from the towering spire. Adelhaven and Luke Frezel stand guard there, ready for Offenjinger's command. Offenjinger says, "But I hope we won't have to use it." The black and red lightning symbolizes the demon lord, while the purple lightning represents the dark mage. They intertwine and clash in fierce battle. What do you think is happening? A demon could be invading the Inet territory. In the chaos of the ocean of magic, to face an enemy stronger than himself, Diablo Vonber created the Destiny Enlightenment technique. The space where the dark mana absorbs itself grants the user the power to surpass limits and become a weapon itself. Jemmy thought maybe awakening a stronger demon at this moment is necessary, but why did he invade the Inet territory? Jemmy believed that even if the 12 gods appeared, they would destroy everything, not conquer. A sinister sound echoes through the darkness. I don't understand. Jai suddenly turned around and looked back. He thought this energy was Jai shouting, "The Demon Lord. I can't believe he's truly awakened. That's too dangerous." The image of the golden scale with its two sides representing demons and the awakened gods and devils will disrupt the balance of karma. So the 12 gods will be cast down to vassals, but no rebellion will happen. Jai thinks especially of Piero. Once she finds out, she'll definitely want to destroy him. Jai thought it was obvious that dark magic could deceive the gods, but that power is something only I can wield. That's how it's supposed to be, right? Jai looked toward the Demon Lord, who also carried a dark, sinister aura within him. Jai asked, "Are you the Demon Lord?" The Demon Lord of Wrath sneered, "Who do you think you are?" A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, forcing Jai to spew blood. Jemmy thought, "Damn it, I can't believe it just that much, and I'm already wavering." Diablo Vonber, the Lord of Wrath, knelt on the ground and asked, "How can you wield such power and look me in the eye like that?" Blood drips from his lips as he says, "I don't know why you're asking. That's my power and I serve no one." The Demon Lord of Wrath sneered, "Don't get too full of yourself." His hand formed two fingers and pressed toward Jamie, the pressure around Jai, intensifying. He was crushed, so hard veins bulged from the strain. Still, Jai risked everything to stand firm on his feet. The Demon Lord said, "That's impossible. You're nothing but a fool with a little courage." Jai struggled to stand there, biting his lip as painful groans escaped his throat. Still, his eyes burned with fury as he stared down the vengeful Demon Lord, his expression as ruthless and savage as a deadly predator. "You think your bones are broken," and he says, "Is that what you want to ask?" The Demon Lord grabs Jemmy by the throat and asks, "Answer me. What are you to that person?" Jemmy was choked and then lifted into the air. Jemmy recognized that person. Jai stared into the eyes of the Demon Lord of Wrath, startled as he thought, "Wait, purple eyes." He wondered if someone could randomly possess such dark, ominous mana. However, that purple hue is only granted to those I bestow this power upon. Jemmy asked, "How can you claim this glory?" The Demon Lord of Wrath asked, "How do you have eyes as purple as that person?" Jai gritted his teeth and replied, "That's also what I want to know. Why do you have my power?" My dark demon. Jai's heart is burning with anger like never before. Jay screamed, "How can a hideous demon like you have it?" The Lord of Demons clenched Jamie's neck even tighter, forcing him to cough up blood. "The Wrath Demon," Lord said. "Your power." The Wrath Demon, Lord declared. "Impossible. I'm certain that person's will has been shattered. You're free to go." G collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. The furious Demon Lord snarled, "Tell me what is your existence, or else I'll remove my helmet and throw it to the ground." Inside the hat, there's the face of humanity, a man with a cruel appearance, deep-set eyes, and an X-shaped scar running across his forehead. He says, "I will cast you into hell." Jemmy saw the face of the Wrath Demon Lord and gasped. "Who are you?" Jemmy in disbelief asked. "Are you the father?" Father asked, "How do you know this name?" Jemmy immediately asked, "Do you remember Lanfo Hill?" Recalling that moment, the scorching sun blazed down. Dad lay still on the ground, a deep wound in his chest. He whispered, "It's too late now." "Jai, it's Diablo Vber. I'm here to comfort you, your wounds are healing." Chicania said, "Diablo, turn me into a spirit." Jemmy said at that moment, "If you become a vengeful spirit, you'll be forced to serve me." Chaya clenched her fists, tightly struggling to move her body. He said, "It's not bad either." Then he knelt on one knee and bowed before Jay. He chuckled, he. "My lord, turn me into your most loyal servant. I wish to become your sword fighting until the gods are defeated, not for all of humanity on this earth, but for you alone. Please remember one thing." Chaya crying, begging, "Don't abandon us. Even if I die, I'll stay by your side." Jamie said, "You're really loud with that damn idea of yours." Jemmy said, "Fine, let's see how long this miserable life of yours lasts." He placed his hand on Chakan's forehead and declared, "I'll take it and use it better." Chaya tearfully said, "Thank you, Diablo." Jamie, when he was still Diablo, Vonber replied, "Fine, that miserable life of yours." He placed his hand on Dad's head and said, "I'll take it and use it well." Dad cried out, "Thank you, Diablo." Dad was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" "The only ones who know are me and the Master." "So how do you plan to proceed?" Chaya said, "That's a secret only I and my Master know. But in this world where my Master no longer exists, only I remain aware." He spoke, raising his sword aggressively, pointing it directly at Jemmy. Jemmy said, "Go ahead, boy. I am Diablo Vonber." Chaya, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt and cried out, "Akania, is it really you, Master?" Jemmy said, "Sorry, boy, for coming back so late." The two sat down to talk. And the father said, I believed the master had died at the hands of the 12 gods. Jemmy explained I was trapped in an endless barrier, but one day I was reborn into this body. Chaya asked, I see. But what are your plans now? You won't get the chance to kill the gods with that body. Jai proudly said, boy, this body of mine is only 10 years old, and it's been just a year since I regained a small fraction of my true power. He was stunned, saying, even if you still remember your past life, I can't believe you managed to face boss after just a year of training. He's a demon, and he's nearly at marquee level. He said, just as I expected from my master, I am certain you will regain your strength from the past within just 10 years. Jemmy asked, but what about you? Demon Lord, you've become too powerful for me to even gauge your strength, Chaya said. Over 6,000,000 Engi years have passed, and with 2 fingers he gently pressed on the head, recording memories. Then Chaya placed his hand on Jemmy's forehead to transfer the memories. He said, I'm sure it's better if you see it for yourself. The image appears and your voice echoes, order all my subordinates and Andit to leave me. It was an afternoon at a grand castle. Just before the final battle, Diablo Vonber's henchmen disbanded after receiving his orders. Chaya stepped forward and said, my lord, the time has come, but I am deeply displeased with what was created, the one who defies fate itself. Chaya swore, I will follow you to the very end. Jemmy turned back and said, Trika, this is your final task. Jemmy reached out and a cube-shaped barrier appeared, trapping Chaya inside. Chikania slammed his hand against the barrier, but it was useless. Desperately, he called out, Master. Jemmy said, go. Chaya asked, what is this, Master? And that's how he made his way to the demon realm. The first 100 years were pure agony. Chaya stood on a rocky outcrop, lost in thought. Why did my master send me to a place like this? Am I of no help at all, or maybe I'm just useless? Then why didn't you take back the dark demon seal you gave me? Chasing through the little monsters, he clenched his sword and charged at the boss. 1,000 years later, he erased every reason himself. The initial dark mana should have run out, leaving Chaya unable to survive. Once again, he's replaced by magic absorbed through endless mana battles, allowing him to keep fighting with his own body. Chikania unleashes all his strength and swings his blade down. By the time he realized it, Chikania had already become a count in the demon realm. And 10,000 years later, Chaya received news from a subordinate sent to the central realm. That subordinate knelt and reported the 12 gods are erasing the records of the middle world. Chikania exclaimed in shock. So he thinks that right now they're even erasing all traces of my master. At that moment, Chikania realized what had to be done. Furious, she clenched her fist around Ingvang's handle. He thought, I must finish the revenge for my master. For my master, you were betrayed and scorned by the 12 gods. I will make them pay. From that moment on, Chikania called himself the Lord of Wrath, becoming the laughingstock among all the demons of the demon realm except for his own subordinates. But thousands of years later, Chaya stood atop his domain, gazing down from the peak. He had amassed unimaginable power and authority, so much so that even the 5 great demon lords could no longer afford to underestimate him. And then the perfect opportunity for revenge finally arrived. A conflict erupted among the 12 gods. Some said Lily and Brahman were on one side, Durian and Kaloon on the other, Tantus and Arabella, while Jillian followed Obrian. In the end, Yomjae and I were left to face it alone. Chaya said, those disgusting humans have betrayed their master and now live like parasites of the 12 gods. I will destroy all of you and them. Chikania thought about that plan. He wasn't entirely satisfied with how it went, but that didn't matter, as long as the outcome was good. That was when revenge was finally within reach. After reading the memories etched into his mind, Jai mourned he had spent his entire life drowning in despair. I'm sure he wanted to end his existence to find peace and freedom at last. Chaya asked, Master, may I ask you something? Why did you send me to the demon realm back then? Jemmy hesitated, saying, I didn't even know where you were sent. He explained, the only way I could separate you from me back then was to send you to another dimension. Chaya kept pounding on the barrier wall, shouting, Master Jemmy once said, live your life until the darkness of the black demon is exhausted. Desperately, Chaya called out, please wait a moment. Remember that moment Jemmy, as she is now, said she hoped all of you would live even if she died. Jemmy said, but I didn't even know that place would be the demon realm. Sorry, Chaya didn't really mind, she just said it was okay. Because in the end, it helped me meet you again. Jai called the guy over and solemnly said, thank you. For my sake, you've endured so much. Chaya hesitated and said, Master, please stand up. Chaya insisted, I'm just doing what your dark knight is supposed to do. Jai reluctantly said, you really are. He thought it seemed like now he had no choice but to admit it. He thought his feelings still lived on. He believed he had moved on from them. But after trying to let go several times, they kept returning to the starting point. The past and the present are no longer the same. She thought to herself, from now on everything, the path, what she must do will be different. He called the boys for a night shift. They will kill the 12 gods. The father put on his helmet and nodded. It suits you perfectly, sir. Jai said, but right now I still can't because I've only become a 7th level mage. He thought to himself, if I compare myself to my past self, a 9th level mage, then I've only just begun. If I want to kill the 12 gods, I need to be stronger than I've ever been before. Chaya said if there's anything he needs me to do, don't hesitate, just give the order. Jai said there's nothing yet. Jai told you, but I'll call you when the time comes. Jai said, then let's fight together. And thank you for waiting for me. Chaya calls out, Master. Chaya respectfully knelt and said, that's all I've ever longed to hear for tens of thousands of years. This time I swear I will follow you to the very end. At the same moment outside the chaotic ocean of magic, there was a sphere forged from dark mana. The Duke Xmong said, it separates everything outside from what's inside. Wow, it's huge. Is this really the Dark Realm? ZF reached out, but he couldn't touch the chaotic ocean. His hand hovered just beyond, as if an invisible wall stood between him and the tumult. Zigfed said, I'm no longer sure, and it feels different from what we know. Plus, Zigfed added the space inside is completely isolated, I can't see through it with magic. The Duke Simong looked surprised and said, you're unable to use your space magic. What is this thing? Zif, growing anxious, realized that as long as the magic was still active, the young master was safe, right? But then if the young master Jai died suddenly, a crack appeared right in the middle of the turbulent ocean. Mana begins to break free. The Duke yells out, old thief. Zif replied, got it, both hands forming seals. Mana prepared to unleash her magic, her eyes fixed ahead as the crack widened, and the chaotic ocean grew more unstable by the second. Zif thought if he left there without being the heir, the Duke would rush in. Halthian thought, if that wasn't Jai, we need to use the Crimson Lotus immediately. The great ocean shattered into shards of glass, and standing before them was Jai. He sighed in relief and said, finally I can breathe again. Jai collapsed onto freeze. He panicked and called the young master. Jemmy, pale and silent, lay still on the hospital bed. While Jamie lay unconscious in the hospital, the elders were in chaos, desperately trying to regain control of the Magic Guild, which had suffered heavy losses and was forced to close temporarily. Adelhaven, furious, pointed at the skylight in the corridor and scolded Siegfried. What kind of dean blows up his own academy? Siegfried reluctantly said, can we just pretend it was an accident at work? Siegfried saw himself as Jamie's bodyguard and had protected him. Xenong, Simon, and Anmer are standing by Jai's bedside. Anmer sniffles and calls out, Professor, the elders and disciples have all come to visit. 3 days after the battle, Siegfried sat by the sickbed, but instead of resting, he laid a book over his face and drifted into a peaceful sleep. His steady snoring echoed softly. Jamie slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy, vacant, and weak. He's still a bit dazed, his mind foggy and confused. Are you in the hospital? Jai struggled to lift himself up and called out to Elder Fried. Japheth jolted awake. Seeing Jai already awake, he immediately shouted, young master, pinning Jai down on the hospital bed, worry in his voice. Don't push yourself too hard. Normally, you'd be bedridden for 3 months. Jai asked, is everyone okay, and followed up? What about after the battle? Siegfried replied, thanks to you, the other elders are handling the Magic Guild now. Then the two of them talked for a while, mostly Japheth recounting what happened after Jamie fainted. Jamie listened and sighed in relief. Luckily, everything's fine, Siegfried said. Now he's creating a spatial barrier, Ziafed said. I want to hear your explanation right now. Seeing this barrier, Jamie thought it was some kind of soundproof magic. Recalling G back then, Siegfried anxiously asked young master, what's going on? Ziafed asked young master, what's going on? I haven't told the elders yet, but Jai thinks hiding it any longer is pointless. After thinking it through, Jai suddenly felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He said, Elder Zigv. Jemmy said he's the reincarnation of the first dark mage, Diablo von Bear. Siegfried repeats what he hears. Diablo von Bear. Siegfried asked, clueless, who is that? Jai felt a bit lost, overwhelmed after meeting someone from her past life, forgetting that Diablo Weber doesn't even exist in this world. Siegfried said, I already knew you were a dark mage. I saw the Black Manama, Siegfried asked. But besides Diablo Weber, who was reborn, are you really saying you're someone who's been reincarnated? Siegfried thought to himself, honestly, it sounds crazy, but if the true owner is indeed a reincarnator, then the evidence flooding his mind confirms it. His magic ability is hailed as the greatest in all of history. His perfect swordsmanship and familiarity with killing make everything seem plausible. Jemmy grabbed Siegfried's wrist and said, seeing it with my own eyes will be easier, so just say yes, will you? Genier Siegfried is too good, I can't lose him. He won't betray me, not even after knowing the truth. Siegfried raised his hand to his own head and Jai said, you can read my memories. ZF placed his hand on Jai's forehead. He said, he's ready. I'm all set. Let's get this started. Then he activated the memory reading magic. And Mare's voice echoed loudly. Do you think he's woken up yet? Old man Xmong told me he doesn't know. Anmer Mar anxiously said, clearly the substitute professor's term ended yesterday. Master Simong calmly said, "We're his disciples, so what's the big deal?" And Mayo replied, "Anyway, I heard you're the one who asked the 8th elder for help, right?" Master Simong was startled and asked, "How do you know that?" And Mayo mischievously replied, "Somehow I just do. Actually, the 8th elder told me he didn't say it because he cares about my master or anything. If I can't keep learning, that's my own loss." It's like she's talking to a child. "Hey there, you're pretty adorable too, huh? Don't act so proud and act serious with me. I'm incredibly selfish." Mayor was confused by Sanong's reaction. She said it was fine, what's the big deal anyway? Unmer Maya told him to cheer up, I understand. Xen Simong said helplessly. Suddenly the Duke Simong walks by and asks, "Are you here to see Jai?" Master Maya, wake up. Master Xmong hesitated, then said, "Well," the Duke of Simong said, "let's go together." Sir Xmong covered his face with his cloak and nodded. Anmer Maya chuckled softly as he followed behind. When he reached the stairs, he came face to face with the blonde-haired doctor. The doctor said, "Elder, I was just about to go see you. Jai has woken up. He's talking to the 7th elder." And Maya hurriedly ran up to ask, "Really, has he recovered yet?" Zenmong asked, "Is his mental state okay? Does he still use magic?" The doctor was bombarded with questions spinning around as he said, that the Duke from behind sternly said, "Enough." Both Zhen Nong Xmong and Ano froze in fear, their bodies stiff with terror, silence swallowing their words. They bowed their heads, begging for forgiveness. Zhen Xmong apologized. And Maya said, "I'm just a little surprised, that's all." The Duke Shimong stepped forward and asked the doctor, "Have the other elders been informed that Jai has awakened?" He replied, "No one except the 7th elder knows yet." The Duke of Simong ordered, "Don't tell them," then turned to Zenong Simong and Anmer Mao, saying, "Wait here a moment before you go in." Though neither of them understood why, they obediently nodded. Yes. A bolt of blazing gold lightning splits the dark sky. Zik thought it was a shadowy figure in a black cloak standing before Zigfed. The figure shouted and launched an attack. Here, Siegfried finally realizes where he is. His mind races as the memories of young Jai, the Lightning Lord, suddenly spiral into chaos. A sound echoes through the darkness. Diablo von Bear. Siegfried looked up silently, wondering why that name kept flashing in his mind. Siegfried Thun Chien Tron. A chariot pulled by winged horses accompanied by guardian angels blowing their horns. The door swung open, revealing a muscular man standing there, a radiant aura blazing behind him. "It's war god Zenit," he said. "You dare show yourself before me again after that failure. Brave of you." Diablo Weber said, "Don't you realize your destiny is to remain hidden in the depths and darkness?" Diablo von Bear looked up and roared, "I've returned to reclaim humanity's dignity. That is my true destiny. Mana, darkness rises to the heavens just as you said." Janice sneered, "No matter how much you struggle or try to change it, human fate has already been sealed." Diablo von Bear said, "Human's fate isn't something artists can control." Janice said, "Fight for your kind, even though they've betrayed you, it's truly tragic." Diablo Weber said, "I understand their stance." So the scythe slowly filled with dark mana. Diablo von Bear swung his scythe in a deadly arc. He shouted, "Die." Zenith suddenly struck dark clouds stretching across the sky. Explosions big and small raged everywhere. Genus Furious commanded, "How arrogant, cut off his limbs and bring him to me." The angels immediately descended. On the side of Diablo von Bear, there are demons. The two forces clash fiercely. The battle begins. Mana clashes in defiance, igniting a blinding explosion. Janice said, "It's over, Diablo Weber. All I saw was Diablo von Bear bloodied and lying face down on the ground, so this is really the end of everything." Janice said, "Stop trying to use your tricks. I told you in the end you'll lose." Diablo von Bear sneered, "You should have died at my hands 1,000 times over, but you hide behind other gods and even mock me. Pathetic Janit, truly pathetic." Diablo von Bear said, "The 12 gods can't even handle me. The best you can do is convene your council and seal me away." "Ha ha." Diablo von Bear looked up and said, "How could I not laugh? Try sealing me away. Once I awaken again, your glory will have long since faded, and you will suffer endless despair, begging for a swift release through death," the god replied, exhausted but hopeful. As the magic circle activates, Siegfried couldn't help but cry out. No, he can only watch as Diablo Weber is sealed away. That figure vanished into the blue light. Siegfried shouted, "No." Siegfried snapped back to reality. He gasped for air, and Jai softly called out. Elder Siegfried asked, "Young master, this isn't a dream, right?" Jai replied. "No," Jai explained. "Those memories date back 66.66 million years before my rebirth, a time when humanity was enslaved by the 12 gods." Siegfried in disbelief said humans were slaves of the 12 gods 66666 years ago. Jay replied, "It's not just the past, humans are still slaves to the 12 gods. The 12 gods keep destroying and rebuilding civilization countless times. They've altered humanity to suit their whims, and now we're still being watched." Zfed asked. The supreme gods Jai said are not wrong, but Jai also said that dragons followers of the dragon god Brahman are a race created to oversee humanity. Jemmy said the problem is we don't know the history from when we were sealed away to this current civilization. Siegfried asked, you mean the world 1,000,000 years ago? Jai replied, that's right, it was forbidden. Jai said, the moment I tried to find out, it said that the dragons would come. When the Duke of Simong suddenly appeared and asked, is that true? Siegfried gasped in shock, shouting, Elder Bot, the Duke of Simong told me to ask if it's really so. Jai said, that's right, humanity has been trapped on a continent under the watch of dragons. The Duke X clenched his fist and declared, I know, humans can't be this weak, we are not wrong. Ziafed asked, confused. What are we even talking about? The Duke calmly regained his composure and said, my apologies for not telling you earlier. I thought you wouldn't believe me, but now, it's all right. The Duke suddenly declared, Jai, I want to introduce you to a secret group. The Duke then revealed they are the ones who desire humanity to dominate this world. Hearing that, Jai thought, has there always been a group close to uncovering the truth of this world? The Duke of Simong said, humans have always had to live under oppression because they are weaker than other species. So why are humans so weak? It's because the stronger species fear the potential of mankind. And then they stole our power. What a strange coincidence that we found proof of it. 10 years ago, a project called Darng Dong was created to serve the Ki cave exploration. One of the 6 forbidden zones, a master swordsman, a legendary mage, and 20 elite explorers were hired for the mission. But the outcome was nothing short of tragic. The only survivor to return is the swordmaster. But that doesn't mean they came back empty-handed. They witnessed humanity's glorious civilization in the past, and the swordmaster has returned with something truly sinister. That was the storage for a mighty warship believed to have existed long before our current civilization. Hearing this, Jai froze. That warship is still here. A massive battleship flashes through his mind, dark, imposing, armed to the teeth with destructive power. I thought it should have been destroyed during the Fourth War, Duke Simong said. We've recovered numerous recordings from it. There are countless advanced sciences far beyond what we have today. It's proof that humanity in the past was even stronger than dragons and elves. The Duke of Silmong said, Jay, you are the second human from the past, an existence sent to save this race. We have waited so long for the savior of mankind. The Duke of Simong looked at Jai and confirmed, it's you. The angelic statue of pure compassion, Duke Simong said. The savior of humanity. Simong has been waiting for that person for a very long time. Subjectively, humanity was once the most thriving species on Earth, but they've lost so much. Beneath that statue lies the image of countless oppressed souls struggling and thrashing in despair. The Duke of Jimong said, in reality, they've always been wary of other powerful species, and no matter what they do, humanity remains a pathetic race with no freedom. The Duke of Simong continued, but one day humans rediscovered their primal strength and reigned over this world once more. The Simong group marches down the road heading toward Diablo Vonber's shadow. The Duke of Simong claims to be the best of anyone, yet Simong has always risked everything waiting for that moment when he would finally arrive. Duke Simong said, beyond your overwhelming power, the mysterious dark magic, it's in a whole different realm from modern dark magic. Duke Simong's eyes sparkled as he added, that must be the true strength of that moment. Even though I don't know how you got it, Jai sighed and said most of his theories are correct. My lord, humanity once thrived in glory, but they were never truly the masters of this world. The Duke of Simong said, I know. There was a great war once. Evil is the battleship they used before, Jemmy said. That's right, evil is what I and my allies created to stop the gods, a weapon of utter destruction. The Duke of Simong asked curiously, a weapon of destruction? ZF rushes forward, raising his hand to block the Duke, saying, that's right, destruction to capture and kill the divine. Jemmy steps down from the bed and declares, I don't know how much you've overheard, but I'll introduce myself once more. He said, I am Diablo Vonber, the commander of the Human Liberation Army, and I have always been alone until the very end. To kill the 12 gods, I created dark magic. The Duke Simong looked in shock and asked, you're the only survivor. What exactly did the Human Liberation Army free us from? Jai sighed and said, it's a long story, then began copying images from his memories. He told him, I'll show you myself. Jai's finger touched the Duke of Simong's forehead, transferring memories into him. The Duke trembled as he asked, is that what really happened in the past? This humiliating scene. A world truly in ruin. Looking up, Duke Simong thought, Diablo Vonber, the first dark mage, you're the one who created black magic. Duke Simong believes talent is born, and he kneels in a deep bow. ZF called out loudly, Count Simong. Count Simong responded with dignity. Laihito Simon respectfully greets the ruler of mankind. Jai confused stammers, Count, what do you mean, the ruler of mankind? Laihito Simong said, you commanded everything. In that moment you fought alone bravely, fiercely for all of humanity. You fought bravely and sacrificed painfully, always thinking of humanity in your final moments. Lai Hito Simong affirms that you truly are the king of mankind. Lee Hito Simon swears he will remain loyal to you from now on. Jamie steps forward and says, "Get up. Count, I am not a king, and I never wanted this kind of relationship. It always ends badly." Jai said Chibong told me to borrow his strength, and to just call me by my name, that's what I truly want. ZF added from beside him. Thinking about it, the position of the third elder is still vacant. If the young master becomes an elder, it looks like I'll lose my title as the youngest elder. Lai Hito Simon glanced at him. Siegfried said, "From now on I'll take care of you as a fellow worker. As an elder, I'm still your senior after all." Jai said, "Thank you, please look after me." Lai Hito Simon clenched his teeth, glaring at ZF. Then he stormed forward, grabbing Jai by the shoulders and saying, "I swear I will help you." Jai, trembling, pleads, "Please stop talking in that formal, awkward way." Jai sits back on the bed, sighs in relief, and asks, "Wasn't it you who said you wanted to introduce someone to me earlier?" Lai Hito Simon hurriedly said, "Yes, they've always been with me." Jemmy looked up asking, "Is that Fran?" Hito Simon denies it. Fran is a multiracial group with unclear motives. From the very beginning, they were just a terrorist group with vague intentions. After hearing that Jai thought terrorist group, Siegfried already warned about Fran before. Lee Hito, Simon said, "We are a secret group always focused on the core of this world and the future of humanity. You'll only know when you meet those involved face to face." Lighter Simon led Ziff away. He said, "We've disturbed the patient enough already, let's go now." Elder Thut. Ziff had said, "Young master, please rest. We'll be back soon." As the door swung open, and Maya rushed in tears, welling in his eyes, begging him to open it. Ano hurriedly rushed to the bedside and asked, "Professor, are you okay?" Jai immediately raised his hand to stop him. Zenong X, Mong coldly said, "I already knew you'd be fine." Jai reluctantly thought I should have wiped away my tears before saying that. Looking at my two disciples, Jai thought carefully from the moment I took them in I already made them worry so much. And Meyer said, "I cry because you're crying." Senong X Mong suddenly said, "When did I start crying?" Jay, lying on the bed, tried to calm him down. "Both of you stay calm. I'm fine, so let's work things out and stay united in the future." Both replied, "Yes, Professor, we will follow your orders." During the 3 months Jai was in the hospital, a lot had happened in the demon world. From above, a vast city sprawls below its streets, teeming with life. Inside the capital's palace, the Sam Church has issued their sacred decree. They wiped out everyone connected to the demon clan. Along the way, the villagers whispered in shock. The side effects of a poofish are severe, and many still fall into critical condition or lose their lives. But thanks to Burdick's treatment, he managed to quit the addiction and survived. Tam Trung Lao Serpent, the heart of this chaos, has been branded an enemy of humanity. As a result, his clan has been banished. Keniok, he's also tangled up in this scheme. The family was declared criminals, but their innocence was proven when they sacrificed themselves to protect the academy, and that sacrifice was finally recognized. With the headmaster's permission, Siegfried held a funeral for Kenny at the Phoenix Academy. On the stone tablet, his name is carved alongside fresh white daisies as students gather to bid farewell. At the funeral, a crowd gathers to mourn Professor Kenak. The demon world was already in chaos from that shocking event, and just a few days later, they received good news. The palace officially recognized Jai as a Grand Mage, appointing him as a temporary elder of the demon realm. The newspaper featured a picture of Jai, proclaiming him as the most talented human in the kingdom, becoming a Grand Mage at just 10 years old. Outside the window, a beautiful sunlit garden blooms, radiating warmth. The sounds echo, it feels absolutely perfect. Jai happily stands on the ground, thinking Minlan is finally fine. Trying to channel Nazmana inside her feels smooth, no blockages at all. She thought there was nothing that could stop her from using Manana anymore. Perfect. He reached out and grabbed the door handle, whispering to himself, "It's time to go." Master X Mong was training with one shoulder blazing with fire mana, and the other soaked in water mana. He muttered, "Fire and water at the same time, add a little more and I think." Zhen Nong X Mong said suddenly a torrent of water will burst over Zhen Nong's head, cutting off his words. Zhen Nong suddenly snapped and yelled, "Hey, get your act together. How many times do I have to tell you?" And Maya forced a smile and apologized, "Sorry." Anne Mermair's magic has spiraled out of control again. She cried out, "What's going on?" Song X Mong said, "Idiot, that's not it." And a fist of water crashes down on Song X Mong's head. Of course, it's all thanks to Anmer's magic. Jimmy appears and says you two should get along. Anmer Maya quickly rushes over and asks, "Professor, are you feeling better now?" Jimmy asked, "So have you two finished your homework on multi-attribute activation?" Both of them hesitated and stammered. "That." Jai sighed and made a gesture as different attributes swirled and danced across his hand. Jai said, "Being able to use multiple attributes at once is basic already. If you two can do this, then you're truly complete." They said I should try again. Sir X Mong told the principal to come to the Central Magic Tower office once he's recovered. Could this be the place I'll be working from now on? She told me to do my homework while she's gone. Got it, Jai said. If you can't, you'll be wearing a red hat on your head. Both Zhen Xiong and An Mermer gasped in shock. Yes. At Zigfed's office, Zigfed sat exhausted amidst a pile of documents. He lamented where had his free life gone. Zfed said, I want to live like a wandering hero. Well, if I want to help the young master, there's no other choice. A voice echoes, Elder, the assistant is opening the door to announce your arrival. Master G has arrived. Zif said, tell him to come in. Jemmy entered and asked, did you call for me? Zigfed replied, yeah, take a seat. How are you feeling now? Jai responded, still good. Thanks. Why did you call me here? Zigfed asked. It seems you haven't heard the latest news yet, huh? The palace has contacted me. They told me to freely reach into the space and take out whatever I want. What did Jai say? If it's the palace. JF read this. Jai, show your respect and accept this imperial decree. Jai froze her face blank with shock goosebumps crawling all over her skin. He muttered, humph, and ZF kept reading. This is for Jay. The message is to attend the Grand Mage appointment ceremony tomorrow night in the capital of Sum at the Palace of PH Stadium. Siegfried bowed and finished speaking. Jay asked about the appointment ceremony at the palace. Zif chuckled softly. Young master, just as I suspected, you really hate this, don't you? Don't worry, I'll be right there with you. Jai said, I hate that even more. Diff shouted back defiantly. Gao Jeffra chuckled softly. It's over. Jai, standing across, eagerly prepared to receive the solemn ritual, now frozen in place, feet glued to the ground, stiff as stone. At the palace inauguration, Jackfrey easily sensed his true feelings. Young master, just as I suspected, you really hate this, don't you? Jeffra comforted Jai with a look of pure excitement. Don't worry, I'll go too. But honestly, those words offered little real comfort. Jai helplessly laughed and said something that froze Jeffra in place for 5 seconds. You hate that even more. Jai sighed softly and asked, maybe I've already been disappointed enough, just this little bit left. After all, isn't the appointment ceremony always like this? Jeffra calmly explains, of course, a master-level figure is the strongest force in a nation. When someone like that appears, a nationwide event is only natural. Jemmy suddenly sensed something was off and immediately sought answers to his doubts. Is a welcoming ceremony also part of the official rites? Jeffrey nodded in praise. Just as expected from a noble of high rank, you know more than I do. In his mind, memories replayed in slow motion every moment he was surrounded by the Marquis, his men, and even some commoners. Please, at that moment, don't mock me anymore. I'm serious. It's so frustrating, I can't stand it either. And for CDC to easily see through Mr. Jemmy's intelligence, that's only natural. Well, even the young master is different from an old man like me. Jack Freed, deep in thought for less than 5 minutes, suddenly snapped back to his usual self, a bright smile on his face, holding a large letter as he spoke to him. Looking back, the Count sent a letter. Since the incident 3 months ago, he was told not to come here, so he kept sending letters over and over. Without knowing why, Jamie broke out in a cold sweat the moment he finished speaking, as if his past foolishness was about to be exposed. Jeffrey seemed to read his mind, sensing his anxiety, handed him a potion, and closed his eyes in a solemn vow. I'll close my eyes. Just take your time and read aloud. Jai looked at the letter, turning yellow, lost in thought. It's been exactly a month since his last letter. This letter must be the heartfelt words of a father who loves his son with all his heart. My beloved son, my secret treasure. The noodles. A handwritten letter, carefully penned with the finest pen and paper, carrying all his gentle love through heartfelt words and tender questions. Are you feeling better now? Mom's been crying so much, she's soaked through every tissue just thinking about you. He recounted everything that happened within the Welton estate since Jamie disappeared. Sarah kept crying, remembering her little girl, once a tiny helpless baby in her arms, now constantly demanding her brother. Dad's lying. Bring my brother here right now. It's been 15 nights, why hasn't he come back yet? Before becoming a high-ranking count, ruling over thousands, he was also a father, sometimes selfish, wanting to keep his children close. Truly, Long and his father were quite sad, unable to see their beloved son. However, I understand how you feel fighting against the demons, and I know why you don't want your parents to worry, so I won't stand in your way. The steps you take are written down by him, countless stories of what's happened in the house. But I rest easy, my proud son. He was given a chance to earn such a prestigious title, so we'll see him again soon. That day, he held in his hands a newspaper filled with pictures of his son, along with his beautiful mother and mischievous little sister, all captivated by the large photo on the front page. At the end of the letter, he didn't hesitate to leave sweet, loving words for Jemmy. We will meet again on that day from your beloved father. Jemmy gazed at the handwritten letter, lost in deep thought. It's been a long time since I last saw them, so I didn't know what to say anymore. But in a corner of the letter, Aino mentioned those two. Do you still remember the Bali siblings? It seems like they're heading there too. Ha ha ha. Jai chuckled silently. What era are we in that I could forget the B sisters? Ha ha ha. What's going on? Both sisters from the B family are truly special to him. One is the reincarnation of Ren, and the other is a high-level spirit. Clearly both left a lasting impression on Jai's memory. The thrill surged within me for a moment, only to be swept away by my reason. And both of them are interested in me. Since they're just kids, they probably can't like me. But I haven't seen them in a long time, maybe they'll be really happy to see me. Jemmy was lost in his soaring imagination when a single word shattered the silence. But young master, Jackfried faced him with eyes shining like he saw through the mortal world. You really believe I'll just close my eyes and let this happen? So adorable. Jai only just now realizes the truth, frozen stiff like a shy, stuttering piece of wood. Stop meddling like that. Jamie arrived at the neutral faction's territory, standing before a sprawling estate even larger than the Welton family manor, and couldn't help but lift his head in awe. Oh, just a little further ahead I hear a sudden call. Hi. Standing before him is Adelhaven, the chief elder of the neutral faction, looking incredibly cool with his mask and perfectly toned body. But the girl, trembling from head to toe, boldly steps forward and asks to talk for a moment. Jemmy heard a noise, turned around, and let out a helpless sigh. It's you again. Adel H. was just as surprised. What's going on now? If anyone heard, they'd think I come to see you every single day. But honestly, that's not much different from what you said either. Girl, if it's 6 days a week, then every day counts. Jemmy activates her suspicion mode. Is she really going to challenge me to a mana arm wrestling match again? In his mind, he replayed the moment he casually challenged Adel H. to an arm wrestling match. Even when she gave it her all, she couldn't win before, and he was certain she'd lose again. Just wait and see. Adel, are you hiding behind your people? I'll show you my base. Jai, understand, pause for about 2 seconds, think it over, then speak. You're talking about the neutral party's office, right? So the reason you come to see me every day is to invite me into the neutral faction. Jamie quickly understood the true purpose of your visit and immediately refused. I thought you came to me out of wounded pride, but I never expected it was just a show. Oh, and when I realized I'd been seen through, you immediately started pulling and tugging, sweet-talking your way out. That's not it, Lord Day-Me. Less than 2 seconds later, an elderly man appeared out of nowhere, stepping between them. His extremely respectful demeanor suggests he's someone with depths beyond Adel H. He clasped his hands, implying he's always enjoyed meeting you, so please don't misunderstand. Adel was startled, his face turning pale quickly, shutting his mouth to stop the words. So what do you mean you like her? Jemmy guessed from the start that something was going on. She took the initiative to ask first. What do the 5 elders want from him? Without hesitation, they openly reveal their true intentions. Well, that's right. Before you move up to a higher position, I want to get to know you. The 3 of them sat in the neutral party's office, no longer eating cake or drinking tea. Now they were drinking Coca-Cola, discussing serious matters. You probably drank tea at the elder's office, right? So what about a drink that's famous among common folk? It's called Coca, and it's absolutely delicious. Jai has lived for over 10 years, and it's the first time he's seen a senior invite a junior to drink water with chicken. While everyone else was just offering tea and snacks, it honestly felt like a bunch of kids pretending to be leaders of factions trading insults like they were playing princess. Sometimes they didn't hold back on appearances and just went straight for the jugular. Do you want to try? Jai reluctantly agrees, despite everything. Yes. Jemmy lifted his glass and took a long, gulping sip, nearly finishing it in one go. As the 2 people watched in surprise, it was as if he'd already become addicted to this drink. Jemmy's hooked, suspecting there's some addictive substance in the water. It's crazy, I swear I didn't put anything in here. Is that right? Even the most gentle can't help but burst into a wicked laugh. What are you saying? Good drinks are just as addictive as drugs, huh? Ale sat confidently challenging from across the table. So what's the plan, kid? Can you really drink the whole bottle in one go? But honestly, he just doesn't want to deal with this overly nosy aunt anymore. He turned 180 degrees to the spot where Adel H. was broadcasting live. So why did he bring me here? When he slowly explained, it was because his eyes gradually changed darker, deeper, more mysterious. I want to talk to you about the factions. Jemmy is ready to listen carefully and seriously. Are you talking about the 3 factions in the demon world then? When you seriously said it, you meant the Emperor's tutor, the top elder Jinfer, leading the royal faction, the second elder Lin Mayo, a high-ranking noble, leading the noble faction, and finally the civilian commander, leading the neutral faction. All of them are on a deadly chessboard deciding others' fates. It seems they've figured out your true intention, but maybe they still want to be sure. So, you want me to join the neutral side? Hold on, speaking directly and facing the issue head-on would be ideal if you could. But it seems you won't be joining us because you're a noble. Jai asked, aren't you also a noble? The 5th elder chuckled bitterly. An outdated noble, that's more like it. Besides, my family fell apart when I was 6, so calling me a noble is pretty funny. Honestly, I never intended to invite you to join the neutral side. However, if you don't join us, don't get involved with any other factions. He's telling me not to get involved with either the king's side or the nobles. Recently, the demon world's been split into 3 factions: the king's side, the nobles, and the neutral party. However, 3 months ago, those factions started to fall apart. Jimmy had known the truth for a long time. The consequence of that is the decay of Serpent. Elder 3, you're responsible for one of the king's factions. Because he made a pact with the devil, the House of Vua suffered a severe blow, and their influence waned. Talking about the future, if Jemmy joins one of the 3 factions now, especially the nobility, the fragile balance maintained between the neutral and noble factions will shatter. Jemmy, after hearing this, just scoffed dismissively, feeling that these people driven by invisible power could forget everything and fight for dominance, all because of hollow greed and vanity. Jemmy spoke from the heart, thinking far beyond them, eyes not just limited to the narrow scope of their faction's interests, making the 2 neutral parties restless. You're still fighting for power, completely unaware of what's really happening to this world. I can't help but laugh. A sneering, contemptuous smile curls from position J. Adele, furious, slams the table with his whole body, then stands up abruptly, calling out his full, unfiltered birth name without a hint of honorific. Jai, watch your words. Only when someone is truly in charge do they ask what your real purpose is. What do you mean, Jai? Straightforwardly states his opinion. I don't care what your so-called ideals are. Jai is powerless against these futile, invisible ambitions. I'm not interested in trivial matters. When you don't understand the issue, just say so and move on. You see class issues as trivial, but do you realize most revolutions in the world start exactly because of them? Jemmy doesn't care. Are you planning to start a rebellion? Adel H trembled with rage, desperately holding back his power, his bloodshot eyes burning with terrifying intensity. Before I curse, you get your words in order. Jemmy didn't flinch when he saw the opponent's power about to explode, but not a hint of fear showed in his eyes. Miss Adel. In the very next moment, Jemmy revealed her power too, but she kept her composure better than ALH. Her body didn't tremble at all, completely in control of the energy within her. I'm holding myself back, so step back. Even she didn't expect Jai's power to be this terrifying. In an instant, it overwhelmed her energy, and he issued another warning. That spiritual magic of yours, it won't work on me. In the heat of his anger, he immediately ordered both of them to stop. And they did. Adele sang her fear in a trembling voice, her face darkening more than ever. When he asked, she held a faint glow in her hand. If she dares to say no, she truly has no idea what's coming. Are you okay? Adel H could only nod. Yes, only Jai sat in the middle, calm, unbothered, lost in thought about her own magic. Not bad, huh? I've been a 7th level for quite a while now, so I should be doing pretty well. He turned to look at me with a piercing gaze, the words of apology, almost like a threat. Oh, he's rough, not someone who nitpicks. He quickly dismisses it, not caring much. He could even crack a small smile, feeling pretty good, not necessarily wanting to show the difference between us. It's not a bad idea. And Adel H is struggling tightly, clasping his hands to hold back any physical moves while still remaining calm, trying to soothe both sides. If we keep talking about this, things will just end the same way. G decisively issues a warning, urging this faction to wake up and choose the right path. Soon this empire will face a devastating storm. Did social class really help in that situation? Even when dismissed, humanity kept on surviving after the war. Jemmy looked at him with a troubled expression, knowing this was just a way to dodge the real issue because he wasn't sure if he could change the course of fate. Relying solely on himself for survival. That's the real challenge. Still unable to see what Jai was truly talking about, he insisted on clarifying his own point to him, wanting him to side with his vision. In the end, Genesis Church would be left all alone. The kingdoms of Ovia are gradually uniting. The Genis Temple, isolated and alone, cannot withstand the pressure of this unity, and it will destroy itself. If war breaks out, they'll be captured immediately. Jai just can't stand this person's stubborn, narrow-minded attitude anymore. Knowing he could no longer keep up, he stood up. You're very mistaken. Do you really think the Genis Church is just a one-man show? What do you mean? Jai, feeling helpless, decided she didn't want to keep talking. She thought wasting more time with them was pointless. Just figure it out yourself, aren't curiosity, and wonder what make a mage truly powerful. As I reached the door, Jemmy turned back and added one more thing. I'll say one more thing. Both Adel H and the others froze in confusion, stunned by the warning. If they don't unite again, this will be their end. Jai stepped out to the gate, ready to leave her mind racing back to 3 months ago when she believed the demon realm was leading and responsible for everything. Such disappointment. Because I know for sure that war is coming. That arrogant bastard Genis will make sure everyone pays for what he's done. Jai gradually leaves the neutral faction's base as relentless thoughts flood his mind. If they understand what I say, I'm sure they'll come looking for me soon enough. First, I need to prepare for my journey to the capital. And Adel H, after Jemmy left, quietly stood with him on the rooftop, watching his figure fade behind the glass. What will he do next? What that kid said? I don't think it's wrong. Maybe we've been too naive. Back when he was unwavering and resolute, the commander shouldn't have been so easily swayed by a few words. But his expression told a different story. It seemed like he actually liked Jemmy. I'm sure a fresh breeze will soon sweep through the demon realm. Adele kept singing softly, as his slender fingers traced the glass where Jai's reflection just flickered past silently, vowing more. Adel H's face grew darker with each passing second, his eyes burning red, sinking deeper into the darkness, staring at him with an invisible fury. Next time I will definitely curse you. I am not a loser. At Jai's mansion, nobles gathered inside the grand estate, voices echoing with blame and anger. You really don't know how to behave at all. Lord Lin Mayo sat sternly punishing his student Jeffried. It's like a father punishing his child, one brave and defiant, the other trembling and too scared to move. Lin Mayo's voice grew sharper. Your attitude is just as good as your actions, and this old man is far from pleased. Jeffried sat right beside him, trembling so much he dared not even look directly. He could only manage. Yes, they respect the young master, not me. Lin Mayo snapped. That's not what I meant. She continued. What will you do if your students start copying your behavior? You need to be especially careful during the holy oil ritual tomorrow, got it? Those words hit Jackfried like two blades, stabbing straight into his chest, filling him with fear. He could only nod meekly, secretly marveling, his ears almost about to burst while pretending to be pitiful and adorable, making Hala burst into a joyful laugh. With a clear step forward, she approached their room accompanied by a shout. Professor, you're entering, but it's Jemmy, in that outfit. It was a noble, aristocratic dress, elegant and not ordinary at all, yet she closed her eyes tightly to hide her embarrassment, so shameful. If she didn't wear it, her mother would definitely be furious. Hala sits on the bench gazing intently, not holding back at all. Despite being a boy, he's showering him with praise. Wow, you're so handsome. You're staring in shock. Beautiful, isn't it? I thought he wasn't cool at all. When Jeffrey saw him arrive, he immediately stood up and greeted him. Young master, you're here yet inside. You're secretly wondering why does he look so utterly bored. Lin Mayo sat in the middle, silent as a ghost, feeling invisible in this room. She cleared her throat nervously and signaled Ehem. Marquis G smiled warmly, his hands busy tying the bow on his chest. Don't tell me you're in love with my daughter. Is that why I shouldn't come here? Jai shook her head. No, that's not it. Hala just dropped some shocking news. He said he's going with Count Xmong. He kept complaining about not being able to come here. I never expected that this Lenong, who normally isn't to Jai's liking, would now bow his head and act like a good little dog. Yeah, there's definitely a storm brewing today. He's changed so much. Jeffrey kindly inquires, does the young master have any remaining luggage? Jai, you're joking. I just need to carry my own body, and I'm good. Jeffrey, as expected, throws in another sarcastic remark. Those idle nobles really have it easy, someone always to do their bidding. It's really tempting fate, no way master will let this slide again. Lin Mayo shot a sharp glance, unimpressed. You're also a noble, huh? Jeffrey immediately backed off, knowing he'd get a beating if he didn't. Alright, I'll escort you. The high-speed train outside D.H. Thur's yard is packed with people. The incredible creations of the magic engineers are truly mind-blowing. Jai stood beside Lin Mayo, expressing how much he loved that massive mana crystal resting on the pedestal. Lin Mayo quickly imparted a new set of knowledge to Jai, costing 100 kilograms of B-grade demon crystal each time it was activated. Jai was hit with a shock for the first time hearing about an item that consumes so much mana stone, 100 kilograms no less. Linnell added, that's after the upgrade, explaining that initially it took a full 100 kilograms of level A mana stones. Jemmy can't believe she's turned into a wild beast after coming home from outside for so long. It's incredible this dimensional power only costs 5 A-grade demon stones. Both of them simultaneously looked toward the high-speed gate, but Lin Mayo kept going. The developer said that after 5 years the effectiveness would double. Over time, limitations will fade and benefits will grow. Lin Mayo turned to ask him about this. Jai, do you know why I told you about the super-fast technology? Because the one who develops machines, that's the same person who will create them in the future. But reaching the highest level will take many more years to perfect everything. Still, to achieve that, you need patience, step by step, one at a time. Through the story of the high-speed train technology, he turned it into a message for the generations he cherishes. We hope you will do the same. When it arrives, embrace it. If you want to know, ask. If you're tired, rest. I hope you won't find life too heavy because of the word responsibility. He grasped his shoulder like a second father, encouraging him to move forward with all his might. Gee, I'm always here, so you can come to me anytime you want. Jai, only now do I see your true purpose. I understand now. He brought me here to say those words. The scene from years ago slowly replayed in Jamie's deepest memories. When everything was still so new to him, Jamie stood at the edge, caught between sinking into the swamp or taking that daring step forward. Count Simong and Lin Mayo were the two who helped him the most when his body was healing. Count Simong introduced him to that person, someone he trusted, dressed in a long white robe. But back then his face was so somber. Now I realize it was because he was worried. Although he was reborn, Jai still remained his beloved grandson. Suddenly, the outside world grew lively. A few people must have come, but they stayed outside, their footsteps growing clearer, yet never disturbing the two of them. Only Hala, brave as ever, stepped in to report on the progress. Elder Professor, everything's ready. Next to him, Jeffra was also scared, but Hala wasn't afraid anymore. He even dared to talk back to his master. Young master, just ignore that crazy second elder, hurry, come in quickly. Lin Mayo and Jemmy both replied, I'm hungry too. Yes. They all moved toward the hypergate portal. Elder please come here. I thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your concern, sir. In a different part of the capital, F of the Sea Dam Kingdom, at a famous coffee shop, a young woman respectfully places a plate of pastries on the table, opposite this rough, aggressive man. She carefully adjusted her expression nervously, asking, well, does it suit your taste? The man didn't hold back, he was impressed. As expected, it's the favorite flavor of the old men. The female servant received praise for her service quickly, thanked them, and slipped away, secretly grateful that her ancestors were watching over her. All right, that's great. Please continue enjoying your time. The man leaned back into his chair with a legendary sword resting beside him. This must be Talik Fan, the Sword King. Amazing, this is the first time I've seen a place so deserted. Another red-skinned man appears at the tea house, sitting across from him, clutching a sharp spear with striking blue hair. He's War King. And Botch must be so annoyed carrying that enormous energy inside him, right? Two men are talking. Oh right, I forgot. Unbach looked at the tavern owner and said, with that kind of energy, your skills must be pretty impressive. He secretly judges them in his heart. Truly, he's a terrifying old man. Talik denied. Those numbers weren't mine. Ancha mentioned Jai again. Have you heard anything about that Welton kid? TL chuckled mockingly and asked, so you're the child who became a Grand Mage at just 10 years old? Bach shook his head. Who doesn't know about that? I mean, it's just other news. I hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. I didn't realize Anbosch's goal wasn't achieved, and I couldn't help but marvel. Well, he simply doesn't care about anything in this world. He didn't beat around the bush, he went straight to the main point. Truly a wise king of Anbec. You're on your way to see His Majesty, right? Talik put on his hat, ready to leave. Yes, Anbach is joking, but there's always a deeper meaning behind his words. I'll wait to see what he's capable of. He's already refusing help from others before even trying. I hope it doesn't end as tragically as that time. I've been doing better lately, so you don't need to worry. Talich, clutching his treasured sword, leaves, not forgetting to say goodbye. I can't wait to see what skills the War King has in store. Talich glanced at the old shopkeeper and said vaguely, the tea money will be charged to the Fan family. Outside the F hyperspeed tunnel, Jemmy's group was already assembled in full force. Luckily, the crowd outside wasn't too large. Lin Mellow's comments are less shocking than before, and Jeffrey adds his opinion. Yes, it's better than last year. Only Jemmy remained silent, quietly observing in the shadows. The magic techniques have improved greatly compared to before, proving that magic hasn't fallen behind. Suddenly, everyone around started vomiting uncontrollably, as if they'd inhaled some heavy foul smell. Even Anne next to him looked the same, shocking Jamie. And Jeffrey explained, it's not like you're a Grand Mage or anything, you're just overwhelmed, right? Are you okay? Even Hala was like that. Luckily, Jai used magic to help her feel better. Thank you, sir. I feel better now. But suddenly something caught her attention, her innocent, surprised gaze drifting elsewhere. In an instant, what she felt just moments ago no longer mattered. All her focus was on what she saw before her eyes, so breathtaking that even Jemmy followed the direction Hala was heading. In front of them lies a sprawling royal complex, Scadium Palace, the king's residence itself, majestic beyond words, with a massive magic circle at its core. Linbell introduces it to Jay. Scadium isn't just an ordinary palace, it's a symbol. Jai stepped in, and it became a massive hub. Lin Mayo replied, I know. But before she could finish, a distant shout interrupted their conversation. Jai froze and turned around, recognizing that voice. It's so familiar. Right below is Saybell Welton, the beloved mother Jai has longed to see, but never had the chance to meet, rushing desperately toward her, calling out nonstop. Jai responds with a loud cry of his own. Both mothers hold each other tightly, scolding their sons with trembling voices filled with endless worry. My child, why are you here? Mom was so worried when she heard you were hurt. Jemmy patted her back to comfort her. I'm fine, and I'm sorry for worrying, Mom. Behind her, the Count, clutching Sarah's hand with anger, steps forward. Be careful, don't touch the wound now. Jemmy shouted loudly for Father Sarsara. Jemmy rushes over to Sarah, only to find her puffing her cheeks, fighting back tears, and pouting at her brother, so angry she won't even look at their father. Tuk Hino suggests they should leave everyone be. Traveling so far has worn them out. He'll take them to the castle to rest. Jeffra, surprisingly polite, says, Thank you, Your Highness. At Count Welton's castle in F, Jemmy Shung gathered with his family, arms crossed, fuming with anger. Sarah was upset because her brother hadn't come to visit her. Sarah gently holds Cuckoo, hugging the plush cat close, her expression filled with unwavering determination. Even Jai had to summon her strength to look at the two in front of her. These two, are they really mother and daughter? Their anger, their tears, it's like they're cut from the same cloth. So adorable, it's almost too much to bear. They're really the same. Jai couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The king was immediately put in his place by his beloved mother. Still smiling, huh? The young mother rushed over, pinched her chubby-cheeked son's cheeks, squeezing and teasing him. Hua di mer sir, never lie to you again. Don't even think about stopping me from traveling the world to find you. Did you hear that? I really feel like this is a bit more complicated. He's got no patience for his son to refuse. The moment he hesitates, he slaps that chubby cheek with fury. What's with this kid? The boss suddenly speaks up to help the son escape. Sarah, I told you I miss you, so why didn't you come and hug me? I never expected her to flat out refuse with no regret at all. I hate you. This fragile, tiny heart of my brother has been deeply wounded, and tears well up, leaving him speechless. Duh. Sarah sincerely confesses her feelings. Mother understands Sarah's feelings. The count also ponders deeply. It kept going non-stop, making everyone unhappy, and I endured a hellish time myself. My brother had no choice but to beg his little sister Bao Boy to forgive him and ease her anger. Sarah, I'm sorry. It's been a long time since our family gathered like this. Hino looked at his beloved son and silently thought, my boy has grown so much, my son. In his mind, the footage rewinds Jay witnessing his growth, his father always in awe and filled with regret. I wish my father had taught me swordsmanship later, and that I met the 7 elders later so I could have grown up normal like other kids. But because of his father's greed, it all happened too quickly. Even when he and his wife heard that he was returning soon, they couldn't stop smiling, eager to see their child, eager to see Jamie. That's right, he still harbors secret thoughts deep inside. Son, soon enough you'll leave your father's side and become the pillar of this world. The old lady, furious with her spoiled son, now acts as a bridge to bring Jemmy and Sarah back together. She holds the little girl in her arms and tells him, just give her a kiss and she won't be cold-hearted anymore. But the girl doesn't look too willing, her face is all pouty and stubborn. Jai couldn't believe his mother's secret move, he cursed under his breath. But despite everything, Boy still couldn't resist and gave his sister a sweet, lingering kiss on the cheek. Chu's actions moved even her mother to tears. Little Sarah was just as surprised, secretly peeking open one eye to look at her brother. It really smells so good it instantly melts your anger. Sarah told her brother he has to see her every day, he knows he can't refuse. Jai doesn't dare make promises because he knows if he promises and doesn't follow through, his little sister will start whining right then and there, and that would be a real headache. He'll try to stand up, but his mind is still filled with unfinished thoughts. Dad thought he was approaching to embrace his wife and children, showing love in a way that left everyone stunned. Dad, I'll be gone for just a little while longer, but please, Dad still hopes that the moment of family togetherness will last forever. Hendo smiles happily, feeling like you just left home 2 days ago. In the blink of an eye, you've become so much. C.S. Bell sat beside you talking to your daughter. Even though his parents miss him, they're still proud of him. That's right. Cybelle excitedly asked, so, who's the kid with you? Could she really be your girlfriend? Sarah sat on Cybelle's lap, her face full of eager anticipation. Heno was stunned as he asked, Jai's really got a girlfriend now. She's only 10 years old, CS, Belle cheerfully said. Kids grow up so fast these days. My son really has. You quickly deny it. It's not like that, I swear. Jemmy sat beside him, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Parents, don't misunderstand. It's my disciple. I'm teaching him magic. Ano and Cybelle both burst into laughter, clearly having a great time at school. That's right, everyone used to play magic teaching games when they were kids. Jai closes her eyes and visualizes the space, but now, no matter what I say, they won't believe it. Hold on, Hino said with a puzzled look. Jai is next to Jay and Anne. And Anne was stunned. Jai immediately said, and please explain to my parents what our relationship is, okay? SS Bell gently covered Sarah's eyes with her hand and chuckled. Who would have thought our Jai is such a quick-witted one? Ano sat nearby and asked, who does she take after? Jai hurriedly grabbed Anne's collar and shouted, hurry up, tell them you're my disciple. And looked at the frantic figure before him, feeling confused. What after explaining everything clearly, Cybelle looked at the two and asked again, so you're truly Jamie's disciple? Jamie sat beside him, sighing softly. I told you already. Greetings. Hello there. Hino thought to himself, and besides, I heard that Simon's second son is also one of its disciples. If I said I wasn't worried, that would be a lie, but I have to trust and support him. Heno smiled. You better teach well. You two better do well too. The two of them cheerfully replied. Yes, that night at the banquet, Sarah slumped on the table, sighing in despair. I'm starving, oh my god. At the banquet table, Sarah happily brought food to Jamie and said, hey, tell me it's a bit of harmony. But over here, Hino looked at the two people in front of him and the atmosphere felt tense. I want to talk to both of you, and that's what's bothering me. Anne was practicing magic, silently determined this time to learn faster than Lenong. CS Belkansara sleeps soundly, finally free. Jemmy escapes her home, letting out a long breath of relief. At last she's free. Jai just strolling through a vast ancient land, truly enormous. His domain is vast and majestic. Jemmy approaches a waterfall ahead, marveling at its beauty. That's incredible. Someone appears right next to Jai and speaks up. That's right. As a girl, her eyes seem to glow. I also love to send messages under the night sky, Jai thought to herself. Who is she for real? Jai looks at the girl beside her with such judgment. You look so fragile, like you're about to die any second. Maybe that's why I couldn't sense her presence at all. The girl spoke up. I didn't come here because I'm sick. Jai replied, Is that so? The girl chuckled softly. I snuck over there, so don't tell anyone, okay, I thought to myself. Who would share a secret with someone they just met? Beneath the full glowing moon she bids farewell. It's time for me to go back. Fine. The girl looked at Jai with a hint of displeasure and asked, Don't you want to say goodbye to me? She hesitated, then said goodbye. The girl was utterly annoyed. If you take a step again next time I see you, I'll treat you as coldly as I did before. Jemmy looked confused, not understanding at all. The next time that girl ran off gasping for air, Sword King Talfan appeared from behind trying to escape. The girl struggled to breathe and said, After talking to him, I suddenly like running. Talix Fan replied, I won't bring up that conversation again. No need to be embarrassed. The girl gasped and said, You're eavesdropping again. Talfan replied, It's my duty as your grandfather. Please understand me, little princess. This girl is Isabel P. Freyr, a member of the Seldom royal family, the current king's eldest daughter. Isabel, her face drenched in sweat, smiled and said, You're truly cunning. Fan asked, How did you feel? After meeting him, Isabel hesitated and replied that, Well, he'll face a long, treacherous journey, but at the end of that road, deep in hell itself, there will be a glimmer of hope. No one knows what that is. You can't see that far ahead. And he saw that terrifying future coming. Isabel was about to collapse. Fan caught her and transferred the force as Isabel reminded him, Stop running around, I want to go play. Your Majesty, the Sword King. The two of them rise, a flash of light streaks across the sky, then vanishes. Let's go. At Scadium Castle, the noble houses, carriages, and palanquins fill the streets, lining up in endless rows. Valor gazed and sighed, there are so many horses. Count Valor sat across, smiling kindly. That's right, even though he's only just opened a master-level class, this is the first time everyone's gathered together. With pure admiration, Jai truly thinks he's incredible. She looked at Rebecca and softly asked, Why do you seem so restless? Startled by the question, Rebecca quickly replied, I can't sleep. Valor burst into laughter. You're worried about meeting Jai, aren't you? Rebecca shyly denied. I don't have a little one. But deep down, Rebecca thought to herself, our young master must be quite handsome now, right? In the grand hall of the castle, amidst the crowd, whispers of admiration filled the air. There are too many people, that's right. Valor and Az stand happily chatting with Arino. Where did the rest of your family go? Hino nodded. Took him out to get some fresh air because it was getting stifling. A voice rises up. So how has your son Marquis Bell been lately? My father-in-law is the Emperor's strategist, so he's probably discussing matters with him. Ano thought, a hint of surprise in his mind. This aura belongs to Anbeck. Even from afar, he's already greeting us. Count No Welton. Ano thought, this murderous aura, he's always like this. The Vaylor siblings called out in fear. Father Vaylor warned them. Step back quickly, Unbosh said with a smile. What is this? Even the Duke is here. Vaylor wasn't feeling kind and snapped. What a damn bastard. Hino raised his hand to calm Valor down, knowing better than to cause trouble here. And Bach crossed his arms and said, Why are you calling me a bastard? There's nothing to celebrate. Tutuk didn't live up to my expectations. Heno's face hardened. And Bach, just stop. You'd better keep your mouth shut. And Bach still smiled as he said, The Count wants to face me. Come to think of it, we've never really fought each other, have we? Anby's eyes lit up as he spoke. Has Gaston's wound healed completely? Little Anbach was stunned, feeling a strange discomfort. How did you do it? Hino calmly said, You've touched your pain, and yet you dare face me, instead of Gaston. Gaston can't even withstand a fraction of my power. How do you think you'll win? Valor stood beside him, stunned. Gaston was one of Sam's 5 swordmasters, and he knew his strength, but he never imagined that in just 10 strikes he'd defeat Gaston. Hino's anger fuels his strength. Go find your mom and get some milk, little one. Ao told Van standing beside him. Let's go. My son's opening ceremony is about to begin. Your Majesty's spear should only be by your side. And suddenly said wait, and Valo was pushed back a step. The Valo sisters screamed in terror. Dad, are you okay? Dad Valor held his little girls close, trying to comfort them. I'm fine, sorry for worrying you all. Valo was annoyed, thinking, why does His Majesty treat him like some kind of toy? 5 years ago, when Enbach became the war king, he planned to go to war with Tutuk Valor. Back then, Enbach said, "You're the head of the Valor family, but I only want to fight with him. You're not afraid, are you?" In the end, the outcome was disastrous, and Enbach, with his hands behind his head, chuckled bitterly. "Honestly, you're no good at this at all." That was truly disappointing. Back when he didn't hold the title of the King's Sword Tree, if I had won that fight, someone would have touched Valor's shoulder and cut through his thoughts, but now it's already begun. It's time to sit in that seat. The sound echoes, "Your Majesty has arrived." Everyone in the palace gasped, stunned and filled with excitement. His Majesty enters with regal authority, followed by the prince and princess. He sits upon his throne calm and gracious, thanking everyone for traveling so far to attend the ceremony. That is Fontina K. Fredamore, the current king of the Seydum Kingdom. The people below quickly responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Your Majesty extended his hand and said, "Today is a joyful day for our new Grand Mages and the future of the kingdom. I hope everyone will send their blessings." Now the official induction ceremony begins. A god declared that Welton's eldest son from the hero's realm received the symbol of the goddess Po. He became a Grand Mage at just 10 years old. The hero who saved the magical world. "Gee, I humbly invite you in." The door opens and Jay steps inside. He knelt and bowed his head. "Gee, I humbly request an audience with you, Your Majesty." Your Majesty, speaking gently, looked up at Jay before him and praised him, truly a young man of promise. Looking at Jai's face, Your Majesty thought, no, upon reflection, he really is just a child. Seeing the princess sitting right in front of him, Jai was also surprised. "You're the girl from yesterday, right?" Jemmy recalled the girl from yesterday, the one who said she snuck out. "So she's a princess, huh? Is she even allowed to wander around at night like this?" Your Majesty spoke, "I've heard of you. You stopped the demon attack in the Genis Cathedral, and you've saved the magical world. I've seen many master mages, but I can confidently say, no one has ever been like you before." Jai bowed and replied, "Your praise is truly an honor for this humble servant." The great ministers sitting on their thrones looked down at Jamie. "He's the son of Count Welt." Talfans praise him. "Your grandson is truly a prodigy." Jamie's grandfather sat beside Talfan and said, "No one in the Welton or Bell families knew magic back then. It's fascinating. Sam's future is wide open." Jai's grandfather continued, "At first I thought the rumors were false, that they had mistaken his swordsmanship talent." Thane sat nearby, smiling softly. "It's normal not to believe, but your grandson's natural talent with the sword is truly impressive." Jai's grandfather looked on in surprise. "What do you mean by swordsmanship?" Tifan explained. "Haven't you heard anything?" Jai has learned the secret swordsmanship of the Welton clan. Witnessing this firsthand left me stunned. Jai's grandfather couldn't believe his ears, panic-stricken. He exclaimed, "No way. The last time I saw it, he hadn't learned any sword techniques at all. It's impossible, or maybe it's been just 6 months. Talfan chuckled softly. "You're not even the lord yet. You're worried about another lord. How amusing. I think you can stop caring about your nephew now, Marquis." Your Majesty presents the certificate to Jai following your orders. Seeing his perfect grandson below, Jai's grandfather is overjoyed beyond measure. The wings flutter wildly, unable to close my mouth, yet I feel pure joy. My final years are becoming more and more exciting. Your Majesty proclaims that you achieved the rank of Grand Mage at a young age, saving the world of magic and the oppressed on your own. As the saint of the goddess Po, you've helped strengthen the alliance between the kingdom and the Po Church. I am the King of Seam. Congratulations on your achievements, and I hereby appoint you as the 11th Lord of the Seedam Kingdom. The Light Lord is a diplomatic privilege acknowledged by the king, though not described in detail. It surpasses all noble titles. The Emperor roared, "Jamie, dedicate yourself fully to the kingdom." Jamie, the divine envoy, dedicates herself wholeheartedly. Watching the two of them stand at the heart of the palace, everyone erupts in cheers and celebration. Your Majesty presents the certificate to Jay. "Congratulations, Lord Welton Jay." He steps forward, accepting the divine decree to serve beneath your banner. In the southern continent of Brion, a figure cloaked in red raises his hand and shouts aloud. He's the Blazer, the high priest of the sun god and the commander of the holy army. His power unleashes, and the space itself begins to tear open. At the prison camp for tomb criminals, Grazer asked the guard, "How's he doing?" The guard replied he hadn't said a word yet. Blazer, annoyed, said, "What a stubborn bastard. Lead the way for me." "Yes." The guard introduced Blazer. "This is the lowest point in the abyssal tomb." The guard announces, "I will open the door. Please step back, Your Grace." Blazer replied, "It's fine. Even at his peak, he can't touch me." That was rude. The door swings open, thick with deadly intent guards, frozen in shock as two glowing eyes emerge from behind it. Grazer gazes at the ominous aura and says, "This murderous aura, it's just like you. You never change." Green, imprisoned with his hands shackled, asked, "Is that you, Grazer?" Grazer looked at the prisoner and sighed. "You've been locked up here for 6 months. You look pale and worn out, it's worth seeing. But stop pretending to be weak. I know this doesn't really affect you." He chuckled and scolded. You damn monster, you can't even hide the fact that you know the truth. Kreen stared at Blazer behind the bars. Why are you here? Are you finally going to breathe out? Bra calmly replied, of course not. Kreen looked at the person outside. Drazer, sooner or later I'll leave this place. Bra replied, you'll escape if Genis personally steps in, but so far it seems he doesn't want to. He asks, so why are you here? Did you come to mock my gaunt appearance? Bra, I didn't come here to do that. I came to mock you. What the hell is going on? Grazer reached out, unleashing his power straight into Green's prison. Green's whole body trembled as he yelled, you bastard! In front of me are these papers lying on the ground. He then spoke softly, I just want to show you this. Those papers announced the youngest Grand Mage of the Demon Kingdom, the heir of the renowned Welton family, famous for their swordsmanship. Jai Si stared at the news, disbelief etched across his face. Sen, furious, shouted loudly, Jai, you bastard, let me out right now, I'll kill that damn thing. Let me out, Blazer. Blazer looked at the man going crazy in the prison cell, surprised, and thought, wow, this is the first time I've seen him truly furious. The Genis Temple has ruined the big plan, and that's why we know why Green is locked up here. But without Jai, Genis's Wind Temple and the Divine Alliance would already be at war with the Northern Continent. Sen in the prison kept losing his mind, screaming, let me out. Blazer was lost in thought. And honestly, I was truly surprised. Becoming a Grand Mage at just 10 years old, Green getting beaten, that's no coincidence. Blazer walks away. Green called out in despair. Blazer spoke, the potential of this continent is truly fascinating. In the Grand Hall of Skadium Castle, the nobles swarm around Jemmy, eager to get close. Lord Welton-Ger, may I have the honor of a handshake? Please take my hand. What do you think of my daughter? They kept asking Han, I hold you in the highest regard. Please accept my son as your disciple. Ji, overwhelmed, could only say, ah, sorry, as someone took Ji's hand and filled with admiration said, my daughter admires you greatly, so I believe you should meet her. Now please go this way. Jai screams for her parents. Seabell sat at the feast, smiling brightly. We can't treat you like a child anymore, you're a Grand Mage now, right? Henno nodded in agreement. Of course we can't. Hearing that, it tugs at my heart a little. Treat me like an adult only in moments like this. And stands amidst the noble crowd's stunned fame is so hard to come by. You stood beside him and said, and this little girl, I haven't seen her in a long time, so I feel a bit awkward. And smiled and replied, but I'm still happy. Is that so? He said somewhat coldly. What's so interesting about this party? You're just teasing and joking, your face turning a bit red. It's probably because it's too hot here. And asked, half believing, half doubting. Really, then go ahead, act all tough and bluster. That's right. You think to yourself silently. Is the food okay? Why does my stomach feel so strange? Looking around at the sparkling space, I still can't believe I'm attending a feast for the king. It's like a dream. Will there be a next time? So you crossed your arms and said that. What are you even talking about? The moment she became her master's disciple, her life was forever changed. Then he whispered softly, and you've met me. He couldn't hear clearly, and asked, what did you say, Lei? Nong, embarrassed, turned away, and walked off. Nothing. I'm leaving now. Where do you think you're going? Go to sleep, An said, blushing a little. No need to be shy. I've met you, Lenong. From now on I hope you'll take good care of me. In the garden of Skadium Castle inside the walls, voices echo, Lord Welton-Ger, where has he gone? Meanwhile, Jai is outside, stretched out in the garden, simply enjoying the moment. I'm exhausted. I don't even know who this party is for anymore. Jai secretly slipped away. Breathing in the fresh air, Jai whispered, a scent master. At last I can finally act freely and say dam. When I return, I should ask for the all-powerful crown. The all-powerful crown is a treasure of Sam granted only to the greatest mages. I don't know what's inside it, but as long as I find a clue, that's enough. Jai suddenly sat up straight, feeling a surge of power and hostility. Who dares openly show hostility within the royal palace? And Bach steps forward from within and asks, do you need something from me, your majesty? Master and Bach is watching you. It's amusing how bold you are, but you're still just an amateur. And Bach pressed his weapon against Amy's neck. If I stab you, would your father want to kill me? Jemmy, stay calm and answer, no. Because I will kill you before that happens, Anbash said, staring the person in front of him straight in the eyes. You're going to kill me. Did you learn those pathetic lies from your father? Jai responded confidently. My father was never deceived. He doesn't need to do that, but I fear he'll complain if I burn the weapon of the lower realm alive. The kid couldn't believe it, thinking, when did that sound start echoing? Please, just stop. The princess appears staring at the two in front of her. If you keep going. The princess paused for a moment, her gaze serious, and another figure appeared. Talfan stepped forward and said, I'll set them straight. These kids. When the newcomer appeared, Jemmy immediately thought he was stronger than Green, stronger than Genis's sword. I've heard the rumors, but I never thought he'd be this powerful. Talfan's eyes are serious with a hint of disapproval as he asks Am, what are you doing? I have to tell you, if you want a proper showdown, how many more official challenges do you need to issue? and Bach also slightly mimicked his earlier confident tone as he spoke. Are you sure the one who challenged earlier was me? Tixfan held out his weapon in front of Anbash. I could slit your throat right now, so don't say another word. Seeing the blade right at his neck, Anbe spoke. Oh heavens. An old man who's never cared for others' affairs. But then Tixfan interrupts. Our princess is no ordinary girl. Princess Isabel stood beside him, smiling softly. Lord Mbach, be careful, don't forget this is the Scadium Royal Palace. And B responded, yes, I'll be careful, my lady. Tal lowered his sword and said, if you don't want to die, don't bother with that mocking tone. Angie watched Ambi walk away and said, goodbye, Lord Ambi. Thanks for providing so much entertainment. And Bay turned back, not feeling happy inside, and replied, no need for formality, Lord Welto. I look forward to seeing you again. Isabel approached Jay. Are you all right? I'm fine, Your Highness. Isabel looked worried and said, I'm sorry, I won't make any excuses. Yesterday I was testing you. You've been recognized as a master, so I suppose I should address you with respect. Jai replied, it's okay. Honestly, I don't even know how she knew where I was, let alone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Fan finally spoke up, but still. Why did you have the guts to face Lord Anbach? Your skills aren't even a match for him. Jai, you say that's because I knew he'd show up. Knowing he'd appear, the energy in the air is so intense I could tell someone was coming. The fan secretly cheers in his heart. That kid's laughter echoes loudly. Isabel chuckled softly and said, sorry. I didn't mean to mock you. It's just you are truly confident. Jai looked at the princess and replied, yes, I am indeed very confident. Jai continued, still, most masters have such a high sense of pride, they rarely seek help from others. Jai chuckled. Pride doesn't exactly make a good snack. Jai said, besides, I need more time to surpass someone like Anbash of caliber. Tali's fan was a bit stunned. He spoke these words without hesitation. Is this the freedom of someone born with extraordinary talent? Talfan watches the princess and Jai chatting happily, and he assesses them silently. I never thought he'd be so arrogant, not like an ordinary person. His potential is limitless. Talixfan smiled and said, he truly is your grandson. Talifan reminded him, let's head back now. Isabel chuckled and said, let's go home. See you next time. Up in the palace, the prince watched His Majesty gazing out the window and asked, Your Majesty's spear is deteriorating more and more. I think we should set some limits, Your Majesty. The Emperor turned and replied, I even bestowed a title on Your Majesty's spear to restrain him, but it didn't make a bit of difference. Anyway, what do you think about Jai? The prince replied seriously. He's the one I must bring to my side. Without him, he's already become a master. He's no longer some insignificant nobody. Still, I want him to become my right hand. Hearing his son's words, Your Majesty is reminded even a master must be skilled to handle this. The prince immediately replied, I will treat him with sincerity to bring him to our side. The emperor looked at the prince and said, Go ahead. Say that Sidam's future is in your hands, you two are not holding back at all. Your Highness, I will remember this forever. The king turned and said, Then go back and sort out your thoughts. The prince bowed and said, Please rest up. The emperor looked at the person lying comfortably on the garden grass and said, It seems the all-powerful crown has finally found its battlefield. Gee, with the all-powerful crown, what will you see? Could it be that you're the one we've been waiting for? I'm really curious. 3 days later, Jai sat on a chair sighing. Dealing with humans is exhausting. Sarah, you're so cute, come here. Jamie pinched her cheek and teased her but helplessly said, Sarah, your brother's tired. Sarah didn't even listen and just poked him with her finger. Wake up, man, he's here. Jai, wake up now. Are you okay? Jai's grandfather sat down and spoke. You're exhausted, huh? This is the first time so many people have paid so much attention to you, isn't it? Jamie slumped down exhausted. Yes, I'm completely worn out. Jamie's grandfather, forgive him. Talking to others, he's got incredible mental strength. Jai looked at her grandfather and asked, Are you like that too? As her grandson stared intently, Jai's grandfather replied, He's trained his grandson well enough to face these kinds of things. Jai, you don't seem convinced. You say that, but your eyes are as dark as a panda's. Jai's grandfather chuckled. So how does it feel to have Fong as your master lord? Jai casually responds, I don't know either. That story is obvious enough. Jai's grandfather laughed happily. That's a pretty good answer. But unlike before, many people will be watching you closely now. The whole world will be watching your every move, and the pressure from this will be heavier than you ever imagined. That also means you'll have countless enemies. Don't let your guard down. You can't underestimate how treacherous people can be. Jai's grandfather remembered his late wife, the beloved Tina. I agree when I hear it, the Marquis is right. No need to dwell on the past. In this life, Jai remembers those words, humans are nothing but filth. Those bugs don't know what kindness is. So why are you still risking everything for them? The reason I fight for humanity is because of humanity's sins, and because humanity itself controls everything. Jemmy told her grandfather, I'll remember your words forever. Jai's grandfather stood up. I'll be going now, please wait a moment. He looked quite exhausted, so Jai reached out his hand to help him. Jai's grandfather was surprised, so this is the power of a goddess, right? And Jai's grandfather was overjoyed. Thank you, kid. Next time your grandpa will bring a gift to meet you in the demon world. You'll wait for it. Jai waved goodbye, thinking it was time for him to go as well. The next day, the F-Bell space tunnel gently embraced Jai with tender care. Take care, okay? Remember to send a letter home once a week, got it? Seeing Shaspel with tears welling up, Jai smiled softly. I understand now. Sarah was just as sorrowful as her brother. Jai gently calls Sarah, come here. Sarah cries out loudly, can't you stay with me? Jai gently smiles to comfort Sarah. Sorry, Sarah, your brother will stay in touch with you more often. Ano stood beside her, offering comfort. Don't be so sad, it's not like you're losing him forever. Cybele immediately retorted. You're not even a little bit upset. Hino replied, why not? Isn't it a parent's duty to send their responsible son off with a smile on their face? Hino watched Jai lift Sarah into the air, playing happily, and he remembered how he used to hold Jai like that. Since when did this little kid grow up so much? Hino called out to Jay. Here, take this file bag for Jai. It's the keepsake your father left behind before he passed. He wrote down everything he realized on a piece of paper. You said you saw a terrible disaster, right? You and your son didn't choose the same path as your father, so he never saw that moment. Enlightenment always lingers in the back of our minds. If I could, I think it would be better to leave it to you. I won't force you. So if you think it's not the path meant for you, then burn it all away. Jai, grab the file bag and ask. Is it okay to burn it? Hino says other people's enlightenment should be destroyed, not remembered. It's only natural that the Welton bloodline knows about the family's secrets. Bao Trong, next time we meet, I hope you've grown stronger and even more handsome. Cybele hesitated but urged Jai to remember to send a letter back home. Sarah also shouted loudly. Big brother, you've got to come back soon. Jai walks away, smiling. Farewell, take care everyone. I'll return. In the vast waters, a voice echoes. Finally, the one we've waited for, the one wielding the greatest combined power. Will you uncover the secret, a bottomless abyss, showing no signs of life? Could it be that darkness has already consumed half of my past life, sealing it away? No, not quite. There's still a faint glow, a flicker of light, and I can move freely once more. This place is different, filled with sounds. Jai is inside the country, eyes open, hearing voices. That sound kept echoing. Come on, hurry up, I want to see you. This voice is getting closer. Could it be coming from up there? The sound responds, yes, it's right here. Jemmy reached out and swam upward. You arrogant bastard, don't you dare give orders to me. Jemmy reached out, but there was nothing. Then a light appeared. What's going on? Jai jolted awake, sitting upright in shock. Is that a dream? Nothing could be as vivid as this. Someone must have invaded my dreams, infiltrated my mind, and twisted reality. Who the hell is that? There's a crown on the floor. The crown, it's resting on a pool of water. Jemmy bowed and reached out to grab a crown. Could it really be the ultimate crown? 1 week later, in the demon realm at the Magic Central Conference Room, Count Lin Mayo declared, as everyone knows, I am the leader of the Emperor's faction, so I must take responsibility for the crimes of the Third Elder and imprison him. The other elders will also divide their duties and depart. The Countess Lin Mio produced the documents and spoke. The 5 elders holding the papers had accomplished so much on their own. His abilities are truly terrifying. His skill level matches the responsibility he bears. The ones responsible for taking over the demon realm in the past now will be busy. You elders who just sit around all day, take this chance to learn something. Elder Thut, staring at a mountain of documents in front of him, could only smile. What do you mean just sitting around and eating? We're drowning in work too. The Red Lotus Mage sitting beside her snorted softly. Lian Mayo looked at Jai and spoke. Is Jai still around? Only the third elder has taken office. I hope you'll work with the utmost sense of responsibility. Yes, then when will the Elder of 3 finally use the all-powerful crown? The all-powerful crown reveals different visions to each person based on their deepest desires. I wonder what the young master will see. Gee, I agree. I was just about to ask it myself. The elder asked, is there a reason you refuse to use it? Usually everyone wants to use it as soon as they can. Jay chuckled softly. Oh, right. I guess I didn't mean to delay either. The images in my dreams, an ocean, the sounds, why do they keep hesitating, holding back? For the entire past week, every night in my dreams, I kept hearing that voice so commanding, so arrogant. Jai wakes up in bed, today's no different. I don't quite understand why, but basically, you want me, huh? You arrogant bastard, hope you end up in despair forever. That sound echoed through the night. Come on, I beg you. Are you coming here? No, please come here. Jai, exhausted, covers his face with a pillow and yells at the pig. Back to the present. Lin Mayo looked at Jai and asked with a smile. If you want, you can use the all-powerful crown right now. Jai replied, yes, I will. But who's gonna help me? This is enough. At the lowest level of the magic tower, Lin Mayo asked Ji. Are you nervous? He hesitated, then shook his head. The seventh elder looked at Jai and said, Young master, don't worry. Third elder, just act like a kid for now. Jai, a bit proud, replied, It's just you who sees me as a child. Elder 7 sighed and said, It's because everyone sees you as an adult, so I've been treating you like a child. Listening to their conversation, Lin Mayo chuckled happily. They're so close. We've arrived. Lin Mayo opened the door and said, Only you may enter. Jai stepped in. The Elder 7 raised his thumb in a silent warning. Young master, be careful. When you get back, tell us what you saw. Jai chuckled. I'll go out later. Jai, I feel so cold. The entire room is filled with an incredibly powerful surge of mana. The closer I get to the glass altar, the denser the mana becomes. That's the all-powerful crown. Looking at the all-powerful crown ahead, the sound emanating from it echoes. You've finally arrived. I could tell it was the voice from my dreams. That sound kept echoing on. Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jai, look up at the crown. I've been waiting for you. With the crown of power in your hand, use me, please just use me. Jemmy placed the crown on her head, her eyes glowing as a flood of information rushed into her mind. Nice to meet you. I am the one who founded this new civilization over 1,000 years ago. The all-powerful crown and the creator of this current era. The first king, Gaiyan. Gaiyan appears with a smile and says, I've been waiting for you. You've had the highest compatibility with me for a very long time. Jemmy looked at the newcomer appearing in front of her, deep in thought. The first king, I thought this was a divine relic with its consciousness recorded long ago. But more importantly, this kind of information is hard to categorize. Yidan reached out and asked, Hey, what are you thinking? Jemmy asked, How is there a first king inside the all-powerful crown? Do the other elders know about this? Gaiyan replied, Of course not. I only spoke to each person individually. Jai glared with a bit of disdain and said, Why the hell? Gaiyan replied, Because you're very special. I can feel the highest level of compatibility with you. You feel it too, right? No. Jemmy asked, So, if the compatibility level is higher, we'll gain more knowledge or something? Gaiyan was caught off guard, just chuckling softly before replying, Those little things don't matter. Jay, I'm serious, but I came here for that very reason. Gaiyan calmly said, If you have questions, just ask me anything. Usually people ask me about the origin of this world. Jemmy replied, I've wondered the same. But can you even answer that? Gayuladan chuckled. Of course I'm omnipotent. I'll show you how this world was brought into existence. An image appears with the shadow of Ji Yidan walking below. Jemmy looks and asks, This is Yidan's station, this is my memory, and that's me. I thought he was going to show me glimpses of my past life, but it turned out to be the birth of civilization itself. The memories flashed before me like a moving picture. The kind man watched Ga Yidan and explained, This is the village I once ruled. Though almost shunned for my blue skin, I still know how to wield magic. I used it to solidify my power. Before long, humans began to treat me like a god. Over time, the small village grew into a nation, a 1,000-year-old empire. But it would be trouble if they ever found out that I haven't changed a bit in hundreds of years. So I manipulated the puppets to become the emperors controlling the empire, thinking my mighty kingdom would last forever. But surprisingly, the emperor from over 100 years ago was utterly powerless, allowing the demon clans to seize control of the empire, sparking a rebellion among the people. And that empire began to crumble. When the 12 gods appeared, they eased the people's pain, and Zhang Ba preached the Bible. In just 100 years, our co-nation transformed into 5 continents. Jemmy asks, So there weren't 12 gods from the very beginning? Gaiyan replied, surprised, You didn't see this coming, huh? Surely you all thought the 12 gods were the first beings to appear. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere, taking my place. A disciple of a god was chasing me, but luckily I transformed my shape just in time to escape him. In the end, I had to hide inside this crown. Jemmy thought to herself, Is it really that easy to change your shape? That's strange. Gaiyan continued, This is the history of how this world was formed in the shadows. Somehow, I ended up landing in the realm of King Seodam I. He's truly a master wizard, but our compatibility is just way too low. He can only see a fragment of this world's history. He was so shocked he called me the all-powerful crown. He's also connected with many talented mages, pretty formidable. But when it comes to our compatibility, we're still at the bottom. Gaiyan chuckled softly. Jemmy watched and thought seems like magical power has nothing to do with compatibility at all. Gaidan said, Well, that's how it is. Now the gods have stopped searching for me. Ji looked at the person in front of him, his eyes burning with intense contemplative thought. It's so strange. At first glance it sounds like he's spilled everything about himself, but in reality he's avoiding the real issue. For example, Jemmy asks, Wouldn't it be better if those 2 gods joined forces with you? Why would they want to overthrow you? Gaiyan looked upset when asked. That's because Jai just blurted it out. If you don't want to answer, fine. Should I ask them instead? I'll find the answer myself. Yidan hurriedly said, There, that's Po. Jemmy interrupted, pointing at Yidan. You know better than anyone what happened 1,000 years ago, don't you? That you're a parasitic creature that existed long before humans appeared, feeding off us just to survive. Yidan listened in shock. What? Jai continued. Do you know why a coward like you can never become the first king? It's because from the very beginning you've always been a puppet of the 12 gods. The 12 gods granted you so much, so many gifts, including the mission to build a new civilization. But even the tiniest mistake was enough for them to take everything back from you, and in the end you were cast out. Jai looked at Yidan and smiled, asking, Is my guess wrong in any way? Yidan's voice trembles. What should I do? Hold on. I still have one question. Why did they choose such a foolish puppet like you? And why is our compatibility so high? Gaiyan was furious, her hand unleashing overwhelming power. That brat's name. Gaiyan unleashes her power and strikes. The mute brat, surrender your body to me. Jai felt the surge of power and thought, this is a strength I recognize. Jai also struck back. You truly are a disgusting creature. Yuladan was panicking, wondering why does he still hold on to his power. Where did he get that dark mana? This is when Yidan feels like he's witnessing the end of the world, a realm rebooted by the 12 gods, a place where even a single flame can't survive and all life has vanished. The world crumbled before his eyes, everything vanishing into darkness, a nightmare he never dared to dream. In that moment, like a hunted prey, he fled to the ends of the earth, his face twisted with dread as he gasped out, Bang! But when all civilizations had vanished, he discovered a hidden, distant cave. There he found a stone. Suddenly the stone sank deep into his body and he felt a surge of dark, powerful energy raging within him. That's when he began to harness the shadows. But it's already here, and someone is still hunting him down. A calm voice echoes, You cowardly rat, are you hiding here? No happiness lasts forever and peace never stays for long. The one who claims to be the god of violence and tyranny is determined to kill the last survivor. But then a wave of dark power burst from his body, clashing against that god. It caught him off guard. The leader of the gods pushed the confused deity aside, a strong figure stepping forward with a smile. It's interesting that you have such power, he said. Then he placed his hand on Yidan's head and declared, All right, I've made my decision, you will be the ruler of the new world. And so he named him Yidan, that's how he earned his name. As the words left his mouth, he lunged at Jemmy and shouted, But I was abandoned, an apostle of the gods suddenly appeared and tried to kill me. I had no choice but to run. His face was filled with murderous intent, his arm looking terrifyingly fierce. Yidan calmly said, That's how I met him. Then he began to attack fiercely, shouting the first king of this place. His fierce stance was so intimidating that Jai couldn't help but gasp. Unbelievable, this is his second dark power. Turns out his attack targets the two cosmic black holes in the sky. At this moment, Jai calmly snapped his fingers, unleashing a power that sliced his opponent's arm in half, leaving him helpless. All he could do was wear a confused look and curse himself to death. Then he quickly pulled his foot back, continuing his relentless assault on the abyss, praising Jai's move. Not bad, he thought he could fool Jai, but how could he do? He quickly soared into the sky, a confident smile spreading across his face. Gotcha, huh? Jemmy, like a lightning-fast clone, sped toward Yidan Station, unleashing the aftermath of the 8th formation. Welton's house quickly charged forward, striking his body. Despite the injuries, he still looked as fierce as ever. He looked down on the pathetic string of excuses. What a joke. Such a trivial attack. As the words left his mouth, his head was instantly sliced in half. He must have been utterly stunned. But that was just the beginning. Next came the relentless swordsmanship in a flurry of magical attacks. Jemmy confidently declared, I'll cut through every part of you, there won't be a single trace left. Then with each brutal strike, her sword pierced into him, causing him unbearable pain. He screamed in agony, Stop joking around, your body belongs to me, but I can't just stop like this. Next, a fog explosion erupts, dark, sinister power, filling the air as a black-purple mist swirls with dread. Jemmy slowly draws his sword, then merges it with the shadowy darkness, striking a fierce, intimidating attack stance that screams confidence. The power converged. Jay unleashed a strike that sent shockwaves rippling through the earth, rocks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Yidan just stood there, rambling uselessly. A kid like you could never kill me. If he says that Jai has to admit he's having fun, that's right, your body's hard to kill, but that's what makes it exciting. He flinched when he heard your voice. Since when? Jemmy was confident. Last time I saw a great villain and it gave me an idea. He also reminded him if he could to run away. In Jai's eyes, Yidan was utterly confused and overwhelmed. Why now? Only then did he realize the danger. Shaking with fear, he stood up and thought to himself, I have to run, before it's too late. But it's not that easy, this is the realm of death sealed by forbidden magic. Jemmy 1 suddenly unleashed chains that bound him in an instant. He smirked with utter contempt. You get caught so easily, yet you still act so proud. Even the first king was the same way. Bound and forced to kneel, Yidan muttered, You'll regret this, but I don't care. As for Jai, whatever happens, happens. Tell me, what did you do when you first met the king? His face suddenly lit up with amusement. You don't know a thing. The terror of a world returning to its primal origins. He recalls that moment when everything vanished before his eyes, an endless loneliness, and you knew nothing at all. Hearing that, Jai's eyes suddenly looked filled with sadness and contemplation. He continued, because I escaped just in time. After 500 years, I finally met Saddam's first king. And yet he knew things I didn't. A world that vanished hundreds of years ago in a realm where dragons were unstoppable. A powerful sorcerer survived, but that alone isn't enough for him to uncover the secrets of this world. So he and I made a pact. Jai continued, you will help the kingdom until the strongest person is found. He happily replied, quick thinking. At that moment, veins began to bulge across his body. Ga Yan continued, he's so foolish believing that if he uncovers the secret, humanity can be freed. But his true goal is to suddenly tense up breaking Jai's chains with his newfound strength. In reality, he wants the gods to acknowledge him once more. A massive sphere appeared before Ji Yan, signaling that the world would restart after 10,000 years. That moment is almost here. The sphere grew larger and larger, and he spoke with a voice full of resolve. I will use your body as my vessel to conquer a new world. But then Jai's voice shattered his dream like glass. Are you done talking? Only then did he start to sense something was off. Why? Why did my power suddenly surge? Jemmy quickly replied, because that's not your power. She clenched her fists tightly and declared, it's mine. I am the strongest dark mage. Wow, this scene is insanely cool. Everyone's blown away. Ga Yidan heard it and was so terrified, her eyes wide, mouth agape. She has no idea how to escape his grip. He's thrown into Ga Yidan's dark world, feeling lost and confused. What's going on? You're not allowed to take my power to control the shadows. In that space, he kept screaming, what did you do to me? How could a kid like you have taken my power? He asked, but Jai remained calm and steady. You still haven't realized your place, have you? You who can't see the true master of this tower. Before him, a giant glowing eye appeared, forcing him to step back. Then he taunted him, what a ridiculous fake. Hearing that, he shot upright like he'd lost his mind. I wasn't pretending, I just didn't let him finish. Jai, with blazing eyes and a sharp face, said, you were chosen by the 12 gods because you have my power. Ga Yulidan trembled all over, fear gripping him as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jemmy left with a message. I hope you realize just how meaningless your life truly is. Out here, everyone inside was starting to worry. It's been so long, he has to come out soon, right? Is something wrong? Seeing that ZF burst in and kicked the door down. I can't wait any longer. Elder Frezel immediately stepped in to stop him. Hold on, only one person can go in. Then Elder Marlin Mayo spoke up. Maybe we should go in and take a look. Even Frezel was speechless. If anything happens, I'll just turn a blind eye. Let's go. As they stepped inside, they suddenly exclaimed, when was this trap set, and what about Elder Jamie? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts and everyone warns each other. Be careful, the space is trembling violently for a moment. The space is collapsing, blue energy and blinding light are erasing all the darkness around us. Jai stepped out, taking a deep, relieved breath. Elder Ma Lin Mayo suddenly called out to the young master, and he, surprised, asked Elder, what are you doing here? Elder Ma Lin Mayo asked him, what's going on? Why don't I see the almighty crown? Jai stammered and explained, about that, the all-powerful crown transformed, but before I could finish, Zig rushed over, grabbing Dad by the collar and demanding answers. The all-powerful crown is gone, now tell me more, give me the details. The elder Ma Lin Miao quickly pushed him away, telling him to go upstairs, then said, this place is a mess. Dad still looks so annoyed. Young master, why is the all-powerful crown so absent? You can't see it, but the voice still echoes loudly here. Why did it suddenly disappear? Answer me, young master. The elder demon told him to go upstairs first. Meanwhile, Jai was confused and unsure, why should I have to explain myself? Seeing all three of them leave, Jemmy silently thought to himself, lucky, no one noticed the dark shard of Diablo Weber in his hand. The remaining power from 6,000 years ago, returning 10 minutes earlier in the Death Realm, Gayan, trembling with tears in her eyes, said, how come you still can't even scratch him? You're clearly trapped in the abyss already. It's almost funny how pathetic he looks. The Damien spoke, it seems you're still alive. I thought you'd just be a hollow shell by now. Did you really live for 10,000 years? He roared again. How can you endure through one life after another? How could you possibly do it, especially in the endless darkness? Go ahead, devil. Before he even finished speaking, I charged forward and covered his mouth. Smack. His eyes sparkled with a dangerous humor. You only caught a glimpse of a fragment of my memory, yet you're desperately trying to understand how I feel. Diablo Vonber looked at Ga Yidan with a deadly glare and said, but you're mistaken. I've been losing my mind constantly. I've only just discovered a way to break free from that madness. His terrifying expression made him gasp out loud. Don't kill me, of course not. I'll regain my strength, then you can use your crystallization technique to end him. The space echoes with his desperate cries for help. No, I want to keep living. Looking back at the dark mana once wielded by Diablo Weber, the power I left behind over 60,000 years ago, I could absorb it all in an instant. But as I pondered the mana's silence, he suddenly shouted out. The black aura surged forward, rushing straight at Jai as if it had something to say. Jai hesitated and asked, "You want me to absorb this, but I already have enough." Then Breaky roughly yanked Jai's hair, making him cry out in pain. "Hey, you idiot." Then it snatched the dark mana shard and flew away. Jai was nearby. "Where are you going? Take that thing out now." I remember this happening back when I created Thema, but Breaky was basically an ally using magic to support me, so the amount of mana it can absorb is limited. That's why it can't do that. A dark, ominous space envelops everything around. Jai screams loudly, but Blackie remains silent. Then a blinding flash of light erupted. Jai thought for sure he didn't possess this power. Blackie suddenly shifts from white to purple, and its wings look more distinct. Jai tense and confused wonders, how is there light shining in the darkness of Genis? I didn't know what was happening, but then he suddenly charged forward. This is definitely a golden opportunity. Jemmy flies straight toward Breaky up there, his face serious. I can't afford to lose this power. Suddenly, blood started pouring from his eyes. Turns out the mana core inside him was trembling, and his blood vessels seemed to be going insane. Blackie suddenly swooped around to Jai's back, then wrapped himself around him as if trying to protect him. Jai said thank you. Surrounded by Breaky's protection, Jai remained calm. I don't know how this divine light could be born from dark mana, but with this power, Jai's face full of determination confidently shouted out, I can rise to a new level, a new strength. Up on the top floor of the demon tower, Siegfried wondered, damn it, what's going on here? The elder also spoke up. This earthquake is truly abnormal. It's not just affecting the tower, but the entire demon realm. Elder Malin Miao lowered his staff to the ground and commanded everyone calmly. First, the 7th elder, I want you to find the cause of the earthquake and the 5 elders. Evacuate the people to a safe place. Then he shouted loudly, I will do everything I can to stop the aftershocks. Also go summon the 1st elder. Hearing this, Siegfried obeyed without hesitation. Understood. I'll do it right away. Before Siegfried could leave, a voice called out to stop him, leaving him utterly confused what on earth was going on. From behind Diablo, Viper appeared, and he wondered could that be the same person he'd seen in his memories, but in his mind he hesitated just a bit. No, this can't be real. But where is this overwhelming pressure coming from? Don't tell me you're the young master, what's with that strange look? The elder calmly said to Friel, hold on your hair, it seems like you've grown taller. He replied, in a few minutes my hair will return to its original state. Jai explained to the elders. As you can see, I've just undergone enlightenment. The scene shifts to the secret library where King Fontina stands before his portrait lost in thought. Has his all-powerful crown been destroyed? He reached his hand down to the edge of the painting as if searching for a hidden button or switch. He wondered, does this mean he's uncovered its secret? The picture unfolds, revealing a book behind it. Holding the book in his hand, King Fontina's face is a mix of worry and tension. The secret records of Siam's history were passed down by the first emperor King Fremor to his successor. But in truth, those records were cursed by a demon. While wandering this land, I stumbled upon the secret of the world, a secret no one else has ever known. The secret will shake the very foundation of the world. And when I first uncovered it, I was filled with rage. But then fear slowly took over. One day, as I was training to overcome my own helplessness, a greed that couldn't be hidden came seeking me out. He said, I heard you're the strongest in this area. I will grant you more power. Thanks to his special strength, I've quickly grown even stronger. But what about the soldiers debating, or the conquest of Sodom, a land ruled by corrupt rulers, and the creation of a new nation? The king agrees, it sounds good. He recalls how I gathered troops from nearby regions and took over Sodom, then established the Siam kingdom there. But even as emperor of a nation, I remained hopeless when faced with the world's secrets. And it was then that he whispered to me, revealing that the darkness in this world runs deeper than I ever imagined, and that my life is but a fleeting moment. Let him enter my crown. Since he can live for a long time, he will also pass down my knowledge to a few chosen successors. Let that knowledge reach the one who will dispel the darkness until the day you are worthy enough to face him. The image of the demon standing before King Fontina making his demand. Will you accept my proposal, he asked again. What do you stand to gain from that, he thought, realizing that when he made this tempting offer it was the devil himself trying to lure him in. But since I've uncovered the hidden power he possesses, I had no choice but to join forces with him. That's why I decided to leave this book for my successors, the future emperors. When the one with the greatest affinity to the devil appears, trust and protect that person. The devil's power is just a fragment of a force that once belonged to someone long ago. The demon can't do a thing against someone who matches him in power. That person will be the key to saving this world. He closed the book with a sigh, marveling that everything had unfolded exactly as you predicted. He turned away and said, still, he's already a perfect character, no need for me to protect him anymore. It looks like we can finally count on Siam's future. A week quickly passes, and at Rinmel's mansion everyone gathers around discussing eagerly. The elder demon sighed deeply before speaking. I didn't think His Majesty would let this slide so easily. Count Xmong chimed in. Just as I suspected, looks like the Freedom Royal family knows more than they let on. Siegfried immediately said, and the so-called all-powerful crown's true identity is the first emperor. Count Dimong explained, not only that, he also deceived the entire kingdom. This is our mistake. He continued, luckily everything was resolved smoothly thanks to Jai's great contribution. Jai humbly replied, I only made him pay for not playing fair with me. People kept asking about Ji's plans. So what do you intend to do now? He replied. I think I'll keep honing my skills for a few more years. Sealing myself off. Not exactly, but I do need some time to focus. After some thought, Jai said, nah, I will reach level 9 within 5 years. Jai secretly thought, with that, I can stand firm at the starting line. I will train both my new powers and my physical strength during that time. Just wait, Genanite, you bastard, you'll be the first to die at my hands. I will witness the end of all this in this lifetime. The impostor cut to the main hall of the Fioro Temple raises his voice. Sir Apostle Ross, please come in. Seeing that, Ricky immediately asked, what's wrong, Ross? His friend, confused, kept turning side to side after hearing the news. How can you call me bro? We're standing right in front of the goddess. Ricky cheerfully replied. He'll understand, right, goddess? Ross couldn't help but laugh in awe. Oh man. Then Ricky eagerly turned to Ross. Since he personally came here, it must be Jemmy's news, right? That's right, who else could it be? Jamie has been crowned, a master at Come, looks like we need to work even harder. Ricky froze for 5 seconds after hearing that, eyes wide with shock. A master, then he smiled with satisfaction. Jai, that kid, I thought I was doing pretty well, almost catching up to him. But he just took a giant leap ahead. And then you clenched your fist, showing your determination. He was right, we really do need to work harder. I will become even stronger, so next time we meet, we can stand side by side and fight alongside Jamie. Seeing Ricky full of fiery determination, Ross quietly thought his divine power has already reached the bishop level. Because he was mentored by the new leader of the Divine Will team, he'll soon become a holy knight. It's incredible. Then you told Ricky now's not the time to start warming up. Class must be starting soon. And with that, you bid him farewell. So I'll go ahead first. Little Jam's on his way. Next time we meet, I'll definitely surprise him. You really are diligent. Ross's eyes suddenly filled with worry. Hard work is good, but isn't the fate of these children just too cruel? In Western nations, conflicts over Zenith are simmering as they spread lies, claiming Eton's case was a conspiracy staged by the kingdom of Cium. Countless skirmishes have erupted along the northern border, and war is only a matter of time. Ross closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and prayed to the goddess, I beg you, Divine One, please protect these 2 children. And as time slips away, 5 years have passed. This is a special chapter about the untold story. A month after leaving Senderman Vios, he's now sitting atop Vena's head, leaning down to ask her, are you worried? Vena simply smiles brightly and replies, haha, yeah, just a little worried. Braha also added, it's been 10 years since I last saw a fellow tribe member. In the vast forest of Ariaz, their conversation continued. But going there unprepared like this, won't that be a problem? I heard that place is deadly. We're used to living in the forest. What danger could there possibly be? A hand reaches out and says, let's go. Another hand grabs it and responds, yeah. Vina saw the magic radiating all around her and asked in surprise, what is this? Braha said, it's a wind spirit, don't be afraid, let's go. Then suddenly the 3 of them fell into an abyss. Vios excitedly shouted, this is so much fun. Meanwhile, Vena screamed in fear, A. Braha clenched her hand tightly around her to comfort her and said, just relax and enjoy it. Once they hit the ground, Vena's face went pale, and she leaned against a tree to vomit. Vios spoke up, can't take it anymore. Braha, full of guilt, reached out and patted her on the back, saying, sorry I flew too fast, huh? By the way, what are you eating? Vios chewed and replied this. I just picked it up, want to try. The 2 of them were helpless. Braha said, tell him. Then the conversation continued, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, let's go. Anyone not from Veneri has to ask the queen for permission first. As they spoke, they suddenly found themselves in front of a mysterious pit. Vena suddenly froze, a flicker of hesitation and worry crossing her face. Then she stepped inside alone and called out, all right, I'll be back soon. The other 2 are waiting outside the cave. As Vena steps inside, her hair suddenly begins to change, eventually turning a blazing red. A fierce light erupts from her, and 6 spiritual energy wings materialize on her back. Beyond the gate of the tunnel lies the Vankiri forest. As she stepped inside, she saw towering colossal trees. Beneath the ground lies a crystal-clear lake. Vena gasped in surprise, and then a voice echoed out, it's been so long since we last met. Then came the words of joy. She's back. Vena finally turned bewildered as she looked around. The princess has returned. Vena stood before a massive tree as it spoke, and she gasped suddenly from within the tree. A woman soared out, raising her hands emotionally and shouting, "Vena, my daughter." Vena's eyes welled up with tears as she watched him rush forward. Then she remembered her mother's gentle face placing a crown of flowers on her head from long ago. The Empress Dowager gently placed the crown of flowers on her child, her heart swelling with emotion she still remembers. Then she recalled the tender image of her mother holding her close softly, singing her to sleep. "My beloved daughter, sleep well tonight." How could I forget? Her tears kept falling, each one more desperate than the last. She cried out in anguish. Queen Van Key could no longer wait, and rushed forward to embrace her daughter. "Vena, my child." She hadn't even had time to react before calling her mother again. Queen Van Kay looked at her daughter, then gently asked with concern, "Do you have any idea how hard I've searched for you? How did you manage to leave the village?" Vena hesitated, stumbling over her words. Then she recalled that day. "Now I remember. That day she wanted to surprise the Empress, so she secretly practiced flying, and fell off the mountain. The little girl was now desperately crying out for help as she fell to the ground. Then I was suddenly kidnapped. Better not discuss this with the Empress." The kidnapper looked at her with a cruel, murderous gaze. Despite everything she's been through, Vena only offers a happy smile, wiping her tears as she says, "But it's okay. I've met someone again. Hee. More importantly, there are people who want to meet him." Vios entered at the same time. Braha spoke up. "Greetings, Queen Van. I am Braha from the forest." Queen Van replied, "If you're from Sefet, then you must be a child of Mulan. Thank you so much. Because of you, I can finally see my daughter again." Hung. And then she looked at the tiny creature and asked. Vios quickly introduced himself, saying, "I'm Bios," because honestly, he looked just like Nettis. Queen Van Key gasped in surprise, hurriedly asking, "How do you know about the first queen's story? Is it Lord Nettis?" "Who are you?" Vios calmly responded. "I can't tell anyone about that. But instead, my master has something to say to you." Then it recounted Jay's words. The time for battle had returned. "I'll see if he fights with the courage of Nettis, or if he's just a coward running away. The choice is yours." These words left Queen Van Kai momentarily stunned. Then Vios turned to Vena and said, "And Vena, don't be lazy. You were born to protect him." Vena cheerfully replied, "Yeah, Vios, I'm glad you're satisfied. All right then, I'll be leaving." And with that, Vios took off. Braha gasped and asked again, "What, you're leaving right now?" Vena also felt it was happening too fast and exclaimed, "Biosat." Then Braha chased after him, not forgetting to say goodbye. "We're heading out now. Have a good one. Vena is waiting for us with Vios." Vena still hasn't reacted, but she's calling out, "Hold on. Bimos Braha. If fate has it written, we'll meet again." And then she sighed once more. That's so cruel. How could they just walk away like that? Her mother immediately stepped in to comfort her. "You'll see them again someday. Don't be sad." Ven suddenly pursed her lips. Then she ran after the two of them and shouted, "Next time we meet, I'll be way stronger." "That's how it is," Vios said, satisfied, glancing back at her. "You're pretty determined." Braha also responded, "We're leaving quickly, just as you wanted. But just walking away like this, that's not okay, is it? You're so close, you two. It's not like you'll never see each other again. Meeting and parting, it's an unavoidable fate. But if we do our part, we'll see each other again." A gentle smile appears on Jai's face. The scene shifts to 2 years after Jai met the Grand Master at Fix Academy, in the mid-tier Lot Alpha class, where a single foot steps through the door. As In sits reading, her face suddenly twists in terror at the sight of the newcomer. Whispered murmurs ripple through the room. "Is there someone this tall in our class? That's Lenong." He confidently walks into the classroom, now met with the stunned and admiring gazes of his classmates. "What? No way." And stepped forward, forcing a stiff smile as he asked Lenong, "What happened to your height, your growth, what's going on?" He confidently looked up to the sky and said, "What do you think? Am I tall and handsome enough?" The day before, An and Lenong were walking down the hallway when he sighed. "Thanks to that old master, I haven't slept a wink. How are kids supposed to grow with all these damn assignments?" And quickly tried to lighten the mood. Hee. "But sometimes he helps us train our skills, and he's grown a lot stronger too." As she cheerfully and naively spoke, the person in front suddenly changed his expression. She just realized, oh no, Hao Thien is very sensitive about his height. Quickly, she hurriedly tried to fix her mistake. "Of course, the master is a grand mage, and you're not exactly short either. Get up." Now Hao Thien, furious beyond words, snapped back, "Anything's fine." He was so overwhelmed with rage that tears welled up in his eyes. He silently resolved to wait and see what happens. "I will defeat you." In Lenong's research room, he's standing in front of a large table filled with test tubes, clutching a notebook. He poured a green liquid into a purple one, and it started bubbling fiercely. Then suddenly it exploded with a loud bang, shattering the cup. Seeing that he was filled with rage, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "Damn it, how many times has it been? This whole place is just nonsense, isn't it?" He looked down at the growth book he just cursed at Lu Nung, realizing he needed to find another way. But moments later, the sound of snoring filled the room and Lu was already dozing off, head resting on the table. The scene shifts to the next morning. Lu stirs about to wake up, then raises his hand to cover a yawn and says, "Is it already morning?" He picks up a piece of paper, curious. Note that it's the master's handwriting. Did he really come here in the middle of the night? The contents inside were left by Jai. Look into the mirror. Stop wasting your strength on useless things. Master the mirror. He hurriedly glanced at the mirror beside him, and stunned by how much taller he looked compared to yesterday, he exclaimed in amazement. Is this really me? Then came the panic. I couldn't believe my eyes. Oh, Heiji truly is a divine being. Anne looked down at Lenong, surrounded by everyone, and pondered. What's going on here? She's terrified, haunted by the terrible memories of Apofit Fit, the electrical engineer professor, and his student. Then I worried he might be taking that strange medicine just like Apophis did. I had to find out. Then Anne immediately followed Lenong, trailing wherever he went, watching him closely. You just opened the door complaining like you're some servant running around. And then Jai asked, give me the test potion for the next class. Suddenly you shouted out, and then a scream erupted from behind that door. Ah! He hurriedly ran to open the door, panic in his voice, as he asked, Sir, what's going on? Stay back. Use all your strength to hold him, trembling. With fear she hopes he doesn't see her. No, don't open it. And still tried to pull the door open, shouting. Why would you do something like this? They're still trying to hold the door. It's nothing, just go. The bell is ringing. Deep down he's worried and silently curses himself. Damn it. Then he threw open the door and screamed. My height has returned to what it was at the start. When Anne saw him suddenly like that, she was startled and jumped in surprise. Meanwhile, Lenong's face flushed with shame and anger. So the master cast a spell on you. I knew it. After calming down, the two of them walked together down the corridor. He walks ahead, offering words of comfort. They say boys only grow taller after a certain age. You'll never know what that's like. Maybe in 3 years you'll be as tall as him. And right now you're still growing, still handsome as ever. She turns back with a radiant smile for Lenong, then the scene shifts to Hiss, Lord Welton's mansion. Inside, Jai gazes down at a mysterious stone, awe in her eyes. Today I feel incredibly strong. Besides carrying the Welton bloodline, I also feel even more powerful, because my life seed has been enhanced through the face mask. My body's balanced, solid, and truly formidable. Jai is already a grand mage at 15. He wonders if Break isn't waking up today. Last year, after I created the Japanese face, Break fell into a deep sleep. It seems like there are no more issues. You're thinking and worrying at the same time. If Break keeps sleeping, I'll have to find another way. Alright, got it. Are we going out today? Jai is already outside, practicing in the yard, and when someone sees him arrive, they call the young master. Jai saw that person and remembered the past, then responded to Sir Hamilton. Vice Captain Hamilton cheerfully asked, Are you heading to the training hall? Jai replied, Haha, I can't forget my morning training. Lieutenant Hamilton, still wearing his sunglasses from before, cheerfully said, That's real determination. I'm so proud of you. You look a bit helpless as you smile and reply, It's because of your teachings, sir. Then you turn around and say, Until we meet again. Someone next to Vice Captain Hamilton said, Such energy. The young master will keep growing, huh? He looked at Jai's back and proudly replied, The Countess will guide him because all the allies under his command have already fallen. Only now do I realize it wasn't just a close call for you. Before he could finish speaking, Vice Captain Hamilton snapped impatiently. Jimmy is now desperately running, sweat pouring down his face. Suddenly he appears, calling out, Are you running again today? Seeing his father, Jai was surprised. But at this moment he raised his hand, channeling his mental energy to summon his sword, and he spoke with a surprisingly positive attitude. Then happily he swung his sword with excitement, encouraging a little sweat to flow. Jai at this moment admired how controlling the sword with mental energy was incredibly difficult, even for a sword master. Then you also picked up a staff and replied, Father has never shed a single drop of sweat. Then come here. You shouted, then leapt into the air amidst Welton's water techniques. Bakhai saw Ji swing his sword and charge, but he thought, this time he'll use a mana cyclone to strike me. But as he raised his sword to strike back, Jai's energy waned with each swing. Are you thinking that the mana flow is dispersing? Suddenly, a sword tip appears just inches in front of you along with a voice. You really think a lot. That strike hit with a force that's anything but light. Jai panicked and leapt back in fear. Jemmy steadied herself, wondering why he would do that to the flow of mana she was controlling. I didn't think he had used Bachai. Hino at this moment swung his sword with fierce force, reminding him, You shouldn't have time to think. Jai, caught off guard, stared in panic at the approaching blade, then swiftly conjured a magical shield to block the attack. He gritted his teeth and snarled, completely unguarded. Hino suddenly drew his sword with seriousness, swinging it down once more at Jai. The boy struggled to block it, thinking to himself, since he doesn't use magic, his father's mana must be minimal, yet he's wielding such overwhelming power. It seems the rumors about the Sword King's power being just below that of a master swordsman are true. Then he suddenly leapt back several steps. Ano is now seriously pointing his sword at him. Jai looks at his father and realizes. Looking at my father's current stance, it seems he's holding back. But right now he's finishing this first fight and I'm stuck here unable to move. Welton's 7th sword technique, the Thunder Strike this time. I'll break through. Jai gathers all his strength into this move and charges forward. If I can't stop my father, I'll leap up and dive down attacking him head-on. Hino looked up at his son's figure and thought he's using the sun to hide. But then he closed his eyes, calmly declaring, "Son, your opponent is me." His hand executes a sword technique so fast it's invisible to the naked eye. Then their powers collide, unleashing a blinding burst of light. They charged at each other from opposite directions, backs turned. His sword was broken, a piece embedded in the ground, yet he still clutched the hilt, gasping for breath. I thought today I might finally land a hit. Hino, still in a cheerful mood, replied, "Haha, you're getting better, but you're still no match for me. Keep training for another 5 years. You sighed and replied, "Almost there." He immediately reminded you, "Hurry up and get to work." Jai ran off and then turned back waving and saying, "Next time I'll do it, just take me there." But his hand brushed against the broken sword on his father's nose and he thought to himself that kid almost broke the sword. His swordsmanship mixed with his father's techniques would only get stronger from here. He smiled proudly, even though he's not yet a master swordsman. Haha, just then outside the door, Jemmy was about to head to work when Sarah waved and said, "Have a good day." You replied, "I told you you don't need to see me off." Sarah, Dad said he has to go to the palace today. Hino cheerfully replied, "Even if I'm busy, I still have to see my son off." He helplessly said, "You're so scary, Dad." Sarah scratched her head and asked, "But where's Mom?" A strand of hair peeked out from the roots of the tree. Jai helplessly thought, "Mom, you've gone, but I can still see you." If at this moment he rushes out to embrace his 2 children, happily saying, "My handsome son and my adorable daughter, you both call me Mom together." Then the mother and child continued their conversation. Later, Jai said, "Well, I'm leaving now." Hino said, "Have fun out there, so I don't get hurt. Mom wants to have dinner with you. Don't be late." "Yes, see you later." You responded. Suddenly Sarah spoke up. Hey, big brother, let me come with you next time. Let me see the demon world too." Jemmy happily responded. "Sure, Sarah, when I'm free we'll go together." The girl upon hearing this was overjoyed and asked again, "Really?" After saying goodbye to his family, Jai created a magic circle on the ground and said, "Guess it's time to go, huh?" He bent space and shot straight into the sky, vanishing. The scene shifts to the heart of the demon world, Jai's tower, the magic office. Someone entered and greeted, "Good morning, Third Elder." Jai, sitting happily at his desk, responded, "Good morning, Miss Hera." This woman has Hera Barrero's 4 personal secretaries, all loyal to Jamie. She then reports today's update is that the Kingdom of Harmonia on the Alicia continent is requesting aid. They are demanding we send a master. Jai was stunned when he heard the name, unable to hold back a gasp inside. Harmonia, the Kingdom of Harmonia rebels, have been trying to overthrow the despotic ruler for a year. The authorities have even sided with the rebels. Jemmy, deep in thought, said, "The other masters, not mages, are watching over the eastern continent of Kariran, so this request is sent to the demon realm." Hera replied, "It seems that's right. The eastern continent of Carrion is considered the headquarters of the Janus Church, as the battles there have recently quieted down. Most of the sword masters have been dispatched to that region. That's why Tra went to the palace. And yet Mage Siegfried was also sent there. This will be discussed at the Elder meeting today." After hearing that, Jay immediately stood up and responded. Right now, in the Demon Realm Tower's Grand Magic Council chamber, only 3 people sat around a massive table, and an Elder spoke up. The room felt empty, probably because Elder 8 wasn't here. He has matters to attend to in the territory, but the Grand Elder is about to return. Is Elder Lu still in seclusion? A fierce-looking woman appears with a wrathful expression. The Elder beside him chuckled. "Haha, that's right, I believe she'll become a 7th-level mage soon enough." Suddenly a foot steps in, along with a voice saying, "Everyone's early today." Elder Second chuckles and replies, "Haha, well, I couldn't sleep much either." The 5 elders immediately retorted, "I haven't pretended yet." Jemmy then sat down and said, "The real issue is." Chow heard that she's proposing to send a master. The 5 elders then turned to you and smiled, saying, "It seems urgent, perhaps the rebels have already scared Vigo. They've taken half the kingdom. But does anyone know why Harmonia's army suddenly retreated? There are 4 masters there, you know." The 4 elders sighed and replied, "It seems the rebel side has a master swordsman. That kingdom was likely completely subdued by the king's knightly swordmaster." You asked in shock, "If he's a knight of the king, then he's Sir Kirill Owen," and immediately realized that the ruling faction had entered the battle. Jemmy sensed the gravity of the situation and pressed on. "They don't want their forces to suffer losses. Are they asking us for help?" The elder replied, "Yes, those arrogant fools. Your Majesty has agreed, so we'll send someone there. Open isn't here right now." Rinmel and John had to fight against the demon realm defending their position. So he's the only one left. Jai sighed, scratching his head. I'm the only one left. Then he wondered aloud, but why did His Majesty agree to this proposal? He could refuse a small nation yet, the elders explained once again. They say they'll return the national treasure to us. Venus's music box. Venus's music box, when it plays, causes a new galaxy to appear in the sky, an artifact of immense magical value tied to the legends of the Harmonia Kingdom. The 5 elders shake their heads, sighing in disapproval. Those pests will do anything to survive. Jai sighed helplessly, thinking that overthrowing Harmonia was the right move, yet here she was having to help them. The second elder solemnly said, Harmonia's rewards are tempting, but we won't be controlled by something like that. We must assess the situation ourselves and act according to our will. That's the Emperor's command. He asked again. So you're saying we can ignore Harmonia? The second elder replied, so they betrayed us. But the Saydam kingdom is too powerful, we had no choice. After hearing this, she was stunned to realize Sam wants to profit from this. If they stabilize Harmonia, they'll owe Saydam a debt. And if they support the chaos, they'll help the new king rise to power. Jai, now dangerous, clasped her hands together and said, so you just show your strength and then go back, huh? In a grand palace, a voice echoes, Hera, get the items on the list ready. At the Realmead Tower's office headquarters, 2 people are having a conversation. This is the list of your lord's items. The other person replied, I've been sent to Harmonia. So that's Jemmy and Hera. Jai said, then I'll go too. Ah, I'll go alone. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not because Hera's weak or anything. Hera heard that and suddenly looked sad, saying, if that's what you think, I understand. Deep down, she thought this is the perfect chance to observe the great sorcerer's magic. But I can't afford to be a burden while he fights. Then Jai suddenly remembered something. And how are they doing now? Hera replied sternly. Your disciple has already arrived at the laboratory. Then Jai cast his spell and left. Before he went, he said, I'll tell you everything later. Hera bowed and said yes. In the J Magic Tower laboratory, footsteps hurriedly echoed as someone rushed somewhere. Damn it, do you really want to kill us? If we grow stronger, will you be able to handle the consequences? So that's Anne and Lenong. Anne said, you're disrespecting the master, huh? Lian turned back, fury burning in his eyes. No way, why can't I criticize him? Then you angrily shouted, is he treating us like lab rats for experiments? Before you could finish, A saw a figure behind you and quickly tried to stop you. Go on, stop right there. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. Jai spoke up, no need, just keep going. Don't worry about me. Len stammered, trying to speak. Senior do. Jai's cold, piercing eyes and sinister face lean in close as he whispers to you, so you finished cursing. He trembled and replied, I'm sorry. Then a loud shout echoed, and he immediately dropped to the ground. Soon after, Jai approached Anne and said, well done, Anne. You did great, unlike that bastard. Seeing that, Anne blushed and hesitated before replying. She smiled and said, thank you, sir. Then you turned to Lenong, who was being forced to kneel, and told him to sit on your back, asking in you. With a tense face, you said, yes, you're secretly thinking, damn it, I'm about to die. That's really unlucky. Jai asked, what was your original plan? Are you planning to give up on learning magic? Lenong replied, no, I'm not. Then Jai jumped onto your back, walking while saying, I know staying stuck at level 4 is frustrating, but you've got to find a way to level up. Hope you understand what I'm saying. You trembled and replied, yes. After speaking, Jai turned and said, in a few months, I'll be away on some business. During my absence, please help each other out. Hearing that Lenong asked again, going far away, both Lenong and Anne desperately tried to persuade Ji, saying, I want to go with you too. I can protect myself. Please let me come with you. Jai snapped, listen to what Master has to say. Then he struck both of them hard on the head and explained, this is a battlefield, anything can happen here. If you distract me while I work, things will only get worse. Suddenly Hera appeared behind the door and said, leave the disciples to me. Jemmy asked curiously, you want to come along too? Hera nodded and said, yes, I really want to go. I want to see the true power of the elders. So Anne and Lenong both asked to come along. Looks like we're bothering you now, sorry about that. Seeing that Jai could only sigh, he thought there was no other way. He understood. He would consider it. They cheered with joy, their voices ringing out. At the base of an ancient tree, 2 figures stand reporting something to someone. Then the girl said, they say you defeated Harmonia's elder. Jinjin replied, just luck, that's all. Ias responded. The soldiers must be thrilled. That's right, we'll conquer the artifact soon. Ias closed the book in his hand and replied, I heard Harmonia sent a support request to Sam. Then she turned to look at Bae and said, who do you think will come, Bailey? Maybe Jai will come. Jin immediately raised his voice, asking Jai, what if he intervenes and ruins our plans? Ice paused for a moment, then said, yes, pay attention to that. The future is something no one can predict. Jin turned away and said yes. He turned to Bailey and asked Jai, the child you cherish, are you okay? Bailey quickly responded, I don't know how much Jamie has grown over the past year, but I don't think he'll be easily defeated. He immediately perked up and asked eagerly, really? That boy seems to have a connection to us. Then she transformed into her true form of power, her voice sinister as she said, fine, I'll prepare for the battle in my own way. Belle was surprised it was the Loi Long sword. Then Isis slung the sword over his shoulder and walked away saying, let's go by. Bailey responded, is someone at the Harmonia Royal Castle speaking? Welton J is coming here now. The King of Harmonia said, what does a senior from Seam have to do with me? The Marquis hesitated, then replied, even if you don't like it, you should meet him later. Kiphus reached for his glass of wine but didn't pour. Then he continued, a mere wizard, and you expect me to entertain him. Seeing this, the Earl said, we have no choice. We asked them for help after the death of Lord Kiriel. Kif said, Kiriel Matisse, that's right. What did the soldiers do? Why didn't they wipe out those bugs? The Earl Lord chuckled and replied, that's why I summoned a master of magic from Saydam. Hearing that, the king sipped his wine and asked, is that so? Then in front of the gods he raised his glass and said, he doesn't know yet, does he? Everyone nodded in unison, agreeing they should listen. The prince continued, Your Majesty Wizard, Welton J is wondering, should I let him work directly for Harmonia? The king replied, do we really have to go that far? Sensing the tension, the Marquis quietly whispered in his ear, because Jamie is a key figure, children are easily swayed. All we need to do is promise him the position of Grand Duke. Suddenly a voice echoes, that's extremely dangerous. Count Neo sitting below responds, Jemmy is part of the Welton family, there's no way he'd stay in Harmonia. Furthermore, if I can't convince him, Seodam won't rest once he learns the truth. The Earl sneered and said, are you implying that the Count is saying I was wrong? The Count of Fa, speaks up, if anything happens, everyone here will be responsible. The Earl immediately counters, what matters most is His Majesty's will, mine, and the noble classes. The Countess shouted loudly, isn't it true that the country was destroyed by those very ideas? Listen carefully, it's His Majesty who will handle the imperial affairs, not you. The Count, hearing this, pretended to support the drunken emperor and said, no need to worry, Your Majesty. I'll make Jai bow before me. The drunken emperor slurred back, he's right, that elder better bow to me. The Earl of Ho sneered softly and said, you don't need to stay here, leave everything to me. Then he helped His Majesty out of the room, the king walking alongside him and saying, I trust you, Earl. Yes, you just need to trust me. Count Neo snapped in anger, recalling that the chaos of this land was all because of that damn Marquis. When the previous king died, the royal family began imposing massive taxes and oppressing the people. The nobles accused anyone who resisted, even plotting to wipe out them all. It was all Hem's plan. Now I'm left alone like a flickering candle in the wind. The magical tower in Harmonia's capital has arrived. Jemmy's team felt their hearts drop as they reached the deadly place. I'm fainting, only Hera's still okay. I'm still okay. Jai cast a spell, and you wondered, then why are you all trying to follow me? Suddenly, behind the door, the owner of the Harmonia Magic Tower stepped forward and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you. I am the master of the Harmonia Magic Tower. My name is Jia Khan. Jemmy silently thought their attire was dazzling, but the Magic Master was only at level 7, the highest rank in Harmonia. You said I'm Jai Khan, huh? I never expected the legendary Welton J to show up here. He continued, the people behind you are my disciple and my secretary. They said they want to visit Harmonia. He was seething inside, but he still managed to smile and asked, touring, Your Majesty. What do you mean? He thought to himself, touring while this place is a battlefield. He's so arrogant. His skills might not even surpass mine. Then he pretended to smile and said, Your Majesty will arrive soon, so please rest up. I'll guide you there. Then I went to talk to his disciples, and seeing him face to face, I realized his talent was impressive, but only on par with mine. The disciples responded, that's right, the Tuo Lord is the strongest. He stroked his beard and said, Your Majesty will arrive soon, so get ready. Yes, sir. He led him into the room and said, you may use this room. Thank you. She secretly thought it's all just expensive, useless decoration. The amount spent on the magic tower was definitely no small sum. With all this luxury, the Harmonia Magic Tower is utterly pathetic. Now I understand why he told me to do whatever I want. Suddenly His Majesty arrives. He wondered just how low they'd go as Jimmy spoke up through their secret communication channel. Can you hear me? Hera replied. Yes, I hear you. Rise up and Enmeo will speak next. We can hear it too. Jai touched his ear, smiling with satisfaction. All right, it works pretty well. Looking at the lavish, wasteful scene before me, I can see these people are truly arrogant and show off. Our territory is the best trading city in the East, yet it's not flashy at all. Anne-Mermaid looked around, puzzled. Do the people of Harmonia really enjoy all this flashy stuff? Herbalena doesn't think so. Harmonia isn't as wealthy as you think. Maybe the luxury is only in the capital. They pass through the luxurious, dazzling city streets and stop before the grand majestic doors of the throne room. This is the chamber where the throne is kept. As the door creaked open, the servants and attendants inside the room all raised their voices in a thunderous chorus, drums pounding loudly to welcome him. Welcome the Elder of the Dam Kingdom, the greatest and most talented archmage of our time. Lord Weltenjare and his companions, please step inside. Anner Mayer said over the secret line, feeling a bit of pressure. Jai helplessly tries to reassure his companions, they just want to show off their strength. Just enjoy it. He quietly doubts as he observes the person sleeping soundly on the throne, head tilted to one side, resting on a chubby, pudgy cheek. Is that the king? The nearby minister softly smiles and reminds him, Your Majesty, you have a distinguished guest from Saddam. The king was suddenly awakened, confused, and asked, If Saddam is Saddam, then what? Jimmy stands on the red carpet before the throne, bowing politely. I am Weltenjare, he said in a drowsy voice. That's right, Jay, but why am I here? Why are there so many people? The middle-aged attendant still wore his usual composed smile as he stood before him, blocking the view. Your Majesty, you don't look well. Please go inside and rest. The king realizes he's lost face, and he's furious. What? What's going on? Why am I here? The servant in the red cloak gestures invitingly. Your Majesty, the wine table is ready. Please this way. The king stepped down from his crooked throne, swaggering and slurring as he said, Wine, huh? Not bad. Let's go. Jemmy focused more on the nearby courtier, silently thinking that the current state of the king was so dire he didn't even care about state affairs. Most likely, the man beside him held all the power now. The courtier helped the king walk a few steps, then turned around, puffing out his chest with pride as he introduced himself. Sorry for the rudeness, I am the Earl Heem. Jemmy silently confirmed in her heart he's the one who destroyed Harmonia. Hem forced a fake smile and explained, It seems your Majesty is unwell, that's why you're not feeling well. Jai forced a reluctant smile and replied, All right, I get it. He quietly stayed alert inside, realizing it's best to keep an eye on him. Hen reached out toward another door, painted gold on the outside. Thank you for understanding. Given the situation, let's eat first. In the grand hall of Harmonia Castle, the distinguished guests and Ji's entourage filled every seat along the long table. The guest politely said, It's truly an honor to meet a master from Saddam here. The black-haired one slicked back with gel, giving a neat thumbs up. Yeah, even your disciples are pretty adorable. The brown-haired man rubbed his hands and said, You should take care of yourself, Chudao. It was only then that he started paying attention to those accompanying Jay. He looked at the red-haired girl with glasses, the one who introduced herself as Hera, a lower-ranked mage under Elder Jai. It seems he's heard of this family before, his eyes shining as he asks, Isn't Boleno one of Sam's 4 legendary mages? The black-haired one adds, Your disciple also comes from a noble family, doesn't he? Your hair too was a sign I'm Lenong. Before I could finish, someone cut me off. You're a descendant of the X-Mong clan, aren't you? Henry always felt something extraordinary. The black-haired man looked up at the sky, shielding his eyes, smiling. The green-haired girl introduced herself, finally bowing her head with a shy smile. I'm an Mayer. The two officials looked puzzled. Ho Maya, I've never heard of the Mayer family before. He sat beside her, secretly seething, grinding his teeth. Those bastards. Jai finally spoke up. They are my disciples, my students, Jai's students. The brown-haired guy saw you, looked a bit upset, so he quickly chuckled and backtracked. Haha, yes, that's right. They're disciples of Lord Weltenjiller, sure to become powerful, promising mages. The black-haired boy scratched his head and chuckled. Yeah, there's no denying that. Hemin casually stands at the door and greets. Sorry I'm late. It seems you all were having a good chat. The servant beside him bows deeply in respect. I'll bring the food right away. Come on, be generous, dig in. These dishes are crafted by the finest chefs. I hope you'll like it. He smirked subtly, mocking Jamie with a sly smile. Lord Weltenjare, I've heard you've been in seclusion for 5 years. Back then, you were already a great mage. After 5 years of cultivation, your current skill must be extraordinary. Haha, Jemmy remains calm and humble, refusing to accept the praise. I still have to try harder. Hen frowned in frustration, realizing he hadn't achieved his goal, his voice sharp and clear, shattering the tense atmosphere, as the servant nervously fumbled with a tray. Ah, please forgive me. The brown-haired man shouted, veins bulging with anger. You little bastard. He didn't hesitate, he threw a punch right at the servant's face. Do you think this is a place where you can make mistakes like that? The servant nervously admits his mistake. I was wrong. The brown-haired bastard keeps talking shit. You useless piece of trash, do your parents even know how to raise you? He stood up furious, trying to stop him. Wait, this is too much. A voice echoed in his mind, stopping him from sitting down. Jemmy remained calm, silent, quietly observing. He calmly shakes his glass of red wine in his hand. The distinguished guests, witnessing the violence before them, show no sign of fear or shock, still smiling and chatting happily. Jai silently wondered inside. Are all the Harmonia nobles corrupt to the core? The brown-haired guy grabbed the servant's collar and shouted, What's with that look? You really want to join the battle squad? The servant, battered and bruised, was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry. The brown-haired guy suddenly realizes he's been a bit over the top, feeling awkward. He scratches his head and turns to Jemmy. I've been a little too strict with the training showing off in front of the guests like that was really inappropriate. Jai smiles gently. It's okay, what's your name, sir? The brown-haired boy asks, eyes shining brightly. I am Tu Tuk Mancap. He pondered the name, tasting it on his tongue. Tu Tuk Mancap. He spoke in a deep voice, pointing towards him as he ordered, these dishes look amazing. Bring more, please. It's you, sir. The brown-haired man asked in disbelief. Why does Jai still wear that cold, unyielding smile? Don't you wanna… So your cold, piercing gaze is fixed ahead. Marquis Hem, what are your thoughts? He also looked at Welton with a hostile gaze. He firmly issued his command. Hurry up. Welton nodded in satisfaction and wiped his mouth with a cloth. I really enjoyed the dinner you prepared, Your Majesty. The gentleman politely turns to the brunette and smiles, thanking her. I feel even more satisfied when served by you, the young lord. Cap forced a strained, toothy smile. I am truly honored. Now everyone stand up. You must be tired from your journey, so rest now. Tomorrow we'll begin discussing the real matters. Welton also stood up with his team, turning to walk away. So what's next? He turns back to look at the person still in the room, hoping the servant from earlier is okay and that the others are safe too. They've already struggled so much, haven't they? Welton said with a sarcastic tone loud enough for him to hear, unlike the others. He immediately forced a stiff smile, eyebrows twitching slightly. Of course there's no need for you to worry, Your Excellency. Master Dan walks freely outside, hands behind his head, finally feeling a weight lifted. And Maya clenches his fists in awe, stunned to see a noble nation wield such power. You hesitated and asked the person ahead, Master, do I really have to help the country like this? Welton was asked, but he just smiled silently, saying nothing. The black-haired, red-hooded stranger suddenly appears before Welton. Sorry, may I have a moment of your time? Welton looked at the unexpected visitor and asked. The person introduced himself, I am the Count Neo of Harmonia. I have a few things to say. Welton and Fa to head to the balcony of a building as the sun has completely set. Welton leaned on the balcony, asking, What's going on? Fato replied. I've seen everything that just happened. Fato nodded in approval. You've humiliated Lord Hem. I'm very impressed. Welton didn't accept the compliment and turned to smile at Poe. I don't know what you're thinking, but calling me insulted. The Earl, huh? Fa. To didn't lose his composure and continued. I was so excited, it was the first time I saw him like that. Welton warned. That's right. If I repeat what you just said to the Earl, you'll be in big trouble. Fato frowned. That's right. Welton quietly wondered, is this person rebelling against the Earl? Facing Welton directly, they probed. I have a few questions for you. How did your experience in Harmonia feel today? Welton didn't hold back, speaking honestly. Utterly disappointed. Is this really what you call a country? Pato, to clenched his trembling hand, voice shaking. I was just as disappointed, with nothing left to say in my defense. You said the beautiful Harmonia doesn't really exist. Fataha is determined. So please help us defeat Harmonia. With your aid, Harmonia will soon fall under Sam's control. Welton was caught off guard by those words. What? He decisively turned his back and headed toward the grand door leading to the balcony. Let's just pretend I didn't hear anything. Fa, to raises his voice, pleading, please save those suffering in misery. This isn't so bad with the carriage. Fa, to analyze the situation, the current king is just a puppet in the Duke's hands. If things keep going like this, Harmonia has no future. Please, sir. Welton interrupted him. How pathetic. You grab Fato's collar, but it seems you lack the strength, so you're trying to run to another land. Have you truly given it your all? Do you really want to become a vassal of ours? Do you really want to let your obsession dominate this land? You should be ashamed of your cowardice. Fato argued back. But isn't enduring a little less evil better than suffering through this hell? Welshan let go and turn away. I don't want to hear any more. Fatu was released, trembling all over, struggling to breathe, but Fatu still steadfastly watched his back. I will reveal my decision to you today. In the dark torture chamber beneath the earth, only the flickering flame of the torch and the stench of blood filled the air. The old blood hadn't dried before fresh blood splattered again. The Earl, ruthless as ever, whipped the bound prisoner kneeling on the ground. Because of you, I had to endure such shame. Each lash left a streak of blood soaking through my torn shirt, splattered across the floor. The one being beaten didn't dare to resist, trembling as he begged, Please, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Hem showed no mercy, continuing to ruthlessly strike with each lash. Die. The last one to fall won't have the strength to beg or resist. The whip leaves a bloody streak across his face, blood and dirt smearing together. His deep voice rumbled with fury. I will definitely do it. The man with black hair hurriedly ran over, shouting, Marquis, it's a disaster. Enemy troops have entered the capital. His face is still covered in blood. What's there to ask? In the capital of Harmonia, a voice echoes from the southern city. Wall guards are tightening their patrols more than ever because of the enemy's advance. So it turns out the guards are just gossiping. One of them muttered, Damn it, it's the nobles who truly make me furious. The other person yawned deeply and replied, "So boring, I don't see anything at all." They kept chatting casually. "Let's bet whoever wins gets to sleep without a care in the world, unaware of a shadow lurking behind the bushes watching." Suddenly he leapt forward, hurling sharpened iron nails straight through their skulls. As the two bloodied guards collapsed to the ground, he lands safely. "Too many openings, too many mistakes." That person is Henry from the Liberation Army. He chewed on nails with a bored expression, wondering, are these just the lowly soldiers they sent to guard? Why are they so confident? They still underestimate our side. Then he leapt down again, letting the person fall freely, still muttering under his breath, "No matter what tonight, I will behead that king." A loud knock echoes through the door, followed by a commanding voice outside. "Please, Your Excellency, Weltonger." Welton sat in his room, listening intently, pondering silently. "What's going on here?" A servant rushed in to report enemy forces are attacking. "The special forces of the Liberation Army have entered the capital, and they say they're coming for the king. General Melb asked Sir Weltonger to go there immediately. So let's head out now." Inside, he's still incredibly calm as the chance to meet Quan Jai Fong comes sooner than he expected, and walks and ponders, carefully assessing both sides before making his move. It's not too late. If neither the nobles nor the rebels respond, then suddenly a voice calls from behind. "Master, where have you gone?" Hera stepped forward and asked, "Did the Liberation Army attack unexpectedly?" Welton advised, "Hera, please take care of the children. This time I'll go alone." Master Simong just spoke up. "Master, I want to go too," but Hera snapped her fingers, sealing his mouth shut. Hera continued, "All right, be careful out there. You finished the conversation, so I'll leave it to her." Harmonia stood on the rooftop of the mansion, taking it all in. Damn it, he's hiding his position. Looks like he used some technique to conceal his mana. He activated the search spell. "There are things I will never give up on. You think hiding will keep me from finding you. Elemental memory, the memory of the elements. This is Jia Khan's incredible mind magic." Using the power of the elements, he whispered to himself. "Elements exist in every corner of the world. No matter how you hide your mana, you can't conceal your body's presence from this world. Finding you was only a matter of time." Elsewhere, a voice commands the men in black. "I will reveal the intruder's location. Capture him alive." Jia Khan, after finishing the ritual, sat down on a wooden crate to rest, thinking to himself now that he had noodles in the capital, he didn't need to go to battle anymore. He sighed, exhausted from fighting at night. It's truly draining. Suddenly a voice echoed out, and seeing him so relaxed took Jia Khan by surprise. He looked down at the estate's courtyard and shouted loudly, "Huh! Someone's broken in." His mind raced, calculating the odds in an instant. Even though I saw him with my own eyes, not through the elements, I still couldn't sense his presence. Yet, the man in black under the moonlight said, "It's you, the one who killed Lord Kiru." Jia Khan realized he was a swordsman, and with only his 7th level skills, he was a monster he couldn't possibly face. But Jia Khan laughed loudly, ready to strike, but fleeing was the smartest move. "Haha, enough reminiscing, now it's time to run." The man in the black cloak calmly says, "It's too late, you've lost your chance." Jia Khan is attacked, blood spilling onto the courtyard. Welton's voice echoed. "So it's you, right? A master from the Fran organization is helping the Liberation Army." He smirked and said, "Your movements are too fast. I can easily keep my eyes on you. Your power is closely tied to the moon's light," but the man in black charged forward with his sword. Welton calmly manipulated the chain wrapped around his blade, yet it was cut in an instant. The man in black broke through his defenses, but he was still caught off guard. He blocked his attack. He also discovered where his power came from. Jin's strength fueled by the moonlight, it only awakens when the moon rises. And under that moon, it's an unstoppable force. But once the opponent figures it out, that power will be exposed and weaken. The man in black calculated, but even if he knew he couldn't completely defeat it, what he discovered was only a fragment of the moonlight resonance wherever the moonshine touched. As he was lost in thought, Welton drew his sword and charged forward. "This is your limit, huh?" A duel begins, and the man in black is forced to fall back. Welton chuckled and made a suggestion. "Come on, let's talk instead of fighting like this, okay?" He looked confused. He was talking when the man in black swung his sword, sending him flying. As he hit the ground, he immediately kept going. "Handle this peacefully." His foot sinks into the mud, then he quickly charges forward to strike again. Welton activated his magic, thinking he had created mud to trap him, but it was useless against a swordsman. He raised his sword and said, "That little spell won't work on me." Welton's hand materializes with a strange staff Avalon from the upside-down world. An explosion erupts, sending rocks flying in every direction. The man in black immediately realizes he can no longer sense him. Where is he? He looked up, a dark cloud hovering in the sky. He kept guessing there was a shadow in the heavens. Did he create that? Inside the thick black smoke, Welton calculated he could accelerate using Bakhai's explosive technique. He unleashed a sword strike to cut through space itself. Welton suddenly materialized out of thin air, slashing his sword at the man in the black cloak. He marveled inwardly, an almost perfect close-range attack. but no matter how flawless or close, it's nothing to me. He blocked Welton's sword with a cold stare and said, "Because I am a master swordsman." Under the moonlight, he struck with a blade of moonlight. He explained that the moon resonance is a power that uses moonlight as a weapon, and trying to block the moonlight is useless. The moon hangs high in the sky, so my strength no one can possibly defeat it. As he spoke, he struck a blow that forced Welton to step back. Calmly, he advised, "Your swordsmanship is better than I thought, but you're not a master, you can't beat me." Welton raised his staff and replied, "I know I can't defeat you with just this sword." His eyes sharpened as he smiled. "Then watch my true technique." A barrage of strikes rained down, his explosive swordsmanship unleashed. The man in black was startled. My injuries prevented me from sensing his magic. Welton also looked pleased. "Since I merged with the inverted world earlier, even if you're a swordmaster, counterattacking is nearly impossible." Another massive explosion erupts, this time even bigger, and the black-clad man is forced to the edge of the building, lost in thought. Even though I blocked it with the power of moonlight, my body still couldn't handle it. First, I need to tend to my wounds. Just thinking about it, I'm not even sure if I can do it. High above, a magical hand conjures a spell that merges 3 types of Eris VTech thunder magic, an 8th-level incantation that combines wind, lightning, and reversal all at once. A massive lightning strike crashes down, darkness's relentless chase begins. Arrows rain from the sky like deadly hail, guaranteed to turn anyone hit into a pincushion. The black-clad man appeared behind him without warning, but it seemed he already knew, a sly smile curling on his lips as he nodded in approval. "No way." Welton turned back his hand, reaching out to touch his head. The man in black unleashed his move, moonlight resonating with his strike. The moon exploded in brilliance. His eyes flashed with a tiny spark, a surge of immense power crashing down. This time he didn't hold back, he wiped out an entire land in one blow. A massive black hole opened up, and standing at its center was the man in black. He thought to himself, he's weakened significantly. The exploding moon technique channels the moon's light through the opponent's body and blasts it out in every direction. This is the finishing blow reserved for only the strongest enemies. But I can't believe I actually failed. Welton slowly walks out, still unable to defeat me. "Alright, let's talk now. At this point, if we don't handle it carefully, we'll be in deep trouble again," so the guy in black has no choice but to agree. "What do you want to say?" Welton retracted his staff. "I wonder why Frontia is helping the Liberation Army," he calmly asked. "If I tell you the reason, will you help us?" "I want to help this country be free. We're working with them to turn this land into a place where the eyes are free, where the Church of the Divine can't step foot to cause chaos. But maybe you don't understand after all." So now let Welton cut him off. "No, I have been granted immense power." The man in black remained silent. "If you help the army liberate this land, you'll share in the victory too. You came here to claim this land, didn't you?" He pointed his sword at his face. "Tonight, the king of Harmonia's head will fall from his shoulders. You've lost your chance to stop us." Welton looked at him like he was an idiot. The Dryan Church had supported this land. The man in black was stunned. "Why do you keep talking? On the way here, I saw many priests worshipping Dryan, the god of violence and plunder, marching forward. If they aid the king, this battle will never end." He still had doubts. "How could he trust you?" Suddenly a blinding black light shone down, catching everyone off guard. Welton tensed up. "That's Dry's dark light. What's happening?" The god of violence and plunder, a symbol like a crescent moon embracing the sun, now looks more like 1,000 spears piercing through muddy earth, soaked in fresh, bloody gore. Dri in Diablo Villa. He's the one I've had to face the most after Jeanette. A person bound and kneeling on top of the pillar, blood streaming down from the column, flowing like a raging waterfall. Below, around the base, dozens of devoted followers bow their heads, humbly pressed to the ground. Although his sect has the fewest followers among the 12 gods, his violent cult is the strongest. Jemmy recalls the scene, the voice like a scream echoing in her mind. "Diablo, in the end, only the strong survive. You're powerful, but you're on the losing side. Why? Because you're all alone." That crazy demon laughed loudly, his face filled with excitement and a sinister grin. He silently thought, among the 12 gods, he's the one obsessed with power, but unlike his name, his strength is only at a low level. Jemmy, serious, said, "Dark light is Driv's divine power. Trust me on this, okay?" he asked. Jin's response changed nothing, just cut off the king's head and Harmonia would be ours. Jemmy immediately cut in. "The king isn't the most powerful person in this country, you know that, right? Even the Count of Fa, to ask for my help." In Jane's mind, the image of that person suddenly appeared. They told him that if things kept going this way, Harmonica's future would be lost. Jin's eyes widened in shock. "Neo," he silently thought, convinced that today's attack was definitely Count Fato's plan. Jin lowered his head slightly. But Jemmy suddenly cut him off, looking furious, pointing straight at his face as he shouted, "Aren't you the ones who want to save the suffering people of Harmonia? Is that what you call human freedom, damn it?" Jai gritted his teeth. "Your ultimate goal is still just to claim a piece of this land. Dean hurriedly retorted, "Isn't it true you're trying to capture me because you're afraid of losing a piece of territory to us?" He's clutching his chest, speaking with conviction. Krontener is just an organization unrelated to those territorial wars. Jai said, "So teaming up shouldn't be a problem, right?" He ruffled his hair, smiling softly as he added, "You won't get caught up in the chaos." Jin cupped his face, overwhelmed with despair, and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." He silently thought to himself he was already caught up in this mess. Meanwhile, the king of Harmonia, Kifus, his face flushed with anger. It's clear he's drunk and oblivious to the world around him, until suddenly a shadow looms over him. The death of the Dryan Church was seen from above, eyes filled with icy contempt that cut to the bone. Then he turned around and looked at the figure before him, saying, "Was summoning us not a bit too soon?" The man didn't turn to look at E, remaining still. As he gazed out the window at the chaos outside, everything had already fallen apart. The Count sipped his wine, his eyes fixed on the flames and smoke engulfing the capital through the massive ground-level window. He irritably said, "Those damn bastards haven't caught those 7 mice and things are chaos. Father, I've wiped out all the useful names," as the image of people being executed flashed through his mind. The crimson wine shimmered, reflecting the Count's wicked smile. He continued, "If only I had let them live a little longer, huh?" Count Hem turned around, placing his glass on the small wooden cabinet, and said, "Anyway, that guy was one of the ones who infiltrated this place." E reacted quickly. "You mean the one who killed the king's knight?" The earl softly murmured, "Kiru is quite strong among the swordmasters, hard to beat. Maybe he's a master of assassination." He envisioned a shadow whispered about among the people, elusive flickering between light and darkness. The Count continued, "If he comes here, the king's head will definitely be gone." The Count looked at the fat, sleeping face of the king as if dead and grumbled, "Such a hassle. Since the old lord stepped in for us, we have to protect him at all costs." "Then tell me your plan, your excellency." "I speak softly." The Grand Minister and Marquis was once a high-ranking official of the church pretending to support the crumbling facade that dripped down his face. "The plan remains unchanged." He pulled back his disguise. "I have to return to my true form now." M nervously spoke up. "There's still time." The old guardian raised his hand to stop the beast, saying, "All right, enough. Over a 5-year civil war, blood and corpses have piled up across this land. Amidst the mournful, stifling air, corpses pile up like mountains, blood flows like rivers. Now the 12 gods are fighting for the top spot. We've got to find a way to survive." The Grand Sage said, "We will become evil gods if we reach the peak." Ek immediately bowed solemnly and replied, "That is the dream of our parents. Then let's get started from now on." The great deity's expression was fierce, his eyes cold and venomous, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he thought to himself, "Gee, I will make you regret this." At that moment, the Grand Minister suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "But the disciple and Jai's secretary are inside the magic tower. The old man orders capture them." Elsewhere, a loud commotion erupts. "Don't run from there. Stay right there." The pounding of footsteps echoed relentlessly, deafening in the silence. The door to the room was slammed over and over again, each strike more frantic than the last. If it weren't for the magic holding it up, it would have collapsed long ago. And asked, puzzled, "What's going on outside?" Hera didn't care and said, "I don't know, but staying here is safer. You don't want to wait anymore." "You insisted. I can't wait any longer. I have to go check myself." Hera sternly declared, "Are you trying to disobey your master's orders?" Len hesitated, but then, and suddenly spoke up, "Wait." Seeing the door no longer flickering with strange lights, and continued, suddenly everything outside fell silent. In the end, they still went out. On the vast carpeted corridor, the 3 of them walked steadily, the red carpet beneath their feet, stained with dark patches here and there. He glances sideways, surveying the surroundings. Why is no one here? Where is everyone? She's a little worried. Why is this happening all of a sudden? Ever since I entered this area, tiny droplets have been dripping down, collecting into larger drops with each passing moment. Huh. Drops of water. She hadn't finished her sentence before lifting her head to look at the ceiling. Hanging from the ceiling, countless corpses of mages draped in robes are suspended in the air. Their bindings resemble a long, sharp red thread, fresh blood soaking their cloaks, dripping and splattering like rain. A scream of agony echoed out, and he collapsed, plopping down onto the ground. Hera didn't expect it and staggered a bit. What the hell is this? Suddenly an outsider's voice echoes through the air. Still a few of them left, huh? He sneered, licked his own blade, then suddenly lunged forward. Die. He headed straight for Lenong's place, and I was stunned. Dark secret techniques piercing through the darkness, magic suddenly appears, and beneath that person's feet a spike erupts, stabbing straight into him, summoned by Hera. Hera withdraws her magic, and a rallying cry echoes like thunder, "Kill them all. Surrender, you weak fools." The remaining group hiding in the shadows charges forward instantly. This isn't over yet. Hera, thank you. All right, you've regained your spirit. You lean on your hands and stand up, saying, "From now on we fight with our own tactics." He raised his voice, his face turning serious. The fire magic surrounds him if we analyze it, and Ingyam Tuk added, we will win. In another place, the necklace on Jay's chest suddenly glowed. He was caught off guard as the necklace stood amidst the shattered jewelry. Jai said, it seems my disciple is in trouble. Jin has offered to help. Should we go to their aid? Jai gently refused. No need. Even though they're young, they're my disciples. He recalled their figures silently, thinking, I'm not the only one who's grown stronger over the past year. Besides, if we stay together, there's nothing to worry about. Jemmy gazed at the divine power in the distance, snapped her fingers and said, I need to get to the royal castle now. A blue light shimmered, and in an instant they teleported back to where the three of them were. The assassins were engulfed in a sea of flames, and one shouted loudly, Commander, we can't move forward anymore. The one called the commander was the leader of the Dryan Teru Church's armed forces. He struggled to see through the sea of magical flames, wondering who this powerful figure was. As he looked up, the man unleashed a torrent of fire magic, and Long the demon Teru stood there lost in thought. This is fire magic so powerful it could make even a seasoned mage run for the hills. But there's someone even more dangerous than that red-haired kid. That little green-haired girl. Long shouted in fury, and stepped back and took command. Go left, he ordered. Teru's eyes burned with hatred he saw through all our tactics. He cast a side glance, teeth clenched in silent fury, knowing the woman on the other side was no pushover. Hera was evenly matched, unleashing dozens of shadowy spikes that shot toward the assassins with relentless precision. The one behind the man spoke up. What should we do now? Sir Teru frowned and gritted his teeth. The Archbishop's orders come first. We can't break them. Anne's madness erupted behind him as his face twisted with worry, shouting, Get up! Something's off behind you. Looks like they're planning something. They're fighting with fewer than before. Len summoned a fireball in each hand and shouted back, easier said than done. Without a word, he hurled all the fireballs at the Dryan Church army. He explained that since this corridor is circular, it's impossible to tell what they're planning. He turned his head to see Hera relentlessly unleashing spikes and attack, his mind racing. In this situation, we can't afford to destroy them. He keeps turning his head back and forth, there's no other way. But he doesn't know what she's planning. He calls out, urging her, and stop analyzing and just help me. Suddenly, Anne's sharp eyes caught the building's structure. She hurriedly shouted to Hera, Hera, destroy this wall. Judging by the house's structure, there's definitely a room behind it. He slammed his fist against the wall and said, we'll hide in that room. Hera didn't ask any questions, she simply told him to step aside. With those words, he summoned the dark magic spell piercing through the night, smashing straight into the wall. Once the wall was shattered, everyone rushed inside without hesitation. The envoy urged them, hurry up and get to the fields. But the church's armed forces wouldn't let them go, shouting, don't let them escape. The children and that woman, they can even wield fire magic. They seem to have mutated into monsters, their eyes blazing red, their bodies scarred with thick, crisscrossing blood vessels. Someone said, if we catch them now, we'll give them a good scare. Suddenly a spell was summoned, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Booming and crashing, deafening sounds echo through the room as the walls shatter and collapse, burying everything neither human nor demon remains. The screams of agony fill the air. What, you bastard, I won't let you get away. You panicked. And what do we do now? And also felt anxious, tilting her head to look down below, but she said nothing. As she took in the scene before her, she silently realized an enemy's enemy is often their friend. Through the window, and saw someone being chased by the Dry Church's armed soldiers, and turned back and said, go downstairs and follow the man fleeing. Master Seven fears, what's that? Hera, surprisingly calm, responded, all right, let's go. Hera raised her hand toward the pursuing soldiers and summoned the dark binding spell. Immediately they froze in place. Curses and shouts erupted once more. What is this? Damn it, I've frozen up completely. It was that woman. Someone discovered her, but it was already too late. The glass shattered instantly. In a flash, a winged creature burst out of the building, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the shouting still hasn't stopped to capture him. Kill that damn singer. Despite the screams behind him, the man kept running silently, cursing himself. Where did these bastards even come from? A pursuer leapt forward, sword in hand, shouting, die, but before he could strike, a blazing fireball suddenly appeared right above the assassin's head. He widened his eyes in terror. With a deafening boom, a burst of blazing red flames exploded. The man being hunted by Hugi looks nervously at the flames, clutching a hammer in his hand. Suddenly, he sees three figures emerge, and Lenong and Hera, their wings spread behind them. Stammering in shock, he asks, who are those two kids and that woman? They've also caught up behind those people. When they saw Henry standing with them, they shouted, he has allies. Fine, kill them. At that very moment, Anmermare raised his voice. Let's fight together. Follow my lead, everyone. Seeing this, everyone reluctantly agreed. Even Henry had no choice but to go along. Anmer like a captain giving orders. Go 3 o'clock, Hera, 8 o'clock, Uncle watch 10. Henry, hearing her call him uncle, felt a surge of irritation. What, uncle? Hera rushed past Henry, telling him not to complain, just follow the instructions and it'll be fine. Henry grumbled. Unaware somewhere out there, the Liberation Army has stormed in. Instantly, both sides clash, weapons drawn, fury unleashed. The attackers' momentum roared forward. At that moment, a voice shouted, "Get down now." As Henry bent down, Hera swung her sword to strike the assassin trying to ambush him, causing him to scream out in pain. Anmer then asked, "Are you ready to channel mana?" He created a fire and said, "I'm ready." Henry turned back to look at everyone, a hint of confusion in his eyes. They fought according to the guidance of one person, no more like they became one. Anmer stepped close to Henry and asked, "If this battle drags on too long, we'll be at a disadvantage. Do you have teammates?" Hearing that, Henry replied, "7 of us. We've all been kept in the dark about each other." Hearing that, Anmer said, "Then find your allies first." Seeing Henry's helpless army of liberation forces surrounding him, "How can we possibly get out of here?" Anmer Mayer said, "Lenong, are you ready? Blow them all away." He confidently laughed and said, "I've been preparing for this for a long time." Then he unleashed the blazing fire flames erupting and engulfing the liberation forces. Seizing the moment, the 4 hurriedly made their escape as Anmer Ma turned back and said, "It's time. Let's get out of here." Henry followed behind, unable to hide his awe. These kids' skills are truly extraordinary. This woman too. "Neo, are you sure that guy didn't betray us? You said we only need to deal with the Harmonia army." Neo gritted his teeth in fury, shouting, "Damn it, that Hem. I never expected him to bring the Church of Dryan's relic here." Seeing this chaos, he immediately ran like a coward, secretly thinking his goal isn't just to seize power in this country. Before he could run far, a voice echoed behind him. "Where are you headed, sir?" Countess Neo was startled, turning around and exclaiming, "Countess, why are you here?" He immediately looked at him and said, "You've realized the Liberation Army's attack failed, and now you're planning something else, aren't you?" Hearing this, Neo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he knew everything. Hem then smiled and said, "This is your last chance. Swear loyalty to me. That's the only way I can save your life and your family." Knowing he's not sincere, the rebel shouted, "Kill me then, I'll never surrender to you. I'll sacrifice myself for the love of this country." He stopped smiling, his dissatisfaction clear as he said, "You fought with all your might, I admire that, but it also really pisses me off. Hell for D is an endless swamp of violence," and as he spoke he conjured a dark magic orb in his hand. He didn't say much, just launched the sphere and shouted, "There you'll suffer forever, punishing the weak." But suddenly a shield appeared, encasing and protecting him. He was stunned, exclaiming, "This is Chithae Jai using her magic to protect him, speaking her truth and stealing everything away. And yet your worthless words have become your declaration of loyalty. You should treat those of the same rank equally. The gods don't like the fruits of your labor. Seeing you now, I can't believe my eyes," I shout out in disbelief. "Heaven help me, you're not on our side, are you?" Jai coldly looked at him and said, "Isn't there always a wild card in this world? I'll handle him. You take your comrades and go." Neo's allies lift him up, trusting him to speak for them. Jemmy's entire body radiates a powerful aura of demonic energy. "Now I no longer need to hide my true strength. I'll show you the taste of violence you crave, you trash." Feeling the oppressive aura, he didn't get angry, he just whispered, "You see him still alive amidst his demonic energy." Jai silently thought, "If you care too much, you'll be destroyed in an instant. I guess he's not an ordinary noble." When Hem was played for a fool, the demon within him erupted. With a deafening roar, Hem's eyes turned black as he let out a furious scream. "How dare you betray me?" Jemmy said, stunned. Did he hide his true strength, he wondered silently. If he's still alive, then the leader of the Dryan Church must be one of the 3 high priests. Usually, the church's military power is held by knights, but because they worship a god of violence and plunder, the church is the only place where all believers possess military strength. The Grand Minister stands at the very top, closest to the god of violence, and more powerful than any commander. At this moment, Hem had fallen into a frenzy, his eyes glowing red as he slowly approached Jemmy, shouting, "You've made a mistake. If you join my side, I'll just scold you and be done with it." But facing him, Jemmy showed no fear, summoning his magic power and sneering, "Scold me. Deep down, you're regretting it. You should have killed Ron back then. I truly regret letting him go." Thinking it over, Jamie said, "Yes, I must fix the mistake I made." He looked confused and asked what he heard. Jay chuckled softly and said, "Die, you bastard." Then from his hand he unleashed a second dark power, shadows engulfing everything. He gasped in shock. "What is this darkness? Could it be dark magic?" Then he burst out laughing like a madman. "So you finally reached this level. Was it all thanks to dark magic? Yet everyone said you were the greatest talent in the world. It's all a lie. You bastard." Jemmy smirked. Who's really the one being fake? With her immense power, Hem suddenly launched his attack, yet he had no idea what was coming. Manhwa pierced through even the divine nature itself. For a moment he hesitated, thinking, if that's the case, direct combat would be impossible. He had to find some distance. Jemmy spoke up. You think you can find a way to escape my grasp? As the words left his mouth, he unleashed his first power, the inverted yin and yang. From the void, skeletal hands clenched tightly around Hem's limbs, holding him captive. Hem, stunned, said, "It's a summoning spell." He was sweating, unable to believe his eyes. "How do you possess such ultimate power? You're the real villain here." Jemmy stepped forward, aiming her finger at his forehead. He said, "The real villain is the god you're worshipping." Hearing that, Hem roared in fury. "You're not allowed to insult him. You don't have to die for that monkey. There are so many things you still need to do." Ji, while speaking, unleashed the Spirit Blade technique, and instantly a surge of ominous energy charged forward. Jamie smirked softly, and stepped back only to see the massive Spirit Blade in his hand wielding a sword that aimed straight at Hem, slicing through the air. At this point, Hem was so furious his veins bulged. He unleashed his savage berserker rage, his body surging with power, shattering the ghostly sword of the Spirit Blade. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't believe you managed to turn me back into this." Jemmy soared into the air, fearless and unshaken. Such a real man. Seeing that, he couldn't help but go crazy, clenching his fists and shouting, "You little brat, I'll tear your mouth apart first." Jemmy Duong raised his sword and said, "This much is enough." Immediately after, he unleashed a dark version of his archery squad, and not stopping there, he also summoned the Black Thunder Punishment, an 8th-tier lightning demon magic, fused with dark magic, dealing destructive levels of damage, that made him feel like his bones were shattered in two. Hem's body was severely wounded, blood pouring from his mouth, yet he still shouted defiantly, "You fool, you can't kill me with that much." Jai sneered, "But this isn't over yet. If you like it, I'll indulge you." Jai unleashes his curse skill once again. The third power was revealed in earlier chapters, boosting curse techniques nearly tenfold. He sheathed his sword, looked at him kneeling before him, and said, "I don't care what your plan is, once I've got you, it's all over. When you descend into hell, make amends to those you've wronged." His body was covered in wounds, but Hem refused to give up. Arrogantly, he said, "It's not over yet. A monster like you was beyond my expectations, but even if I die, nothing will change." Seeing this, Jai furrowed his brow in confusion. "What, you're my father's loyal servant?" Just then, a crack in the sky suddenly appeared, followed by a deafening roar. A beam of light filled with overwhelming pressure descended from above, revealing a massive dragon, the legendary Basilisk. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a dark sorcerer was summoning every ounce of his strength to turn the tide of battle. He raised his hand to the sky and summoned. Blood and corpses have piled up in Harmonia for a year, along with the 6 Hem crystals scattered throughout the city. The mark of the strange is a crescent-shaped laurel surrounding a bold, small circle on his hand. Based on that, I summoned the strongest creature of my parents to this land. A massive dark power descended upon the wizard standing below, casting a shadow over him. A strange red light pierced the night sky, turning the darkness into a sinister crimson glow. The blood-mouthed wizard roared wildly, "Fall upon this land, you death serpent basilisk." A blinding beam of light tore through the darkness, black smoke swirling and howling as a fierce storm welcomed the arrival of calamity to this tiny land. The sky was still clear when suddenly a downpour hit, but the wizard didn't even bother to notice. He kept his gaze on the sky and shouted, "Now we have the power to stand against Poe and Genis. Please eliminate the heretics blocking our church's path from this world." The dragon roared with mighty grandeur, its long serpent-like tongue flicking out. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "What is that?" Henry stared up at the sky in horror. "What the hell is that? A flying snake?" Did anyone notice where those two came from, gracefully jumping down and shouting, "They're here." Hera stared in shock at them. Henry, hearing the cry, turned his attention this way. Swordsman Pato, to let out a relieved sigh. "Henry, you're the first person I've met. I'm so glad to see you. I never thought you'd be here with Weltinger's people." Hera steps forward, raising her hand to shield her 2 teammates behind her. "This is Phaedo politely introducing herself." "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Count of Harmonia," Henry declared confidently. "I can reveal this person's true identity." He supported the Liberation Army both physically and emotionally. The swordsman interrupted the introduction, saying, "Our names can wait right now, we have to get out of here. That's a monster we can't defeat." "Hold on," the guard pointed at the swordmaster and said, "Wait a second, who are you? I haven't heard you introduce yourself." The silent swordsman paused, then asked, "You're Jay's disciple, right?" Hearing the name of his master, the old man's heart stirred. "Do you know my master?" and May asked hesitantly. "Master Du, where are you?" the swordsman replied, gazing up at the giant serpent looming above. And Maya anxiously raised her voice. "What do you mean? Then go help him." She was just as worried. No matter how great a master he was, he couldn't face it alone. Hera, with reason, stopped her 2 teammates. "If we go, we'll only get in his way. It's better to save ourselves first." They both wanted to argue, but the swordsman looked to Henry for guidance. "Henry, you're responsible for protecting them." Henry nervously asked Swordmaster, "What are you planning to do?" The swordsman recalls the fierce battle with Jamie. He draws his blade from his back and replies, "It's what has to be done." The swordsman turned away and said, "Gather the others and run as far as you can, the farther from the capital the better." Fa Tu looked worried and asked the swordsman, "Jin, are you okay?" Jin didn't reply, only advising Fa Tu before leaving, "All you need to do is survive. Only then can we bear the future of this country." Fa Tu watched the blue smoke rise quietly, feeling grateful. "Thank you so much." Pato was carried over Henry's shoulder, groaning in discomfort. "Hey Henry, hold Fa Tu tight on your shoulder and stop wasting time with sappy talk. Everyone follow me." From the mighty basilisk soaring through the night sky, Jamie 1 hovers above as a shadowy figure, sighing in awe. 60,000 years ago, it was so massive I couldn't see the whole thing. Now it's just like a tiny tail. Welton stretched out and moved forward, but even though it's weakened, it's still no opponent I can afford to underestimate. From afar, it opens its mouth to reveal razor-sharp teeth. Between its jaws, a deadly black orb begins to form. He takes a breath and blows the orb, transforming it into a black and white flame that descends upon the mortal world. Welton remains strong. The source of his dark energy turns into a streak of light enveloping him. There's no other choice, he has to push himself just a little beyond his limits. A strange mark gradually appeared on his forehead, radiating a powerful aura that caught the basilisk's attention. What is this? An evil aura? Welton has unleashed his final form of power. The maximum version of the ream of the Supermine is superhuman and unstoppable. His mouth drips with blood and around him fierce bolts of black lightning crackle wildly. Basilisk was stunned, wondering how such an insignificant insect could do this. Distracted CA didn't notice Welton's magic attack, and it let out a long, pained cry. The magic that restrained the death serpent moved into action as tiny golden orbs shot toward Welton. Welton clenched his sword tightly, slowly drawing it out, a faint lightning flickering along its blade, the strange symbol now engulfing his entire hand. Welton presses on with his 10th attack, Welton Thunderstrike. The blue light shatters the yellow orb, causing it to explode like a smoke bomb. Burning like the smoke was consuming him, his entire body ablaze with fiery red flames against his dark skin, he cried out in pain. Yet Welton stood firm, unfazed, unyielding. He crossed his sword and staff into an X shape. "If that's all your power is, I'm a little disappointed." He poured all his strength into forming a purple sphere. The purple orb struck the Tuza's scales, causing it to scream in agony. The Tuza collapsed motionless on the ground, as from the mummified bones about to turn to dust, two blood-red hands emerged, black claws digging into its skin, desperate to break free. From afar, the long white hair and muscular body of the hero, gasping for breath, silently thought the divine protection that once shielded his entire body has been shattered. Is there still someone this powerful in the human world? Welton grips his sword and staff as if he's been waiting for this moment forever, still standing unbroken. Biz, furious at being underestimated, transforms the weapons behind him into snarling, venomous snakes ready to strike. "No matter how strong you are, you're still just a human. Die." As he finished speaking, the tiny snakes suddenly grew larger and lunged straight at Welton. One by one, Welton effortlessly sliced each snake into pieces with his sword. The basilisk now sees only the stumps of its own snakes, their cut surfaces glowing with a violet hue. What is it gnashing its teeth at? Welton pointed the staff at Basilistic, and flames of violet erupted from its tip. "Stop screaming." The thin shield formed into a sphere around Welton, protecting him from the blast. Basilisk saw things were getting dangerous and decided to make a run for it. "Damn it, I need to get out of here first." Welton seemed to have anticipated its plan. He snapped his fingers and the barrier shattered. Dimensional barrier magic. This is a 9th-tier spatial spell, capable of creating an entirely separate dimension completely isolated from the outside world. Basilisk was about to run when a cloud of black smoke like a cage suddenly surrounded it. It desperately leapt to escape, but was only slammed against the unyielding wall. The basilisk leapt back to the ground, roaring in fury. "You humans, how dare you force me into this form?" Welton didn't answer, raising his hand to silently signal for silence. A flash of magic. A blinding beam of light transforms into a massive orb hurtling straight at Basilisk. The Radiant Magic is a level 9 spell, capable of unleashing the greatest holy light ever seen. Basilisk screamed in agony. Welton looked down at the burning corpse. "The power has been calibrated. From now on, you better watch your mouth." Basilisk can't stand the thought. "No matter how skilled you become, how can a human make me feel this way?" Welton sneered at its foolish attempt. "You only returned to your original size. That's all it took for you to descend upon this land, with just a little power." Basilisk roared furiously. "Don't underestimate me, you human." Welter sneers sarcastically. "So you're a ranked beast, huh? Weren't you already dead at my hands more than 3 times? Basilisk still refuses to accept it. "This is just impossible. Weren't you supposed to be locked up, Diabrovia? You've actually escaped?" "I won't deny it." "That's right." Welton looked down at the miserable mess beneath his feet. "You didn't die from that blow, I'd be glad. Since you're a friend of the 12 gods, you must know many secrets." Basilisk is stubborn, I won't reveal anything. He gently placed his hand on her forehead. It doesn't matter. He silently recalls that P.O. said, no matter what happens to Basilisk, it's his problem, not mine. Welton delivers the final blow with his third power. Touch power buries and enhances the corrupted demon eroding his consciousness. Wellen sneers, I'll take care of your mind. She said Jai cast a purple magic circle shaped like an eye standing before the Sunday. That power was called the Third Authority, an enhancement that obliterates the mind. As the words left his mouth, a violet light erupted, twisting like a soft, deadly fabric, brimming with terrifying intent. That death altar still refused to fear death, standing firm and defiant. There's no point, kid, he shouted into the purple light, his hand pressed against his forehead as he summoned his power. Jemmy there, thinking if he wants to control Basilisk's mind, there's no other way but to unleash his full power at level 9. It's so frustrating it's driving him crazy. Jai gritted his teeth until blood dripped from his mouth, channeling magic to its maximum, summoning an enormous surge of power. Jack, he's frantically thinking, damn it, I'm gonna get sick for sure. From that moment on, Jai's mouth kept pouring out like rain. He shouted no and unleashed a devastating burst of power that sent rocks and dirt flying in every direction. He chuckled and said, relax, then slowly began channeling his magic in front of him. Basilisk let out a roar and dropped to his knees. Jamie is reminiscing about the past, about Diablo Viber's ending, and the unrecorded history from 1,000,000 years ago. Hearing Jemmy ask that he speaks with fear and unease. Yes, after sealing Diablo Volpier we did it. He said the blue blood was slowly flowing from his nose and mouth. He let out a loud guttural cry as blood erupted from his mouth like a horrifying rain. He was writhing in agony as a sharp-pointed needle pierced from his throat, intensifying his pain. He threw his head back, desperately struggling against the torment. Jemmy stands beside her, sighing in helplessness, rubbing her tired eyes. Using forbidden magic to this extent, really, finding the answer isn't easy at all. And he beside me keeps making strange, incomprehensible sounds. And then he gradually dissolved into the air, turning into dust and ashes. Jai stood there, hands on her hips, watching. So there's no other choice but to hear it directly from the 12 gods. He sighed in frustration. Keep going, you won't get anything out of it if you rely on 9th level power. I thought about it, but at least it's still weakening Dryan. He sinks into his subconscious, beginning to think. Even if Dryan realizes the basilisk has vanished, he won't know that he's the one who killed it. Because this happened inside the space wall. Dryan, sweating all over, thought to himself, despite his reputation, he's actually quite fragile. So he'll likely have to endure even more in the days ahead. Suddenly Jai had an idea to break down the space wall. A dark, shadowy scene as the void begins to fade away, revealing a dreamy sunset sky. As he was lost in thought, someone called his name Jay, making him turn around with a start. Jin Yuyet Kwang hurried over to him at lightning speed, asking what exactly happened. Jin spoke while shaking violently, disorienting Jai's people. Jin asked, what was that black orb that just vanished? Where did that snake go? Just tell me already. Jai was shaken so hard by Jin that he said he was a bit tired now. Let's talk about that later. Jin kept trying to persuade him. Come on, just tell me already. Jin had just said that when Jai collapsed, and Jin caught him just in time. Jai sighed, closed his eyes, and drifted into darkness. Jin still wonders, are they asleep? Cut to a grand majestic mansion near Harmonia, castle bathed in the glow of twilight as blood, from the castle echoes loudly into the night. A scream connecting to Basilisk suddenly cuts off. E is covering his mouth, wondering what the hell just happened. He spoke, then looked out the window. Could it be that this unidentifiable light is causing it? Even though it's incredibly strong, it's not enough to summon a basilisk, right? Damn it. I have no idea what just happened, but I need to get back to headquarters fast. He bowed down to the ground, searching for something, muttering to himself. Suddenly a voice spoke behind him. So you're here after all. He turned in shock and asked, are you Jin Yet Kwang? Jin crossed his arms, silently gazing at him. How do you know me? He slowly got up, blood still on his lips, and said calmly, I don't know why, but you've always meddled and ruined our plans. You're Fran's swordsman, a knight of the Rio clan. Dian Wiet Kwang secretly admired his memory, saying you really shouldn't underestimate the information power of the Dree Church. His eyes were filled with confusion as he cautiously asked, in the Rio family, the swordmaster is called a super, top-tier expert, right? So what are you doing in this distant land? As he spoke, he secretly cast a spell behind his back, driven by one goal, to find a way to escape Jin at all costs. Dian Nungiet Kwang coldly looked at him. That's none of your business. He's just talking. Then suddenly, using the magic he cast earlier, he charged forward, shouting at Jin Nungiet Kwang, what a shame for that person. He slowly drew his sword and said, let me show you what a swordsman from Rio is capable of. Before he could strike, Jin Nungiet Kwang had already darted swiftly behind him. And from that moment on, his head was pierced by the deadly sword, and his magic vanished into nothingness. Jin finished his sentence from earlier, he's truly the ultimate master. Jin coldly flicked his sword once more, his voice deep and steady. Get ready before you go to hell so you won't get confused. The sky was bright now, sunlight streaming through the crack where Jai was sleeping. The light was so blinding that he let out a soft grunt. Jemmy slowly opened her emerald eyes, tinged with hints of blue, and asked, "Is this my bedroom? How long have I been asleep?" Then Jai Dang helped me to my feet, and I thought 9th level magic is already risky enough. If I combine it with Thon Quang, the danger only multiplies. He clutched his chest in pain in awe of its power, but after a few uses he knew he might not last much longer. A giant serpent spewed fire, its long tongue flicking menacingly. The snake is finally weakened now, just a worm. He's recreating the battle scene, using the divine light born from the darkness of the Godslayer to nullify its power. Jamie, with a sad gaze, continued pondering. Now he could confirm that the holy light still had many mysteries when it came to divine power. One winged white eye appeared after the holy light was created. It didn't awaken for an entire year. The sound of knocking on the door echoes loudly. Animator stepped in to call her master. Jai let out a faint sigh. After speaking, she suddenly rushed over to check on her master. She took his temperature, asking if he was feeling any discomfort. Nothing. Are you feeling okay? No fever or anything? I'm really worried, Jai said helplessly. All right then. She let out a relieved breath. You've been worried sick about Master Ko. She's been sleeping for 3 days straight. Jai was stunned. What, you've been asleep for 3 days? She cheerfully ran out the door and called back. Wait a moment, I'll call someone who knows everything to come here right away. Incredible. A crowd rushes in calling out, Elder, you're awake, we're so glad. Ji hesitated. You're bringing everyone along. There are a few I haven't even met yet. Ji eagerly responded to the question. Haha, I slept so well. No need to worry, everyone, said the red-haired youngest son of Count Xmong. Just as you thought, your highness would wake up soon. Jai's gaze was full of judgment. Lennon, don't say what's against your heart. Then he replied softly. Yeah. It's enough to make me furious cursing this damn bastard. Then Jai gently tapped his favorite student on the head with love. Hera approached him smiling softly and said, Elder, I'm so glad you're safe. Jai blushed and apologized for causing her worry, asking if caring for these little ones was too exhausting. Ha gently placed a hand on his chest and said, No need to say it, rather your disciple has helped me immensely. The young man with purple hair finally spoke. Thanks to you, your excellency, I've returned safely. Thank you, Welton. You said to wait and then warned the future king not to bow to anyone. And you were right, weren't you? The young man from the Liberation Army over there made the brown-haired guy freeze in shock, then suddenly he cheerfully raised his hand toward him. You truly are a remarkable person. It's an honor to meet you. Jimmy also took notice of the young man with brown hair. The young man introduced himself by name. My name is Henry. I've learned a lot from your disciple. His skills are incredible. Jai replied, It seems my disciples have also received your help. As their master, we thank you. He asked, What do you think of the Count? Pato Henry closed his eyes full of pride and trust and said, I can rest easy knowing this land is under your command, your excellency. You're the only one who truly cares for the people here. Jai was satisfied with that statement. Exactly. Count Fato's face was flushed with embarrassment. Hey, you two, stop teasing me. Henry chuckled. Haha, look at him, so embarrassed. Jai is speaking with Hera. I have something to discuss privately with the Count. Can the others step away for a moment? Hera understood what was meant, respectfully placed her hand on her chest, and then left. The sound of their voices echoed loudly in the room. Jai asked, How do you plan to run the government in the future? Count Fa, Ton replied, I'm not entirely sure myself. Then the Count continued, First, I want to eliminate the rotten elements. This will be a large-scale purge. Jamie said Saddam is eagerly waiting for Harmonia to reclaim her former glory. We will support her at all costs to leave Count Fa To in shock. The Count Fa, to clenched his fists on his lap, lost in thought. That's right, since accepting their help, Harmonia had become a vassal state of the Empire. I might get involved in national affairs and end up as Sam's puppet. Jai interrupted the Count's train of thought with 2 words. But we won't interfere in Harmonia's affairs, so you better do your part. Consider it a revolution, right? He smiled brightly and said the Count Fa too couldn't have predicted what Jai just said. Lord Welton, but suddenly Jai's face shifted cold, unpredictable, and terrifying. But if Harmonia returns to her old self, Count Fa, to nervously hesitated before the fierce expression of his face, then firmly said, I will definitely not let Sir Welton, the savior of this land, down. Jai was overjoyed to hear Count Fa to say that. Consider that a promise. And then they shake hands together. The Count Fa, too, also responded to him. Naturally, Lord Welton, after Count Fa, to left Jai, was meditating peacefully in the glow of the sunset. He told himself, I must meditate until I fully recover. He pressed his fingertips together and slowly closed his eyes. I think I also want to find him, but it's too hard. Then Jai sensed someone outside and called Vong out. Stop pacing back and forth, come in already. A stern voice tinged with anger cuts through. What's with that attitude? You're still young, but you don't seem to respect your elders much. That's Nguyen Quang. Jai's eyes narrowed, demanding answers. Are you warning me right now? Jin Nguyen Quang snapped back, his face changing in an instant. Just kidding, but after hearing that, Jay immediately snapped back to seriousness, asking what was going on. Jin said, I came to ask you a few things. When you fought Basilis, a huge burst of light exploded at the moment of the black sphere. What is that? Jin is reminiscing. That's the brightest light I've ever seen. A massive beam of light lit up the entire sky. If I had been nearby, I probably would have vanished along with that mysterious glow. Calm him down. That's a level 9 spell, not yet fully awakened into light. In a flash, Jin realized and said, even at level 9 I guessed it. But Jin is actually imagining Jai holding a bright wizard's staff in his hand. He thought of the highest state, what all mages yearn for but can never reach. Jai, you've really reached that level now, Jin said, resting his chin in his hand. Even though I saw it with my own eyes and heard it myself, I still couldn't believe it. The world will be absolutely shocked, just wait and see. But you said it's not finished yet, Jai said. That's right. A level 9 spell still incomplete is only half formed. Jai closed his eyes and spoke. I want you to keep this secret, because now is not the time to reveal it. A map of the past flashes in Jai's mind, filled with fierce savage beasts from the earth. Long ago, when a 9th-tier mage appeared, all national records were erased. It's probably all because of the 12 churches. Maybe they're afraid that the second Diablo Weber will emerge, and the image of that 9th-level mage will appear within him. He's incredibly handsome, charming, and mysterious. Jai clenched his fists, lost in thought. For the 12 demon gods, Voya is nothing but a nightmare. So only when she truly masters her power will she reveal it, only then can she survive in this world. Dean Nguyet Quang sternly said, and if I reveal it, Jai replied with a terrifying look, her eyes gradually turning purple, surrounded by a golden aura of magic. One of them would surely meet their end, wouldn't they? He smirked, the scene dark and tense. Jai asked, oh, I have one more question. Are you from the same country as Han? I notice their outfits are quite similar now. Jai must have erased her demonic aura, Din Nguyet Quang said. Yes, we both come from the eastern continent called Rio. Jai remembers that the name Rio is pure and beautiful. Even though their civilization isn't advanced, this is a nation that excels in cold weaponry, and most of its people are warriors. In this strange land, there are sorcerers at work. He wondered, are all warriors truly equal in strength? Jin sighed softly. If all the warriors were true masters, we would have already conquered this entire continent. Especially, there are a few spellcasters at divine-level power. He wondered, do they really call swordmasters masters? A triangle appears in his mind, its points representing the mystical realm, the transformation realm, and the peak of mastery. From the lowest to the highest, even the greatest masters have their own stages. Ascending from the bottom to the top, transcendent, super-transcendent, transformation, and the mysterious realm. Jai thought to herself, if the pinnacle is a master, then the super peak must be a grand master. But could there really be someone stronger than him? Jai sneered with a cunning smile. If that's true, Rio's power is truly terrifying. A scene replayed in his mind. Only the strongest at the highest realm can defeat Isis. Jemmy kept smiling and said, so the great mages and the ultimate masters are all top-tier levels from Rio. Jin closed his eyes, nodded softly, and said, that's right. Jimmy silently guessed in his mind, until suddenly that person's face appeared in his thoughts. I still can't remember his name, but in the past he was stronger than anyone in swordsmanship. A shadowy figure flickered in his mind, whispering that only those who reach the transformation stage can do it. Jamie asks, are there any swordsmen in Rio who have reached the Hoa Khan realm? Jin replies, not right now. People say that those who reach the final stage of transformation have been alive for over 100 years, Jin said. According to records, he was the first martial artist to arrive on the continent. Only his surname is revealed, and he definitely bears that surname. As I hear it, the faint shadow begins to come into focus. A handsome young man with piercing, intense eyes brandishes his sword toward Ji. He says, let's fight. I'm confident I'll win. Jemmy's face changes as a name flashes through his mind. That person's name is Jun Kyung. I remember now. Keep thinking though, I only used my sword to fight Diablo Weber. I'm not someone easily defeated. I stare straight at the sword, and what he said during his sword training has truly helped me a lot. But I wonder if he's still there. Are they really that common? Jain said, it's rare, but some people do carry that surname because there aren't many others like it in Rio. I guess those two might share the same surname, but maybe it's just a coincidence. Jai said, thanks for giving me some useful information. If I get the chance, I'd love to visit Rio someday, Jin Nguyet Quang said. Once everything settles down, I'll take you there. So do you want to come to Fran's headquarters with me? Jamie asked. I already turned down the chance to work for Frantia before. Jin said it's not about work, it's just that I think it would be amazing if you met Isis, our great sorceress. A moment of peaceful silence. Jin kept persuading him, saying he'd leave in about a week, so he asked for an answer as soon as possible. Jamie said he'd consider it later. The scene shifts back to a quiet, still space. As Jine walks away, Jamie turns to the window silently whispering Fran's name once more. The weather changed the next day, and news spread that Harmonia's victory was complete. Corrupt officials were executed, and the gods sent envoys to investigate further. The king had already been exiled, and Count Neo is temporarily running the government. King Saddam of Fredomu claims it's a family with a long, legendary history. He's perfectly suited to be a king. King Saddam of Freedom continued to ask, "And what about the Dryan Church?" The subordinate with white hair and brown face, "Sir, we still haven't received any news. The gods believe other sects will soon start pressuring us. The 12 sects indirectly influence the entire nation they reside in. There's an unspoken rule: the church and the government stay out of each other's way. But Dryan's church with its brutality shattered that fragile balance. The 12 churches will surely punish the people of the continent." King Zdam clenched his fist on the table, grinding his teeth secretly, thinking he hated this. How long will the laws of the 12 churches influence humanity? The king of the demon car sighed softly, but Jai did a great job. Despite being entrusted with many responsibilities, he handled this mission perfectly. He chuckled smugly when he heard his subordinate mention Jai, the one who defeated the core forces of the Dryan Church. His name was Welton. King Saddam chuckled, such childishness. With this victory we've gained an ally in Harmonia, and put pressure on the Zenit Church. The subordinate suddenly remembered and handed King Saddam a letter. "Your Majesty, there's a letter from Lord Welton." The king of the demonic car suddenly appears. "What's the plan?" He opened the letter and read each heartfelt message Jai had left behind. "Dear Your Majesty, Jai will travel the world to broaden her knowledge." At the end of the letter, there's a picture of Jai winking and giving a thumbs up to him. The king's face slowly darkens, his expression filled with confusion, trembling lips hinting at unspoken emotions. He's about to leave again. Is that all the letter said? Even his subordinate nearby feels helpless. "I'm very sorry, Your Majesty, but that's all he sent." Then the king looked at the very end of the letter and saw a postscript. "If there's an emergency, contact the gods through this creature." A voice from an animal echoes and a cute blue bird appears. "Speak into this. Speak into this." The king and his subordinate on the right look up in shock at the creature Jemmy sent. Harmonia quickly stabilized as corrupt nobles were purged, arrested, stripped of their wealth, and their assets seized. The government's funds were used to save the people. The Count Fa to extends his hand to a desperate villager, shocking everyone. The starving villagers are given a second chance at life. Those who were enslaved are finally returning home. Though a few minor issues remain, life across the continent has changed, and it's changing fast. Lenin marveled at the prosperity and the laughter echoing through this street. Now it feels like a whole different world. Anna Mayer felt the same. It's only been a week. Suddenly Leno let out a gasp, speaking of Lord Fatu. "I heard he hardly sleeps, working non-stop day after day." Count Fatu is buried in a pile of books, overwhelmed by the chaos of those endless words. Anna Mayer also understood there's just too much to handle right now. Hera spoke up. "But he'll find happiness because this corrupt country is finally returning to normal." Anna Mayer agrees. "That's right." A clear, ringing voice echoed from afar. "Hello, kids. Hello, Hera." Anna Mayer gasped in shock. "Uncle Henry." Henry, confident and radiant with neatly trimmed hair, dons his imposing armor that amplifies his strength as he strides toward them. Anna Mayer shines brightly. "I've been appointed as the captain of the capital's guard thanks to my great contributions in this war." Hera bows her head politely. Lenin jumped out teasing, "Are you used to that divine beast?" Yet Henry scratched his head. "Not quite yet." Lenin asked, "How's he been lately?" Henry forced a smile and replied, "Honestly, I don't really know anymore." Henry was busy, so when someone called him from afar "Commander," he quickly waved to everyone and nodded. "I'm heading out now. See you all later. Take care." Everyone behind is smiling, brightly waving goodbye. "Take care, Henry. Remember to stay healthy." Jai Thulu appears behind them asking, "What are you doing here?" At that moment Lenin is startled, his face shifting like a frightened cat. "I was startled," Master Hera said softly. "We were just out for a peaceful stroll through the city." Jimmy glanced around, noticing how much had changed over the past week. Hera hesitated, then asked, "Shouldn't you be resting in the royal palace?" "Why are you here?" Jemmy smiled and said, "I have something to discuss. I've already chosen my next destination. I'll return to the Fran headquarters with Jean." Hearing Jemmy say that, everyone looked confused, letting out a unified, surprised gasp. Anna Maya hurriedly asked, "Can I go with you?" Lenin, standing nearby, also begged, "Please let me come along too." Both students desperately grabbed their master's sleeve, but Jai coldly replied no. Seeing his students keep pleading, Jai used his magic to push them away, causing them to scream in frustration. Both of them sat slumped on the ground, exhausted. Lenin hesitated before speaking. "Master, Anna Maya also wants to join us. Please let us go together." Hearing my students making too much noise, G used a rectangular box and went to Hera, asking her to take care of the kids. Seeing that Hera asked, "How long will you be gone?" Jai responded kindly, "I think it'll be at least a month, maybe a year." Hera looked downcast, but right now the gap in skill between him and the disciples was painfully clear. You're so kind. That's right, Lady Hera, please teach them in my place. Hera waved her hand dismissively. No, I don't have the skills for that. Jai chuckled softly. I know you're capable enough to become my disciple. After talking with Hera, Jemmy dispelled the barrier, trapping his disciples, and said, all right. Jamie spoke seriously. This trip will be tough, so you're not coming along. Anna Mayer opened her mouth, but before she could finish, Lennon reached out and stopped her with his hand, silencing her. Lennon spoke up. Anna, just give up. Lennon's eyes welled up with tears. I knew he wouldn't let us go with him. Safe travels on your journey, my lord. I will do as you command and wait patiently for your return. I sense something's not quite right today. Those words, they're not like you at all. Leno shouted in anger. Why do you never take me seriously when I speak? Jai just teased Lennon a little. I believe you guys will do well. Then he ruffled Lennon's hair. Anna Mayer also said, may your journey be safe and smooth, sir. Master Lennon awkwardly kicked the ice aside. Don't forget to buy a souvenir when you come back. Then Jai bid farewell to everyone. The scene shifts to the border area of Harmonia. As the sun sets over the kingdom of Harmonia, Jin and Jai step out into the night. Jin turned his head and asked if you'd said goodbye to everyone yet. Yeah, I did. Where is the headquarters of the Frontier Organization? Jin replied. It's in Abrasus, one of the 6 forbidden zones. That's the 6th forbidden zone, Abrasus, a white temple emerging in the distance atop the Aryazat forest. It's a massive sanctuary sitting at the northernmost edge of the land. A beast clad in armor, with blue flames swirling around it, guarded by a mammoth with piercing purple eyes. It's been ages since humans dared to step foot there. Because that place is filled with deadly plants and monsters lurking in every shadow. A snake is coiled around a deadly flower, its mouth wide open. Jai asks, Isis, are you there? Jin said so. Not anymore. 15 days ago, Ayaz and Bailey stayed in Harmonia for a while. Now they have to leave for work. Jai pouted in disappointment. What the hell? We've even reached the headquarters and I still can't find him. Jain turned back, but they'll be back soon enough. Jain continued wandering across the land to relax. Isn't that what you do? In a village near the Laco Mountains, a prosperous town suddenly appeared. Loud screams echoed, monsters appeared out of nowhere. Where are they headed? Get out of here now, you bastards. A mob of people hurled stones wildly at the two of them. The older brother was using his body to shield his little sister. The fragile girl calls out to him, but he just says, it's okay. The ugly kids are shouting and yelling. They don't even realize they've been abandoned by their father. Everyone says he's a notorious con artist. The grinding of his teeth full of rage and resentment echoed non-stop. Watching the crowd cheer and twist in excitement, he clenched his fist around his sister's hand. Let's go quickly. The girl, clutching his hand so tightly, grimaced and tears welled up in her eyes. It hurts so much. He clenched his lips and pressed tightly against his chest. Damn it, I need to grow up as fast as I can. When that time comes, this cursed town will be nothing but ruins. The sunlight peeks out from behind the distant mountains, warm rays illuminating every corner of the peaceful village. Standing at the entrance to the village, Jin speaks his mind. Today the village feels unusually quiet. Jai nodded softly and said, let's go in and see. The wind blew gently, night fell dark and heavy. Beneath a tall post hung a sign that read in. In the main hall, the man with a goatee greeted warmly, welcome guests. And across from us is Jain, who doesn't seem too interested. He replied coldly, give me 2 rooms and also place the money in the innkeeper's hand. Paid up, so of course I'll do the work. The landlord immediately turned away, speaking to his worker, leading the guest up to the room. The female staff, just passing by with a clean cloth in hand, cheerfully replies, yes, I'll take you both to the 2nd floor. A moment later, in the inn's dining room, everyone huddles together, the lively chatter of conversations blending with the clatter of dishes echoing non-stop. Since there were only the 2 of them, they sat facing each other. Jai watched Jain eat 1,000 unspoken words flickering across his face. Don't you think you look pretty strange? Who wears a mask and eats at the same time, looking so terrifying? Hearing those words, even he had to pause for a moment. Why now, after everything's been peaceful, do they have to clash? It's not like I care, Jin coldly said. What does me wearing a mask have to do with you? He sighed deeply, closing his eyes in resignation. Yeah, others see it, and it's just so embarrassing. They said they saw Pinter yesterday, then suddenly a voice drifted over from the next table. A strange girl, with caramel-colored hair and a sharp chin, asked, is that really a curse? She quickly grasped the core of it. A curse. A different voice, sharp and annoyed, suddenly yelled out. Ever since that woman and her 2 kids arrived, the village started to feel strange. We need to kick them out. The middle-aged man sitting at the table was so agitated he was gesturing wildly. The girl with chestnut hair waved her hand dismissively and said, that's just a guess. Do you think there's something wrong with them? Her voice continues, isn't it true that people always say you shouldn't judge a mage by their appearance? Just a moment ago it was Jain, now it's you. This statement was like a dagger straight into Jimi's heart. His face turned pale as he spat out the water he just drank in shock. Master and the best spray hits Jin right in the face, his whole head drenched fury, making him bend the fork out of shape. Jin clenched his teeth, his dark eyes glaring fiercely at him. Jai, feeling guilty, avoided that deadly stare, forcing a nervous, awkward smile as he said, "Sorry, I guess it was just a coincidence." Jin ignored the young man in front of him, casually wiping his face with a clean cloth as he called out, "Bring the beer up." The female staff member approached with a few cups in hand and promptly asked, "Yes, sir." "Did your companion ask for anything else?" Jai spoke up. "All right, those people are talking about a curse." "What's that?" He turned his head toward the dining table and continued speaking. The female employee turned her head to his gaze. "Oh, is that so? It all started when they moved here, then a ghost began to haunt the village. According to her, a terrifying apparition of a massive ghost appeared, shrouding her parents in darkness." The female employee's voice continued. Even after everyone had chased them out of the village, the ghost kept appearing over and over. She looked at him and finished her words, and in the end, everyone whispered that the village was cursed, and no more travelers dared to stay. Jin nodded thoughtfully, realizing something strange had definitely happened here. Jai pondered, glancing around, while the staff, having finished the job, left the empty beer glass and turned to walk away, saying, "Anyway, you shouldn't stay in this village too long, who knows what might happen next." Jai's eyes flickered with complexity as he rested his chin on his hand, pondering silently a ghost and a cursed family. In a flash, he sat on the bed in his room, legs crossed, gazing out the window, softly whispering, "Where should I start my investigation?" Then he closed his eyes. The entire village appeared in his mind like a detailed map, only the outlines visible. If ghosts really exist, I'd spot them instantly. Jai thought as she glanced over the ancient architecture of the old houses. Suddenly a strange purple aura drifted mysteriously through the village street. Jai smiled in shock. "It's really there." Without hesitation, Jemmy personally headed straight there, feeling the chilling air that was unlike anything he'd experienced before, quietly assessing the dense aura of death surrounding the place. Jemmy muttered to himself that he would unveil this mystery, but secretly, he was surprised this amount of deathly energy far exceeded that of ordinary cemeteries. Only when demons appeared did the air turn this dark and heavy. A terrifying demon head appears in his mind. Jai concludes if it's an evil spirit, it will harm humans. Suddenly, Jay sensed something, a faint sound, almost a whisper, but no malice behind it. It was an extraordinary phenomenon. He frowned, watching the thick, black aura seep out from behind the wooden wall, and he spoke aloud. The air there was heavy with deathly energy. Jemmy rushed into the depths of darkness where thick, malevolent energy seeped out. He thought of one thing: this had to be connected to the soul summoner. Before him appeared a ghostly spirit overflowing with deathly aura. It had no clear limbs, just swirling chaos like a whirlwind, like wind, shapeless and wild. He quietly whispered, "I see it. Take me to your master," he said. Jai's eyes seemed to change as well, glowing with a mysterious purple hue like the magic he unleashed from his own hands. A wave of deathly energy shot toward him, but it was halted in midair. The demon's face twisted in fury as it opened its mouth to scream a deafening wave of sound that shattered his attack into nothingness. "You're terrified of your own power." Jay's eyes flickered with interest as he smirked and retracted his hand, thinking to himself, "So I thought these soul master techniques of today were just trash. No matter how strong they are, they'll always be overtaken by a power even greater." With those words, Jai immediately raises his hand and unleashes his first power. The rebellious hero summons his battle formation. Countless circles of all sizes suddenly appeared behind him. Chains shot out so fast they whipped up a fierce wind, making Jemmy's outer coat flutter wildly. He commanded, "Come into my hand." Instantly, the sturdy chains, almost alive with awareness, obeyed Jay. They surged forward, unleashing their brutal strength to seize the soul of the demon. The demon thrashes and screams in a desperate cry. "Sure, you're strong too, but I wield soul-summoning power. There's no way you can be stronger than me," Jai said as his hand, wrapped in a stream of magical fire, controlled the chains that bound him, forcing the spirit to kneel before him. Jai secretly thought that by doing this she could use her binding spell to track down the soul summoner. Suddenly, Jai's eyes widened in shock. In the reflection of his eyes, the binding spell was shattered. Before Jai's eyes, only chaos remains. The trapped demon's soul, once restrained, has now escaped. Jemmy pondered, did that soul just vanish after being summoned back? Jemmy snapped his fingers, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The end of defying the heavens left a storm of unspoken turmoil in his heart, silently guessing if this happened, her loyalty must be immense. Jai turned away, taking a quiet step back, and whispered, "This is getting interesting. I'll let Jin stay here a few more days." The next day, under the clear blue sky of the village, Fabian hurriedly ran. The boy kept turning his head, scanning the surroundings anxiously. "Excuse me, could you run into a shop and call out, sir?" The shop owner responded. "Sorry to bother you, but today just 2 orders like usual." You smile brightly and say, "Today I'll take 3 parts." Then you place a few coins on the table. The boss spun around laughing as he went to get the stuff. All right, I'll prepare it right away. Seeing the 3 coins neatly placed on the table, Fabian estimated in his heart, that's enough to last a week. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Fabian to the core. Are you that damn bastard from Fabian? He spun around quickly as 2 sneaky guys stepped in, one annoyed voice, sneering. Do you even realize it's because of you? I can't go out tonight. This is so frustrating, and the others just keep talking like nothing's wrong. Why should good people like us suffer the consequences just because your family's cursed? Phi shouted in anger. My family isn't cursed. The grumpy-looking man immediately lunged forward and punched him square in the face. He snapped. Who do you think you're talking? Back to Phi. Bien, trembling with pain, collapsed to his knees as the angry man grabbed his collar and yanked him up. That bastard laughed, tossing your hat aside and saying, let me see if I can break this curse by killing him. The guy standing behind him watching the show also burst into a loud, mocking laugh. That's right. Phi Bien grabbed the hand pulling at his collar, his cheek already flushed from the blow. Phi Bien closed his eyes tight and shouted, please save me. The thug saw his expression and the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel wide smile. He clenched his fist tightly and said, who's got time to help some kid haunted by a ghost? Go to hell. He shouted. Phi Bien, trembling with fear, squeezed his eyes shut, tighter tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar figure appears in this scene. Jai clenched his fist tightly around the sneaky man's hand. He coldly frowned and said, this child is innocent. Jemmy clenched her fist with all her strength, digging her knuckles deep into his hand, making that sneaky bastard scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then he swung his arm, tossing the treacherous one toward the other guy. They collided, crashing through the shop's door together. Jai closed her eyes, brushing her hands off, and said, I wondered why it was so noisy this early. Turns out it's you guys. Seeing these useless fools trembling against the wall, Jai coldly said, no matter what happens, hitting children will always be punished. Jai smirked confidently, raising his hand towards them as he cheerfully uttered 2 words painfully, regretfully, a curse. Immediately, his hand radiated a surge of green aura, like a swirling mist, that cloaked the bodies of those 2. They immediately screamed out loud, collapsing to the floor in defeat. Ah, I see. Jay looked around, feeling like he might have been a bit too harsh. Suddenly a faint voice whispered softly. Hey, Jamie turned his head and met Phi Bean's tearful gaze. The boy's cheeks are battered and bruised, his body trembling with a heartbreaking vulnerability. Pai Bien stammers, thank you for saving me. Jai suddenly remembers this kid. Is he the cursed child from that infamous family? Why is he here? He suddenly said, let me check your face a bit, then reached out and touched Fabian's cheek. A sudden flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Fabian gasped words, failing him in awe. The wound's healed. Jai responded with a bright, confident smile. He said, I'm a priest sent by the church to help those in danger. Seems like the kid's family is misunderstood, huh? I don't know when he picked up that little hat. Jai gently bows, still smiling, and hands the hat to Phoebe. Do you want me to help? He asked. Phi Bien looked up at him dazed. In an instant, the sky turned a deep dark blue, only the barren leafless trees remained in the silent forest. Phi Bien clutched a bag of pastries to his chest as he walked ahead, Jay following behind. He glanced around silently, sensing the heavy aura of evil. The wind howled through the barren fields, where a scarecrow sat amidst the withered crops, its wooden frame long decayed and fallen apart. She quietly wondered, do they really live in a place like this? As they approached an old, worn-down house, Fabian hurriedly stepped forward, politely opening the door and saying, Sir, this is my home. Please come inside. Jai responded. As soon as he stepped inside, he quickly placed the bag of bread on the table. Hot Hai ran up the stairs and called out, Mom, it's me. Fabian's here. Jai stepped inside and looked around. In the bedroom, a woman with gentle beauty sat on the bed. She smiled at Fabian, Next to her, a bright-faced girl was happily hugging the woman and greeting Fabian. That's Irina's mother, and your sister Fiona. Please tell her with joy. Mom, we have visitors. This priest can banish the evil spirits from that village. Irina finally noticed someone was following behind. She didn't see his face clearly as he responded, is that true? Jai offers a gentle smile and says, It's a pleasure to meet you. I come from the Po Church. He smiled and waved, introducing himself. My name is Ricky. But inside his palm a symbol began to glow. She creates a different face. Irina feels a bit worried. Why would someone like her come to a filthy place like this? But Fabian was so excited he clenched his fists and declared, It's true, Mom, look. Fabian said, A few hours ago I was hurt in a fight, and it was him who healed my wounds. You told him to show his face excitedly to your mom. Irina was about to hug his face, then suddenly gasped and covered her mouth, saying, Wow, the wound really has healed. Irina immediately stood up, bowing her head to him. Thank you so much. Healing the wound will cost a lot, but I just can't find the money. Jemmy raised his hand, ruffling his hair, and chuckled softly. Ha, it's nothing special. Next to her, Fiona happily squinted her eyes, clinging to her brother. I'm just doing the goddess's will, that's all. or so I say on the surface. Jai's face was already burning with embarrassment. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, thinking, damn, this is so damn awkward. It's because of this. I heard your family is the reason the spirits keep haunting this village. Jai opened her palm, and the blinding golden light in his hand shimmered fiercely. He continued, may I verify if the rumors are true? Irina paused silently before turning to her children. Fiona, Fibian, this is grown-up stuff. You two just stay out of it. Fian looked confused, not understanding a thing. You listen and respond. Yes, I understand. When the wooden door was finally sealed tight, Irina approached the bed. She bent down and carefully pulled out a box with both hands. Remaining seated low, Irina said, when I came to this village, I met a priest and was given this chain. Then she opened the box, revealing a silver cross inside, her voice steady and calm. Back then, they said it would protect our family from demons. Jai sat quietly, feeling that he could sense the divine power within that chain. He didn't know who it belonged to. Jai responded with a blank face and no words. Irina's face darkened as she confirmed it. Yes, the rumors in the village are true. Jai asked her why the ghosts were haunting her family. Irina sadly replied, I don't really know, only that it's connected to the kid's father. Irina recounts, he's the commander of the Co Kingdom's Night Legion, the man in silver armor. Her stern face with moss-green hair, she says, but then a coup happened. My husband was killed defending the kingdom. The Co Kingdom Karajan Siuteo 3 years ago, the throne was left vacant because the king fell ill, and one of the princes staged a coup. The peaceful days shattered as war erupted that prince rose to power, severing ties with the royal family. Then he built a new castle heralding a brand new era. Irina concluded, maybe everything started from there. I guess that's how it was. Jemmy holds his chin, lost in thought. The Co Kingdom is a nation in the far west of the Arissa continent, quite distant from this northern village. This is just a family of the former Knight Commander, only women and children. Jai's eyes narrow with suspicion. Why did they order the Soul Summoner to cast the spell to have the spirits hunt this family all the way here? Jai wondered silently. Are they trying to root out the problem once and for all? On the load-bearing column of the ceiling, a long rope was wrapped around it. I see now, it's a tragic story. Jai said, I'll help your family gain their freedom. Irina looked up in shock and asked, what do I need to do now? I want you to be the bait. Jai turned away, a deep smile on his face as he finished to lure the demons in. Time passes, dawn breaks, and the sky brightens in an instant. In front of the old house, Irina and her 2 children bow their heads to Jai. She said, I hope you'll help my family. Jai accepted the gift, naturally ready to respond. All right, you don't need to worry. Fabienne, standing closest to him, placed a hand on his chest and sincerely said, thank you for healing my wounds and helping my family catch the demon. All right, I'll pat your head. Since I'm your older brother, I've got to watch over the house. Today, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to go outside. Jai warned him sternly. At sunset, Jai stands on a high ground, surveying the entire village, lost in thought. The power of his chain extends within a 300-meter radius from Fabienne's house. His mana and black magic were created by Diablo Villa. Suddenly, the face of Principal G flashes in his mind. He silently realizes that the seeds he planted in his past life still remain in this one, along with the image of the first king, Ga Yan. Then came the images of the spirits. Can I catch them all? Jai wondered silently. If I take it step by step, maybe someday I'll finish this. Amid the windswept fields, Jai stands tall, and focused eyes burning with determination. Trierhone's hand releases a faint surge of power, and a glowing orb instantly materializes in his palm. Dark magic swirled all around. Jai hesitated. Should he use his current subordinates or not? Summoning the rebellious gate of chaos. Beneath the dense shadowy trees, a massive door with a giant eye in the center unhinges chains, snapping as it crashes down from above, slamming onto the ground below. The earth and rocks shattered instantly, scattering into the air while the grass beneath was swept up by its oppressive aura. Jemmy silently thought, if she could just recite the spell to open the chaos gate, she could summon them. The lock shattered, the iron chains instantly broke free. Get out now. Asla and Asta, following his command, stand in the eye of the door. From the inner pillar of death's light, 3 familiar figures slowly step out. They all draw their weapons, their faces cold and filled with deadly intent. Jai silently raises an eyebrow, his cold dead eyes staring them down. He clenches his fist, voice booming. What the hell are you bastards doing, drawing your swords in the middle of Thon Thien Bark Knot? Put it away, quickly, do you hear me? Ligia immediately obeyed, sheathed her sword. Asta hides his weapon behind his back, quietly scanning left and right. But A takes it a bit too far. He's like a boiled shrimp, curling up, eyes shut, tight hands nervously clutching his head. Then Jai turned and said, the master is talking, where are you looking? Asta scratched his head, forcing a nervous smile as he replied, it's been so long since I went out, I guess I got a little excited. 5 years ago, Asta was a killer working for an organization that supplied the illegal drug Abophis X to mages. His face was twisted with panic and horror as he was grabbed by the collar from behind, then dragged through a rebellious portal into darkness, transforming into a zombie under Jai's command. Getting back to the main point, he said, I have a task for you. Keep an eye out for any signs of trouble nearby. Listening to him, Lai immediately turned his face to the side and sniffed, replying, And there's definitely a strange smell. Seeing him say that, he quickly turned and walked away hurriedly, asking, Where's the master going? He turned around, speaking softly, If I stay here, maybe it won't show up. I need to stay out of sight. Understood. They immediately bowed respectfully and saw him off. The spokesperson for the group said, Yes, we'll notify you if we find any signs. Jai took a step forward, his body gradually shifting, leaving only one last word, Stay in touch, or you'll vanish. As darkness descends upon the village sky along the deserted cobblestone road, a figure clad in deathly armor exudes a sinister black aura that seeps endlessly. Step by step, in a low haunting voice, he murmurs, No hesitation. I must complete the order. Behind it, countless restless spirits rise from the depths thick with dark energy. The air is heavy and suffocating, and it continues to murmur. The number of people must be. Suddenly, the jade necklace with the large gem at its center swayed, emitting a blinding purple glow, sparks of lightning flashing within. The demon warrior unleashed waves of furious demonic energy, its dark eyes beneath the helmet glowing with an ominous light. It clenched the pendant tightly, and suddenly a series of deafening explosions erupted around it, sending countless puffs of smoke and dust into the air. The army of ghost souls and their leader vanished in an instant. At the inn, Jin casually raises his mug of beer. He gazed at the night sky through the window. Jin sighed, feeling a chill run down his spine, and quietly wondered if he could sense the spirits of the dead. Jamie says he'll handle it, so it should be fine. But deep down, Jane still feels something stirring inside. He slammed the beer mug onto the table like a horn signaling a summon. Before half a second passed, the waitress from the inn peeked out, maintaining her forced professional smile. She asked, Would you like to order more beer? Jin coldly replied, No need. He suddenly asked, How long have you been working here? The waitress hugged the tray to her chest, thinking for a moment before replying, It's been about 2 years. Jin looked at her deep in thought. The villagers here are all feeling hopeless, overwhelmed by the energy of the spirits. But this child, she's truly special. The girl in front of him seems untouched by external forces, maintaining her positivity, no matter what. He stood up, words like gold flowing from his mouth. I understand. I'm leaving now. The hospitable girl asked again, Would you like to order anything else? Back at Irina's parents' house, 3 of Jemmy's followers are standing on the balcony. At night, the wind howls fiercely, carrying along swaying blades of grass. It seems to have sensed something and suddenly spoke, the energy growing more intense by the second. Lai closed one eye, feeling the wind against her face. Are they going to be okay? How could an ordinary person endure this? The master cast a spell to put them to sleep, so nothing's going to happen. In the bedroom, a gentle golden veil of magic softly envelops the space. Irina's parents sleep peacefully. The voice couldn't reach its master. Lai Jia was stunned, panic flashing across his face as he hurriedly asked, Is that true? No way. But ahead, Asta's face grew dark, filled with uncertainty. He gritted his teeth and said, They're here. Before them stood a heavy, soul-consuming army of demons, shrouded in dark, malevolent energy. They wear armor, wield spears, and glare fiercely at them. Lai looks at the demon soldiers. Seeing this isn't much of a challenge, he snapped, What do I do now? Why are you asking me? He said softly, his seductive eyes locking onto hers. Strange. Something feels off, he asked with a hint of suspicion. They're early-stage evil spirits, right? Seeing the demon soldiers' bodies emanate dark energy, he continued. If they were controlled by a soul master, they wouldn't be able to maintain their original form. The expressions of the 3 suddenly twisted their faces, turning fierce with murderous intent. Asta snarled fiercely, If we kill them all, everything will be over, right? You, with your veins bulging on your forehead, your eyes sharp with determination, you reply, That's right. We shouldn't let them near the house. Then all 3 of us will eliminate them. Without hesitation, you draw your weapon and charge at the enemy. Asta grinned widely, his sharp teeth baring like a demon devouring flesh. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red, consumed by madness and the thrill of slaughter. Meanwhile, somewhere else in a barren land devoid of life, the wind blows the edge of his blue cloak. Jamie leans one hand on his hip as if he'd been waiting forever. He speaks softly, Did I guess wrong after all? I never expected a dark night behind all of this. His sinister gaze glowing from beneath his helmet fixed on him. The fierce, bloodthirsty warrior radiated a murderous aura, like death itself was seeping into the very fabric of time. The eyes beneath the helmet glow with an eerie white light. To be precise, he's a dark knight, a high-level undead with terrifying power. Jemmy turned away, pondering silently, why did he target Phoebean's family? He glanced at a group of demon soldiers approaching, lost in thought. Maybe it's time to find out the truth. Jamie calmly pointed her sword at the dark knight and asked, Why did you appear before me? Your target is far from here. The Dark Knight remained silent, refusing to answer. If he didn't respond, he said, at the same time channel your shadow magic into your weapon, or I'll be forced to unleash my own power. Suddenly the Dark Knight's pendant around his neck glowed brightly, a large gem carved into a skull with blazing eyes. It spoke in a chilling voice, anyone in my way must be killed. The ominous voice echoed fiercely, and the Dark Knight, as if accepting a deadly command, immediately charged forward, sword raised high, aiming straight at Jamie. Jamie's eyes widened in shock, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Black mana. The sword slashed down with overwhelming energy. Jay swiftly dodged a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Whatever Jamie said, he's lowering himself into a trap. Trung Kim, surrounded by dense dark magic, looked serious, and with a defiant, challenging voice he declared his arrogance. I will make you my subordinate. Two devastating forces clash, neither willing to back down. Jai thought this was a skill to control black mana, and this swordsmanship was also top tier. Jemmy Mi prepared to swing her sword, charging forward to attack. The battle raged fiercely, shadows and restless spirits pouring out from the Dark Knight's body. Jai asked, "You've got more allies, don't you?" Jai summoned the foreign staff Avon and said, "Taste the pain, you restless spirits." Then Jemmy unleashed Avon's divine power, a burst of holy magic, the basic sacred spell used by priests. A blinding golden light erupts, piercing through the darkness and banishing the Shadow Knight's spirits. Jai says, "You can't do anything to me with these low-level fools." Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was like a lifeless corpse, muttering over and over, "Eliminate the enemy." Jai chuckled and said, "I thought you were inexperienced, but now I see you're not a vengeful spirit gathering strength over time. You were born as a true powerhouse, fueled by absorbing your family's dark mana." Jai unleashed a devastating, world-shattering attack straight at the Dark Knight. Jai shouted, "I know you're no ordinary foe." Jai roared, "But you're just a Dark Knight who's only just arrived in this world. You're still so young, my child." Then Jemmy appears above the Dark Knight, ready to strike with her sword. Jemmy's sword slashed into the ground, cracking the earth and shattering a huge chunk. The Dark Knight narrowly dodged. After dodging Jai's attack, the Dark Knight launched a counterstrike. But Jai remained calm, fearless, and said, "That was a good attack," but Jai used the alien Avalon worlds turned upside down, turning the battle into a nightmare where Jai utterly dominates the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight was stunned as Jamie said, "If you want to fight a warrior-type mage, you need to know more." Jamie's sword pierced into the Dark Knight's body. The Dark Knight cried out in pain, and Jamie smiled in victory, part joy, part sorrow. Jai unleashed the Thunderbird technique, delivering a final deadly blow. The Dark Knight's armor cracks open, shattering into pieces, revealing a girl with golden hair inside. Jai's eyes widen in surprise. It's a girl. The weakened Dark Knight sat on the ground, yet stubbornly declared, "Don't stop me, I must complete my mission." I thought if she truly was a Dark Knight, a true hero, she'd have awakened completely by now. But she looks more like a vengeful spirit just beginning to take shape, doesn't she? Is it because of your own power that this happened? Jai sheathed her sword, pondering. Still, she knew she had to train her after all. From above, Jai looked down and said to the Dark Knight, "Stop wandering around and bothering the living. Become my subordinate." Jai's hand, shrouded in dark mana, reached out toward the Dark Knight's head. The Dark Knight, weak and trembling, closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Suddenly, I never expected the darkness around the Black Knight to erupt with even greater power. The Black Knight roared loudly, he must fulfill his cursed destiny. The royal court reports a gruesome, blood-soaked scene. Dead soldiers lie scattered throughout the hall, blood staining the floor. There are still fights happening and someone's shouting, "Kill everyone on the other side, don't leave a single one alive." A soldier in iron armor reports that the enemy commander has already arrived. Out of breath from the fierce battle, he shouted, "The odds are against us." The commander told them to hold the line no matter what. The knight captain of the royal order, clutching the prince's son wrapped in cloth, roared, "We must get the prince out at all costs." An old man in armor appears leading a group of soldiers. He's the vice commander of the kingdom's knight order. Le Vipaon. Le Vipaon, speak. Stop dreaming. The fourth prince has beheaded the crown prince. The coup has succeeded. Levite Paon told Von Venus Green that if he hands over the prince's son, he'll spare his life. Von Venus Green still kept a resolute face, as he said, "Deputy Commander, you want to kill a newborn just after it's born." Von Venus Green looked at the prince's son, still unaware of the chaos engulfing the world, peacefully sleeping. He thought to himself, if the prince is dead, then this child will become the only heir I need to save. I must protect this baby to preserve the royal bloodline. With a sharp gaze, Von Venus Green called out. Bianca, a female knight, appears in response. "Yes, sir, this is the Dark Knight Jai saw." Venus Green handed his son, the crown prince, to Bianca and issued a stern warning. "At all costs, you must protect this child. It's the only heir. The fate of this entire nation depends on him." Bianca looked surprised as the commander. Levita Paon, losing patience, drew his sword and charged, shouting loudly, "Von Venus, stop wasting your time. Von Venus Green drew his sword to fight Levit Pon, shouting to Bianca, "Bianca, go, you have to survive." Levit Pon's face twisted with cruelty. That bastard. Von Venus Green paid no mind to Levit Paon, still instructing Bianca, "Send the prince's son to my wife and tell her everything." But Bianca was worried. Bianca said, "But I can't escape alone like this." The other knights stepped in front of Bianca, their faces determined to sacrifice everything, and they told her, "Bianca, you can't disobey orders. We'll fight them off first, then follow. Hurry up, run away." Bianca ran and embraced the crown prince's son, finally accepting and saying, "I surrender." Bianca embraced the crown prince's son to protect him, then shattered the glass and leapt out the window. The enemies quickly shouted, "Get her! Don't let her escape." Bianca clings to the crown prince's son, desperately running away, gasping for breath but refusing to stop, determined to reach Gon's house and tell them everything. Bianca never expected there to be a man standing on the cliff. An arrow shot from a bow aimed straight at her as she ran, piercing through her armor and sinking deep into her flesh. Bianca froze in place, then collapsed to the ground while the crown prince was thrown back, startled awake, crying out loudly. Bianca struggled to her feet only for another arrow to be shot in her direction. Bianca could only watch in horror as the crown prince's son, still a baby, was shot dead, blood spilling everywhere. Bianca screamed in agony. No, the crown prince's son was shot with 3 arrows by our ruthless, heartless enemies. Bianca trembled, crawling toward the crown prince's son, still painfully insisting, "No, I must carry out the order." Bianca remembered how Commander Vinos Green and his team stayed behind to fight, so she could escape. She whispered to herself, "I can't die here." Bianca's eyes blurred, and then went dark. A surge of power erupted from the castle. That surge of power rushed toward Bianca's body. And then the Shadow Knight was born. That surge of power wrapped around the crown prince's son, then was pulled into a circular pendant. The Dark Knight grasped the chain and declared he must fulfill his order. After reading Bianca's memories, Jai finally understood. So it wasn't the person trying to kill Fibion's family. Genier. Bianca's despair awakened the black mana, but for some reason her mana appeared in the kingdom of Tien. Jai thinks her obsession with that command is too intense. If she keeps going like this, she'll lose her sanity and turn into a terrifying evil spirit. Bianca kept repeating one phrase, "I must fulfill the order." Jai said, "I will help you transcend." Over on the other side, Jans, Philip, and Asta are fighting relentlessly. Jans grits his teeth in frustration and says, "These bastards are weak, but there are too many." Philip encouraged him, "Don't get discouraged." Asta shouted, "Instead of whining, just kill them already." Jemmy told Bianca, "Go and carry out the order you've been given. The person you want to meet is there." Bianca said, "Stay there." Bianca appeared in front of an old dilapidated house. Bianca told her to hand over the crown prince to Green's wife and recounted everything that had happened. Bianca knocked on that small house and said, "I am Royal Knight Bianca." The crown prince's son appears in Bianca's arms. Bianca says, "I've come to fulfill the order given by Commander Vinos Green." Irina opened the door, saw Bianca, and was stunned in shock. "Knight Bianca, how did you find us here?" Bianca didn't answer the question. She just followed the command. "Is that right, madam? Your husband and his allies are now fighting the enemy at the royal castle." Bianca said, "Keep the prince's son and run away. There's still a chance for us to plan our future." Irina, trembling with fear, couldn't understand a word. "What are you saying? That happened many years ago." Jemmy said, "Just follow what she says, madam." Irina was stunned, realizing this voice belonged to the priest. Only Irina could hear Jai's voice, an anguished spirit, Bianca standing right in front of her. "So just follow orders and let her go in peace." Irina trembled with pain as she replied to Bianca, "Knight Bianca, did you just rush here from the castle? Rest assured I will take care of the prince's son." Bianca replied, "Yes, I just fought the enemy, followed the commander's orders, and ran here." Irina, heartbroken, tears streaming down her face, embraced Bianca tightly, praising her. "Good, you did very well." Bianca also shed tears unconsciously. Bianca said, "Madam, I came alone. The commander and the others are still there." Irina reassured her, "It'll be okay. They'll understand you." Irina told Bianca, "So just go ahead and relax. Everyone's waiting for you." Bianca whispered, "I'm sorry." Then she broke down, crying like a child, tears streaming down her face. Bianca finally voiced the guilt she's carried all these years for failing to protect the commander and dying on her way here, Bianca said, and it brought countless hardships to the lady's life. As she finished, Bianca seemed to turn into shimmering golden sparks vanishing into the wind. Jans, Philip, and Asta, weapons in hand, scanned their surroundings. Jans whispers, "They've vanished." Philip asked, "So our master has defeated that soul summoner," Jai told them. "Just stand there. When I'm done, I'll guarantee your safety." Philip nodded in understanding. Jai approached Irina, a faint smile of approval on his face. "Lady Irina, you did well." But Irina's face was filled with worry as she asked, "Have you really uncovered everything?" Irina continued, "Bianca's soul has been haunting my family all this time." Jemmy responded to Irina. At first I didn't understand. It wasn't until I arrived here that everything became clear. Irina lowered her head and replied, I understand. Then tears streamed down her face one by one, falling silently. Irina, tears streaming down her face, sobbed. Bianca always longed for a future, but it was never meant to be. Every day must feel like hell for her, Irina said again, but still, it's for the best. That way she won't have to witness her family and loved ones being slaughtered, or see the enemy sitting on the throne. Irina grabbed her wrist, thinking today had finally ended Bianca's nightmare, but reality was cruel. She had lost her husband, her country, and was living in a terrifying society. Irina Duong's eyes were vacant, exhausted, and she whispered, If I die now, I wonder if I'll find peace. Jemmy coldly replied, Death is meaningless. Jemmy lowered his eyes and told Irina, It's nothing but a waste, only making you regret more. Irina closed her eyes and replied, You sound like you've already died once. Immediately after, Phoebian and Fiona suddenly rushed over, clutching Irina in a tight embrace, catching her off guard. The two children cried out loudly, Mom, you can't die. Please don't leave us, Mom. Mom, please don't go. Irina's voice broke as she cried again. Irina knelt down, holding Phoebian and Fiona close, gently stroking their heads as she whispered, Mom's not going anywhere. My children are here, how could I leave you behind? Jemmy watched the emotional scene of Irina and her parents, feeling a bit awkward, unsure of what to do, just standing there stiffly, scratching his head with a forced smile. He thought to himself, maybe I should give them some space. Suddenly Jai seemed to realize something. Jemmy saw a necklace with a round pendant lying on the ground. She hesitated, sensing something's off. Jai quickly glanced over at Irina. Her parents were still holding each other, completely unaware. A moment later, Jamie returned to the meeting with Jans, Philip, and Asta. Philip saw Jamie come back and called out. Master Jans asks, So everything's settled now, right? Jai calmly replied, Yeah, it's a pretty tragic story. She snapped her fingers, and the portal of teleportation appeared. Jai told Philip's group, You did well. You can go now. The three of them responded in unison, then vanished through the teleportation gate. Only after everyone was gone did Jai finally take out the necklace he saw earlier and say, I thought you had ascended to heaven with your ancestors. Then the pendant glowed, radiating a dark purple light. Bianca emerged from that blinding light. Jai tilted his head back and asked, Why are you still in the spirit world? Isn't it true you've already had your wish granted? Bianca landed, and told Jamie, I have something to take care of. If I leave now, I won't have the face to meet my comrades in the afterlife. Then Bianca clenched her fists, her face filled with fierce determination as she said, Those damned reincarnators are still running wild at the CO castle. I'll show them what a real festival looks like. Jemmy watched the scene unfold, surprise flickering in his eyes. This energy Bianca radiates a force so overwhelming, so threatening. Jai thought she was strong enough to ignite a battle, but coldly she said, How naive. Jemmy with a rational voice said, And it can't run rampant in this world. If the 12 gods discover her existence, she'll be subdued by the holy knights before she even reaches the castle. Bianca refused to accept her fate, screaming, I don't care, I'll use this sword to pierce through and find them. To everyone's surprise, Jai said, Then come with me. Jai's words caught Bianca off guard, making her freeze in surprise. Jai continued, I will help you take your revenge. Bianca gasped in disbelief, blurted out, What is this? Bianca felt a surge of power so immense, so limitless, it almost seemed infinite. Jamie stood opposite her, shrouded in a terrifying, boundless force that seemed to consume everything. Bianca thought she couldn't team up with someone wielding such evil energy. Jamie, like a prodigy who knows everything, read Bianca's mind and chuckled, I'm not some dark mage you think I am. Bianca didn't understand and asked back, What do you mean? Jamie places his palm glowing with a golden sigil in front of Bianca. Then he asks, You recognize this symbol, don't you? Bianca was stunned, it was Poe's symbol. Bianca remembered, and as she thought back the moment she discovered him, he was wielding divine power. The blinding light, like the radiance of 10,000 Buddhas, was unbearable for Bianca, forcing her to turn away to avoid it. Jai said, I am the saint of Poe. After Bianca confirmed, Jemmy lowered her hand. Only then did Bianca turn to look at Jai and say, The dark mage is humanity's enemy, but honestly you look more like a divine being. Jemmy smiled and said, That's because the power I used is a bit different from everyone else's. That power belongs to my old body. Suddenly Bianca sensed something was off within her. Surprised, she thought, could the black mana inside her be resonating with him? Jai's serious face asked again, demanding an answer. Now make your choice. Do you want to come with me or not? Bianca pondered, calculating her options. This might be my last chance. To avenge my comrades, I have no choice but to make a deal with the devil. Bianca decided to take a gamble and said, I'll make a contract with you. Jai smiled contentedly and said, Let's begin the contract. Darkness erupts as Bianca transforms into a shadow knight, kneeling before Jai to show her submission. She declares, I, Knight Bianca, swear loyalty to you as your subordinate. Jemmy also draws her sword from its sheath and says, Bianca, Jemmy here, I'll consider you my knight. Bianca replied, I swear I will sacrifice everything for you. My lord Jemmy thought he had brought Bianca to the gate. Rai would lead her inside. Jai walked away wondering, the Phibian family must have regained their composure by now. Inside a small, old, tattered house he could hear his mother's voice. She'll try her best one more time. Irina's family sits together around a round table, the scene warm and intimate. Irina smiles and says, I'll do my best to make sure my children get to eat and wear what they love. Phibian gently took Irina's hand and said, I'll do my best to help Mom. Fiona happily jumped around, exclaiming, me too, me too. Jemmy stood outside, overhearing the conversation of the three others, Irina's voice still echoing, saying, Come here, my children, you're the best. Jemmy thought to herself she must have decided to keep going to be the support her little ones need. Jai thought of her family smiling softly, feeling the warmth of a family for the first time, and she wished they could experience it too. Honestly, she wasn't used to feeling this way at all. Jai knocked on the door and called out, It's me, Irina. Irina opened the door and was a bit surprised to see Jamie. Oh, Brother Lin, where have you been? I wanted to thank you, but you disappeared. Jai chuckled softly and replied, I had to step away for a moment. Irina handed Jai a necklace with a large blood-red gemstone. It looks very precious. Irina said, This isn't worth much, but it's the necklace my husband gave me. I've received a great favor from you, so I want to give you something in return as a token of my gratitude. Jai quickly raised his hand to refuse, looking uncomfortable as he said, Don't tell me you want me to accept this meaningful gift. Please keep it and pass it on to your children in the future. Jemmy said, Instead, can you show me that sequence again, the one from earlier? Irina was surprised that Jemmy was paying attention to something so ordinary. Irina said, If you need it, just keep it. Jemmy took the cross-shaped necklace and replied, Thank you. Jemmy told Irina, Lady Irina, please take the children to Harmonia. Irina asked back, Harmonia, the kingdom of Harmonia. Jemmy handed Irina a scroll and said, Yes, you should show this to the fortress commander in the capital. He'll help you find a place to stay. Irina asked, Why is that commander helping us find a place to stay? Jai chuckled and scratched his head, replying, Because we know each other. Secretly. Irina hesitated and asked Jai, Why are you helping me so much? Jai replied, I just want to help. That's all, no reason needed. Irina asked, Can you tell me your real name? Inside, Jai thought, So she's figured out I lied. Outwardly, Jai calmly replied, I am D. Goodbye. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jai vanished like a gust of wind. Irina called out, but it was too late. Wait a moment. Irina watched Jai disappear and muttered to herself, He's gone now. Jai said that to himself as he walked away. Lately I've been doing so many good deeds. Jai thoughtfully touches his chin, observing and evaluating the sacred chain. But whose divine power is hidden in here? I can't figure it out, it's too faint. Daimini is truly formidable. I can't even tell the different divine attributes of the 12 gods apart. The fake contract holder, Po, an enemy you can't outrun. Zenit, the master of the divine beasts, Basilisan, Longthun, Grammon, and the sun, God, these are the gods whose divine power I can sense. Jemmy thought, besides them I haven't had many chances to interact with other gods. If I analyze it, I might just figure it out. After examining the Holy Cross's energy, Jai furrowed his brow, staring at the power in his hand. Jai let out a sigh and pondered. If I didn't know better, I'd have already released the black mana. A powerful energy radiates from the palm of his hand, spreading outward like a wave. He looks at it puzzled. What is this? Then he wondered, it's not the divine power of the 12 gods. In my hand, there's a small object like a pendant. It's radiating with unimaginable power. He speculated and wondered, could there really be a 13th god he didn't know about? As he thought this, Jai's expression flickered with worry, but he quickly steadied himself, reminding himself to stay calm and focus. He had to remember exactly which deity this divine trait belonged to. Then Jai's mind drifted to the symbol of the ancient god. He silently thought the first image that appeared in his mind was the ancient god. But as far as he knew, no ancient god was alive anymore. The 12 gods had ruled and wiped out everything. He hesitated, making his judgment and thoughts clear. Perhaps a new god has appeared. Right now, Jai immediately thought of the goddess Po. He looked at the symbol in his palm, hesitating, and finally asked himself, should I ask Po? Suddenly, Jai clenched the symbol tightly in his hand, abandoning his own thoughts. He said it was impossible, that would be too risky. Then Jai thought of Ias. He wondered, could she be the leader of Frontia, knowing so many of the world's hidden secrets? Maybe she knows about this. Jemmy looked at the symbol in her palm and said, Time to sleep now. Inside the rebellious gate, an intense battle is raging, and a voice screams out, I'm going to die. Turns out, it's Bianca and Jans dueling with swords. Jans lunged at Bianca, swinging his sharp blade with deadly force, but lightning fast. Bianca reacted instantly and dodged to the side. He gritted his teeth in fury and said, Damn it, how did you get here so fast? Bianca replied. Stop talking and fight already. Ryer watched the battle unfold between the two, shaking his head in disappointment. Ryer said. Even though he lost, his skills are pretty impressive. As for Asada, he was defeated by Bianca and can't even get up, he's just lying there on the ground. Jans lunged forward with his sword aiming straight at Bianca, but whether it was due to their power gap or Bianca's lightning-fast reflexes, she dodged every attack. Finally, Bianca struck back, delivering a powerful punch to Jans's stomach, sending him flying, his face twisted in agony. Then Bianca flicked her hand dismissively, glancing at Jans, who was clutching his stomach in pain, kneeling on the ground with contempt. "And you," she sneered, "you can't even scratch my collar." After defeating him, Bianca and Jans immediately turned their weapons toward Ryer and asked, "You want to fight me too?" Ryer raised his hand and refused. "The outcome will be the same. I'll lose just like them. No point wasting time fighting." Bianca replied, "You're smarter than those guys." Jemmy was hanging in the air, witnessing everything unfold. He thought he was just here to watch for a bit, but he never expected Azad and Asta to be no match for her. Then Jimmy immediately landed on the ground and said, "Even now you still feel ashamed." Both of them were surprised by Jai's sudden appearance, quickly turning around and greeting. "Master, hello, you've arrived," Jemmy asked. "Have you all introduced yourselves and gotten to know each other yet?" Ryer let out a sigh, scratched his head with an awkward look and said, "We haven't even had time for that." Jimmy glanced at Jans and Asta, sneering as he said. Because of those two hotheads, Ryer helpless responded with a resigned look. "Yes." Then Jamie pointed at Ryer and said, "Now let me introduce you, this is Rer, the commander of the Andet army." Next, Jemmy pointed at Bianca and said, "This is the Shadow Knight, our newest member, Bianca." Hearing that, Ryer shot a sharp look and whispered softly into Jai's ear. "Isn't she already ascended to heaven?" Jemmy heard that and forced a helpless smile before replying. "All right, there are still a few things left undone. Now shake hands and say your goodbyes." Then Ryer and Bianca immediately approached each other, exchanging polite introductions. Bianca asked Bianca. Ryer said, "Ryer, it's a pleasure to meet you." Finished. Jai squinted at the frantic bones fleeing and said, "This area isn't stable yet. It's not the right place to easily increase our forces." Then Jai turned to Jer and Bianca, immediately giving them their orders. "So you two have a crucial task to oversee the Andet soldiers here," Ryer said. "Don't worry, Your Majesty." Bianca obeys. "We will do our best." Suddenly Jai remembered Nibro and asked Ariar, "Where's Nibro?" Ari-Ra replied, "I don't know. Since that day I haven't seen her face again." Nibro became Andes' subordinate under Jemmy after committing evil deeds at Gav school. Since he's operating solo, he might be training alone somewhere in the rebellious part of the village. Jemmy reminds Veer when he returns, introduce Bianca to him. Ree bowed slightly and replied, "I understand." Then Jai turned to Bianca and said, "I trust you'll do well." Bianca clasped her hands together and said, "You don't need to worry about your head, Your Majesty." On the outside it seems like that, but deep down Jai truly believes Long Tho. Those guys are better. Once he finished, he immediately used his magic to teleport back to his room. He silently thought he needed to rest his eyes for a moment. Suddenly a knock echoed from outside the room. Jai cast a wary glance at the door, wondering if someone was there. He called out loudly to whoever was outside. "Who's there?" A young girl in maid attire steps in from the doorway, cheerfully introducing herself. "I'm Nua." Jamie, now lowering her guard, smiled warmly at Nua and asked curiously, "Why are you here so late?" The soldier hesitated, then said, "I have something I need to ask." And without hesitation, he got straight to the point. She asked, "Can you return my chain?" Hearing that, Jai was a bit surprised and thought to himself he never expected the one connected to the 13th god to appear. Then he closed his eyes, cast a teleportation spell, and said, "Let's go outside and talk." Soon after, the two of them appeared in a deserted, empty clearing. Jemmy immediately summons the chain, asking the NVA, "Are you talking about this?" The NVA sees the chain and joyfully responds, "Yes, that's it. I'd be very grateful if you return it to me." Jai immediately refused, "But I don't want to pay." NVA smiled awkwardly, scratching his head and said, "Well, that makes things difficult for me." Jai at this moment is questioning Nua's true identity. He asks seriously, "Who are you?" He simply smiled and said nothing, watching as Nu transformed into a man. His body grew larger, muscles bulging so fiercely that his sleeves tore apart. Jemmy stared in shock, utterly stunned and amazed by the sight. He asked curiously, "Your ability to transform, is it after changing into a different form?" The gentleman politely greeted Ji, saying, "Pleasure to meet you." Then the man had pink hair and a nose shaped like a serpent. He bowed respectfully and revealed his true identity. "I am Nirvana, one of JC Moon's Oma demons." Switch the scene to reveal more about Nirvana's background. In a room, a muffled cry echoes loudly. A, the servant of Diablo Vamp, is happily dancing. She exclaims, "I never expected you to show up like this. Do you even know what I've done?" A voice echoed out, calm but firm, "Don't get carried away." Nearby, it was a man, his body covered in IV drips. He continued, "Are you really going to ruin everything at the last second?" Hearing that, Jock Mun clenched his lips, trembling all over, and said, "I've endured thousands of years holding on to the hope that one day I would meet him. Then she burst into an excited, unstoppable laugh. I just can't hold it in anymore. The man's body was covered in IV drips, and seeing JC Mun's excited expression, he narrowed his eyes. A look of discomfort and deep thought crossed his face. Ever since that reborn body appeared in Harmonia, he's felt restless, uneasy. Then he spoke. You want your master to die again. Hearing that Jacques Munan spun around, glancing at the man covered in IV drips, with a deadly glare, his voice dripping with menace. How dare you? The man with IV lines running through his body responded calmly, his expression unshaken. Isn't the reason she avoids the 12 divine eyes to protect her master Diablo Weber? Hearing that, she froze speechless and caught off guard. That story, the man's entire body was connected to IV drips. Just a few more years, please have a little more patience. Jay Munan put on a gloomy face, clutching his hand so tightly that blood started to flow, and with regret he said, Master, switch back to the present. At this moment Jay asked Nirvana curiously, Are you an Oma demon? Nirvana replied, Yes, Oma. That's the name given to Jacquemun's subordinates, it means snake. Jemmy pondered silently, realizing he wasn't lying. The form he used was likely granted by John Gunn himself. It seems she's quite fond of him. The form is definitely the ability to shift from one cell shape to another. That power allows him to survive in any form in this world. Jemmy pondered further. So how's JCK Munanar doing? Jai asked Nirvana curiously. Where's Janganar? Suddenly Nirvana pulls out a sharp dagger and replies, I can't tell you exactly. If they get in touch, our plan will fall apart. Nirvana sneered, then pressed the sharp knife to her own neck, and told Jai Z, Instead, I'll offer my head as apology to you. Jai, with a look of anger mixed with helplessness, said, Stop joking around. Nirvana laughed loudly in response. Yes, of course. Then Jemmy pulled out the chain and asked curiously, So this was created by her? Nirvana replied. Yes, that's right. Jai asked curiously, Do you know what divine trait is hidden inside this? Nirvana forced a stiff smile and replied, Well, I haven't finished speaking yet. Before he could finish, Jai unleashed her power, her face twisting into a terrifying mask as she threatened, If you don't answer, I'll rip your brain out and dig through your memories. Hearing that, Nirvana reached out with a forced smile and said, Please don't take this so seriously. I truly am a loyal subordinate of Jacquemun Gad. Then Nirvana pointed at the chain in Jai's hand and added, Tell the gods about it. Nirvana continued, It belongs to Diablo, Vonber forged from Hamana. Hearing that, Jemmy's face showed a hint of confusion, and he exclaimed, Gao, pondering, There's definitely a divine light born from the peak of the Black Mana stream. No, that's impossible. But Nirvana continued, Let me explain further. The shattered fragments of Diablo Vonber's power are scattered across the continent. He continued, We collected those pieces and infused them into divine energy. Jai was a bit surprised and asked again, Did you really create such divine power? Nirvana closed her eyes and explained further. The third demon beast, Breaky, can produce light from dark mana, so divine power could definitely do the same. Jemmy hesitated, then asked, How do you know that? Nirvana gently clasped his hands together, softly replying to G. The moment Blackie summoned divine light, a resonance ignited within us all. He reached out to Jai and said, Maybe they share the same origins as us. Jai looked puzzled, scratching his chin as he pondered. Is it all created from my black mana? Then I have one more question. Jungin must have created his own faith, right? Jai pondered, knowing that divine power can only exist with belief and loyalty. Though she can't compare to the 12 gods, she still needs a massive following to maintain her divine power at this level. Hearing that, Nirvana sneered coldly and replied to Jai, That's something I can't tell you. Later, JC Munan will reveal it himself. Then Jai snapped his fingers and said, Here immediately. Jai's chain transformed from his hand onto Nirvana's. Jemmy said, Tell Munan I want to see her soon. After receiving the chain, Nirvana bowed respectfully, thanking Jai, and saying, I will see you again soon, sir. Then he vanished without a trace. Now only Jai stands alone in the vast empty land. He gazed up at the vast universe and said, Jacquemungun, whether in my past life or this one, I still don't know what you're planning. Jai lowered his head, his face filled with sadness and contemplation. No, perhaps the obsession with destroying the 12 gods has haunted me, made me forget to care about my subordinates' feelings. I thought about it more. Everything in this world only happens once and then it's gone. Maybe I should start paying more attention to them. The next morning, Jin asked Jay curiously, Seems like everything's been sorted out, right? Jai responded with a proud smile. It's all over now. After that, the two of them headed out on their journey. Suddenly, a distant voice called out to the two of them. It was Firian's voice. Seeing this, Jai was surprised and asked Firian, Why are you here so early in the morning? At that moment, Fen was hunched over, gasping for breath from exhaustion, trembling as he said, Thank goodness I'm not too late. Then Fen quickly pulled out an old coin pouch and said to Jamie, Take this. The boy bowed, sincerely holding out the pouch with both hands, and continued, This is my savings from the past few years. Thank you for saving my family. Jai was stunned by this, holding him for a moment before he teasingly said, My efforts should be paid in gold. Fan was surprised by that. He hesitated, confused, and asked, But But I don't have that much left. Jemmy gently patted Fen's head and said, forget about the money, just focus on working hard to support your family. I'll come back to collect my reward once you've grown up. Fen's eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to speak. Finished, Jai turned to leave and bid farewell to Firion. I'm off. Jin teased Jai. Looks like you want to look super cool in front of the kids, huh? Jai proudly replied. I'm always cool like that. Fan suddenly shouted. Ricky, you little guy, yell loud enough for Jai to hear. You have to promise you'll come back to visit us, and I'll show you just how cool I can be. Jemmy smiled happily, replying cheerfully. Alright, the scene shifts to the northern continent of Arisa, the Yelko Mountains. Kenjin is now being chased from behind by a group of people. The crowd shouted, stop, don't let him get away. Kenjin gasped for breath, exhausted, thinking to himself, damn it, why did this have to happen? I really can't run anymore. The crowd chasing Kenjin shouted, closing in on him. Kenjin, desperate, shut his eyes tight. Kenjin's mind is racing, thinking of the innocent, carefree children at the orphanage. Right now, he's being hunted down and slaughtered by those very same people. Hurry up and post it first. Suddenly, Kenjin lost strength and stopped. His body began to change, and he whispered that he couldn't give up now. Finally, Kenjin transformed completely, earning the nickname Kenji, the Butcher. When the pursuers saw his new terrifying form, they froze in terror, no longer chasing, just standing there in shock. Kenjin's face was terrifying, trembling with fear, his eyes blazing red as he slowly turned back toward them and said. Then he swung his sword at them, shouting, I must survive. At this moment in the Yelko Ngornbeos mountain range, Jai and Jin had stopped to rest, tending to the fire. I asked Jin, why do we have to cross this mountain range? If we go through the kingdom, Yvonne would have an easier path. Jin replied, I can't cross the kingdom because I have no background. Jemmy pondered silently. Looking back, Jean seems more intimidating than Han, in both appearance and demeanor. Curious, Jimmy immediately questions Jean, asking, what is your relationship with Han? Because they're quite close, it's probably because they're both from Fran and share the same hometown, right? Jin heard this and quickly replied, I'm not close with him. We just come from the same place, but our statuses are different. Jin continued, Han is a noble and I am a slave. Hearing that Jai was so stunned and shocked, his eyes widened in disbelief. Jin kept telling Jai about the past. Because he's a skilled fighter, he was lucky enough to catch the general's attention. And after living a life of slavery under him, I was eventually set free. Jin continued. But in the end, even though I was free, I still had to face discrimination. Jin calmly closed his eyes and said, maybe that's why the young master wants to be close to me, but I still feel this relationship can't last. Jai understood and replied, so that's why you don't feel connected. Jai looked up at the mountain's peak and said, honestly, I just want to fly up there and get it over with. Jin immediately responded, no way, there's mana zone here. Jin explains mana zone. Mana zone, a mana wall dividing the border sands. It's a barrier built to protect the land. When magic users approach mana zone, both bordering nations detect the signal and take notice. Not only that, mana zone was created by dragons to monitor human movement. Jemmy listened, then bowed his head, lost in thought. If I destroy the mana zone, the monsters will act and cause chaos for me. It's hard to believe they can control it themselves. Think about it, without dark mages like Canon showing up, dragons wouldn't have any reason to appear in the human world. Interfering in the domains of other gods is strictly forbidden for Brahmins' dragons. Thinking quickly, Jemmy stood up, brushed himself off, and said, then I'll make them sleep and leave the mountain. Suddenly, Jai sensed something behind him. He and Jin revived the body to check. Jin said, I feel it too, someone's here. By the riverbank, Kenjin lay motionless on the ground, as if he were about to die. Jemmy and Jin quickly teleported to his side. Jin looked at Kenjin and said, he's in really bad shape, Jai added, especially that wound in his stomach. Jai immediately cast a healing spell, then pressed his hand against Kenjin's wound. Jin marveled, the power of the saint, so useful, isn't it? At this moment, Jin notices Kenjin's arm. Jin speaks up, curious. Is that sword in his hand a divine artifact? Jai said no. I can't sense any magic from it. Jin leaned in, inspecting the sword on Kenjin's arm carefully, then said, quite a strange weapon. I've never seen a sword like that before. Jai had just finished healing. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said, let's go. I've healed the wounds, I don't want him catching us. Suddenly, Kenjin whimpered, muttering a few words under his breath. I don't want to die. Jin didn't hear clearly and asked again. What did he say? Jai Thao took a deep breath, her face filled with helplessness and reluctant acceptance as she said, why am I being so noble? After a moment, Kenjin slowly woke up and opened his eyes. Jemmy saw he was awake and immediately asked, how do you feel? Kenjin, dazed and confused, asked back, did you save me? Jemmy replied, that's right, you're barely clinging to life. Kenjin politely said, thank you. Jin hurriedly asked about the origin of the sword fused with Kenjin's arm. What is that sword? It seems to be connected to the person's right arm. Kenjin appears to want to avoid Jane's questions. He responded casually, glancing around and saying, so this is the prosthetic arm. Where are we now? Jai replied. Right in the middle of Bevos Peak. What are you thinking crossing the mountain at midnight? Kenjin scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a stiff smile as he changed the subject. Haha, it's nothing. What's your name? Jay said. Just call us Jay and N. What about you? Kennen also responded politely. Call me Ken. Before he could finish, the sword fused to his arm flared with pain. He clutched his arm with a look of pure agony. Jemmy saw it puzzled and asked, What's going on? Kenjin quickly calmed himself, forcing a weak smile, his face drenched in sweat as he said, It's nothing, I'll be back soon. With that, Kenjin turned and walked away. Jin looked at him with suspicion and said to Ji, He's hiding a lot of things. Ji-mi replied, not knowing there's a hole in his stomach. Jai said, If I'm not mistaken that on his arm is a demon sword, there are many types. Some swords look normal, some are ancient relics used with magic skills, so they can fly. There's also a divine weapon blessed by a god and the demon sword crafted through dark rituals and forbidden arts. Jemmy continued, He's probably been possessed by the demon sword, driven to kill without control. Jin asked again, So, he's a mindless corpse. Jai said, When he comes back, we'll ask him. He probably won't run right. At this moment, Kenjin was clutching his aching arm leaning against a tree. He clenched his arm tightly, trembling all over, thinking to himself, finally it's normal again. Then he sank to the ground, exhausted, grimacing in pain, forcing out, Damn it, I shouldn't have followed that order. Bloodbringer, the harbinger of bloodshed, a blood-stained sword radiating an ominous, terrifying aura. About 100 years ago near the Lecco mountain range, a demon sword was tainted by a horrific nightmare. Then the voice echoed in his mind, and Kenji's discovery of it was nothing but pure chance. In the past, a call rang out. Director Kenji heard the call and calmly turned around to face the voice behind him. In the past, Kenji was originally the head of a small orphanage. He's playing happily with the children around him. Kenji is a kind-hearted man. You treated the abandoned children like your own flesh and blood. And then to keep the orphanage afloat, you volunteered for a dangerous mission. He participated in slaying the demons, their bodies split in half by blades, blood spraying everywhere. Then Kenji took on a mission to search for herbs atop treacherous towering mountains, and eventually he became famous as an exceptional mercenary. Following the events one day, a young imposter came to see Kenji. An overweight, bald old man smiled and spoke to him. Knowing you're a seasoned mercenary, I came here. Then he spoke, making a request, There's a task I need you to handle. Receiving his mission, Kenji heads into a desolate forest. He mutters to himself as he walks that drug only appears in this very forest range. He offered his opinion, but the forest is too vast, finding her is nearly impossible. If he's late, the kids will start to worry. After searching for a while, Kenji sensed a dark, ominous energy before him and looked up at it. He asked, puzzled, What is that? In front of Kenji lies the Bloodbringer sword embedded in the ground, emanating a dark, ominous aura. He steps forward cautiously, doubt flickering in his eyes as he confirms it once more. That sword feels like it's calling out to me. Then he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the Bloodbringer, which was beckoning him. Then, from the hilt of the sword, tendrils of vine-like tentacles began to coil around Kenji. Seeing this, he was stunned, grimaced, and shouted out, What the hell is that? Immediately after, in the forest, Kenji's desperate screams echoed through the trees. After Kenji woke up, his right arm was fused to a sword. He dropped the sword onto the ground, surrounded by the corpses of blue stone monsters, smoke dust, and the stench of decaying flesh filling the air. The monsters' corpses surround you, their blood-soaked bodies piling high. And from that, the blood spirit sword keeps craving more blood. When his bloodlust grew uncontrollable, Kenji lost all restraint. He slaughtered everyone around him with the sword fused to his hand, driven by madness. Recently, Kenji's face twisted with fury, his eyes blazing as he lost all reason and slaughtered everything in his path. In the end, Kenji killed the son of the lord ruling the Leo Mountains. After that person's death was sealed, he lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Kenji, trembling, knelt beside him, clutching his trembling sword, shouting, Damn it, this is fucked up. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind, maybe death is the only way out. But the memories keep flooding back, overwhelming Kenji. A child in the orphanage holds up a photo of himself with the other kids excitedly calling out. The director looks over, See this, you and I drew this together. Kenji casually praised the girl then. The house is beautiful. Did you really draw it yourself? The children cheered loudly, their faces filled with boundless hope. Aaron spoke up beside them, When we grow up, we'll buy the director a house, this huge. Remembering the smiles of those kids, Kenji forced himself to stay calm. He trembled, shouting inwardly, I can't fall here. I won't let it end this way. You gripped the arm tightly wrapped around that sword, trembling but filled with unwavering resolve deep inside. At the very least, I have to survive until the kids can stand on their own. I won't let myself be killed or captured again. Finally, he stood up, leaning his body against a nearby tree, weakly bowing his head as he muttered to himself. I still haven't thanked the one who saved my life, but I need to stay away to keep from hurting them. He spoke up, unsure of when the Lord's hunting party would arrive. A snowstorm began to sweep through the forest. Kenji, clutching his arm tightly gripped by the sword, trudged through the snow, leaving shattered footprints behind as he declared his need to move on. The Lord's men had already begun scouring the stormy forest. The commander's voice boomed with authority, ordering a thorough search. He hadn't gone far. The henchmen quickly shouted their confirmations loud and clear. Immediately they scattered in all directions to search. Amidst the snowstorm, the furious and terrifying face of a man becomes clear. He looked around with a furrowed brow, searching for something, teeth clenched as he hissed, "You damn killer, where are you hiding?" The armored man was behind the commander of the knights. Then he stepped on a dry stick on the ground. He let out a small sound, then lifted his face to gaze into the distant storm and snow still falling relentlessly. Hinder hesitated, confirming once more there was indeed a massive cave. Immediately after, he held up a glowing blue gem, its energy pulsating brightly as he communicated with his team. "There's a nearby cave he might be hiding inside. Go find it." Those people responded through telepathy as well. Meanwhile, Emperor Hinder stood alone before the massive cave, thousands of times larger than him, and made his judgment. Just looking at it is overwhelming. Suddenly the ground beneath Hinder's feet cracks open, leaving him stunned and confused, shouting in bewilderment. "What the hell is that?" An earthquake. Inside the abandoned ruins, a savage voice suddenly begins to echo. "How dare you make noise while I'm trying to rest?" Along with it, a massive body with sharp, deadly teeth. The monster in the cave with its huge yellow eyes snarled in anger, each word dripping with fury. I could smell the blood. It was utterly disgusting. It faced this terrifying pressure head-on. Hinder was stunned, trembling with fear, drained of all blood. Her face turned pale as she cried out, sobbing uncontrollably. He couldn't speak a word, only scream inside his mind. "Oh God, this cave!" And then he automatically realized that the creature before him was a dragon. On the other side, the deafening roar of the massive dragon echoed with fury and discontent. Then a massive explosion erupted, shaking the very earth with relentless force. The red dragon poked its head out of the cave, sneering with contempt. A doomed worm wriggled blindly right at the moment I woke up. Beneath the dragon's feet lies a pool of blood and torn flesh, Hinder's remains. It's Cairo, the red dragon, the strongest of all on earth. Suddenly Cao spots something beneath his feet. He lets out a sharp cry, his eyes narrowing. With his instincts telling him, he assesses the forest. Are there more creatures, bugs, lurking nearby? One of those two names possesses a power unlike anything we've seen before. As I thought of that, the red dragon's body burst into flames, then it shifted into a humanoid form, grinning with excitement, dismissing the opening act of this game as quite intriguing. Over there, Jine sensed something and made a further judgment. There's a deadly aura. He was startled by that overwhelming aura of death, and he shouted inwardly with a grim assessment. This was the first time I'd ever felt such a deadly, intense presence. Seeing the danger, Jay quickly grabbed his hand, standing beside him by their campfire, urging him urgently. "Jimmy, I don't know what that thing is, but you need to stay away from it right now." Seeing that, Jemmy looked at him in surprise. Then he pushed Dai's hand away, his eyes flashing with determination, a grim frown confirming his resolve. "I'm not going anywhere." Jai added, "Our opponent is a dragon." Jean trembled in shock at the shocking news. He revealed, eyes wide with disbelief, as he looked at him again to confirm. A dragon, how could no one have noticed its presence? He said that if there were a dragon's lair, the rumors would have already spread. Jai didn't seem to believe him, his face growing more serious and alert as he glanced around, adding his own insights. Each dragon has its own unique trait. Even as the snowstorm continues to pour down, he says it's likely using magic to hypnotize awareness to hide its lair from others. Under the full moon, with the current state of Snow Mountain, he makes his judgment that magic must be resonating with the moonlight, igniting the human mind. They stand before the fire, warming themselves as Jamie offers a further explanation to Jine under the moonlight that magic flame almost can't be extinguished. Hearing this, he finally understands and nods in agreement with his brother's words. The moon's resonance wields terrifying power. He added his own insight, no one can escape its grasp. Will be discovered soon. Hearing this, his voice grew even darker and more ominous. He voiced his opinion, but he didn't know what color it was. If it was a blue or white dragon, he might stand a chance. The images of the white and blue dragons from before flashed through Jemmy's mind, but he also had a different, less hopeful prediction. But if it's a black or red dragon, it's truly reckless. I even imagined a fierce red dragon spewing fire with deadly precision. Jemmy is certain if they see someone with power threatening them, they won't let them go easily. Then Jai clenched his fist, frowning with unwavering resolve, and confirmed it. The worst case is that we have to fight them. Behind Tuet, the snow keeps falling without end. He screamed internally, questioning his own assumptions. If it was a young dragon, maybe he could win, but an ancient long-lived dragon, Jai hesitated, unsure of the outcome. Hinder is fleeing across the snow, a mirror still clenched tightly in his hand. He grimaces, grits his teeth, and breathes heavily, shouting silently with unwavering resolve. He must get the kids to another kingdom, change their identities, and hide from those hunting him down. Hinder's hand kept clutching the sword tighter and tighter. He shouted inwardly in frustration, wishing he were a seasoned mage who could find a way to remove this cursed blade. Suddenly, Cairo's ominous voice echoed from behind. I smelled the thick scent of blood, and Hinder above me turned ghostly pale eyes wide with terror. He immediately turned back, panic in his eyes, thinking, could it be a deadly hunt? Hinder chuckled, softly amused, and spoke up, it's a pretty interesting little bug. Next, Cairo looked at him and shared his own judgment. It seemed like he was possessed by the demon sword. Seeing this, Hinder below was panicked, trembling as he looked at Cairo and shouted, do you know what this is? Hearing that Cairo didn't answer. Instead, he extended his hand, forming a magic circle, then issued a command. Devil sword, swallow him whole. Immediately, the tendrils on the cursed sword rapidly extend and begin wrapping around Hinder. His face was filled with panic, speechless, but Cairo's voice rang out even clearer. Simply put, that sword is like a parasite, he adds it on, and parasites always find a way to take over their host's body. The images of the orphans running back and forth keep flashing through Hinder's mind. He dropped his sword to the ground, his body overwhelmed by that blade, collapsing to his knees, gasping and screaming, I can't fight it anymore. Above in the snowstorm, Cairo still smirked with arrogance as he looked down at Hinder and explained, he's a parasite with a willpower that's unbreakable. Demon sword just put more strength into it. His pointing finger jabbed insistently at the demon sword, and suddenly Hinder collapsed to the ground, blood pouring out in torrents. His veins bulged with agony, his jaw clenched as he let out a ragged, desperate roar. As soon as the demon sword fully seized Hinder's body, it lunged toward Cairo with a deafening scream. Cairo saw the blade rushing straight at him, yet he simply smiled calmly, a mocking tone in his voice. This is the first time you've fully taken over someone else's body. Do you want to know how powerful you really are? Then Cairo roared at that cursed sword, challenging his own judgment. I know that feeling all too well, staring at others ready to strike. The moment I finished speaking, a fierce surge of killing intent erupted, smashing into the demon sword, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter and crumble. Cairo remains frozen, witnessing the fracture unfold. Inside the blazing fire, he forged a ghostly sword that wails with despair, yet he shows no mercy, only lamenting softly. However, you seem pretty brave, daring to lay a hand on this guy's body. Cairo praised him. The demonic sword's eyes burn with fury, teeth clenched as it endures the dragon's bone-crushing strike glaring at him. Despite this savage assault, Cairo remains calm and states, you attacked that body without showing any fear. If there's a second time, I won't show mercy. He threatened. Cairo's flames flickered out as the demon's sword sat silently among the rough, scattered stones, head bowed in silence. Cairo glanced over softly, reminding him, all right, if you still want to test your strength. He interrupted himself, then added with a smirk, then go clean up a few bugs polluting my territory. Cairo's eyes looked at it calmly, but with a warning behind them. One of those isn't just an ordinary bug. Clean them out and we'll reward you handsomely. Hearing that, the demon's sword quickly stood up, grabbing his own hand with a fierce glare and growling. It seemed to understand and pressed the demon blade into the ground. Cairo's commanding voice echoed, go you bloodthirsty beast. On the other side, Jai sensed it too and warned Jin, besides the dragon, we have another opponent, make him see you for who you really are. What before Jean could react, he dashed off instantly, urged by a fierce cry. Hurry up, Jin barely had time to look, and was left stunned. Then Anne called out to him, follow me. A rider in the chase grit his teeth, trembling with fear, as he stared at what lay before him, and he shouted, ugh. In front of him stands Hinder, completely possessed by the demon sword, slaughtering them wildly like a beast. Blood sprays everywhere. The crowd was both terrified and fleeing in chaos. Jemmy spoke up, suggesting that it seemed like that guy wanted to repay the dragon by seeking revenge. Hinder was completely swallowed by the demonic sword, his hand still swinging as he cut down the soldiers, chasing him, causing him to scream in agony, blood pouring from his back. Suddenly, Jamie teleported behind him and calmly said, did I not suspect this from the very beginning? But now you've truly committed a terrible crime. Hearing the demon sword's voice, he froze for a moment, then scolded him, you repaid kindness with this. But sensing something was off, he looked around, his face filled with suspicion, silently assessing the situation. The dragon is nearby. Jin quickly appeared before him, heading toward the demon sword as he voiced his judgment. Let me kill him. His life was saved by us, so his death will comfort the souls we've lost. The demon sword still stands frozen among the bloodied corpses on the snowy ground. Hearing Jin say that, he turned around and nodded at him, confirming once more. Then I'll go see if anyone's still alive. Makim saw Jane approaching and turned his face away, his crimson eyes narrowing as he asked, you're one of those who aren't insects. Ignoring his words, he drew his sword from his waist and declared, I don't understand what you're saying, but I will take you down peacefully. That's my mercy. Jay quickly charged forward with his sword in hand, his eyes blazing with murderous intent and the glow of his sacred blade as he shouted the name of his technique. Under the combined light of the moon and the lunar shadow, he swung his sword behind him, and a brilliant streak of light appeared on the demon's neck. In an instant, blood spurted from its throat, moving so fast that even it was stunned, eyes wide in shock. Blood continued to gush out, flowing down as Jine's voice echoed through the night. "I strike with perfect precision so you won't feel any pain." Suddenly he froze as he saw streaks of blood shooting into the air, swirling into orbs and flying back toward the demon's sword. Jin screamed inwardly, bewildered by the sight before him, blood pouring from the wound. Then inexplicably, it all seemed to flow back toward the severed head of the demon's sword. Jine, stunned, realized it had all gathered inside her while that cursed sword stammered and finally spoke, I will." He interrupted, then suddenly smiled with a drooling, disgusting grin, his eyes blazing red as he shouted his delusional desire to destroy the world. Meanwhile, Jemmy stood amidst the corpses, vigilant with his sword in hand, surveying the scene, and realizing everyone's already dead. Suddenly, my mind was filled with confusion, questioning how could I feel life when he's gone. When Tao Thao is mentioned, Tao Thao arrives, and Cairo's voice echoes with arrogance. "You seem pretty relaxed, huh?" Hearing that, Jai glanced back cautiously, eyes sharp with suspicion. In the snowstorm, he shouted inside, so he's out there somewhere. And behind Cairo, floating above his head, he offers his comment. "A refined insect." Then Jamie saw Cairo and questioned him. "Red dragon," its eyes flickered with fierce intent. Then he sneered and looked at him, asking, "You knew I was nearby." Then he calmly added, not too surprised. The moment Cairo realized he'd been caught, he quickly backed off. Meanwhile, he turned around, eyes wary, and explained himself with caution, because dragons are a race that shows their emotions so fiercely. Hearing his comment about himself, Cairo shrugged with a teasing smile, looking down on Jai. This is no ordinary insect. Unable to contain his curiosity, he looked at it and asked, "You just entered the adult stage, right?" Seeing how accurate your guess was, Cairo spread his arms and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha." Then she gave a stunned remark like she couldn't believe it. "Sister Codium, you've got a human who can even guess the level of our dragon race. That's pretty impressive." Seeing him dismiss her like that, I stepped in to probe Cairo. "But I know you. You're nearly 3000 years old, aren't you?" Hearing that, his eyes narrowed with fury, veins bulging as anger took over. A sharp, commanding voice rang out. Cairo, the ghostly demon, shouted the name of his attack and thrust his hand toward Jamie, unleashing a crushing pillar of overwhelming energy that slammed into Jai. The ground beneath his feet trembled and cracked from the force. Seeing him like that, his eyes started bleeding. Jemmy desperately kept looking up, shouting in shock within his mind. Longon, one of the two dragon weapons, belongs to the most powerful language-based magic, an absolute control spell used exclusively by dragons. Thinking this through, he spoke again to confirm Cairo. "So you're about 2700 years old, huh?" Hearing this, he clenched his teeth, glaring at him in fury, and asked again through gritted teeth. "What the hell?" Seeing that he still stubbornly refused to understand, Jai had no choice but to explain his words. "Longmoan is a power that grows stronger over time, but with this level your age is clearly just about that much." Under Longon's pressure, he grimaced as he watched him smile, then suddenly stretched out his arms in defiance and shouted, activating his perfect cells. A purple magical light radiated from around Jai's wrists, and in that moment his perfect cells were fully awakened. This is an absolute immunity artifact, one of Diablo's 3 greatest divine weapons, a bracelet infused with dark purple magic. When it's activated, the user becomes immune to all plagues and curses. As soon as it's triggered, Jai quickly raises his arm high. The energy from the ultra-resistant bracelet erupts with overwhelming force. Seeing Cairo's power grow even stronger, he grits his teeth, eyes blazing with fury, and is flung backward as he screams in rage. "You bastard!" Suddenly his urgent voice echoed through the silence. "Fight. Your mouth and eyes are both bleeding." With unwavering resolve, Jemmy raised his hand toward Cairo, affirming his words, "Either I survive or I die." His gaze grew more determined, "Either you surrender or you die." Immediately, he shouted the name of his own technique. Remia unleashed her attack on Jin, her sharp tentacle-like claws of the demon sword stabbing out fiercely. He skated across the ice to dodge the relentless attacks from the demon sword, hovering above with tentacles constantly lunging at him. He silently reassessed in his mind. He can control blood, a dark power that has now been awakened. Jin desperately dodges by rushing forward at full speed, but those tentacles keep coming non-stop, attacking relentlessly. The smug, mocking grin on that guy's face only fuels his arrogance. Jin struggled to process it in his mind. If he could control his opponent's blood, he'd be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Jin's foot froze in the snow. Re-evaluating the situation, this had become a battle of speed. Then Trailraya drew his sword, gripping the hilt with a calm voice as he uttered the name of his move, Unmoving. And with his disappearance, the Moonsliss half-moon slash was unleashed, a crescent-shaped blade of moonlight, soaring from behind, slicing through the night sky toward that monstrous creature. He didn't realize he was cut in half until it was too late, revealing a small, glowing orange chaos pill inside his body. His body withered away as tendrils rapidly swarmed around the blazing chaos pill. Seeing this, Jin quickly suspected, shouldn't we destroy that chaos pill? He thought and acted quickly, rushing forward, but the tentacles wrapped around his dantian and blood from his demonic body began to gather. He raised his hand trembling to cover Dung Trun. Right after that, a grotesque monster was born, its body made of writhing tentacles, eyes askew, a crooked nose, a lopsided mouth twisted into a mocking grin. Seeing this, Jin couldn't hold back his fury and shouted, "Who the hell created this abomination?" He reached out, gathering a burst of energy in his palm, then shouted the name of his move, Moonlight Stamp. A blinding light erupted into the night, accompanied by a surge of immense power. The beast's body beneath him began to shift, trying to dodge the attack, but it showed no signs of damage. He glanced up, eyes sharp. You saw it and yelled in anger, "Damn it, that thing's eyes are staring right at him." With its grotesque, half-human, half-monster form, it charged at Jin while you screamed in fury. How could it let him die? Before its growls, Jin raised his hand to shield himself and dashed forward. He silently wished if only Mei were here. Suddenly, like he remembered something, he paused and muttered, "Huh. Could it be that he fought the dragon and hasn't come back yet?" Over by J. Cairo, he looked at the maze wall ahead with suspicion and asked. He silently reassessed in his mind, realizing he'd been transported to a different dimension. In an instant, he created a space of his own. Then Cairo looked at the man standing opposite him, sword in hand, and confirmed once more, "Are you really willing to fight me?" Over there, Jemmy didn't hold back, taunting him with a challenge. "What's wrong? Are you scared now?" They're standing in an illusionary space filled with rocks and shifting like a maze. Seeing the contempt in his words, Cairo's anger flared. He snapped his hand back, gathering power, grinding his teeth as he cursed the arrogant fool. Sparks of fire erupted from his hand as he charged forward, unleashing his attack on Jemmy with relentless fury. You still hold your sword calmly as Cairo loses his temper and charges forward. Then you bring your index and middle fingers together, covering your mouth as you mutter something under your breath. Firebust flames erupted, and then the surrounding flames quickly vanished, even the flames flickering on Cairo's body. Faced with this baffling sight, he froze in place, stiff as stone, then asked you sharply, "What? What did you do?" Seeing him so flustered, I confirmed again, "It's nothing much, just that I can't use fire in this space. Honestly, I forgot, besides fire, what else can you even do?" Then the magic circles kept appearing, accompanied by the numbers and effects from the spell's power. Mana has decreased, oxygen is running low, gravity has lessened, and the pressure is overwhelming. Jemmy's voice echoes again, confirming that I've prepared a few little surprises for you. Faced with the overwhelming dark magic, Cairo trembled as he looked toward him, asking, "What did you really do, you human scum?" Jemmy stood there watching the chaos unfold, sword in hand, smiling calmly as he explained to Cairo, "If you're truly the greatest in the world, then fighting under unfavorable conditions shouldn't matter, right?" Seeing him praise himself while delivering a blow like that, Cairo clenched his teeth in fury and shouted at him. "Ah, are you afraid you'll lose to me?" he taunted with a sneer. Right after Cairo lifted his head proudly, and angrily, veins bulging on his neck as flames of fury blazed from his body, voice trembling with intensity. "In the name of Brahman, the king of dragons, I will destroy you." Hearing him say that as if he's achieved his goal, Jai smirks confidently in his mind. He's already lost his mind, claiming to be the Dragon King and all that. Then he confirms it again. If he claims to be the Dragon King and gets defeated, his soul will never find peace again. Immediately after, Cairo stormed forward like a raging storm, flames blazing behind him. His eyes burned with fury, teeth clenched in rage, and he shouted with unwavering resolve, "I will kill you without hesitation." That name rushed past him like a storm spinning around him, and making Jai wary as he lost his sense of direction. Suddenly from behind, a claw slashed toward him. Jai also saw it coming. Then he shouted and unleashed his attack. Dark shadows swirl. As he finishes speaking, a black vortex appears above Jai's head, swallowing Cairo's strike whole while he leans back, dodging and glaring at his opponent. Seeing that Cairo landed on the ground and confirmed once more, "Dark magic, huh? Is it a little different from the black demon technique I know?" Without hesitation, Cairo leapt into the air again, his face twisted with fury. He shouted, "Guess I'll use you, my little rat, for my experiment." Sharp claws lunged toward Jai while he struggled to hold his sword up, staggering backward, eyes blazing with fury as he glared back at him. Cairo's eyes gleamed with confidence as he sneered and looked at him, saying, "Just with this piece of iron." Then he cut him off again. The power of his sharp claw tip driving into Jemmy's sword intensifies. He screams, "You think you can stop me?" A shattering sound echoed through the air. In an instant, Jai's sword shattered into pieces, leaving him wide-eyed in shock, stammering in disbelief, the very sword his father had given him. Then he remembered his father's words, "Hold this, Jai." In the shards of broken swords, he first grasped his father's blade, surprise and reverence shining in his eyes. And Jai's father spoke up, introducing the sword to him. Its name was Scott. He smiled warmly and gently reminded Jemmy, "Stay safe and come back to us." Jamie, pain is okay, just make sure you get stronger. Jai's eyes flashed with a fierce rage, and he shouted, unleashing a blinding light that shattered the ground around him with its overwhelming energy. Then dust and smoke billowed in the distance. Cairo was knocked back, so how dare you? Meanwhile, Jai calmly stepped forward, expression unreadable. His sword shattered into countless pieces on the ground, and with overwhelming fury his body radiated a powerful magic as he clenched his teeth and declared, in the name of the Welton family. His eyes flickered with a violet hue of rage magic, surging as he reached out to Cairo, voice trembling with fury as he declared, I will make you die in agony. Cairo's fury, erupted teeth bared with deadly sharpness. How dare a mere human challenge him? Cairo transforms into a fierce red dragon, opening his massive mouth and roaring as a powerful gust of wind surges forward. Cairo's body is several times larger than Jay's. He unleashes a brutal attack on Jay, who quickly raises a shield to block it. The two devastating forces clash in a fierce battle. Cairo crushes the ground beneath him with 1 foot debris flying everywhere, but Jemmy quickly leaps behind him. Scoffing, he says, You think that's all I've got? Cairo turned around and shouted at Jemmy. You bastard. Jemmy unleashes an overwhelming power, charging forward as a burst of purple light crashes into the ground, exploding in a fierce blast. Cairo is struck, struggling internally, knowing that if this keeps up, his wings will be torn apart. Kala screams, but Jimmy shows no intention of stopping, continuing the assault. Cairo's eyes sharpen with resolve. Now's the moment to use it. The breath of Jai's dragon calmly and kindly advises, don't waste your efforts any longer. Dark power, the slender arms unleash 2 terrifying forces clashing with blinding beams of energy. Snow falls relentlessly as a battleship's upper deck erupts in a massive explosion. Now, only Cairo and Jemmy stand face to face. Jemmy hurls chains that bind Cairo's entire body. Jemmy struggled against the chains that bound her. This is Jai continuing his attack to activate Longjus. I'll make you wish you were dead, but you'll never find peace. You'll be trapped, serving me forever, unable to die. The dark spear of Longuinus, cursed and corrupted, thrusts forward, aiming straight for Cairo's stomach, piercing through with deadly intent. Cairo screams in agony. Longus, the evil weapon, the weapon of evil. Anyone stabbed by Longju's blade is cursed for eternity. The target will struggle in pain for the rest of their life. Longius appears shrouded in darkness. Your crime was breaking my sword. That's why Jai's chest and heart feel like they're being squeezed tight. Jai coughed up blood and collapsed. Damn it. This power is Cairo crushing his opponent's foot. The chains snap apart and he looks untouched, like he's never been hurt. Seeing Jamie struggle, not bad. If your level was just a bit higher, your body wouldn't have been able to hold on. Cairo strained with all his might, chains shattering like glass. Fiercely he stared at G. This time I'll set you free and let you go in peace. Cairo opened his mouth, unleashing a massive blaze. Jemmy remained calm, smiling softly. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think your body's okay? The spot where the spear pierced earlier has a deep black hole, like it's been swallowed whole. Why can't I breathe out? It's Longius's curse. The moment you were stabbed, it was all over. That damn snake, remember that. I am someone who can speak and do. Cairo screams of pain. He's not. In an instant, Cairo collapsed to the ground unconscious. Jimmy stared at the broken Longius spear buried in the dirt, his face twisting with madness as he unleashed every ounce of strength he had. A light appeared before Jai's eyes, that very light. The glow shone right on Cairo's stomach where the burn had just been. Jai walks forward, gazing down at the radiant glow below. A shimmering red crystal pulses. That's the dragon's heart. That dragon's heart is the most powerful energy in the world. If you touch it, Jay reaches out his hand toward the dragon's heart. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Jin's forehead is bleeding from a wound, and his mask is cracked open at the top. Jin feels a flicker of relief. At least it's just a bite on his forehead. Facing the monster before him, every physical attack was useless. No matter how many times he cut him down, he always recovered back to his original state. But under the moonlight, I can't give up. He must have a weakness. Jin swung his sword, striking the monster again and again, blood pouring out endlessly. The snow-capped mountains erupted as warships exploded into fragments. Diane gazed in that direction, and suddenly a strange object launched itself at the monster. It screamed in agony as it was attacked. Diane looked at it, the monster collapsing to the ground. Not knowing what had just happened, all I could do now was watch Jin vanish like a flash sword swinging fiercely at the monster, the moonlit slash resonating in the night. Power erupted, the beast was cut in half. The ground cracked beneath us, a dagger piercing the gem buried in the earth. I let out a breath of relief. It's finally over. Jane looked up at the warship above, but what the hell was that? Was it connected to Jai? I need to check on it, but suddenly a light burst behind Jin. That gem isn't completely destroyed. Now it's unleashing an even more terrifying monster. I will destroy this world. I am the monster. Before I could finish, a sword struck me down. Terrified, I asked, "Who are you?" The gem is shattered into pieces. Jin watches as the newcomer steps forward, and he's stunned. Gee, but your body, Jay, with a quick flick of his hand, brushes off the dust and says, "It's me." Jin's heart races in fear. He killed him with a single strike. I realize I need to sharpen my skills even more. The two look up at the battleship and Jin asks, "Did you fight up there?" "Yes, this is the space I created." "You ask, I answer. Looking at the traces left behind it seems you fought a dragon." "Yeah, I took it down." Jin froze disbelief washing over him. "What did you just say?" "A 9th-level mage capable of killing a dragon," Jai said it so casually. "Of course I almost didn't make it. Even wounded I fought to hold on." "Jain, I wonder, do you have 1,000 questions already prepared? Why do you look like that?" "Are you okay?" Jai remained silent. Remember, just now Jai went to the dragon's side toward the light that shone out, reaching out to take the dragon's heart. That's how he got it. Jai gasped for air as she reached the dragon's heart. When the fury from the dragon's heart burst out, Jemmy held it tightly in her hands. The energy of the dragon's heart resonating with the orb of life caused my body to grow. Jemmy took out the dragon's heart and showed it to Jin. I absorbed energy from the dragon's heart. Jin was filled with awe inside. "A dragon's treasure," Jin hurriedly urged. "Hide it, quick, hide it now if anyone sees we're dead. Who's left here anyway?" Jin stared in awe at the dragon's heart. It was real, and the energy radiating from it was terrifying. Jai replied, "Even though I've only absorbed a fraction, I've already grown a lot. Still, I have to find a way to deal with this." The dragon's core gradually disappeared from sight. Jin knew he couldn't sell it if the dragons found out they'd wipe out the human world entirely. "I know." Jemmy snapped her fingers. The flying battleship vanished into thin air. Jemmy warned him, "Be careful, an ancient dragon could appear at any moment." Jin nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. At this very moment, somewhere else, the snow keeps falling without end. There's chatter, whatever's down there seems incredibly powerful. But they're not stronger than us. It's the blue dragon CV, and the blue dragon Ipeton. CV is small, cute, and full of admiration. So did Grandpa go there too?" Ipthian looked at his younger brother with tender affection. Grandpa's coming." CV's eyes sparkled with a radiant glow. "Is there someone down there?" Iphian and Sevi are filled with joy. "Grandpa's coming now." The blue dragon Centonian appears alongside blue dragon Kengsa. The two excitedly called out to Grandpa Asentunian. Sevi happily hugged Ken Sarah's arm and asked, "The creatures down there are incredibly powerful. Do you think Grandpa can defeat them?" Centonian finally spoke up. Why would Sevi ask such disrespectful questions about him? Centonian folded his arms and explained. "Grandpa was just listening. What's the point of fighting?" Neither CV nor Iphian even listen, they just keep praising Kieran Sarah. "Your grandpa is truly mighty." Ken Sarah smiled as he ruffled the heads of his beloved grandchildren full of pride. "That's right, your grandpa is incredibly powerful. IP meditate and watch over your little brother carefully. I'm heading out now. Let my son stay with the kids." All three bowed and said goodbye to Ken Sarah as he walked away. Snowflakes fall softly. Eyes clenched her fists and smiled. "That's something I can't really do. It's thanks to him that I fought." Kieran Sarah. Kieran Sarah leaps down from the snowy mountain. "I see. You've come this far. Don't you hear what I'm saying? I'm sure I already refused." But Ayaz still smiles so brightly. But upon reflection, I still have his help. Seeing the smile on his face, Ken Sarah spoke up. "Hey girl, you've got some nerve. You know exactly who I am." Of course I knew I was almost dead back then. But this time I was fully prepared. His hand reveals a weapon of immense power. Kanera is stunned. That is the Loi longsword Graham. As you can see, it's the dragon-slaying blade. "Are you crazy? Do you really want to die that badly? How dare you show that thing in front of a dragon?" Isis strikes hard. Kieran Sarah dodges swiftly. She smiled. "Let's make a bet. If you can't kill me this time, then do me a favor. You know what I mean." Now the dragon is no longer the ruler of Trungdirn, it's Ayas. Before Ken Sarah could finish speaking, he snapped in anger. "Shut up, Kieran." Sarah's body transformed into a massive dragon. Above Centonian, the land tilts and sways, while Sevi and Iptan are filled with excitement. Isis, holding her sword that defeated the dragon, smiles softly. That was intense. Isis launched an attack, and the battle erupted into chaos. 15 days later, Jemmy and Jin sit sipping tea in a cozy room bathed in sunlight. Jin sets his cup down. "So do you still have the Dragon Heart Absorption team?" Jemmy calmly sips his tea. If I keep growing, I might just find enlightenment." Honestly, I don't believe the Dragon Heart is the true source of enlightenment. It's just a boost, nothing more. Jin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that makes sense. Jai, keep going. I still absorb it because the more mana energy I gain, the better it is for me. Are you just doing mental math, or should I try crafting something from Dragon's Heart? That would be incredible. Thinking about it now, I wonder where's the Godslayer these days? Even after searching for a whole year, I still haven't heard a single word about the Godslayer. Jin stood up. Then let's get moving. Maybe now Isis has reached Abrasus and is heading toward the frontier headquarters. Abrasus is one of the 6 great forbidden zones in the far north of Onbia, home to countless dangerous creatures and deadly flora. Jemmy stood up and asked, Abrasa is really dangerous, right? Jin, walking beside him, replied, to outsiders it's a terrifying place, no wonder it's chosen as the 6th forbidden zone. Jemmy recalls 5 years ago when she first arrived at the Earl Bell's estate in the Arizard Forest, one of the 6 forbidden zones, and she was utterly terrified. But now she's confident she's crossed the Arizard Forest and Gaiman without hesitation. I have to find that place soon. Ganon, the man, the lover of the Sky Cloud Dragon, is a wizard who uncovered the truth about the world, about humanity's true power. He was mentioned on a gravestone left behind by Doval Phi before the final battle. He wrote in his journal that he discovered a place called Gammon. To reach Gammon, he had to find a way to escape the 12 gods' pursuit. The 6 great forbidden zones are perfect places to hide. So the Arizat or Abrasus Gamon Forest must be one of those 2 places. 2 weeks later, Jemmy and Jine fought through countless monsters. The terrain was treacherous. After countless hardships, we finally reached the Abrasus Temple. The monsters here are truly countless. At the entrance of the Abras Temple, Jemmy gazed at the temple gates. But if you manage to get inside the temple, you'll be fine. No monster could survive here. Everywhere is filled with deadly toxic plants. They walk into the endless white snow, talking as they go. I can see the marks of time left behind here. Fran estimates this temple is over 2000 years old. Jamie thinks 20000 years. So at least twice it's gone through the process of resetting this new world. Jean stepped forward and spoke up. From now on, stay close to me. The 2 of us walk into a lush, vibrant forest, nothing like the snow-covered wasteland outside. Jemmy raised her hand to shield herself from the blinding sunlight. They're all here. The headquarters of Fran Avalon was a sprawling fortress of massive stone towers standing shoulder to shoulder. Jemmy cheered with joy. This flow of energy, it seems Isis has arrived. The Lan clan is known as one of the 3 great races on par with dragons and high-tier celestial beings. The leader of Franta D tilted his head and asked JC, did you hear that Jai looked confused? Am I a star? Jai smiled. Of course. His feet on the lush green grass. You're surprised, huh? Using the dragon vein to cast a spell that restores the entire village. Even though it's an ancient temple, it's cleaner than I expected. Jine asked, curious. You're not a 9th level mage, so how do you know that? Jai replied confidently. Even though I haven't reached level 9 yet, I feel like I've already achieved it. Of course, it's rare to find a mage capable of restoring the entire village with such magic. Jai remembers what Bailey once said, there's a level 9 mage in Frantia who can teach you. Maybe this magic was cast by the 9th level wizard B mentioned 5 years ago. The 2 of them step inside. So who was the one casting that healing spell? A witch named Nell. I was wondering, is that elf? A high-level elf. Anyone who hears this would think the same. But in reality, she's just an ordinary elf. A young elf just turned 130 this year. I see now. They have entered the village. The average lifespan of an elf is 500 years. At just 130, he's only entering his teenage years. Jai reached out, touching his chin thoughtfully. It's astonishing how so many different races live together here. Watching these diverse people coexist in this village, Jine agrees as well. At first I was in shock. Rio has every race you can imagine, so hearing this hit me like a thunderbolt. Jemmy looked at the people before him in shock. Usually these races are hostile toward humans, but here they coexist peacefully. No one even notices when strangers arrive. Is this the freedom Fran was aiming for? Around her races, harvest fruit with bright, energetic smiles. Jin spoke up, I have to go now. All right, see you later. Someone called Jai, who immediately recognized the person in front of him, greeted him warmly. It's been a long time since we last saw you, sir. It's been a while, Jay. The newcomer is Fran Bay's leader ruling the small island. Jai is happy. When did you arrive here? Weren't you near the Ken border just now? Bailey replied. Just within this year. I've got something to do. But you're growing up so fast, G chuckled. Well, it's because I inherited the powerful bloodline of the Welton family. My parents were also amazed by how much I've grown. How have Amma been and Bai Hemos been lately? You'll see the kids again soon. The sky is clear over Avalon Hall. You've arrived at Avalon's main hall. Everyone's waiting for you here. The main door swings open. Ias smiles. Well, this is no joke. Jamie and Bailey step in. Welcome, I'm Fran. In the main hall there's a massive round table. Everyone is seated around it. The one speaking is the old Taoist from Front Isis. The Lanjami clan is colder than ice. Everyone here is incredibly powerful. Frontia is truly impressive. But when it comes to Isis, the man beside me is just as formidable. That's Fran Ciel, the leader of the Lan clan. And there are the Flower clan and many others. That's Fran Rosemary, the leader of the Flower Clan, the frontier chief, the bird tribe leader Fran Fawn of the Van tribe. There are so many races, trolls, dwarves, and more. The leader of the frontier Iron R dwarf tribe looked at Jai, cloaked in a hood and mask, and wondered, could this be the elf Jin mentioned? The leader of the frontier Nell, Saren of the elf tribe, has 3 members with Jain's seat left empty. The one waving his hand and smiling is leader Fran Han. They say he's the greatest talent in the human world, but look at him. It's truly disappointing. He scoffs and dismisses. From the very beginning, I never had high hopes for this person. Han shook his head, warning him. Hey Koff, can you just stop already? He didn't exactly welcome me. That's just how it is. Humans are clearly a limited race. Weren't you the one who proved that the very first time you fought me? Han slammed the table and stood up. Fine, let's settle this today. Jai gritted his teeth and snapped. You can't stay silent forever. It's all my fault. After I left, the 2 of you started fighting. Hey you bird, if you're not satisfied, feel free to step out. I'll give you a new perspective. He looks down on warnings. People say those who don't know their place often act tough. Hao stood right in front of Jay. I like your courage. Alright, let's see what you're really capable of, Eyes shouted. Enough both of you. Sit down and stay in order. He snorted softly, then obediently returned to his spot. Jai smirked with a teasing grin. What's this? Trying to act tough, but in the end, you're just Ias's pawn. It's infuriating. What do you mean, Ice said, warning. Jai, I hope you stop here. Sorry for what I just said. Rosemary sat trembling beside him as Jamie spoke up. Isn't Frontia supposed to be an organization aiming for peace among races? Yet it seems the leaders look down on everyone else. The people sitting at the table remain silent, stiff, and unresponsive. Jai keeps asking, why isn't anyone saying a word? Does Frontia really live up to the hype? Iron snorted. I'm out of Isis's territory. If you need anything, just call me personally. She nodded slightly, then reached up to rub her head. This is exhausting, but now that it's come to this, I have no choice but to hold a duel. I'll reschedule the date and time. What do you think? Jai agrees. Alright, just don't run away now. Chim, if you run, you'll only have yourself to blame. I've been waiting for that day. After saying it, she flew away. My head hurts. It's hard to even talk right now. Go rest up. I'll take care of things here, Rosemary said, kindly approaching. Rosemary, please welcome our guest. Follow me, I'll show you the way. Jai followed Rosemary's instructions. Ayas leaned back in the chair and sighed. Damn, I shouldn't have called that bastard's name. Han looked at Ys, exhausted. Either way, they were bound to cross paths. With his personality, it's only a matter of time before something happens. He's the second strongest after Ys, but he's way too arrogant. He speaks up. I think this will be an interesting fight. Han looks surprised. Aren't you going to stop them, Bailey? Ayas agrees, just like Bailey. This match is definitely going to be one to watch, right? CL nodded in agreement as well. Han didn't understand. Really, Han, exhausted, leans his head back on the chair. I don't know. Jay, Rosemary's residence, enthusiastically said. You can stay here. Jai looked around the room, assessing. It's neat and tidy. Whenever you need something, just ring the bell. Jai, I understand. Thank you. Then take a rest, G. She watched the door close behind her, feeling no fatigue. She just really wanted to go for a walk. Jai stepped outside, and someone from the bushes saw her. She was wielding a hammer and charged forward. Let's see what 5 years of training have made of you. Venna rushes forward to attack Jemmy. Jemmy gently raises his hand to block swiftly, countering Venna's strike. Venna was pushed away with a blow. A black hole spat out a ferocious, raging bull. Jai looked on with a heavy heart. These children are truly heartbreaking. You dare to attack my child. Bark High, Deke, Venna, and the ox were pulled into the swirling blue vortex. Venna shouted loudly. 100 years is too soon. The whirlpool has already calmed. Venna lay trembling on the ground, calling out for Du, her master. Jai dusted off his hands and smiled. It's been a long time since I saw you all. Seeing that Venna, clutching her swollen head, sat up, trembling voice, trembling with surprise. I can't believe it's been so long, and yet you've turned your subordinates into this. She's frustrated, kneeling obediently on the ground, voice trembling with awe. You're so kind, my lord. Her face shows a hint of helplessness. Remember, Venna is Jay's subordinate. Next to the little beast that was just beaten, it's crying and sniffling, sneering with smoke and sarcasm. That's just too much. Remember, this is Vios. Then he stepped forward, confused and demanding answers from both of them. Why are you all rushing at me like that? Hearing this, the two guys glanced away awkwardly, chuckling and stumbling over their words. Venna quickly stood up, matching his height, and pounding her fists on the village drum. Isn't the master a bit too high and mighty? Seeing her approach, he smiled and quietly observed her. Your hair's gotten darker, huh? Then she remembered her mother wearing a crown and dressed as a goddess with her red hair, smiling as she made that observation. Because now I'm starting to look more and more like my mother. She then reached up, touching her braided hair, quietly pondering in her mind. It must be the queen's jealousy. Over time, her hair turns even redder. Then he raised his hand to his chin, eyes filled with suspicion, and questioned her carefully. "But why are you here? Weren't you with the queen?" Hearing that, she honestly responded, "I figured if she was in Fran, she'd find her master." She reached out both hands toward him, smiling brightly, as she confidently confirmed, "Now everything's finally falling into place." She added more, "The master told me to become stronger." Her hands rough and calloused from training and wielding the axe. Then Jamie looked at her outstretched hands, filled with pride, speechless. Seeing you didn't respond, Venna spoke up to add her part. "So for the past 5 years I've been working my ass off." She spoke as if she was begging for praise, seeing that Jai's eyes darkened as he lowered his head, silently acknowledging he's not the only one who's grown. Then he smiled warmly at them, his gaze full of genuine praise as a gentle breeze carried his heartfelt admiration. Both of them had already endured so much. Seeing his expression, the two others trembled with fear, their faces dark with anxiety as they stared at him. Venna stammered, "Master, this is the first time I've seen you smile." Next to Vios, she leaned into his shoulder and added her voice in support. "That's right, so much has changed." Jai was also feeling a bit awkward and shy. "Oh my god, what's with your expressions?" Then Jai burst into laughter, covering her mouth. He moved closer, gently stroking Venna's head as she looked up at him. Vios clung to his leg, sobbing and rubbing against him. My voice echoes across the grass, carried by the wind. After all this time, seeing you again fills me with joy. Inside a temple, a piercing scream suddenly erupts. Why did you just argue with Lord Hoye? Inside, 3 people sit at the dining table. Venna suddenly loses her temper, stands up and slams her hand on the table, shouting, "Is it true, Master?" Next to Vios, he jumps up in surprise, shouting back, "Master, are you serious?" Jemmy still looked bewildered by their overreaction and asked, "Why are you all so shocked? Do you really think I'd lose to him?" Seeing that both of them fell silent, looking away without a word showing their agreement with Jamie's words. Frustrated, he clenched his jaw, glaring at them as he demanded answers. "What's with that expression? Why do you all look like that?" Seeing your dissatisfaction, Vios hesitated on the table and explained, "I don't know what your master's current level is," but he fainted and then spoke. "Now your lord's cough is so legendary it's become a myth." Hearing that he couldn't help but reconsider in his mind cough, he was clearly on the path to becoming a grand martial master, with that proud figure spreading his mighty wings. Jemmy added, "If given the chance, he will break through that fragile boundary and rise to become a grand master." Then he further compared, saying such powerful individuals are incredibly rare in the human world. Thinking of this, a few faces and names started to flash through his mind, one with a fake mocking smile and another cloaked in darkness. They are Tarek Span, a skilled swordsman, and Darius, the undefeated champion of the Dark Arena. And finally, there's a guy with a charming, friendly smile. He's Kiran, the Sword of Zenith, and without a doubt, he's the one who judged himself. Even now, if they fought Hoa, they'd probably win. Jemmy closed his eyes, drowning in his own confidence, screaming silently inside, but deep down he didn't feel like he was going to lose. Then I smiled confidently at them, affirming, "It's okay. I will win." Then he spoke up full of arrogance. "I'll teach that filthy bastard a lesson he'll never forget." Then he seemed to recall something and asked again, "I'm quite curious about Ias's personality. I wonder which side he's on." Hearing that, Vios also raised his hand to stroke his chin, confirming his suspicion. "He's right." Suddenly there's a knock at the door, making everyone inside wonder what's going on. Rosemary stands outside, pushes the door open gently, and calmly announces herself to Jai. "Jamie, Isis wants to see you. If you don't mind, I'll take you to her right now." In a place filled with spiderwebs and dust, Ias sat across from Jai at a table. She hesitated, uncomfortable with the room's eerie atmosphere, then finally spoke. "This house is a bit old-fashioned." The man sitting beside her responds softly, "It's okay. I'm truly grateful for your invitation." Then he interrupted, looked up and continued speaking. But he interrupted when he noticed Ias's battered, bandaged hand, causing her to freeze with the water cup in her grip. "What's wrong with his right hand?" "Did you fight an ancient dragon?" he asked aloud. Seeing that you guessed right, she didn't hold back and praised you openly. "As expected, you're incredibly perceptive." He reached out with a smile and explained, "Only ancient dragons have the power to wound someone as strong as you." Hearing this, she also smiled softly and raised her glass to her lips. Immediately after, Ias gazed into the trembling water inside the cup, reflecting her face, while Jimmy hesitated and asked, "Why did you fight that dragon?" She hesitated before answering. "Why, she said, softly placing the glass down with a heavy hand, causing the water inside to ripple gently. "In short, it's to wipe out the gods." She raised her hand to her chin, smiling as she watched his facial expression and his actions. Seeing that Jai still chuckled softly, looking at her with crossed arms as he spoke. "I have no idea how the story actually unfolds from here." He paused, then spoke again with a hint of amusement. "But I like your ending." Inside the old room, a blue butterfly fluttered in. He still had some questions and asked her, "But what does an ancient dragon have to do with the gods?" Out of his curiosity, Eyes also smiled and began to recount. That story was about the ruins in the Dragon Mountain range. Then she recalls a gem like an eye glowing brightly within that crack. Isis's voice echoes. They say this relic holds the truth about a world hidden by the 12 gods. Then she added, to defeat the 12 gods, I need to know that truth, so I've been gathering this relic. Hearing that he hesitated and questioned with doubt the truth of this world, the blue butterfly was caught in the spider's trap, fluttering its wings but unable to fly. Below, Isis smiled softly, offering her own judgment. Just as I thought, you do care about it. The spider is slowly crawling toward the unlucky butterfly on their head. As for Jai, he also voiced his opinion to her. From what I know, the dragons are currently guarding the mountain range, blocking other races from venturing deeper into those mountains. Then he finally noticed the buzzing of the insects and the butterflies above his head, looking up. Next is rested his hand on the table, smiled, tilted his head and asked Jamie, do you know the story of the wizard Kanong? Jemmy also bowed his head and looked toward her, nodding in confirmation. I heard May recount everything, then he shared what he knew. Wizard Canon is the lover of the blue dragon May, a level 9 mage. A man with white hair on top and brown hair underneath, loves a dragon with shining white hair. Then Jimmy kept telling how he was chased by a dragon, but I cut him off and kept listening. Anew in the land of Gamon. Back in the present, Jemmy rubbed his chin and lowered his head, contemplating. I'd searched everywhere, but I still couldn't find the land of Gamon. Hearing that, Ayas spoke up to confirm. Of course, she added, the entire area, including the Gammon mountain range, is right there. At first, Jai couldn't believe it. He was stunned, confused, and lost. But then it all clicked inside his mind and he screamed silently in his heart. Henry Min searched everywhere, but he couldn't find the land of Gamon. Then he remembered the Black Dragon King and asked his question. Are you saying that I, the god Brahman, commanded the dragon to guard that place? Faced with his question, Isis honestly replied, yes. The reason I fought that ancient dragon was to ask for its help. Then she spoke up, explaining Lord Brahman is the master of the dragons. The 5 dragons hold the balance, their power, twisting the fate of the dragons, binding their necks and their very lives. Hearing that, Jimmy also spoke up with his own opinion. If it were Gulong, he probably wouldn't accept your demand. Hearing him say that, she reached up and bandaged her own face, scratching it softly, then bowed her head in acknowledgement. Yes, I was rejected from the start. Seeing this, Jai narrowed his eyes and reminded her once more. Refusing, yet again he questioned himself deep inside. A different race wanted to enter the Dragon Mountain, but Kolong didn't kill her immediately, he just refused. Hearing this, I was genuinely surprised. Then he seemed to realize something, and he asked Isis, is the ancient dragon, you met a blue dragon? Hearing his guess, she was startled and looked up at Jamie in confusion, asking, how do you know? Seeing her surprised expression, he softly confirmed, it's obvious if you analyze it a bit. Longthun declared Canon as the enemy of the Dragon Clan. He interrupted, then visualized the image of that man alongside the Long Clan's labyrinth, before continuing. Fortunately, Mage, a blue dragon, betrayed his own clan to help Canon. The Blue Dragon Clan values loyalty above all, so it's clear that his decision to aid Mage must have sparked conflicts with other clans. He envisions the hieroglyphs of the Dragon King, threatening the Blue Dragon along with the other dragon clans, and confirms that no more accurately, the Blue Dragon Clan will be shunned by the others. Jai explains that it's because the Dragon God issued such an order. In the end, he concluded that you wanted to approach the Blue Dragon, a dragon cast out and shunned. Seeing this, Isis's face darkened as she finally understood everything. Jemmy speaks up again, questioning her to confirm his suspicion. Otherwise, how could the Lord and the Blue Dragon possibly be in cahoots? That's right, our true purpose. Ayas whispered softly, then sank into her memories. She spoke up, saying Frontia's goal is to destroy Longthun Braun, a dragon with 1 horn and hair covering half his face, glaring angrily below. There, a battle between humans and the Blue Dragon is unfolding more like a tense negotiation than a fight. So we hope the Blue Dragon would accept our plea. In the past, Ayas ventured into the cave alone, confirming I went to see the ancient dragon of the Blue Dragon Clan, a man who met her in the dark cavern to deliver that very request. Returning to reality, Isis clenched her right wrist, bandaged tightly with a sad look, and spoke her conclusion. But not only was she rejected, she nearly lost her life. Seeing that Jai beside her was puzzled and asked, why don't you give up? Ayas's eyes darkened as she muttered. She interrupted and then sank back into her memories. A voice shouted in a furious memory. Why did you go that far? Is there something that keeps you from letting it go? Because I want to. She softly speaks, continuing. The world we once knew, Isis interrupted, snapping back to reality. Her eyes remained steadfast, gazing at him as she spoke clearly, recalling the past. I want to take back our world. Hearing the reason, Jemmy was stunned, eyes wide with surprise, unable to utter a word. Then his heart pounded wildly, as if he'd found something buried deep in his thoughts, screaming in shock. Jai hesitated for a moment, then suddenly remembered his past life, how those close to him kept calling him Diablo, and he stood there watching them all bathed in blinding light. Returning to reality, Jai smiled silently, as if he understood that her will and his were one and the same. Immediately his body unleashed a surge of immense demonic energy as the voice of his past life echoed from his throat. Isko has carried out our will. Faced with this familiar magical power, she stared in shock, wide-eyed and gasping, craving freedom and defiance against the 12 gods. The surge of energy rippling around her threw Ias into chaos, causing him to stand abruptly, staring in disbelief as he stammered to ask again, "Gee, that power." She realized it in her frantic, panicked mind. This isn't ordinary mana, it's the dark mana of a demon god. And right after Jai rose, his body radiating unstoppable power. My body has returned to its previous form, dark magic swirling around me. With a deep, serious gaze, I speak to Isis, affirming my resolve. I am Diablo Vonber, the eternal enemy of the 12 gods. I've traveled through 66666 years of time to this earth. Faced with this information and his presence, Ias's whole body trembled, unable to react in time. She screamed inwardly, her mind racing with doubt and suspicion. 66666 years, that's the year of revelation, the year the Savior was born. Soon after, the dark demon magic began to fade away, and his body was no longer wrapped in its old form, transforming back into G. Standing face to face with Isis, he still couldn't calm his racing heart, and let out another scream deep inside. Diablo Vonber, could you be the savior I've been searching for all this time? Are you truly the last guardian I've been waiting for? Seeing her doubt, Jemmy also smiled and confirmed. You could say that's true. Faced with this overwhelming flood of information, Ias clutched his head, trembling and stammering as he bowed down. When I saw that Hamana, I finally understood everything, but I couldn't believe it. Then he reached out and touched her forehead, and Ias was stunned, eyes wide with shock. A purple light flickered where their hands met, and suddenly, a dark magic circle formed at that very intersection, leaving Isis in awe. Then just trust me, that's all I need. A surge of pure purple power floods Isis's mind, and she echoes it back. Diablo Vonber was right. And you just smile, using both your current life and past life to send a message to her deep in your mind. This stays between us, got it? Suddenly Ias turns around and calls out to Jai, then asks, "Can you come with me?" Jai's hand reached out, but paused, forming a small spell in his palm. Suddenly, a glowing butterfly rescued by him emerged from a separate bubble of web and floated closer to him. In the silence of the room, Ias quietly watched Jamie while he gazed at the blue butterfly fluttering closer and closer. Then Ias' voice broke the stillness. "There's someone I want to introduce you to." Somewhere, a man with a snowy beard and hair laughs with a cloud of smoke. Ha ha. Amidst the vast galaxy, he could see that over 100 souls had been reborn. His eyes flickered with a spark of hope, and he asked eagerly, "Is it true? Have they truly returned? So when will it be his turn to be reborn?" He and the girl, standing outside the grass in front of a mysterious gate leading to an unknown place, speak with certainty. This is where I interrupted briefly before speaking again. Gan Ice, standing beside Jemmy, smiled and confirmed that an ancient god resides here. She looked inward with deep intensity, while he stood beside her, puzzled, asking for confirmation. What's this thing called Abris Canon? Inside, he silently reassessed in his mind, if it truly is canon, then recalling the past canon and adding to his judgment, this is the place where the wizard Canon wrote in his journal. He reflected on the past. Canon discovered the name Gamon, and he said he would place his last hope there. The man stands before a stone stele, his face unreadable. Then Jamie snaps out of his thoughts and shares his conclusion with Ice. I never thought there was an ancient god in Gamon. She stood beside him, turned to look, and explained seriously. He's old, but he has no name. She added that, according to what he said, his name and memories have been stolen. Then she reached up, touching her chin with a puzzled, contemplative look, tilting her head as she made her judgment. But how is it that you can foresee everything after being reborn? She asked him, curiously unaware of his existence. Jemmy didn't give her a chance to react, and quickly stepped through the gate in front of him, confidently declaring that everything would be clear once she saw for herself. Seeing him vanish into the portal, Ys froze in shock, shouting and rushing after him. Jai, follow me, I'll show you the way. Somewhere, a man's eyes, weathered and aged, narrow as he silently contemplates. This energy source, he's suspended in midair on that stone pillar surrounded by jagged rocks. His legs and arms are battered and broken. Below, Isis waves and cheers, calling out to him, urging him to look down. Hey, I'm here. I want to introduce someone to you. He looked at him, curiosity flickering in his eyes, and asked, Is that the old god? Why are you just hanging there in midair? Jamie asked, and Eyes turned to him, hands on her hips, ready with the answer she already knew. I heard he was punished, but no one knows for what. He looked at the hanging figure and couldn't help but judge silently. Now he's so weak he feels humiliated, even as a god. Then he silently marveled, never thought an ancient deity still exists to this day. He bowed slightly, looking down at the two below, then turned to Ias and urged the other two to get acquainted. The man hung suspended limbs, pierced into the stone pillar, silent. Only Isa's voice echoed, one hand reaching out while the other rested on his hip, excitedly introducing him. Our new friend's name is Jai. He heard his name, looked up at him, and shouted a greeting. It's so good to see you, sir. Before he could speak again, the suspended man's voice cut him off. What the hell are you really? He frowned, looking at him with confusion, then confirmed, clearly, you've been trapped inside the darkness of the primordial era. He spoke with confusion, his blazing red eyes fixed on him. How are you here now? The old man, hanging suspended from that stone pillar, kept questioning why he still remained alive. No one can escape from there. What did you do? He looked up in stunned silence, staring at him from above his head, shouting out in confusion, questioning his own identity. Diablo Vonber was trapped in the darkness of the beginning. Hearing this, he froze, bowing his head, shouting inwardly to reassess his thoughts. It can't be. My memories of my past life. Clearly, I suddenly spoke up to calm myself down. Wait, and then I interrupted. Next, Jai sinks back into thoughts about his past life. Looking back, a fragment of his previous existence still lingers within him. The souls of two lives face each other, floating in his mind. Jai speaks again, offering his judgment. If those memories come rushing back again, it would be utterly impossible. He returned, his face pale and stunned, eyes wide with shock. Immediately, he regained his composure, looked up at him, and asked, "What do you see in me?" Next to Is, she watched their conversation with confusion. Seeing that the hovering man also looked in his direction, and calmly spoke, sharing his judgment. The soul within you does not belong to you. He interrupted and added more, but part of it was from someone else. Hearing that, he too sank into his own thoughts and suspicions. So I wasn't fully reborn after all. Then he just makes his own judgment again. However, my memories can't have gaps that others could exploit to kill me. In the end, I still came to a conclusion about my past life. I am the greatest mage of all time. I believe it with every fiber of my being. As soon as it all clicked, Jemmy lifted her head, her expression cold and unwavering, and confirmed once more, no matter who I am, Diablo Vonber is still my past life. Then he spoke up, affirming his existence. I am here in this world to destroy the 12 gods. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Jai, understanding everything. Geyer summoned you with an incredibly powerful will to destroy the 12 gods. Hearing that, he was just as confused and asked him back. Gur, noticing the confusion of the man nailed to the pillar, also spoke up to clarify. Guy is the god of creation, still deep in a slumber, the true deity who brought this world into existence. Hearing this, Jai's eyes widened in shock, and he clenched his fists in his mind, screaming silently. Is the ancient god still here? He shouted inwardly, filled with shock. Yet no matter how hard I searched before, I couldn't find any trace of them. Then in my mind, I recalled the image of that god enveloping my body and soul from my past life, confirming it once again. Are you saying G is connected to my rebirth? Hearing his question, the man hanging in the air couldn't be certain. He could only offer his own opinion. I'm not entirely sure, but if it's her, then reincarnating you is definitely possible. Then he asked him again, what's your name? Jai looked up at him and responded. Right now I'm living as Jemmy. Next to Eyes, he watched their conversation in silence, unable to add anything, only listening. When he received the answer from him, he smiled happily, his whole body emanating a spirited aura, as he began to comment on him. I sensed your will, and then I introduced myself to him. I'm Osiris. Then he shouted his verdict. You are the savior. Along with the mocking voice, his body began to emit a surge of uncontrollable, immense power. Below, Isis couldn't hold back. She raised her head and shouted in confusion, calling out to him. Hey, hey. And he just stood there, silently gazing around him, releasing a blazing, smoky, golden energy, quietly wondering in his mind as he remembered some distant memory from the past. Next, he offers his own assessment. It seems his energy has run out, which is why he's unconscious, but he'll wake up soon enough. Jai continued to ponder deeply, arms crossed, a cheerful smile on his face as he confirmed today's revelations. Osiris, an ancient god, and G, the god of creation. Next, Jamie couldn't hold back and exclaimed in awe, surely this trip was worth it. Then, with a self-satisfied smile, he realized he'd uncovered yet another secret about himself. They leave that space through the portal, stepping in and out. Isis reached out, rubbing his head as he complained to him. I have no idea what he's talking about with that guy. Next, she spoke up to confirm with him. Sorry, I've got a bit of a headache, let's talk about this later. Jemmy glanced over and confirmed with a nod. All right then. She started to move, forcing a smile as she looked at him and said, thanks for understanding. Right after, she suddenly disappeared. With only the forest remaining around him, Is turned his head, closed his eyes, and decided he needed to go back and rethink everything. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupts Jai's thoughts. I've been waiting for you. Huang gently strokes the bow and arrow in his hand, closes his eyes, and looks toward him softly. Then he opens his eyes, raises the bow, and fires ahead to confirm. I've changed my mind, no need to wait any longer. Then he stood face to face with Jai, asking a question filled with suspicion. You're not going to be cowardly and run away from me, are you? He looked at him, shrugged with a grin. and made a casual remark. "Well, aren't you quite the joker, Your Excellency?" Hearing him say that, she squinted with a wicked grin and shot back her sharp critique. "I admit you're stronger than other humans, but at the end of the day they're just humans." Hearing this, Jai narrowed his eyes, frowned, and calmly asked him, "Do you believe that the humans standing before you nearly destroyed the 12 gods?" Hearing him say that, he still wasn't calm. He crossed his arms, gripping the wound on his back, and with a fierce pull he declared, "Unless I saw it with my own eyes, I couldn't believe it." Then he threw the spear with all his strength, shouting as he sent it flying toward him, "So show me. Prove it to me." As the deadly spear hurtled toward him, Jai stood motionless, watching it silently. He spun around and dodged that spear, forcing it into the ground, and creating a blazing, gaping hole. Seeing his escape, Ho also charged forward, unleashing a fierce attack. He aimed his bow at the running figure and asked back, "Run away." The moment he couldn't react in time, he appeared right in front of him through teleportation, a smug smile on his face as he asked, I can't do this." Then he reached out his hand, unleashing a surge of power, as he declared, "I'll show you right now." Faced with this attack, he had no time to react, only glancing back at him. Then Jai quickly shouted the name of his holy light technique. A surge of power erupted, illuminating the entire sky, followed by a massive explosion. He shouted, confirming with the heavens, "This is the true power of someone who dares to defy the gods." Even amidst the flames, he remains unscathed, charging forward and shouting back at him. Impressive. But he interrupted, and then arrogantly shot his mouth off, scattering his power and destroying his strength. He spread his arms and legs wide, shouting with contempt, "You think you can beat me with just this?" The hair-like fibers pierced the ground, causing small, dense explosions. His foot lightly tapped the edge of a stone crevice. Jemmy stands atop the cliffs of the exotic Triorgia Avalon, clutching something in his hand as he gazes down at the still smoking holes below the edge, silently assessing the situation. Luckily, he managed to avoid it. Then in his mind, he envisioned the worst possible outcome if he got hit. If those sharp feathers pierced him, he'd be seriously wounded instantly. Suddenly, he coughs up blood and fires his crossbow at him, shouting out loud, "Dodging won't save you now." He confirmed it and quickly launched an attack at him, causing the Jai stone cavity to explode into countless shards. Smoke and flames erupted everywhere, along with flying debris. Inside the flames, he shouted the name of the alien technique. Avon, the Defier of Heaven, then charged out of the explosion outside, still holding his wings, gazing back at him. Moments later, Jai appeared from another dimension, wielding the alien Avalon as he stepped forward. Seeing him, she screams out, "That must have been your most powerful move yet." He assesses calmly, still holding his spear eyes fixed on him. Jai isn't backing down either, softly confirming with a calm voice, "That's impossible." Ho looked at him, a sly smile curling on his lips, eyes narrowing with playful mockery. "Oh, if that's your limit, you'll never beat me for good." Hearing those words, Jemmy couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration deep inside. "I never expected that after I used the holy light, he would fight back. He's stronger than I thought," he's reached a conclusion. Then the outsider Avon gradually disappeared. Jai's eyes grew serious as he silently declared, "It's been a while since I last had the chance to showcase my skills." Then he stretched his hand out in midair, and below a massive magic circle appeared, as he shouted with urgency, "Behold, watch this." He interrupted and confidently declared, "I will show you that the limits of mankind are boundless." Immediately after, countless magic circles of all sizes kept forming. This is the arcane power of Diablo Viber. Then he explained that his power earned him the nickname of the most formidable mage of all time. Behind him, a massive magic circle was drawn with Jai at the very center of its control. He shouted the name of his move, summoning a three-dimensional magic circle. Witnessing the terrifying power before him, he gasped in shock, eyes wide with panic, stammering, "What is this?" Nai's eyes were bloodshot, her lips still smiling as she quietly assessed her situation. Maybe she wasn't strong enough to control this kind of magic in this life, and that made her tense. Jai softly confirms, "I will crush your arrogance." Without hesitation, he shouts the name of his ultimate spell, Limitless Magic. The magic circles unleashed a wave of destructive power toward Ho, while he shouted the final attack's name one last time. Seeing the move coming too fast, Ho's eyes widened in shock, unable to react, and he stammered. Then suddenly he was pulled back into the past. He recalls his own judgment, an unbeatable hawk. He remembers the corpses of his comrades, the verdict he once declared. "I'll prove it by holding my ground a little longer." He shouted with unwavering determination, "I will show you that I am not weak." Thinking it, he froze in place, bracing for the dragon's attack as he shouted from within, "The shame of that day, I will surely repay that dragon." The dragon grabbed the man and looked at him, teasingly confirming with a mocking smile. "You're just a bird," the dragon declared, confirming that you're merely a lifelong slave of our kind. Back in reality, he still chose this path. He didn't run from his wounds, he charged forward, screaming into the chaos. "I am a hawk tribe warrior, braver and stronger than any other." Then he placed his spear on his bow and shouted the name of his technique. The hunter's deadly strike activates Ho's eyes blazing with unwavering determination as he fiercely aims his bow at his opponent's move. Then, driven by his own will, he releases the spear with a roar of pure resolve. I've never been defeated by humans before. Their attacks collide in a fierce clash. Venna hugged the mini Vios in her hands, staring out the round window, eyes wide as she exclaimed, "What's that noise?" Even Vios couldn't help but be stunned, gaping in disbelief. The roar was deafening, a furious blast that shook the air. Taodong Jen shone with blinding light, illuminating everything around them. They stood silently, her stammering as she guessed it was down below. Ayas and Jin looked up, bewildered, and the boy shouted in amazement. "Oh no," she grimaced and grumbled at what was unfolding before her. This wandering fool finally got cut off by her, then she ran off to get involved in their fight, deciding she had to stop this chaos. Seeing her about to charge in, Jean calmly grabbed her wrist, blocking her with a composed, steady hand. "Wait, Isis." Then he offers his own judgment. "I heard their fates were sealed, they're destined to fight." Then he adds, "Maybe it's better to let them do it now." Seeing that Jai closed his eyes and sighed before making another suggestion. I will do my best to minimize the impact of this battle on the people." He calmly agreed with her decision. Yeah. Another side of Ironview Castle also looked up, arms crossed, sitting cross-legged, as they watched the show with interest, and then they muttered, "Ho's using that thing." He spoke proudly, revealing the ultimate weapon he had forged for himself. He introduced that weapon with unwavering pride, a hunter's relentless resolve. A weapon forged by combining a bow and a sword, something even an ordinary person can wield to level mountains with a single strike. A bow with a spear tip as an arrow is now in his hand. He watches their battle from afar, silently judging everything in his mind. That magic looks incredibly powerful. In front of him, Jemmy's spell erupts in a blazing explosion while Ho's arrow speeds straight toward him. Then Iron R offered a different take on that bird. But his opponent was Ho, one of the strongest warriors in Fran. The chaos from their battle still rages on. Then he couldn't help but speak with a tone of regret. "It's truly unfortunate that they have to face each other." He watches as they continue firing arrows and clashing with overwhelming energy, silently making his own assessment. But this battle will soon reach its end. At the heart of the chaos, a spear shot from a bow is fiercely piercing through Jemmy's protective barrier. He stood there watching it struggle desperately. The immense energy clash forced him to grit his teeth and roar in pain. Yeah, right after the wall was shattered into pieces, he swung his spear and spun around to counterattack. Seeing that, Ho quickly grabbed his own spear and looked at him, exclaiming in awe. This is getting interesting." Suddenly he vanished into thin air, circling behind him and catching Ho off guard, making him lose his focus. His hand endured the lightning bolts, then he shouted, unleashing the multi-element magic attack. Suddenly magical lightning shot out from his hand and surged straight toward him. He quickly realized and shot him a glance. Seeing that, Ho spun around, grabbed the trash and shouted to confirm with him. "Useless." His lightning surrounds him while the smoke spirals straight up to the top of the vortex. Seeing him like that, he quickly assessed his own position. "Damn it, if I stay here I'll be trapped too." Look at his face, those lightning bolts are intense. After Jai's lightning disappears, Ho, wounded and rushing toward him, screams, "Now stop." He swings his spear, throwing it at him, shouting, urging him on. Giving up now, it's still not too late. Surrounding him are circles of magic. Seeing the spear hurtling straight at him, he widened his eyes and shouted in his mind, "It's too late, there's no escape." Suddenly, time seems to freeze. He stares in shock at the spear rushing toward him, panic rising as he screams silently in confusion. Why has the spear suddenly stopped? Seeing everything around freeze in place, Jai made a different guess. Maybe time itself is slowing down, and their battle is frozen mid-air. He screamed in his mind, convinced that he could see everything clearly, that there was no way he could lose. Suddenly, a winged eye fell from the sky, crying out. He could feel it, a voice awakening within him. "Break. That's you." Suddenly, a pair of massive black wings erupted fiercely from his back. Then those black wings transformed into pure white angelic wings. Jai shouted internally, "Finally, I have power. Let's go." Time has paused once more, the spear still flying toward him, and his body gradually begins to glow. Over there, Ho kept shouting, confidently claiming victory was his. But Jai had regained his composure and calmly replied, "You're truly strong, Ho." Then he closed his eyes, raised his hand to cover his mouth, and the spear just touched Jai before beginning to vanish into the air. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned, eyes wide, as he shouted silently in his mind, "The spear has disappeared." Next, Ho's eyes widened as he looked at his new form, trembling with confusion. "You." In his eyes, he suddenly appeared with 3 more pairs of wings behind him. Jimmy shouted in panic, confusion etched all over his face. "Who the hell is it then?" He reached out in gratitude, saying, "But my longtime friend has awakened." Immediately, a bright light engulfed his head, and a magic circle radiated around him. as a voice urged Jai to scream, "Break free from the curse of the hunter's bond." Over there, Hao also stared in confusion, unsure how to react. Then his hand dropped, unleashing a surge of overwhelming energy. Moments later, they both hit the ground, and he was defeated by Jemmy's brutal strike. But he still used his strength to hold her up, suspending her midair. He lowered him to the ground, knelt on one knee, and silently thought, if I leave him there, someone will come to take him away. But he was already unconscious. Suddenly a question echoed from somewhere. Did you really defeat him? Behind Ayas teleported, instantly smiling as she looked at him and added, I thought you'd lose. Then she looked at him with confusion and asked, You've awakened a new power, haven't you? Seeing her appear behind him, Jemmy glanced back, modestly smiling as he said, Just luck. Then he turned his gaze to the fog before him, honestly offering his true assessment. He's incredibly strong. Ayas stood there, unable to deny it. Yeah, that's right. Immediately after, Jemmy stood up, turned around and walked away, not forgetting to tell Jamie, Please handle everything here. I need to clear my head somewhere. Ayas, kneeling beside him, looked in his direction and confirmed, All right, I'll bring him back to heal. In the castle's hospital room, Ho suddenly sat up, eyes wide with shock and panic. His body was wrapped in bandages, and then he felt the searing pain causing him to stiffen and cry out. Huh. From the other side, a voice responded with suspicion. Still alive, he sat up on the bed, glancing around and asked, So this is how it ends. I've lost. Ayas sat beside the bed, her voice confirming it. Yeah, what does it feel like to lose to a mere mortal? Hearing that, he lowered his head and replied, You're not as shameful as I thought, then sank back into his memories. This is so different from that day, remembering the scene of the battle with the dragon, the way it scorched his clan, and the desperate screams as they fought in vain. He charged into the fight, fury burning in his eyes, shouting with all his might. Stop, you bastard, but a dragon's claw shot straight at him. Then with a sickening crunch, the spear's tip shattered, blood spraying everywhere. He was squeezed by the dragon's grip, crying out in pure agony. Then the dragon roared at him, its razor-sharp teeth bared. You call that a weak creature unworthy of pride? And he adds, It's the right of the strong. Suddenly, a figure rushes forward, a sword slashing at the dragon, carving a deep crack and spilling blood everywhere. A girl wielding a sword charges fearlessly, but the dragon releases its grip, causing him to fall. After calming down, she lifts her head and looks at who it is. Sis, she smiles, reaching out her hand to him and asks, Hey, are you okay? As the flashback ends and he returns to the present, he makes his judgment. Since then, I've always followed Ayas's guidance, and I even added, even though I've already reached the peak of my power. Then I left, unable to shake my disappointment in myself, and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, I was still defeated by an ordinary man. Next to Isis, she sat cross-legged on the bed, raising her head with a serious expression, acknowledging that what you said, humans are indeed a fragile race, is undeniably true. Then she spoke again, sharing her own perspective. But among them are those wielding power equal to monsters. Then she speaks again, her voice steady. You've been cursed all this time. Hearing this, Hoang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her while she kept speaking passionately, urging him on. Now, break free from the curse that Haksung has embedded in you. In another room, the sound of knocking echoed as Vena, anxious and flustered, shouted at him. Master, we've been frantic with worry for you. Vios even jumped in panic in his voice, shouting at him. Master, are you okay? Seeing them like that, Jai clenched his teeth, grimaced in frustration, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Instead, he shouted, blaming their noise. After the battle, I feel even more exhausted. Then he remembered his winged eyes from the fight and asked in confusion. Break, you should have awakened sooner, right? Then you give your opinion again after leading the way to Thun Quang, it just vanished. Jamie looked at his hand, now bearing a new mark of power, and gave a brief assessment. This strength seems similar to the 14 spells Jae-mun created, right? Then Jemmy clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and offered a different insight. No, these 13 types of magic don't rely on faith to survive. Then he doubted himself, thinking maybe this was the divine power Joru Munan had been seeking. Next, he recalled his handsome image from the past and made another judgment. Drake was born into the shadowy world owned by the Dark Spirit King, and I believe that the shadow world is separate from the primal darkness itself. Immediately, in Jai's mind, the image of Break transforming into white wings and evolving further appeared, as he silently thought. When the divine energy reaches its peak, it transforms into a blinding light, and then I added more. Now it's become a force, almost like holy power. Next, Jamie raised his head and hypothesized that primal darkness is the true source of Break's power. He wondered to himself, could it be something that opposes the power of the 12 gods? He recalled the desperate image from his past life, lying battered on the ground, blood staining the earth, filled with doubt, and asking himself, why did they imprison me in primal darkness from the very start? And then jumped to conclusions. Perhaps from their perspective, Jai interrupted. Then he slowly moved toward the window, sharing his own thoughts. The primal darkness is the most dangerous place, the very beginning of everything, yet it whispers to itself the results of the past. No matter what I failed in my previous life. Right after Jamie lifted his head proudly gazing outward as he declared, "This time I will defeat all of you." That very night deep within the southern Brion continent, in the most secure prison, an isolated tower rising dozens of stories, stood alone in its own zone. Inside a prison cell battered and breached, bloodstained and filled with frantic laughter, chaos reigns. On the ground, corpses lie in pools of blood. A chained foot steps forward, its chain clinking loudly in the silence. A man's voice echoes through the pile of corpses, blood and flesh mingling beneath the dirt. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." A crazed, white-haired man laughed maniacally, licking his lips as he ran away. He muttered to himself, "Just wait, Jai." In a place of pure luxury, someone lounges lazily on a chair by the pool, soaking up the Sunday. Nothing extraordinary happening here. A god of war and peace. Zenit looked bored as he chewed on a dry blade of grass and said, "The world has been repeating itself for tens of thousands of years. Now everything's just so dull." Genis opened his mouth and asked, "Hey, how's Po Church doing?" Hearing this, Tin Lin quickly replied, "The holy maiden of the church appeared a year ago." Genis continued to ask, "What's my Sen sword doing?" She replied, calmly unfazed. "He just left the desert in the southern continent." Hearing that, Genis shrugged, looking exhausted as he said, "Truly pathetic." Then he raised a hand to shield his eyes from the direct sunlight and said with a hint of excitement, "Should we spark a war, I need to boost the morale of my disciples." Hearing this, the spirit swiftly replied, "The followers will channel their unwavering faith to serve you better." Lord Genis. A little ray of sunlight sneaked through his fingers as he continued, "That's right, if we do this, the sun god will be a bit furious too. When we face each other, wouldn't that make things more exciting?" Suddenly, a chess piece on the board toppled over with a loud crash, yet the voice persisted. "First, let's take down the goddess Po. Holy war, let the thunderous prophecy of this sacred battle descend." Everyone in the crowd wields weapons sharp and deadly. Sen, wielding his sword, flashes a wicked, cunning smile. His hands are chained tightly by cuffs. You let out a forced laugh. "Ah, the soldiers have already surrounded you." A leader among the soldiers stepped forward. "You won't escape this time, Green. Even though you're weakened, you can still manage to go a long way." As he spoke, Sen suddenly burst into laughter, his face filled with overwhelming arrogance. Then he burst into laughter, his arm muscles bulging fiercely, the chains binding him snapping apart. He chuckled loudly, speaking with a tone full of excitement. "Hey, I'm surrounded. No wonder you're known as the Sun Cathedral's knight, the strongest among the 12 gods." As Sen finished speaking, the leader of those knights stepped forward. "The opponent before you is Zenit's sword. The knights of the tomb have already fallen by his hand, so don't be reckless." As his words finished, those knights drew their swords fiercely and shouted loudly, "A week off." At this moment, a clear, gentle voice echoes softly, "But my friends, where are you looking?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Jen drew his sword and swung it across the necks of the knights standing there. Before they could even recover, you killed them all. A twisted twist of fate, a precise, deadly slash slicing through each of their throats. Their heads had already fallen to the ground, and the gruesome scene before me was horrifying blood gushing out in a relentless flood. Sen stood amidst the pile of severed heads, striking a pose full of reckless freedom. Sen twisted his body for a moment before speaking with a cheerful tone. "This is so warm and cozy. Thanks to you guys, I finally feel the heat." Suddenly he paused, his eyes flickering subtly to the side. The images of the past flash back to a year ago as if Jai were floating with that necklace around her neck. Kreen recalls those difficult days. If only I hadn't been cast to the southern continent. Gryan was thrown into a desolate desert with no familiar face in sight. Meanwhile, Sen was still imprisoned, shackled like a criminal. I had already begun the holy war under my father's orders. There amidst the pile of freshly slain bodies, C stood and spoke, echoing into the deep forest. "Jai, I will kill you and tear your body into pieces." Meanwhile, in a place of utter solemnity, a voice echoes, "So he's escaped after all." This is the inner library of the Sun God Church. At that moment, a reckless fool barged in and said, "Yes, aside from the knights' bodies, there are no other traces." As soon as he heard that name, Blazer let out a long sigh and said, "I understand now, you can step back." Sitting on his chair, Blazer lit a cigarette and silently thought he had defeated the knight of the Sun God Church. "You're stronger now, Green. I never expected him to break through the prison wall." This is Blazer, the leader of the Earth Priests and commander of the Holy Army of the Sun God Church. Blazer's eyes sharpened as he silently pondered something. 2 days ago, the Sun God revealed his prophecy through a dream. "Release Genis's sword." Bra casually flicked his cigarette onto the ashtray, silently convinced he was following the prophecy without a doubt. There had to be a reason the gods wouldn't give such an order without purpose. "Bra, just sit there, lost in your thoughts. Once we reach the Genis Church headquarters, we'll go to war with the northern continent we abandoned a year ago." Beside Blazer stands Diablo Vopia, one of the divine weapons of the Holy Land, a sacred relic of Diablo Vopia. As Grazer gazed at this divine weapon, he said, "If you want to reset the world, this is a pretty good place to start." The next day, a voice echoed out, "Huh, what's this?" Jemmy stood before that massive stone, utterly stunned. He whispered to himself, "Iron R's workshop. Last night I was talking with Ease on the way to Gammon. I asked, are there any traces of Diablo's influence in Fran too?" Isis happily responded, "Of course we've found 5 traces and our blacksmith is studying one of them." Jemmy had just entered a room, so I went to Ironview to check out that clue. As Jemmy stepped inside, he immediately saw that this place was packed with top-tier weapons. He thought to himself, so this is the blacksmith's workshop in Frainer. At that moment, he noticed a massive hammer smashing down on the table, sparks flying everywhere. Sensing his presence, Iron R spoke up. "So you're the guest, I as mentioned. Come in, you're the leader of Frontier Ironville, the dwarf clan." Jemmy just arrived, and Iron sat down asking, "Are you here to check out the weapons? Feel free to pick one up and take a closer look." Jemmy always expresses his fascination with weapons wherever he goes. Right now, Jai is holding up a gray sword. As Jai picked it up, he thought this sword is truly magnificent. Looks like he really worked hard to lighten its weight. As soon as he picked it up, Iron sensed his excitement for the sword and asked, "So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?" Jai said happily, "It's even better than good." Then he cheerfully said, "Thanks. I heard you use a sword, but it seems you still haven't found your own." Hearing Iron say that, Jemmy quickly explained, "Because of that damn bastard, my sword broke, wasn't it burned to ashes by the red dragon?" As he spoke, he looked confused, trying to make sense of it all. "That damn name." Then Jai cut straight to the point, "So I want to ask you to forge me another sword." Seeing his face light up with joy, Ion said, "You're asking others for help like that?" Jamie put the sword back in place and said, "I have a lot of incredible materials." Iron sat there and replied, "I've worked with nearly every material out there." Hearing him say that, Jamie calmly asked, "Have you ever tried forging a dragon's heart?" Upon hearing this, Iron looked panicked and asked back, "Dragon Hunter, do you really have that? I told you, Jamie, show it." As he pulled it out, he said, "Yes, I'll give you a chance to forge it. Please create a sword worthy of me." Seeing it, Iron was still in shock and shouted loudly, It's really a dragon's heart." But suddenly Iron said, "Is this really okay? Ren's sword comes from the dragon's heart, which means you'll turn all dragons into your enemies." Iron placed his hand on his white beard and continued, "You defeated HCK, but facing an ancient dragon is a whole different story. Ancient dragons are often regarded as the abyssal gods, apostles of the abyssal deity. My subordinate was sent by the divine to directly convey the god's will to the world." A thought suddenly crossed my mind, but Brahan the dragon god has no apostles. Because instead of creating followers, he poured all his power into forging the dragons. That same thought kept creeping in, and since dragons can only exist in limited numbers, they grew stronger over time, with ancient dragons becoming incredibly powerful. If they were to chase after me now, it would be nearly impossible to fight back. Jai had been thinking about this for a long time, but once I reach level 9, there'll be no more issues. Despite Iron's words, Jai cheerfully replied, "It's okay." Seeing that, he burst into laughter and said, "You're very brave. Well, as long as I can forge a dragon's heart, nothing will go wrong." Then Iron agreed to train him, and he asked, "So what kind of sword do you want? I can make almost anything, just tell me what you need." Jemmy slowly spoke. "The sword I desire." Jemmy remembers a time before Scott was a treasured blade I inherited from my father, but it was too thick to wield. That sword technique. My thoughts keep racing, driven by the legacy my father left behind: extreme slaughter and creation. Jemmy firmly said, "A sword powerful enough to cut through space." Hearing that, Iron asked, "Cut through space? So you're saying a sword can hold a massive amount of mana?" Jai said, satisfied. "That's right, only then can the sword avoid breaking." Hearing Jai's concern, Iron said, "Don't worry, the dragon's heart can conduct mana through any material perfectly." Moreover, Iron R continued, "I may look like this, but I'm still called the Five Arms. The title of the great blacksmith, Five Arms, could only be held by 5 dwarves. All weapons crafted by the 5 masters are considered masterpieces." Hearing Iron say that, Jai was a bit surprised and thought I never expected he'd be one of the 5 masters. Then he chuckled happily and said, "Leave it to me." Jemmy then replied, "In that case, I'll be counting on you." Then he handed over the dragon's heart to Iron. He said, "I'll forge you a sword that's truly worthy." A voice echoed, a flood of thoughts rushing in. I could feel my own strength. "Is this the mark of Diablo Weber that Isis mentioned?" At that moment, a voice echoed, "What is this? Our leader handed it to us for research, but even with my abilities, I can't detect a thing." Lou sniffed. Jameer said, "I want to see it." Iron also said that if you can figure out what it is, I'd be very grateful. Then Jai reached out to touch it. "Is this what it feels like?" He looked a bit surprised. Suddenly at this moment, a wave of dark energy surged toward Jai. This scene caught me off guard, leaving me unable to react in time. Every detail of that moment is crystal clear, even Jai's surprised eyes are vividly reflected. After a moment, Jai's entire body was enveloped in a suit of armor, impenetrable and mighty. Jai, with a hint of excitement, said, "This is divine armor." Seeing this scene, Iron excitedly said, "Perfect, that's enhancement armor." He spoke as he circled around, observing intently. Jai also looked a bit pleased, feeling as if countless tiny threads were connecting to muscles, bones, blood vessels, energy channels, and the flow of magic. Jemmy looked down at his armored hand with a grim thought, feeling his body surge with newfound strength. Iron stood before Jai and said its purity level is quite high. It's powered by dark mana. Are you a mage? Before the question even finished, Jai quickly replied, I'm not an ordinary mage. At that moment, a faint sparkle flickered in his eyes as he said, I see now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Iron quickly began to ponder something. He didn't seem to hold any prejudice against mages, perhaps because dwarves and mages rarely crossed paths. Iron's cheeks are slightly flushed as he says, By the way, can you take it off? I want to get a better look. Jai hesitated nervously, rubbing the back of her head and said, It's better if you check it. With that, the thing moved away from his body, sliding down from his arm. Gradually, it moved away from Jai's body. It wasn't like it was leaving his body, but rather he had absorbed it into himself. Jai said with a hint of surprise. Wait, it's been absorbed. Seeing that scene, Iron seemed drawn to something strange and approached, talking as he gently touched Jai all over. It's merging with his body now. Is this some kind of parasite? Jai looked a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his head and said, I don't know either. Given what happened, Iron didn't examine the armor closely, so it's a shame we can't take it off and see. Can we call it the black armor? Hearing that, Jai quickly responded, Black armor, I'll make the most of it. Suddenly someone spoke up and asked, What do you mean, take advantage? Hearing that, the two of them turned to look. Jai, a bit surprised, said, You're cheerful now, so let me introduce myself. I'm Nensarin. Jamie, I have something I want to show you. Meanwhile, somewhere else machines are meticulously repairing a pink teddy bear. In Nensarin's lab, Jai stands behind, Nen silently thinking, I've been here for an hour already. Is she forgetting I'm here? Someone steps in from outside and says, Hello, Jamie. As the words finished, Jamie turned and spoke. 5 years. Has it really been that long? Hearing Jai say that, Braha smiled happily, then recalled the memories from the secret auction in Sanderma. With a forced look of tears, he said, Yeah, let's just ignore the fact that they stole the items. But right now, Braha looks over at Nen, who's been working tirelessly, mentioning his name non-stop since yesterday. Now she's bringing him to the lab. It seems his fight against the bird tribe left quite an impression. Braha continued, Actually, being a scientist, I had already finished fixing the teddy bear in my hand and happily raised it high. She added, Despite struggling with social interactions, she's incredibly talented in magic. Hearing Braha say that, Jai immediately raised her hand to her chin, pretending to think. Simfnoy, this talent combined with her obsession with creativity has brought her to the impressive level she's at now. When she heard him say that, she was a bit surprised and replied, That's right, Nen has started learning magic and exploring everything because of her obsession with creativity. While Braha was speaking, Jai was lost in thought. The scientist syndrome, huh? For some reason, I can't forget that person. And now that image suddenly appears again. Diablo, a massive beast of a creature. At that moment, a man joyfully proclaimed, This is the golem I crafted. My former colleague Mei Min was a man cursed with autism. Back then, understanding mental health issues was still so limited, so Mei Min had to live under society's harsh judgment from a young age. The only comfort he had was the golems he created. Back then, Nen was gently holding a small golem in his hands with a face that showed no emotion. After years of pouring his soul into creating golems, he built a mighty army and joined Diablo's revolutionary forces, fighting with all his might. But at that moment, Diablo's man had lost too much blood, his voice trembling as he whispered, It hurts. It hurts so much. Feeling betrayed, the 12 gods secretly planted spies within the revolutionary army to kill Mei Min. Then a sudden thought struck right after Mei Min's death. The 12 gods began to sow chaos, refusing him even a proper royal funeral. Suddenly, a distant call echoed to Jay. The screams grew louder and louder. He snapped back from the crimson memories to reality. In front of Amuji was now Nen. She brought the teddy bear she fixed up and held it out to him, saying, This is Nia, she's my friend. When he saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned, thinking this is Jai, he realized with shock. A handheld gun. The more he examined the details Jai analyzed, the more certain he was this energy source had to be Mu's photon system. Jai took that item and put it on his hand, then said to Nen, Let me try. Hearing this, she not only agreed but was also genuinely happy. She screamed with joy. Yes. At this moment, the three of them arrived at an open space. Jemmy pointed his gun forward, unleashing a massive surge of energy from that very spot. The energy was so overwhelming that the ground and rocks shattered into pieces, leaving onlookers in awe. Wow, Nia's incredible, Jamie said. Wait, have you never tried? Right now, Nen hasn't answered Jai's question yet. I was inspired by your battle with the eagle swarm yesterday to create this. Hearing that, he was a bit stunned and asked, What? Did you create this in just one night? As Jai finished speaking, he turned to look at Nen, silently pondering. While Memel spent her entire life developing the photon system, Nen stood to the side, swaying back and forth, and said, "Show me too." Her request left him a bit confused. Nen stood in front of Jai casually saying, "Show me that huge magic circle you created in the sky." Meanwhile, in Ayas's room, she was gazing at something with curiosity. At this moment, Kluk walks in and asks, "How's your hand?" Hearing the noise, she immediately says, "Ah, Kla, you're here." After speaking, Ayas turned to smile with satisfaction and said, "See, it's still the same. It seems Ino hasn't fully recovered yet." As she spoke, she raised her hand, seeing that Klut looked very serious. "Your Majesty seems very worried. You should go back now." With the secret technique, he hadn't finished speaking when she cut him off. Isis said, "Hey CL." At this moment, the flames of rage inside Isis erupted, and his tone grew furious as he snapped, "I told you not to mention forgetting your home in front of me." Seeing that, Kla immediately replied, "I don't need to follow that order. You don't seem weak enough to give commands. The only one who can order me is His Majesty. I don't care if you're a princess or not in this kingdom." Seeing he's pretty stubborn, Ayas growled in frustration. "You idiot, how long do you plan to keep pretending to be that clueless slave?" Clack retorted. "Don't you understand that defeating the 12 gods is impossible? You kept talking, but did you see hope after meeting Jai?" Before that question, Ayas hesitated, unsure how to respond. Seeing that our Klen Hung might survive after the world resets, Isis looked a bit sad and said, "Maybe we could have become rulers of the new world, but I refuse to be a slave." At that moment she shouted loudly, "We must be free, this world. This land is not a playground for the 12 gods." Then Isis's voice gradually softened as she said, "If you don't want to help, don't help, but don't expect me to come back." Hearing this, Clay's head drooped as he replied, "I'll tell His Majesty you're fine, princess." CL's words left Ayas a little confused. She stood in the DOS room, silently crying out. Wow, suddenly a strange, eerie light shone through. He turned with a puzzled look and asked, "What is this light?" Meanwhile, Jai calmly explained to Nen, "This is a multi-layered technique." Seeing that Nen's excitement was so intense that his eyes sparkled with anticipation. And Jai stood there and said, "You don't need to complete the entire magic circle in one go. You can do it piece by piece and then combine them." Hearing that, she decided to try asking as she worked, "Like this, is it okay?" Take your time and reply to her. "You're impressive, you can do it right away." Suddenly Isis rushes from the front toward Ma Fo. "What are you doing?" Seeing her, a hint of joy flickered across his face as he looked at her. At that moment Ayas stood there and asked, "Why are the three of you here together?" Braha greeted Ayas as well. "Princess Isis." Before that question, Jemmy replied, "We're sharing magical knowledge with Nensarin." Jemmy handed Naya over to Ayas as he spoke. "This is a handgun created by Nen using the photon system." Just hearing him introduce her, she became a bit confused and asked about the photon system. Then Jamie immediately showed her. The energy unleashed from that gun is truly overwhelming. Ayas stared up, mouth agape, unable to look away. "You." At this moment Jai continued. "It's not fully finished yet, but once it's ready, its destructive power will surpass all limits." Hearing him say that, Isis became a bit interested in Ma Fix if they mass-produce this stuff. By now she had envisioned that brutal future, and she knew she could have the upper hand in the battle against the 12 gods. Jamie felt a bit embarrassed. "Ma Fnoi, there are still so many things that need fixing." Then Nen quickly pulled Nia out of Jai's grasp and handed her back to me. Isis, standing nearby, also spoke up. "Of course, since you asked Lord Lin to forge a sword, right?" Ayas asked. And Jai responded with a hint of surprise. "How do you know? I just asked him for only an hour." Seeing Dee's surprised look, she smugly said, "Everything that happens in Avalant is reported to me." Ayas seemed intrigued as she spoke. "I hear you're also skilled with the sword. How about I teach you?" At that moment a sword materialized from Jemmy's hand. He casually said, "Instead of teaching, why not just charge at her and shout? Fighting would be better." Suddenly Jai froze, his eyes sharp as he said, "Hey, you're lying on the grass complaining, but she defeated you with her bare hands." Then Jemmy recalled the moment when her fight with Isis left her utterly battered. Now she sat on the ground, head tilted back, and asked, "How did you stop DDNF?" "I thought it was the right moment." Isis said calmly, "Mafno's move wasn't enough, but a surprise attack like that won't work on me." Over on the other side, Braha and Nen are passionately cheering each other on. Ayas is too strong, Jai doesn't stand a chance. Haha. Jimmy just sat there sulking while everyone else went inside. As for Braha, she took Nen out to eat. "Fine, it's dinner time now." "That's right, hurry up and go." Over here, Jai keeps teasing Isis again. She maintained her calm demeanor and said, "Go all out, let me show you where you went wrong." Jai quickly responded in kind. "Then I won't hold back." As Jai launched his attack, he thought this time for sure. But then Isis swiftly grabbed Jamie's wrist, preventing him from striking her. She launched a fierce attack, sending Jamie crashing backward in pain. Jamie, exhausted, lay on the grass and said, "You used my strength against me." Ease felt a flicker of interest as he realized what that meant. "Yeah, do you want to try again?" Hearing that, he quickly replied, thanks. Ayas finally helped Jai up and said, it's not them, it's me. Then Ayas continued, compared to those who've only trained for 5 years, your skills are impressive, but you're still not there yet. Jai, standing aside with a look of frustration, said, so what? She kept talking, you forgot, this is Fran. Besides me, there are many others who are strong. Jain approached and asked, you want to go for a fight? You want to go for a fight? Suddenly Ayas called, so I went. Hearing that, Jai immediately said, I want to fight. Jin faced Jai and asked, do you have a sword yet? He drew his blade and said, iron forge this for me. After speaking, Jemmy immediately drew his sword. Ayas looked at it and thought to himself, only now realizing this sword is truly exceptional. It's lightweight, easy to swing, and feels perfect in his hand. Jin was about to draw his sword and say, if you're ready, then let's begin. But at that moment, Jai raised his hand and said, hold on, there's a rule. Isis stood to the side and said, this is a fighting arena, so no magic, no supernatural powers. You can use mana, but not the aura of a swordsman. Hearing that, Jin replied, no aura. All right then. Jamie spoke up as well. Well, I guess it's true, your words really do sound condescending, Ease said with a hint of amusement. No arguing now. Then she cheerfully raised her finger and said, this match is for learning from each other. You'll both directly feel each other's strength and learn from it. As I mentioned Isis, I couldn't help but think of it, one of us will win when the opponent surrenders or can fight no more. And with that, Isis started shouting to the position. The sound echoed, and both of them had already taken their positions. Isis glanced at Jai's defense and thought to herself Jai's guard was solid, but suddenly she let out a faint, sinister smile. Moreover, he can wield Welton Jamie's Kim's technique. Does that mean he's capable of surpassing his current realm? The shout echoed out and he drew his sword with lightning speed. They charged at each other like a fierce storm. If they got too close, it would be deadly. Jin is rushing straight toward Jai, who's standing there. The blade is about to strike, but his opponent is a sword master. His experience with the sword is on a whole different level. While fighting, Jai kept thinking, maybe it's time to test how long his skills can hold up against him. The Welton Black Circuit sword clash was fierce and relentless. Jin hesitated for a moment against Moff Noi. What's that? The darkness of mana. Then he silently thought, no, now I need to focus on the battle. Before that, Jai was still deeply concentrated on his formation. The sinister grid must be a secret sword technique of the Welton family's single sword. At this moment, dark mana threads intertwined chaotically, and Nu Ko Ong could tell his sword was already cracked in half. Jai just stood there watching Jin and pondering, but he'd never heard of black space being able to cut. Jane is also fighting with all his might over here. From the very beginning, he was prepared to use every ounce of his power. That means he's not planning to give up easily. Suddenly a voice echoes through the air. All right, I'll allow it. Jai starts throwing punches while Jin holds a rock-solid defense. I'll let you taste what failure feels like. The two of them charge at each other in a fierce clash. She rushed forward like the wind. Suddenly a loud scream shattered the air. Don't. Just stand aside and ask. The swordmaster's wall is too high, right? Hearing that, Jai quickly said I can read his movements, but it's hard to block with a sword. Jai clenched his fist, and with determined resolve said, but after facing it, I feel like I've understood a little more. The key difference between Jain and Ta lies here. A chessboard appears, a hand moving a piece across the board. Meanwhile, Jane sits in meditation. Actually, the higher a master's realm, the more they focus on honing their senses rather than physical strength, because the sharper their instincts, the easier it is to predict an opponent's moves. At this point, Isis continued, the perspectives of a mage and a swordsman are completely different, so for now, just focus on practicing swordsmanship without magic. Jane stood silently to the side, then suddenly spoke, Isis, I have something to ask. Can I talk to Jamie for a moment? Hearing that, Isis replied, all right, I'll wait here. Then the two of them started moving to a different place. Sitting in a luxurious room, Jin asked Jai, I just felt the black demon energy clash with yours. Jay, are you a dark mage? Jai asked softly. Sorry for hiding it from Ju before, it's not easy to talk about. Then he recalled the days gone by, but so much happened last month. When we're together, I feel like I can trust him. That's why I used dark magic in the fight just now. Hearing that, Jain replied calmly. Jai stood up and said, to apologize, I will introduce myself properly. My name is Jay. I am the dark mage returning to this land to destroy the 12 gods. Jin, clutching his stomach, stood up and said, hearing it directly from you surprises me even more. Then he stepped forward to shake hands with Jai. I am Jin. Please, I need your help. Suddenly, Ayes appears, his face filled with desperation as he asks, are you finished yet? At this moment, the two of them, slightly surprised, said in unison, since when, Your Majesty? She smiled mischievously and said, I guess it's time to face my next opponent. Jai hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Now the battle will resume tomorrow. At this moment, Isis says, you remember right. S doesn't use aura or supernatural powers. Frontier replied calmly. Yes. As soon as the battle began, Jai was lost in a sea of thoughts. I've only just started learning swordsmanship, so this fight will teach me something. Fran smirked and said I won't hold back. Jemmy didn't fall behind either. He chuckled and said, good. If you don't, I'll be disappointed. Then Fran with a spark of excitement added, then I won't hold back. With a cry of despair, Jemmy was ready to strike, anticipating his next move, her senses sharpened to the limit. The spiritual energy surged, causing the ground and rocks around them to collapse in a deafening roar. You have to understand the flow of his magic. Fran raised her staff high, controlling the water, while Jemmy charged forward repeatedly, then subdued and mastered that very flow. These droplets may look identical, but only one is real. Han's golden attacks could only pierce the water's mighty shield, only that one true droplet. At this moment, Jai thought all he had to do was shatter the illusion. Han lowered his weapon and with a carefree smile spoke. Oh, you've seen through the true nature of this move, huh? But knowing it doesn't mean you can actually withstand it. With that, he slammed his staff into the ground, unleashing a surge of energy once more. Thunderous illusions roared and a torrent of swirling brown energy crashed down upon Jai's shield. And then the shield disappeared. The golden orbs surged forward with relentless force targeting him. Jai panicked and desperate, if I don't fight back I'll lose for sure. Then he swung his sword high and shouted, unleashing a move called Jamie. You used the 100 Cs to cut through space, unleashing a colossal sword wave that split Han's golden orbs in half. He seemed panicked, retreating backward. Then moments later Han gritted his teeth in fury. He vanished into thin air. Suddenly he leapt away from the deadly sword. Aura getting hit would mean the end. The staff hitting the ground made Han freeze in shock and shout out. When did Jai start swinging his sword to attack, forcing him to leap desperately to dodge? Jemmy clenched her teeth and swung her sword with all her might. Han struggled to raise his staff, desperately trying to defend himself. Later they parted ways. Han was knocked back several steps while Jai stood firm on the ground. The leader of Fran Isis, watching from the side, cracked a sly smile. Not bad at all. She's thinking he's predicting his next move, his next attack. He's probably relied on his logic, analyzing and casting spells with precision all along. His speed of thought is on a whole different level. He quickly figures out how to counter every attack. Jai is still desperately fighting against Han. He keeps thinking, what kind of power would he have as the Sword Saint? I can't wait to find out. Up on the mountain peaks, the sun has already set, and the sunset paints the sky with a breathtaking hue. But for these two, there's no time to admire the beauty, only urgency drives them forward. They're still trying to focus and defeat each other. Jai is struggling to calculate. Half a day has already passed, and this guy has reached a state of unconsciousness. If this keeps up, both of us will drain our mana completely. Han raised his weapon solemnly, stating, this ends now. With my current strength, I can't withstand this attack. At that moment, Demon Han Tuyet unleashed a surge of blue energy from the top of his staff, forcefully charging forward. The raging waters crashed toward Jai, but suddenly Han feels a surge of panic. He's vanished. At that moment, Jai swoops down from the sky, sword in hand, forcing Han to startle and look up desperately, trying to block that deadly strike. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, how is this possible? The mutated phenomenon around Han, and above his head, revealed shields to block Jai's powerful strike. That is the power of limit. It can alter reality related to oneself at will. Han at this moment forces a helpless smile, instinctively thinking he's used his power. Suddenly a loud shout echoes toward the two of them. Stop. This fight ends here. A single step made Han startle and turn around while Jamie was falling backward. At that moment, Ias looked at him calmly and said, he's asleep. Han nervously asked, Isji, you don't use magic, do you? That's power. You answered. Jai was exhausted, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Han looked at her in confusion, asking again, explain it more clearly. It's a bit tricky for me to arrange the words properly. Basically, you're talking about a clone, right? The image reveals Jai with 3 clones standing in front, behind, and above Han. At that moment, there are 3 strands of noodles. Is it not a star? Then why can't I see it? He was stunned, asking again. Ias continued to speak softly, contemplative. It might not even be a clone. Before he wakes up, we can't be certain of anything. The important thing is Jai has taken a step into the realm of the Sword Saint. Both of them watch as Jai lies on the ground, a look of awe on their faces. Just a few years wielding the sword and he's already like this. Among the 22 dragons, are there even a few that have reached the 9-star Sword Saint realm, but that's because they are long-lived races. Living for centuries, Jai, after waking up, will you still remember your own power? He sees you sleeping peacefully, yet troubled inside. The scene shifts to a room where a medical drip is hanging. Is this a clinic? Jai sat up, bewildered, looking around. She never expected to be this exhausted. In the room there was an old man sitting quietly. An old woman walks in and calmly speaks. You're finally awake. Jamie looked down in surprise at the small woman who responded, just call me doctor. the old woman replied indifferently, but inwardly, she cursed that fool. Miss Curiel appeared furious, and he was calling her the same. The doctor approached, rolled up his sleeve and said, "Your body has awakened. While you were sleeping, your muscle density increased. That's a sign of your awakening." Hearing this, Jai looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" She snapped with anger, shooing Jai out and shouting, "I mean, you're not a patient, get out of here." The boy with a blank, panicked look ran away in fear. Outside Eyes and Hoa are waiting for you. When Jai comes out, she waves and calls out, "Jai, thank goodness you're okay." "Do you remember how the match with Han ended?" Jai, now standing close, scratched his head and replied, "I don't quite remember." Ayaz immediately said, "Then I don't need to explain anymore. Your power has awakened if you want to understand it. There's only one way, pick up your sword once again." You looked at her with confusion and shock, asking, "Awakening? What does that even mean? And why is that guy here?" After hearing that, he asked, "Have you forgotten I've come here to settle the score from before?" Then a look of determination flashed in his eyes as the scene shifts to a vast open courtyard. The three of them now stand face to face. Hawk spoke as he activated, leaving Jemmy a bit confused. This time it'll be a little different," he continued. "He's planning to push you to the edge. Hawks will use his power instead of weapons. His dark energy fist isn't something you can handle easily," Hawk snapped, losing patience. "All right, get ready." He's standing face to face with Jamie. She stands in the middle as the referee. She shouts, "Begin." "Watch this." Haw shouted and charged at you with reckless fury. In Jai's eyes, they widened, as he silently exclaimed, "What?" Right now, countless hawks are rushing toward you. How can there be so many images of hawks layered on top of each other like this? His fist clenched tightly and he snapped, "Thinking of slacking off in front of me." Then he punched Jemmy in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. Jemmy's whole body was flung backward, showing Hoa had used an incredible force. Jemmy at this moment reacts by clawing at the ground, using his legs to stop his body. "How much longer are you planning to lie there?" Haw taunts again, pushing Jemmy to furrow his brow, then he swings his sword to block Haw's relentless attacks. But right now, Jamie's overwhelmed, cursing inwardly at this damn mess. Strange things keep flashing before his eyes. They exchange fierce techniques, but it's clear Hoa has the upper hand. Jai can only hold on and defend. Suddenly, his eyes hardened, and he swung a powerful sword strike toward him, causing Hoa's hand to start bleeding. His hand was pushed back, blood flowing freely with each passing day. Hawks lowered his blood-stained hand and asked Jai, "How do you feel about my power?" "That's the power of a swordsman." Jai looked up in shock, questioning himself deep inside. A swordsmanship master, Jai's stunned face drops onto the blade. Aya stepped out and asked, "Did you see anything?" Jai quickly replied. Suddenly, illusions appeared all at once. Each one revealed a different vision of the future. Among all of them, there's only one moment when I succeed. By the time I realize it, it's already become reality. You just recalled the fight from earlier and described it. Aya's hands on her hips offers her guess. Could it be probability? In my eyes, you've split into countless different variations. Jimmy was stunned when he heard her say that. I split my spirit into parts. Then he finally spoke. I didn't see it coming. To me, you just suddenly appeared right in front of me. Not just once, right? So why can't I see them? Ys recalled, just as Han, bewildered, asked the same thing. Han said something similar. Looks like your opponent can't even see them. Maybe those things they're watching are just after images. It seems you've chosen the fastest and most practical course of action in that situation. Those shadows probably originate from a multiverse, possibly from a parallel world. Jai remains silent in the face of these predictions. The scene shifts tonight. Jai sits atop a rooftop, gazing down at the houses below, lost in thought. Multiverses or parallel worlds. Back when I was Diablo von Burr, I studied the theory of multiple dimensions. You remember standing in the library, reading books long ago. Back then I could see the probabilities of other dimensions. I can't go any deeper for a few reasons. Looking back, it seems like an illusion, the power showing me a replay of my battle across different dimensions. People say a person's strength is tied to their identity. Then Jimmy looked at his hand again, lost in thought. That means Remia's creation helps forge a new realm with the Avalon staff. The staff connects us to another world. The 100 Seas technique controls space with a single strike. A secret sword art that can even tear apart space itself. I possess immense powers related to space. Maybe my talent for controlling space and my multidimensional strategic thinking combined to forge the strength I have now. Thinking this, Jai's hand pushed up, and he stood tall, looking at the sky, as he declared, "Activate." The shimmering red stars connected, forming illusions of him, meditating and wielding a sword in battle, flashes of his past alive in his eyes. This aura is born from dark magic. You see your sword emitting a strange energy glowing in your hand. Got it. Among countless alternate dimensions, I chose the best course of action to bring this variation into reality. Jemmy at this moment is filled with joy, a smile spreading across her face as she gazes at her sword and speaks. This power is called foresight, the ability to see the future. Cut to another house, Ayes's face filled with shock as she asks, "Fighting me with a sword. At this very moment she's trapped inside a room. You're leaning against the door and say, 'Yeah, isn't the final test supposed to be facing the strongest?'" Ayes exclaims, "You're really confident." Jemmy cheerfully replied, "There's no one else who can oppose my vision of the future but you." She praised him. "You've already named that power. That makes sense. But I'm not suited to be your rival. There's someone more suited for me." She smirked with a knowing smile. A moment later, Leader Fran appeared annoyed as he said, "I don't get why I have to train this early in the morning. Focus up, princess. I'll prove that the name you're hoping for is worth nothing." Right now, the three of them stand face to face in the arena. Jai, stunned, blurts out. The Princess Ayes just forces a faint smile. "Ha ha." Then she covered her mouth with her hand and let out a cough to hide her embarrassment before speaking. "Hey, go ahead and fight with everything you've got. If things get too intense, I'll step in so no one has to die. So let's begin," and the last words are shouted out, fueling the chaos of the battle. CL charged forward at lightning speed, dismissing the thought that just one move would be enough for you to realize how utterly useless you are. At the same moment, Jai clenched his teeth and swung his sword back into battle. CL's fist collided fiercely with Jai's blade. "Think about it, if I were the version of myself from yesterday, I'd be defeated already. But looking ahead to the future, you raise your sword and unleash a move you just named. Every version of me across different dimensions is doing the exact same thing." Strands of mysterious purple energy seep from Jai's sword. He thinks his advantage, seeing the future, will turn into divine light. The clock shockingly turns back, piercing through space itself. Jemmy's attack is so powerful it forces him into a desperate struggle to defend himself. Klung just spoke up, "I acknowledge your strength. So this is why the princess chose you, but don't get your hopes up, you won't beat me anytime soon." He then stood up, spreading his arms and legs wide, unleashing a surge of powerful red energy. Jemmy's eyes suddenly turned dangerous, as Clea's power unleashed multiple attacks, leaving him bewildered. Seeing the ominous future ahead, his eyes blazing like a fierce demon, he clenched his fist and charged forward with unstoppable force. "Let me show you my true power." With a single punch, Clack forged a colossal fist, infused with overwhelming energy, charging straight at Jemmy, then roared, "Kneel before my might." Ayes, sensing danger on one side, panicked and ran out. No. Jai, even in silence, can deliver a chilling line. Darkness radiates from him, but his eyes turn deadly. Without hesitation, he raises his sword high into the sky. The dark energy grew even stronger, more intense. The sword now blazed with a fiery red glow. Your eyes are now turned a ghostly white, and you cry out, "Let me return to you what was taken." Standing below, Claw felt utterly insignificant before this surge of power. The illusion of the sword gathered, forming a glowing circle of runes. But he still looked proud as he replied, "Impressive. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Jai's sword strike was so powerful, it sliced from the sky, splitting the arena in half and stretching out into a vast open space. When the attack ended, only Jamie stood alone amidst the wreckage. "You think you can't fully master that technique because you're not strong enough yet." With such destructive power, suddenly from within the smoke, a figure emerges, eyes blazing with intensity. Jai couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a monster." Klo's face was full of confidence, one of his glasses shattered, but a strange round object had appeared on his forehead. Then he exclaimed, "I even had to use the Demon Stone." The Demon Stone, an entire space that stores all the power the demon had accumulated throughout his life. When the power within the stone is unleashed, the user's combat ability skyrockets several times over. A purple stone suddenly appears. Then Claw nonchalantly walked past Jimmy and threw a final remark, "No need to check anymore." Jimmy was still standing there amidst the wreckage. Iris stepped out, watching Klung's back as he silently kept walking. Jemmy, standing behind, remained silent as well. Ayes still seethed with anger at his indifference. Ayes's fury burned as Klon turned away, glancing back at CL. "After experiencing it firsthand, I finally understand, even as a master swordsman, I'm not sure I can face either of these two. I need to restore my strength to its peak, just like in the Golden Age, as quickly as possible." Jai's eyes are filled with turmoil as the scene shifts to another moment, suddenly a scream of shock. "What the hell? Jai, you've become a master swordsman." Jean, as he was drinking water, couldn't close his mouth after hearing this shocking news and just blurted out. Isis immediately replied, "Yes, he gained an incredibly strange power." Han, also there, shrugged his shoulders with a look of boredom. "Damn it, he's a genius, only 15 years old, and already a 9th-level mage and a master swordsman." Jin pressed on. "So where is Jemmy right now?" Ayes happily responded as if he was talking to Beryl. The scene shifts to Jemmy walking alongside Baliak in a forest. He looked down at you with suspicion and asked, "I heard you've become a master swordsman." Jai scratched his head, smiling happily. "Haha, I guess that's about right." Boi smiled too, thinking of the moment when his father read the news and exclaimed in shock, "If your dad heard this, he'd be just as surprised." Then he said, if your father hears this, he'd be pretty surprised too. And Bali Onyx looked down at you silently marveling. The first time I saw you, you were just a kid, but now you've grown into something else entirely. And Jai just shook his head, he probably won't believe it. Jai suddenly stopped and called out, I don't know how you see me, but I've always lived with the spirit of a guardian father. After hearing that, he turned back to Bali Onyx and called him Onyx. Bali Onyx at that moment smiled proudly and said, as your guardian, I will continue to watch over and support your future. When you're exhausted, I'll lend you my shoulder. If you want to move forward, I'll be your driving force. I'll help you chase your dreams, so keep moving forward. Jai responded with gratitude. Thank you, sir, Balik said softly. I'm proud of you. Who are you? Stop and reveal your identity. The person facing him has long white hair wearing tattered, ragged clothes. Their limbs are chained with iron cuffs, like a criminal holding a sword as they stand firm. After hearing that, he raised his hand, ran his fingers through his hair, and replied, Oh, you don't recognize me, kill them all. Suddenly, that person's eyes flashed with intensity, and in a split second, the head of the cloaked figure was severed from its neck. A massive door swung open, and the long-haired individual stormed in, speaking sharply. When the leader of the 7 Knights arrives, shouldn't you all be greeting me? A powerful energy radiated from his body at that moment. He stands in the middle of the room, his power growing stronger by the second. At the top of the stairs, someone appears looking down at the long-haired figure with a sigh. What is this? Genis's sword made a truly spectacular comeback. The young man on this side, cautious, asked, Who are you? The person on the stairs immediately raised their hand to one side and said, Calm down. This is the ancient Zenith Temple. His finger seemed to unleash a surge of power. The long-haired boy below stared in shock, looking around himself. And then the voice echoed again, so embarrassing to face this way. But it's an honor to meet you, Can. My name is Noah, and I am an apostle of the god Zenith. Noah smiled warmly, raising his hand. Sen narrowed his eyes and said, A disciple? I've never heard of a new disciple appearing like this. That's right, but this is the will of the gods. What I do, I don't need to explain to you, Noah calmly said. Sen stood tall in the palace, asking, So you're just a follower with no trust or position at all, Noah retorted. What you're saying about me is completely wrong. I am an apostle trusted by the divine Zenith. This is where my mission ends. How much longer do you plan to drag this conversation out? I was summoned here to become a being of true power. Noah's eyes turned fierce. Therefore, your current fate is now under my control. Sen listened below in silence, frozen and speechless. Moments later, a sly smile crept across his face before he burst into laughter, saying, Haha, Dad, is this the new challenge you've set for me? If you've said that, I kind of understand now. Noah above shook her head and replied, It's best if you fix your attitude and how you address me, since we're still having a decent conversation. He angrily swung his sword and said, Ever since you appeared, you've been pissing me off. Noah calmly replied, Your actions are what make me angry, but I don't look down on you because of it. It seems we must face each other to show you who truly holds the power here. As he spoke, he raised his hand effortlessly, blocking Green's fierce sword with just a single finger. Cran struggled to hold his ground against that surge of energy. What the hell is this? I am a chosen apostle, blessed by the divine. He truly possesses extraordinary power, just that sword has done so much already. Noah calmly set his finger, causing Green's sword to tremble. But I am the embodiment of the divine, the savior sent to this world by the gods. Noah offers a friendly smile. Sen in disbelief gasps out, This can't be real. The fact that your sword is pointed at me, that's something I simply cannot accept. It's a blatant insult to the gods, a violation of sacred laws, Noah continued. After hearing that, Jen was disappointed and lowered his sword, then knelt before Noah and declared, I am a knight of the gods, a servant of the divine. I will dedicate my body and soul to the gods I have chosen. Noah then offered a friendly smile and said, That's good. I hope we can work together and support each other well in the future. At this moment, the scene shifts to the Paizo Church Cathedral, where a shadowy figure walks across a long carpet, then suddenly stops in his tracks. Ross placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. The angel of Emetic has returned to Thuong Ai. You're finally back, huh? A person standing in front of the goddess statue of Po turned around at the sound and asked. Ross stepped forward again and said, If I had known you were busy praying, I wouldn't have disturbed you. Sorry for the inconvenience. Ricky cheerfully said, No worries, I'm almost done with everything. It's just the 2 of us here, so there's no need for formalities. Rosben said, This isn't good. With 2 of us, I need to show more respect to you. We're both grown up now, no longer children. He spoke like an old man. Ricky scratched his head, chuckling softly. Wow, you're only 16 and you sound like a grandpa already. Then he asked, By the way, have you seen Anna again? Ross solemnly replied, It seems the saintess has already gone out so. Ricky forced a helpless smile and said, It's not surprising at all. At that age, every girl just wants to go out, explore, and experience life. A beautiful girl appears on the screen and Ross sighs. It's true, just a year ago, her eyes were only just beginning to see the light. So discovering new things brings pure joy. But what about the battlefield? What happens there? The eyes of the goddess posed statue now looked as if they were on the verge of tears, still the same. Neither Carolyn nor Anbia has launched a full-scale attack. They've only had a few small skirmishes. Russ's face suddenly turned serious. Caroland is part of the Eastern Continent ruled by the Zenit Church. The Onbia Apostles Alliance, on the other hand, is part of the Northern Continent governed by the Paizo Church. Arisa, the continent of Fae, and even Brion from the Southern Continent. They declared they wouldn't interfere in Caroland and Onbia's war. However, what's striking is that Heron from the mainland has yet to make any move or statement. The war god Zenit, the mighty Brahmin, the stunning goddess Lily, this battle is only just beginning. But in this battle, Longthun still can't summon the dragons to fight, because secret agreements have been made between the sides. But if the war truly escalates to a brutal all-out conflict, then those agreements will mean nothing. The battle will drain every resource to defeat the enemy. At that point, the powers involved may no longer be able to stay on the sidelines. Ricky also grew worried and asked again, "So is Anbia still stable for now?" Russ Lien responds, "For now, Lien IVN in the north is still quite stable, and their strength is just overwhelming. The vital role of the Demon Kingdom is crucial to the stability of this alliance." After hearing this, Ricky fell silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "But if the war spreads, the 12 divine churches will take action. At that point, we'll be forced to strike first to gain the upper hand." This caused Ross to panic and shout out, "You mean?" Ricky responds seriously, "I need to meet with the Pope to discuss this war." Ross asked nervously, "Right now?" Suddenly Ricky scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, first let's go eat." Ross finally let out a breath of relief. "Yes, it's done." Ricky turned around and walked away as he spoke. "Hey Jai, you've been doing well lately, right? I heard you've accomplished some pretty impressive things and gained quite a bit of fame before." Roz happily announced it right away. Turns out he defeated the divine beast of Lord Ren earlier, and he's also made his mark in rebuilding Harmonia. Ricky smiled proudly and said, "That's right, I knew it." Roz grew nostalgic, hoping we'd meet again soon. The scene shifts a foot, just stepped out from the teleportation portal. Jai sighed, wearily exhausted from the news. Just hearing it drained him, especially after they all crowded around, worried. The image of his friends surrounding him, asking after his well-being, flashed in his mind. Standing before a teleportation circle to another world, he calculated his move, but I know I still have so much to learn. According to Canon's journal, someone engraved the name Gamon on Diablo Vonber's tombstone. The one who did this must know exactly where Gamon is. I came here hoping to find that person. Now everything's shrouded in uncertainty, so I have to find that person. Jai bites her lip, recalling and lost in thought. "You seem to be the one I saw earlier." A man now hanging from a massive pole asked aloud. Jemmy stood below, looking up, and asked, "I came here to ask you something." The person above immediately responded, "What do you want to know?" "Did anyone here know the name Gamon in the past?" Jai asked directly. He replied, "You want to go there? Looks like you've been tracking those people all the way here." "I wasn't really following anyone, I just happened to find out about this by chance." Jai replied, his eyes turning nostalgic as the man recounted the story. "I've been here for so long my mind's no longer clear, so there are many things I can't recall. But I still remember one person. That person told me there's someone standing beside a tombstone appearing out of nowhere. This world is ruled by 12 gods. It's utterly despicable. If someone could drive away these 12 gods, the world would be different. But that person failed fighting them, only to fall in defeat. It's truly unfortunate, but his spirit and the battle he fought live on. What he left behind taught me a lesson, one that will help me overcome my weaknesses and defeat the 12 gods." The face of that mysterious figure flickered in the darkness, barely visible, almost impossible to see clearly. And that was no coincidence. If only I had more strong allies by my side back then, I might have won. Jai stands before the image of that mysterious man. The man hanging on the pole continues his story. But none of those people stayed long, they all left. Suddenly, the image of 3 people on 3 horses galloping down the road flashes before Jai's eyes, causing him to panic and cry out. This is where the story continues. At the same time, the plague spread rapidly, killing most of their kin, leaving only a few survivors. So they fled without hesitation. Years passed until Abrasus was finally built. Jemmy at this moment watched those images and pondered deeply. So Abrasus has existed here for a long time, through countless upheavals in history. It also means those people, those who carved their names on the tombstone, have lived and endured at least 2,000,000 years ago. They truly know everything about Diablo Vomber. They even dream of someday defeating the 12 gods, just like Diablo Vomber did. But do those people still exist today, or have they transformed into something else, something I can no longer recognize? Suddenly, a sinister hand appears, clutching a skull with glowing red eyes, its mouth dripping as it screams, "I hate you. How could you do this to us?" A man is surrounded by three mysterious figures, then suddenly strange hands grip his face, horror spreading across his eyes. I pray the gods burn your soul to ash, you will die, a terrible death. That person suddenly woke up with a scream, trembling, as if they'd just escaped a nightmare, sweat pouring down like a flood. Then he clutched his head, whispering to himself, another nightmare. And on his body, strange cords were wrapped around him. A single step appears and asks, is this just another nightmare? Even though that day is still etched in my mind, its karma remains, but we have to keep living. No matter who you are, we still have to live and get through this. You appeared, you're a woman. The young man sitting on the bench lowers his head and says, I know, but reality still has to go on. Then he thinks to himself, but not for long. To atone for the sins that led to my comrades' deaths, I will make humanity on this continent suffer. That was the wish of my comrades and mine long ago. The tubes from his hands stretched out to blood-red vials of liquid. The boy's eyes grew serious. Because once the apostles were gone, the power of the 12 gods began to fade. I will wipe out all 12 of their kin, not a single one will survive. After finishing his story, the man asks, do you have any more questions? If there's anything else about the group that once lived in Gaiman, just ask me. Jai looked up and said, then let me ask one more thing. Why did everything turn out this way? The man trapped on the giant stone pillar was stunned. He immediately replied, because of failure. Jemmy asked again, you mean the failure against the 12 gods? He replied, right now they're called the 12 gods, but back then it wasn't like that. Jai's eyes are now intensely focused, hanging on every word. As they reached this point, the man suddenly clenched his teeth in agony, dark energy surging around him. Was it the curse he had been cursed with all along? There seems to be a powerful, invisible force blocking the truth about that seal from coming to light. Most likely it's tied to the past of the 12 bodies. Jai, helpless below, looked up at his suffering and realized there was nothing more to do. It seemed he couldn't get any answers today, so he had no choice but to head back. The scene shifts tonight. Jai, on his way home, notices someone waiting outside. As soon as she sees him return, the girl speaks up. I've been waiting for you. I have something to tell you about Princess Veena. This girl with the orange hair is Frun, a senior member of Frontier of the Valkyrie tribe. Oh, and now I remember Bon is the one responsible for teaching and guiding Veena. Princess Veena isn't one to cause trouble or mischief. So what happened? Frun continued, let me be blunt. The princess kept insisting on going with you, so please persuade her to stay behind. Jemmy asked, confused. Why should I do that? She sighed. Honestly, he's so thoughtless. Actually, the queen doesn't have much time left to live. Jimmy was stunned by this. John continued, ever since Princess Veena went missing 15 years ago, her health has been deteriorating from overthinking. The image of Queen Van Key lying in pain flashes before us. Even though she's recovered better than before, once her health weakens, it can never return to what it once was. The queen's remaining time is no more than a year at most. Princess Veena may not yet know that the queen is about to pass, but you understand what she means to us, and the entire Valkyrie clan, don't you? I hope you'll help and advise the princess. I believe you understand what I'm saying. At this moment, John coldly walks past Jai. You're still stunned by what you just heard. Cut to the next day. Veena, visibly anxious, asks, my lord, what do you mean exactly? You told me I have to stay in Avalon, you're joking, right? Jimmy sat across and replied, I heard the queen is gravely ill. If something happens to the queen, you'll have to step up and lead the Valkyrie clan, right? She hurriedly replied, no, it's okay. I've already asked my mom for permission. When she was young, she traveled across the entire continent, so I want to do the same. Jemmy interrupted and Veena earnestly warned, no, the place we're heading to is a battlefield that will decide the fate of this entire continent. If anything happens to the people there, the Valkyrie clan will have no heirs, no leaders left. You know that too, right? Veena suddenly slammed the table in anger, stood up and shouted, all I need is to survive and come back and I can do that. Then she started trembling again. I waited 5 whole years just for that reason. Then it's better if you don't tell me to leave. Jai replied helplessly, I'm sorry. There's no other way. Veena brushed past him softly, saying, I'm just going out to clear my mind a little. Jemmy sat there looking down with a heavy heart and whispered, I guess that's enough, right? The girl won't ask to come along anymore. Cut to outside where Queen Van Kaiwai is standing in front of a tree. We don't have much time left now. I still remember the first time I met Veena here. It was such a moment of happiness. At that moment, the girl cried out loudly. A scene of young Veena crying softly inside a blooming flower appeared. Veena, no matter what choice you make, I will always support you. Just follow your heart, spread your wings, and fly as high and beautiful as you can. After the memory, Queen Valkyrie drops to her knees and pleads, Great Odin, Lord Valkyrie, please protect your child and keep them safe. Suddenly her eyes catch something out of the hollow of the tree. A beautiful flower appears, making her gasp. She turns back to Veena, who's now sitting on a ledge head, bowed, trembling, tears streaming down her face. That's just too much, master. You promised we'd stay together forever. So why are you pushing me away now? She remembers what she said long ago. I shouldn't have left my master back then. I swear I'll become stronger and come back. She painfully thought to herself, to me you're more important than my own kin because you saved me and gave me hope. Suddenly Vena's eyes grew serious. A fierce divine scorpion appears before her, charging aggressively. Vena quickly rises into a fighting stance and shouts, "Monster!" The monster charged straight at her, but Vena swiftly leapt away to dodge. As she hit the ground, she wondered, why is there a monster in this safe zone? Avalon is protected by Fran, so they shouldn't be able to get in. But this is so strange. The giant scorpion reared back its tail, and where the tail pointed down, a deep pit had formed, drenched in greenish slime like deadly poison. From the ring on her finger, a voice echoed, "This is beyond the safe zone here. Monsters run wild. So be careful." Vena was left speechless with panic. Haha, I never expected to accidentally run outside the safe zone. Suddenly, countless giant scorpions appeared circling around her. Vena clenched her weapon tightly and said, "But it's okay. I need to release the pain in my heart. These monsters will be my outlet for my anger." Vena clenched her teeth, swinging her hammer high as she roared, "Die all of you!" The strike slammed into the ground with such force that the monsters were sent flying into the air. The bodies of those unfortunate monsters were shattered. Vena stood before the remaining giant scorpions, calculating her next move. Are there still 2 monsters left? So 5 against 1, that's a bit too much to handle. Vena, stay focused, be careful. The warning echoed again, and she quickly grabbed her weapon and responded, "I know I've been training all year, not just to admire. I'll take them down, even if I'm not fully skilled at this yet." But at this moment, the deadly venomous tail of the giant scorpion was about to strike her down. Ini Vankiri activated Veneri's most crucial skill, a temporary power boost that pushes the limits of the body to the absolute maximum. Vena had transformed a powerful energy radiating from her all around, but after using this skill, she was left unable to move for a short while. Vena leaps up, swinging her hammer down with unstoppable force. The giant scorpion before her is shattered to pieces, and behind it only one remains, its eyes blazing red with fury. She thinks now there's only one monster left. Vena is still soaring in the sky while the beast remains below, ready to strike. If Inheri Veneri's time runs out, I won't be able to move anymore, and that's when I'll be in real danger. As she thought, she clenched her fist infused with magic, grinding her teeth in determination. She had to destroy it before her spell ran out. Then she swung that massive, powerful fist forward. But as she was executing the move, she suddenly panicked and screamed. The magic surrounding her has disappeared, and then the voice echoes again. Her energy drain was so severe that Inheri Veneri's attack was completely nullified. High above in the sky, Vena faced off against the scorpion's deadly tail. Panic took over, she couldn't stop herself, and her body lunged forward straight into danger. "Sorry, my lord, but this is probably my fate. I don't want to leave you like this." Vena tearfully accepts her tragic destiny. The disobedient child suddenly appeared, Jai, rushing in and wrapping his arms around Vena, leaving her stunned. He raised his hand, casting a spell that formed a shield to block that massive tail. Vios also charged forward at the speed of light and spoke out. "Master, let me handle this part. You can rest assured." Then Vios transformed dramatically, revealing a massive leg. That scorpion instantly looked like a tiny ant. Without hesitation, Vios struck down with a single blow, and everyone knew exactly where the fate of the remaining monster was headed. Vena watched in horror, speechless with terror. BG is speechless. After 5 years, this is all he's managed just to regain his strength like this. This is only 1% of its original size. Vios's foot lifts, creating a massive crater. "Vena, your Veneri technique is truly incredible. After just 5 years of training, you've already reached that level. Your effort is truly commendable." Jai proudly praises Vena. She's still in shock, only able to call out to her master. Vios, now transformed into a tiny, cheerful form, happily flies over to his master. Jai continued, "Risking everything to kill the last one was a reckless move. Next time, you'd better learn how to retreat safely when needed. Do you understand?" Vena immediately replied. "I really don't know what I'd do if my master wasn't here with me." Suddenly, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up as she called out, "Master Bios, I'm sorry and thank you so much." She held Jai close and cried. Jamie smiled softly, gently ruffling Vena's hair as he comforted her. "It's okay, now we should head back." A little while later, Vios was peacefully asleep, curled up on Vena's lap. They had returned to the same room as before. Vena asked softly, "So, I can't go with you anymore," Jai replied. "I wish you could travel the entire continent with me, but you're a princess of Van and the future queen of our people. So I hope that someday someone will lead the Van clan to help us in this battle." Vena still felt regret as she said, "My lord." Suddenly John appears at the door and says, "I knew you'd still be here. Princess, I have some great news for you. The new princess of the Veneri clan has been born," she announced, filled with joy. Jamie turned around in shock, asking, "What do you mean?" Vena, unable to believe it, let out a gasp. Freon quickly explained Vena's second sister was born, and the princess can leave with you, Jay. From outside the house, their surprised voices could be heard in unison. What Ven, a bit flustered, stood up and said, I suddenly have a sister. You're joking too much. John solemnly replied, This is no joke, Your Highness. It's the truth. Do you know how a Van is born? Venna looked stunned, her mind racing. Now that she thought about it, she'd never heard anyone explain how a person is born. Ever since I returned, no more Van have been born here. Freon recalls Vanri is a race made entirely of women. The elements extracted from the queen's body, shaped on the tree, would become seeds for future heirs. When planted in fertile ground, those seeds would give birth to new life, flowers would bloom, and from within those blossoms a Valkyrie would be born. Normally this cycle happens once every 10 years. But for the queen, it's different. The essence of the future queen will be sown into the sacred white tree when the red flowers bloom on its branches. From that moment, a new princess, a new life will be born. Venna gasped in shock. If that's my sister, then another element has been planted into the white tree, right? Freon immediately confirmed, exactly because the queen believed she'd never find the missing princess. 7 years after the princess vanished, the 4 elders urged the queen to plant a new element on the white tree to create a successor. But when the new element was sown, there was no reaction at all. Just when most of the city was about to give up hope, news of Princess Vena's discovery spread through the air. Suddenly all eyes turned to that day and the hope was forgotten. And now they realized the flower inside the white tree hollow was about to bloom. Vena's curiosity flares up once again. So the flower from the elemental seed that was planted 8 years ago is finally blooming. Fron quickly clarifies, not yet, but it's already sprouting from the root of the white willow. Maybe in 2 more years the flowers will bloom. Jai sat there lost in deep thought. So your little sister will be born after the queen passes away. Suddenly he slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Vena, maybe I should tell you this. John immediately turned back and yelled. Jai calmly replied, Beyond enough. With the situation as it is, I can't keep this from her any longer. Venna, there's a truth you need to know no matter what. You're struggling to stand and face Venna. She asked curiously, What's the latest master? The queen has only about a year left to live. This news left Venna stunned, but she couldn't believe her ears and gasped, What? What does that mean? Why does my mother only have a little time left to live? Jimmy sadly replied, overwhelmed by the shock of losing her child. Her health had deteriorated significantly, and the need to die to produce the new heir for the new queen had exhausted her. Venna knelt on the ground, her face a mask of suffering and numbness, trembling as she whispered, It's because of me, that mother. Jemmy gently calls out to Venna, but maybe she feels there's nothing that can soothe her right now. Venna rakes her hair and screams in agony. If it were me, Mom, I wouldn't have had to do this. If I hadn't gotten lost or gone missing that day, the two of you could have been there to comfort her together. Venna, Jamie raises a hand, channeling magic to calm Ven down. It's done. You seriously said, get a grip, the past can't be changed anymore. And no matter how much you regret, it'll only bring you pain. Venna had fallen silent again, tears streaming down her face. She opened her mouth and called out, Master, my mother wants to see you right now. Venna, overwhelmed and broken, could only shake her head, unable to find the words to tell her mother. Jai knelt on one knee and placed her hand on her shoulder, soothing her. Yeah, we'll go see your mom. A moment later, all 3 of them appeared in front of the Van Forest entrance. Jemmy spoke up. Do we need to get permission to enter the forest? Fron replied, No, since the princess is with us, we can enter without permission. So let's go. As they entered, Jai noticed Venna walking behind, looking sad. As soon as she stepped into the forest, her hair turned red. Was it the influence of the forest's primal energy? As the 3 stepped through the gate, a foot suddenly appeared and asked, You're here already. Elder Sentina bowed respectfully to the princess. A woman with short hair, as if she'd been waiting forever, raised her hand to a headpiece. Venna quickly responded, Sentina, it's been a while. I've come on official business with the queen. Senior Elder Sentina looked over at Jai and asked, Is that true? But this is my master, Jemmy. As Venna introduced herself, Sentina's eyes widened in shock, and she thought to herself, Jamie, this is the Princess Vena's master. She looked at Jai carefully, then spoke. Please wait a moment, I will inform the Queen, Your Highness. Jai followed her gaze and asked, Is that one of your clan's 4 elders? John replied, She's my direct superior, and also the Queen's advisor, someone far more powerful than she appears. You can't help but marvel inwardly. She must possess the strength of a master and the aura of true authority. Truly worthy of being the Valkyrie elder. Later, Sentina announced Bond stay here. Please the princess and the lord come inside to meet the queen. The 3 of them have now entered the hollow tree where magnificent sacred gates unfold before them. Queen Van Key stands there, waiting, her arms open wide, a joyful smile on her face as she calls out, My daughter, come here, I've missed you so much. Venna, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to her mother and shouted out loud. She clung tightly to her. Queen Van Kiwai asked, puzzled, Why are you crying? Did something happen to upset you? Just say it. Venna, tears streaming down her face, trembling, looked up and asked, We've heard everything now. Are you really only going to live for one more year? This can't be real, right? Queen Van Kiwai gasped in shock. Vina, how do you know that? She keeps hiding in her mother's arms, crying, blaming herself. If only you had spoken sooner, I wouldn't have left the forest for even a second, and I could have been with you just a little longer. Queen Van Kie's tears now flowed freely, as she held her daughter tightly, whispering through her sobs. I'm so sorry, Vina. I'm truly sorry, my child. Jimmy watched from the side as the two of them comforted each other, a gentle smile of happiness spreading across his face. You remember your parents and sister thinking that if your parents' health or Sarah's condition worsened, you'd probably react just like Vina. But in life, separation, aging, and death, they're unavoidable. That's the challenge everyone has to face in the end. And whether you like it or not, you have to accept that painful truth. I've been there before, but in the future, I won't let that happen. Your hand clenched into a fist. In my past life, I couldn't bear that pain, so I chose the extreme path, suppressing my emotions. But this time, I will embrace that pain completely. But I will do everything I can to protect my loved ones. Right now, Jai is facing his past self from a previous life. After a moment of tears, Queen Van Kie wiped her eyes and forced a smile, saying, It's not polite to keep guests waiting and witness this scene. Vina, do you want to introduce him to me? Vena quickly nodded and introduced Jai. This is your master. I've told you so much about him. Jai politely placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head. I am Jai. Queen Vanki also did the same and said, At last I've met the savior of the Veneri tribe. Thanks to you, I've found my daughter. I truly thank you. I have nothing to offer in return, but I hope you accept this as my gratitude. I've wanted to give this to you for a long time, if only I had the chance, she said as she held out a shining object in her hand. Jemmy looked at the object in the queen's hand and asked, Explain it right away. You probably realize this is a white tree leaf. Just holding on to it will gradually restore your vitality, and it will help you a lot in battle. Please accept this precious gift. Jai reached out and took it, replying, Then I accept with the god's blessing. This is truly an invaluable treasure. Then he thought to himself, feeling as if all his exhaustion was fading away. Queen Vanki Wai spoke seriously again. Now I want to talk about my daughter's future. Is that okay? Vena stepped back. Then I'll step aside for a moment so you can talk. A little while later, she and Jai stood side by side in front of the temple doors. Queen Van Keen spoke first. Jai, did you tell Vera about my remaining lifespan? You responded honestly. Yes, I told the truth so Van could stay here. The absence of the queen will be a great loss for the Vankiri clan. She replied softly. I had planned not to tell her because I didn't want to see her suffer when she learns the truth. Jai immediately looked at her and retorted, This is truly apparent selfishness. Children have the right to know about their parents' health. Your Majesty, upon hearing this, Queen Ki Wai was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned and smiled warmly, saying, Yes, I've only ever thought of myself. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to my side. Jai placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and said, Now I will say goodbye to Vina for the last time. Your Majesty, moments later, a voice echoed in front of a fountain. Vina, you've come here. So you've made your decision, haven't you? She hesitated and called out. Master Jemmy and Vena are now sitting together under a shared pavilion. You smile softly and recall, Do you remember the first time we met 5 years ago? Vena cheerfully replied, Of course I remember. You were so strict with me back then. Even though I was disappointed to learn that Vankiri had no talent for magic, I was still so happy to be by your side fighting with you. How could I ever forget those moments? How could I forget, Master Vena? Was trembling, tears streaming down her face. You don't need to forget any of that. No matter how far apart we are, I'm still your master and you're still my disciple. That's the truth. Jemmy gently looks at her with comforting eyes. Vena stops crying and looks up, calling out, Master, remember, we're always together no matter where we are. She smiled brightly through her tears and softly replied, Yes, I remember now. Always together. You look at her with gentle eyes, Vina. Take good care of the queen's health. With that, she stands up and walks away. Vena replied, Yes, I will definitely do that, Master. So we will meet again someday. Jai now stands in a different space, not looking back but waving as he replies, All right, you've teleported back to the original room. Vios is still peacefully asleep on the chair, undisturbed by your arrival. I think this little guy must be heartbroken knowing Vina has already left. The pain of saying goodbye cuts so deep. I need to sleep early to regain my strength. He pursed his lips, feeling an indescribable sensation, then pushed the door and entered the bedroom. Vina lives strong and healthy. Jai cuts to midnight while Jai's asleep, a voice calls out, jolting him awake in a panic. What's going on? Baliex was standing there uneasy, while Isis looked on anxiously delivering the news. The war has already begun. After hearing it, Jai's face stays calm, but you're the only one frowning. In the year 524 of the Fritmu era, a map of 5 continents emerged. Ovia, Arisa Brion, and Carrion encircled the outside while Heron sat right at the center. There's a country called Teria, to the east of Kariran's territory, and Zenit lies behind Kariran's lands. With chaos spreading across the continent, wars erupted, many attacks targeting the northern kingdom of Qian in Ovia. Genus Teresia is a territory backed by overwhelming support both in manpower and resources from the eastern nations. The conflict escalated too quickly. Jaren, a border city of the Qian kingdom and one of its major hubs, was completely destroyed. It was only then that the Qian kingdom finally started to respond to the battle, but it was too late. Thesia's army had already pushed deep into their territory. Jaren ended up facing a crushing defeat. When they learned the battle was raging fiercely, the northern Seam kingdom immediately sent Limo and Simon to Qian to lend aid. These two talented mages have survived the firestorm in the kingdom of Jaren, and now face Teresia's army as they march toward Egan. For now they've temporarily halted the enemy's advance, but they could never reclaim Jaren. Of course, the delay of the Teresia army wouldn't last long. Their righteous army was ready for a massive assault. King Apesa, the fourth of Qian, called an emergency meeting with the Northern Alliance to plan their counterattack. He clutched his face trembling and cried out, "Right now we're in grave danger. What can I do? We've got some support from King Frieder, but it's like a drop in the ocean." If the fourth king of Chizan hadn't responded so quickly, Eon would have fallen and Teresia's forces would have pushed even further. Next up is Seo. When we are attacked, the entire northern invasion route will open up, and the kingdoms along that path will no longer be safe. Through the cracks of his fingers you can see the fear in the king's eyes. This is the current situation, but there's more. We still don't know when the enemy will launch their assault on the Ibri kingdom. King Laya of Ibri speaks. The armies of the northern kingdoms could lend some aid to ease your burden, but right now we all have to keep our forces ready for attack from hostile nations. King Atessa responded anxiously. I understand your worries about those wars, but if the kingdom of Chisan falls, as I've said, the northern path will open and the kingdoms behind will struggle to survive. It seems the kingdom of Absalon will need to send some of our troops to assist you. Our forces are limited, but it's the best help we can offer. Absalon, the king of Day, was trembling as he hesitantly spoke up. Suddenly, the Gantian king roared, "How can you say such things, Day? Now, if we can't unite, everything will fall apart." After a heated debate, a voice suddenly rang out. "Alright, the only thing that matters now is preparing to face the enemy, not arguing. Everyone stay organized and find a plan." That's the word from King Freedom of the demonic realm. King Atessa then said, "Thank you, Lord Freedom." Freedom narrowed his eyes and replied, "Given the current situation, the two grand mages, Simon and Lemur, have already been dispatched to Chi-san. Jemmy's father is rushing on horseback, leading his troops forward. Alongside him, Count Welton, the commander of a fierce army of 10000 heads toward Egan. Of course, reaching there takes time, and we'll need backup from Silent App and Jaren as well." As he spoke, he pointed to two spots on the map with his fingers. "We also sent General Intu and the army to Ibri to block the enemy's advance. Along with our skilled commander strategist Kanga and 7000 troops, they headed to Qian. This is all we can do to prolong this battle until King Carol Jaren speaks." King Laya smiled and said, "General Into is already quite famous. If he had led the troops, the situation might have eased, but it seems the number of soldiers with him isn't that many." The king let out a relieved sigh. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." The king then continued, "In that case, we will also deploy Sorcerer Sadi Khan and his 50000 troops to come to our aid. The battle is escalating now. There's only so much we can do." Atsa still remains grateful. "Thank you, King of Thorns. We'll never forget your kindness. The battle has reached its climax, but we'll hold our ground. We won't let those bastards do whatever they want." King Laya responded, "If we win this battle, we can seize the chance to wipe out the traitors once and for all, showing them which force truly rules the north." Fridu then spoke with unwavering determination. "Everyone's determination is admirable, but we still face a formidable enemy ahead. We may be a strong alliance, but we must stay vigilant. We never know when those cultists will summon an evil god. So if we get the chance, we need to move into Chizan's territory, push back Teresia quickly." The other kings at the table share the same determined look. They understand. Jemmy quickly stood up, changed his clothes in a flash, and lazily stretched as he asked, "So the war's starting again?" Aya's surprised, snapped back, but it seemed like he wasn't that shocked by the news. Jai calmly looked at her and explained, "Of course, small skirmishes have been happening for years, nothing new there. A battle of this scale should have started 5 years ago at the very least. So, what's the latest on the battlefield?" Ais stands with her hands on her hips, her expression serious. "Jaren is almost lost now. Even our two great mages can't stop the Teresia army from conquering Jaren." Jimmy immediately asked, "So who are those two?" Balik stands beside him and responds, "He's the Marquis Limo and the Count Simong. The battle is no longer simple, so everyone is on high alert." News of the fight has spread everywhere. Ayas suddenly spoke, and out of nowhere the magic bird appeared, urgently announcing, "The war has begun. Elder Jai must return now." Then he vanished into the air. Isis hesitated, saying, "We can't help you, Jay." He patted her shoulder and responded calmly, Alright, Fran is also preparing for something big, so don't feel pressured if you can't help me. Just remember, everyone has their own tasks if needed. I'll ask Bim to stay at the border and lend you a hand. Vios is still sound asleep, drooling all over the chair. Ias responds, thanks a lot. I hope everything goes as planned, and you'll defeat Long Thun. As for me, I'm determined to wipe out the Genet Church. Isis smiled in response. Of course it had to be this way. Later he turned back and said, this battle is crucial, so before I go I need to check on my sword first. Bonix immediately responded. Yes, Isis asked. So you're heading to the forge, let me come with you. The scene shifts to another setting. Jimmy and Eyes are peering into a blacksmith's workshop, curious and cautious. You speak up, Lin. I wonder if he's in there. Mr. Hinder is still focused on forging weapons, a powerful aura of magic radiating around him. The hammer strikes are shaping a sword, each blow sending a powerful tremor, signaling that its creation is nearly complete. Jemmy was also overwhelmed by this strange power panic setting in. Around the forge, enormous flames burst out from vents that seemed like they could be used for ventilation. Now Jai and the others are inside a protective barrier. Ies wonders, is this Long Hoa? Jai smiled in response. That's right. I entrusted Long Hoa and some of the best items to Lin so he could forge a sword for me. Moments later, Hinder stepped out holding a cloth-wrapped item, exhausted, wiping his brow as thick black smoke still billowed behind him. He sighed, I'm exhausted. Jemmy, smiling brightly, asked, is my sword finished yet? Hinder gasped between breaths. I was just about to find you. Lucky, you showed up right on time. From within the cloth, a stunningly beautiful and powerful sword emerged. This is your sword. Jemmy eagerly grabbed the hilt of the sword, a smile spreading across her face. Is this my new sword? Then he reached out, touched the sword, and looked at Ias with a confident smile. I want to test the strength of this blade. Can I count on you? Ias replied calmly. Sure, but you better be careful. It's not convenient here. Let's find a more open spot. I want to see the true power of this sword. Jamie happily agrees. All right, I'll fight with everything I've got. Mr. Hinder had already conjured a magic shield for protection. Isis drew her great sword. It's okay. So Jai immediately drew the sword he had just obtained. The moment he pulled it out, the blade unleashed a surge of overwhelming power. Your gaze is laser-focused. Ias isn't far behind, quickly sizing up his opponent. Suddenly, their two powers collided with a force that shook the very ground. Their swords clashed, unleashing a shockwave that echoed through the air. Ias smiles confidently as two streams of water and fire collide, unleashing a powerful burst of light. Everything around him shattered, details lost in the chaos. Only swirling smoke remains, and the old mage, watching the battle unfold, strokes his beard in awe. The battle was so evenly matched, it seemed the sword finally made a difference. From the swamp, a massive patch of land suddenly emerged. A giant crater had been carved into the earth. Between the two small figures still facing each other, swirling waves of energy clash around them. The dragon sword, this mighty blade, is desperately trying to break free from its own grip. Jai smiled contentedly as he looked at his fine sword. Anyone with a desire to chase after power would have their mind corroded by its blade, turning it into a cursed sword that brings chaos to everyone. Of course, that could never happen to me. You run your hand along the sword, which radiates a powerful surge of energy. At this moment, Ias asked, that sword can withstand the lightning from my attack. How do you feel about that? Jemmy quickly replied, the sword's pretty good. Mr. Hinder was also sliding down from above at this very moment. Seeing him, she offered her praise. Truly, he's forged an exceptional sword. Lin shyly blushed and replied, it's just because of the good ingredients. She asked again, so what's that sword's name? Mr. Hinder casually replied, I just made it, I haven't named it yet. He cheerfully said, let me think of a name for it. It's a pretty good one. Jai curiously asked, what's your name? Isis suddenly fell silent before saying, in the legends of Lan, there were many incredible weapons. One of them was a legendary sword from my ancestor Balasada, a blade with the power to cut through space itself. The wielder of that sword was celebrated by humanity as a legendary hero. Jemmy was utterly stunned when she heard that name. Ease continues, that's Hero Roland, and that sword was wielded by him. Hero Roland, who achieved countless legendary battles with Durando, now I've learned he also possessed the Barasada. Jai happily thought to herself, then exclaimed Barasada, those two names. The scene shifts to the Genis church, where Gan, now dressed in a clean, handsome outfit instead of his tattered rags, cheerfully says, it's been too long since I last wore this. He remembers the days when he was trapped in prison, suffering for 6 long years in the Sun Temple. But now he's gained the power of the divine. A powerful energy radiated from him, and I couldn't hold back my words. This feeling of exhilaration, now I can fight once more. Jemmy, I will definitely take you down. The boy holding a sword on the opposite side trembled at his intense expression. So he immediately retracted his power, and with a friendly smile asked, do I look that scary? The boy who was asked froze in shock, trembling as he responded. No, it's just that I'm a little cold. Then he casually grabbed his sword, stepped forward and said, "All right, you can rest now." The boy startled, softly whispering, "Thank you, sir." "All right then." Suddenly blood splattered from behind the boy in large and small drops. The cruel sea didn't hesitate. He drove his sword straight into him and calmly said, "Rest peacefully beside the gods. That is your greatest honor." He also released his sword, pretending to dismiss it, saying, "I don't need this sword anymore." The unfortunate boy had already fallen. Sen boldly steps forward where a glowing sword rests atop a cabinet. He smirks slyly, then pulls the sword from its sheath, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "It's been a long time since I used a person." Durando Jemmy stood by the window, lost in thought. "I've been gone from there for a while now, and during this time I've achieved some progress in my divine power and status. I may have become a swordmaster and wielded the Barasata sword, but compared to my past life strength, there's still a long way to go, especially since the devil from the other side has already reached a divine level. To defeat the 12 gods, I need a power beyond imagination. In the future, the enemies I'll face are countless and deadly. I can't afford to stand still." Suddenly you see the tail on the table twitching and slamming down. Jemmy, confused, asks, "What's going on?" His eyes burned red with fury as he stared daggers at you, then suddenly slammed his hands on the table and roared. "What moon?" The master suddenly announced he's leaving so quickly, and alone no less. "If the master intends to let Vina go, he should have told me first." Jimmy replied softly, "I apologize." Vio still angrily shouted, "So Vina won't come back here then?" He helplessly replied, "Well, she's destined to be the future queen, so her actions can't just be random. She needs to take care of her people first." And then their conversation continues. "So is the master really leaving now?" "All right, you stay here for a while and help Isis." Outside the window the sky is still clear, but Vios's mood darkened as he replied, "Fine, I get it. Whatever it is, I'll contact Vina through the link bridge." Jemmy looked at her with a suspicious expression. "Look at how sad he looks. It's truly heartbreaking." "All right, to ease his pain I'll create a magic circle to teleport him to Vina. The cooldown is about a month." As he spoke, he cheerfully wrapped a scarf around its neck. With tears of gratitude, he replied, "Thank you, sir. All right, for now, stay here and help Fran carry out their plan. And don't forget to keep training to restore your former strength." Jemmy spoke as he grabbed his sword and turned to leave for the door. Vios quickly responded, "I understand. Next time we meet, Master, I'll show you my true form and newfound strength." As he stepped out the door, he asked, "Is everything ready?" Baliix, leaning against a tree, waited and replied, "Everything's in place. We can stop by the guild to say hello before we leave." Everyone from different clans was gathered around a meeting table, chatting happily, when a voice suddenly echoed out. "Everyone be quiet." Eyes smiled warmly and said, "Some people are absent today due to personal matters." Klon and the old man appear on the screen. Before leaving, Jamie wants to go say goodbye to everyone. Nellie Saren glanced at him, pouting as she asked, "So you're really leaving, huh?" Jai cheerfully replied, "That's right, I have my own work, but next time we meet I'll show you that my magic has grown stronger. But until then you'd better practice what I've taught you, got it?" She immediately brightened up, chirping happily. "All right, just like that hacker's house, can I ask you to help organize things here?" Jai asked softly. Ha, feeling shy, still responded with a cold, distant tone. "All right, you can rest assured I'll handle everything." Jai continued, "And as for Jain, I've been by your side for a while. Even if it was short, I can see you really are one fascinating person." Jin nodded and said, "I'm glad you feel that way. Thanks to Han for getting Vina and Bimos safely to Fran." Han was trembling with laughter, barely able to hold it in. "It's just what I needed to do, nothing more, nothing less. Rosemary, thank you so much for everything you've done for me all this time." Rosemary stands on the chair, bowing her head with a gentle smile in response. Jemmy's gaze shifted to one side. Meanwhile, Aya, sitting nearby, was waiting eagerly for his next words. Suddenly, Jemmy pushed the table aside and stood up. "I have something I need to say to everyone here. In your mind, you thought once Fran was known as a revolutionary organization. I thought they were just eccentric rebels capable of destroying everything I had carefully planned for so long. But after meeting with them here, Jin was determined to say that Fran wouldn't be easily controlled. I saw that Fran is a free organization standing up against the power of the 12 gods. So you could say they're actually allies of ours." The thought slips from his lips before he even realizes. "I am Dia Vopia. I am the Dark Mage, who fought the 12 gods 666 years ago." This sent everyone into a panic. Each person stared at you with a look of disbelief, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Jai continued, "Honestly, I have no idea how I ended up back in this body, but there's one thing I must tell everyone. My only goal now is one thing. To free all of humanity. Only Isis remains calm, smiling quietly at you." Jemmy reached out his hand and continued, "So we have to work together to defeat the 12 gods. With that ideal in mind, if we work together, we can succeed. The battle will be long and there will be many hardships, but I believe we can do it because we're teammates united by the same dream." He spoke with a smile, then unleashed a strange, powerful magic. Everyone looked around him. Yeah, he's definitely a dark mage. Halcyon spoke up. That's right, I was amazed by your strength before. Now my question has finally been answered. Bali Onyx happily nodded and continued. Jemmy replied, yes, I apologize for not telling you earlier, but no matter who I was in my past life, the fact that you are my father remains unchanged. Bonix listened and then exhaled. Thank you. It seems Count Welton and Seer are still unaware of this, so I'll keep it a secret from them. Han, scratching his head in disbelief, said, it seems like I might be the only one here. Surprised, huh? A mage coming back after 666 years. That's a bit beyond what I can comprehend. Jai casually asked, so do you want me to show you my memories? Han quickly replied, no need for that, but you could tell me what was so special about that time. Jai's eyes suddenly grew distant, filled with nostalgia, then began to tell the story. Everything was chaos, overwhelmingly terrifying. The 12 gods directly intervened in life, fueling fanatics to ignite war everywhere. It's a battle between nations across the entire continent. Countless lives have fallen because of it. But I believe the peace forged by the 12 gods' oppressive will is even more terrifying than that chaos. So these chains that bind us, we must break free to reclaim our freedom. That's the mission I've been sent back to fulfill. Jai spoke while forming her hand into a fist, symbolizing her determination to bring peace, then teleported to another location. Jemmy cheerfully said, even though I've been here for a while, there's still so much that feels unfamiliar to me. Balix happily replied, maybe that's what keeps me connected to this place. New experiences always bring a special feeling. You're both climbing a staircase leading to an incredibly beautiful natural scene. Keep going, he says. Then explain everything to me quickly. Balyonyx turned back and asked, so is it okay now? Jai replied, it's fine. After all, I am a 9-ring mage. Bonix suddenly becomes serious. All right then, let's get going. We need to punish the Genis Church. Right now, inside Egan Fortress in the Chasen Kingdom, the walls tremble with a trembling cry. What should I do now? Thanks to your help earlier, we had some time, but now, our strength isn't enough. Lord Egan Banpoi, clutching his amulet, was trembling with fear, dabbing his sweat as if drowning in it. Count Lai Hito Simon sat nearby, and replied, the enemy keeps sending reinforcements. Maybe they guessed we'd make a surprise move, so they stayed on high alert. Banboy Amulet continued to sweat, trembling with fear as he replied. So their attack, there's no stopping it now, Elder Ma Lin Mayo replied quietly. Every scenario has been carefully calculated. As I understand it, the divine weapon of the Genis Church simulated the ancient battlefield, predicting the war between the two sides with some outcome. The result is still uncertain, but when it comes to fighting this enemy, we have to rely on ourselves, right? Count Simong. Count Lihito Simon is also looking at the map and responds. I thought so too. Karina Lopin is a powerful 8th-tier mage controlling those monsters. That's the commander-in-chief leading Teresa's army. His forces have caused us devastating losses. Banboy Amulet kept wiping his sweat, trembling with fear. But weren't they just mindless puppets after all? No matter how strong they are, they can't have quick-witted intelligence. That's true, but still they're just puppets of that 8th-tier mage. They also absorbed a great deal of demonic energy from the Genis Church. That's what formed the monster army creatures born from dark magic. He's truly a formidable opponent. Count Lai Hito Simon reassures him. Elder Ma Lin Mayo suddenly spoke. Those creatures can use 5th-level magic. This is what the battlefield reports have revealed. At this moment, Banpoi Amulet's handkerchief has fallen. His face twisted in agony, still only at 5 stars. If there's no way to fight back, then there's no hope. Suddenly, a soldier pushes the door open, panting, as he delivers a grave report. Emergency alert. The enemy has unleashed 5 divine cannons to attack us. All of these are divine weapons capable of firing powerful bullets like 5th-tier magic. Let me explain the divine cannon. This is a powerful siege weapon that fires magic bullets with massive damage and incredible range. At this moment, Elder Lin Mayo's worry deepened, weighing heavily on his mind. A 5th-grade magic weapon with the support of mages would have devastating power. It looks like they're going to try to break down this wall first, then launch a full-scale attack. Count Simong immediately stood up and said, we need to do something. If the walls fall, we're doomed to lose. At that moment, everyone here will perish. Now go outside and see how things are. After speaking, he immediately cast a spell to teleport away. Elder Lin Mayo hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, my lord, evacuate everyone. We'll hold them off as long as we can. Banpoi's amulet, trembling with fear, ran away as she replied, I understand. Elder Tu, furious, shouted, we must stop this at all costs. Count Kan has come to the outskirts of the city. At this moment, Count Simong appears atop the wall, gazing down below. Before him, countless enemy soldiers swarm like ants with massive cannons ready to fire at any moment. He worries and thinks once they've chosen them, they're already ready to strike with everything they've got. With those cannons, a fortress could be reduced to rubble in an instant. As long as I'm here, nothing can unfold as they expect. Countess Daimong said this swiftly, raising her hand to unleash her immense power. The fire, God's rain of fire, spell his colossal flames transformed into a giant hand struck out at the enemy army. On the enemy's side, a man sneered with utter contempt. Oh, impressive. Let's see what you can do. That's Karina Loban, an 8th-tier mage. Then he activated the divine cannon giant bullets emerging from the barrel, unleashing a powerful blue energy that charged straight at Count Shimong's aura. Count Shimong was still struggling to resist, thinking to himself that he couldn't stop these cannons' assault. Karina Lopan's name now, with her yellowed, unbrushed teeth from decades of neglect, spat out a disgusted remark. Keep firing. Now the situation is dire. The entire city is under attack by countless colossal cannons firing relentlessly. The protective barrier, combined with the Count's overwhelming power, won't hold out much longer. Karina strategized within the fortress she believed was impenetrable, so confident in her invincible fortress that she thought no force could breach it. Want to break my divine seal? At last he's finally appeared. At the highest point of the city wall, 2 majestic figures appeared beside a fluttering flag amidst the chaos and smoke of the battlefield. The Mage of Seldom emerged in a pristine white combat outfit, his long silver hair flowing wildly, a smooth beard framing his face, wielding an astonishingly deadly branch as his weapon. Lai Hito unleashes a fiery punch toward Karina's fire magic. In an instant, the space is engulfed in blazing red with towering clouds of smoke, spiraling skyward as they clash head-on. It's magic unleashed from Karina's divine artillery army. Together, they forge a blazing star of chaos, destroying everything in their path. In the end, it was Lai Hito who claimed victory, unleashing fire magic that destroyed everything in just a minute, obliterating all divine cannons, turning them into useless wreckage and debris. Even in destruction, they burned fiercely, consumed by the flames of fire, magic shattered into 1,000 pieces scattered in every direction, still smoldering in the ashes. If everyone isn't in the same place, it would have been a raging inferno by now. Some were luckier, spared from the flames. Did they really manage to destroy the artillery god? But he didn't give up. His resolve grew even darker, even more ruthless. Yet that's not enough to break through my assault. Another barrage of divine cannons is unleashed, ready to fight for that arrogant, self-absorbed master. He activates every divine cannon, unleashing destructive power aimed at Lin Mio and Leader, who hold the offensive advantage. An 8th-level mage like him can only hold back 2 divine cannons. He sneered arrogantly, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth like 24-karat gold paired with a sharp fang as fierce as a dragon's. To block those bullets, he used up a ton of his mana. He's just doing his best. He stands atop the highest point, commanding the skies, summoning storms, unleashing divine cannons to annihilate his enemies. All the divine cannons fire simultaneously, unleashing torrents of arcane energy that surge in a relentless, unstoppable current. An attack so fierce, so overwhelming, it seems impossible to resist. Lin didn't hesitate, signaling Lai Hito Simon. X was already moving out, and Hater received the signal, instantly taking the best position to prepare for battle. I understand now. Both of them combined their strength to create a crimson barrier, holding their ground as they waited for rescue. Without it, survival would be impossible, let alone surrendering when faced with such a relentless surge of dark magic crashing down upon them. Linnell kept forcing herself to stay strong, her eyes bloodshot, the furrowed lines on her forehead more pronounced. Come on, Lee Hito, you can do this. Don't let Lin Meo lose her balance, or else she might slip up and explode in fury. Haha. Karina never thought that would be enough. She's determined to push Lin Meal and Lee Hito into death's grip. She ordered her army to march into battle, aiming to break their magic shield, to use them as replacements for their shattered missing arms. That magical barrier, it's destined to fall soon. Warriors charge forward, thousands of armored soldiers, swords gleaming, ready for battle. Compared to Linmel and Lee Hit's waning momentum, this is truly 1,911. Suddenly, a surge of magic struck the ironclad soldiers, tearing them apart in multiple directions. They hadn't gone far before their shields even touched the enemy. Most of them had fallen useless, wasting lives in vain. Karina appeared out of nowhere, watching the battle between him and the 2 leaders of the noble faction, and the person standing before him was someone he never expected. Are you Barak the Wind God's sword? Yet even faced with a formidable opponent, he shows no fear, no hesitation. Everyone charge forward. Don't be afraid. Ber doesn't care much. This arrogant fool has no real power. His mediocre talent isn't even a match for me. Watch closely because the next victim will appear any moment now. Amidst the pitch-black sky, a blinding burst of light erupts from the smoke and dust. It's a pair of colossal wings floating in the air. Below, a brutal, unending battle rages on. Jemmy appears gracefully within the radiant glow, radiating the aura of a true victor. With a single flick of his hand, his dark magic obliterates entire squads of divine cannons and countless useless soldiers, turning them into a pile of shattered, useless flesh. The purple light illuminates the entire space, shrouded in smoke and raging flames from the very start of the battle. Karina stood in shock. Watching her beloved children turn to dust beneath Jemmy's blow, she couldn't believe it, just couldn't accept it. No, this can't be. Has the entire divine artillery been destroyed? He summoned countless dark soldiers and young witches to attack simultaneously, rushing toward the wire. They quickly blocked the strike, then went berserk, flying in all directions, big and small, nothing but useless trash, attacking without a clue of defense. Jai's eyes were taut like a bowstring almost ready to kill. It's all pointless. Jemmy's hands unleashed a relentless surge of power, smashing them into a pile of nothing but wreckage. Even his protective barrier couldn't hold it, vanished in an instant. But he showed no signs of remorse. In fact, he only grew more foolish with each passing day, causing countless soldiers to fall. Still, he couldn't win, and in his fury he ordered an all-out assault. He clenched his veiny rough hand covered in mystical tattoos and cursed symbols, and drove it into the ground where he stood, activating a forbidden ritual of wind and dark magic to unleash the array. The ground formation activates a deep purple spreading across the surface, ancient symbols connecting in a circle of fading violet. In an instant, two masters are summoned. Sir Pero, Sir Drea, both of you are so muscular, it seemed like you could take down Jay in an instant, even though his body isn't exactly strong. Pero is a mage from Teresia, famous across the land. Everyone knows her, with shoulder-length white hair flowing in the wind, casually saying, "If we both show up, our opponent's in trouble." The bald guy with little hair, not afraid of anyone, knows his opponent is tricky, but still flexes his muscles, and stands tall. After all, he's a mage of Teresia. Why not just take down the enemy and see what happens? Karina's been getting impatient, and those two guys can't hide their frustration anymore, so she finally snapped and gave the order. Everyone move forward. The reinforcements are here, don't get complacent. Jai created a shimmering golden shield as bright as 24-karat gold floating high in the sky, making the two mages itching for a quick, decisive strike. That guy up there, Drea, was eager for battle, his arm clenched tightly around his staff, already in a fighting stance, ready to charge and fight with everything he's got. Let me give him a strike. Doctor simultaneously using the piercing slash technique and divine wind to support. He's truly determined to kill Jai. Thung Xuan Fop streaked through the air like lightning flames, blazing uncontrollably. He was furious, determined to swallow his opponent whole. Let's see if you can still fly. Jai stood before death itself, fearless, daring to challenge, calm as ever completely, unlike someone about to be beaten to death. That's right, people thought the Thung Xian technique was an unbeatable weapon so powerful that even steel couldn't break it. But Jemmy sliced through it with just one hand, splitting it in half as easily as cutting through a feather, like snipping a hollow straw, turning it into worthless scrap in an instant. He casually asked Arquan Tibvirn, two mages. Of course, Jai was also quite surprised, expecting the opponent to be fierce and aggressive, but it turned out that was all there was, and it made him question everything about life. Is that all there is? Suddenly a blinding light erupts from the demonic aura, clearly activated to its maximum power. Letting them attack freely like that is enough. Now it's time to strike back. Jemmy gathered all her light magic into a massive spell and aimed it straight at Perodra and Kararina, unleashing her attack. A deafening explosion shattered the sky, and in its wake a blinding light engulfed everything. The magic light transformed the dawn sky, turning it from hazy gray to a blazing blaze of darkness and fire, leaving the three of them stunned, staring in disbelief. Surely none of them expected Jai to be this powerful. Amidst a vast darkness of magic, a powerful blast shoots toward the center, splitting Peros, Rexa, and Karina into three separate paths. They dodged the relentless wave of cursed energy, tearing through everything in sight with destructive force. Except for the fortress where Lin Mio and Li Hito stand, every other Karina position was destroyed in an instant by the overwhelming power of the demon. Even Lin Mel, after dropping his shield to protect himself, and Li Hito from Karina's relentless assault, couldn't help but marvel he almost got wiped out entirely. Thanks to Jai Li Hito, I suddenly remembered something. I turned to Barrow and asked, "Why didn't Jai appear with you? What's been going on all these months?" Not only did he find this strange, but he also discovered something new about Jai. It seemed his power had grown significantly. Lin Meo looked at the ruins of the fortress and the remaining soldiers scattered across the rugged ground after Jemmy's final sweep, and finally let out a breath of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest after all this. Time. The enemy has been defeated. Jemmy has now safely landed on the ground, just as Kararina is slowly getting back to her feet. From the wreckage and ruin, every ounce of strength was poured into lifting his head, an act that now felt impossible. Gone was the arrogance he wore just moments ago. It seemed that this battle not only destroyed his army, but shattered his very pride as well. He desperately used the remaining energy in his sinewy hand to charge at Jemmy, his mouth screaming in a deafening cry. The bastard Karina directly unleashed the demon-slaying soul technique to send Jemmy to the western paradise. He gritted his teeth, his screams echoing with a mix of helplessness and rage. Die. I never thought Jai would stay completely still. Bing stood perfectly still like a statue waiting until the magic was about to strike directly before Jai finally unleashed a surge of power unlike anything before. I didn't think you'd even make it this far. Kararina was stunned in an instant. A dark mage. A surge of demonic power exploded, engulfing the space around the monster. The dark energy known to mortals as the demon god's might surged fiercely behind Jamie, ready to devour the tempting prey before her eyes. The relentless force of this power wrapped around him like a crushing vice, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. He was pushed to his limits, collapsing to the hard ground, blood dripping from his wounds, large drops, then pouring out in torrents left by the demon god's power. His trembling hand fought desperately to cling to life, trembling as exhaustion and despair took hold. Karina knelt before Jai, too afraid to lift her head, her hair disheveled, finally surrendering. I've lost. At the hideout of the one behind the duo, just defeated by Jai, fourth Pope Ilios. Furious scolds his own people. Teresia's army has been defeated. You've been way too overconfident. The subordinate in charge keeps bowing repeatedly, admitting his mistakes. I'm sorry, Divine One. The demon mage Jai appeared, changing everything. Ilios was furious with his subordinates. Do you think our divine weapon miscalculated the outcome? This servant was trembling with fear, quickly waving his hand to deny it. The god didn't mean that maybe it was just a small mistake, but from the moment a swordsman had been waiting behind him. Before he could explain, the swordsman struck a long, brutal slash across his back, leaving him frozen in shock as blood sprayed out in thick, jagged streaks into the air. Ayat slumped into the chair, anger still burning inside him. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. He was at a loss, unable to understand, so he asked Noah, an apostle of the god Zenit. What should we do now? Please share your thoughts, Noah, as he quietly folds his hands, lost in thought. Did he really defeat all three mages on his own? It took a long while, but Noah finally responded, sharing his thoughts. It seems Jemmy Welto has reached a whole new level. The two face each other and say, You mean a 9th level mage, a level no one has ever reached before? Ilios' face pale, and sweating begins to tremble on his rough cheeks. If that's the case, then almost all our troops sent out are useless. A prominent subordinate in the base steps forward and requests, Your Majesty, let me go. The gods will teach them a lesson. His confident stance, perhaps never witnessing a grand mage in action, reveals his inexperience. So Ilios also doubts his true strength. His army hasn't even won yet. Do you really think an unknown like you can come back alive, let alone win? Can you really trust him? Before Ios could even decide, Noah took the lead and gave her permission. All right, I'll entrust all my forces to you, Khan. Prepare what you need and take it with you. In the dark, gloomy dungeon of Esne, not a single ray of light could be seen. Hey, Jemmy finally showed mercy and spared Kararina's life, giving him a chance to survive, locked away in prison because he's still useful. Later, he stood before the iron bars, watching him collapse and bleed on the cold stone floor, coldly questioning, Aren't there 3 of you? Where did the remaining name go? But he refused to say anything, refusing to answer, Kill me if you must. Honestly, his answer didn't surprise Jai at all. Just as I expected, he refuses to reveal the truth. I just need to perform a divination to locate that guy. I told Karina, Do you think I want to kill someone like you? Karina looked at Jamie and said, The moment we were captured, we lost all our value. You've seen our condition firsthand. You know full well that our network has become useless. Jemmy, the dark mage, nodded slowly, eyeing him. I agree, you're all useless. But isn't it only fair that you pay the price for plunging this land into chaos? Karen stared blankly, clueless like a lost deer. What, actually a bolder idea than he expected, suddenly crossed Jai's mind. If I turn you into a high-tier expert, you'll become a powerful assistant to me, right? Enraged, he immediately sprang to his feet, ignoring the 2T chained behind him, and roared, That brat's name, kill me. Just let me die. At that moment, Lin Mayo and Lai Hito stepped in together. Jai, I was just wondering where you went. So you came here after all. Jai bows politely in return. Ah, both of you are here already. I had to lock those guys up so I couldn't say goodbye to you two. Jai sheepishly scratched his head and explained, but one of them managed to escape. Lin Mayo comforted her. It's okay, you're doing great. But what Lin Mayo truly fears most right now isn't that. Still, Jamie managed to defeat Chia's army on his own. From my experience, no one could take down an entire army with such a formidable master by themselves. Lai Hito asked Jemmy, Have you reached the peak level yet? Jai casually adjusted her sash and replied, Yes, at last you've reached it. Both Lai Hito and Lin Mayo immediately reported to the school, surprised. Haha, oh my god, the world's going to explode from the chaos. Just look at Lin Mayo's face, it's getting more serious by the second. I need to inform the palace right now. El Hito looked at Kararina, exhausted and hopeless. But what about the others? Jai doesn't hesitate to show her true self. I want to turn them into something I can use. They will be incredibly useful in the battles to come. After much thought, both of them decided to turn the living into dust. If this is for humanity, I won't stand in your way. I also agree, Jai. Sincerely thank you. Thank you both. But I can't shake the feeling that something's off. I don't see Lord Barr anywhere, Lin Mayo muttered with a frown. He's gone to see the Lord now. He said he'd settle this chaos, but there's something even more urgent. I heard the Countess Welton is coming to Snea. Jimmy doesn't understand. Are you coming here, Father Lin Mello confirms. That's right, it'll be a while before he arrives, so you should rest well. As for interrogating, the prisoners leave that to us. Jemmy felt a flicker of hesitation deep inside. This is the first time I've met my father somewhere, so far from the palace, isn't it? He hesitated for a long moment before finally responding. All right then, I'll count on both of you. In the magnificent Sa Hoa Palace, where King Fontina, the current ruler of the kingdom, resides, urgent intelligence has been delivered to the king. Your Majesty, there's an urgent report. The subordinate of the Crimson Haste rushed in just in time, bowing an apology, quickly delivering the news. G, the third elder of the Demon Tower, has defeated Thanks in Advance's army of 5,000 soldiers. King Fontina was stunned. What is it real? Your subordinate swears he's telling the truth, he's never lied. Your Majesty, he was so overjoyed he forgot all royal decorum and jumped for joy. Moreover, he's already reached the pinnacle. King Fontina is caught off guard. Top tier. The person glanced at Count Bio, sitting nearby, smiling warmly as they asked. Count Bio, do you know about this? He's your assistant after all. Count Bio politely responds. The gods heard the news from Bonix, but without proof, they couldn't be certain. This old man is so proud of his brilliant grandson, every time he mentions him, his eyes light up with a gentle, proud smile. But if that boy can defeat an army of 5,000 men, then it must be true. Ha ha ha. The image of a kind-hearted old man appears on the transparent blue sphere. Queen Fontina's eldest daughter Isabel lets out a long breath, as if she's just shed a heavy burden. I don't know when you'll be able to do it. She smiled softly, but in the end he had reached the pinnacle. Yet her gaze was fixed directly on the towering, luminous moon. After witnessing you reach level 9 not long ago, I could sense the darkness creeping closer to you. What are you planning to do? 2 days later, inside the prison cell, where Kararina and her allies are being held, the scene that unfolds is a nightmare beyond imagination. They're just trash thrown on the ground, even Jemmy's getting tired of it. You guys are really annoying. Jemmy helplessly watched the prison cell, the last breath of those two useless fools still lingering. The one who escaped is definitely the culprit, he didn't leave a single trace behind. But how could the prey be so easily caught? Jai had already meticulously crafted a perfect plan. I knew this would happen. That's why I cast a tracking spell all over the city, but it seems he can deceive the magic, which is why I couldn't detect him. Jai's perfect plan has succeeded. At step 1. You idiot, you've fallen right into his trap. He looked at the two corpses before him, deep in thought. I never intended to turn Karina and Drea into Andet. I already confirmed they had joined the Janus Church. Jemmy kneels to examine the corpse. If I turn them into And Janus Church finds out, my plan will be ruined. So I use them as bait. Jai reached out and grabbed a strand of Karina's hair. Now I will delve into your memories. This is one of the powers of the Black Demon Sorcerer, the memories of the dead. Awaken the memories of the dead. In Karina's mind, the prison door swings open. She's shackled from behind, suffering then, suddenly feeling like she's found gold. Pharaohs, you came to save us. But before he could even rejoice, a long gash opened across his throat, blood spraying out like fireworks. Pharaoh's two long swords pierced straight through his body, leaving him no time to react. Pharaohs, why? Jemmy finally understands. So that's how it is. That name has become a soul murdering his own teammates. Jemmy smiles dangerously. If that's the case, then everything's falling into place even more smoothly. If it's a soul, there's no way to hide from the spiritual energy detection spell. Keep running as far as you can, Pharaohs. Pharaoh's soul darted through the pitch-black void like a lightning bolt. He turned back to gaze at the dazzling, opulent city behind him. I'm still within the territory. That guy's completely overwhelmed. Damn it, it's all because of spiritual transformation. Should I be glad I only lost one leg? Spiritual transformation is actually a power of Andet turning a person's body into a soul. In that brutal battle, just as the divine strike was about to crush Kararina, Drea, and Pharaohs, if I hadn't had the power of the spirit, I wouldn't have survived that moment. He was luckier than Drea, escaping Jamie's relentless hunt, almost turning into nothing but ash, just like Drea. He not only admits to the crimes he's committed against Karina and Drea, but shows no sign of remorse at all. Moreover, he's so selfish, only thinking of himself. If these two masters turn against him, it'll be nearly impossible to handle. He smirked his eyes, faintly glancing at G. Who would have guessed you're a dark mage? I'll spread this news far and wide, destroy your reputation. As long as I have this power, you'll never find me. But everything was within Jemmy's control. He couldn't escape it either. That's what almost everyone believed. They think they can escape. Maybe they just don't get it. If they leave no trace, how am I supposed to find them? Pharaohs froze at the sound, heart pounding. You. He immediately drew his sword, spinning it defensively. Come out, I am Pharaoh's master swordsman of Gia. "You wicked dark mage, by the gods, I will judge you." Thousands of magical eyes fixated on him. "Poor foes, you're so terrified that you'll say anything no matter how foolish." Pharaoh's furious swung his sword and shattered a massive tree. "Come out now," he's frantically chopping down every tree around him. "I told you to come out here." He frantically spun and roared amidst thousands of giant eyes surrounding him, never stopping. "Come out quick, come out quick, come out quick." A faint voice from afar reaches his ears, and he immediately turns his head clearly, sensing something. Damn it, my instincts kicked in, but then a strange voice appeared. "Why?" Then Kararina's figure suddenly appeared before him, her voice filled with resentment as she asked, "Did you escape alone again?" Pharaoh's furious swung his sword intent on killing Kararina once more. "Die, the dusk of Drea is here trying to take him with it." Pharaohs. Both of them swarmed Pharaohs at the same time, trapping him, spinning him like a tangled mess. "Varos, let's head out together." Pharaohs, Varos, Varos. Even their wide eyes kept watching his every move, fueling his fury as he cried out in frustration. "Disappear, just disappear." A thunderous explosion shattered this endless chaos. Then he was overwhelmed by the countless souls of Drea and Karina, each step dragging him deeper into an invisible swamp as he cried out, "Gods above, please have mercy on me." A shadowy figure flickered in and out, grinning wickedly from the treetops. Jemmy laughed loudly as if you were begging for mercy. Pharaohs is still suffering, desperately begging. "Please have mercy on me, I beg you." This is the third power of the cursed dark magic. Thanks to its curse, he can't escape no matter what. Because I pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. Jemmy sees Pharaoh's downfall as nothing less than deserved. I never expected him to not even bother saving his comrades, but instead choose to betray them. You don't have the right to die with dignity. Pharaohs was finally drowned completely, only his arms still reaching out, desperate for life, yet there was no change in his fate. Keep enduring endless torment in the depths of darkness, and then descend into hell. In the end, there's nothing left. Karina and Dra are dead, and Pharaohs has vanished. The next day, the supply convoy and soldiers thundered back in a rush. The army of Sedum Kingdom has arrived. Open the gates. The city's gates are slowly opening. The Count's army has finally returned. "Jai, at last I've finally met you." The next day, Jinger stood beside him, smiling, knowing it's been so long since she saw her son. She could tell he was feeling excited. He furrowed his brow. "Right," Hino quickly replied. "If I said I wasn't, that'd be a lie." After speaking, Hino fell into deep thought, realizing Jai had already reached the pinnacle. He then spoke up. "The boy has reached the peak level, so I want to see how far he's come." Jinger burst into hearty laughter before commenting, "From the very first time I met him at the Magic Tower in the Demon World, I knew he was extraordinary, but I never imagined he'd hit the peak in just 5 years. It's truly unbelievable." As they talked, someone hurriedly rushed over from afar. "This man is Vanfi Amulet." He won before their eyes, then calmly said, "Welcome. I am the Lord of Open Jinger." Aino also smiled politely and extended his hand. "Very pleased to meet you," Vanf Amulet said, nervously shaking his hand. "Thank you so much for coming." The Lord eagerly extended his hands and said, "Please, hand over your soldiers to me. You two go ahead into the castle first." Seeing that Hino nodded and asked, "Is my son in there?" Vanfoy Amulet chuckled awkwardly. "That's right. I rushed here too quickly and haven't informed him yet. The son of Lord Welton has already gone on patrol. I'm truly grateful to you." Hearing that, the Count felt a bit disheartened. Going on a patrol, that boy must have figured out that his father is coming here. Hino frowned in frustration, thinking this little brat Jai, is he really going to keep his father waiting like this? Meanwhile, Jai was somewhere else entirely. Jai gazes down from above, leaning on his hand with a sneer. He mutters, "You fools." Jemmy silently thinks these idiots have scattered cursed magical artifacts all over the city. They believe they can stop him with just these trinkets. He quickly drew his sword. Maybe I can use this chance to test Barasada and destroy it," he thought, then slid down the mountainside. Suddenly, Jai's eyes widened in shock like he just uncovered something. "I can sense a suspicious energy on the other side of the border. This killing intent grows stronger with every passing moment. Jai feels it more vividly than ever. That person isn't green." Suddenly, a flood of memories rushes into his mind. "Last year when he met Jen at Appen, our powers were so far apart there was no way I could beat him. But now I swear to the heavens, before you arrive, I will reclaim Jaren." The scene shifts to the city, as Arino grabs the door handle and pushes it open. As the door opened, Arino bowed respectfully and said, "Agino and Open Jinger from the reinforcement forces of the Sam Kingdom. It's an honor to meet you elders." When Hao Tuk Lin Meo saw the two arrive, he warmly responded, "You're here already." The Count and the Elder, too. Lihito Simon also spoke. "It's been a long time since I last saw both of you." Jinger is happy. As expected, Hino steps closer. It's been a long time. I didn't realize you were here too, sir." Hearing that, B replied indifferently it was just an accident. Hino surprised points at the glowing orb in front of him. "What is this thing?" Lihito Simong immediately explained. They represent ancient artifacts infused with dark magic. They hurriedly installed these things because they were terrified of Jai and our reinforcements. Hearing that, he turned and asked, "How many of these are there in total?" Linvu stroked his beard and replied, "We've only confirmed about 3000 relics so far. I also want to let you know that they once blocked Jamie's magic, and with so many they might even be able to stop a dragon spell." He immediately said, "I heard Jemmy went on patrol." "Did he go to Jaren to scout out the situation?" Lin Mayo exclaimed in surprise. "Patrol? No, he wasn't on patrol, he was on reconnaissance. If I knew you were coming, he wouldn't be out on patrol." Thinking about the count, it seems I was mistaken. Just thinking about it makes Hino so furious. His veins bulge, and he mutters to himself. Vunfoy Lian Mayo points at a flag and speaks again. "But luckily, you both arrived right on schedule. By noon in 2 days, Commander Kanga and 7000 soldiers from the Lenri Kingdom will be here." Hit Simon recalls Jay's words. 5000 soldiers and Commander Satakan are also summoned. No more being sent to the front lines. Hearing this, Lihito Simon immediately spoke up. "It seems there's internal conflict happening in Apulant. They said they'd send troops, but we haven't heard a thing from them yet," Hino said, his face filled with concern. "But if we count all the soldiers we have, it's already 10000 men. With that many troops, we can reclaim Jaren." He silently calculated if magic wouldn't work, he'd just use his sword to tear them apart. As long as he could destroy some of the enchanted relics, the power of the great mages would be restored. The key to reclaiming Jaren is the swordmaster himself. Realizing this, Aino solemnly suggests, "We don't have much time. Let's start the meeting." Jemmy is on his way back to the city, thinking to himself, "Luckily I went on reconnaissance. I need to inform the elders about this news." But as he steps inside, Jai suddenly senses a familiar aura lingering in the air. He stood there a bit stunned at the door, that familiar energy. But at the same time, inside, something was starting to click. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils constricting as if he saw something terrifying. In front of him, Jemmy appeared smiling softly, gazing directly at him. The two of them stepped closer. Aino placed a hand on Jemmy's shoulder, smiling warmly. "It's been a long time since we last met." 4 people sat at the table, growing impatient, as the father and son's conversation dragged on. Lai Hito Simong cleared his throat softly. Jinger chuckled and said, "Did I accidentally come twice?" Lin Mayo couldn't hold back her laughter either. "Haha, I thought the same." The father and son, Aino and his dad, looked embarrassed, scratching their heads and forcing a smile. Aino quickly said, "I'm really sorry for being so rude." Then he let out a cough and said sternly, "Jai, sit down. We'll talk later." He awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Yes, sir." Jinger finally spoke. "It's been a long time since I saw you." "Jam, should I call you the third elder?" Jai nodded and added, "Grandmaster, after 5 years, you finally stopped training in secret alone. It's been a long time since we last met." At this moment, Jemmy could clearly feel Jinger's magical power, and it left him deeply stunned inside. What happened? He's become so much stronger. He's currently at the highest level of Tier 8, and he's probably close to reaching the peak. Jinger noticed him staring and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hearing that, Jai snapped back to reality in shock. "I'm sorry, it's just been so long since we last saw each other." Jinger's reaction is confusing, and he's so indifferent. Then he shifts to what really matters. "Then let's continue the meeting. Aino, present your plan. The most important thing is to reclaim Jaren. Does anyone have a plan?" As the words left his mouth, an arm shot up. Jai said, "There's an urgent matter I need to discuss with everyone first." Jen is also the Sword of Genis, leading 10000 troops toward Jaren. I believe he'll arrive in 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Jinger was stunned and exclaimed, I'm surprised. They're moving so fast." Hearing that, Lin Mayo hesitated slightly and asked, "Should we abandon Egg move outside and set up a defensive line?" Lai Hito Simon replied, "Maybe it's better if we retake Jaren and set up a defense line because Jaren is a crucial link to TJIA." Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jai calmly said, "If I can defeat Jen, do you think we can break through the first gate of the Poor Tower?" He looked surprised and said, "What are you talking about, Jemmy?" Jemmy confidently replied, "With this much power, we'll reclaim Jaren in no time." Hearing that, everyone was stunned into silence. Jimmy smirked confidently and continued, "Just 100 soldiers with me and my father. That's all we need, right? Tomorrow night we take Jaren." Hino couldn't believe his eyes, but he nodded in agreement. "All right." Deep down, he's confused, wondering if this really is his son. After a while, the meeting finally ended. Aino and Jai gracefully stepped outside. He said with satisfaction, "Seeing you up close like this, I can tell you've grown so much. Your mother and Sarah will be truly surprised." He chuckled softly and replied, "Haha, you've grown so much, huh?" Hino whispered softly, "And it seems your swordsmanship has improved a lot. Are you a swordmaster now?" Hearing this, Jai hesitated awkwardly and mumbled, "I knew you'd find out. You still have a new sword. Scut was broken during your fight." Hearing that, Hino nodded and said, I understand. Can I take a look at your new sword? Seeing that he didn't hesitate to show it to his father. Of course, sir. The moment he drew his sword, a flash of sparks erupted, radiating unstoppable power. Hino gasped in awe. Is this the blade forged by the dwarf who holds death itself? Jai didn't hide it, she simply said. Yes, a 5-armed master named Ironlin created it. Hino was terrified after hearing that. 5 weapons. How could you possibly persuade a master like that to give you the sword? Jai hesitated, then replied, I only asked politely. He sheathed his sword and said, if you don't want to reveal the secret, just say it outright. But seeing his son smile, he felt annoyed. What's so funny? I'm really pissed off right now. Jai, take this sword and speak with shame. There's nothing, huh? He looked at his father's face, silently pondering. It's been a long time since I last spoke with my father, and I feel more at peace. So this is what they call family. Jai followed her father's shadow and said, Dad, I couldn't take good care of Scott, so it broke. Aren't you angry, Dad? Ano stepped forward to soothe him. Breaking your sword is just part of the journey. Don't worry too much. He paused, looked at me and said, It's been a while now. Let's settle this, not with wooden swords but real blades. In the training ground, 2 figures stand face to face in the quiet of the night. Ano chuckled and said, The rules are simple. Whoever gives up first is the loser. Jemmy cast a weary glance inward, thinking he was about to discuss reclaiming Jaren with his father, but suddenly his father pulled him out here for a swordsmanship duel. He looked so eager that I couldn't bring myself to refuse. I only dared to think those words in my mind. I never had the courage to say them out loud. Seeing the excited face of the Count, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Jai asked his father again, What happens if no one is willing to admit defeat? A slow step approaches the father and son, then suddenly intervenes. Well, I was just wondering what you two are doing at this hour, so I came out here. It turns out he's a swordmaster. He said with delight, but it looks like I'm about to witness a truly exciting battle. Hino coldly stared at him. He kept walking silently like a ghost. It turns out that cold, icy face hides something surprisingly adorable. But B seems genuinely stunned. This has become my habit. Do you have a problem with it? Suddenly, their gloomy atmosphere is affecting me, sweating, anxious, my mind racing. The tension is unbearable. Then he thought of Sigel Welton's image, his own mother. Could it be that they once fought over the same girl? Maybe so. Right now, they're staring each other down with sparks flying between them. Ano said, Could you step aside so my father and I can have some time alone? But BY didn't respond. Why should I listen to you? Jai could only stand there, forced to smile awkwardly. Haha, I guess I have to break the silence now. Hey, Your Excellency, can you act as the judge here? The boy agreed, but he still kept a cold front. Fine, but I want to change the rules a little. If one side gives up or is overwhelmed, they're considered defeated. Ano, hearing that, immediately said, I agree. Ano and Jimmy of the Welton family shake hands like true rivals. Let's have a battle worthy of our strength. Ano, of course. After Jamie finished speaking, both of them prepared themselves to step into the battle. No regard for status, no talk of family. They are both true warriors. Each one harbors their own secret thoughts deep inside. Jai thinks it's been a long time since we last faced off like this. Hino has been waiting, and I've been eager to see just how powerful that boy has become. B raises his hand, signaling to prepare. When B shouts, start, the 2 swords clash, fiercely fighting for dominance. They stare at each other with burning eyes, filled with a fierce desire to win and suspicion. The clash of their swords rings out sharp and loud, sparks flying everywhere. Jemmy frowned, her brows furrowing. What I feel like my hand's about to crack open from the aftershock of that attack. Jemmy felt a flicker of panic at his father's godly combat prowess. His aura was so overwhelming, it took his breath away. He opened his eyes wide, and a swift sword slash made Jemmy step back instantly. Jai struggled to keep his balance. After a few hits just now, I realized he was thinking to himself. He made a firm conclusion. At the very least, his father's strength isn't far behind. Klino stares at Jai, still holding his sword out in front of his opponent. Teasing you, is that all you can do? Jai sighed. Heh, in that instant, his eyes turned resolute. He brandished his sword confidently, standing tall. His words were sharp, but of course they weren't. They both charged at each other again, ready to fight. Let's go. Looking ahead to the future, they keep throwing attack after attack. Now it's his turn to be stunned by his own little boy. I couldn't see the boy, but something was rushing straight at me. I couldn't believe what my eyes were witnessing. Is this Jemmy's power? The Shadow Jai is rushing straight at him with unstoppable force. Suddenly he grinned with amusement. Fine, I'll show you what I'm really capable of. Ano, wielding his sword, issued the command. Time slash, its power can cut through all dimensions in the universe, aided by this formidable weapon. Ano is righteous and kind. He emphasized, this is true strength. Jemmy hesitated for a moment. Did Dad really use his sword to cut through the future? No one has ever been able to sense their own future before now. Jamie was still in shock, unable to believe he could rely on instinct to strike with such precision at what he couldn't even see. I knew my father was strong, but I never imagined he'd be this powerful. Hino chuckled with satisfaction. Jami, I congratulate you on becoming a swordmaster in just 2 months, but you know that already. He paused then. Aino opened his eyes wide, glaring fiercely at his son, showing his unwavering resolve. Nothing in this world is absolute. Then he boldly and clearly shouted out as the time itself tore through the shadows of death, blue and red lights, intertwined, creating a chaotic, turbulent atmosphere. Jemi enters. After a few seconds of catching their breath, they charged straight into a fierce confrontation, neither backing down. Aino continued to sneer as if my power was crushing him. Jai couldn't react this time. He clenched his teeth and endured. Damn it, he's too strong. Could it be he's been hiding his power all along? In the castle's training yard, no one knew a fierce battle was unfolding, stalemate after stalemate. Aino casually turned back to face Ji. He's resorted to magic now. He's calmly warning us. After speaking, he turned decisively. Another sword was swung with purpose. Jemi smiled brightly. If you can't defeat your father with just a sword from now on, you'll fight as a mage swordmaster. Aino also smiled in response. I wish for the same. So the two of them clashed once again. Jay clenched his teeth, determined to unleash a forbidden fire magic. It created the prison fire in an instant, a blaze erupting and turning the area into a sea of red. Aino offered a few words of praise. Your fighting spirit is strong. He charged forward, but that alone couldn't stop my sword. Amidst the blazing red flames, the figure stood tall and unwavering. Jemi narrowed her eyes. Arino has been on the offensive from the very beginning. He watched the flames suddenly vanish, and guessed was that fire, just a distraction to block his view. Jai appeared from another realm, Avalon, the inverted world. Turns out he had a meticulously crafted plan all along. I'll teleport to another world, hide my presence, and set an ambush for him. Even if he's my father, I can't let him get away. His footsteps crush the ground beneath him, so powerful it shatters the earth itself. The two clash, unleashing a stunning wave of blue energy that dazzles the eye. Jemi warned his father, "You're useless." Then he charged forward with fierce strength. Jai's weapon right now is a staff topped with a mysterious blue quartz crystal. Aino couldn't understand why it wasn't moving at all. He closed his eyes tightly because he was utterly convinced victory was in his grasp. Jai was struck so hard he pierced right through the wall behind him. I never expected him to use the time-space sword to cut through an entire other world. His sword is stuck in the ground, and he leans forward desperately, trying to keep his balance. Facing Ino, his formidable rival, not a single scratch on him so far. He looks at him clearly surprised. Isn't he? When you reach my age, you'll be free to use your power however you wish. But Jai is already seeking another plan. If looking into the future or outside Avalon has no effect, his hand suddenly radiates a dark purple aura. It looks terrifying. He charges straight at Aino with lightning speed. Jemi's back in top form this time. I'll be the one on the attack. No more talk, just action. Jemi stands right in front of him, ready to deliver the final blow. She's also wearing a new armor. Aino was stunned. The spell Jai just summoned was dark magic, one of Diablo Vofia's shattered fragments of power. The armor uses mana cores to boost overall physical power. Jimmy grinned with excitement as he saw his father's stunned expression. Father, I don't need to hold back the power of the time sword. I'll give it everything I've got. Hino was stunned in that fleeting moment. He snapped back to his senses. So you better get ready. Two streams of energy hurtled toward each other. Under Bai's watchful gaze, they collided, igniting a fierce explosion. After observing for a while, I had to ask myself what exactly is hidden in the bloodline of House B. Seeing the chaotic, intersecting streams of energy only deepened my shock. Calling them monsters isn't an exaggeration at all. Bell saw the dramatic change in Jai. After Jai donned that black armor, he became stronger, but the winner's fate would be decided soon enough. In Jai's eyes, you could see his unwavering resolve, but everything so far has worn him down, leaving him exhausted. It looks like they're evenly matched, but Jai's fighting spirit has already diminished significantly. The space here is tight, so using magic would be a disadvantage. Belly resumes his role as commentator, but for him to fight Aino for so long, he's already incredibly skilled. He slowly raised his hand as if about to declare the winner, a flicker of excitement in his heart. Now let's see who the real champion is. Inside, he's trembling with anticipation, as a blinding light suddenly erupts, illuminating the entire training ground. Bai emphasizes, "You're the one who's won." The next morning, just a glance into Jai's eyes revealed how exhausted he truly was. He lay back on the bed, resting after pouring every ounce of himself into yesterday's battle. "You're hurting everywhere. What are you whining about?" There's a knock at the door, and he calls out, "Come in. That's your honorable father." Hino is just smiling and nodding. "Jemi, are you still sleeping?" he asked softly. Jemi obediently crossed her legs and replied, "I never expected you wouldn't deliver the final blow." Ano responded. Our fight last night was no different from a real battle, so I only attacked in a way that gave me the best chance to win. Ano recalls that he was muttering something to himself at that moment. They were in the final seconds of the battle, locked in a fierce sword duel. I saw Jemmy's sword devour my time-slashing technique. Ano froze that moment in his mind forever. Jemmy's swordplay truly seems intent on devouring everything in its path. He ponders if he doesn't quickly reclaim his sword and decides not to target the boy's vulnerable spot, things could spiral out of control. Victory was so close, but he retracted his sword. Jemmy's eyes widened in shock. He reached from behind and touched his neck, a warm smile spreading across his face like sunlight. Even though it was already late at night, she kept her thoughts to herself. Because the space was too tight, she couldn't use her magic freely. If you do that, the entire Esni castle will fall apart. And that only makes him more proud of Ano. He's not done yet. He calmly thought that if both of us used our full strength, I couldn't guarantee I would win. Ano then smiled like the morning sun, gentle and tender. So this will be our final battle. I have to do this if I want to support you as your father. Jai suddenly wondered. But Dad, when did you become a Grandmaster? Let me explain a bit about the Grandmaster, the highest peak a warrior can reach. Those who attain this level aren't wielding some new mysterious power. They're simply the best of the best. And even those who reach that level struggle to pinpoint the exact moment they become a true master. Henno leaned back, lost in thought. I'm not even sure when it was, but I realize I became a Grand Master about 6 years ago, I'd say. He gasped in shock. 6 years ago. His father's smiling face only deepened his suspicion. Who would have thought he'd become a master before he even started learning magic? It seems he's been hiding that all along, because if it ever got out, the kingdom would be watching him so closely he'd be under constant surveillance. And he asks himself, am I the only one who knows this? But his father revealed that the Sword King knows too. Talik's piercing gaze flashed back in their minds. Nothing escapes him, and neither his insight nor his power. Jemmy suddenly wondered, could it be that the King of Swords is also hiding his true strength? Maybe he's just like the others, concealing his power. But I believe he's already reached the level of a Grand Master. His father gave an example. He could fight against your grandfather. Jemmy's eyes widened in shock. Grandpa spoke of that revered ancestor, and all that appeared was a stern figure, wielding a sword, the former leader Bill Welton. He reached the peak of mastery, just as death was near. His sword strikes were razor-sharp and devastatingly powerful. He completed the 5th stage of the bladeless execution technique, the primordial secret skill he spent his entire life perfecting. Jemai also suddenly remembered an old memory. I used to think it was strange that my father never learned that ultimate skill back then. But now I finally understand why. Why bother learning that ultimate skill when he already has a similar one? Tramda right. He quietly smirked with excitement. But little did he know, the space power kept awakening through every generation of our family. What on earth is happening to the Welton family? His father questioned himself. The strength of my father and me is just an example, and if my doubts are right, then even my grandfather's power, which he openly admits is also his. That's right, my grandfather also possesses space-based power. The light from it can split an entire land in two. Those around him call his power heaven and earth, the heavens and the mortal realm. It's a power that can influence everything beneath the sky, above the ground. Arino also studied the family's books and came to a conclusion. And according to the records, everyone in the Welton family lineage awakens the power of space. And since then, only the Welton family has ever awakened this space power. He looked at his rough, scarred hand. But I'm no longer sure what the Welton family even is. It seemed like my grandfather knew something before, but he never told me. Jemmy suddenly smirked, looking so mysterious. Dad, you mentioned something I've never spoken of before. It was a long time ago. My child, I heard Darius, your great-grandfather's friend, say this. Back then, Chachbil confided everything to Darius, his reason for creating that secret technique, and he was confident it was meant for you to use. Ano was plunged into confusion. How could her father have known that Jimmy, born with that talent, would master such a technique? Back then, C was pregnant with Jai. Jai's call echoed through his mind, but he couldn't hear it. Dad, it's like he already knew Jai would be born with that gift. Father, how could you? A warrior can't possibly know the fate of a child who hasn't even been born yet. Then he spoke loudly, jolting Hino awake. His father quickly stood up, scratching his head. Sorry, son. I'll go uncover the secrets of the Welton family. He's become more serious than before, contemplating the shelves in the library. I'm not even sure what secrets are hidden inside the secret research room. Only the head of the clan has the right to enter. Alright, let's talk about retaking Jerry. That afternoon at the Yeben Kunglakam, Sea Kingdom waves crashed fiercely against the rocky cliffs. Jigri sits atop the wall, using his skill to see far into the distance. The circle he forms with his fingers reveals ships sailing across the sea. Suddenly, tens of thousands of troops gathered at Quatra's eastern border. Just after failing to implant Egna into the Chasen kingdom's ranks, they surprisingly turned their sights on the Ye-Si kingdom. He looked back at the ground and asked those nearby if they attack us. Can Lakam's soldiers stop them? He replied, 3,000 troops from Lenri will arrive at Lakam tomorrow. Jiri reported I heard General Ento will be coming with them. Delkit, the fleet commander of Ai and the Lord of Lakam said sternly, but everything will still be very difficult. In his mind, he had already mapped out a battle plan. The kingdom's army was 1.5 times larger than Y's navy. Additionally, the Genis Church and the Eastern Alliance are about to send aid, so our forces will be at least 5,000,000 strong. The position they occupy is a towering fortress perched high on a sheer cliff. This is frustrating, but we have to leave this place and set up a defensive line at Grey Mountain, including Lakam. We'll need to take down 3 fortresses, but if we use Grey Mountain as our line of defense, the enemy won't be able to break through so easily, because they call it a natural fortress. The little bird is tied to a bow on its leg to carry out its mission. No, it's still too early to give up. He let the bird fly away. Now Count Welton and his army must have already reached SNE. If it's the 3 Welton counts and the young master, they could finish everything in Jaren within a week. This dove carrying the message will let Count Welton know our situation. Delkit pondered. If everything at Chesansu had gone smoothly, that supreme mage might have joined us. They stood there watching the romantic sunset under the gentle breeze. How long can we hold out? He reassured the commander-in-chief. If you're worried, it must mean Quatra's surrounding us. He can see them through his telescope. Jay smiles confidently. Even if they open fire on us, Your Excellency, don't worry, I'm here. If I give it my all, I can protect this place. His ocean blue eyes imagine a blazing inferno across the sea's surface. And if we succeed in protecting this place, then next we'll burn it all to the ground. A bird falls from the sky, carried away by the wind. That's why we have no choice but to succeed. Young master. By now the night sky has fallen over the northern continent of Anbia, the Chessen kingdom. Jaren the guard walks by complaining. I'm so exhausted. The person beside him suddenly asked, when will the military hospital arrive? The other man replied, in about 2 days. Just hold on a little longer. He used the stick to strike a sphere on the ground, but can we really block magic with this? I heard the enemy has a level 9 Grand Mage. He quickly dismissed that thought. Don't doubt anymore, these defenses successfully blocked magic from day 1. The soldier's body trembled as he recounted it. I agree with that. Back then, I truly thought I was about to meet my end. The Grand Mages of Sam keep attacking, claiming they'll retake Jaren. Though these semi-arcane constructs nullified every assault, Jaren trembled violently like the earth itself was breaking apart. A gentle stream of water softly glides past their flag as the 2 soldiers are lost in conversation. Only when Quantib Virn arrives do I finally feel safe. I heard Lord Jen is coming too, right? And then uninvited guests appeared out of nowhere. If Lord Ken is on his way, then everyone in the northern camp is doomed. The soldier shouted in panic. Enemies have infiltrated, but the mage was faster, slicing him in half. The eyes hidden behind that cloak suddenly blaze with intensity. From now on, we will destroy every half-phantom creature they've placed on the city walls. The bell inside the tower rang again, signaling the entire army to hunt down the intruder. The reinforcement soldiers rushed forward, only to find the intruder had already destroyed the equipment. The commander pointed and ordered, panting heavily. They're aiming for those magical creatures. We have to stop them before it's too late. The legs of those people were infused with a mysterious power, allowing them to masterfully use Bahai to glide through narrow paths and wipe out all the soldiers. The commander was stunned. When did he arrive here? A voice responded to his question. Why are you so surprised? This is it. The wizard swept through with a deadly strike. That's the Welton family's magic. The mages in the team quickly rushed over and reported, I've destroyed all the semi-magic constructs in this area. You're satisfied with your meal. Well done. He keeps aiming for the sphere on his head. So this demonic artifact is the last of its kind on the city walls. With just a flick of his sword, he shattered it apart. A tiny spark appeared beside the mage. We've destroyed all the semi-magic creatures on the city walls, the commander assured us. You probably can use magic around the city walls now, can't you? The other person replied. Thank you. The soldiers inside the city haven't stopped. They're charging in all at once. They've destroyed all the semi-magic creatures on the city walls. Countless wagons carrying magic-absorbing spheres are brought in. The leader raised his sword high and shouted, calling out the creatures they had destroyed, so they couldn't use magic to invade. But suddenly a massive explosion erupted from inside the city, sending everything flying. That guy was so bitter he was scowling like crazy. Damn it. From within the flames, a shadowy figure slowly emerged, accompanied by a deafening scream echoing in his mind. He walked through the scorching fire with a smile. I told you, Dad, I knew this wouldn't be too hard. Aino satisfied. I understand now. The mages under their command immediately gathered and knelt before both of them. If we're the elite soldiers of the Welton clan, the fearsome knights, we could retake this place in a heartbeat. Hamilton pulled back his hood and said, "You're here, my lord." Hamilton Leonardo, the fearless knight vice captain, master swordsman. Jemmy looks utterly thrilled. "Then let's get started." Ano nodded in agreement. "You heard it right. That's an order from the second in command of the family." The battle erupts fiercely, soldiers from both sides tearing into each other. "Take back this place." Hamilton single-handedly took down both of them right in front of everyone. That night, blood poured through the streets of Jaren like rain. The others are tasked with destroying magical constructs using Welton's elite soldiers. The second in command of the family also unleashes a barrage of fiery attacks. Jamie Areno also dominated the battle with his sheer strength, the relentless effort of Jamie and Ano Welton. At last their footsteps reached the place they were destined for. The father and son, along with a few mages, stood atop the tower and raised a flag. The Northern Alliance retook Jaren in the blink of an eye. That same night at the Jaren border, he was stunned when he heard the report Jemmy had reclaimed Jerry. Green chuckled softly. Things just got more interesting. No wonder Jamie's reputation precedes him, and the armored man is seriously questioning him. It turns out Count Welton and the aid troops from Landry are on their way. What do we do now? He turned his gaze toward their vice-captain, the swordmaster. "Vice-Captain Vincent, what are your thoughts?" Vincent, the vice-commander of the swordmasters, glanced around and then spoke. "Right now, only the 4 great demon sorcerers are in the north, and the 3 great swordsmen are ready. The plan he's devised is under serious pressure. Meanwhile, the masters on this side are me and Lord C." His brow furrowed slightly. Even though Lord Sen became a Grand Master while being held captive by the Sun Church, Sen let out a big yawn, but that still wasn't enough to hide his anxiety. He was curious, but why does Lord Jen seem so calm? And he leaned in close, whispering into his ear. "You joined the 7-Blade Warriors just last year, right?" He breaks out in a cold sweat. "That's right, less than a year left." Vincent recalls that time, the fallen knights, the lost sword masters guarding the wind of Genis. Every knight in the order was a master. He himself had taken down another knight with his own hands. The moment Vincent was named one of the 7 knights, he defeated Banba, the second strongest after Cray, and temporarily became Genis's swordsman. Vincent was lost in thought, hearing whispers that his power had reached its peak after that battle. "I want to fight him myself to see it with my own eyes, yet I keep smirking and laughing. Don't worry too much, as long as there's will, there's a way." He calmly extended his hand, astonishing everyone. "So shall I continue my journey?" Vinan only became more confusing. "What do you mean? Why are you suddenly coming closer?" The Welton banner flutters proudly in the wind. "Who would have thought I could reclaim Jaren so easily?" Lahito stood silently with Jai, sharing his thoughts. "Sometimes I think mages are harmless." He quickly responds, "This is a special case. You must be crazy to have arranged thousands of magic treasures." The flames from Lai Hito immediately burst forth. "That's right, those crazy Genis cultists are utterly insane." This actually surprised Jai a little. He always speaks politely, but he knows how to curse just as well. "I'm focusing now, feeling the energy from afar." "Forget it, Gen's energy is getting closer." He must have heard we retook Jaren, so he's not stopping his advance. The magic orb is working tirelessly. That means the frontline battlefield has calculated the damage needed to secure victory. I'm sure I was part of that calculation too, though I don't know what those guys saw on the battlefield. Deep inside, he silently vows with unwavering resolve. "This time I will destroy you," Genus Lee wondered. "But where did Count Welton disappear to?" He told the person next to him that he went to meet Kanga's army from Lenri. Just as I mentioned, his father returned and waved at them. Jai too smiled happily and went back. They returned together to the War Council room inside the Jaren fortress. Kanga politely greets them. "Nice to meet you all. I am Kanga Brown from Landry, the swordmaster of the Lenri kingdom." Kanga Brown always warmly welcomes the girl. "Thank you for coming." "I am Open Jinger." Kanga responded politely. "I've heard many things about you." Then I also spoke up. "I am Jemmy." The girl gasped. "So you're the legendary Jemmy?" Hino placed his hand on the table, calming everyone down. "That's enough of an introduction. Let's start planning our strategy," Lighter suggests. "Since Master Kanga has joined us, we're in the lead, and with the 3 secret weapons we've uncovered in the arsenal, stopping them should be a breeze." Ofen nodded in agreement. "I agree with Simon. Of course we will win. So gather the troops now, and prepare to attack Gia." "It's still uncertain." Jemmy was serious. "Before coming here, I saw Green's army advancing. He must have known he was at a disadvantage, so he's probably got some tricks up his sleeve." Kanga frowned, but even with a secret weapon, the military disparity between the 2 forces was still significant. He was thinking about that very issue, which is why his face darkened. "That's right. If you think practically losing was inevitable, and then you ask yourself, what if our goal isn't victory at all?" The girl looked human, which meant the demon was stroking his white beard, lost in thought. "They targeted one of us. If they could kill a master, the impact would be enormous." Jimmy added his voice to that opinion. Of course, it could be that extreme. A drop of blood staining the emblem of that army. But Janus is the god of war and peace. To achieve peace, everything must be destroyed. He's also cautious among the 12 cults. Jenny specializes in warfare, so we must anticipate and prepare for many scenarios. Bei agrees wholeheartedly. That's right, if you get too careless, you'll be doomed. Jai only just gained confidence to make a plan, so let's do this. The next day, under a clear blue sky, he woke up and stretched for a long time. The sun rose so quickly. Suddenly, someone approached and called his name. The cheerful Marquis Ji-ho opened his mouth to speak. It's cold, but I responded kindly to him. It's already early autumn and the Earl seems to be out here enjoying the breeze. In his eyes, he's a completely different person. I can't believe the child I met 5 years ago has grown this much. Jai, you've improved leaps and bounds. I chuckled mischievously with him, but without your mana breath, I doubt I could have done this for a long time, my Lord Marquis. Then Jemmy retorted, but what am I? I was revived, so I still show respect. I've lived tens of thousands of years longer than you. He nodded and corrected his way of addressing him. Of course, senior, and that made him even more cheerful. Stop teasing me, kid. Suddenly, the demon's face hardened with seriousness. Noodle strands. He took your hand and reminded me of something. Do you remember what I told you at the last point in the magical world? If you're tired, you can always come to me any time. Ma placed his hand clutching something onto Jai's palm. It's never changed, because I'm willing to bet everything I have on you. A red badge then revealed itself. And I'm not the only one who thinks that way. Anyone supporting you believes in you wholeheartedly. I encourage you with honest words. So don't back down, turn everything you desire into reality. Jai, take that item and show your respect. Don't worry, this time I'll move forward with everyone. The old Earl smiled with pure happiness. I believe in you. The peaceful scene hadn't lasted long before soldiers hurriedly rushed in with urgent news. Both of them froze in shock as they heard the report. Green's army is closing in. Out there, Green rides his horse, leading the charge alongside Vincent. Someone stood before that army, facing them head-on. War. The seasoned warriors of the Welton House have gathered in full force. The battle begins. Jemmy starts with a command. First, we'll let them taste the very suffering they've forced us to endure. Fire the weapons to break the tunnel. The magic arrows shot down from above. Sen faces them with nothing but boredom. This kind of welcome, it's just not fun at all. He ordered the one behind him. Vincent, handle this. He was a bit surprised, but responded, yes. Knight Vincent stroked his head and let out a soft groan. Then he grabbed his sword and leapt straight off the horse. His face remains cold, exhausted from overexertion. Just one swing of his sword, and all the magic unleashed was wiped out. Lai Hito and the Count are stunned. Has the beam of light from his weapon disappeared too? Ma was deeply worried about that power once 3 pillars. But Jai saw through the trick behind it. No, they didn't disappear. Vin actually concentrated those magic spells into his sword. He quickly sensed, something seems like that, but he absorbed it all. The power to absorb incoming attacks activates. Only now do I realize something, as I look at Vincent's face. What kind of monster is he? He raised a hand. Looks like we underestimated the enemy. The power within our palms is unleashed now. Give it everything you've got. Lai Hito also unleashed a blazing red fire that engulfed her entire body. Their combined strength formed a massive fiery tornado, unstoppable and fierce. Hurricane Inferno, storm sea of flames. Ofen controls it with ease. Die. The tornado crashes to the ground and charges straight at the army. Sen dismounted from his horse and stretched. Calmly, he made his way toward that swirling vortex. Why do those little brats keep getting in my way? Sen gripped his black sword's hilt and slowly pulled it out. I'm pissed now. He casually swings a cross-shaped strike right into the midst of the blazing fire and wind magic, turning the tide of battle. Then Green raised his sword high, brushing off the blade as it carved a path through the air, a silent testament to his power. The reversal of fate. Green's power can invert the natural order of cause and effect, turning injuries into the very reason to strike back. Every time he does it, the magic users on the tower witness this chaos, watching fate twist and turn. Each time it's a headache they can't shake. Ano whispered, it seems Sen has reached master level. Bly watched him carefully, his skill now far surpassing what it was a year ago. Owen nodded, feeling the overwhelming power radiating from him. Over in the east, a monster grasped its staff tightly, muttering to itself. If they can counter our magic and breach the city walls, that plan is doomed. Then he leapt off his position himself. I'll tear the ground apart to block their approach. The demon descends below and uses his staff to carve a path through the earth. Earthquake. Green was furious at his appearance. He told him not to interfere, and yet here he was. But I was still focusing on harnessing my power, so I couldn't dodge Count. And someone rushed forward to block C, making him chuckle softly. At last he's appeared. Jai bit her lip and poured her strength into her sword as she faced him. The gap between the city walls and the enemy army, was carved out by the demon marquis. Thank you, Jai. Because of you, I've succeeded in tearing the land apart, dividing both sides. He quickly stepped back so Jai could face Khan. Now it's time to prepare for that plan. The two swords clashed relentlessly, fueling Ken's excitement even more. He stepped back to dodge a sword strike from An. You've improved so much compared to last year. Jai stood frozen, scolding him while you still kept that annoying look on your face. And it's just you and two master-level experts, right? That's pretty impressive, Sen responds happily. Do you really think I came here without a plan? I've got a gift for you too. He was confused by those words, but he only hinted at a little. I already know. That was the plan you tried to stop last time. Jemmy immediately darkened with anger. Holy Knight Chima, he still vividly remembers everything that happened during that ordeal. 5 years ago, the Genis Church, claiming to create the Chimera Holy Knights, kidnapped innocent children and carried out horrific experiments. The mastermind was mutilated and wiped out, and after eliminating everyone involved, they thought the experiments had finally ended. Countless green test tubes lined the room. Did they really continue their cruel experiments? Lu's curiosity burned hotter than ever. So Jai, do you think you can stop it this time? The deformed bodies bearing the form of demons march forward under his command. The 20,000 saintly bird knights clenched their fists and trembled with rage. Finally, you bastards, he sneered with a cruel smile. Do you know how to create a chimera? My subordinate says they capture children and rip out their hearts while they're still alive. A wicked smile spreads across that maniacal face. Some even beg to be killed just to end it all. The screams for her mother echoed, but she would never come to save her. Jemmy's veins bulged with anger, growing fiercer with every passing moment. I shouted with all the fury I had. You're all going to hell. He extends his massive hand, but Sen remains completely unfazed. Is this his reply to the gift? Giving gifts to you guys is truly interesting. Still, he's starting to get serious, but thanks to you, he's already tasted hell. His attack shattered Jai's magic, twisting fate itself. He drew his sword and charged straight at him. That wicked bastard Kreen pointed his sword at me and smirked. Let the unfortunate souls gaze upon hell if they dare. Even in death, he couldn't reach hell. The Holy Knight army charged forward wildly, taking the lead in his place. There are too many of them, so I had to pause and figure out a way to fight back. Jai suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Among that army, there was still a body showing signs of humanity, a child not yet 10 years old. Green's cruel words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Some even begged to just die and be done with it. 5 years ago, it would have been so easy to cut them down. Jamie stood there, lost and overwhelmed with confusion. But now, feeling that emotion deep in his heart, the tears streaming from that child's eyes were unbearably heartbreaking. Seeing that he hesitated, then Jai had to calm himself down and gripped his sword even tighter. No, that's exactly why I have to do it. The sacrificial holy knights were getting way too close to him, to us. This is now the worst nightmare imaginable. Jimmy pushes his strength, channeling magic into his sword. Shine bright. The limbs of those holy knights are sent flying into the air by the slash. What I saw earlier was already lying on the ground covered in flesh. But this isn't the end. They rose again, standing tall once more. They can withstand light magic and still survive. The holy knights gaped, revealing glowing marks burning on their bodies. Could it be that they received Genis's blessing? If so, there's no way to deal with them all at once. Your father also fought in the battle, striking true. He turned to you and declared this place isn't just about you. He gasped in shock. Che also rushed down, fighting alongside them. I wasn't planning to shoulder all the burden just yet. I'm still in shock. Lord Barinkaza is now ready for the rear guard. I will cover the back. They all point their weapons at the Chimera Holy Knights, searching for Granny. Jemmy quietly smiles with happiness, then quickly runs off at full speed, relying on everyone else. As he weaves through the Holy Knights, he's swinging his sword to cut them down. He's still focused on finding him when something is rushing toward him. Where is Kreen? The one he's been searching for has appeared with a surprise attack. Jai dodged it and shouted in fury. This damn bastard. Vin suddenly stepped in between them. May I take a moment? I curiously looked at him. You as a knight seem surprisingly calm as you inform them. Here's the thing, it's a bit complicated, but I've been ordered to face you. He breaks out in a cold sweat. What the hell? Kreen was displeased. Step aside. Vincent Jai belongs to me. But Vincent used words to challenge me. Are you planning to go against the envoy's wishes? You have a duty to fulfill. He repeats a story. Have you forgotten your oath of loyalty to him? Green had no choice left but to swallow his pride. Damn it. Then he turned away, heading in a different direction, making Jai want to stop him. Where are you going? I was careless again, leaving a strand of the necklace right in front of him. I told you clearly. Vin reached out to Jai as the light flickered between them. I am your opponent. Just as the activation completes, let's go. The young man couldn't react in time, since when had this guy been like this? That creature started to unleash its power. activating the eternal battlefield relic. Then suddenly, both of them are pulled away to another place by its shifting power. Jai stands in a strange otherworldly space, greeting the unknown. "Welcome, Jay. This is Vincent standing right in front of you. Greetings, another sacred relic bestowed by the god of endless war." He chuckled softly and said, "This space was created solely to kill you." Jemmy responded to him, "So all that effort was for nothing." And that knight still clings to his confidence. The Supreme One warned to keep him as far from the battlefield as possible, or victory would be impossible. He sneered at his opponent. "You really think you can win by isolating me from the fight?" Vincent wasn't afraid of him, at least not enough to hinder Lord Sen's work. His words made the young man wonder. The battle begins. He raises his sword ready to strike. This is the second condition to drag the Lord into this endless war. Lord C will kill Count Welton. Jemmy frowned, his cold blue eyes glaring at Vincent, as he silently thought, does he really want to kill his own father? From the very beginning, these people had targeted his father's life. C's sinister face loomed behind him, sword raised, giving the order. "Stop right there, Vincent, I'll handle Jamie." He turned back, looking at him with curiosity. "Are you planning to disobey the envoy's orders? You still have a mission to complete." Jamie suddenly remembered his father facing him in a fierce battle. If C and our father face off, he looked over to Kong and saw that a wave of magic was already surrounding him completely. "There's no way. It's impossible." He sneered and spoke. "Is that all you can do?" Jai is resolute in his own mind. His father will never fall to someone like Kreen. He lowers his head, voice firm, and declares that will never happen. Suddenly, a blinding surge of immense power radiated from his brother, overwhelming the opponent's defenses. Vincent clenched his teeth in shock, realizing that in the face of this strange energy, a sharp sword, unknown when it appeared, was now resting in his hand. "Let me grant you a glimpse of the future. Both of you will fail." Meanwhile, elsewhere, monsters are tearing into each other in a frenzy, fighting endlessly, blood spilling everywhere, yet the chaos shows no end. Jemmy clenched his teeth, his face twisted with fury, screaming silently inside. I couldn't sense Jemmy's aura anymore. It's not that Jai failed, it's probably been transported somewhere else. No time to dwell on it. I charged straight into the monsters ahead, moving faster than ever. For now, let's take out this bunch first. Once Jai starts moving, I'll observe the situation. Over there, a staff strikes the ground with a thunderous blow, cracking the earth and shattering it into pieces. The staff, wielded by Marquis Lin Mayo, slams down again, unleashing a massive magical circle, pulsing with unimaginable power. Remember when the strategy meeting took place? Jai stood up confidently and said, "I have a proposal. Let's do this instead." He spoke seriously, laying out his plan for everyone to hear. When the enemy charges, the generals will create teleportation gates in 3 directions. Jemmy spoke up, placing flags to mark his side, and the enemies setting the course of action. Then he ordered the cavalry to rush out, attacking from all 3 fronts at once. He returned to Lord Lino, channeling all his strength into his staff, to unleash a powerful spell that enveloped the battlefield, saying, "I'll take responsibility in the center. You two handle the flanks." Count Laihito obeyed the command, raising his arm as flames erupted all over him, spreading everywhere. The Sky Mage Owen also cast his spell, responding calmly, "Understood." Suddenly, a brilliant magical shape tore through the sky, unleashing a barrage of lightning that sent the monsters into a panic, forcing them to scatter in terror. Those magic circles only appear in the chaos of battlefields like this. At the center of the circle, it unleashes tiny bolts of lightning, immense power surging through it. Lightning strikes from the sky, targeting the enemy's assault, hitting their frantic horsemen. Kong, sword in hand, stands on the scorched barren ground and whispers in awe, "A teleportation gate? Interesting." He smirked, a mocking, taunting expression on his face. "But even so, killing someone who's surpassed the limits of a mere mortal like me isn't easy. I've got my own work to do." I don't know when it happened, but the Stormblade swordsman bell appeared behind Seasword, pressed to his neck. He furrowed his brow, cold and determined, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "It's time for me to settle the debt from 5 years ago." Like a flash of lightning, Jian charged forward, decapitating B with a decisive strike, praising, "I have to admit, you managed to get close and hide all your traces." He responded, seeing his head still floating high above, eyes wide with shock. "Windstorm sword, you're no match for me." Suddenly, Bell's body shatters into falling shards of purple crystal, breaking apart piece by piece. Kree, still in a fighting stance, stands in shock, eyes wide, as he witnesses the impossible. A distant voice echoes, "Lord Onyx is not alone." Kanga appears, sword in hand, the blade gleaming as she coldly points it directly at him. The top-tier swordsman gritted his teeth and glared at her, ignoring the chaos behind, as Belly charged forward with a massive sword. "You bugs, all you know how to do is play these pathetic tricks. It's truly laughable." He delivered a deadly deep cut to his shoulder, then sneered and said, "You're exposed now." His face darkened, and with cold, unfeeling eyes, he spoke in a grim tone. "Interesting. You used my consciousness to attack me with your spiritual power, didn't you? Kong glanced at the two behind him, a circle of magic with intricate symbols forming in the air. Illusions the power of the swordmaster Kanga, shows his opponents false visions, and confuses them with his spiritual strength. He gazes at Kanga still in a ready stance, and with disdain he says, "You bugs think you can beat me, just by working together." She frowned in disdain at his words. The one who was just deceived by my power dares to act so arrogantly. He stomped his foot down hard and rushed toward her with a roar. You are truly too arrogant. The sword she wields is surrounded by a powerful aura of magic, guiding her straight toward him. He gazed at the two shadowy figures emerging behind the illusion, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Escaping into the illusion was a wise choice. Kong raised his sword, revealing Kanga's face. He frowned arrogantly and said, "You're the only one who's real. Don't underestimate the senses of a master swordsman." His shining sword reflected her panic, and Kray swung his blade, slicing through layers of illusions that cracked and dissolved, rewriting fate itself. There's danger lurking behind him, about to strike. Recognizing it, he turns around with eyes blazing with deadly intent and snaps, "You again, always sneaking up from behind like a coward. Are you too afraid to face me head-on?" Bell descended from above, sword in hand, as he swung his blade back to gather strength for a fierce attack. Enough playing around, this ends now. He was stunned, eyes wide with shock, as the sharp blade streaked toward him like a gust of wind. Memories flooded back when Khan swung his sword, slicing through, by spilling blood onto the ground. Last year at Aeon Barin, he faced Ken, and was utterly defeated. The man lay battered and wounded, motionless, with no strength left beneath the ground, like confronting an insurmountable wall. Tears welled up in the corner of his eye, and drops of sweat fell like rain, a storm of helplessness and frustration. That was the feeling when Baron faced him for the first time. He trains tirelessly every day, with his sword pushing himself harder each time he faces a monster or a formidable foe. Two different streams of magic collide. Balai, stunned, wonders what makes the Welton bloodline so uniquely special. It seems Jen has reached the level of a grand swordsman. His dark, silent figure gazes ahead, a stark contrast to who he used to be, growing further apart from them with each passing year, a gap that can never be bridged. Once again, a memory of B and Jai's conversation appears, but he firmly places his hand on his chest and says, "As an elder, I will continue to watch over and support your path. If you hesitate, I'll be behind you, protecting you. But if you want to move forward, I'll do everything I can to lift you up." He was determined to convince himself no matter what he would hold his ground. A surge of powerful magic engulfed BY, his eyes blazing with fierce resolve to protect the ones he cared about most. Wengen. A fierce gust gathered, tearing away layers of earth and stone in a deadly whirlwind. Zephyros, the power to transform spirits. Barin's body begins to change. Zephyros, the divine force, awakens within him. His body starts to morph, revealing a new, unimaginable form. He widened his eyes, staring intensely at Bay's magic. He roared loudly, "It's not just you who's been honing your power all these years. Open your eyes and watch carefully." Suddenly a deadly strike lands, slicing through the workbench and leaving a long scar on the ground, tearing apart the stone beneath his hand. This is a skill forged to kill you. His lightning-fast power. He took that hit and collapsed helplessly onto the barren ground, his body covered in wounds. Bell's mind flashes back to that previous strike, and he looks down at the fallen, battered man. "Today's attack, I'm returning it to you." He pointed his sword at him coldly, commanding, "Don't resist uselessly. Surrender and become my prisoner." He tried to sit up, his body aching all over. "I told you clearly already." Kong thrust his sword into the ground, forcing himself to stand. A hint of confusion flickered across his face as he wondered how could he stand up so quickly, despite his entire body feeling drained. Even with the power of reversing fate, recovery wouldn't be this swift. He furrowed his brow and shouted with unwavering confidence, "You can't defeat me." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above Bell's head. In the blink of an eye, he was pierced through, his fate turned upside down. He gradually grew exhausted, collapsing to the ground as someone approached, sword pointed at him. He sneered with a cold, indifferent smile. Then let Count Welton step forward himself. Blood kept pouring from his mouth, but he still wore a strange, faint smile. Suddenly, he uttered a line that left Creon bewildered. "Is he still on you?" Suddenly, Kong looked up at the sky and immediately saw a shadow descending. Jemmy from above raised her sword and shouted loudly, "Die, you beast." I struck him with a sudden, deadly blow that left the air heavy and silent, choking with tension. Kong's eyes widened in disbelief as blood began pouring from his body in a torrent. Gradually, he lost all strength, unable to stand, and collapsed forward in defeat. His eyes remained wide open, bloodshot and terrifying, filled with shock and defiance. Gradually, memories flood Khan's mind, Jemmy rushing down, sword in hand, attacking him. Scenes of fierce battle replay in Kong's mind. Kanga, fearless, points her sword at him with unwavering resolve, then flashes to a lightning-fast strike that lands a devastating blow on Bell. Another scene unfolds as he emotionlessly presses his sword against his own neck, then moves it aside toward the enemy troops caught in a storm of lightning, summoned by a magic circle, striking them relentlessly. Kong stands amidst the barren rocks, observing everything with a cold, detached gaze. He raised his hand to his chin, curling his lips into a smug smile, and slowly spoke. I almost died for real. A blazing green magic circle appeared, reversing fate, rewinding the story, turning back time to a specific moment. Fragments of paper drifted aimlessly from above. 5 years ago, when the land was drowning in chaos, Jai was appointed as the Grand Mage. Kong, with his hands chained, sat trembling on the ground, watching the words written on that very paper. Green was crawling through the dark, nameless dungeon beneath the Sun Temple. And that was the first time he heard the news. The newspaper shows Jai standing proud, smiling brightly. Such a stark contrast, one trapped in darkness, the other basking in the spotlight, soaking up the attention and glory. Kong's face grew more and more ferocious, his bloodshot eyes blazing with anger, veins bulging beneath the skin. In his entire life, C had never been this furious. At all costs, he must find a way to release this rage. Suddenly, a mouse appears scurrying toward the newspaper. And to achieve that, he fixed his gaze on the mouse, slowly creeping across the newspaper. No rush, no hesitation until he crushed it, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes flickered with Jemmy's vengeful rage, desperate for more power. He stained the darkness with blood, inscribing ancient runes across every shadowed corner as faint light seeped into the prison's gloom. From that day on, he pushed himself tirelessly to grow stronger. Cracks appeared, and finally shards of sharp glass began to break apart and fall. Kree looked up and glanced above, while Gon had already reached the peak of a Grand Master, minimizing the side effects of reversed karma, manipulating space and the flow of time, even capable of altering death itself. Returning to reality, he raised his hand to touch his chin, deep in thought. But the pain from that strike still lingers, the mental shock too, overwhelming to use that move again. Kriong recalls Jemmy's razor-sharp blade slicing past him, thinking to himself Lord Welton's sword had nearly reached his neck just before he could activate the reverse karma. Even though I could sense it, his movements were just too fast. And then I remembered Bailey's wild, raging tornado. Moreover, Baron and that nameless swordsman are quite troublesome. The scene where Kanga and he hide in the illusion, waiting for the perfect moment to strike Kreon. His eyes flickered with thought, his brow furrowing as he firmly decided this time he had to be more careful. A fierce battle erupted, and Jamie, moving with calculated precision, charged toward Vincent Lai Bo. His eyes widened in shock as he watched his own skill, unaware that he was already cornered. Vincent swung his weapon toward where Jemmy had just been standing, but he vanished in an instant, moving faster than lightning. He keeps appearing and disappearing with no sign of teleportation at all. He frowns, scanning everywhere with his eyes annoyed as he mutters, where could he be now? Unexpectedly, Jimmy appeared behind Vincent, raising his sword high, ready to strike a deadly blow. In an instant, Vincent spun around and blocked the attack. Jai sneered mockingly. Feeling annoyed, Vincent glanced over with his usual arrogance and replied, "That's impossible. Let me tell you, I've never lost a sword fight in my life." He began unleashing his masterful sword skills, attacking him relentlessly. Jai's face twisted in frustration as he clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into holding his ground against Vincent Thie's strike. It's no wonder his swordsmanship is that fierce. His sense of mana and reflex speed are among the best. He refused to believe it stubbornly, denying it in his mind, but the truth was clear. His swordsmanship was truly far superior. He charged at him, sneering as he asked, "No tricks left now?" Jemmy leapt back, dodging Vincent's attack. Recklessly, he thought if that's the case, he raised his sword high, and suddenly a blazing wave of magic fire erupted, engulfing everything. Jemmy swung his sword down, conjuring a blazing fire spell that formed a fierce dragon rushing straight at Vincent to attack. The fire dragon, he stood calmly unmoving, raising his hand to block the strike, a quiet praise escaping his lips. "Your swordsmanship is pretty good, really interesting." But as the flames neared Vincent's hand, they were absorbed, drained of their power, taking the damage with them. "If I just stand here watching, I'll be the one absorbed." The glove on his hand begins to turn green, as the flames rage on, still pouring in, still being consumed. In an instant, that flame was gradually snuffed out by Vincent until it vanished completely. A detailed white magic circle appeared, absorbing the damage, drawing all of the enemy's power into his body. Jemmy hovered high above, sweat pouring down his face as he gritted his teeth, witnessing the scene below. He'd thought about it too, but he never imagined it could truly absorb magic, and not just any magic, but 9th-tier magic. Vincent's hand trembled slightly, but his face remained calm as he looked up and said, "The Oracle told me that my destiny is to kill you." His resentment, rooted deep within the Grand Church, surfaced the event 5 years ago, when Jemmy was appointed, shook the entire congregation to its core. Vincent was lying above, hands on his head, eyes half closed in relaxation, listening to every word below. Jai truly became a Grand Mage, so young yet so powerful. He was inside the house when suddenly a bishop appeared. Fearing him, the church created a weapon, one designed solely to kill Jai. Mary stood face to face with Vincent, excitement in her voice as she asked, "You're Vincent, right? I've been looking for you forever." He was stunned as he sat up, glancing over to her as she called the bishop. Her urgent voice ordered him into confusion. "Come with me, Bishop is calling for you." Vincent had a few questions, but he followed Mary anyway. That person was granted unimaginable power. In the palace, the bishop stood on the platform looking down at him, kneeling, his voice booming. "Vincent, accept the strength bestowed by the bishop." Vincent quietly extends his green-hued hand to take a look. She speaks coldly, "Jai is the one threatening our vision of this world." Mary ordered, "Use that power and at all costs make him obedient." He clenched his fist tighter, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. A week off. Returning to reality, Vincent extended his empowered hand, gathering mana, as he aimed it at Jemmy, who spoke up. "And this is the power I've honed for years to kill you." A massive glowing green magic surge erupts in his hand. Jemmy, standing close, watches that overwhelming power approach, confusion flickering in her eyes. She realizes she can't block this attack with magic. He clenched his teeth, eyes wide, making the decision he'd have to retreat through the other side of Avalon. No. The image of Vincent, emotionlessly pointing his sword at Jai, flashes through his mind. Lord Khan killed Count Welton. He thought to himself that he couldn't prolong the battle any longer, who knew what was happening out there. Jai clenched his sword tightly, risking everything silently, vowing he had to bet it all on this blade. He was tense, thinking about the swordsmanship his grandfather had crafted for him. He shouted out his final dance technique, two streams of magic clashing fiercely, as if tearing the very fabric of worlds apart. Vincent was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. Jai's move was so powerful it seemed to push back even his own strength. His eyes widened in frustration and disbelief. It should have been absorbed. What is this feeling of discomfort? Vincent's man calls him the hidden bishop, suddenly appearing, his massive hand, gripping his face tightly, voice low and threatening. "Vincent, are you doubting my power?" Jai's massive mana flow slowly approached him. Bishop Vin clenched his fists, silently steeling himself. "We absolutely must not doubt his power." He reached out with his hand, shouting to block that attack. "This time I'll stop it too." That powerful surge of magic slammed into Vincent, causing him to stagger and bleed. He absorbs the porcelain. His eyes widened in shock as Vincent's mouth spat out a mouthful of blood filled with doubt deep inside. How is this possible? The scene begins to fade from my sight. Vinen's body was no longer whole, lying cold and lifeless on the ground. He looked up at the gray, stormy sky above. Vinen could no longer move, only whispering in pain. "I never expected someone to wield a technique like that." Jemmy stepped closer, offering a rare compliment. "I have to admit, you're truly a worthy opponent." His eyes furrowed as he looked at Vincent coldly, and continued, "But you'll never beat me?" he asked helplessly. "Why?" Jemmy didn't hesitate, answering firmly, "You're nothing more than Genesis' dog, nothing else." Venentin fell silent at his words. The image of the bishop reaching out his hand with a sinister smile spoke volumes. "From now on, you'll be a loyal dog." Master Sen closed his eyes, tears still glistening at the corners, understanding at last. "So that's how it is." He softly smiled. "Now it's finally over." He softly said, "Thanks." Jai glanced at Vincent, who was completely defeated, wondering what did that guy just say. He didn't bother overthinking, it simply looked around, lost in thought. "Forget it. I need to find a way out of here fast." Suddenly a brilliant surge of magic erupted behind Jai, landing where Vincent stood, leaving him stunned. He quickly glanced over, ready to turn around. This divine power. His body suddenly soared into the sky, wounds healing rapidly, his hair transforming into a vibrant shade of blue. Vinen looked down at him with no hint of kindness or emotion, his voice echoing coldly below. He asked with a sinister pleasure that made Jai startle and look up in alarm. "That human kid really is something else. Want a rematch?" Vincent's face shows no emotion, but a sinister smile flickers in Genesis' eyes, a servant of the fire god. He subtly realizes that this isn't him, it's someone else entirely. Zenit. The image of Genis smirking maliciously as she raises her hand to burn a city appears. Zenit. One of the 12 gods, the god of war and peace. A madman who destroys everything in the name of peace. Diablo, and he once fought in a brutal war long ago. A sworn enemy who endured a fierce battle with Diablo Vimer. At this moment, Jemmy quietly looked up at him, lost in thought. Though his appearance had changed, she could still feel it. He was Genet. He wondered to himself, why did he suddenly drop like that? What was he thinking? He raised a hand with a satisfied smile and said, "Truly worthy of my sharp eye. This body feels right." Jai clenched his fist tighter as he listened to Genis's tempting words. "Humankind, you seem useful. Do you wish to serve me? I can grant you the position of a saint." He drew his sword, his voice deep and commanding, refusing to submit. Jemmy pointed her blade at him, roaring loudly, "I'd rather kill than surrender." Genet stood still, watching his blinding magic light up the sky as the radiant glow surged forth. He stared intently, then thought to himself, This is a glimpse into the flow of mana, an inquiry. Divine power doesn't seem to differ from ordinary divine power. His hand twitched slightly, and his arrogant voice rang out. A mere mortal dares to imitate the divine. Zenit raised his hand toward Jemmy, unleashing a powerful surge of magic as he shouted, "How insolent!" He was a bit stunned as he looked down, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Where did he go? Suddenly, Jemmy appears above, aiming for Genis, and prepares to strike down. He swings his sword back, gathering power for a deadly attack. Jai brushed past him, but a hand grabbed her back. He was stunned when Janet caught him off guard. He sneered and said, "Just a human, don't underestimate the gods." He used magic to force Jemmy to fall hard to the ground, cracking the earth in a wide stretch. His injured brother struggled to sit up, disbelief in his eyes, as he realized he never expected him to cross dimensions without warning. If not for that dark armor, he'd be shattered into pieces by now. The genius is surrounded by powerful magical energies, as he glances at Jai and says, "The divine realm, this is the true power of a god." The system explains that the divine realm's advanced space teleportation technique is exclusive to only 12 gods, allowing them to move freely without leaving a trace. He landed and faced Ji directly. Halcyon stood up cautious and spoke carefully. "So powerful that even the gods have abandoned you?" Genis asked, his voice low and probing. He let out a sigh, a sly smile curling on his lips as he taunted him. "You're just a little angry after being abandoned by your master." Without warning, he charged forward and kicked Jemmy to the ground, shouting insults at the worthless bug. His face twisted with defiance as he warned, "Watch your words. Even if I'm not at my best, don't think I can't tear you apart." He declared humans will never surpass the divine. Jemmy sneered and said, "Looks like you're a bit delusional." Suddenly a spell appeared behind Genis, catching him off guard. A massive weapon appears, transforming Grimia into an all-powerful force. He gasps in shock, then a mysterious smile spreads across Jai's face as he speaks. A product of advanced magic engineering, humanity continues to push forward. A portal to another realm appears in his memory. The mages said its power would double in 5 years. Over time, flaws would be fixed, strengths amplified, and progress would follow. Jemmy smiled brightly as a child. "Unlike you who's still stuck in the same place." He looked directly at Genis and asked, "You say humans can't surpass the gods," sensing the danger in his eyes. This look was too threatening. "I must retreat to the temple now." Jemmy placed her hand on his arm and said, "It seems you don't understand. Let me show you." He warned, "Look carefully, all right." He looked at him in confusion, thinking to himself, "What kind of power is this?" This guy intends to kill the demon. That massive weapon begins to activate, unleashing a powerful wave of magic. Humans have no limits as dust and smoke swirl chaotically all around. Jemmy stands firm, balancing on the cracked and shattered ground. "Think if I'd been just a little slower, it would have been a disaster." He clenched his teeth, weapon in hand, as he pondered, silently surprised that there was still damage even after retreating to the inverted world. Exhausted, I watched the thick smoke slowly fade away, revealing Genis's silhouette. Yet I'm still wounded. His body was covered in severe wounds, yet he stood firm, unwavering in front of him, speaking. "That's right, now I understand." Genis gathers a bolt of lightning-like magic, determined to speak. "No matter the cost, I will unleash my true power and take your life right here." She glanced at him, sensing he's fully intent on destroying her. If he's willing to ignore fate right now, his very soul will surely pay the price. He clasped his hands together, a hidden meaning in his voice as he said, "What goes around comes around. I'll show you something you won't want to miss." From his sinister hand he conjured a magic sword, drawing the sharp blade from its sheath as he hissed each word. "I will carve it into your very soul." Jemmy opened her eyes wide in shock, confusion flooding her mind as her sword appeared. On a mountaintop, 2 people were engaged in a conversation. Diomet asked, "Do you know the name of the strongest sword on the continent?" What is Diablo curious about? He raises his weapon and answers, revealing a mountain in front of him, split in half in an instant. Diomet turned to look at him and said, "The most graceful sword, he's the one who stood by Diablo's side." Diomet, the hero who rose up against the 12 gods alongside Diablo VM. Jemmy clenched her teeth, grinding with rage, and snarled, "How dare you?" Genis calmly raised his sword in front of him and said, "You recognize this sword. It's the weapon of a swordsman I killed long ago." Diomet's image flickers within his body, and he bursts into a maniacal laugh. This body is the reincarnation of that swordsman. Jemmy stands frozen, stunned, unable to believe it, thinking reincarnation. It can't be. I remember telling Vincent before he fell, "You'll never beat me." Bloodied and helpless, he lay on the ground and asked why. The atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Jai didn't hold back, snapping, "You're no better than Genis's damn dog." Vincent remained silent, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly it was as if he realized something, a faint smile forming as he said, "So that's how it is. Thanks, Bao Cheng." Gee. Jemmy clenched her fists, standing still, her voice cold and unwavering. "That person Genis raised your sword and spoke. Now he's got the blade pointed to the side, staring straight at you with a cold voice. He's done for." The two stand face to face, but Jai hasn't moved a muscle. Diamet's sword technique, a gentle breeze. His face filled with fury as the wind swirled around him. He muttered darkly, "Definitely." Jemmy opened his eyes wide, roaring with fierce determination. "I will definitely take your life." A phantom hand covered his eyes, and he bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord." That voice echoed again, reminding him, "You can't reveal your identity yet." Jai froze in surprise, recognizing that familiar tone, and the voice declared, "I'll handle this." A massive surge of magic erupted around his entire body. He was a bit stunned by the sight. The thick fog obscures a strange figure in the shadows. Janice coldly asks, "Who are you?" "You're not allowed in here unless I permit it." The dust begins to settle, revealing the Demon King's terrifying form as a chilling voice echoes out. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long. I am the Demon King of Vengeance, Chiaka. I've come to avenge my late master from long ago. Lord Diablo Von is elsewhere." Jian stands with his sword amidst the shattered ruins of Jaren, the last stronghold in the east. He clenched his jaw, clutching his neck in fury. Damn it, he failed again. He thought to himself with his remaining willpower, "I can't keep doing this." The image of Krehai fighting against 3 people flashes through his mind. Dealing with 3 at once was impossible. They attacked from every angle. It was madness. Each wizard appeared in his mind, and there were 3 grand mages too, though they weren't paying attention to this side. She raised her hand, summoning a wave of magic, but then she hesitated. She didn't want to use it. But he looked up, hand reaching toward the sky. Deep in thought, he planned to drive the Chimera Knights into madness to break their coordination. A surge of immense power erupts from his hand, reaching high into the sky. The sacred battlefield unleashes its might, creating a force so colossal that the ground beneath him begins to sink. The Chimera sensed that power and froze in place. They stood there stunned as their eyes began to glow. The knight stepped forward, weapon raised to attack the Chimera, shouting, "Die, you monster!" But before he could strike, it fiercely knocked him aside. Konga is fighting other monsters too. She observes the Chimera, realizing that ever since that strange light descended, the Holy Knight has become different. She stands atop the corpse of the Chimera I just defeated, waiting for the others to arrive and think. If divine power works, that's great, but it seems we'll have to pay a price for it to truly unleash its power. Kanga clenched his sword tightly, eager to end this quickly. And yet I haven't seen Lord Baron anywhere. I swung my sword too recklessly, ending up here. I need to clean this place up quickly so I can reunite with Lord Baron. Suddenly Ko sped past me, whispering, "Your holy power is just too damn irritating." She immediately turned back, confused. What is this guy saying? He hasn't even used holy power until now. Sebo struck Kanga swiftly and decisively. Her head was already on the ground before she even understood what was happening. After killing Kananga, he chuckled happily, ruffling his hair and saying, "Finally, I feel better. But there's a bit of regret in my heart. Maybe I should have tortured you a little before killing you." But then he brushed it off, thinking to himself, "Anything's fine as long as Baron and Count Welton are still here." His eyes gleamed as if commanding fierce chimeras to attack. In a different place, under tense skies, 3 men appear. Genus wonders, "Bin Barin, where did that sneaky little rat hide?" He eyes you curiously. "Are you really under Diablo Weber's command?" He remembered Diablo Vonber, thinking he couldn't sense the darkness of Diablo Vonber within this person. But the Demon Lord appearing here sparked Genis's curiosity. He still had to be sealed within the primordial darkness. Besides, his remaining faction was wiped out long ago. He pointed his sword at the Demon Lord, and Jai, thinking to himself, "How could the Demon King have snuck in here and announced that this is the realm of space I created? Even the Demon King can't enter." The Demon Lord didn't flinch. Instead, he drew his weapon, taunting him. No need to answer the dying man's question. Genis scoffed with contempt. "You think a Demon King can defeat me?" The Demon Lord calmly replied. His reckless thoughts angered him. "You've never defeated my master, have you?" Hearing that, Genis immediately clenched his teeth in fury. He swung his sword and charged at him, shouting, "Curses, you damn cursed devil!" But the Demon Lord remained calm, unshaken, standing firm in front of Jai Bao's protector and said, "Let me handle this." He gasped, "Chika." Then the Demon Lord and Genis clashed in a flash of lightning-fast fury. They wielded swords to attack and defend against each other's strikes. Both of them were formidable, so the battle was intense and fierce. They fought from one spot to another with such incredible speed that even if you watched closely, you couldn't be sure you saw clearly. Jai watched in stunned amazement. These clashes are so fierce they shake the very space itself. Zenith battered but relentless charges at the Demon Lord and screams, "You bastard." He managed to throw him to the ground, but they still looked down on him. "With that body, you're no match for me." The surrounding space has become a wasteland, shattered and desolate. Blue lightning crackled around the pile of dirt and rocks. Zenis gathered it all and shouted, "You little punk." His eyes had transformed, capable of conjuring lightning and controlling it with fury. He shouted, "How dare you?" He's furious, accusing the demon lord not only invading my territory but also ruining my plans. Then he unleashed the death vortex, transforming into a colossal form powered by its destructive force. He raised his hand, aiming to seize the demon lord, and declared, "I must kill you." That giant hand is slowly descending as if it's about to crush him. Jemmy saw it and, panicking, ran over and shouted, "No, stop!" But the voice of the demon lord echoed, "Stay back." With unwavering pride, he declared, "I will protect my master at all costs." The demon lord, wielding his sword, blocks Genesis' attack with genuine concern, desperately wishing for his safety. He pleads, "Please hide," as Jimmy, helpless, bites his lip in silence. Why? He watches Genesis attack the demon princess right in front of him, yet he blames himself for still being so powerless. Genesis is furious, shouting, "Give up now." He looked at him, thinking that even with dark magic, victory wasn't guaranteed. The demon lord was at a disadvantage because he had defied the natural order, preventing him from unleashing his true power. He looked at him, realizing he had the true protective blessing. Jai stood there, clutching his collar, tightly, filled with disappointment in himself. Indeed, when you're truly cowardly, you end up touching something you shouldn't. He reached into his shirt, rummaging through it. This is Jai, pulling out a red talisman. His eyes lock onto it, and memories of Jai flood his mind. Back then, Marquis Lin Mayo took Jai's hand and asked, "Do you remember our conversation at the distortion point? I told you to come find me whenever you're in trouble." Then he placed into my hand the thing I wanted to give you, and told me he still hadn't changed his mind. I still risk my life for my child's future. That's the talisman I took out. Hao Tuk Lin Mayo said, "You and I aren't the only ones with that kind of thought. Your supporters believe in you. He encourages you sincerely, so don't stop. Reach for your dreams." Jemmy, with the badge in hand, falls silent, lost in thought. That's right, how could I forget? He remembers Eno turning back to tell him, "You're not the only one here." Surprised, he calls out, "Dad, Barin showed up to protect Jemmy. I didn't mean to burden him with this." Suddenly, Lord Baron. Jemmy begins to craft his own magic with a clear mind. Everyone is risking everything to fulfill their duty. I should do the same. The sword in the wreckage suddenly soared into the air. When he spoke with Marquis Lin Mayo, he poured his heart into his promise. "Don't worry, this time I'll march forward with everyone." The sword shot straight and swift, cutting through the air. Jai quickly grabbed it, determined he couldn't back down. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve. "I will defeat Genis and return to everyone." Then he swung his sword, leaping in front of Zenit, shouting, "The kind of opponent you face is me." When he sees you, he gets furious, yelling and cursing like trash. "I told you not to look down on me, you mortal." Jamie unleashes the Welton sword technique at its fiercest, just as Genis is desperately trying to catch him. He harnesses the multicolored light of creation itself, gathering countless sources of power into one, unleashing an enormous surge of energy. This is known as heaven and earth creation, the birth of all existence. He charged at him, shouting Zenith. Jemmy's fury had reached its peak as he brandished his sword, ready to strike. "I will kill you." When Genis saw that he was startled and reverted to his original form, he watched the blade rushing toward him, summoning his strength to block it again with holy power. "With this incomplete body, I can't hold out much longer. Using energy from the entity has its limits." Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "Even if it hurts, I have to retreat to the temple." He said, "This time I retreat, but then I'll vanish into the blue smoke and disappear into the void. Next time I'll tear you apart." G lowered his foot to the ground. He looked at where Genis just disappeared, clearly displeased. Who would have thought he'd run off like a coward? The demon lord behind him asked softly, "Master, are you all right?" Seeing the wreckage slowly piece itself back together into its original form, he said, "I'm fine. What's more important is why the infinite arena hasn't been disabled after that guy disappeared." Small lightning bolts crackled from above, striking the ground and causing a massive explosion. Debris flew everywhere, yet the shattered stones began to heal and restore themselves. Jemmy unleashed lightning to destroy them, but frustration boiled over as he said, "Damn it, physical methods are useless. I can't believe I'm trapped in his space. I need to find a way out now." The demon lord saw this and called out, "Master, there's a way to escape this place." He told Jemmy it was a journey through the demon realm. He turned back and asked, "What?" According to the demon lord, the demon world is terrifying, ruled by countless demon kings, and the complete opposite of the celestial realm, where the 12 divine gods reign. He warned G, but as you know, the journey to the demon world will be filled with overwhelming pressure, threatening his very body as it is now. Hearing that, he closed his eyes, weighing his thoughts. Just as they said, his divine power had reached level 9 and his body had transformed into a sword saint. But crossing into another dimension, unprepared, is a whole different challenge. He knew full well that danger was inevitable. If he can't withstand the pressure from the space cracks, his body will explode in an instant. His eyes snap open, filled with unwavering resolve, because it's the only way. But now there's no other choice. After making his decision, he spoke firmly. Chika, get ready. He's about to receive the order. Yes, I will lead the way. Then he revealed a badge shaped like a shield, leaving Jamie in awe. Is this the space crystal? A rare demon crystal that allows teleportation through space. The luminous space stone shone brightly, and he immediately asked, did you use the space stone to reach the endless battlefield? The demon lord quickly confirmed, yes, that's right. I'll explain everything in the demon realm. The space stone creates a blazing red portal beneath the ground. The demon lord warns Jamie before he steps through, please be careful. He smirked, promising to meet again in the demon world. Then he lunged forward and leapt through the gate. With its overwhelming pressure as he plunged down, he was severely injured and bleeding, but he told himself he had to push through. Wounded and battered, Jai's will remained unbreakable. He couldn't stop here. Only scorched earth remains on the battlefield. Sabot, clutching his weapon, scans the desolate surroundings. Where is Baron, after all? Before taking down Count Welton, I need to deal with him first. A shadow from the sky plunges down and asks, are you here, you bastard? He looked up, recognizing that voice. Hino drew his sword fiercely and declared, this time I won't let you escape. No realized he called Welton. His attack was so powerful it shattered the ground into pieces, but unfortunately Cablebow dodged it. He angrily thought that damn bastard appeared from above again and spoke. This time you won't escape. What the hell are you saying? They stand tense, facing each other. Ano says he's felt this fleeting familiarity before more than once. It felt like it had already happened somewhere before. That day he told himself at first he thought it was just a hallucination, but it was so eerily real. The image of Harguk Zo has appeared countless times. After reflecting on the images flashing through my mind, I finally realized. He pointed his sword straight at Cao, confirming it wasn't a hallucination. You've died at my hands countless times. This left him utterly stunned. You can feel it, how is that even possible? He simply replied coldly, I have no obligation to answer. Instantly he roared in fury, you bastard. Then, using the reversal of karma, he created a clone of himself and sent it forward. He sensed his power like Jemmy's divine force, an invisible strength approaching. If that's the case, he didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and struck down Ko's split clone. Seeing this, he was stunned. You've severed the very chain of causality. The moment the backlash of fate struck him, pain shot through his body, and he collapsed, crushed by the very curse he tried to wield. A failed attempt to twist destiny would turn back on the caster himself, Green. Humiliated, he sank to his knees, head bowed in defeat. Back then, the Chiotrom space could cut through multiple layers of reality. He stood tall and fearless, explaining there's no reason it couldn't slice through something like reversing karma, something capable of altering the flow of time itself. Ziu Ot exclaimed, damn it. He clenched his teeth, trying to stay calm and think. He couldn't use the rewind spell anymore. He had to stay composed, not let him find out. Seb burst into a wild maniacal laugh, shouting as if he wasn't afraid at all. It's all useless. Ano Welton, no matter how much you resist, that sword can't end me. Hino, hearing this, remains silent and calm, carefully contemplating before he nods in agreement. Even if he cuts through the cycle of karma, if resurrection triggers at the moment he dies, it can't be stopped. If my theory is correct, the power begins to accumulate in the sword he's holding. Even though that technique wasn't perfected yet, he wielded his sword with power and decided to unleash his move, having found a new trick for himself. But I drew inspiration from my father's ultimate strike. She quickly thought to herself, damn it, I have to get out of here. Ano used the ultimate chaos slash technique. Surprisingly, she was completely unharmed. His face froze in shock, his legs trembling. What's happening? He's standing in an endless space with no obstacles in sight. What is this strange feeling? Heno also appeared and said, this is chaos, an infinite space. He calmly stepped forward, sword in hand, explaining, in the chaos where time and space don't exist, reversing causality is impossible. Sabo, secretly filled with envy and hatred, thought to himself, Wellen, I never expected you to reach this level. A voice echoed in his mind. But at that moment, Green, a man, arrived where Cable was chained up, and despite his power, he was stopped by a 9-year-old boy. I wonder how disappointed your father will be. He trembled in silence as the man placed a hand on his shoulder, warning him this time he must succeed to make up for his past mistakes. As those memories flood back, his energy suddenly surges, pouring into your father's sword. He gazes at Hino with pure hatred and envy, convinced they're nothing but obstacles blocking his path. Even if I die, I will cut off his head myself. Then Exbo rushes to Ano, shouting loudly, Godia, Aina Welton. He immediately charged forward, thinking this was a chaotic place, where worlds collide, unstable realms clashing constantly, a chaos on the brink of explosion at any moment. They fought furiously, and deep down he felt a twinge of frustration, believing he was fighting someone just like you. If I had reached a higher realm, I could have cut you down with ease. They forcefully pushed each other's weapons aside, then launched a relentless barrage of attacks. Ano fought on his mind, racing, but overthinking only made his sword useless. He was slashed across one cheek by Expo, and he took a similar hit. Yet they kept fighting fiercely. Ano made a serious decision. It's time to end everything here. To stop all thoughts, he began to fight with even greater force. The two swords clash fiercely, refusing to yield. Chaos erupts everywhere, and the destruction of the battle causes the very space to crack apart. The space shattered into countless pieces as they both pushed their power to fight. In the end, it completely broke apart, their battle raging everywhere with no sign of stopping. He charged wildly at Helton's sword, raised and sneered. "Stop resisting, just die." He didn't show a hint of fear, standing still and deep in thought. This chaos is about to explode. His icy, emotionless face reveals nothing. He's determined. But it doesn't matter if this is the only way to end you. Ano, he recalls his father's words, always remember that the Welton sword is the strongest in the world. Now he's wielding that very sword to fight him. Seeing Ano's emotionless face, he freezes in horror. Why could he really pull off that look? His attack was coming straight for me, but I kept my focus, trying to understand how he could stay so calm in the face of death. Suddenly, Ano's strike hit him, yet his face remained expressionless, untouched by fear or pain. Watching the space around him shatter into pieces, he thought of his father. This world can't take much more. He believes he's not strong enough yet. If he could just get a little stronger, deep down, he still hopes for a different ending. Is there any other choice left? It seems now the only thing left is to die, as death suddenly strikes. Arino's final moments unfold before his eyes, memories of his past life flashing by like a fleeting film. On a clear morning, a voice echoes out. Training ends here. The first thing that flashes through Ano's mind is the memory of the day he first touched the sword. The man holding the horn in his hand laughs loudly. 330, that's a new record, everyone. Ano, just a tired, breathless kid, asks happily. So now you can hold a sword, huh? Ano Welton, just 9 years old. He replied, all right, starting tomorrow you can try wielding a sword and fighting. Filled with excitement, I stayed awake all night, unable to sleep. The day after he first grasped the sword, he held it tightly in his hand with care. Hino's face lit up with a radiant smile. Is this the power of the sword? In that very moment, Ano felt a profound stirring deep within his soul. Rain or snow, day or night, he persisted through relentless training. After enduring countless hardships, he remained fully dedicated to mastering his family's swordsmanship. And when Ma Ano finally became a teenager, reaching the realm of a sword saint, he could shatter a wall with his blade, and for the first time he felt his sword respond to his true intent. This brings me joy. Chbil watched his son from behind, thinking, maybe the time has finally come. Seeing the situation, Bill realized the moment to pass on the family headship to Arino was near. Later on, he summoned him. Take Arino. He's giving Arino the family's sword. The name of this sword is Fragare. It caught him completely off guard. Father, compared to other noble families, Ano is still quite young to inherit the title of head. After handing him the sword, Chbil happily said, this is the legendary blade passed down through generations of our Welton family. From now on, you must carry the heavy burden of the family head and elevate the family's reputation even more. He knelt down and accepted this noble responsibility when he was entrusted with it. I'm passing this responsibility to you. I trust you can handle it. Ano swore he would sacrifice everything to keep the family's legacy alive. He decided to meet the Earl for advice. Ano is here. This time I'll take on the role of the Welton family head and seek out the Earl for the most accurate advice. At the Bell estate where he came to seek advice, the girl saw him and happily smiled. I am C.S. Bell. It's an honor to meet the head of the Welton family. Please make yourself at home. Seeing her make him flustered, and that's when he met the woman of his life. For the first time in your life, you were captivated by the Bayo family's young lady at first sight, and then you successfully proposed to her. They all cared for each other and decided to hold a wedding. In the end, it was a perfect union. From that moment, Eno's lonely soul found happiness once again. When she saw Jamie, they were filled with pure joy. He cheerfully said, you look just like her, but Sai insisted that the child's face resembled yours. Look at her beautiful eyes. When Jai was born from love, she felt an endless happiness. Jamie called Papa, and he was overjoyed. Jai and his wife had raised Jai together, surrounded by love and happiness. My dear Jamie just took her first steps. Oh, that little girl is just so incredibly adorable. Ayano was truly grateful for life, for the chance to be a father. And when his second child, Sarah, was born, his world became perfectly complete. What's meant to happen will happen. Jai has grown up and begun to step away from their grasp. As the children grew up and drifted away from her embrace, Arino sometimes felt a deep loneliness. She watched Sarah grow stronger day by day. But more than anyone, he always felt proud of his children for raising them well and giving them a happy life. Aino always wanted to be a trustworthy husband and father, a true pillar of support for his family. But be careful, my love. Hino took his wife's hand, soothing her and making a promise. Don't worry, Jai, I will protect you no matter what. After this battle ends, we'll travel the world together. If I trusted those words you promised, I swore I'd come back there. Right now he feels an overwhelming sense of disappointment in himself. I apologize to you, see, in this moment at last Aino's face shows a hint of regret. Maybe that promise to her can no longer be kept. I hope she finds happiness and forgives this terrible husband. But in his moment of deepest despair, a voice echoed out, Count, you're not allowed to die just yet. A man appeared before him offering words of counsel. Be stronger, push even harder. It leaves him utterly stunned. A massive red gem appeared before Aino's eyes. He froze, staring ahead in shock. The moment he saw Count Lin Meo gravely wounded and unconscious on the ground, he shouted out for the Count. Just before that, on Jaren's city walls, the Chimera had appeared to launch their attack. But Count Lin Meo still stood atop the city walls, using lightning chains to hold them back. He believed that through this relentless stand we had protected part of the wall from the enemy's assault. Seeing the devastation before him, he also considered the worst-case scenario. But if they poured all their forces into this attack, defending it might become nearly impossible. But the Earl still felt incredibly lucky. Thankfully, he was never truly alone. There was always someone by his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Simon and Open are still fighting fiercely and effectively. Right now they can't hold out much longer, but soon their mana will run dry. It's a dire situation, but why haven't reinforcements from the PO sect arrived yet? As he was deep in thought, the Earl of Ho stumbled upon a shocking sight. Even the swordmasters are fighting to their limit, nearly exhausted. And it seems Lord Areno's aura is waning. He saw the chaotic space and was instantly terrified. Wait, could that be the chaotic realm powered by magic? The Marquis Lin Meo gazed at it with a calculating look. If anyone got caught in that magic explosion, they'd never escape. His life was surely in danger. If the Count was willing to risk his own death to protect this place, he wouldn't hesitate. He immediately used the coordinate system to swap positions. This is an 8th level coordinate manipulation magic designed to reverse the caster's position with the target. Lord Mayo has chosen to sacrifice himself, swapping places to save him. They swapped places with each other. Aino was outside space, witnessing it all. Along with Marquis Lin Mayo lying there, the surrounding space turned into a pile of wreckage. Aino rushed over, desperately calling out, Count, please wake up, alongside Ko's body lying nearby. He trembled as he looked at him. Why did you do this? A voice echoed out. The Count. He hurried over and asked what the hell happened here. What was that terrifying explosion? He froze in shock. The Count was stunned, standing there as he took all the blame upon himself. It's all my fault. With the intent to end everything once and for all, I trapped Genon in a sealed, chaotic space. But before I could sacrifice myself with him, the Earl used a teleportation spell to swap our positions, causing him to be caught in that devastating space explosion. He lifted Marquis Lin Mayo, hoping he would wake up. But now there's no telling if he'll ever regain consciousness. The explosion's force knocked him out, but the power of chaos is just too overwhelming. Once it takes root inside someone, it's not easy to purge the lingering dark energy from their body. Start questioning him. But why did you choose such an extreme path, total destruction? Hino replied, there's no other way since Sen possesses the power to reverse time. His face showed disgust. Perhaps he gained that ability through his bloodline. With the power to manipulate space and time, every time he casts that spell, I feel everything becomes hazy, almost uncontrollable. To stop him from being reborn with that time-reversing power, I had no choice but to trap him in chaos and annihilate him together. Hino carried Lord Lin Mayo in his arms, walking away filled with vengeance. Is it because that bastard forced the Earl to take such extreme measures? He closed his eyes deep in thought. But right now, the outcome has been achieved. There's been loss, but this isn't the time for fragile emotions to overpower resolve. He realizes the battle before them isn't over yet, and suddenly a blazing light erupts above their heads. Everyone is fighting to hold the line against the Chimera horde, so Areno has made his stand. In this desperate moment, if their minds aren't sharp, the cost will be even greater. The sacrifice of the soldiers in this defensive battle must be repaid. Until the situation stabilizes, we can't afford to be distracted or lose hope. Immediately after he handed the Marquis Linma to Bei and entrusted him with the task. Ba Lei, I'm counting on you to escort the Marquis to the rear lines and find a way to heal him. He hesitated, saying, you're in a dire state too. Are you really going to keep fighting like this? Then he stepped forward. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced through, leaving them stunned. A man had appeared. He's a devoted follower of the goddess Po. He closes his eyes, his face cold and emotionless. When he appeared, a blinding light erupted all around him. The law of judgment. Lai Hito covered his eyes with his hand to block the light, thinking, could this be reinforcements sent by the PO sect? Open shouted loudly, everyone look ahead, the Pizzo sect's forces are here. A man leading a mighty army declared, follow me and let's wipe out the Zenit cult monsters. He's La, the commander of the Po cult legion. He shouted fiercely, claiming in the name of the Holy Spirit, I sentence you all to death. And then he wielded the judgment sword to deliver divine judgment. That sword wielded the power to slay countless monsters with a single strike. A devotee of the goddess Po stepped forward and spoke up for Ino. Everyone has fought this long, that's more than enough. He takes full responsibility. From now on, the battle is ours. Let us handle the rest. Then Po's knights swept through the battlefield. Ross fought fiercely on the front lines. Once again, Ricky delivered his judgment, wiping out the entire Chimera monster horde, scattering them in chaos. A priest spoke up, saying this was the true power of an apostle. No wonder he's the chosen representative of the gods. He looked seriously at everything before him. The seemingly endless battle has ended, as if it was all just a cruel joke. Then he arrived at the Wounded Soldiers Field Hospital, where the injured were also brought to a temporary clinic run by Father Po. The priest clasped his hands together, channeling a powerful energy. The healing abilities of the high priests at the Po church are extraordinary. But Arino nervously asked him, is there no way to heal him? The priest replied slowly, about this. He looked at the wounded soldier, and silently wondered, there's no way to tell if Lin Mayo will recover. The scene shifts elsewhere. The Northern Alliance and Po Church through this battle dealt a heavy blow to the Zenit Church's power. Roz hesitantly makes his way forward. Have the injured been taken care of? Suddenly he notices something. Ross suddenly exclaimed, they've gathered the spoils, it's the holy sword of Green Durano. But Bai and the priests are tending to the fallen. You lift a white cloth ready to cover their faces. Carefully Bali places it down. The price she pays is too high. Then outside the Jaren Bay gate on the northern continent of Onbia, should we just let him go? The young man with black hair shook his head. Don't worry about that, Lord Beryl. He saw that Jen was ambushed. Green had lost all his power. The young man with black hair confides in you. 6 years ago I was also cornered by the Genis Church. Luckily I avoided turning into a chimera. I recall my past. But I've witnessed all their cruel deeds. The young man with black hair seethed silently. I never thought they'd go back to those horrific experiments. A glimmer of light flickers in his eyes. I won't let that bastard die so easily. He will face a punishment worse than death. But Li Bu helplessly watched him, a punishment even more terrible than death. You're filled with questions, silently wondering why Jai's image keeps intertwining with his. The young man with black hair suddenly speaks up. Oh, by the way, Jai, did he really suddenly disappear? Bai nodded softly. Yes, it seems the Genis Church has pulled him into a secluded space. I wondered, but I still agreed. In this isolated space, we need to track the movement through the void. Inside the Geninite Church at the altar, darkness reigns, only flickering flames provide light until suddenly a burst of blue magic appears and spreads. Noah, stunned, gasped. Vinan's battered body is rising with that magic. Nothing's intact. What the hell happened on that endless battlefield? He looked at you coldly and said, you're not ready to die yet. There are still things you must do. Noah paused for a moment, hesitating as he realized this energy was shifting elsewhere. A voice echoed, you're here. Genis said with satisfaction. The battlefield in the Loa zone is functioning perfectly. Noah, disappointed, covers her face. I told you to stay away from here. If the other gods find out, he'll comfort himself. It's okay, they'll never know I've taken Lam Fam's form. His serious face turned back to look at him. The battlefield of Loa Tuyen erased the presence of the gods. Noah hesitated, asking what had happened on the endless battlefield. He recalled the moment he saw Vincent, then wondered why had Vincent's body become like this. Genis didn't hesitate to reveal that the Demon Lord has descended. He recounted that he's here to avenge the long-lost master he serves. Diablo. Noah couldn't believe what he was seeing. I never expected Diablo's subordinates to still be around. Genis crossed his arms, but I have no idea how he managed to get in. Infiltrating such an endless battlefield, he must have been waiting for me to leave the heavenly realm and weaken. He stared at him tensely. Could it possibly be connected to Jamie? Genis closed his eyes to focus, but it seemed like they didn't know each other. He gritted his teeth in frustration, yet that Jai guy still seemed suspicious. Genis recalls how Jai explained it. He insisted he knew about Diamet's sword. No matter how you look at it, someone from the modern era couldn't possibly know about that blade. Janet thought back to the past, Jemmy said, and then he exclaimed, is he so weak that Ross had to abandon him? Genis recalled the earlier conversation with Jemmy, when he asked, did Pizzo mention that? Jai sneered mockingly, as if to say he's a little angry at everything after being abandoned by his master. Returning to reality, Genis thought to himself, he acts as if everyone else is the one who caused this mistake. Noah hesitated, then asked, do you know what happened to Lord Green? He burst into laughter. That guy. Honestly, he told him the truth. He met his fate exactly as the voice system predicted, caught by Poe's disciple. But I had to deceive him. Even a madman, no matter how much he runs, still leaves a trail behind. Noah silently pondered. The battlefield of Loa Tween never predicted we would win this war. He concluded to himself, if I fail temporarily, it's just part of a bigger plan. But when Noah later begged him, I still saw it as a loss, including Sir Ken. We lost a significant force in this battle. Genus reassured him, don't worry about that, it's all for the future. He hurriedly said his final words. I must come back here. We need to uncover G's true identity, Noah quickly responded. Understood. He began to cast his magic. He opened his mouth wide, draining all the energy inside. At that moment, Noah stood there and declared he must die to pay for accepting the power of the gods. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, the endless battlefield is something my father created to lessen the burden of karma. A one-time relic that merged with Vincent's body. Once you leave, even your father can't come back. Noah quietly guesses that Jai might be trapped alone in the endless battlefield with the Demon Lord. He's trying to stay calm. What is he doing right now? Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Chica's demon lord Dracula shouted loudly, Chica, I'm down on the arena. What the hell happened here? He anxiously asked. You're late. The demon, Lord of Wrath. Suddenly, his eyes flickered with a blazing light. Suddenly, Dracula appears smug and confident. In just a month of your absence, this territory is mine now. Chica immediately grasped her sword tightly and said, You've truly crossed the line. He shouted, Today I will wipe you out. He joyfully screamed. Here the rage ignites. Both of them draw their swords and clash. Jai, something's not right. Hey Chica, wait a second. He was furious, thinking we don't have time for this. Jemmy screamed silently inside. I have to go back. This crazy bastard. After a while, Jai suddenly sat up, gasping for air on the bed. Where am I right now? Jai clearly remembered the scene from her dream and quietly thought there's no time for this. Back then, I was determined to fight. I had to find a way to stop them. Jemmy grabbed her bow, ready to take down those crazy fools. He shouted loudly, Stop right now. Dracula roared, Chi attack. He clenched his teeth in fury, snarling, I have no idea where you found this pathetic excuse. Dracula attacked while cursing, and you dare let a kid with milk on his breath interfere in our battle. Jemmy silently thought, Damn it, his magic is too strong. I'm losing consciousness until suddenly he sensed something. Turns out Chica was shielding Jemmy. Forgive me, Lord. Let me take responsibility for this place. That's all I remember. Then I lost consciousness and can't remember anything anymore. How much time has passed? I need to go outside and see for myself. Then Jai slowly descended the stairs to investigate. He's caught off guard staring at those strange creatures below. They're scrambling and shouting, but he has no idea what the hell is going on. Their language, the language of demons, I can't understand a thing. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, instantly activating her translation magic, and suddenly she could understand what they were saying. You're awake. Humans are so scared. You're alive. Why are you here? Jemmy looked at the little monster hiding. Hey, you come here. What's going on with me? He started asking, Where is this? It replied, In the city. He silently thought, Looks like you guys have successfully chased that dull one away. He pointed at me and asked, Do you know who I am? I was stunned, trembling with shock. This person must not be touched, absolutely deadly. If violated the curse of the demon, King will be unleashed. Jemmy forced a smile, realizing the danger. It seems Chica ordered not to touch me, yet he just left me lying on the bed. He asked aloud, Where is your demon king? It broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly a voice echoed, Allow me to guide you. This person bows deeply in respect. It's an honor to meet you. I am Himera, ranked 14th in Syriac City. The little monster gawked in shock. Lord Himera has arrived. He bowed and knelt down. Hearing that Jemmy was so shocked, he immediately dropped to his knees. This is the demon realm, strictly hierarchical to an astonishing degree. Jemmy looked at the strange face and wondered, Does this one know how to speak human? He hurriedly said, Then take me to Chitsa quickly. He calmly added, Though I suspected you had a close connection with the demon lord, calling him so casually like that. Jai seems to have lost all patience. Enough. Show me the way. Somewhere the sea turns blood red and Chica has caught a massive fish, his face grim with focus. He effortlessly drags the giant creature onto the shore. Jemmy walks over and speaks. What are you doing? She gasped in panic, a hint of shock in her voice. Lord of Lords, he said with a tone of annoyance. You can fish so casually like that. What's with that flashy fishing rod anyway? He scratched his head in confusion. It's a fishing rod made from adamantium. Jemmy asked in shock. Adamantium, you're using such a precious metal just to make a fishing rod, he proudly said. If it's just a hobby, you've got to have the right gear to feel confident. Now return to your original form. His servant immediately bowed and replied, Yes, my lord demon. Jemmy was secretly surprised. What kind of life did this guy lead in the demon world? That servant has already flown back to the city. Jemmy, calm down. Anyway, what happened to that pathetic excuse? He honestly told me there was an invasion by blood-sucking demons, a recurring event, and the truth is, it's all reversed. He explained every detail, because the two territories share a border. Whenever there's a chance, they'll try to seize each other's land. He spoke up clearly unhappy. This time the damage was pretty severe because I was absent for so long. Jamie also realizes part of it was his fault. Is it because of me? Sorry, Chiche, I'm here to comfort you, please don't say that. If it's for your excellency, I wouldn't mind if this entire territory of mine vanished. He reminded Jai. Isn't it more urgent for you to return quickly? The Lord suddenly remembered in panic. That's right, how long has it been? Chica explained. 3 days have passed, but it's only been 3 minutes in reality. Jai rested his hand on his chin, pondering. So a day in the demon world equals just a minute in the human realm. He silently recalls, now I understand why the blood demon, Lord said Chica had been gone for a month. Jemmy remembers when Dracula declared, in the month you've been absent, this territory has become mine. Chica suddenly spoke up. If you want to return right now, I'll prepare everything. He replied seriously. Thanks to you, he's created some kind of magical force. Understood. Chica Che quickly created a portal. Please take care this time as well. Jai approaches the door. Thank you, Chi-Che, he replied happily. See you next time. As he reached out toward the door to the space, Jai suddenly heard a voice echoing through the system. Can you hear me? Gia me, can you hear me? That voice keeps echoing on. Ga me is me, you can't believe it. But it's true. Telepathy, that voice. It's him I just remembered. Ricky, how did you do it? You beamed with a wide smile. I used the remaining black mana inside me to track you. Ricky told him, this is a secret even the people in the sect don't know. Since I was resurrected as a zombie through your soul summoning technique, I believe I can find you with this power. You're on the other side of the door and you say, but telepathy, across another dimension, isn't easy at all. Ricky told Jamie, the gate just opened a moment ago and that's when I was able to connect with you. Oh, and right now I'm in front of Green City. He gasped in shock. Green City. How are things? What about my father? Ricky continued. The battle is over and the Count is safe. Jai exhaled in relief. Thank God you mentioned it, but Lord Marquise's condition isn't looking good. He sacrificed himself to save the Count. Jai widened her eyes in panic. What do you mean? He quietly remembers the Count's face. Count, perhaps he thinks your father will be more useful in the battles to come. Jamie fell silent, blaming himself. Damn it. If only I were stronger. Ricky reassures him, don't worry too much. I'll do everything I can to heal you. Jai, thanks Ricky. So where are you right now? Everyone's looking for you. He replied, I'm in the demon realm. Ricky was stunned. The demon realm. Are you planning to go through that gate, Jai? I appreciate your honesty. I was about to say the same. Chica spoke up at that moment. Aren't you going through? The gate will close in just 1 minute. He remained silent. Jemmy looked at his hand, noticing how much stronger he had become compared to last year. Jemmy recalls the moment he was sword fighting, swiftly rushing toward his opponent. Jemmy managed to revive him. I still remember the moment I saw Chica's back holding that sword. I ran toward her. Jemmy silently blames herself for still being too weak. Anger flashes in his eyes as he clenches his fist tightly. I can't keep fighting this way, left to chance forever. I have to become stronger than I am right now. Jemmy looked at the door and spoke. Ricky, time here moves much slower than over there, so I'll train here and become even stronger before I go back. He quietly calculated with endless time and the relentless pursuit of power in the demon realm. There's no other choice but to become stronger. Sorry, Jamie, I asked Ricky, so please tell my father for me. You stammered me. When will you come back? He paused mid-sentence, and a day later, Ricky had no idea what was about to happen. What? Ricky lost his temper and shouted. Jamie only later lowered his voice. He said tomorrow, right? Chica, standing behind Jai, asks, are you planning to train here? He quickly responded, I'll do everything I can. Jemmy turned back, smiling softly. I'm counting on you, Chisa. I really need your help. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed. Leave it to me, my lord. I will support you with all I have. He gazed at the sky and whispered to himself, one day in the human world is 4 years here. Just wait, Janit Jai is determined within 4 years I'll become strong enough to destroy you. In a warm, cozy room a voice echoed out. Count Barros's eyes widened in shock. Where is that human? His subordinate quickly responded. He's currently with the Demon King. Barros remains calm. So he smiled and reported. Thinking back now, I heard that this human fought against you, Count. He argued back, saying it was his arrogance. Last year, Barros entered the magic realm under Chica's orders, but he was defeated by Jemmy because he was careless. Barros and Jemmy are dueling with swords now. He grits his teeth, realizing he thought he was just a worm, but he's way stronger than he ever imagined. Barros spoke with unwavering resolve. I must avenge the shame he caused that day. He spoke slowly, but the Demon King respected him, so I couldn't risk launching an attack. That guy's scheming and planning something. So why not challenge him to a ranked battle, give a reason to take him out? He's trying to persuade Barros. In the ranking battle, a fight where the stakes are everything, your position, your pride. That servant's name was clear. Most of these battles end with one side dead. Barros grinned cunningly, satisfied as he said, that's right. When it comes to ranked battles, the Demon King can't refuse. Gee, this time I'll tear you apart and kill you. He seemed to have caught his weakness, secretly pleased. The little demons whispered among themselves about something. She walks over and asks, startling them all. What's going on? They all shouted in unison. Demon King, he calmly asked for the truth. Tell me, why have you gathered here? The goblins trembled, stammering, unable to speak. In the end, they had no choice but to tell the truth. Count Barros wanted a ranked battle with this person. Jai suddenly asked Barros, I wonder, Chica, who is he? Chica quickly told me he's a half-dragon, half-demon who personally fought in the Middle Realm. Jemmy quickly understood what was happening. That guy, he's challenging me to a ranking battle, the little elves whispering among themselves. He just spoke as if he's on equal footing with the Demon King. Who is he really? Jemmy muttered bitterly, realizing she'd been reckless, acting so casually in front of the demons with Chica there. He quietly calculated, no matter if she's his subordinate, Chica-sa is still the vengeful demon lord ruling this territory. He knew he had to show strength if he wanted his followers to obey. Jemmy ordered Chiche, just treat me however you want. He didn't understand, but he nodded in agreement. He bowed his head and spoke humbly to the Demon King. All right, go ahead. Jemmy looked up seriously and said, please let me have a ranked match against Count Barros. Maybe I'm not a demon, but while I'm here, wouldn't it be better to have a clear rank? Chica looked at him. Are you serious? Barros is a powerful character, ranked 6th in that army of wrath. He told Jai that even compared to Marquise Gollum and Marquis Lourdes, those ranked 4 and 5 aren't that far behind. He continued, even if you're stronger than 5 years ago. Jamie cut in. It's okay, no, actually the stronger you are the better. He smirked slyly, thinking to himself nothing could make him stronger, quite like a life or death battle. The words of someone who'd truly improved through such a fight weren't just empty talk. Barros suddenly appears sitting high above as he says, so it's decided then. Barros smirks confidently, my body's been itching for this. Jai calmly replied, it's been a while, boss. He said with a teasing tone, thanks for accepting my challenge. He calmly replied, I should thank you for restoring my rank. Barros sneered, looking down on him. What would a fresh piece of meat like you need with a rank? Jai could only sigh softly, and he smiled faintly. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Barros could no longer keep his composure. Get out there, or I'll cut your throat. He taunted, you can't do it here. Chica stands behind, quietly worried. I knew Barros was reckless, but I never imagined he'd demand a ranked battle. He sees Jai laughing happily over there, and his master truly has no rank. Even if he loses, it's just his pride that gets hurt, but he has nothing to truly lose. Then he glanced at Barros, silently calculating. If Barros lost, he would lose everything, his status, his power. Even if he wins, all he'll get is the shame of that day erased. His own confidence in pushing forward proves he's certain of victory. Honestly, I think Barros has a better chance of winning. Remember when G unleashed his power, but his master hadn't even shown his full dark magic. The outcome depends on how much dark magic his master has managed to recover. Chick, in a deep voice, said, I accept the ranking battle, but no killing. Barros jumped down and asked, why is that? He calmly explained, because both of you are valuable assets to our legion's future. But he didn't seem to like it. But Chica asked sharply, are you going to oppose me? Barros stammered, please, I request a command. As he prepared to leave, he instructed, I'll set the location, both of you fall back until I summon you. Turning his back to everyone, they all dispersed, shouting in unison. Yes, you're Demon King. After a moment, Barros angrily punches the wall. Damn it. He thought in anger, a ranked battle is a life or death duel where you kill your enemies and take everything they have. But this time, he was ordered not to kill that human. Barros remembered Jemmy's face, fueling his anger even more. What was so special about him, that the Lord held him in such high regard? I'm the one who's killed the most enemies so far, yet a wandering stray is still favored by the Demon King. His subordinate appears, hands clasped behind his back, and I can see the disappointment in his eyes. Barros glared at him and said, get out of here before I tear you apart. I have no patience to deal with you. He waved his hand and replied, calm down, your highness. He roared, glaring at me as if I were calm. The servant trembled in fear, stammering, killing him might be hard, but there's still another way to erase this shame. Barros stared with a terrifying glare. What is it? The man desperately stammered. The Demon King said it's not a life or death battle, so I guess I can do whatever I want as long as you don't kill me. Barros regained his composure, turning around and saying, using deceitful words, you'll be executed by the Demon King for that. I'll pretend I didn't hear a thing. The servant sighed in relief. The decision is up to the Count. I'll take my leave. He vanished instantly, the cunning trickster heading somewhere else. He smugly rested his hand on his chin, knowing he had sown chaos. Now all that's left is to watch the fireworks unfold. The next day in the hall of the Wrath Legion, that arrogant fool covered his mouth, daring to act so brazenly. No matter how much His Majesty treasures humanity, he's still reckless, refusing to kneel. Dracula also whispered the Count will take him down in an instant. Jemmy watched the two quietly, feeling annoyed. Don't complain so loudly, just move forward. You look at the three powerful figures sitting on their thrones. Who are those high-ranking demons next to Chica? The third-ranked person is Marquis Lelon. Jai silently thought just from a glance you could see the difference in power enough to threaten the Demon King himself. The second-ranked person, Duke Kato's chick, sat on his throne and spoke. A battle against someone not from the demon realm had never happened before, but it's happening now because he announced it to everyone. Jemmy has accepted Count Barros's challenge. Killing is forbidden in this battle, so I will determine the winner and loser based on my own judgment. Chick asks, one last time, do either of you have anything to say? Barros knelt and bowed his head. The gods are gone. Jai looked up at him, but I didn't. He asks seriously, when will the ranking battle finally begin? Chica raised her hand. That's when he clenched his fist and screamed. Right now. Jai gasped in panic. What Barros said calmly. The ranking battle is a legendary festival in the demon world. If it's not entertaining, furious nobles might just kill someone. He spread his wings and took to the sky. The boss soared upward so quickly that Jemmy couldn't react in time. He looked at you with half-lidded eyes and a smug smile. So, struggle with everything you've got. Jai didn't hold back. This bastard really talks a lot. His body now has a reinforced armor. Jai, excited, opened his mouth, then shut it tight and charged forward. Seeing this, Dad slowly spoke up. Well, then he announced it. The battle begins. Immediately they charged at each other, clashing in fierce battle. Barros struck first, but Welton blocked the attack. His power is so overwhelming that it's hard for you to hold on. Even with the dark armor's boost, I still can't match the strength of a dragon. To prevent Belos's power from shattering his sword, Welton quickly leaps away to dodge the attack. He silently thinks if he's outmatched in strength, he must avoid close-range combat at all costs. The boss didn't give Welton a chance to escape. He gathered his power into his palm, forming a deadly claw, and charged forward. You won't get away from me. Boss unleashes a powerful wave of shock, charging at Welton. He raises his sword, ready to counter, just as Welton strikes with a horizontal slash cutting through Belos's shockwave. At that very moment, he sees the opportunity to fly in and attack Welton, eager to see how you dodge this move. But you remained calm and replied, sorry, but I'm the one who should be saying that. It's a shame that killing you is forbidden. In just one strike, Welton sliced off Belos's arm. I only need your arm. He looked on in shock, bewildered. He pierced through the dragon with his sword, how the demons below start to scream. That name is truly impressive. Looks like this fight won't be boring at all. They whispered among themselves, could Lord Virus really be defeated? Maybe so. The boss simply remained silent. He watched Welton rushing toward him, recalling his past appearance, and was certain he had reached a whole new level since then. Bellos chuckled excitedly, but his severed arm suddenly regrew, grabbing Welton by the throat. Rebuilding from that wound was just a trivial matter. Boss flapped his wings with force, slamming you down onto the arena floor. One hand pressed down on Welton's chest, the other raised, ready to deliver the final blow. The best thing to do is not to act recklessly. In this situation, Welton still smiled and said, it seems you've inherited the bloodline of the demon race, specializing in super regeneration. It seems I miscalculated. With that, he widened his eyes and activated his skill. From now on, things are about to get complicated. A massive door appeared behind the two of them, reversing the gate of chaos. Bose immediately reacts, turning to assess the situation. Countless fully armed skeletons charged through the gate with Shadow Knight standing motionless behind them. The skeletons quickly moved in to attack him. Chicania, sitting in the stands, immediately analyzed the situation. After summoning the Chaos Gate, the tide has completely turned in our Lord's favor. I was once an immortal Dark Knight bound beneath the Chaos Gate. Thinking of this, Chaya recalled his past memories, someone's hand on his head, saying, your miserable life, I will take it in the final moment, and turn everything you have into something useful for me. Chaya was certain he understood the nature of the reversal technique better than anyone else. Returning to the battle between Bellos and Welton, he's furious, smashing a bone warrior to pieces, shouting, let these things that make me angry die. He ponders, even as the bone warrior's head is gone, so long as my sword remains unbroken, my magic will never run out. The bone warrior, headless but relentless, charges at Bellos again. Chicania also reveals that the spirits from that place will never fade away. No need to worry about their lives, they'll attack recklessly without hesitation. He watched as 4 people approached him, and he couldn't help but admire their boldness. Among them, the teamwork of the 4 is truly remarkable. The Dark Knight points his sword at Bellos and orders, now's your chance, attack him. Thinking about that guy's actions when the Death Knight leader faltered, the 3 of them charged straight at him. He recounted how 3 figures, like real men, executed a fierce combined attack. Bellos snarled in frustration, unleashing a blast that sent the 3 rushing enemies flying. Chicania felt a pang of regret, so useless. The distance was too great for us to truly hurt him. But thanks to the distraction they caused the enemy, and with the 3 of them drawing his attention, Welton managed to slip behind Bellos and strike. Chicania sitting up there reminded him our master seized that moment. Welton's strike pierced Belos's scales, carving a deep wound across his back. The boss roared in pain, blood spraying from his mouth, while Chaya thought it's time to deliver a deadly blow to that damn demon. Welton saw him struggling and smirked with satisfaction. Chicania immediately praised him, showing that this was the difference, a strategist facing a stronger opponent. The female demon sitting next to the Lord looks pleased as she praises Welton. That human is truly powerful. Who would have guessed he could push the virus this far? The young demon sitting beside her turned and said, "It's still too early to admire him. The virus hasn't fully transformed into a true demon dragon yet." The female demon responded, "That's right." She turned to Cha and asked, "Your Majesty, who do you think will win?" Cha recalled his earlier conversation with Welton, worry flickering in his eyes as he said, "Although our lord is much stronger than he was 5 years ago in this battle," you shook your head and said, "It's okay, my power hasn't shown its full strength yet." Chicania sighed, then finally spoke, "You'll see soon enough." At that moment, thousands of bone warriors poured out from the gate, and Boss immediately retreated, lamenting in his heart, "Damn it, every time I try to deal with Jai, these guys." Bose condenses a sphere of energy from his mouth. He spat a sphere toward the bone warriors and shouted, "Leave me alone." The force of his attack tore a deep trench into the ground below. But within a second, a swarm of bone arms surged up from the ground. Seeing this, Belos grew worried. A battle of attrition like this is really working against me. With things this way, I'll be exhausted long before I can settle things with him. He wondered where he had gone as the bone warriors charged in, but he hadn't seen his shadow for a long time. Welton sneered, realizing you had already taken to the skies waiting for the perfect moment. Boss knew all too well how dire his situation was. Those death spirits completely blocked his view and distracted him. He started scanning, searching for Welton, thinking to himself if it's a life or death battle he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter his way through. Suddenly Boss's eyes flashed with bloodlust. Welton was the one who attacked, turning him into this state. The boss started blaming himself because he couldn't kill that damn beastman. He couldn't bring himself to strike. He spat blood, and Welton seized the chance to press his sword against Boss's throat, warning that this isn't how it ends right. Hearing the words "give up," he tilted his head, gazing at the blade, lost in thought. Giving up, Belos imagines himself being mocked for losing. "I hear virus lost to a human again, this time right. You always act so proud, but in the end you're nothing, just all talk." He made up his mind he wouldn't forgive such humiliation. Boss clenched his fists in fury, making a bold decision. "Fine, I'll become a demon dragon. I might lose my mind, swallowed whole by demonic energy." He recalls Chan's warning, "I'll accept a fight to settle who wins or loses, but no slaughter." Boss's eyes turn wild with fury, and he thinks even if I accidentally kill him and face the Demon King's wrath, I cannot lose here. Suddenly, an enormous surge of energy erupted from where he Saturday Belios's hand grew claws as sharp as blades, his wings stretched out even further, and his entire body transformed into a fierce black dragon. He roared, filled with rage and fury. Welton saw this and calmly said, "At last you've revealed your true form." He stood face to face with him, silently thinking it's truly enormous. Welton ordered his subordinates to step out through the gate. "All of you return to the reversal gate. We've pushed him to reveal his full power. I'll handle this from here." The three of them looked worried, only the Shadow Knight remained calm. Everyone responded in unison, obeying the command. The armor on his body vanished. If that's the case, he'd give it his all. Welton's eyes grew serious as he spoke. "Darkness, if you can hear me, rise up." At his call, a pair of wings appeared, and suddenly a colossal eye materialized. Behind Welton, a pair of wings sprouted. He confidently declared, "I'll end this with just one strike." A system appeared revealing information about the holy light, light born from a faint glow of dark magic, a power akin to divine energy, capable of countering the dark forces of the demon race with incredible strength. He raises his hand ready to strike. Welton on the opposite side sees this, and immediately takes to the sky. He opened his mouth, unleashing a blaze from within, and then he shot a torrent of fire straight at Welton. But his flames never touched you. Welton's eyes grew serious as he looked at Boss. That name. Bosjung spread his wings wide, his tail smashing down hard onto the ground. You quickly realize he's become a vicious dragon, losing all sense of reason. Welton examines Boss's scales, carefully analyzing them, especially noting that his physical endurance has skyrocketed. Normal attacks won't pierce through that tough hide. Thinking quickly, you soared above Belos and drew your sword ready to end his life. If that's the case, Welton's swordsmanship, his secret technique, would activate in a flash. A spell that blocks close-range attacks and inflicts damage with its effects. All dark magic is transformed into holy light. Welton gathered all his strength and swung a powerful vertical slash at Belos. Belos on the ground formed a sphere of energy in his mouth to counter the final blow. Creation itself, Belos unleashed a massive surge of energy from his mouth. Two forces collided, igniting a colossal explosion in the sky. At that very moment, Boss's horn was shattered in two. The demons in the stands illuminated by Welton's light trembled and cried out, "It's burning, what is this light? More importantly, I can't see a thing. The smoke is too thick." Chaya's eyes lit up as he silently thought, "My master." Dust and smoke from the explosion cloaked the arena, leaving others only able to faintly see the shadows of the two figures. The female demon rested her chin on her hand, calmly saying, "Count Bai will lose." The young demon's eyes beside her lit up. He sensed that the light earlier wasn't normal. Welton down below struggles to stand firm, muttering, "Damn it." He looks up at Boss and finally speaks as the smoke begins to clear. Meanwhile, he stood before you in silence. Welton, seeing this, nodded with satisfaction, saying, "After all, this is a real battle. You asked right when Boss's massive body collapsed. Did you see that?" Chicania looked down from the stands and calmly said, "You won, Chaya. Jai, and as for you down here, you've already smiled and sheathed your sword." After that battle in a small room, the image of a window appeared. Welton sat on the chair using his healing skills to recover. He thought he had won, but he nearly died. It looked fine, but inside his muscles were already torn to shreds. Suddenly there was a knock at the door from outside, and Welton let them in. "Please come in. Chaya, take your time and check on Welton's condition." "Master, are you okay?" he immediately responded. "How much have I recovered?" Welton asked him curiously. "By the way, what are you planning to do with bios?" She casually places her hand on her chin and responds. "This has never happened before, and it's still uncertain." Belos's body appears. At that moment, Chaikin responded, "A power this immense doesn't just vanish. According to the laws of the demon realm, losing rank means he'll become a low-level demon." Hearing this, he eagerly asked, "If nothing's decided yet, why not let me make the call?" He was quite surprised. "You, sir." Welton shared his view. What if he made a deal with him, trading his rank for something else? "I don't really care much about these ranks. I'm leaving in 4 years anyway." Chicania, stunned, asked you, "What kind of deal is that?" Welton quickly explained. "Like training a puppet to fight, it would be incredible." It was then that he finally understood part of your meaning. Your intention was to use him like Noah. Chaya placed his hand over his chest and obeyed Welton's command. "If it's your wish, I will obey," he replied with a satisfied nod. "Thank you." With that, he gave Welton a final word before walking away. "You must be exhausted, Your Highness. Please take some rest." A moment later, Welton's eyes drifted into deep thought. "Break, I'm sorry for making you endure so much today." The wall lamp flickered out, and he decided to go to bed. "Maybe it's time I get some rest." Before long, Welton drifted into a deep sleep. The young demon suddenly appears by Welton's bed. He looks at the sleeping man and wonders, has the wheel of fate already started turning the Seventer? At the same time, in the Byro's room, Beos sat clutching his head, muttering, "Damn it, he was so furious he was trembling after losing to you. I lost to that Jamie guy, he took my rank and my status. What's going to happen to me now?" Suddenly Himera walks in, mocking Boss with a sneer. "Our former boss, what's he up to with that gloomy look?" He startled and replied, "Himera." Hearing that, he angrily grabbed his whip and asked, "How dare some lowly scoundrel speak my name so disrespectfully?" Still in shock, he barely understood what was happening. "What?" Himera struck him with the whip and shouted, "You're no longer a high-level demon." He grabbed his whip furious and roared, "I'll tear you apart into 1,000 pieces." Himera calmly said, "How according to the laws of the demon realm you can't touch me." It's truly a rare sight, someone kneeling before a mere human. Boss immediately confronted him. "Why did you do this to me?" Himera looked down, her voice trembling with anger as she demanded an answer. "Don't you really know?" He gritted his teeth in anger, explaining to Boss. "Cousin, 6th ranked Mary Bond. The one you killed, she was my true love." Hearing that, he angrily flung Himera's whip aside and asked, "You caused all of this just to get revenge?" He calmly replied, "Just as I suspected, you have no regrets at all." Himera didn't bother with words. She grabbed her whip ready to deliver a deadly blow to the boss. "I'll make you kneel and beg." A week later in Welton's room, Chaya asked, "How are you feeling, sir?" Welton sipped his wine and replied, "I'm fine. I've recovered quite a bit." Then you asked curiously, "How's Bios doing?" He hesitated before replying, "That's something you should see for yourself." On the walls of the slums, the shame of the demons is carved into their flesh. Die Boss. Sitting motionless, leaning against the wall in the demon world slums. Welton was speechless when he saw his pathetic state. Seems like many demons harbor a grudge against him. He called out to him. Boss slowly opened his eyes as Welton stood before him, asking, "Have you thought about your actions?" He stormed forward in fury, grabbing your collar and demanding, "How dare you show your face in front of me?" That was Dad's voice. Bios. He slowly approaches, causing Belos's fear to escalate. "Sir, sir." He knelt before him, stammering as he asked, "Why are you here?" Your Majesty. Welton, standing nearby, looked on with a hint of anger. "Look at that, he's only disrespecting me," he asked in a deep voice. "How was last week?" Belos's entire body trembled as he desperately begged, "It's like living in hell. Isn't this the consequence of your actions? I was wrong, please just give me one more chance." Chaya stood before Boss, coldly replying, "This is beyond my control." He immediately dropped his face to the ground after hearing that. He also added, but it said that he wants to give you a chance. Hearing Chaya say that he was utterly stunned. What? He responded, if you want a chance, then speak properly. Welton, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back and spoke up. You've heard it too. Now let's discuss your behavior. Boss stared at him in horror. Welton smiled and said, but first, let's settle this with a few punches. Boss desperately shouted, stop, just kill me now and get it over with. Boss was beaten so badly by Welton that he had bruises all over his head. He made him raise both hands and asked, now let's talk about the contract. Bellows stammered, asking again, hey contract, what scheme are you plotting now? Welton, furious, conjured a fist of dark energy and threatened Bellows. Looks like you still haven't had enough, huh? He trembled in fear, covering his face with his hands. I was wrong. I was wrong. Then you began explaining the contract. The terms were simple. While we're in the demon realm, you'll serve as my bodyguard. He respectfully asked, and you, Your Excellency, what will you give me? Welton immediately replied, I'll restore your status, leaving Bellows utterly stunned. You can state your demands, but in return you must swear eternal loyalty to me. He bowed, hesitating as he spoke. So, from Bellows's perspective, Welton is nothing more than a demon in disguise. He quietly wondered if this guy returns to the mortal realm, will the contract still hold? Does that mean I'll be bound forever to this terrifying human? But before the boss could think too much, Welton pretended to turn away and said, if you don't like it, forget it. Seeing that he quickly raised his hand to stop him and said, that's not it. I was already under the Demon King's control, just waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he replied, I've got this covered. You don't need to worry. Boss listened and thought to himself, if I refuse this contract, I'll be condemned to a life of shame at the bottom forever. The thought of becoming Welton's mount made him uneasy, but if he accepted, he could regain his former status, yet he'd be a slave to humans for the rest of his life. He clenched his fists tighter, struggling to make a decision. Damn it, every choice is terrible. If there's no way out, then choosing the lesser evil is better than being trampled by swarms of bugs. It's more humiliating. In the end, Bellows, furious, made his choice. Serving a stronger master is still better than dying. Then he spoke, I agree. Welton smiled and said, good, you're thinking. You reached out to the broken horn of the boss and gathered a black orb in your hand. Then, let's begin the soul contract ritual. He realized one thing, this darkness isn't real. Wait a second. Bellows's broken horn quickly mended itself, as if his power was surging back. Then Welton spoke up, it's done. You assigned him a task. Barrows, from now on, you are the 6th level demon, Lord of the City of Revenge, and also the Count of the Revenge Legion. Boss bowed his head and said, I swear my loyalty. Welton, pleased, replied, good. Now settle the debt of shame you've endured for a week. Boss raised his head and obeyed. Himera looked at the picture of Mary Bon and said, at last I've finally avenged him. Himera pursed her lips, tears welling up, her voice trembling with every failure. Himera spread her arms wide and shouted, but this time I've given him a hell worse than death itself. He even added, I never thought I'd have to rely on a human to do this. Himera continued, but if it weren't for him, I probably never would have achieved this goal. He touched Mary Bon's portrait and lamented, no matter what, at least now I have the face to face you. If I could bring back the day with Barros's life, I'd have ripped out his heart right now. Suddenly, Beos appears behind Himera. He challenges him, if you think you can, then try it. Himera raised her voice. Barros. He sat nearby and replied, it's been a while, huh? Enraged, he charged at Bellows, shouting, do you really want to die? He suddenly swung his arm to counterattack while Himera kept rambling. Do you think this is a place where you can just come and threaten me? After being revived, Bellows's power completely overwhelmed, Himera easily grabbing his neck and subduing him. Fear washed over him as he thought, what is happening? According to Demon Realm laws, someone like Barrows who's lost all his power shouldn't be able to attack me. He looked Himera straight in the eyes, furious, and said, if you truly want revenge for your lover, don't stoop to dirty tricks. Fight me fair and square. Mary Bon's footsteps reappear, and he's knocked out beneath the portrait by Boss. He leaves only a few words behind. If it's a fight for rank, I'm always ready. But I'm not sure if you have the guts to do it. Boss calmly entered the palace while the surrounding demons began to whisper among themselves. Barros, when did you get back? You cheerfully replied. Guess I'll see how you handle your revenge. I also have something I need to ask of you. Boss felt uneasy, sensing that something was terribly wrong. A clock appears showing the current time. Boss and Welton walk and talk in the library. He opens with, what are you doing here in the library? Don't tell me you want me to teach history. Welton nodded thoughtfully. That's right. To survive in the demon realm, you first need to understand its history. Hearing this, the boss pouted and said, but history isn't my specialty. You're furious, yelling at him. If you keep showing that much disgust, I might just get the urge to smack you right on the top of your head. He nervously explained, no, it's not that. I just really suck at this. You tilt your head, intimidating him. I'm not asking you to reveal the entire history of the demon world, don't worry. Welton continued, just focus on learning these things: the current structure of the demon realm, the political landscape, the causes, and the moment when the timeline was distorted. Beos frowned and replied, I get it. He slammed the book onto the table, his face darkening with fury. Calmly, he began to explain, perhaps we should start with the event that threw the timeline into chaos. The distortion of time itself stems from what's called the Great War, an event of legend. According to Belos, the Rova event, an enormous space stone fell from the sky and crashed into the demon realm's plains. To get the stone that fell during this incident, the demon kings launched into a fierce battle to claim it. Boss whispered to Welton, but in the end, no one could possess that stone. He also said that one day he was suddenly pulled deep into the earth and fused with the core of the demon world. You looked a bit stunned after hearing that. What Boss sat across from Welton and continued speaking. And from that moment, the timeline of the demon realm began to spiral into chaos. The multi-dimensional investigators were the first to notice the shift. Based on what he told me, a space investigator stood before the giant clock, noticing the strange anomaly in the flow of time. The timeline here was moving faster than the other dimensions. Here Boss continues his story. At first, the gap was just a few seconds, but as time went on, it kept widening. He also revealed that faced with this unprecedented crisis, the 5 great demon kings trained tirelessly to find a solution. Despite their relentless efforts over a long period, they still couldn't find a way to restore the timeline to its original state. According to Belos, even though the 5 great demon kings possess power equal to the 12 gods, they still have no way to interfere with the core of the space dynasty they belong to. He also said that in the end, the great demon king was forced to let go, and the timeline just kept stretching on, all the way to this very moment. After speaking, Boss's eyes grew serious. He said, I heard a few strange phenomena have occurred, causing the timeline to speed up. Welton, after hearing that, crossed his arms and asked curiously, an abnormal phenomenon. What's going on? He immediately replied. That part still isn't clear, but I heard the last anomaly happened pretty recently. Hearing Belos's answer, he asked again, and what about the first time? How long ago did this happen in the human world's timeline? He helplessly said, you should ask the investigator. Belos leaned back in his chair, lost in thought as he confirmed it, but one thing was certain: the timeline would keep stretching on. He voiced his suspicion unless some force strong enough intervenes at the very core of this dimension's heart. Welton listened in silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. Then I'll just meet the investigator. He already figured this out, I knew it. Welton said, follow me. At Hinos's workplace, Welton and Belos arrived here. He waved cheerfully and said, hey Hinos, your identity is Hinos, the multidimensional investigator of the demon world. He stepped forward happily, asking Count Boss what brings you here today. He immediately replied, someone wants to see you. Hinos looked confused and asked, hey there, who's the lucky one? Welton extended his hand with a smile and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Jemmy, a human. He scratched his head and asked, why are you with that guy? Boss sighed, thinking that this guy spends all his time buried in work, never paying attention to the world around him, so he probably doesn't know what's happened to me lately. Then he explained, he's the one favored by His Majesty. Show some respect. Hinos was a bit stunned, unable to believe it, and asked again, is that why your Majesty favors him? In that very moment, Hinos immediately bowed his head in apology. Please forgive me. So what brings you to see me? Welton didn't care and spoke up. Forget the greetings, what's more important now? Do you wonder if there's a way to pinpoint when the Agrava event happened in the human world timeline? Hinos looked genuinely surprised. Event, he thought to himself. This is the first time I've seen a human care about the fate of the demon world. Hinos rested his chin on his hand, pondering where to start explaining. Later he finally said, according to the standards of the middle world, meaning the human realm, it happened 15 years and 84 days ago. Welton was a bit stunned to hear that. 15 years. You quickly realized, don't tell me that. From Welton's memory, 15 years and 84 days ago was the day Jai was born into the Welton family. Welton stood frozen in place, recalling the day the space stone fell, and the day he was born. Those two moments were too coincidental to be mere chance. Lost in thought, suddenly a voice from nowhere snapped him back to reality. What do you need? Welton casually asked Hinos for more. There's one more thing. Bios said that due to the anomaly, the timeline has sped up. According to humanity's calendar, when was that? He answered easily, it was 5 years and 2 months ago. He gazed silently, head bowed in thought. Has anything changed in the 5 years and 2 months since then? Recalling that moment just before he was still the king. If it had been 5 years ago, I would have unleashed an incredible power. Back then I had been through so much. Welton remembered that 2 months ago was when he finished his training and started moving again. It was as if he suddenly realized something, freezing in place with wide eyes. The common thing during those moments was Hinos standing in front, curiously asking, what are you asking for? Did you discover anything? Your Excellency. Welton waved his hand awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Oh no, I was mistaken. He said, a hint of regret in his voice. Yes, do you have any other questions? He waved goodbye to Hinos. All questions have been answered. Thanks to you, I finally found the answer. I'm leaving now. Welton steps forward and walks away. He stands behind, waving goodbye with all his might. Boss follows, asking, "Did you discover anything, Your Majesty?" He replied only after returning, then he spoke. Bellos furrowed his brow in confusion. Over with Chica, he stood by the window, thinking that he had received word. The master and Bios had returned to the castle. Chica stands silently, gazing out into the distance. Where is he now? Suddenly, Welton burst open the door. Sister Boss, who was behind, froze in place, her face darkening. He hurried inside and said, "I have something important to tell you." Chica has a tall, commanding figure, her eyes glowing with a purple light as she stares intently at him. Is he crazy? The purple bosom's face paled, sweat pouring down as he worried for his master's safety. Even if he was loved by the Demon King, how dare he call his name so casually? Even if His Majesty kills him, I won't interfere. Chui happily stepped forward and greeted, "Master, you're here." Boss was speechless, unable to understand what was happening. Chica turned her attention to Bios, who was nervously fumbling nearby. The throne trembled. He was sweating profusely, trembling as he pointed at Welton in disbelief, staring at Chick-say. "This human just casually called you by name, and you call him your master. What's really going on?" Just as Chica was about to explain more, a hand appeared blocking her way. That story. Welton turned to look at Boss and explained. Seeing this sudden move, everyone broke out in sweat. "Since your soul is now bound to mine, there's no need to hide it anymore." Hearing this, he found it utterly impossible to believe, his mind overwhelmed. He lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. "Chica is the dark knight I created in my past life. I am the one reborn." Belios staggered back in shock, shouting out loud. "What?" The two in front of him appeared completely calm. "Yeah, that's how it is." Belios was sweating more and more, asking, "So, are those two shadows the same?" He sat there expressionless, listening to Welton. "I'll explain everything in detail later. Let's keep going for now, or I could force the memories into you right now. We have something urgent to discuss." In Chica's room, the three of them stood talking while Bellos just remained silent. Chica spoke up. "So you're saying you're influencing the timeline of the demon world? I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what you're doing." He furrowed his brow and said seriously, "The Roba event happened the year I was born, and every time I awaken my power, the timeline of the demon world accelerates." Welton raised his hand, divine energy radiating in a golden glow. 5 years ago, I first awakened this power, the sacred light." He recalls the crucial details, the first Gav King, the one who sank deep into the magical world, disguised as a crown of wisdom. Long ago, he seized a fragment of Diablo and gained unimaginable power. In the end, he was defeated by Jai and lost the shard. Idan's image appears, his body slowly shattering, consumed by unbearable pain. "I just want to keep living." That was when Welton sat on the deep crimson chair, radiating golden energy. Break has absorbed it, and the holy light, another form of dark magic, has taken shape. His appearance has changed, with large wings spreading behind him, seemingly more powerful than ever. And about 2 months ago, with Breck sleeping within me, the holy light evolved once more. Nirvana appeared, smiling brightly. And then there was a word from Jack Munn's ancestors that troubled me. The golden orb in his hand shone brightly like a tiny sundae. This sacred light is said to be akin to the divine power of the 12 gods. Returning to reality, Chica speaks up with an assessment. But that wasn't enough to be certain. A beam of light appeared, dragging darkness behind it, and a sound echoed out. "It's real." A boss suddenly shouted in shock. "Kados, how dare you act without His Majesty's permission?" Kados, wielding his mighty staff, solemnly warns, "The 10 eras of the demon realm have been twisted because of you, Diablo Jer's contract holder." When Welton hears that name, his face darkens instantly. The scene is changing and dusk is slowly falling. Outside the dark tower, an eerie silence hangs, broken only by the birds circling overhead. A man crowned and regal sits commanding on the highest perch. He is the Demon King of Rage. Satang, one of the 5 great demon kings. Satang spoke softly. "Have you claimed the territory of wrath and blood?" The subordinate standing below heard the question and said nothing, remaining silent for a moment. He bowed his head, afraid to look up. "I have failed." Satang clenched the armrest in fury, shattering it to pieces. "Failure." He grimaced, glancing down, trying to hold back his anger as he wondered. Sun Hearn had abandoned his domain and crossed into another dimension a month ago. So how could you possibly fail? The subordinate below, hearing this question, stammered loudly, desperately trying to justify himself. There, Kados had fully realized his Demon King status. Satang wouldn't let him speak any further. Hearing this, he could no longer contain his rage, unleashing a pressure so intense that he forced him to kneel on the ground. "Is that your excuse?" He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, eyes lifted with defiance. "Not surprising, you're one of the 5 demon lords. Even among demon lords, the gap in power is staggering. To survive in the demon world and hold on to the title of demon lord, I've sworn allegiance to Fury." That subordinate in this situation understands his place. He's still so tiny, just a flicker in Sa Tung's palm. If things stay like this, his life will be at someone's mercy. He forced himself to sit up as much as he could, thinking to himself, I need to find a way to pique his interest. That subordinate struggled to speak the full sentence, and I also have some intriguing information. Now everything that just happened comes to a halt, silence falling like nothing ever occurred. That subordinate gasps for air collapsed on the ground. Sa Tung sat motionless, sparing him with her life. What do you believe? He just survived a life and death ordeal, trembling all over trying to steady himself. His rage has turned a man into a demon lord. A sinister smile spreads across his face filled with dark anticipation. Explain it in detail. Turning back to Welton, he was a bit surprised by what he had just heard. You say I'm Gare's contract holder. He recalled Gare's words from before, a fierce will to destroy the 12 gods that must have summoned Gare. I don't know where it started, but his face appeared with those deep, calm eyes. According to Jur, the goddess of creation Ji is currently asleep, but in reality, she's the one who made this world. B.R. Welton's expression shifts to seriousness as he gazes with a cold, piercing stare. The ancient god Osiris, I met in Gaiman, said the same thing. He quickly gathered the crucial information and asked, Tell me everything, how do you know Diablo's name? The sudden stranger interrupted, shifting the subject. Now's not the time to explain that. The Demon King of Fury is targeting you, Diablo. Chica, standing next to Welton, froze in shock at the name. Anger is coming. That guy responds with certainty, filled with rage. There's something confusing in what he said, so I asked again. Resentment. Bellows had been standing still for a long time, and only now does he snap back to his senses, claws slashing forward. This guy's been disrespectful from the very beginning. Are you really that crazy? The guy quickly notices and glances over. He simply raised his staff gently and pushed Bellius against the wall. Chica looked at the chaos and rubble on the ground, warning him. Katos, you're pushing beyond the limit again. His voice was cold and stern as he asked, Did you really go crazy, like Biose said? That guy isn't someone you can easily bully and dismiss. Resentment, rather than wasting time, be ready to face the great darkness. Chica Cha stepped forward, furious, shouting, You suddenly appear and say that the Demon King of Wrath is invading. I've never felt anything like this before. That person still acts like they don't care, but my clone has confirmed it. This technique is so confusing. The guy enthusiastically explains, This is also one of my clones. I exist everywhere in the demon world. But that's not what really matters. What Chica needs is an answer. You've been hiding your true identity all this time. The young man's face darkened as he glared back with blazing eyes. Your hatred, you're joining the ranks. It's all just to get close to Diablo. Welton raised his hand to stop him. So what exactly are you? The guy finally begins to introduce himself. I am an informational entity created by Gay to convey the history of Bress's past to you. I am called Akasik. Welton at first glance might think it's just curiosity, but the real question is about the Demon King, an entity that gathers information. So why does the Demon King of Fury target me? A.A. Seach knows a lot about that corrupt king. Rage is a being made entirely of emotion, and no one truly knows his real intentions. Chica politely excused herself and stepped outside. I'll go ahead. If he's right, we need to prepare as quickly as possible. Welton turned around, understanding the message. Got it. Over here, Bellios is desperately trying to stand up. Your Majesty, I will go with you as well. Chica remained silent, not uttering a word. The door slammed shut and both of them had already left. Now this is their private space, just the two of them. Welton now begins to focus on the main matter. Akasi, you said you're an entity formed from the information Gay created. Akasi responded. That's right. He looked a bit surprised when he heard Welton speak. We should head to the battlefield too, but first there's something I need to confirm. He worries and ponders more and more inside. Osiris hints that he's not a perfect reincarnation. Welton immediately remembered his words. Your soul isn't who you are, but it's something you create. It's made by you. That means I'm frozen, confused, unable to grasp that meaning. Am I just a fraud? The scene shifts to a dark, ominous castle at night. Suddenly, someone calls out for Lillian. Hearing her name, she instinctively turns around. Lillian. The one approaching just announced, summoning all the Legion commanders. The Demon King is furious, about to invade. He broke out in a cold sweat, panic flooding his mind. What the hell? Why is he targeting us? Chica isn't fully aware of the situation. She only heard it from those experienced guys. I don't know. He couldn't have imagined Welton falling into his hands. Kato says that anger is an act for the master. Whether that's true or not, she's determined to protect him no matter what happens. Go back to Welton and Akasik. If you truly are the collection of information created by G, you must know, right, I'm just real. Or is it Akashi cutting him off, hesitating and struggling to speak? This isn't something that can be explained so simply. Welton clenched his teeth in anger. Frustration boiling over his patience was running out. No, I need to hear it now. He slammed his fist into his chest, carving a symbol into his heart. If I'm not the reincarnated embodiment of Diablo Villa, then what am I? Akasa fell silent as he reached that point. Right now, there's only one thing I can say. He immediately remembers Diablo VPIA. You are a being born from Diablo Villa's desire. Since the two of you are face to face, that means I'm not the original. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Asich, emotionless, recites the timeline precisely. You're not finished yet, but you've inherited most of his memories. And over time, the lost memories will. Welton stepped in front of him, cutting straight to the point. Enough. I don't need your meaningless words of comfort. Honestly, I feel completely empty inside. He clenched his fists, veins, bulging, voice, tense with anger. Aren't I supposed to be Diablo V reborn? But my goal remains unchanged. He muttered quietly with a frown. Diablo, I am. Welton, clueless, still stands, confidently acting out his own scene. Even if this memory is just a fragment stitched together, the goal to destroy the 12 gods remains real. Welton suddenly shouted out loud. He looked seriously and declared, I am no longer Diablo Villa. From now on, I'll live as J. H.E.Sich smiled softly, tilting his head as he chuckled. Yeah, I figured. Anyway, we should go help Chi. He raised his staff, gathering magic power, ignoring the chaos of war. You're coming with me. He spun around, sensing a sinister intent behind him. Wait, hold on. If it's about that, you should have told Chi too. Before I could finish speaking, they vanished together, leaving immediately. Both of them suddenly appeared somewhere at the same time. Welton looked surprised, his eyes fixed on something in front of him. A massive golden crystal with intricate patterns appeared before them. He hesitated, doubting, could this be the core of the demon realm? Akasi gave me the answer right away. That's right. Akasika's eyes were fixed on the purple gem at the center, while the other was a shard of the Dark World's primal stone. Welton, stunned and sweating, turned to look at him in disbelief. What? How did that end up in the demon world? Sich looked up and said, That's the foundation of the pact, a power closest to primal darkness itself. The traces of karma can be used to undo your very existence. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke erupted from that stone. Forgotten memories, glory reignited, a thirst for death, the prison of revenge. It seems its initial golden glow is fading as that dark aura grows stronger, plunging the world into chaos, an opportunity for reckoning. Welton can't hold back any longer. What are you saying? That's so confusing again. With that final word, their relationship begins to unfold. Those stone disciples are forming a massive gate. Contracts, lifespan, time, moments, purpose, goals, hope, calculations, and outcomes. He stared intensely at him and shouted, Katos, are you out of your mind? Aya simply said it softly. Welton didn't understand what was happening or what it meant. What's this all about? He raised his hand, pointing the staff directly ahead. Sich exuded a cold, piercing stare as he looked straight ahead. Everything you're curious about, you'll find there. Welland is slowly sinking into the depths of the ocean. Even what you've lost, what does it all really mean? Thunder roars outside the sky, and deep within the darkness something begins to emerge. The first thing that appears are familiar faces. A group of masked, cloaked figures gather in the cave, whispering and plotting together. It's all over now. Humanity is down to just us. If this is our fate, an age where everyone wields power, then from that car over there a figure appears watching us. What have we truly done? Once rebels fighting against the tyranny, they realized victory was impossible, so they turned to the 12 gods. That man is Genis, boldly appearing, annoyed by those very people. You cowardly rats, so this is where you've been hiding. The whole group froze in panic. Zenit. Genis smirked, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he watched those people mumbling to themselves. Why did you betray us after all? You think we'll just accept death like that? He sneered, using his tricks, abandoning his own to cling to us. It's truly laughable. You should have been wiped out from the very beginning. A brilliant, blinding light erupts fiercely. And so with the first reset of the world, humanity was robbed of its power. Cut to the cathedral, where an old man with silver hair trembles, kneeling before a holy knight. Great envoy, why do you abandon us? But what he gave in return was a subtle rejection. For a new era, humanity has already lived too long. Chimera draws his sword from his side. Don't expect a long life in your next life. And then the reset of the second world begins. A horrifying scene, heads torn from bodies, blood everywhere, humanity's lifespan drained away. A soldier from the army appears, sword raised high, shouting, You think you can hold us back in the name of religion? We will never let you manipulate us. Today, the Dongvui temple has another visitor. He smirked with a wicked grin, dare to rebel against me. His fiery orange hair, a bright smile on his face, and piercing black eyes, looked down below like he was watching a toy play. Next time, maybe I should make a more obedient version. He begins destroying everything. Everywhere is torn apart by the energy spheres he unleashes, exploding in chaos. During the reset of the third world, humanity's freedom was shattered. Now the city is engulfed in flames, overrun by monsters and beasts. The people below panic and scatter in chaos. Now things are finally getting interesting. Even Longthun Brahmin appeared on the Great Dragon. This time humanity is truly so boring. The scene of death sprawled across the land, corpses everywhere, each one badly wounded. During the reset of the Fourth World, their dignity was stripped away. Thousands of civilians gathered, shouting in unison, "Kill the god, kill the god." The gods above couldn't help but sigh. Is this era already doomed to fail? It seems I've created humanity too powerful this time. The god, with a mischievous smile and a gleam of excitement, continued to cast his spell, beginning to reshape the world once again. And finally, in the fifth reset of the world, the variable was stripped away. Then the sixth world was born. With the opening scene showing Yidan surrounded by countless sharp blades aimed at him, humanity has nothing left to lose. The orange-haired god declares, "As long as you die this time, mankind will vanish forever." The people below the bridge begged for mercy, pleading, "Please spare us, spare our lives." Suddenly, from Yidan's location, countless purple bubbles like deadly toxins began to emerge. Behind that god, a shadowy figure appears, slowly approaching. Does he know how to control that power? Interesting. He's sweating profusely, paying close attention. The god who just arrived flashed a cunning smile. "Do you want to lead a new world?" He placed his hand on Yidan's head, pretending to be divine. Yu Yan desperately resisted, but it was all in vain. "From now on, your name will be Gav Yidan. The humans in this new world you lead will be nothing but the weak, so you'd better try your best." And so humans accepted their fate as slaves to the gods. Welton slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his haze, and in silence he saw the full truth, a meticulous plan hidden behind those bubbles. So that's how it was. Bit by bit, they stole humanity's power and turned us into slaves of the gods. Welton clenched his teeth in fury, trembling with rage. "These arrogant fools, I hate them with every fiber." His power erupted as he shouted, "I will drag you down from your throne no matter what." Suddenly, a blinding white light flashes, accompanied by a voice asking, "Contract signer, have you seen the truth of this world?" Welton looks at you in surprise. A stunning, pink-haired goddess appears before Jur, the leader of the group. She responds simply, "Yes, that's right." As the moment arrived, Geyer asked, "Are you ready to fulfill the oath?" In Welton's mind, a new presence appeared, an entirely different personality with a completely different style and attitude. "I've wagered half my soul on the future. Another being is born into this world. By the will of Diablo and Jur, one, G was born. The two face each other in the realm of consciousness eye to eye. Though I am not the full embodiment of Diablo, I am the last bastion of humanity he left behind." It seems Welton's power is something truly extraordinary. A new surge of spiritual energy appears, and he's determined, confident, and unwavering. "So I will carry out his final wish. You've made your choice, now act. The God of creation will free your people. Consider this a warning, brother. If we fail, neither you nor I can turn back." Welton said confidently. He's determined not to change. "It's okay this time. I will definitely bring down the 12 gods." She praised him. Gay is currently conjuring a white sphere. Good. A soft pink light gradually appears, growing brighter and larger. The last guardian, humanity's savior, the one who stands against the 12 gods. The moment has arrived. A soul wind appears amidst the trials and tribulations. Blinding light surrounds Welton, transforming him into a perfect being. He closed his eyes and gradually slipped into a state of calm. Seconds later, Welton opened his eyes and something had changed. He looked more mature, sharper, and utterly cold.